6 months ago, an asteroid collided with Earth. Volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, tsunamis. An interstellar virus invaded the planet, leading to biological mutations and the evolution of species. The world plunged into a cataclysmic frozen era, with everyone struggling for survival. Yet, in this dire situation, Chen Xing's abode suddenly exhibited extraordinary capabilities. What was once a bare shell of a house had transformed into a sanctuary. While others faced hunger and the biting cold, Chen Xing luxuriated in his safe haven, savoring hot pot and fine wine. Chapter 1. In the Yufu Guanshan Sea community, on the 32nd floor of Building 4, several shadowy figures stealthily entered the foyer. "This kid should be out. Hurry up, third brother," muttered a balding middle-aged man to the buzz-cut individual trailing behind him. "Don't worry, Brother Luo, leave it to me. He'll have the door open in no time," the buzz-cut youth replied, approaching the door of Unit 3201, pulling out 2 bent paperclips from his pocket. However, just as he inserted the paperclip into the keyhole, he suddenly jolted. "This lock is electrified." He stumbled backward, landing on the floor. "Impossible. The battery in the door lock can't possibly deliver a shock," Brother Luo said, skeptically approaching the door, ready to touch the lock. "Watch out, Brother Luo," exclaimed the round-faced fat man, following him, abruptly yanking Luo away. Just as he stepped aside, a tile from above crashed to the ground where he had just stood. Luo, shaken, stared at the shattered fragments scattered about. This place is truly cursed. But scarcely had he uttered the words when the door of 3201 swung open, striking him squarely on the nose and causing blood to gush forth. Before the trio could fully comprehend the situation, the door slammed shut again. "What the?" The group exchanged bewildered glances, staring at the door of 3201. Could it be haunted? The door opened once more, startling them yet again. This time, they beheld Chen Xing, his face frosted with disdain, standing at the threshold, brandishing a makeshift crossbow. "You bastards! Get lost! If you dare attempt to pry open my door again, I will end you," he threatened, prompting the 3 to exchange glances before bolting into the stairwell in a panic. Once Chen Xing confirmed their retreat, he slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. "Thanks, Phoenix," he called out to the empty room. He had been sleeping just moments ago, and if Phoenix hadn't sensed the intrusion and activated the defense mechanism, those intruders might have truly invaded his sanctuary. Alas, his Phoenix was merely a level 1 safe house, lacking a fully evolved self-defense system. "Otherwise, no need to thank me, it is my duty," replied a gentle female voice Phoenix, the intelligent core of Chen Xing's post-apocalyptic safe house. "Additionally, your safe house's energy has fallen below 20. Please replenish it promptly," Phoenix added. Sighing, Chen Xing checked his smart wristwatch. Safe house, level 197100 energy, 19100. Electricity, 35, water, 20. Warning, your safe house's energy has dropped below 20. Please replenish it promptly. If there was anything that could bring Chen Xing joy in this apocalyptic world, it was 2 things. 1, he no longer had to repay his 30-year mortgage. The other, his house had become extraordinary. 6 months ago, a small asteroid unexpectedly disintegrated near the blue planet. Fragments pierced through the atmosphere, plummeting to Earth, resulting in tsunamis, earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions across the globe. The ash from the volcanic eruptions obscured the sun, serving as a primary cause for the rapid drop in temperatures. Furthermore, the viruses carried by the asteroid spread worldwide, coinciding with the ash clouds. At the beginning of this year, nations around the world entered a state of emergency to combat the sudden and fierce apocalypse. This state persisted for 4 months. Yet as mutations became increasingly ferocious, most countries gradually succumbed to collapse. Though the Qin kingdom held out longer, a month ago, the situation spiraled completely out of control, leading various regions to descend into anarchy. "Turn on the lights." Activate the underfloor heating. The lights in the living room illuminated at the sound command, and moments later, the chilly room grew warm. At the onset of the apocalypse, a meteor fragment crashed into Chen Xing's home. Only later did he discover that it was a fragment of an alien spacecraft's intelligence core. This fragment fortuitously merged with the intelligence system of his house, and from that moment on, his home became extraordinary. With the enhancement, this newly acquired superintelligence undertook a comprehensive transformation of his dwelling, converting the bare shell of a house he had just moved into a rudimentary safe haven. While others faced water and power outages and suffered from scarcity of food and clothing, his residence remained supplied with water and electricity, even providing heating. However, there was one drawback. Warning, Your safe house's energy has fallen below the 20 alert threshold. Please replenish energy promptly. The home's intelligence system, or rather, the superintelligence from the alien spacecraft, named Phoenix, reiterated this warning to him. Chen Xing couldn't help but sigh. He had thought that in this apocalypse, he would be free from mortgage payments. Yet it appeared that if he desired comfort in the end times, this investment could not cease. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was 11 in the morning. He approached the window in the living room and pushed aside the two metal shutters. Peering outside, he beheld a snow-laden world, shrouded in a gray haze. Although it was only noon, the daylight had already begun to fade. Since the impact of the asteroid fragment 6 months ago, the planet's climate had been thrown into complete disarray. It was mid-May, a time that should herald the transition from spring to summer. Yet in stark contrast, it felt like the depths of winter, with temperatures plummeting to a chilling -10 degrees. Not far from the community, in a mountainous park, many could be seen chopping down trees. As fuel for warmth and cooking has become as scarce as food in these times, a sudden shadow erupted from the woods, tackling an individual. Upon witnessing this scene, the other shadowy figures engaged in tree-cutting instantly scattered. However, soon a short figure emerged, rallying the fleeing crowd before charging at the beast with a spear. It was Yu Yang, the tyrant of his building. It turned out that the security team leader, Sha Ba, had now become the captain of the security team for his building. This scoundrel, it seemed, still possessed a semblance of courage. Chen Xing's pupils contracted. However, it was a good sign his presence on the mountain indicated that most of his gang was likely by his side. Inside the building, his associates should be few, granting Chen Xing the opportunity to act. He swiftly approached the door, first donning a thermal sweatshirt, followed by a leather jacket. After slipping into thick denim trousers, securing his helmet, and shouldering his backpack, he exited his home. Just as he locked the door, he heard a commotion behind him. The door of his neighbor's apartment creaked open. A man and a woman appeared at the threshold. The man was tall, yet bore a lecherous expression. The woman wore a smile brimming with ingratiation. "Xiao Chun heading out?" she inquired sweetly. Chen Xing acknowledged her with a nod. This couple had been notably haughty before the apocalypse, particularly the female neighbor, whose arrogance was anything but ordinary. They had once entered and exited their residence with an air of superiority, and it was rumored that both were civil servants with a comfortable lifestyle. They were established locals, while he was merely a transient worker, existing on a different social stratum altogether. Previously, when Chen Xing encountered them in the elevator during his early morning shifts, they had dismissed him with indifference. Since then, he had chosen to ignore them entirely. However, now, due to his resolute demeanor and repeated refusals to pay the management fee, the couple had become considerably more courteous. At the onset of the apocalypse, they had even sought his assistance in borrowing food. The woman seemed poised to say something more, but Chen Xing, uninterested, turned and entered the stairwell. He could easily infer their intentions. In these dire times, even the landowners had run out of provisions. Moreover, judging by their appearances, they hardly seemed in need of assistance. Borrowing food from him? Unthinkable. Chen Xing dashed down the staircase, intent on completing his task before Yu Yang and his crew returned. If he hoped to upgrade his living conditions, he could not afford to delay. The recent attempt to break into his apartment could have been orchestrated by Yu Yang's lackeys or other rival factions in the building. After being chastised by the Phoenix gang, they were likely lying low now. As for the security team, apart from Yu Yang and a few key members, the rest were merely a band of cowards lacking in courage. Chen Xing sprinted down to the basement. He switched on his flashlight and surveyed the area, confirming that it was deserted. Tightening his leather jacket around him, he rubbed his hands together for warmth. He first retrieved a homemade mouse trap from his backpack, placing a small piece of chicken leg inside. He then positioned the trap near the drainage shaft and swiftly moved to a nearby electric vehicle. With practiced ease, he extracted a jack and elevated the car. In under 15 minutes, he had successfully removed the battery panel from the electric SUV. This was his objective for the day. Chen Xing directed his smartwatch at the battery panel and tapped to scan. A flash of white light ensued, and the battery panel vanished into thin air. Simultaneously, an icon representing the battery panel appeared in the storage compartment of his smartwatch, labeled Lithium Iron Phosphate Battery X1. Chapter 2 on the dial of Chen Xing's intelligent wristwatch. There remained 8 vacant storage compartments, indicating his capacity to collect 8 additional items. He hastened to a fuel truck, prying open the gas tank. After a brief moment, Chen Xing let out a sigh and set down the straw. He had pried open several vehicles in succession, yet each gas tank was devoid of fuel, completely drained. Fortunately, others had yet to master the art of dismantling electric vehicle batteries. Otherwise, those batteries would have surely been stripped bare, leaving him with no opportunity. Time passed in a cyclical manner, and after an hour, Chen Xing finally filled the storage compartments on his watch. He had successfully acquired 8 batteries and managed to gather approximately 10 liters of gasoline from a few vehicles. A sharp crack echoed, prompting Chen Xing to quickly approach a nearby sewer. A large black rat was frantically thrashing about in the trap he had set. Its eyes glowed a fierce red, and upon noticing his presence, it displayed no fear whatsoever. In fact, it lunged forward with renewed ferocity, its gleaming incisors gnawing at the wire cage with a resounding clatter. Since the onset of the apocalypse, it seemed as though all living creatures had been undergoing subtle mutations. This rat, for instance, was not only larger than its predecessors but also exhibited an increasingly aggressive temperament. Chen Xing delivered a forceful kick to the cage, exclaiming, "Behave yourself." The rat, startled by the impact, seemed to retract, its crimson glare fading as it reverted to the appearance of a pre-apocalyptic rodent. It appeared that while mutations had occurred, the extent was not overly profound. He casually tossed the cage into his backpack. With this rat in his possession, he felt somewhat compensated for the day's lack of fuel. Chen Xing returned to the stairwell, determined to make his way home before Yu Yang and his group returned. Over a month ago, Dan City had completely lost power, which meant he would need to ascend 33 floors from the basement to reach his abode. The thought of such a lengthy journey weighed heavily on him. Nonetheless, he resolved to view it as a form of physical exercise. Suddenly, his wristwatch vibrated, and Chen Xing glanced down to see a message in red text. "Warning. An unauthorized individual is attempting to breach your premises. Please return immediately." Alongside the message, a photograph was sent, depicting the bald-headed middle-aged man attempting to pry open his front door with a crowbar. Anger flickered across Chen Xing's face. "You scoundrel, you dare return?" It had been 6 months since the world had succumbed to chaos, and for 3 months, the governing authorities had gradually lost control. A month ago, after the complete cessation of food and electricity, the community and the higher management had severed all communication. Since the time, their neighborhood, or rather all of Dan City, had descended into anarchy. The former head of the community security team, Yu Yang, had rallied a group of individuals, taking control of their building under the guise of security enforcement. These individuals would periodically extort homeowners, demanding the surrender of supplies as management fees. Even homeowners venturing out to scavenge for resources were required to pay a tax upon their return. Chen Xing had repeatedly clashed with them due to his refusal to pay the management fees. Thankfully, given the frigid weather and scarcity of resources, these individuals were compelled to venture out during the day to procure supplies. This allowed Chen Xing to venture out and gather supplies while they were away. However, today, those individuals unexpectedly harassed him multiple times. This was utterly intolerable. He sprinted up the stairs with fervor. The building comprised 34 stories, and his residence was on the 32nd floor. Ascending was incredibly taxing. Yet, the thought of someone attempting to pry open his front door filled him with urgency. Upon reaching the 30th floor, just as he was about to ascend further, a sudden jolt in his wrist signaled a message from Phoenix. An ambush awaited on the 33rd floor. With a quick flicker of thought, he veered from the 30th floor, pushing through the door into the fire escape corridor. The corridor was cluttered with various discarded items collected by residents. He dashed through to the second unit, charging to the top floor, then returned through the corridor to his own unit. From there, he began his stealthy descent from the 34th floor. Indeed, at the turn on the 33rd floor, he spotted 2 figures lying in wait. How strange, he had distinctly heard footsteps moments ago, but now there was silence. "Shoo, keep it down. That guy might be coming up any moment," one of the squat, crew-cut men murmured. Chen Xing cautiously peered around the stairwell. One of the men brandished a dagger, while the other wielded a makeshift spear, hiding at either side of the stairwell turn. He withdrew, retrieving his wristwatch to contact Phoenix and access the surveillance footage from outside his door. The screen revealed a middle-aged bald man attempting to pry open his door with a crowbar. After several fruitless attempts, the man began to pound violently against the door. Had he rushed in recklessly, he would have surely encountered this man, only to be ambushed by the 2 waiting on the 33rd floor, effectively trapping him in a 3-against-1 scenario. The mere thought sent a shiver down Chen Xing's spine. But now, a cold smirk crept across his lips as he reached behind him to extract a makeshift crossbow from his backpack. This crossbow was crafted from leftover PVC pipes and resistance bands, appearing rudimentary yet functioning exquisitely, boasting formidable lethality within 10 meters. The PVC pipe served as a launch tube, ensuring shooting accuracy. Additionally, he had even affixed a magazine beneath the main body, allowing for automatic loading. A skilled marksman could effortlessly execute a 3-shot sequence within 10 seconds. Such crossbow-making methods were rampant in short videos. Chen Xing had learned to create this self-defense weapon shortly after the onset of lawlessness. After hearing about a neighbor on the third floor who was brutally murdered by Yu Yang's gang for refusing to pay management fees, back when phones still worked, he had taken to crafting this weapon. Subsequently, he practiced tirelessly, even employing it during confrontations with Yu Yang's gang, and had become a proficient marksman in the process. Now, he tiptoed silently down the stairs. However, Chen Xing's expression shifted. Damn it, despite his utmost caution. He felt a sense of dread creeping in. Regrettably, the soles of the large yellow boots on his feet were too rigid, and despite his utmost caution, the sound of impact with the ground was inevitable. The two individuals downstairs quickly reacted upon hearing his footsteps. The man with a buzz cut glanced upward, and Chen Xing, steeling himself, suddenly darted into view at the staircase landing, aimed at his target, and pulled the trigger. In less than 10 meters, a flash of white light struck the buzz-cut man squarely in the face. The buzz-cut man fell silent, succumbing to slumber. Witnessing this, the round-faced, heavy-set man contorted his features in rage and bellowed, "Away! Damn it! Old Wu! Hurry over, this guy is back." As he brandished a short spear, he charged forward. Chen Xing, striving to maintain composure, swiftly pulled the lever. With a click, the crossbow was fully cocked. The heavy-set man had already closed the distance to 5 meters, his right hand raised with the spear. Chen Xing raised his hand and shot. The bolt struck the heavy-set man's chest, a foot-long arrow embedding itself half a foot deep. The heavy-set man, his face a mask of disbelief, glanced down at his chest and let out a horrified scream. I've been shot." In truth, he was heavily clad, and coupled with his robust physique, the arrow did not claim his life. However, it shattered his courage. Terror-stricken, the heavy-set man screamed and turned to flee. The fire door of the staircase was flung open. Just then, a bald, middle-aged man, who had been attempting to break down the door, burst in. Upon seeing the buzz-cut man on the floor, he was filled with a mix of grief and fury. "Away! Damn it, you will pay for this." He hurled the crowbar in his hand and, drawing a sharp knife from his waist, charged forward. Chen Xing sidestepped, evading the attack, and swiftly released another bolt. In the narrow staircase, within a distance of less than 10 meters, the arrow struck the bald man squarely in the face. The bald man let out a cry of awe, before collapsing into unconsciousness. Chapter 3. Chen Xing sat on the stairs, gazing at the two lifeless bodies sprawled before him, panting heavily. Who could have imagined that after 28 years of never having taken a single life, he would just end up killing two individuals? Though he had previously encountered conflicts with Yu Yang's gang, this was indeed his first experience with murder. As the adrenaline began to dissipate, he felt his legs weaken. This damned apocalypse. Perhaps this was the new order of the world to come. After catching his breath, Chen Xing regained his composure and rose to stand before his front door. The electronic lock automatically disengaged, allowing him entry into his home. After a moment of contemplation, he returned to drag the two corpses inside, ensuring the door was securely closed behind him. "Welcome home." The simulated female voice of the house's intelligence system startled Chen Xing Phoenix. "How many times must I tell you not to say welcome home anymore?" Phoenix was his home's intelligence system, the very entity that had previously sent him a text alerting him to the danger. Received. Glancing at the two bodies and the pool of blood on the floor, Chen Xing frowned. Yet, he swiftly made his way to the kitchen, opening the refrigerator to retrieve a can of wheat juice. He downed a can of beer in one go, his trembling hands finally steadying. The emotions of fear and exhilaration intertwined, leaving him in a state of disarray after his first kill. Turning to the living room, a spacious 138 square meters with 3 bedrooms and 2 living areas. He reflected on how this was the marital home his parents had financed entirely, combined with his own years of savings. Regrettably, they had barely settled in for a year before the world descended into chaos. Warning: your safe house energy has fallen below the 20 alert threshold. Please replenish energy promptly. Phoenix chimed in once more. Yes, I know. Always nagging, he muttered in response. Just wait, I'll recharge you. Chen Xing turned back to drag the two bodies into the bathroom. These two were indeed members of the security team. The middle-aged balding man was the owner of the 6th-floor apartment, seemingly surnamed Luo. They had interacted a few times in the owner's group. He was rather arrogant and hard to approach. It was said that after the community property management severed ties with the district, this activist joined Yu Yang's security team. He often assisted the team in collecting management fees from the residents, showcasing his authority among the neighbors. By all accounts, he was a natural-born miscreant. As for the other man with the buzz cut, he appeared to have been a former security guard. Both had been struck in the face by arrows. Chen Xing dragged them into the shower area, reaching to remove the short arrows embedded in their faces. Upon extraction, gaping wounds the size of thumbs appeared. Blood mixed with brain matter oozing from the injuries. Before long, a faint glow emerged from the wounds. Two thumb-sized white crystalline cubes began to crystallize from the injuries. These were the energy cubes. According to Phoenix, these had originally served as the energy source for their spacecraft. The exploded alien vessel had been powered by the energy cubes, and with the explosion that brought it down, the energy cubes in the ship's energy chamber had been reduced to mere dust, as volcanic ash and air dispersed across the planet. Both humans and flora and fauna began to gradually mutate and evolve upon absorbing this powder. However, the direction of this evolution remains uncertain. Upon the demise of a human or animal, the cubic energy powder is released and crystallizes anew into energy cubes. The deeper the mutation of the beings, the greater the mass of the released energy cube. According to Phoenix, when these energy cubes reside within living organisms, they stimulate mutations and evolution while simultaneously absorbing a portion of the organism's life energy. The two processes complement each other, resulting in even larger energy cube masses upon crystallization. Chen Xing suspects that the sudden disappearance of the Dan City government may be closely related to the abrupt mutations of humans or animals. Just prior to the disappearance, news broke of a sudden uprising of wild beasts at the Dan City Zoo, with reports soon following of numerous casualties resulting from encounters with these ferocious creatures. Furthermore, a week before the disappearance, a violent explosion and fire occurred in northern Dan City, lasting for 3 days, after which the city experienced a power outage, leading to the sudden disappearance of the higher management. Please replenish energy to the safe house. Phoenix's voice echoed once more. All right. I will provide it for you, Chen Xing muttered, cursing under his breath. Once the blood of the two corpses had nearly dried, he dragged them into the living room. Suddenly, a fireplace appeared on the television wall, the door swinging open. Chen Xing placed the two energy cubes inside and dragged the corpses to the fireplace. Two mechanical arms extended automatically from the side of the fireplace, cracking the bodies at strange angles before stuffing them into the opening. The door closed, and the television wall returned to its original state. This was a piece of furniture that emerged after Phoenix's renovation of the house, known as an energy recovery furnace. However, to Chen Xing, it resembled a crematory oven. Safe house, level 197-100, energy cube X2, low-grade carbon-based energy source X2 discovered, upgrade available, upgrading. Please wait. Finally, he had fed this contraption sufficiently. Chen Xing breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the sofa in the living room. When he opened his eyes again, it was already 6 in the evening, and darkness enveloped the outside world. Observing the dried bloodstains on the floor, he frowned. He intended to fetch a mop from the bathroom to clean the stains, but as he rose, a growl emanated from his stomach. Having not eaten all day, he was indeed starving. He made his way to the kitchen, rummaging through the refrigerator for a box of chicken legs and retrieving an air fryer from the cabinet. Wait, why does this air fryer feel so peculiar? Why is it so heavy? Chen Xing placed the air fryer on the countertop, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was a gene purification and fusion furnace. What on earth? Chen Xing stared blankly at the metallic air fryer, the gene purification and fusion furnace. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he swiftly glanced at his smart wristwatch. This remarkable device was the product of the integration between his home's intelligent system and the central brain of an extraterrestrial spacecraft. Not only did it possess a folding space feature, but it also allowed real-time access to the current status of his home. Safe house, level 2-100, energy, 25-100, electricity, 55, water, 50, equipment, level 1 gene purification fusion furnace X1 Phoenix. How does one operate this gene purification fusion furnace? Chen Xing inquired, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. It can purify valuable DNA segments from mutated organisms and edit them for fusion with other biological DNA. After hearing Phoenix's explanation, Chen Xing felt a surge of excitement. It seemed he had glimpsed a novel path to evolution. He tapped the interface of his wristwatch. Owner, Chen Xing, age, 28, height, 176 centimeters, weight, 70 kilograms, physical fitness, 0, 8, mental strength, 0, 8, strength, 0, 8, speed, 0, 7, agility, 0, 6, skills, none, overall rating, 0, 8, ordinary person. Please improve physical condition promptly. This was the evaluation provided by Phoenix after binding him as the host. Following the house's extraordinary capabilities, a highly qualified human typically has an overall rating of 1 point, while he merely rated 0, 8, categorizing him as an ordinary individual. Now, with this furnace at his disposal, could he embark upon the journey of evolution? Chen Xing recalled the mutated rat he had captured earlier in the basement. Although it elicited a slight feeling of disgust, he was nonetheless eager to experiment. Chapter 4. Let's get to work. Chen Xing turned and retrieved the iron cage from his backpack. The mouse inside caught the scent of blood wafting through the room and immediately became frenzied, its eyes turning a vivid red as it pounded and gnawed at the confines of the cage. Chen Xing donned gloves and steadied the cage, grasping the bald-headed dagger and slicing through the iron bars. Although it was a pity to damage the wire cage, the agitated mouse was swiftly rendered harmless, expiring on the spot without any chance to retaliate. Next, Chen Xing eviscerated the mouse, extracting its heart and discarding it into the gene extraction fusion furnace. At that moment, a syringe ejected from the opposite side of the furnace. Gritting his teeth, Chen Xing reached for it. The mechanical arm, as nimble as a snake, equipped with auxiliary lighting and a scanning system, deftly located his vein. The needle pierced, drawing blood in a seamless motion. The crimson fluid flowed through the tubing into the fusion furnace, which emitted a soft blue glow. 3 minutes later, with a chime, the furnace door sprang open, revealing a syringe inside. Chen Xing grasped the syringe, which shimmered with a bluish hue. Low-level gene editing injection liquid. He mused, "Phoenix, how is this to be administered? Is a subcutaneous injection sufficient? Will there be any adverse effects?" Chen Xing's concern was evident. The first-level gene purification fusion furnace operates primarily by excising high-value DNA segments from mutated organisms and editing them into your own DNA strand. Since the DNA backbone originates from the host, large-scale rejection reactions are unlikely post-injection. However, due to the first-level purification furnace, the purity can only reach 80, meaning there may be some impurities present. Consequently, the host body might experience mild side effects such as muscle soreness, diarrhea, or vomiting, but no life-threatening risks are anticipated. To completely eliminate rejection reactions, it is advisable to seek out additional equipment suitable for the gene purification furnace's evolution, upgrading it to enhance purity and minimize side effects. After hearing Phoenix's explanation, Chen Xing felt a weight lift from his shoulders. While some side effects were to be expected, the prospect of evolution made them seem trivial. With determination, he gazed at the syringe, hesitated no longer, and plunged the needle into his arm. As the syringe's contents infiltrated his subcutaneous tissue, a sharp pain coursed through his arm, quickly radiating throughout his entire body. His muscles began to twitch inexplicably, accompanied by the stinging sensation that persisted for a full 10 minutes. As the pain subsided, Chen Xing broke into a cold sweat. He eagerly checked his data. Speed, 0, 8. Agility, 0, 7. Skill, Level 1 Stealth 10. Overall rating, 0, 8. Average person. Please improve physical condition promptly. Goodness, those agonizing moments were undoubtedly worth it. The speed and agility have both increased by 0, 1, and most importantly, a new skill has been acquired, stealth. Chen Xing closed his eyes, as if he had suddenly grasped an entirely new way of moving. He rose onto the tips of his toes and proceeded forward, mindful that he had not removed his shoes since entering the house. He was clad in his sturdy, indestructible yellow boots. While these boots were indeed remarkable, their soles were excessively rigid, producing a loud clattering sound with each step that could not be concealed. No amount of careful maneuvering could disguise it, otherwise he would not have been discovered by the buzzcut fellow while stealthily descending from the upper floor earlier. However, this time, as his boots touched the ground, he instinctively tightened his calves while simultaneously relaxing his feet, allowing his toes to spread wide. The soles made no sound upon landing, and Chen Xing's eyes sparkled with delight. He had truly mastered silent movement. He began to accelerate, and in less than 2 seconds, he traversed from the living room to the door without a whisper. If he were to adopt the persona of a stealthy shadow, this skill would be invaluable. Although it originated from a mouse, Chen Xing felt an immense satisfaction. Observing that the skill-less progress was only at 10, he realized there was ample room for improvement. If mere mastery of 10 could enhance his speed and agility by 0, 1 points, how extraordinary would his abilities become at 100 mastery? Yet, would this skill require continual practice to enhance, or would he need to extract more DNA from mice for further advancement? Chen Xing had much to ponder. A growl from his stomach interrupted his thoughts. Never mind, he would contemplate that later. For now, he needed nourishment. The air fryer had transformed into a fusion oven, and he had lost the desire to roast chicken legs. Instead, he retrieved some bread he had hoarded from the refrigerator and set about toasting several slices for himself. While other households had already lost power, his home faced no such issues. However, as he toasted the bread, he noticed the increasingly empty refrigerator, causing him to furrow his brow in concern. Fortunately, he had always been inclined to stock up, and following the onset of the apocalypse, he had been meticulous about rationing. By controlling his daily food intake, he had managed to last this long. Otherwise, his refrigerator would have been empty by now. Yet, it had been a month since the end times began, and despite his careful planning, his supplies were dwindling. It seemed imperative to venture out tomorrow to forage for resources. As he spread the last bit of jam over his toast and took a bite, there was a sudden knock at the door. Chen Xing tensed up. Who could it be at this late hour? He quietly tiptoed to the visual intercom. While his neighbors had lost power, his home remained operational thanks to the extraterrestrial superintelligence, Phoenix. Not only could all his electronic devices function normally, but Phoenix could also infiltrate the building's electronic systems, primarily the surveillance of each floor and the electronic locks of other apartments. However, at a distance, such as outside the building or controlling large electronic systems like elevators, Phoenix's capabilities were limited, as it was currently only a level 1 safe house. Its computational power and energy were insufficient to perform more extravagant operations. However, it is precisely these fundamental security systems that enabled Chen Xing and Yu Yang's gang to evade capture time and again. Approaching the electronic access control, the screen awakened automatically. A sweet, round face appeared on the display. His neighbor, Lu Jia. What is she doing here again? Chen Xing felt a tinge of helplessness. Although he was aware of her ulterior motives, he found himself utterly defenseless against her charm. At that moment, Lu Jia was clad in sports attire. Despite its loose fit, the outfit accentuated her voluptuous curves. With a mere glance, Chen Xing recognized that she had deliberately chosen this ensemble. It was alluring yet tasteful, imbued with subtle hints of temptation that quickened his pulse and ignited a fire within him. It was not entirely his fault to be captivated by her beauty. After all, who could resist such a woman? Especially a man like him, who had been single for more than a year, yearning for companionship. The striking figure of this alluring woman was undeniably potent. Chapter 5. The young woman, Lu Jia, knocked nervously on Chen Xing's door, her face flushed with embarrassment. Chen Xing, are you home? She had witnessed the altercation that had just unfolded in his apartment through the peephole. It had been a month since the onset of the apocalypse, and murder and robbery had become commonplace in their neighborhood. Lu Jia had grown accustomed to the grim realities, but her faith in Chen Xing's character far outweighed her concern for those who had perished. As there was no response from Chen Xing, her anxiety deepened. She frequently glanced towards the fire exit in the stairwell, clearly apprehensive about someone unexpectedly emerging. Since the descent into anarchy, Yu Yang and his gang had established a reign of terror, committing heinous acts with alarming regularity. In this building, few attractive women had escaped their lewd advances, and countless others had suffered at their hands. Lu Jia, possessing notable beauty, had become a prime target for Yu Yang's group. However, she had managed to avoid them by skillfully evading their attention, thus preserving her safety, at least for the time being. Little brother, I know you're home. Do you have any extra food at home? Damn it, I knew it, Chen Xing sighed, pressing the button on the intercom. The camera view shifted to the overhead lens in the hallway, pivoting just in time to capture the dismal figure of the woman's husband standing despondently at their door. How infuriating. This woman has come to borrow food more than once, he thought. Initially, Chen Xing, being kind-hearted, had offered her a loaf of bread, but now she was back for more. He had no desire to open the door, especially upon seeing her husband's woeful expression. Before the apocalypse, this man had been a minor leader in some organization, exuding arrogance whenever they crossed paths. He had never deigned to acknowledge Chen Xing, leaving a lasting negative impression. Now, even in these dire circumstances, the man was fully capable and robust, yet he depended on his wife for sustenance, a true embodiment of a leech. Chen Xing cursed under his breath, preparing to urge the woman to return home swiftly. Suddenly, his expression changed, as he heard a flurry of vigorous footsteps echoing in the corridor. The visual intercom revealed the female neighbor's face turning pale as she sprinted towards her door. Just as she reached it, her ineffectual husband slammed it shut with a thud. Unbelievable. Chen Xing stared in disbelief, incredulous at the man's cowardice. The camera automatically shifted to the stairwell on the 31st floor, revealing Yu Yang leading a posse, armed with knives, guns, and clubs, charging upwards. Yu Yang, though not tall, possessed a robust physique. In the frigid weather, he wore nothing but a sleeveless vest, showcasing his bulging muscles, clearly a testament to his rigorous training. His short legs belied his impressive agility, allowing him to leap up 4 stairs at a time, ascending several flights without even breaking a sweat. Witnessing this scene, Chen Xing felt his pupils constrict. This man was either trained or, perhaps even mutated. Chen Xing recalled what Phoenix had mentioned to him previously. As the energy cube diffused through the air across the globe, both humans and animals inhaled it, leading to mutations. At that moment, the female neighbor was in a state of utter panic, frantically pounding on her own door. Open the door, quickly, she implored, her eyes wide with fear as she cast a desperate glance towards the fire exit in the stairwell. This fire door was not locked, and it could not possibly obstruct Yu Yang and his gang. However, silence reigned within her home, leaving Lu Jia utterly bewildered. Yu Yang had long cast his lustful gaze upon her, Every time he came to collect the management fees, he never sent his subordinates, always coming alone. Each encounter, through the narrow crack of the door, his fiery gaze burned into her. Now, hearing footsteps echoing in the stairwell, Lu Jia knew it must be Yu Yang and his crew. After all, at such a late hour, no one else dared to run rampant in the stairwell. Hurry! Open the door! Suddenly, the fire door was crashed open, and Yu Yang appeared at the entrance of the stairwell, flanked by a throng of his underlings. Well, who do we have here? Is this not the lovely lady from old Zhang's household? Haha, what a situation. Has your pathetic husband cast you out? Yu Yang exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he leered at Lu Jia, nearly drooling. He had just returned from a wild outing, having heard that one of his subordinates was killed on the 32nd floor. Enraged, he had come seeking vengeance, only to stumble upon this unexpected delight. He had long coveted this woman, and today, she was laid bare before him like a ripe peach. Haha, boss, this is a fine treat. You go first. And once you're done, let the brothers have a taste too. Not just Yu Yang, but the gang behind him regarded Lu Jia with the same ravenous hunger. Their faces twisted in lewd grins. Lu Jia, terrified, stumbled backward, inadvertently retreating to Chen Xing's door. Stay back, please, she stammered, trembling against the door. Haha, little lady, scream all you want. The louder you cry, the more excited we become. Even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come. Just then, the door behind Lu Jia burst open. A crossbow bolt whizzed past her ear, striking the flushed face of one of the thugs. He fell to the ground. Speechless, Chen Xing swiftly pulled Lu Jia inside, his blood still warm with urgency. As he closed the door, a loud crash resounded. The sound of someone smashing against it from the outside. The steel security door remained intact, but the frame trembled, dust cascading down. Damn it, Chen Xing, come out. I'll kill you, roared Yu Yang from outside, furious at the loss of his prey, having seen Chen Xing eliminate one of his men right before his eyes. How could this possibly prevent Yu Yang from going mad? In a fit of rage, Yu Yang brandished the axe in his hand and began to strike the door with frenzied force. Chen Xing, watching the door reverberate with each blow, felt a twinge of anxiety. Through the entrance, he observed Yu Yang outside, his muscles bulging like a miniature green giant. What on earth has this beast consumed recently? Such strength is utterly terrifying. He must have undergone some mutation. But without a gene fusion chamber, how could he have transformed? Could it be that he inhaled more of the energy cubic air than others? Or perhaps he has feasted upon the flesh of those mutated beasts. As the food supplies dwindled, hunting wild beasts had become a commonplace occurrence. Even in their community's underground market, there were vendors openly selling the meat of mutated creatures. However, Chen Xing had heard that this mutated meat was notoriously unpalatable. Moreover, consuming it frequently led to symptoms such as diarrhea and fever. Hence, most people refrained from trying it lightly. Yet, this Yu Yang. Chapter 6. The man named Yu Yang was once the head of security at the Yufu Guanshanxi community. When Chen Xing first moved in, he had crossed paths with him on several occasions. At that time, as his home was being renovated, the vehicles from the construction company frequently needed to transport materials in and out of the community. However, Yu Yang made things difficult, often demanding bribes in the form of fuel, cigarettes, and water. Moreover, he was a notorious sand tyrant. All the sand used for the renovations in the entire community had to be procured through him. If one attempted to purchase it from anyone else, entry through the community's gates was simply denied. This led to significant discord between Chen Xing and him. Complaints to the property management proved futile, and it was only after involving the police that Yu Yang finally behaved himself. From that point forward, a bitter enmity was established between them, with Yu Yang repeatedly seeking to make Chen Xing's life miserable. However, Chen Xing had been seething with indignation ever since. To his astonishment, once the apocalypse began, this man formed a gang and became a tyrant within the community. Chen Xing, come out here. I'll make you regret it, Yu Yang yelled, furiously hacking at the security door. Chen Xing, watching from within, saw Yu Yang furiously wielding his axe against the door. In less than a minute, he had struck it 18 times. The fire axe was becoming dull, yet there was no sign of fatigue from him. With each swing, Lu Jia, who was crouched by the door, trembled in fear, seemingly terrified to the point of losing her composure. However, Chen Xing had no time to concern himself with the beautiful young woman. His focus was entirely on the security door. It must not be breached. The apartment was a fortified safe house, reinforced beyond the original 3-tier security door provided by the developer. Otherwise, Yu Yang would have surely forced his way in. Miraculously, Chen Xing's door remained intact, though Yu Yang's fire axe finally succumbed to the relentless assault, breaking with a sharp crack on the 20th swing. Only then did Yu Yang pause. Yet, even so, he did not break a sweat. This man must have consumed the flesh of a rabid beast. Chen Xing could not fathom how this man possessed such extraordinary stamina. while others experienced various adverse reactions from consuming mutated beast meat. Yu Yang's digestive system was undoubtedly unlike any other. It was impossible for him to have become so robust otherwise. Chen Xing was convinced that he had undergone some form of mutation. What was so peculiar about this door? Yu Yang stared at the entrance to Chen Xing's home, fully aware of both his own strength and the capabilities of the community's security measures. Shortly after he formed his gang, he had forcibly broken into the door of a third-floor apartment when the residents failed to pay their management fees, slaughtering the entire family of 5. Since then, apart from the scoundrel Chen Xing in Unit 3201, no one dared to oppose him. So this bastard has some backing after all, Yu Yang thought. But wait, he had never seen Chen Xing replace his door during the renovations. How could it be so sturdy? Puzzled, Yu Yang pondered, while a few of his lackeys approached him, whispering amongst themselves. After listening to Yu Yang, he suddenly felt it made sense and quickly waved his hand, prompting the others to rush downstairs. Chen Xing's heart sank. He realized they were undoubtedly looking for tools. Resolutely, he seized the moment when Yu Yang was distracted at his doorstep and abruptly flung open the door, releasing an arrow. One of Yu Yang's companions finally cried out just before meeting his demise. How dare you open the door? Yu Yang bellowed angrily as he lunged forward. But Chen Xing raised his hand and let another arrow fly. Yu Yang instinctively blocked it, only for the arrow to pierce through his palm. My hand. Despite the excruciating pain, Yu Yang, seasoned in battle, gritted his teeth and pressed on. He aimed to close the distance to Chen Xing, believing that once he got close enough, victory would be his. In close combat, he had absolute confidence. However, Chen Xing unexpectedly discarded the crossbow in his hand, swiftly retrieving a hand crossbow instead. Yu Yang, fortunately quick on his feet, dove to the ground and rolled. A white flash whizzed past his ear, severing part of his earlobe. Enduring the intense pain, Yu Yang darted into the corner of the porch. Meanwhile, his other companions scrambled in a frenzy, some hiding behind the corner while others dove into the stairwell. At last, Chen Xing had seized control of the entrance. Damn it, come at me. I'll shoot you dead. 1 comes, I shoot 1. 2 come, I shoot a pair. If you're not afraid of death, come on. Chen Xing shouted loudly from the doorway, bolstering his own courage. He understood that these thugs thrived on weakness. The softer you were, the more they bullied you. Conversely, the tougher you were, the more they feared you. And in these chaotic times, as resources dwindled, disorder would only escalate. Rather than wait to be harassed daily, it was better to strike first, inflict pain, and instill fear in them. Calm down, Chen Xing. Don't be reckless. Brothers, don't be afraid. At that moment, several of Yu Yang's subordinates had just emerged from the entrance, ready for confrontation. Among them was one particularly clad in an oversized military coat and wearing a motorcycle helmet, resembling a tightly wrapped dumpling. Old Lu has finally returned. Let us go. We'll take him down. Seeing this figure, Yu Yang's face lit up. He pushed this individual out from the corner of the stairwell. The one being pushed out crouched behind the large pot lid that shielded much of his body. As he sprang forth, Chen Xing instinctively shot an arrow. Clang! The arrow struck the pot lid perfectly. He had no more arrows. Don't wait for him to reload. Brothers, charge! Yu Yang shouted from behind the corner, and the remaining thugs leapt out. However, as they jumped into view, they sensed something was amiss when they noticed Chen Xing, several meters away, grinning. In his hand, he mysteriously wielded a Molotov cocktail. Enjoy a taste of my Molotov cocktail. With a resounding bang, a Molotov cocktail was tossed at the feet of several individuals, the sparks igniting them instantaneously. A chorus of anguished cries echoed through the corridor. Quickly to the sky bridge, jump down. The snow below will extinguish the flames. Yu Yang shouted hoarsely at his subordinates. The flaming torches collided chaotically as they made their way to the sky bridge, and without hesitation, they leaped off. A few seconds later, a dull thud reverberated from outside the building as bodies hit the ground. Despite the recent heavy snowfall blanketing the ground in half a meter of snow, this was the 32nd floor. Jumping from such a height would surely extinguish the flames, but it would also spell doom for the individuals. Come on, come to me. Chen Xing bellowed from the entrance, cursing loudly. Having successfully repelled the enemy's assaults, his confidence surged. As the saying goes, a single strike can prevent 100 blows. Meanwhile, Yu Yang and his group had completely lost their nerve. No one dared to face him head-on any longer. Chapter 7 Chen Xing, do not be so arrogant. Wait until the day you fall into my hands. I will make you experience what it means to wish for life, yet be unable to live, and to wish for death, yet be unable to die. Yu Yang shouted angrily from around the corner. Even in this situation, you still refuse to leave. It seems you wish to engage in a war of attrition with me, Chen Xing thought, his mind racing. since this man dared not show his face and only resorted to hiding behind the wall to trade insults. It was time to let him experience the power of his own words. Yu Yang, if you truly have the courage, come out and face me in a duel. What is it to send your subordinates to their doom? Yu Yang's lackeys, what time is it now? In this bleak winter, whose life is not precious. You were merely a security captain before, and now the government is utterly gone. Who still cares for your worthless title? Why do you continue to listen to him? Can he guarantee that you will always have enough to eat? You sacrifice your lives to storm my door, yet he does not lead the charge. In the end, are you not the first to perish? What are you hoping for? I openly declare to you today, I possess several crossbows and a considerable amount of gasoline. Those of you who are not afraid of death, come. If you truly provoke me, I will set this entire building ablaze. None of us shall survive. As Chen Xing unleashed a torrent of curses, Yu Yang's face grew increasingly furious, especially upon witnessing the changing expressions of his subordinates. No, I cannot waste time here any longer. If this continues, my men will be swayed by his provocations, Yu Yang thought, frustration mounting. This bastard is too cunning. I cannot confront him head-on. I must devise a plan. We need to retreat and save old Lu and the others. Yu Yang shouted to his subordinates, whose faces reflected a variety of emotions, and then turned to dash into the stairwell, with several subordinates following suit. Before long, the once tumultuous corridor fell into silence. Chen Xing let out a sigh of relief as he closed the door. For now, this crisis had been averted. However, it was clear that Yu Yang and his crew would not relent. He needed to think of a strategy. As Chen Xing pondered, he glanced at the backpack behind him. Another liter of gasoline had dwindled. Ever since the apocalypse began, he had painstakingly gathered around 40 liters. He had even considered fleeing in the car when his home became untenable. But for now, securing his stronghold was paramount. Just as he intended to return to the living room, he stumbled over something at his feet, only then noticing Lu Jia squatting at the entrance, changing her shoes. The expression on this young woman's face was one of utter desolation. Once a high-ranking civil servant before the apocalypse, what was she now? Her identity and status had become mere phantoms. She was now nothing at all, instead becoming prey for everyone to covet. Reflecting on her husband's recent behavior, Chen Xing sighed. All the beautiful things she had possessed before the apocalypse had likely just shattered. All right, Jia, I've already scared them away. You should head back now, Chen Xing said, giving Lu Jia a playful kick. To his surprise, even a gentle nudge revealed her remarkable resilience. It seemed she had not been entirely truthful. If her household had truly been deprived of sustenance for so long, she ought to have grown thin. Yet, her current figure belied any signs of malnourishment. Was she merely feigning poverty? Chen Xing could not help but frown at the thought, recalling that he had even given her a bag of bread. The people outside are gone, Lu Jia. You should return now. His tone had turned icy. At that moment, Lu Jia appeared to regain her composure. She suddenly clung to Chen Xing's leg, bursting into tears. Chen Xing, please let me stay a little longer. I don't want to go back. Whoa, I couldn't borrow any food, and Zhang Qiaoming will surely hit me. Zhang Qiaoming was Lu Jia's unfortunate husband. What does his beating have to do with me? That's a matter between the two of you. You must resolve it yourselves. Though Chen Xing found her tears somewhat exasperating, he did not immediately push her away, especially as he felt the unexpected allure emanating from her. At 28, and having been single since breaking up with his girlfriend a year prior, he was hardly immune to temptation. Chen Xing, please help me. I can assist you with chores, she implored, as if a sudden thought had struck her. Looking up at him with hopeful eyes, Chen Xing's gaze inadvertently fell upon the wide-open neckline of her sportswear, eliciting a swallow from him. Lu Jia, too, sensed the intensity of his gaze, causing her cheeks to flush. Lowering her head, she noticed the bloodstains scattered across the floor. I can help you clean that up. Rising, she fetched 2 cloths from the restroom and set to work, diligently wiping away the remnants of the 2 corpses Chen Xing had dragged earlier. Remarkably, she worked with fervor, and within half an hour, the floor was spotless. Chen Xing, I've cleaned the room for you, she announced. Well, never mind. It was evident that she would not leave without securing food, and Chen Xing dared not keep her too long. He had no desire to become a scoundrel like Yu Yang and his ilk, at least, not yet. After all, his abode harbored secrets that must remain concealed from outsiders, particularly the existence of Feng Wan. Please tidy the porch as well, and I will give you 2 slices of bread. Chen Xing pulled out 2 slices of bread, hoping to hasten her departure. Upon catching sight of the bread in his hand, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. All right, I'll do it right away. Moments later, the once bloodied and charred porch was left immaculate by her efforts. As for the 2 lifeless bodies of the Kara that he had dispatched in the foyer, Chen Xing naturally did not let them go to waste. He dragged them back to offer them to the Phoenix. Safe house, level 2 for 100. Energy, 5100, electricity, 60, water, 60, equipment, level 1 gene purification fusion furnace X1, observing the rise in the water and electricity levels of the safe house. Chen Xing felt that this endeavor was not in vain. Yet, what was the purpose of this energy in the safe house? Never mind. I shall not dwell on this for now. I almost forgot to organize the gains from today. Chen Xing made his way to the small bedroom on the north side. This room had once served as his study, but now it had transformed into the equipment room of the house. The entire eastern wall was lined with shelves resembling racks. In reality, this was the energy storage of the house. Chen Xing raised his wristwatch, aimed it at the vacant compartments of the energy storage, and clicked to release. In a flash of white light, the 8 vehicle batteries he had collected today materialized in the compartments. However, the shape and specifications of the batteries were entirely different from the original large vehicle batteries. The new batteries had automatically resized to fit the dimensions of the shelves. Placing them into the compartments of the energy storage, they fit perfectly. Chen Xing was also uncertain about how the Phoenix managed this, including the functionality of his watch, which could store objects of various shapes. This must all stem from advanced extraterrestrial technology, likely connected to quantum mechanics. Chapter 8. A few mechanical arms extended from the side of the shelf, connecting various colored wires to the batteries. Chen Xing glanced down at his wristwatch. Safe house, level 2 10-100, electricity, 70. The energy at home had increased by 10, which also raised the safety index of the safe house by 6 points, bringing it to 10-100. Remarkably, this surpassed the scores of the sacrifice energy cube and the low-tier carbon-based energy source. Chen Xing felt he had stumbled upon a new avenue for upgrading his dwelling. Initially, he considered releasing a canister of gasoline, but after some contemplation, he decided to keep it with him, as it might prove useful at any moment, be it as fuel for his vehicle, kindling, or even for crafting incendiary bottles. Ultimately, it was a matter of self-preservation. So after much deliberation, he refrained from retrieving the fuel canister. He then turned towards the bathroom, intending to wash the soiled clothes from the day. Ever since his home merged with the Phoenix, many configurations and systems had undergone significant transformations. For instance, the original electric water heater had been replaced by a large water storage tank. Currently, all the water he utilized came from this reservoir. According to the Phoenix's explanation, the tank now had a capacity of 800 liters, more than sufficient for his daily needs. As for the source of the water, the Phoenix had converted the air conditioning system into a filtration unit, capable not only of purifying the air, but also of capturing moisture from the atmosphere, which ultimately transformed into fresh water stored within the tank. To Chen Xing's eyes, the tank resembled the size of his former water heater. Logically, water is incompressible, yet he could not fathom how a capacity of 80 liters could accommodate 800 liters of water. It must be due to the principles of quantum mechanics. Nevertheless, this 800 liters was indeed ample for his singular use. Chen Xing intended to wash his clothes first and then enjoy a hot shower. After a day of combat, his garments were in a deplorable state. Despite their filthiness, he hesitated to discard them. In this post-apocalyptic era, where clothing was no longer replaced annually, he had to be frugal with his attire. However, upon arriving at the washing machine, he was taken aback. His washing machine had also undergone a mutation. What was once a simple appliance had now transformed into a protective gear processing center. Chen Xing quickly pulled out the housing panel to take a look. Safe house, level 2 10-100, energy, 50-100, electricity, 70, water, 60, equipment, level 1 gene purification fusion furnace X1. Level 1 protective gear processing center X1. He had been so preoccupied with the electricity status that he had completely overlooked the equipment listed below. It seemed that the 6-point increase in the safety house had also prompted the evolution of the equipment within. Chen Xing gazed again at the washing protective gear processing center before him. The device is roughly the size of a washing machine, albeit with an additional control panel atop its surface. How does the Phoenix protective gear processing center operate? One can place various raw materials into the processing center and select the desired protective gear. The center will automatically craft it according to the materials and your specifications. The response from Phoenix was succinct. Chen Xing, overwhelmed with elation, immediately approached the control panel, where several options appeared: protective suits, tactical boots. Without hesitation, Chen Xing clicked on tactical boots. No one understood better than him the significance of a quality pair of tactical boots in such a post-apocalyptic world. Although his large yellow boots served him well, they were ultimately work shoes. Their shortcomings were glaringly apparent, particularly in the frigid weather, as the soles were excessively rigid. Not only did they pinch his feet, but they also posed a risk of slipping while walking. Most critically, they made considerable noise, thwarting any attempts at stealth. Furthermore, while the boots offered adequate protection for the feet, they fell short in safeguarding the knees and ankles during vigorous activity. Hence, Chen Xing was in dire need of a pair of tactical boots. Upon selecting tactical boots, he soon discovered the option for Danner Tachyon tactical boots, an item he had longed for. He had cherished them even before the apocalypse, though their price was daunting. Counterfeit versions cost around 700 to 800, while authentic ones approached 2,000. He had never been able to justify the expense. Upon clicking on the Danner Tachyon tactical boots, he was met with the following prompt. Required materials: 200 grams of leather, 300 grams of rubber, fabric. Chen Xing furrowed his brow, pondering where he might procure such materials. Suddenly, he glanced at his yellow boots, and an idea struck him. Removing the boots, he tossed them directly into the processing center. Required materials: 100 grams of leather. Remarkably, it appeared feasible. Yet, it seemed the leather from the boots was insufficient. What to do? A sudden thought crossed his mind, and he turned toward the kitchen sink. Grasping the lifeless mouse, he proceeded to skin it. A few minutes later, he returned to the bathroom, placing the mouse skin into the protective gear processing center. Material collection complete. Synthesizing. Please wait. 15 minutes later. Synthesis complete. Please retrieve the new shoes. Chen Xing's face lit up with joy as he opened the processing center. Before him lay a brand new pair of Danner Tachyon tactical boots, still emanating warmth. Overjoyed, he hurriedly donned them, reveling in the soft, cushioned feel that contrasted sharply with the rigidity of his former yellow boots. With such soles, traversing long distances would no longer be a burden. The soft midsole effectively absorbed the impact of running and jumping, safeguarding his knees. The heel area was designed with remarkable consideration, ensuring no chafing occurred. Additionally, the high-top design reduced the risk of ankle sprains, while the boots remained lightweight, durable, and protective. Most importantly, these shoes complemented his stealth skills perfectly. Clad in these boots, he activated his stealth abilities, moving with an unprecedented silence. This revelation filled Chen Xing with immense delight. With this pair of shoes, he could undoubtedly relax and embrace his role as an old sixth. Eagerly, he donned his new footwear and hastily tossed his denim jacket along with another leather jacket into the processing center. He then activated the panel and began selecting the protective gear he wished to synthesize. In a post-apocalyptic world, possessing a high defense coat was of paramount importance. This time, he not only included 2 garments, but also several large sheets of iron. Half an hour later, the processing center opened. Chen Xing retrieved a brand new leather armor from within. The garment was quite heavy, styled like a hunting jacket, with thin iron plates embedded in its layers. Although it weighed a considerable amount, when weighed against the potential to save his life at a critical moment, this burden was negligible. With both clothing and shoes secured, he naturally sought a pair of high-defense trousers. Without hesitation, Chen Xing cast several pairs of jeans into the processing center. Suddenly, a prompt echoed. Insufficient energy for the shelter. Please replenish energy soon. Chen Xing quickly pulled up the panel to check. Safe house. Level 2 10-100 energy, 10-100. To his astonishment, it turned out that this energy was indeed intended for such purposes. Chapter 9 at last, Chen Xing comprehended the utility of energy. That night, as he lay in bed, sleep eluded him. Gradually, he had begun to grasp the correct evolutionary pattern for the safe house. If he wished to thrive in this apocalyptic world, he must continuously upgrade the safe house. Presently, it seemed that the most suitable resource for the safe house was undoubtedly the power batteries. But where nearby could he procure such batteries? The underground garage of his community was likely devoid of them. As for the neighboring communities, they were not worth considering. Each was claimed by its own inhabitants. Perhaps there were tyrants like Yu Yang lurking there. If he ventured out, it would be akin to courting death. Where could he search instead? A sudden thought struck him. There must be a place nearby. Chen Xing sprang up and retrieved the city map from his home, issued by his workplace during last year's Danzhou Marathon. On the map, he quickly located the Liuhe bus terminal. This terminal served as the starting point for Bus 530, a route he frequently took during his commutes. He had often transferred at this terminal, thus it left a profound impression on him. Most of Danzhou's buses had been converted to electric vehicles. During his previous transfers at Liuhe bus terminal, he had witnessed numerous buses charging there. The power batteries of those buses were significantly larger than those of domestic cars. Moreover, earlier this year, as countries worldwide sought to control the spread of the virus, cities had begun to impose lockdowns. Consequently, those buses were rendered inactive and stored away. The following day, at 10 in the morning, Chen Xing stood before his floor-to-ceiling window, observing the figures flitting in and out of the nearby buildings. These individuals were either running low on supplies at home or braving the cold to seek resources. Before long, he spotted Yu Yang and his gang exiting the community, heading towards the mountain park situated about 2 kilometers ahead. In the past few years, Two small hills had been transformed into a mountain park, and due to effective ecological preservation, the hills were lush with vegetation. They had become the most suitable area for novices in this new world. Even if they could not gather wild vegetables, they could still collect sufficient firewood to keep warm. It was indeed a commendable destination. Although Yu Yang's group had established dominance in the community, they were not entirely devoid of food. However, firewood was still a pressing need. After all, this city had previously relied on centralized heating, yet the heating had ceased for over a month. In May, Danzhou was still experiencing snowfall, which had been intermittent for an entire month. Before the power and internet outages, someone had mentioned online that the world might soon enter an ice age lasting several decades. Thus, venturing out to seek fuel and stockpiling firewood was an exceedingly prudent decision, as no one could predict how long this winter would last. In their community, aside from food, the most precious resource was firewood. Observing that the majority of Yu Yang's gang had left the community, Chen Xing hastily closed the iron shutters at his window. Following the upgrade of the safe house, these protective panels could now be operated electronically. Unlike before, there was a need for human intervention to operate the switch. Chen Xing arrived at the door, donned the leather armor he acquired just yesterday. Along with his Dana tactical boots, he meticulously arranged his backpack, packing provisions for 3 days, along with crossbow bolts and a dagger. Lastly, he secured his recently unearthed cycling helmet before stepping outside. Prior to his departure, he infiltrated the building's crucial surveillance cameras through Phoenix. The entrance to his hallway was relatively secure, while the ground floor was guarded by Yu Yang's subordinates, who scrutinized anyone entering or exiting the building. Any returning hunters were required to pay a tax here. Those scoundrels would eventually meet their demise. Chen Xing reluctantly ascended to the 3rd floor, where the residents on the right had been annihilated by Yu Yang's gang. The apartment now lay vacant, while the room on the left had remained unsold and unoccupied. All doors in the community were equipped with security doors and electronic locks provided by the developer. Under normal circumstances, these locks could not be opened during a power outage. However, with Phoenix's assistance, unlocking was entirely feasible. Entering the room, Chen Xing approached the window, opened it, and deployed a mechanical arm. He drew a rope from the pulley beneath the arm, securing it around his waist before descending to the ground outside. This method allowed him to evade the disturbances caused by Yu Yang's gang. On his return, he would simply send a message to Phoenix, who would remotely control the mechanical arm to open the window and lower the rope for him. The reason he avoided using his own rope was due to his acrophobia. Despite Phoenix's repeated reassurances of his safety, he could not muster the courage. After all, he was not a superhero and lacked professional training. A mere glance down from the 30-some floors would leave him dizzy, let alone attempting to rappel down. Thus, the 3rd floor felt considerably safer. Today, the sky was adorned with heavy snowflakes, resulting in low visibility. Consequently, no one noticed his departure. Rather than using the main entrance, Chen Xing scaled the northern wall of the community. Following the road outside the community for a kilometer, he ensured the area was clear before retrieving a bicycle from his wristwatch. This bike, scavenged from the basement, was of unknown ownership, but it was now his. He pedaled along the path for several kilometers before turning onto a mountain road. Danzhou, a coastal city characterized by hilly terrain, features numerous inclines and declines throughout the city. Though the slopes were not steep, cycling in such heavy snowfall proved to be quite perilous. What would typically be a mere 5-kilometer journey took Chen Xing over 2 hours to complete. The Liuhe bus terminal was situated in a valley along Liuhe Road, which traversed the southern peak of the mountain. Familiar with this bus stop from his previous commutes on the 530 bus, he recalled that it had once served as a maintenance depot for diesel and natural gas buses. Recently, with the transition to electric buses, the terminal had undergone renovations, incorporating numerous large charging stations adorned with solar panels. Arriving at the entrance of the bus terminal, Chen Xing cast a glance at the tightly closed electric gate. He then found a low wall and climbed into the courtyard. Since the beginning of this year, the Qin state had imposed a lockdown. Consequently, the buses ceased operation, and the drivers returned home for a break. Naturally, the bus station was devoid of any passengers. Upon entering the expansive courtyard, one could see a row of brand new buses parked beneath the charging shelter at the center. Chen Xing, feeling a surge of excitement, quickly made his way towards the buses. Soon, he arrived in front of them and attempted to push open a door, but it wouldn't budge. Undeterred, Chen Xing turned and approached the control room of the terminal, smashing open a window to enter. Before long, he discovered the keys to the buses in a cabinet by the wall. However, just as he was about to retrieve the battery, a sudden thought struck him. He passed through the back door of the control room, arriving at the maintenance workshop behind. Chapter 10. Due to the frequent use of buses, the daily maintenance is typically conducted by the fleet itself. In the maintenance workshop, 2 buses were stationed. The vehicles were disassembled and in disarray, indicating they were undergoing servicing. Upon sighting the two buses, Chen Xing felt a surge of excitement. He decided to remove the batteries from these buses first. However, as he approached, a chill ran down his spine. On the ground, he noticed a trail of bloodstains. What on earth happened here? Was someone present? No. It appeared that someone had been harmed. I thought so. In such a large bus station, how could there be no one on duty? Even in this state of anarchy, there should be someone stationed here, right? Chen Xing slowed his pace and casually drew a crossbow from behind him. Just as he was about to reach the bus door, a shadow suddenly leaped out. He swiftly aimed and released an arrow. There was a shriek, and a rat the size of a cat was pinned to the ground. Just as he had slain one, a rustling sound filled the maintenance workshop. When Chen Xing looked up, his scalp tingled with dread. Countless gray rats suddenly emerged from every corner of the workshop, each as large as a domestic feline. As he contemplated fleeing, he turned, only to discover that the entrance he had come through was now blocked by the swarming rats. It was over. He was surrounded. Among them, the largest rat stood upright and let out a loud squeak. Instantly, the others surged toward Chen Xing like a frenzied horde. He had no time to think and dashed to the bus door. He leapt up and swiftly shut the glass door behind him. Thud! The three fastest rats collided with the glass door. Thankfully, the door held firm and did not shatter. Yet, Chen Xing was still so startled that he fell to the ground. What was so uncomfortable? As he reached down to investigate, he leapt up in fright. He had touched a skeletal hand. Looking closer, he saw a completely gnawed skeleton lying in the aisle of the bus. This must have been one of the station's remaining staff members. However, it seemed he had not been fortunate, having met his demise at the hands of the rat swarm. Chen Xing placed the skeletal hand back beside the bones and offered a respectful bow to the remains. My apologies. After paying his respects, he turned to inspect the bus's doors and windows. Fortunately, they were all closed. Despite the rats' relentless banging against the doors and windows, they could not break through just yet. Although these mutated rats had gained considerable strength, it would still take more than that to breach the bus's defenses. However, while they could not enter, it appeared he was also trapped inside. After surveying the surroundings, Chen Xing glanced back at the rats outside. After numerous futile attempts to breach the doors and windows, the mice began to gather beneath the vehicle, seemingly in search of a weakness in its frame. However, this was an electric car, powered solely by an electric motor and battery, devoid of the engines and pipes that once provided an avenue for such intrusions in diesel or gas vehicles. Observing this, Chen Xing felt a wave of relief wash over him. The mice scoured the undercarriage in vain before retreating from beneath the car. The previously brazen large rat leaped onto a nearby box, emitting a series of sharp squeaks. The other rodents formed a tight circle not far from the bus, showing no signs of retreat. Their demeanor suggested a confrontation with Chen Xing. He felt a throbbing in his temples. How could these mice exhibit such audacity? It was well known that before the apocalypse, these creatures were profoundly fearful of humans. Particularly, the large rat appeared almost intelligent. It must be the king of this rodent horde. Chen Xing fixed his gaze on the rat, which met his stare with an air of fearless mockery. Infuriated, he could hardly believe he was being scorned by a rat. Yet, at that moment, he felt powerless against them, unable to take action against the rodents. Chen Xing began to assess his supplies. He had brought some provisions, but they would last only 3 days. If the mice remained, he would be at their mercy. He needed a plan. His watch contained a canister of gasoline, but could he truly rely on it to burn his way out? He stroked his chin, contemplating the feasibility of this scheme. Just then, a resounding thud echoed from the entrance of the maintenance workshop. The flimsy metal door was suddenly breached by a dark creature that crashed through, charging directly at the rodent swarm. Upon closer inspection, Chen Xing realized it was a wild boar. The boar, completely ebony in color with bristly hair resembling steel needles, barreled through the mice, sending some flying and crushing others beneath its weight. Any mouse brave enough to obstruct its path was dispatched with a swift turn of its head, its formidable tusks tearing through flesh. The rodent horde quickly scattered in fear, while the wild boar relentlessly pursued one particular mouse. Upon closer scrutiny, Chen Xing recognized the target as the previously arrogant Rat King. Though it had exhibited dominance moments ago, it was now reduced to a mere fledgling before the fearsome wild boar, which chased it in a frenzied manner. An idea sparked in Chen Xing's mind. Oh, the wretched rodents, your day of reckoning has come. He quietly lowered the car window, raised his crossbow, and took aim. With a swift whoosh, he released the arrow, catching the Rat King off guard. The arrow pierced through its midsection. The Rat King let out a piercing shriek, and upon witnessing their leader's injury, the surrounding mice rushed in a frantic attempt to save it. Yet, compared to the wild boar, they were no more than fragile beings. It barreled through, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. In an instant, the wild boar trampled and killed, leaving a gruesome scene in its wake. The Rat King, witnessing the devastating loss of its offspring and descendants, let out a mournful cry, with eyes aflame with rage. It dragged its battered body toward the bus where Chen Xing was situated. With a resounding thud, the Rat King collided violently with the iron plate at the bus door, its skull shattering upon impact. The approaching wild boar, undeterred, began to feast upon the Rat King's lifeless form, devouring its head in the first bite. Meanwhile, Chen Xing cowered within the vehicle, trembling in fear, too terrified to utter a sound. This wretched creature had indeed acquired a semblance of intelligence, even attempting to drag him down with it in its final moments. He fervently hoped that the wild boar had not detected his presence. Yet, it soon became apparent to Chen Xing that his optimism was misplaced, as the boar swiftly turned and charged at the bus door. Chapter 11. With a resounding crash, the bus shuddered as it was struck by the wild boar. I cursed under my breath. There was no evading this menace. Chen Xing, too, was incensed. He ceased his attempts to hide and rose to peer outside. The boar, having lifted its head, caught sight of him and grinned menacingly, as if it had been aware of his presence all along. Damn it, this boar had become cunning. With another thunderous impact, I was relieved to see that the bus door was indeed sturdy enough to withstand the assault. The boar's repeated attempts failed to breach it. Not foolish. The creature retreated momentarily, choosing instead to feast on the remains of other unfortunate rodents scattered about. Although the wild boar had ceased its relentless assault, Chen Xing understood that such a mutated beast would not spare him. Its temporary retreat was merely a strategic pause to gather strength for the next onslaught. Urgent action was required before it charged again. Suddenly, with a loud clang, Chen Xing kicked over an oil drum. Upon inspection, he discovered it contained lubricating oil. Despite the bus being converted to electric, many components still required lubrication. Clearly, this barrel had been brought by a deceased worker. A closer examination revealed not just one, but another barrel of diesel nearby. An idea sparked in Chen Xing's mind. He hurried to the rear of the driver's seat, where the bus's battery pack was located. With deftness, he retrieved his tools and soon stripped away the outer covering of the battery pack, revealing several lithium batteries. He removed one battery and rummaged through the driver's compartment for a towel. Wrapping the battery in the towel, he opened the diesel barrel and soaked the bundle thoroughly. Once saturated, he dipped it into the lubricating oil barrel for an additional coating. Now, the entire package resembled a sticky, tar-like brick. He casually tossed it onto a seat, where it adhered firmly with a satisfying thud. It was indeed effective. Before the apocalypse, Chen Xing had dabbled in military lore. He recalled a film where soldiers fashioned explosives by wrapping C4 in socks and soaking them in oil, creating makeshift sticky bombs capable of severing tank treads. Little did he know he would find himself implementing such tactics in reality. Fortune favored him, for the film's creators had not deceived him. He fashioned 2 sticky bombs and approached the bus window. By this time, the wild boar had consumed most of the rodent remains, appearing to regain its vigor. It retreated to the entrance of the maintenance workshop, then fixed its gaze on the bus and charged forward. At that moment, Chen Xing opened the bus window, holding his breath in anticipation. When the boar was a mere 10 meters away from the vehicle, he calculated the distance accurately and hurled the sticky bomb in his hand towards the wild boar. By fortunate chance, the bomb struck the boar squarely on the head. Although it did not adhere due to the jolting motion, it ultimately clung to the boar's neck. Momentarily stunned by the impact, the wild boar instinctively slowed its pace. As it lifted its gaze toward Chen Xing, it happened to catch sight of the human raising a crossbow bolt. With a swift motion, a white streak shot forth, striking the sticky bomb directly. Since the onset of the apocalypse, Chen Xing had dedicated himself to crafting crossbow bolts and practiced diligently at home. This relentless training bore fruit after more than a month, culminating in a precise shot that pierced the lithium battery. Upon exposure to air, the electrolyte within ignited, producing a shower of sparks. Mere seconds later, the battery emitted a voluminous cloud of white smoke, followed by intense flames. A crackling sound erupted from the boar's neck as a fireball ignited. The wild boar, engulfed in excruciating pain from the sudden inferno, began to thrash about wildly in a desperate attempt to rid itself of the source of the flames. However, Chen Xing was not about to offer such an opportunity. He raised his hand and loosed another arrow, striking the boar squarely on its back. Yet, while the arrow found its mark, the impact was shallow. The boar's back was thickly coated not only in bristles but also in a layer of mud, a remnant of its rolling in the mire, which effectively served as armor. Earlier, Chen Xing had refrained from launching an attack, having noted this layer of mud. Realizing the ineffectiveness of his test shot, he ceased his assault. Nonetheless, the arrow, despite failing to inflict damage, successfully diverted the boar's attention. By the time the creature regained its composure, the The flames from the sticky bomb had spiraled out of control. A lithium battery igniting is no trifling matter, especially when encased in a layer of diesel and lubricating oil. Soon, the outer grease of the bomb was also ablaze. Sensing its life ticking away, the boar leaped with even greater ferocity. At that moment, Chen Xing crawled out of the bus through the window. However, instead of aiming his crossbow at the boar, he set his sights on a hook suspended above the rear of the bus. This hook bore the weight of a bus engine. This location served as the main terminal, a hub where numerous buses underwent maintenance. Hence, it was not solely electric buses that received care here. Even retired diesel and gas buses were sent for repairs. Presently, a diesel engine dangled from the hook, suspended over 3 meters above the ground. Chen Xing retrieved a fire axe from his spatial pocket and aimed for the locking hook with precision. With 2 resounding clangs, the hook loosened. The engine, suspended in midair, plummeted to the ground, landing squarely on the wild boar, which was frantically leaping and spinning in pursuit of its own tail. Meeting an unfortunate fate. With a resounding crash, it was struck solidly. The engine, weighing several hundred kilograms, is no trivial matter. The wild boar, merely around 300 pounds, would surely meet its demise if struck by such a heavy object. As the creature lay lifeless, Chen Xing leapt from the roof of the vehicle. He procured a crowbar and pried open the engine compartment. Beneath it, the wild boar's skull was already fractured. With the crowbar, he scraped the burning explosive from the boar's body and cast it aside. This substance would not extinguish unless it burned itself out. Meanwhile, the boar's neck had been charred nearly through. It was no wonder the wild boar appeared deranged, chasing its own tail behind the bus. Pain had driven it to madness. Chen Xing extinguished the flames on the boar's carcass and then took out his wristwatch to scan it, securing the wild boar's body into his space. He quickly surveyed the maintenance workshop, noting the remnants of 5 other mice, which he also gathered into his space. This time, he had truly struck gold. Chapter 12. If Chen Xing were to rely solely on himself, he would undoubtedly be unable to eliminate such a multitude of mutated beasts in a single encounter. Setting aside the wild boar for the moment, the swarming hordes of rats were far beyond his solitary capacity to contend with. It is indeed unfortunate for the Rat King. Devoured by the wild boar, otherwise. Never mind, with the presence of that wild boar, it cannot be deemed a total loss. After securing the carcasses of the boar and the rats, Chen Xing did not lose sight of the objective of his expedition, the lithium batteries from the buses. Before long, he had dismantled 6 lithium batteries, but at that moment, his wristwatch's storage space had reached its limit. It is worth noting that the folded space of his wristwatch contained only 9 storage compartments. Among these, one was occupied by a barrel of gasoline. Another held the remains of 5 rats, and yet another housed the wild boar, leaving him with merely 6 compartments available. Given that there were at least 30 electric buses at this terminal, it represented a veritable treasure trove for him. However, the thought of not being able to retrieve all those batteries at once made Chen Xing's heart ache. More critically, what he observed here was not limited to the batteries alone. For instance, in the maintenance workshop, there were numerous valuable items. At the back of the maintenance area stood a semi-automatic milling machine, along with 2 semi-automatic grinding machines and a drill press. These machine tools were utilized exclusively by the maintenance center. Logically, Chen Xing should prioritize transporting the batteries back. Yet, a flicker of thought crossed his mind. With each evolution of the safe house, his room would be furnished with new equipment. The first evolution brought an air fryer. The second a washing machine. What would the third evolution yield? Would it still be small appliances? But what if he were to bring back these processing machines? What new wonders might they evolve into? Chen Xing found himself in a state of inner turmoil, pondering deeply. Ultimately, he made the painful decision to extract 3 lithium batteries from his space and stowed the 3 machines inside. As for the 3 batteries, he resolved to conceal them in a safe location, planning to retrieve them on his next visit. He then resumed his search throughout the terminal. Behind the bus terminal, there was a modest canteen. Although not particularly large, it yielded a few rotten potatoes and onions. Chen Xing's disappointment grew as he failed to unearth any substantial food items. Clearly, the bus drivers frequented this place for meals infrequently. Passing through the canteen, he ventured into the driver's rest area. Upon arrival, Chen Xing's face lit up with joy, for he spotted several mattresses and blankets on the bunk beds. Though the sheets bore a somewhat grimy appearance from use, they were undoubtedly valuable commodities. During this frigid winter, these blankets and bedding were a highly sought-after strategic resource. Even if he had no use for them himself, they could be traded for other necessities. Chen Xing procured a length of rope and deftly rolled the bedding for secure transport. At the foot of the bunk beds, a row of storage cabinets awaited, presumably for the drivers to stow their personal belongings. Chen Xing retrieved a crowbar and began prying them open one by one. Upon opening the first cabinet, he discovered nothing but a few dirty towels and miscellaneous items such as soap. Though not particularly valuable, even mosquito legs are a form of sustenance. He tucked them away and opened the second compartment, only to uncover half a pack of cigarettes. Indeed, a strategic resource worthy of careful storage. As he proceeded to the third compartment, he was astounded to discover a substantial stash of instant noodles. This was akin to striking gold. Before the apocalypse, instant noodles were often dismissed as junk food, yet in this new world, they were deemed a vital commodity. This was undoubtedly the most delightful surprise of the day. It is essential to note that Chen Xing's current strategic reserves consisted of merely a 5-kilogram bag of rice and a small quantity of frozen meat. With these 20 bags of instant noodles, his food crisis was significantly alleviated. Buoyed by this remarkable find, Chen Xing was filled with renewed vigor and continued his treasure hunt. He pried open several more storage cabinets, though none yielded treasures akin to the instant noodles. Instead, he found a few bottles of cheap liquor and some cigarettes. However, what truly astonished him was the discovery of several custom-made cotton overcoats issued to employees by the bus company. These coats were of a mid-length style, equipped with detachable hoods, and were considered outdated work attire that no one desired prior to the apocalypse, which explained why the bus drivers had discarded them in the Terminal S lounge. Yet in this post-apocalyptic world, these coats brimmed with advantages in Chen Xing's eyes. With ample pockets for storage, durable and stain-resistant fabric, and breathable, moisture-wicking lining that also provided anti-static properties, these coats, albeit unattractive in design, were undeniably practical. In the frigid conditions of the apocalypse, such garments had become highly sought after. After thoroughly scavenging, Chen Xing surveyed his spoils: 20 bags of instant noodles, 5 sets of cotton overcoats, and an assortment of cigarettes and liquor. Yet he was soon troubled by the sheer volume of his haul. How could he transport it all? The foldable space within his watch was already overflowing. Although he carried a 50-liter backpack, fitting all these items would prove challenging. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to remove the 5 rat carcasses from the foldable space, as their small size was a waste of valuable capacity. Better to free up space for more useful items. He stashed the 20 bags of instant noodles and the liquor into the pockets of the cotton overcoats, then carefully folded the coats and bundled them into a single large package. With a sweep of his watch, he stored the bundle in the foldable space. Relieved to find that the watch did not reject the package due to the differing attributes of the items, Chen Xing exhaled in relief. The rules governing the storage space were clear. Each compartment could only contain items of the same type. This time, he had cleverly circumvented the limitations. As for the 5 rat carcasses, he placed them in a plastic bag and tucked them into his backpack. With their light weight, he felt considerably unencumbered. Thus, this excursion to the bus station concluded on a triumphant note. Before departing, he retrieved the wild boar from the storage compartment. With a single thrust of his knife, he pierced the creature's belly, extracting its bladder and collecting some blood from the ground. He combined this liquid with the urine from the bladder and made his way outside the maintenance workshop, where he sprinkled the mixture upon the walls, doors, and windows of the dispatch room, even applying some to the outer courtyard walls. This wild boar presumably resided nearby, reigning as a local tyrant. By marking this significant area, he hoped to deter rodents and other beasts from intruding. After taking these precautionary measures, Chen Xing reluctantly departed from the bus terminal. The remaining batteries would necessitate several more trips in the future. The common folk, today is truly a joyous day. Although the sky remained overcast, and snowflakes descended like goose feathers, Chen Xing pedaled through the snow with a light heart. Despite returning with only 3 batteries, he had also acquired 2 mutated beasts, which he could purify for their DNA and possibly fuse to gain new abilities. Smoking a cigarette, he felt no hint of fatigue. Soon, he veered onto Promoting Road, a descending path where he slowed his pace, not out of fear of falling, but because of a nearby large shopping center, Yida Plaza, the closest to their community. This plaza housed dozens of dining establishments, and crucially, on the basement level, there was a newly opened RT Mart. Unfortunately, the supermarket had barely opened before being forced to shut down due to the lockdown. Nevertheless, even in its closure, the resources within the supermarket sparked a fervent desire within Chen Xing. After all, his home supplies were running low. Approaching the entrance to Yida Plaza, he dismounted from his bicycle, intending to cross the road to explore the plaza. Suddenly, he was startled by the sound of shattering glass, accompanied by human screams and curses. Chapter 13. Chen Xing's heart tightened as he swiftly concealed himself within the bushes by the roadside. Holding his breath, he glanced across the street, just in time to witness a group of individuals erupting from a shattered glass door, crying out in panic. Leading the charge was none other than Yu Yang. Clad in athletic wear and sporting a pair of sneakers, he brandished a large machete and sprinted ahead with remarkable speed, followed closely by his entourage of underlings. What were they doing here instead of gathering firewood? Chen Xing was perplexed, yet he felt a mix of delight and anxiety at their disheveled appearance. He felt joy at their misfortune but was anxious about the trouble they had encountered. Frankly, just yesterday, these ruffians had been quite intimidating as they stormed his front door. Yet, this group of desperate miscreants had been reduced to such a state of fright. Was there a man-eating demon lurking within the shopping mall? Damn you, Yang! Have you betrayed me? Just wait. At that moment, another towering figure burst forth from the broken glass door, accompanied by a group of his own. This man stood nearly 2 meters tall, broad-shouldered with a shaved head, and was bare-chested even in the snowy weather, adorned with tattoos of dragons and tigers. Clearly not a benign character. Upon emerging, he pointed angrily at Yu Yang's retreating figure and began to curse. However, after only a couple of expletives, he was swept away by his own underlings, fleeing into the distance. Before long, silence enveloped the Edo Plaza. Chen Xing cast one last glance at the shattered glass door, when suddenly a massive shadow darted past within. A shiver ran down his spine, and he dared not look any further inside. All he wanted now was to return home as swiftly as possible. Half an hour later, he arrived at his residence. Unit 3201. Perhaps the guards stationed at the entrance had also been drawn away by Yu Yang's actions. Many of their group had scattered along the way, and Yu Yang might have been attempting to regroup the remnants. Thus, Chen Xing's journey home was unusually smooth, and he reached his abode in less than 30 minutes. Upon entering, the first order of business was to remove the carcass of the wild boar and the remains of the 5 mice. In the shower area, Chen Xing gazed at the grotesque wound on the deformed head of the wild boar. Within a minute, a sizable energy cube had materialized. His pupils dilated in shock as he realized it was larger than any he had encountered before, even exceeding the energy cubes extracted from the bodies of the thugs he had seen yesterday. Remarkable. It seemed that the mutation of this wild boar was quite profound. No wonder it could effortlessly crush the mutated rat swarm. Chen Xing then discarded the remains of the 5 mice into the shower area. Moments later, 5 energy cubes emerged from their wounds as well, though these were of a size comparable to those he had seen from the thugs previously. The energy cubes were significantly smaller than those of the wild boar. Chen Xing offered these energy cubes as a tribute to the phoenix. Safe house, level 2. 18100. Energy, 8100. Remarkably, the energy cube from the wild boar was indeed a grade 3. The safety index of the safe house increased by a remarkable 10 points. With the sacrifice of the energy cubes, the energy within the house was restored to 80. Chen Xing then turned to the equipment room, releasing 3 sets of bus power batteries into the power chamber. Simultaneously, he liberated the 3 machines. The moment the 3 batteries were connected to the power lines by mechanical arms, a blinding white light enveloped him, rendering him momentarily unable to open his eyes. The brilliant flash persisted for 10 seconds, and when it finally subsided, he opened his eyes to discover that the entire equipment room had undergone a complete transformation. The previously somewhat chaotic space had become remarkably orderly. The battery compartment in the power chamber had gained over a dozen additional slots. Most delightfully, at the back of the power chamber stood a new device. Upon closer inspection, he found it to be a small-scale light weapon processing center. Oh, yes. Chen Xing triumphantly punched the air, affirming his gamble had paid off. This was precisely what he needed at this moment. He hurriedly pulled up the panel to check. Safe house, level 2, 68-100. Energy, 300-100. Electricity, 100. Water, 100. Equipment, level 1 gene purification fusion furnace X1. Level 1 protective gear processing center X1. Level 1 light weapon processing center X1. Indeed, it was the large batteries that made the difference. It was worth noting that just yesterday, he had contributed several small car batteries. Yet, the safety index of the safe house had only increased by 6 points. However, this time, the safety index surged by an astonishing 58 points. Phoenix, was this extraordinary increase solely due to the batteries? Chen Xing inquired. No, not entirely. According to my assessment, today S3 batteries contributed 30 points to the safety index. The additional 18 points were attributed to the 3 machines you brought back. Chen Xing was overjoyed. The mechanical equipment brought back by the owner had significantly enhanced the safety index of the safe house. I hope the owner continues to strive and seek out more devices that can further elevate the safety index. The Phoenix added. Chen Xing nodded enthusiastically. Good, good, good. With this, he now had a new direction for his ventures into the wild. As for the previous lack of increase in safety index from the washing machine and air fryer after their evolution, it was because those devices were originally part of his household. They had long been factored into the safety rating. Only new acquisitions from the outside, like these, would receive a fresh assessment from the Phoenix. thereby enhancing the overall safety index of the safe house. Furthermore, the Phoenix could even integrate these devices and evolve them into the equipment he currently needed most. Chen Xing felt as though his understanding of the safe house had deepened by an entire dimension. He briskly approached the Light Weapon Processing Center. This center resembled the conventional CNC machining centers found in factories, but what set it apart was the advanced control panel on the exterior. Here, one could select various light weapons for processing. Chen Xing searched for rifles, but unfortunately, the database indicated none were available. He then searched for handguns, only to receive the same disappointing result. It seemed that the weapon processing center's level was too low to manufacture such firearms. However, surely air guns must be included? To his surprise, they indeed were. Chen Xing found information about air guns in the database. No wonder it was classified as a small light weapon processing center. It could only handle knives and air guns, which are considered cold weapons. To access firearms, he would need to upgrade further. Chen Xing clicked to view the data introduction for the air gun that could be produced. He soon lost interest. This processing center could manufacture a type of air pistol known as the Desert Eagle, with a total length of 600 millimeters and weighing 1.6 kilograms. It fired steel balls at a muzzle velocity of 275 meters per second, yielding an average kinetic energy of 68 joules and a maximum firing capacity of 30 rounds. While the data appeared satisfactory, in reality, it was rather lackluster. It is worth noting that the 64 type pistol, known as the Little Cannon in the Qing police force for its relatively low lethality, has a muzzle velocity of 310 meters per second and a muzzle energy reaching 500 joules. Even with such velocity and energy, it would fail to take down a wild boar unless a vital spot was struck. Now, in the bleak winter of the apocalypse, those bandits were clad in increasingly thick layers, with the clever ones reinforcing their clothing with steel plates for protection. Thus, in Chen Xing's eyes, this pneumatic pistol was utterly superfluous. Chapter 14 The air gun, which fires ball ammunition, possesses only modest lethality. Its muzzle velocity and kinetic energy are inferior even to that of a small cannon. Hence, it is evidently inadequate for dealing with Yu Yang and his band of thugs. Consequently, Chen Xing merely cast a fleeting glance before opting to dismiss it. He continued his search in the database for a while longer, until at last, something caught his discerning eye: the compressed pneumatic crossbow. Upon retrieving the schematics for this remarkable device, Chen Xing's eyes sparkled with delight. Having scrutinized the various specifications, he was nearly propelled into a state of exuberance. Was this not the salvation he so desperately sought? This was no ordinary crossbow. It was akin to a cold weapon version of the AK-47. The entire structure of the crossbow measured 30 centimeters in length, with the rear stock comprising a high-pressure gas cylinder. This cylinder was substantial enough to allow for 100 consecutive uses. However, its purpose was not to launch arrows via gas propulsion, but rather to utilize pneumatic principles to draw back the spring mechanism, thereby cocking the crossbow bolt. Beneath the main body of the crossbow lay a cylindrical feeding apparatus, within which resided bolts the thickness of chopsticks, each measuring approximately 15 centimeters in length, featuring wooden shafts and iron tips. Chen Xing had previously encountered a foreign expert on a short video who had crafted such crossbow bolts. Within a range of 30 meters, their power rivaled that of a rifle, and at 50 meters, they could even pierce through car doors. Was this not precisely the weapon Chen Xing urgently required? Phoenix, how does one utilize this lightweight weapon manufacturing center? He inquired. Simply select the weapon you wish to create, provide the necessary raw materials as per the instructions, and initiate the processing. Phoenix's response was succinct. Having previously operated the protective gear manufacturing center, Chen Xing felt that the two processes were quite similar. He then clicked on the production instructions for the compressed pneumatic crossbow. Required raw materials: 300 grams of fiberglass or 500 grams of carbon fiber, 100 grams of steel. Chen Xing scanned the list of necessary materials. Fiberglass was essential for crafting the crossbow arms and body. However, he lamented the absence of such materials in his home. Yet, despite the lack of fiberglass, carbon fiber was another matter entirely. Returning to his bedroom, he promptly retrieved a bag of fishing rods. Chen Xing was neither an angler nor particularly fond of fishing. However, he had once conducted a business transaction with a manufacturer of fishing rods. Unfortunately, that manufacturer had fallen into financial disarray, defaulting on payments owed to his company. Chen Xing's boss, incensed, had tasked him with retrieving the outstanding debts. After a protracted negotiation lasting half a month, he ultimately secured a mere bag of fishing rods, which had cost him that year's year-end bonus, a matter that had lingered in his mind for quite some time. Little did he know that these fishing rods would finally prove useful today. It was worth noting that these rods were all crafted from carbon fiber. In this bag, he had not just 500 grams, but potentially even 1,000 grams at his disposal. As for the steel and wood, those would be easily obtainable. With a casual rummage, he could find plenty. Prior to the apocalypse, Chen Xing had purchased an ample supply of renovation materials, intending to take advantage of the time to make simple improvements to his home, only to be thwarted by a series of unforeseen developments thereafter. The renovation plan fell through, leaving behind a plethora of construction materials. Soon, Chen Xing gathered all the necessary raw materials and loaded them into the processing center. An hour later, a notification chimed. The compressed air crossbow has been completed. Please retrieve it. Promptly, Chen Xing opened the processing center to find a sleek, jet-black pneumatic crossbow resting in the apparatus. He carefully lifted it, finding it surprisingly lightweight, weighing no more than 2 kilograms, thanks to the ample supply of carbon fiber. The entirety of the crossbow was a deep black, with the main structure composed predominantly of carbon fiber, save for some steel components in the middle. The processing center had even utilized the surplus carbon fiber to craft 40 carbon fiber bolts, both lightweight and exceptionally durable. Chen Xing carried the bolts to the living room. Propping a cutting board on the kitchen counter, he retreated to the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, standing approximately 15 meters away. Aiming carefully, he squeezed the trigger. The sound of the pneumatic crossbow was barely audible, yet the barrage of arrows that followed resembled a torrential downpour of sharp needles. The cutting board was struck repeatedly. After halting his shooting, Chen Xing approached the cutting board to inspect the damage. To his astonishment, the 2-centimeter thick board had been pierced cleanly through. Witnessing such power filled him with confidence. Even if the Yu Yang gang, heavily armed, came knocking, he felt unafraid. Stowing away the crossbow, Chen Xing retrieved the gene purification fusion furnace. 5 mouse carcasses awaited his attention. These unfortunate creatures had met grisly fates. Some were eviscerated by wild boars, while others had their lower halves devoured. Fortunately, their hearts remained intact. According to the furnace's instructions, the hearts were the most accessible source for purifying the DNA of these mutated beasts. Chen Xing tossed the hearts into the fusion furnace and allowed it to extract his own blood. The gene purification editing process commenced anew. Regrettably, the fusion furnace had not upgraded following the previous enhancements made to the safe house. Chen Xing pondered how to facilitate an upgrade for the gene purification fusion furnace. Suddenly, the blue indicator light on the furnace extinguished. Glancing at his watch, he noted that less than 10 minutes had elapsed. This purification process seemed remarkably swift. The furnace opened, ejecting a pale blue syringe. Low-tier gene editing injection. The Phoenix once again assessed the potion, although it was still a low-tier solution. The color of this injection appeared significantly lighter than the last, suggesting a higher purity. Chen Xing wondered if this injection would be as painful as the previous one. Holding the syringe, he hesitated to inject it immediately. No, since your DNA has already integrated with the edited DNA of a mutated mouse during the last process. This time the editing and fusion will be even faster and more precise. Furthermore, the purity has reached 95, with minimal impurities. Consequently, the side effects from this injection will be considerably less severe. Phoenix disowned Chen Xing's concerns and proactively provided him with an explanation. Chen Xing exhaled deeply, a sense of understanding dawning upon him regarding the evolution of the gene purification and fusion furnace. The process was akin to a cycle of learning, initially novice, then gradually becoming proficient, ultimately transforming into an adept. It was merely a matter of honing one's skills and accumulating experience. Without further hesitation, Chen Xing injected the syringe into his arm. A familiar wave of sharp pain surged through him, yet this time, the intensity was markedly diminished. The sensation swiftly radiated throughout his body, but this discomfort subsided within a mere 5 minutes. Remarkably, once it concluded, Chen Xing felt as though he had shed a few kilograms. He hastily summoned his attribute panel. Physical quality, 1. Speed, 1. 3. Agility, 1. 2. Skill, level 1 stealth 60. Overall rating, 1 high-quality human. Please strive to enhance physical attributes after reviewing the latest assessment provided by Phoenix. Chen Xing felt a sense of elation. His physical quality had increased by 0.2, while his mental strength and power remained unchanged. However, both speed and agility had risen by 0.5, and his stealth skill had surged by an impressive 50. Indeed, skills developed rapidly through practice. If he were to eliminate a few more rats, would he not reach maximum proficiency? Overwhelmed by excitement, Chen Xing promptly commenced testing his skills. Chapter 15. At that moment, Chen Xing stood in the kitchen, gathering strength beneath his feet. In the blink of an eye, he traversed the 15 meters of the central hall and arrived at the floor-to-ceiling window of the balcony. He felt his speed was markedly swifter than before, and his control over his body had become more precise, rendering him exceedingly agile. During his rapid dash, He deftly avoided the toffee chair on one side of the sofa and the coffee table in the middle of the living room without losing momentum. This ability to teleport from the kitchen to the balcony was pivotal. What delighted him most was that the sound he generated while sprinting at full speed was minimal. Aside from the rustle of his clothes displacing air, his footsteps were nearly silent. It is worth noting that he stood at a height of 176 meters and weighed 140 kilograms, a weight that was not insignificant. Yet, he managed to run at full speed without making a sound. Chen Xing understood that with the assassin's skill, he had secured his position. What did a speed of 1.3 in the Phoenix system signify? Was there any standardized assessment data? Chen Xing was not entirely aware of his absolute prowess, so he inquired with Phoenix. This means that if you were to participate in a 100-meter sprint competition, you could consistently finish within 10.5 seconds. Wow! Chen Xing gasped in astonishment. To maintain a 100-meter time under 10.5 seconds, such a performance could qualify one for the Olympics. Had this been before the apocalypse, he would have undoubtedly been a national-level athlete. Although he had not yet reached the standard of an Olympic champion, this speed would be more than sufficient in his neighborhood. Moreover, a speed of 1.3 not only indicated that he could run faster than others, but also suggested that his strike speed surpassed that of his peers. Coupled with his agility and stealth skills, he embodied the essence of an assassin. Upon entering the living room, Chen Xing tested a few rapid knife-drawing motions. Indeed, he could distinctly feel a significant increase in speed. In the world of martial arts, speed is paramount, he mused. With such skills, he felt unafraid of any encounters with Yu Yang's gang. If he couldn't win, surely he could outrun them. Stowing away his dagger, Chen Xing extracted the heart of the wild boar and tossed it into the fusion furnace. Then he once again allowed the furnace to draw his blood. This time, the gene purification and fusion process took a full half-hour. Afterward, Chen Xing received a brand new syringe. Low-tier gene editing injection. Phoenix assessed the red syringe in Chen Xing's hand. As expected, it was another low-tier product. However, unlike the previous injection, this one was crimson. Phoenix. How pure is this syringe? The first extraction of DNA from a newly mutated beast has a low purity level of only 80. After injection, you may experience muscle soreness, diarrhea, or vomiting as side effects, but they are not fatal. The last statement was precisely what Chen Xing wished to hear. As long as it was not lethal, a bit of pain was a small price to pay. If one desires to grow stronger, one must be willing to make sacrifices. Chen Xing found a white towel and stuffed it into his mouth. Then, he directly injected the syringe into his thigh. The moment the substance entered his body, Chen Xing felt as if a searing flame coursed through his veins. It rapidly spread throughout his body, igniting a sensation akin to being engulfed in fire. The intense heat seemed poised to dissolve him entirely, to incinerate his very being. He cursed himself for being so careless, having assumed it would be akin to the pain he felt when administering the mutated rat extract. Little did he know, this injection was far more excruciating. The agony persisted for a full 15 minutes, showing no signs of abating. At that moment, Chen Xing felt as if he had been pulled from the depths of water, his entire body drenched in sweat. Not only did his flesh ache, but even his bones throbbed with pain. Ultimately, this torment morphed into an insatiable hunger. He opened the refrigerator and retrieved 2 bags of bacon, each weighing a kilogram, which he had long hesitated to consume. In mere moments, he devoured them, oblivious to the fact that they had not yet thawed. He was astonished at how he managed to chew through the seemingly frozen, solid bacon. Once the bacon was consumed, his hunger remained unquenched. Chen Xing then took out the last bag of chicken legs, a prized possession he had been reluctant to eat, weighing a substantial 2.5 kilograms. Despite being as hard as stone, they crumbled in his mouth as if they were popcorn. With a few crunches, he swallowed them whole. Eating them felt akin to savoring a popsicle. Their consumption surprisingly alleviated the searing heat within him. The more he ate, the more relief he felt. And soon he finished the entire bag of chicken legs, his earlier pain dissipating. He exclaimed in disbelief, feeling as though he had endured a trial. As he stood up, something felt amiss. Why did his clothes seem shorter? He quickly opened his status panel to review the latest assessment from Phoenix. Owner, Chen Xing. Age, 28. Height, 180 centimeters. Weight, 145 gene. Physical fitness, 1, 2. Mental strength, 0, 8. Strength, 1, 8. Speed, 1, 3. Agility, 1, 2. Skill, level 1 stealth 60. Overall rating, 1, 3. Elite human. His gaze immediately fell upon the skills section. Why had he not acquired a new skill? A twinge of disappointment crept in, but then he glanced upward. To his astonishment, he realized his height had increased by 4 centimeters and his weight had risen by 5 gene. Most significantly, his strength had surged by a full point. Chen Xing looked down at his arms. Despite having maintained a workout regimen since the onset of the apocalypse, the time spent exercising was brief, and his muscle definition had remained somewhat muted. However, now, his biceps were prominently defined, his triceps robust, and even his forearms were as sturdy as crab claws. His chest and abdominal muscles were undeniably sculpted. Even his thighs had grown considerably thicker, muscular without any excess fat, each contour sharply defined. Had this been before the apocalypse, he would have undoubtedly possessed the physique that captivated the admiration of many. Regrettably, in this apocalyptic world, such a physique appears more aesthetic than functional. If one wishes to prolong their existence, it would be prudent to gain a bit more weight. Ideally, a thicker waist and a modicum of abdominal fat would serve to better safeguard the internal organs. Chen Xing gazed at his reflection in the mirror and chuckled softly. Chen Xing, you seem to be a bit greedy in your aspirations. He approached the balcony, reaching for a 30-pound dumbbell. Just that morning, he could barely manage 20 curls with one hand before succumbing to exhaustion. Yet now, he effortlessly performed 100 repetitions without breaking a sweat. What does a strength rating of 1.8 entail? With limited equipment at home, Chen Xing was unaware of his true limits. He decided to inquire directly with Phoenix. A strength of 1.8 signifies that the owner can bench press, squat, and deadlift weights up to 1.8 times their own body weight. Chen Xing's eyes sparkled with clarity. This was undeniably the data of a fitness connoisseur. Prior to the apocalypse, he frequently frequented the gym. From his observations, seasoned fitness enthusiasts could typically bench press only their body weight, while the most adept could manage twice that. Yet here he was, starting off at an impressive 1.8. Chapter 16. Chen Xing stood by the window, gazing down at the scene below. Yu Yang and his group had exited the community, embarking towards the distant mountain park. The trees in that park had nearly been stripped bare by the residents of nearby neighborhoods. As the harsh winter continued, no one could predict how long the bitter cold would persist. Fuel had become a more precious commodity than food, making the collection of fuel the most pressing task for Yu Yang's gang. Due to the ever-present threat of conflict with rival factions, they always mobilized their entire crew. This, however, afforded Chen Xing a degree of freedom to move within the community. Watching as Yu Yang and his security team departed, Chen Xing donned his tactical boots and protective gear, securing his helmet. He then grabbed a blanket he had procured from the bus terminal and stepped outside. Yu Yang's crew would be gone for the entire morning, and he needed to complete his transaction before their return. Today, he opted not to visit the bus station. Instead, he intended to go to the community market. This market was located in the underground parking lot of the community, established spontaneously by the residents after the lockdown. It was now overseen by Officer Liu and his team. After the apocalypse, Officer Liu had been dispatched to their community, alongside several young neighborhood coordinators. He formed a team in Building Number 1, initially aiming to maintain order in the area. Unfortunately, with the emergence of bullies like Yu Yang, Liu's aspirations had been dashed. It soon became apparent that their official status failed to intimidate these thugs. Fortunately, Liu possessed a firearm, which allowed for a tenuous balance of power. The bullies could dominate their respective buildings, while Building Number 1 and the underground community market remained under Liu's control. Today, Chen Xing sought to exchange for some food. Since his evolution yesterday, he had noticed a significant increase in his appetite. Today, he had devoured 3 packets of instant noodles, barely managing to feel satiated. Upon inquiring with Feng Wang, he learned that following his evolution, the vitality of his cellular structure had surged, accelerating his metabolism. His body had entered a secondary developmental phase, necessitating a greater intake of energy. Thus, he aimed to acquire more sustenance today. The entrance to the community market was located beneath Building Number 1. By the time he arrived, it was already past 10 o'clock, and the market was bustling with activity. Most homeowners in the community engaged in transactions here. Upon reaching the market entrance, Chen Xing observed a table positioned at the iron gate, behind which an elderly officer lounged in a recliner, basking in the warmth of a fire. His face was obscured by a hat, rendering his features indistinguishable. However, a large dog beside him exuded an intimidating presence, resembling a calf in size. Its blood-red eyes scrutinized everyone entering and exiting the market, and Chen Xing sensed an aura of danger emanating from the creature. Entry requires a tax. A young man intercepted Chen Xing before he could enter. Accompanying him were several peers of similar age, each wielding makeshift spears. These were members of Officer Liu's team. Chen Xing sighed. The last time he came, there was no fee to pay. How much do I owe? He inquired. The young man with a square face pointed to a cotton quilt in his luggage. The price was quite reasonable, and without hesitation, Chen Xing extracted the quilt and handed it over to him. The young man, seeing his promptness, could not help but smile broadly. You're a decent fellow. I'm Zhang Lo. I'm Chen Xing. I know you, the fierce one from Building 4. You stood your ground against Yu Yang. That's impressive. Zhang Li gave him a thumbs up. Chen Xing was puzzled. Have you all heard about it? How could we not? You did well, buddy. But be careful lately. I've heard that Yu Yang is teaming up with a few other bullies to deal with you. Zhang Li was looking out for Chen Xing. Chen Xing was taken aback, then smiled and nodded at the young man. Thank you. Zhang Li waved him off, and as Chen Xing turned to enter the market, his expression darkened at the mention of Yu Yang. The market was bustling with activity, and Chen Xing took a cursory glance. There were easily over 100 stalls selling clothes, toys, small appliances, and more, yet most of these goods seemed to attract little interest. In contrast, the stalls selling firewood and cooking equipment were thronged with customers. The cooking appliances appeared to be handcrafted, with varying qualities. The most common were makeshift stoves made from repurposed metal buckets, capable of burning fuel and cooking food, though they looked somewhat flimsy. A step up were stoves crafted from gasoline barrels and yellow clay, which not only served to cook but also provided heating for the family, appearing sturdier in design. The least appealing were the haphazardly welded metal contraptions. However, the proprietor of this stall did not exude a trustworthy demeanor. He was tall and burly, with a horse-like face, and his bargaining style was aggressive, often resorting to vulgarities. Chen Xing recognized him as Lu Er, a former local merchant dealing in building materials. A notorious swindler. He had nearly cheated Chen Xing during his renovations. Who would have thought that in this apocalyptic era, he had transformed into a cunning trader in the community market? Chen Xing's safe house provided constant underfloor heating, so he had no need for warmth. He swiftly approached a nearby stall selling rice. The rice displayed was packaged from before the apocalypse, unlike other vendors who sold loose rice mixed with sand and other impurities. This particular stall offered rice in vacuum-sealed packages, available in sizes ranging from 5 to 25 kilograms. Chen Xing's eyes lit up. The vendor was impressive, having procured such a substantial amount of rice. The stall owner stood nearly 2 meters tall, his head resembling a square, and his eyes occasionally glinted with a hint of menace. Chen Xing felt a chill. This man had undoubtedly consumed the flesh of mutated beasts, leading to his transformation. He had previously inquired with Feng Wang about the edibility of the meat from these mutated creatures, and Feng Wang had informed him that these beasts had only recently undergone mutation. The genetic sequences remain unstable, potentially harboring various defects. Moreover, their mutations did not solely result from inhaling air laden with energy-cube dust. They were also precipitated by the inhalation of extraterrestrial viruses contained within volcanic ash or exposure to high levels of radiation. It is conceivable that they might carry additional viruses. Thus, the Phoenix vehemently advises against Chen Xing consuming the flesh of these mutated beasts. However, his abstention does not imply that others will follow suit. The vendor before him is clearly a victim. How can I exchange this rice, sir? Chen Xing inquired of the giant, but the individual appeared oblivious to his words. Frowning, Chen Xing suddenly noticed a man of medium stature emerging from behind the giant. Excuse me, sir, my brother has a bit of trouble with his hearing. You wish to exchange for grain, correct? The man beamed, his demeanor toward customers a stark contrast to that of Lu Er, the seller of stoves, whom Chen Xing had encountered earlier. Chapter 17. Chen Xing nodded, inquiring, how do we exchange for this grain? The man glanced at the bundles of luggage behind Chen Xing, smiling as he replied, 3 sets of bedding in exchange for a 10-kilogram bag of rice. Is that so expensive? Chen Xing had mentally prepared himself. Yet he was still taken aback by the steep price. He had only brought 5 bundles of bedding with him, one of which had already been taxed. Not exorbitant, sir. What kind of world do we live in now? If you wish to eat rice in the future, you may have to wait indefinitely. Our area is surely facing a complete crop failure this year. What is being sold now is merely reserve grain. If you wish to eat it next year, it will need to be transported from the south. The vendor's seemingly casual remark stirred something within Chen Xing. Can you still maintain contact with the southern cities? He had initially thought that order had collapsed nationwide. Yet, from this man's tone, it seemed that the southern regions could still sustain daily production. As long as there was output, it implied that some semblance of order remained. Do you want to know? I have the latest Central Daily. Would you like to take a look? The man grinned mischievously, pulling out a stack of newspapers and waving them in front of Chen Xing. Chen Xing felt a sudden thirst. All right, I will trade with you. Very well, this newspaper is on the house. The man was equally agreeable. Just as Chen Xing began to retrieve the luggage from his back. Wait a moment. A voice interrupted from beside him. A woman clad in an oversized hoodie spoke, her tone unmistakably feminine. Chen Xing turned to see a woman with her face smudged with charcoal. Yet, he instantly recognized her as his neighbor, Lu Jia. Her physique too prominent to be overlooked. Jia? Shoo. She raised a finger, resembling a green onion, to her lips. Yesterday, I traded with you for 3 sets of bedding in exchange for 25 kilograms of rice. Why is it only 10 kilograms today? That's rather unscrupulous. The boss shouldn't conduct business like this. The merchant's face flickered with anger at being exposed, but it was only a fleeting moment before he donned a smile once more. Chen Xing paused, realizing he was indeed dealing with a shrewd businessman. I remember now, it was you yesterday. Indeed, it was I, Lu Jia huffed. The 3 down comforters from my dowry only earned me 25 kilograms of rice. You truly are quite unscrupulous. Recalling their previous transaction, Lu Jia remained somewhat indignant. Haha. Times have changed. The vendor retorted. My dear, in this current world, good things have their prices changing daily. Moreover, look at my rice. It is all in the original vacuum-sealed packaging, completely unadulterated. Go ahead and check the others. Which of them isn't mixed with sand and debris? How can that rice even compare to mine? The merchant spoke with conviction, and Chen Xing examined the rice at his stall. Indeed, it was all in vacuum-sealed packaging from before the apocalypse, with the grains appearing pristine and clean, whereas the rice at other stalls was mostly dark and spoiled. Some of the rice was even yellowed, its origins a mystery. Others were undeniably mixed with sand. At first glance, the quality of this fellow's rice appeared commendable. However, with Lu Jia's caution in mind, Chen Xing was reluctant to be taken advantage of. 3 bedding sets for 25 gene of rice and an additional quilt for your newspapers. He proposed, presenting his latest offer. The unscrupulous trader scratched his head and eventually nodded in agreement. All right, it's a deal. With the exchange completed, Chen Xing hoisted the rice and turned to leave. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Bai Bing. Should you come across any good items in the future, feel free to trade with me. Chen Xing had a favorable impression of this individual, far superior to the previous landlord who sold stoves. Very well, I am Chen Xing. I shall seek you out next time. Brother, you are quite foolish. 1 quilt could be exchanged for a considerable amount of grain elsewhere, perhaps even for canned goods. Lu Jia murmured as she walked beside him on the way back. Chen Xing remained silent, though a faint smile graced his lips. In truth, he yearned to tell her. Are we really so familiar? Yet, considering her recent assistance, he swallowed the words before they could escape his lips. Chapter 18 at this moment. He simply yearned to return home swiftly, to peruse the newspaper and grasp the situation in other regions. However, Lu Jia clung to him like a stubborn adhesive. As they traversed the stalls selling stoves, a shadow suddenly flitted by. The stall owner with a horse-like face abruptly leapt in front of them. Chen Xing remained silent, raising his gaze to Lu Er, his hand already reaching for his waist. Lu Er, with a provocative expression, stared at him, declaring, "You may leave. But this woman must stay." "I don't know you," Lu Jia exclaimed, her face filled with terror as she darted behind Chen Xing. Chen Xing frowned. "Humph. You stole my belongings. I have been searching for you for quite some time. You're talking nonsense. I don't even know you." Lu Jia's voice trembled, her hands gripping Chen Xing's clothing tighter. Lu Er, with a fierce demeanor, awaited Chen Xing. Though it was unclear whether his ire was directed at Lu Jia or Chen Xing could not be bothered to inquire. "Step aside." "Well, you dare." In a flash, a white light glimmered, and Lu Er felt a chill beside his ear. A strand of hair from his temple had fallen, while Chen Xing sheathed his blade. The onlookers fell silent, for none had witnessed how Chen Xing had drawn his sword. How audacious, to challenge me with a blade. Behind the stove stall, a group of thugs emerged, armed and menacing, surrounding them. Yet, Chen Xing remained unfazed. "I shall repeat myself. Step aside, or next time it will not be merely your hair that is severed." Chen Xing's voice was icy, invigorating the onlookers with a sense of awe. What boldness! Lu Er's pupils constricted. "Who are you trying to intimidate?" "Brothers, advance." "What are you doing, Lu Er? Do you wish to ruin your business here?" Zhang Li's voice resonated from behind them. The henchman of Lu Er, poised to charge, hesitated. Lu Er immediately donned a smiling facade. "Zhang sir, you've arrived. It's just a bit of fun. Have you had enough of your antics? If so, disperse immediately." Zhang Li did not regard Lu Er kindly, causing Lu Er's expression to shift dramatically. Finally, he forced a smile. "Brothers, give Zhang sir some face. Let us all disperse." He then pointed at Chen Xing. "How dare you?" Once again, a flash of white light appeared. Lu Er's face paled as he withdrew his finger. Fortunate that it was merely a nail that had been clipped. "Next time, it will be your finger." After this, Chen Xing coldly pressed forward, brushing past Lu Er. "You." Lu Er seethed with fury, but recalling the previous flashes of cold light, he swallowed his words. Zhang Lu observed him with a faint smile, whispering as he passed. "Be cautious of this fellow. He is the tyrant of building number 5, and Yu Yang is connected to him." A glimmer of coldness flashed in Chen Xing's eyes. "Thank you." Upon exiting the market, Chen Xing quickened his pace, while Lu Jia trailed closely behind him. Chen Xing had little to say to this follower. Upon reaching building number 4, he discovered that Yu Yang's lackey was unexpectedly absent, prompting Chen Xing to hasten his ascent. Upon reaching the 7th floor, a cacophony of cries echoed from the corridor. Chen Xing, reluctant to become embroiled in unforeseen complications, yearned to return home swiftly. Suddenly, the fire door of the stairwell was flung open, and a middle-aged man tumbled inside. In an instant, a shadow lunged at him, plunging a knife into his abdomen. Damn it. I warned you about the management fees. The assailant withdrew the blade and struck again and again. Lu Jia, terrified, covered her mouth and clutched Chen Xing's arm with all her might. At that moment, another shadow surged in, forcefully colliding with the knife man and landing atop the wounded man. Father, she managed to cry out, only to be seized by her hair from behind by a younger man, yanking her back into the foyer. Damn it, Xiao Lu. Can you handle this? Keep an eye on her. Once we've dealt with this guy, we can enjoy ourselves later. Haha, don't worry, I won't let her escape this time. As one of the men spoke, he delivered several resounding slaps to the woman, the sound echoing like the strumming of a pipa. Damn it. I told you not to run. The other man picked up a dagger from the floor, casting a glance at Chen Xing and Lu Jia, who were cowering around the corner of the staircase. What are you staring at? If you keep looking, I might just kill you both too. Now get lost. Chapter 19. Although Chen Xing was aware of the tumultuous state of the world, he never anticipated it would deteriorate to such an extent. Recently, there had been incidents of robbery and murder, but these typically occurred at night, with Yu Yang's gang still exercising some discretion. At the very least, they would not act recklessly in broad daylight. Yet, in just a few short days, the situation had escalated to the point where they dared to kill openly in the light of day. We must leave immediately. Chen Xing lowered his head, seemingly startled by the scene before him. He quickly ascended the stairs in small, hurried steps. His trembling figure elicited laughter from the two thugs nearby. Meanwhile, the girl seized by the thug, Xiao Lu, struggled desperately, seeking help. However, with her mouth covered, she could only emit muffled whimpers, her eyes filled with despair. In that fleeting moment, Chen Xing recognized her. She was Chung Lu, the flight attendant from the 7th floor. Although they had never been introduced, he had heard her name mentioned in the homeowners group. Before the apocalypse, he had encountered her in the elevator a few times, always when she returned from her night shifts. Her exquisite makeup paired with her uniform was undeniably captivating, and it was no wonder that many men in the homeowners group held her in high regard. Little did he know that she had now fallen to such depths. In times of peace, beauty is a blessing. In the apocalypse, it becomes a curse. Yet, Chen Xing turned away, feigning ignorance. He was reluctant to become embroiled in trouble, and even if he wished to rescue the girl, he felt powerless to do so. Wait. As Chen Xing passed the thug wielding a knife, the man called out, "Leave her." He pointed at Lu Jia, who was standing behind Chen Xing. Lu Jia's heart raced, and she clutched Chen Xing's sleeve tightly. Chen Xing cursed under his breath, realizing that women indeed brought complications. Before he could speak, the thug raised his knife, directing it at him. Additionally, leave your clothes and that helmet behind, he commanded. Chen Xing's body tensed suddenly, and the thug noticed his defensive posture, sneering coldly. What is this? You plan to fight? Be careful. Just then, Lu Jia screamed from behind, yanking Chen Xing forcefully. He stumbled, and a glint of cold steel flashed past his nose, sending shivers down his spine. A hidden assailant had leaped down from the upper staircase, swinging a knife directly at his neck. Had Lu Jia not pulled him away, the blade would have struck him squarely. Finish him, shouted the thug who had earlier captured Chen Xing's attention, rushing forward with his knife. Xiao Lu, the girl, was thrown to the ground by the thug, who then grabbed a crowbar and charged ahead. Chen Xing's heart raced as he realized the grim reality. This was not a spontaneous act. It was a meticulously planned ambush. Could it be that they had recognized their presence long ago, and that their concealment was executed with such finesse? Astonishingly, even the Phoenix had failed to discern their presence and had not managed to issue a warning in time. Yet, the situation at hand allowed no room for further contemplation. He swiftly reached into his pocket, and a pressure crossbow materialized in his grasp. With a series of puffs, the thugs wielding knives in the street were met with a barrage of bolts, their faces marred by the onslaught. However, the most lethal shot pierced through the throat of one, who clutched at his neck, blood seeping from his mouth and nose, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The assassin leaping down from above, upon witnessing Carla's unconscious convulsions, felt his eyes blaze with fury. Chapter 20. Suddenly, he sprang up from the ground, leaping through the air towards Chen Xing. This individual was remarkably diminutive, standing at barely 1.60 meters, yet his jumping ability was astonishing. It was as if his legs were equipped with springs, propelling him more than 2 meters high, effortlessly clearing the fallen corpse of Kala as he lunged at Chen Xing. Seeking death, Chen Xing sneered, raising the crossbow in his hand. "Little brother, be careful," came Lu Jia's warning from behind. Just as Chen Xing was jolted off balance by another collision, Duang. Chen Xing felt a sharp impact to his head, causing him to stagger. Had he not been slightly displaced by Lu Jia's previous shove, he would have undoubtedly taken the blow squarely. He rolled on the ground, narrowly evading the diminutive assailant's airborne attack. Chen Xing quickly crouched, bracing his crossbow against his shoulder. "Filthy wretch, get away from me." Suddenly, a 2-meter-tall brute kicked Lu Jia to the ground. Chen Xing's eyes turned crimson, especially upon seeing the spiked club in the man's grasp, its wooden surface bristling with iron nails. Had he been struck by it, even with his electric bike helmet, he might not have withstood the full force of that blow. In a matter of mere minutes, Lu Jia had saved him twice. Now, witnessing her being sent flying by that villain, Chen Xing's eyes began to bleed with fury. His focus sharpened, and the movements of several individuals slowed in his perception. The agile little man leaped again. Chen Xing raised his hand and pulled the trigger, unleashing a torrential barrage. Puff, puff, puff. "Ah!" The little man screamed, collapsing to the ground, then scrambling to hide around the corner of the staircase. The brute wielding the spiked club, however, charged forward with a shrill cry. Puff, puff, puff. Another hail of bolts struck the hefty man, producing a dull thud, yet the lethality fell short. He raised his arms to shield his head and face. Although his arms were riddled with bolts like a porcupine, the vital areas remained untouched. The power of the crossbow was formidable, yet the man was clad in a thick military coat, which had been drenched, significantly diminishing the arrow's impact. "I will kill you," the hefty man bellowed, waiting for Chen Xing to cease fire before he raised his arm and charged again, swinging the spiked club down upon Chen Xing. Yet, Chen Xing remained unfazed, propelling himself forward with great force. Onlookers only perceived a flash before Chen Xing vanished into the brute's embrace. So swift? Little Lu, who was darting nearby, could only gape in astonishment. His companion, a massive figure at 203 centimeters tall and weighing 300 kilograms, was effortlessly tossed aside by Chen Xing as if he were a mere sack of potatoes. Crash. The hefty man slammed into the corner of the staircase and did not rise again. A dagger embedded in his chest. Chen Xing casually retrieved the dagger, a cold smirk playing on his lips as he approached little Lu. "Today, none of you shall escape." Clang. Little Lu reacted swiftly. Upon seeing Chen Xing approach, he promptly dropped the crowbar in his hand and knelt before Chen Xing. "Please, don't kill me." Chen Xing was taken aback, as it was the first time he had encountered such a spineless character who readily shifted with the winds. This demeanor was unlike that of Yu Yang and his group, was it not? Chapter 21. Who are you? Why have I never seen you before? Chen Xing had a clear recollection of the members of Yu Yang's gang. They were the very foundation of his team during his tenure as the head of security. However, the individuals before him today were undoubtedly unfamiliar faces, seemingly not even residents of Building 4. "Big brother, we are," the man stammered, his voice dwindling to a whisper as his head drooped. Chen Xing leaned in to hear better when, without warning, the man sprang up, hurling a handful of white ash towards him. "Die!" The ash missed, and the man clutched his palm, 2 fingers severed and lying on the ground. Blood gushed forth from the wound as if a water pipe had burst. Chen Xing sneered, flicking his dagger. "Apologies, I anticipated your anticipation." Yet before he could revel in his triumph, his expression shifted abruptly. For the small man, Lu, had drawn a hand crossbow from his clothing, eyes alight with madness. "Die!" Chen Xing's pupils constricted as he arched his back, executing a bridge maneuver just in time. But as his body crashed to the ground, Lu's arrow was not released. With a deft roll, he evaded to the corner of the staircase, only to find Lu kneeling on the ground, blood trickling from his lips. The hand crossbow fell uselessly beside him, a dagger protruding from his chest, placed there by Cheng Lu, who had taken the very knife that had slain her father and plunged it into Lu with ruthless precision. Lu, resilient in his last moments, struggled to turn and gaze at Cheng Lu, the once sweet flight attendant now exuding a chilling detachment, as though she were staring at a corpse. With a forceful twist, she yanked the dagger free. Lu's face contorted in agony. "You filthy bitch, I will kill you." With a splatter, blood erupted from his wound, spraying over a meter away. Cheng Lu, with a swift motion, drew back the knife, severing his throat. Lu, choking on his own blood, collapsed lifelessly. Game over. Chen Xing watched the scene unfold in stunned silence. Just months prior, she had been a fragile and delicate stewardess, but in an instant, she had transformed into a remorseless assassin. This cursed world. Yet, he quickly rallied his spirits and glanced downstairs. There remained a short man, who, despite several arrows lodged in him, had not succumbed to death. However, that man had vanished without a trace. The ambush had been thwarted. And Chen Xing finally exhaled in relief. He descended the stairs and helped Lu Jia, who was leaning against the wall, to her feet. Sister Jia, are you all right? Earlier, she had been kicked by a hefty brute. In this apocalyptic reality, sustaining internal injuries was akin to receiving a death sentence. I'm fine. It's nothing serious, Lu Jia replied, struggling to sit up with his support. Though she claimed to be unscathed, the pain was evident on her face. Chen Xing quickly reached out, pressing on her abdomen where she had been struck. Sister, does it hurt here? He was merely conducting a simple examination. Although he was not a professional doctor, he was still familiar with such simple examinations. However, Lu Jia found herself in an embarrassing situation. It's nothing, little brother. I'm just wearing thick clothing. And the fall was a bit painful. Upon hearing her words, Chen Xing breathed a sigh of relief. If Lu Jia had sustained any serious injury while trying to save him, he would have felt immense guilt. Yet, seeing her current condition, it seemed that she was indeed not in grave danger. After conducting a brief examination of her bones, he confirmed that there were no significant injuries, allowing him to finally relax. However, when he turned back, he was startled. Chapter 22 revealed Cheng Lu crouching before the lifeless body of the man who had just slain her father. With a knife plunged into his abdomen, as if her rage was insatiable, she drove the blade into his chest once more. In a fleeting moment, the scene transformed into a grotesque tableau of blood and flesh. Cough, cough, are you all right? Chen Xing sensed that this woman might be teetering on the brink of madness. Cheng Lu lifted her gaze, her face as cold as frost, radiating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Thank you, she uttered softly. No need for thanks, Chen Xing mused, relieved that she still retained some semblance of sanity. I know you, you're Chen Xing from the 32nd floor. Chen Xing raised an eyebrow. Although he had encountered Cheng Lu in the elevator a few times, they had never exchanged words. How did she know his name? When they plotted to ambush you. They mentioned your name, she explained. Chen Xing's brow furrowed in concern. They specifically came to ambush me. Yes, from what I gathered. They were brought here by Yu Yang from another building. Chen Xing felt a wave of understanding wash over him. I thought so. This ambush, while seemingly abrupt, bore the marks of meticulous planning. It became clear that this group was a cadre of assassins summoned by Yu Yang. He knows you watch them every day. They wouldn't leave until you emerged. Thus, he enlisted these individuals from Building 5. Cheng Lu stated matter-of-factly. How do you know so much? Chen Xing couldn't help but inquire. Cheng Lu's smile was more sorrowful than joyful. I am merely the price paid for Yu Yang's hired killers. Chen Xing was taken aback. This morning, Yu Yang deceived me and entered my home, allowing them to hide there. They awaited your departure to ambush you. When you left, they did not act immediately, but conspired within my home on how to ensnare you. I just never anticipated they would kill my father. As she spoke the last words, silent tears streamed down her face, a testament to profound sorrow that rendered her voice mute. Chen Xing found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to console this grieving girl. He could only approach the bodies of the fallen and begin to search through them. To his surprise, the tall, rotund man had another military coat beneath his own. No wonder the crossbow had failed to injure him. His entire ensemble was nothing short of luxurious. As for the lean man and Xiao Lu, both wore multiple layers of leather jackets, with the lean man even concealing a hand crossbow. Fortunately, Chen Xing had managed to strike him in the neck right at the onset. Otherwise, today could have ended in dire straits for him. Cheng Lu spoke the truth. These individuals were indeed assassins. He looked up at her, pondering her future. He glanced at the shattered door of her home beyond the fire exit. This place was no longer safe. Should Yu Yang return and discover that these men had failed to eliminate him, he would undoubtedly not spare Cheng Lu. If she were willing, he was prepared to offer her refuge. After all, the calamity that befell her family was of her own making. I will find my own way. You need not concern yourself, Cheng Lu said as she turned and entered her home, shortly re-emerging with a large backpack. Clearly, she had prepared for this eventuality. Chen Xing did not waste words, tossing the two crossbows he had retrieved from Xiao Lu and the thin man to Cheng Lu. Take this, but handle it with care. Cheng Lu was somewhat taken aback, yet she accepted the crossbow with ease. Chen Xing then removed the military coat worn by the stout man and tossed it to Cheng Lu. This is for you. He followed that by throwing her a small bag. When Cheng Lu opened it, she was surprised to find 2 packets of Yueli biscuits and a small piece of jerky inside. My name is Chen Xing, and I reside in room 3201. If you ever find yourself unable to carry on, come seek me out. These provisions were scavenged from the stout man, and Chen Xing felt no qualms about sharing. Chapter 23. Thank you. Cheng Lu's expression softened, no longer frigid as she carefully stowed away the small packet of provisions. Casting a glance at Chen Xing, she turned and vanished around the corner. Meanwhile, Chen Xing surveyed the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. These individuals had willingly participated. Their sacrifice must not go to waste. Jiajia, I need a favor. Half an hour later, Chen Xing and Lu Jia returned to the 32nd floor, panting heavily. Chen Xing bore the weight of the corpulent figure and Shalu's remains, while the lighter body of the thin man was entrusted to Lu Jia. You little brother. Lu Jia unceremoniously dropped the slender corpse at Chen Xing's doorstep, her gaze towards him laced with confusion. She simply could not fathom why Chen Xing would haul the three bodies upstairs. Chen Xing offered no further explanation, merely smiling as he tossed her a small packet. Inside were the remaining provisions scavenged from the corpulent man's belongings. Upon seeing the 2 packages of yuliyu and a bar of chocolate, Lu Jia's eyes sparkled with delight. Additionally, she stripped the military coat from the fat man and tossed it to Lu Jia. This is for you. Lu Jia's eyes gleamed even brighter. Little brother. Should you ever need assistance again, do not hesitate to seek me out. I possess strength. All right, sister, take care of yourself, Chen Xing replied, gesturing towards the hefty figure. This deceased man was no lightweight. Lu Jia, with a beaming face, turned to head home, but just before entering, Chen Xing couldn't help but offer a word of caution. Sister, do not take everything outside. Keep some for yourself. Lu Jia paused momentarily, but refrained from further discussion. Swiftly entering her abode, Chen Xing shook his head. Indeed, the environment is the greatest teacher of resilience. What of the once exalted civil servants before the apocalypse? Are they not now equally burdened with physical toil? Even when aiding oneself in the task of carrying corpses, one must bear the labor without complaint. He turned, opened the door, and dragged the corpses inside. I sincerely apologize for everything that transpired, Feng Huang said as soon as Chen Xing stepped into the house. He possessed the capability to infiltrate the building's surveillance system. Had he detected the assassin's presence earlier and issued a warning to Chen Xing, the crisis of the day could have been averted. Chen Xing chuckled softly. This is not your fault, Feng Huang. I never anticipated that Yu Yang would be so cunning, using himself as bait and summoning assassins from the outside. Chen Xing genuinely did not foresee this tactic from Yu Yang. Feng Huang, seeking to conserve energy, entered a dormant state whenever Chen Xing left the house, making it impossible to monitor the entire building continuously. Thus, the blame for today's events ultimately fell upon Chen Xing's own negligence. He had assumed that with Yu Yang's group engaged elsewhere, the building would be secure. Little did he know, Yu Yang had orchestrated a trap right under his nose. Had he accessed the surveillance footage of each floor through Feng Huang while entering and exiting the building, he would have undoubtedly spotted the ambushes lurking in the stairwell. It was precisely due to his carelessness that he provided the adversaries with an opportunity to strike. Nevertheless, this turn of events serves as a poignant reminder for Chen Xing not to underestimate anyone. Henceforth, each time he enters or exits the building and the community, he must conduct a thorough sweep with the Phoenix to mitigate any potential crises before proceeding. Chen Xing offered the 3 corpses, along with the energy cube, as a sacrifice to the Phoenix. Safe house, level 2, 78-100. Upon witnessing the safety index rise by 10 points, Chen Xing was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 24. It appears that the level of mutation among these individuals is quite profound, surpassing by 4 points the safety index contributed by the ruffians under Yu Yang's command. Nevertheless, they seem to be a novice team. Given a few more months, these individuals are certain to hone their skills and transform into seasoned fighters. At that juncture, they will undoubtedly become formidable foes. Reflecting on his encounter today, Chen Xing discerned that there were indeed flaws in their coordination. For instance, the slender man's act to divert his attention was somewhat excessive. Had he been sufficiently astute, he would have recognized their vulnerabilities at that moment. Moreover, the fact that they managed to allow Cheng Lu's father to escape from his home indicates that they were also quite anxious during that time. After this introspection, Chen Xing's survival experience in this apocalyptic world further advanced. He removed his helmet, only to notice several nails embedded on one side, sending a shiver down his spine. It was fortunate that Lu Jia had bumped into him. Otherwise, had he sustained a direct hit, it could have been catastrophic. Settling back onto the sofa, Chen Xing poured himself a glass of the white liquor he had scavenged from the bus terminal the previous day. After taking a sip, he gradually regained his composure. It was then that he retrieved the Central Daily he had exchanged for at the underground market. Central Daily version N, Datex. Year 2335. Large numbers of newly sprouted plants discovered in southern Yuezhou by Bureau 355. The Yuezhou administrative authorities advise local residents to refrain from contacting or consuming unidentified plants while venturing into wilderness areas. Newly discovered large reptilian creatures in southern Jingzhou. The Jingzhou authorities warn citizens to exercise caution while searching for supplies. If any previously unseen creatures are encountered, please report immediately to Bureau 366. Ms. Cheng Xiaoi of Shushan collaborates with Bureau 366 to jointly eliminate a large coastal creature in a recent report. Ms. Cheng Xiaoi from the Shushan sect, in collaboration with Bureau 366, orchestrated a joint ambush in southern Jingzhou, targeting a creature that had been a menace to the region for several days. Accompanying the article was a photograph of a strikingly beautiful woman, wielding a long sword, standing before a colossal creature that resembled a seal but was more than 20 times its size. Its head bore no eyes, only a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth, instilling a sense of dread just by gazing upon it. West Capital issues new reclamation decree. With the warming climate and increased rainfall in the western regions, what was once a desert is now transformed into fertile fields. The West Capital extends an invitation to the nation's citizens, calling upon those with vision to partake in agricultural activities in the area. The city will provide accommodation for those who arrive. After perusing these articles, Chen Xing felt a surge of emotions. It seems that order persists in the southern regions and certain areas are still viable for agricultural production. Furthermore, the West Capital is actively seeking individuals for reclamation efforts, indicating that the nation's vitality endures. This revelation ignited a flicker of hope within him. Should the situation in Danzhou become untenable, he could always flee southward. Alternatively, one might venture to the western capital, where, at the very least, one could sustain oneself through agriculture. In the region where he resides, the proximity to the cherry blossom sea has been notable. The volcanic ash from Sakurajama's eruptions has traversed the seas, inflicting considerable damage upon the Danzhou area. Initially, he presumed that the entire nation had been affected. However, it appears that only Danzhou has suffered significantly. The southern regions, at least, remain relatively secure. As he continues to peruse, he encounters advertisements for recruitment in the new Jingwu Men. In the Shushan Sword sect, the majority of what follows consists predominantly of advertisements. It seems that various martial arts sects, once confined to the realms of wuxia novels, have suddenly emerged into the present. Could it be that the resurgence of spiritual energy in the world has led to the revival of these legendary sects? The entire world has been turned upside down, transformed into an unfamiliar visage. Chapter 25 Take, for instance, the recent report regarding Cheng Xiaoi from Shushan. Chen Xing cast another glance at the image, where a colossal beast loomed behind the girl. In terms of size, it was several dozen times larger than her. How could such a frail maiden possibly collaborate with the nation's formidable forces to vanquish this monstrous creature? Could it be that the legendary martial arts and arcane techniques have now manifested into reality? Phoenix mentioned that the energy cube from the spacecraft diffused through the air, affecting the entire world. Both flora and fauna, upon inhalation, would undergo mutations. Could this be considered a form of alternative spiritual resurgence? Chen Xing's thoughts ebbed and flowed, and he remained silent in the living room for a considerable time. He sat there for an entire afternoon. When he finally regained his senses, it was already 8 in the evening. Gazing at the wine glass before him, Chen Xing downed the last remnants of the drink in one swift motion. The information overload from the newspaper had been purged from his mind. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Phoenix, Chen Xing began. But before he could complete his thought, Phoenix promptly replied, the safe house currently has an energy level of 220 with a power supply of 100. Centered around the safe house, it can achieve comprehensive battlefield awareness within a radius of 200 meters. It can support the owner in combat tonight for 30 minutes. With that, Chen Xing stretched lazily and remarked, that will suffice. He rose and approached the television, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. Activate all surveillance equipment in Building 4 and Building 5. Find me those 2 scoundrels, Yu Yang and Lu Er. That scoundrel Yu Yang had the audacity to hire someone to kill him. He must pay the price. As for Lu Er, he was no different. Earlier at the market, Zhang Lu had cautioned him to be wary of Lu Er. Reflecting on Lu Er's deliberate provocation at the market, it became evident that the assassin group hailed from Building 5. If there were no connections between the assassin group and Lu Er, Chen Xing would never believe it. What is a return without reciprocity? This matter must be settled today. Chen Xing, do not let vengeance linger overnight. Soon, the television screen displayed numerous images. Initially, the focus was on the stairwell of Building 4, particularly monitoring the 2 floors near Chen Xing's residence. Indeed, 2 shadowy figures were spotted lurking on the 30th floor, presumably sent by Yu Yang to keep watch. Continuing downward to the 10th floor, this was Lu Yang's stronghold. This level had been purchased by a seafood business owner, who had left it largely uninhabited after renovations, rendering it vacant. Following the apocalypse, it had been seized by Yu Yang, becoming his lair. However, it was evident that Yu Yang was not residing in his hideout tonight, as there were no lackeys patrolling outside. Typically, when he was present, a few underlings would be stationed at the door. As the surveillance shifted to the first floor, two of Yu Yang's subordinates appeared on screen, engrossed in a game of cards. After completing the sweep of Building 4, Chen Xing propped his chin on his hand, observing the situation. It seemed that Yu Yang and the core members of his gang were not in Building 4 tonight. On this late hour, where have these fellows run off to? Never mind, let us put that aside for now. Phoenix, activate the surveillance system of Building 5. Under a minute, Phoenix successfully infiltrated the monitoring system of Building 5. The Yufu Guanshan High Complex is considered a moderately upscale residential area. To ensure the safety of its residents and to prevent disputes, every entrance area on each floor of every building is equipped with surveillance cameras. After the apocalypse, these cameras merely lost power. The hardware remains intact. The surveillance footage from Building 5 began to materialize on Chen Xing's television. Soon, Chen Xing spotted the traces of Lu Er's gang on the 20th floor of Building 5. In truth, Chen Xing had never visited Building 5 before and was unaware of the specific circumstances within that building. Chapter 26. In the entrance hall of the 20th floor, two groups of thugs were staring at each other. Chen Xing immediately recognized that several of them were indeed Yu Yang's underlings. Yu Yang was here. Chen Xing's pupils slightly constricted. Could Phoenix infiltrate the television, computer, or any device equipped with a camera in this household? I need to conduct a scan first. As Phoenix spoke, it began to breach the access control system of room 2002, along with the household appliances. In this world, wherever there are electrical devices connected to a power source, Phoenix can infiltrate. Chen Xing could easily deduce this. The presence of Yu Yang and his gang indicated they were likely here to negotiate with Lu Er, the local tyrant of this building. No wonder he hadn't seen them in Building 4 earlier. For Lu Er to occupy this residence, it surely must possess decent conditions. At the very least, it had to be well furnished. Even if the home lacked a smart home system, it certainly had a television and a computer. These electronic devices, provided they had cameras and were plugged in, could be activated by Phoenix, capturing the happenings within the room. Whatever Bull could achieve before the apocalypse, Phoenix could undoubtedly replicate. Finding 3 usable devices, Phoenix's voice echoed, and 3 small screens appeared on the television. They displayed the living room from different angles. Chen Xing selected the angle that offered the clearest view and enlarged the image. The living room was now filled with smoke and chaos. With 2 groups sitting on the sofa, one group comprised Yu Yang and his underlings, while the other was Lu Er, whom he had encountered at the market earlier that day. What did you say to me back then, Yu Yang? That guy is merely a small fry, lacking any real skills. My men, including Xiao Lu, have 2 mutants among them. Yet only one has returned, while the remaining 3 are unaccounted for, alive or dead. And that flight attendant has fled. You must give me an explanation for today's events. Lu Er exclaimed, his emotions running high, saliva flying as he spoke. Chen Xing's pupils dilated sharply. The assassin had indeed been sent by Lu Er. Moreover, they were aware that people were beginning to mutate. Yet, Yu Yang across from him chuckled. Old Lu, why so agitated? I had warned you that the kid was not easy to deal with. But you said that with Xiao Lu and the others involved, that guy wouldn't escape. Now that things have escalated, none of us wished for this. As for that girl, if she ran away, so be it. I still have a few decent ones in my building. When the time comes, I'll hand them over to you. As for your underlings, they are likely done in by that Chen fellow. Don't worry. I, Yu Yang, am not unreasonable. I have brought compensation for you today. As Yu Yang finished speaking, 2 of his underlings approached Lu Er, carrying a burlap sack. Upon opening the sack, a mound of white rice was revealed to the air. This full bag weighed a staggering 100 kilograms. Such compensation indeed exuded sincerity. However, Lu Er merely snorted in response. Yu Yang glanced back and signaled to his subordinate, who promptly turned and soon reappeared, dragging in a large burlap sack. He placed it before Lu Er and opened it, revealing a beautiful woman, entirely unclothed. Her hands and feet were bound with adhesive tape, and her mouth was similarly sealed. Lying on the ground, her eyes were filled with sheer terror. A glint of coldness flashed in Chen Xing's eyes. He did not recognize her, unaware of where Yu Yang and his companions had abducted her from. Upon sighting the woman, a smile finally graced Lu Er's face. Old you truly understand me. You know what I desire. With that, he reached out towards the woman, but his hand was abruptly intercepted by Yu Yang's outstretched arm. Lu Er's expression shifted. What? Are you playing me, Yu Yang? Yu Yang chuckled softly. How could that be? You accepted my payment, and this unfinished business must be completed. Chapter 27. Alas, Yu Yang, you make it exceedingly difficult for me. Upon hearing Yu Yang's words, Lu Er leaned back against the thick cushions of the sofa. A bitter expression etched on his face as he gazed at Yu Yang. Boss Yu, we have been collaborating for quite some time now, and you are well aware of the number of people under my command. The few I dispatched this time, including Xiao Lu, are my most capable team. Now that they have faltered, where am I to find others to send to you? Yu Yang, however, remained unperturbed, a faint smile gracing his lips. Lu Er, if you are reluctant to provide personnel, that is quite all right. I wish to borrow something from you. Oh, what do you wish to borrow? Lu Er scratched his sparse hair. A wall saw? How did you know I had? Upon hearing Yu Yang's request, Lu Er suddenly sat up straight. Yu Yang chuckled. Do not forget what I used to do. In the past, most of the homeowners in our community rented wall saws from you for renovations. Don't tell me you no longer have any. Lu Er's eyes darted around. Well, I do have one, but it's out of power. How can you use it? You need not worry about that. Over the past few days, I have been in communication with Daqiang from the adjacent Hanlin Academy community. I exchanged for a generator from him. Upon hearing Yu Yang's words, Chen Xing's heart sank. This Yu Yang is indeed cunning. If it hadn't been for my serendipitous discovery today, he could have acquired the electric saw. He could breach the wall from next door, or even from the roof of my own home. I would have been oblivious to how my demise came about. Fortunately, I stumbled upon their scheme. Lu Er, upon hearing Yu Yang's plan, sprang up from the sofa. You have a generator. Haha, splendid. I shall send someone to fetch the wall saw, but I have a condition. What is it? Once you are done with the wall saw, could you lend me the generator for a while? Agreed. Chen Xing had lost interest in the exchange. He turned off the television and began to don his protective gear. There was no time to waste. He must ensure that the two of them do not succeed in their conspiracy. Otherwise, his sanctuary would be at risk. Chen Xing stealthily exited his home. Aware that two were stationed on the 30th floor. Utilizing his stealth skills, he moved without making a sound. However, he did not descend directly. Instead, he turned and slipped into the fire escape corridor. In their community, most buildings feature 2 units on the first floor, with each unit having 2 households per staircase. There was a fire escape corridor connecting the 2 units. In his unit's stairwell, a sentinel had been arranged by Yu Yang. Yet, in the adjacent second unit, there was none. Since the onset of the apocalypse, Danzhou had been enduring a perpetual winter. By night, indoor temperatures typically plummet to -10 degrees, while outdoor temperatures can dip to around -20. Thus, few dare to venture out at night. Even those who do mostly remain in the stairwells or lobbies. Thus, Yu Yang stationed the guards in the stairwell of the 30th floor, while the second unit became the Achilles heel of his defense. Chen Xing sprinted from the stairwell of the second unit and swiftly reached the 10th floor. He then traversed the fire escape corridor, returning to the first unit. At this moment, Yu Yang was engaged in negotiations at Building 5. To guard against Lu Er, he had taken the majority of his subordinates with him, inadvertently leaving his stronghold exceptionally vulnerable. Consequently, Chen Xing's first step in tonight's vengeful endeavor was not to hastily confront Yu Yang and his men. Chapter 28. Instead of directly confronting Yu Yang, Chen Xing decided to raid his lair and pilfer his belongings. Arriving at the entrance of room 1001, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the door lock. It had been replaced. No longer was it the electronic lock previously authorized by the developer. Instead, a mechanical lock had been installed. This posed a challenge. Casting a glance at the adjacent apartment, he noted that the neighboring room still bore the original electronic lock. A spark of inspiration ignited within him. If the main entrance to 1001 was inaccessible, he would resort to the window. The balconies of the 2 units in the same corridor were situated in close proximity. He had no intention of forcefully breaking down the door, as such a ruckus would undoubtedly attract Yu Yang's attention. Stealth was paramount in this endeavor. Thus, he resolved to scale the balcony from the adjacent apartment to gain entry into Yu Yang's home. With a soft click, the electronic lock of room 1002 yielded as he entered. However, upon stepping inside, he was utterly astonished. A generator stood prominently in the living room of 1002. As he surveyed the space more closely, disbelief washed over him. The living area was brimming with firewood collected by Yu Yang and his security team during the day. Neatly stacked along the walls were meticulously chopped logs. On the opposite side lay a hoard of clothing and bedding, all bundled and arranged in orderly piles. Towering to the ceiling. Suspended from the ceiling were various types of cured meats and sausages, adding to the peculiar abundance. Chen Xing ventured into a bedroom on the south side, where he had to stifle a gasp of excitement. The room was overflowing with an array of food supplies. Against the wall were countless bags of rice and flour, amounting to several hundred kilograms. Beneath these grains were barrels of cooking oil, alongside boxes of sausages, luncheon meats, and assorted canned fruits. In the outermost section, a delightful assortment of candies, nuts, and chocolates were neatly arranged, not to mention several boxes of sugar, salt, and various spices. Incredible. The sheer volume of provisions in this room could easily stock a small convenience store. This place was, astonishingly, a veritable warehouse of supplies belonging to Yu Yang. The cunning rogue had cleverly concealed his resources not in his own lair, but rather next door. Yet, he could never have imagined that these provisions would ultimately benefit Chen Xing. Originally intending to stealthily infiltrate 1001, he now saw no need to do so. Clearing out this treasure trove would suffice. Raising his wristwatch, Chen Xing began scanning the bountiful supplies. A series of white flashes erupted as heaps of goods vanished into thin air, only to materialize within the storage compartment of his watch. In a matter of moments, the generator and various food supplies were entirely depleted from the room, leaving behind a space that was more than half empty, save for the cured meats hanging from the ceiling. Upon closer inspection, he noted that these meats were unlike the typical pork or beef he was accustomed to, due to the presence of several pieces of jerky made from rat meat. He surmised that these were likely the products of some mutated beasts recently captured by Yu Yang and his companions. Chen Xing, wary of such provisions, dared not partake and thus left them untouched. As he exited his room, he was suddenly startled by two loud thuds emanating from the door of Yu Yang's lair. It seemed as though something was colliding against the door, sending a jolt of fear through Chen Xing. Could there be an ambush lurking within Yu Yang's chamber? He drew his knife, holding his breath in anticipation. Yet after a prolonged moment of stillness, no one emerged from room 1001. The only sound being the relentless banging of the door. With no sign of activity, Chen Xing chose to disregard the commotion and swiftly retreated into the fire escape corridor. He hurried back to his own abode, room 3201, where he promptly unloaded all his supplies. He planned to engage in combat soon, and carrying these provisions would take up considerable space. Once he had organized his resources, he turned once more to exit his home. Chapter 29. Next comes the true moment of the hunt. Chen Xing arrived at the West unit on the 4th floor of Building 2. The Phoenix helped him open the door to this unit, which remained unsold and thus in its bare state. Chen Xing entered the master bedroom, skillfully opened the window, and secured a mechanical arm. He then descended to the ground floor, and it was already past 10 in the evening. The darkness was so profound that one could not see a hand in front of their face, while the north wind howled, interspersed with snowflakes the size of goose feathers. The snowflakes stung his face, prompting Chen Xing to tighten his hood. Battling against the wind and snow, he made his way towards Building 5. With both buildings standing side by side, separated only by a narrow passageway, the distance was merely 50 meters, and within 2 minutes, Chen Xing circled to the west side of Unit 2 in Building 5. He took out a crossbow bolt and shot it towards the side window of the west unit on the 5th floor. The bolt, attached to a rope, firmly anchored itself beside the window of room 5001. Chen Xing tugged on the rope, confirming its sturdiness, and then began his ascent. His agility, rated at 1, 2, was now evident. Although the exterior wall was smooth and presented a challenge in finding footholds, Chen Xing moved with the grace of a nimble monkey. Despite the fierce wind and heavy snowfall, he performed like a seasoned climber. Reaching the 5th floor in less than 2 minutes before breaking through the window. How is Phoenix faring in negotiations? Has everything been settled? Have Lu Er's men already brought the wall saw? He is accompanying Yu Yang downstairs to verify the goods. Excellent. A glint of cold light flickered in Chen Xing's eyes as he swiftly untied the rope at his waist. Haha, old Lu. Await my good news that Chen fellow may be arrogant, but this time he surely doesn't anticipate my entry through the wall. Once I infiltrate his home, his demise is certain. Haha, and let me tell you, there's a stunning beauty living next door. That figure tsk, haha, really? Oh right. I just remembered. I think her surname is Lu. You know her? How could I not? When her house was being renovated, she frequently visited my home to purchase materials. Old you. Are you certain you can access Chen Xing's home through hers? Rest assured. Her husband discreetly approached me a couple of days ago, and we made arrangements. When the time comes, ha, don't forget about me then. Chen Xing observed the surveillance footage on his watch. Yu Yang and Lu Er, both wearing lewd smiles, descended the staircase, followed by a group of underlings. Chen Xing estimated that together, they numbered over 30. The scene shifted to the lobby on the 1st floor, where a wall saw was positioned in the center. Nearby, 4 of Lu Er's subordinates stood watch, and soon after, Yu Yang and Lu Er appeared in the lobby. Brother, this is the wall saw. Do you know how to operate it? Let me cover for you. Lu Er stated as he approached the wall saw. Chen Xing stood up and exited the fire escape corridor. At the entrance of the fire corridor on the 2nd floor of Building 5, Unit 1, 2 subordinates of Lu Er idled away their time. The lobby on the 1st floor was rather cramped, which is why they had not followed suit. Old Zhang, do you have any cigarettes left? Could you spare me one? What makes you think I have any? Stop pretending. I just saw you hide one. As the two engaged in playful banter, they were suddenly interrupted by a series of knocks from outside the corridor. They exchanged bewildered glances. Knock, knock, knock. Indeed, someone was at the door, prompting them to cease their playful antics. Drawing short knives from their waists, they approached the corridor door and pushed it open. Outside, apart from the howling northern wind, there was no one in sight. "Damn, this wind is eerie," one of them muttered, while the other sighed in relief, lowering his knife. However, just as he did, his expression shifted dramatically. Before he could raise his weapon, a flash of white light pierced through his throat. Coughing and gasping, he clutched his neck, staggering backward until he slumped against the wall, sliding down to the ground. His companion, with yellowed teeth, turned back in sheer terror, only to be met with another flash of light. He felt a chill at his neck, and blood gushed forth in a fountain-like spray. In a frantic attempt to stanch the flow, he grasped at his throat, yet the blood continued to surge uncontrollably. He tried to scream, but no sound emerged. Moments later, darkness enveloped him as he collapsed to the ground. A shadow darted swiftly. Chen Xing dropped down from above the corridor door and slipped into the passageway. With stealth activated, he became a silent specter of the night. "So, how do you like it now, boss? You got the hang of it? I understand now. Haha. Just wait for my good news. Tomorrow morning, I'll bring you Chen Xing's head. Heh, just be careful with that saw. Don't break it." Lu Er laughed as he spoke to Yu Yang. Chapter 30. With a sudden thud, a shadow plummeted from the upper floors and crashed onto the snow-covered ground outside the lobby, sending a flurry of snowflakes into the air. What on earth is happening? Who has jumped? The expressions of two leaders shifted dramatically. A younger associate, stationed near the entrance on the first floor, hurriedly approached Lu Er. "Boss, it's Dahuanya. He has been killed." "What?" A fierce glint sparked in Lu Er's eyes. "Who dares to murder my subordinate on my territory? Brothers, let us go. Capture him. Today, I shall flay him alive." With a band of followers, Lu Er stormed into the stairwell, exuding an imposing presence. "What should we do, boss?" inquired a bald man beside Yu Yang, leaning in closer. "Should we assist?" Yu Yang raised a hand to halt him, but then lowered it again. "Take a few men and follow. Stay cautious and do not rush ahead." De Guang, observing the smirk on Yu Yang's lips, understood his intent perfectly. "Rest assured, boss, I know what to do." He then signaled 6 of his subordinates and rushed into the stairwell. At that moment, Lu Er and his gang had already surged into the stairwell. Oh no! Just as they entered, a number of them fell, unaware that someone had spilled water on the stairs. The doors and windows of the stairwell were left wide open, allowing the howling cold wind and swirling snow to invade. The outdoor temperature had plummeted to a chilling -25 degrees. In mere moments, the stairway had transformed into a sheet of ice. "Ah, who scattered blades on the ice?" Lu Er exclaimed, his irritation mounting. "Everyone, be careful. Ah, my hands, my feet." Lu Er watched as several of his subordinates tumbled hard to the ground. When they attempted to rise, they howled in agony. Their hands and feet instantly frozen to the icy surface, lacerated by the concealed blades. Crimson blood quickly stained the stairwell. "Damn it, who did this?" Lu Er roared in fury. "Boss, be cautious." Just as Lu Er unleashed a torrent of curses, a shadow suddenly descended from above the staircase. One alert subordinate swiftly pulled Lu Er aside, narrowly avoiding the falling figure. With a resounding crash, the shadow hit the ground. Lu Er's gaze turned bloodshot. Xiaoxi. The figure that had fallen was none other than the only dwarf who had returned from the ambush on Chen Xing earlier that day. Previously stationed on the 8th floor to recuperate, he now bore a crossbow bolt embedded in his forehead, blood streaming from his wounds, his eyes wide open in a final, desperate gaze. "Damn it, it's Chen Xing. That bastard has infiltrated." Lu Er bellowed in rage. Xiaoxi had returned earlier to recount their failed ambush, revealing that Chen Xing possessed an exceptionally lethal repeating crossbow. Now, with a bolt lodged in Xiaoxi's forehead, who else could it possibly be but Chen Xing? As the recently arrived bald man overheard Lu Er mentioning that Chen Xing had come looking for him, his expression swiftly changed. He turned to his subordinates, conveying a signal with a mere glance. In response, several of his men unsheathed their daggers and cautiously followed Lu Er's group up the staircase. The procession reached the 3rd floor, poised to ascend further. Suddenly, a gust of wind heralded an impending threat. "Be alert, that fellow wields a crossbow." Lu Er bellowed to his subordinates, though he remained largely unfazed. This was due to the fact that he had positioned 2 of his men, armed with shields, at the forefront of the group. However, contrary to expectations of a torrential barrage of crossbow bolts, none were loosed. It was merely a feint. Just as the tension began to ease, an enormous stone ball came crashing down from above the staircase. The 2 shield-bearing subordinates at the front were caught completely off guard, suffering the immediate consequence of having their legs crushed. The massive stone rolled down the stairs, leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. Chapter 31. Lu Er leaned against the wall of the stairwell, watching as the massive stone ball surged past him with a roar. His subordinates, caught off guard on the stairs, were either crushed beneath the weight of the ball or left grievously injured. His eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. The roadblock ball, originally placed at the entrance of the community, measured 50 centimeters in diameter and weighed 200 kilograms. He couldn't fathom how Chen Xing, that scoundrel, had managed to haul the roadblock ball up to the upper floors. The ball barreled down, sending Luer's men sprawling in disarray. 2 were killed on the spot, and 3 others sustained severe injuries. Damn it, follow me. I will not rest until I end him. Luer was enraged, in his own territory. He had been ambushed again and again, resulting in the deaths of several subordinates. How could he possibly hold his head high? If he did not capture and eliminate Chen Xing today, he might as well relinquish his position as leader. With determination, he charged up the stairs, finally reaching the corner platform on the 5th floor, ready to ascend further. Yet, he spotted a shadow standing above him on the stairs, wielding a pneumatic crossbow. Here he comes. Luer's eyes widened in shock. A swift whoosh followed by a thud, a white light struck him squarely in the throat. In that moment of realization, he lamented, "If only I had picked up my shield sooner." He could never have anticipated that his life would meet its end here. Luer collapsed, his body tumbling down the stairs. His gang was left in disbelief. Had their leader truly perished so suddenly? Meanwhile, the shadow appeared unyielding, showing no intention of sparing them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows rained down like a torrential storm. Chen Xing, with remarkable speed, unleashed all 40 bolts from the crossbow. In the narrow confines of the stairwell, Luer's men were left screaming in terror. With the magazine emptied, Chen Xing did not linger to assess the aftermath. He swiftly retreated into the fire escape corridor. Meanwhile, on the 1st floor, Baldy and a few subordinates scrambled back to Yu Yang, breathless. "Boss, we have a problem." "What is it?" Seeing Baldy in such disarray sent a chill down Yu Yang's spine. "Luer is dead." "What?" Yu Yang was taken aback. Luer had been one of the local tyrants alongside him. He was well aware of the man's cunning nature. "He is dead just like that?" "Yes. Chen Xing killed him." "What? Chen Xing is upstairs?" "Indeed." Yu Yang's expression shifted, torn between emotions. After a moment of contemplation, he steeled himself. "Brothers, follow me. Today, we settle this with Chen Xing once and for all." Yu Yang led his gang towards the stairwell. However, just as they took a few steps, they suddenly heard a loud crash from behind them. Turning around, they discovered that a glass window in the lobby had been shattered. Moments later, a Molotov cocktail was thrown inside, striking the wall saw perfectly. With a whoosh, flames erupted from the saw. "Quick, extinguish the fire." Upon witnessing the wall engulfed in flames, Yu Yang was instantly alarmed. This was his clandestine weapon devised to counter Chen Xing. After enduring several setbacks in his confrontations with Chen Xing, he had been diligently reflecting on his experiences, seeking to uncover Chen Xing's vulnerabilities. Chapter 32, in conclusion. The reason Chen Xing's grandson dared to confront them was that his house resembled a tortoise shell, having thwarted their attempts to breach it on several occasions. The more Chen Xing resisted, the more they suspected that he was concealing something unspeakably valuable within. Perhaps it was an abundance of provisions. Otherwise, how could he remain holed up in his lair for such an extended period? Thus, regardless of the circumstances, they were determined to infiltrate Chen Xing's abode. The wall saw was the finest tool they could procure at that moment. As Yu Yang and his crew rushed toward the wall saw, he suddenly sensed something amiss. "Stop." "Huh." Too late. Before Yu Yang could utter another word, Chen Xing's face abruptly appeared through the shattered window. He flung a Molotov cocktail into their midst. Yu Yang reacted swiftly, seizing one of his subordinates to shield himself. The bottle shattered, transforming the young man into a living torch. "Chen Xing, I will kill you." Yu Yang roared in fury, only to be met with yet another Molotov cocktail. Chen Xing was resolute in executing his plan for the day. Prior to their departure, he had procured 10 liters of gasoline, blending it with several bottles of liquor, and even mixed in his last bit of sugar, along with chocolate he had recently pilfered from Yu Yang's lair. He managed to produce 8 Molotov cocktails, and had there been more sugar, he would have created even more. Now, he aimed at Yu Yang's group, hurling the remaining cocktails with fervor. The 1st floor hall was instantly engulfed in flames, accompanied by anguished cries. Yu Yang was not spared either. Soon he too was ablaze, becoming yet another torch. Chen Xing produced his crossbow, methodically targeting each flaming figure. In mere moments, he had dispatched all but Yu Yang, who, despite being on fire, retained his wits. Just before Chen Xing could take aim at him, he dove into the stairwell. Chen Xing attempted to pursue, but the inferno in the hall barred his way. Seeing that the hall was devoid of life, he finally opened the door and retrieved a shovel, beginning to scoop snow inside. While he intended to eliminate Yu Yang and his cohort, he had no desire to set the entire building ablaze. After all, The structure housed not only Luer's gang but also countless innocent civilians, over 100 households, who bore him no ill will. At that moment, the howling northern wind played a significant role, driving the heavy snow into the first-floor hall. The once raging flames were quickly subdued, coupled with Chen Xing's superhuman stamina. He tirelessly continued to clear the snow. In less than 10 minutes, the blaze was largely extinguished. Chen Xing ventured into the stairwell for a glance, startled by the sounds of battle emanating from above. What was happening? He had descended, yet conflict erupted anew on the upper floors. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the remnants of Luer's followers clashing over the vacancy left by Luer himself. These individuals. Chen Xing shook his head. He cast another glance at the ground, where a line of dark footprints led underground. This Yu Yang is quite crafty. Instead of heading upstairs, he dashed into the underground garage, which complicates matters. Most of the underground garages in the community are interconnected, spanning 2 levels and covering an area of over 10,000 square meters. Locating this rascal in the pitch-dark garage will prove to be a formidable challenge. Never mind. Even if he manages to escape, he is unlikely to survive for long. Chen Xing turned back upstairs and exited Building 5. However, he did not return home. Instead, he vaulted over the wall and left the community. Although this confrontation had eradicated both Luer and Yu Yang's gangs, he knew that new factions would soon emerge. Before these groups could gain strength and seek retribution against him, he must rapidly regain his own power. Chapter 33. Chen Xing cast a glance at the expansive courtyard ahead. He took a bite of chocolate, its high sugar and energy content swiftly alleviating his hunger. After a few stomps to invigorate himself, warmth gradually enveloped his body. Following the annihilation of Luer and Yu Yang's factions the previous day, he returned to the Liuhe bus terminal under the cloak of night, originally intending to directly enter the courtyard to retrieve his goods. An inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over him the moment he scaled the wall. Consequently, he stealthily descended and sought refuge behind a windbreak at the foot of a mountain. On this occasion, he had prepared thoroughly, bringing along a down sleeping bag. In the snow-laden hollow, he excavated a snow den and kindled a fire, managing to endure the night. Now, at 10 in the morning, the wind had momentarily ceased and the snowfall had abated, though the sky remained shrouded in gray. The temperature was noticeably milder than usual. At this moment, Chen Xing stood atop a small mound outside the bus terminal courtyard, refraining from entering. Instead, observing the premises for a full hour. After some time, he decided to stretch his limbs. After all, he could not allow fear to govern him. Despite sensing something amiss within the courtyard, he could glean no discernible clues from the outside, compelling him to steel himself and step inside. He first attended to the 6 buses situated beneath the charging shed. Previously, he had secured the keys to these vehicles from the dispatch room. With ease, he entered the buses and, from the rear of the driver's seat, began the familiar task of dismantling the batteries. In less than an hour, he had successfully extracted 6 large batteries, each weighing approximately 500 kilograms. Chen Xing paired them, placing them into 3 storage compartments. Following the upgrade of his room, the folding space within his wristwatch had also been enhanced. While the number of storage compartments remained at 9, each now boasted double the capacity. Previously, each could accommodate 500 kilograms of similar items. Now, each could hold a ton, allowing Chen Xing to store a greater quantity of goods in his space. With the batteries secured, he turned his attention to the final tasks in the dispatch room and maintenance workshop. However, before entering the dispatch room, he glanced back at the row of charging sheds. The roofs of these sheds were adorned with solar panels. After a moment of contemplation, he ascended to the rooftop and removed all the solar panels. Although the days were currently overcast and the sun scarcely visible, Chen Xing pondered that these panels would eventually prove useful. Moreover, bringing them back could potentially enhance the safety house's upgrades. Unbeknownst to him, the solar panels filled 2 storage compartments entirely, weighing an astonishing 2 tons, something he had never anticipated. Fortunately, his storage compartments were sufficiently spacious. Otherwise, he might have been compelled to abandon some items. After completing his tasks, Chen Xing cast a final glance at the dispatch room and, with a determined resolve, ventured inside. Although he sensed something peculiar about the room, he reasoned that the incessant chirping of the cicadas could not deter him from his duties. It was reminiscent of the last time he had broken that window to gain entry. Aside from a snowdrift that had accumulated in the office, everything else appeared largely unchanged. Dismissing any immediate threats, Chen Xing hastened towards the maintenance workshop at the back. The 2 batteries he had removed previously were hidden within. He deftly tiptoed, maximizing his stealth skills, and silently approached the door of the workshop. However, rather than rushing in, he paused at the entrance, peering through the glass for a fleeting glimpse inside. In that brief moment, he immediately sensed something was amiss. Chapter 34. The ground was strewn with numerous animal droppings, frozen solid due to the winter chill, scattered about were the skeletons of several mice, gnawed to the bone. He vividly recalled that the last time those mice and wild boars had been consumed in one swift gulp, leaving no remnants behind. The bones now littering the ground indicated the presence of other formidable beasts. Where could these predators be lurking? Chen Xing's gaze swept the repair workshop, scanning meticulously for any sign of danger, yet he found none. Could it be that the beasts had ventured out to hunt during the day? Contemplating this, he pushed open the door and tossed a small stone into the workshop, preparing himself to flee at a moment's notice. The stone clattered against a bus, creating a cacophony, yet the workshop remained eerily silent, devoid of the anticipated beastly emergence. Chen Xing exhaled a sigh of relief and stepped inside. Soon, he unearthed the batteries he had hidden away in a corner, scanned them, and stored them in his folding space. With all the batteries finally gathered, his obsessive compulsion began to ease. However, as he turned to leave, he suddenly noticed a shadow on the wall ahead, silently swooping down from above. Danger loomed from the skies. Instinctively, Chen Xing executed a forward roll on the ground. The heavy shoulder of his leather armor was punctured by sharp claws, creating a large tear. With no time to lament, he drew his crossbow, aiming at the shadow in the air. Before he could shoot, an ear-piercing low-frequency sound wave pierced his ears. His vision blurred momentarily, and the two crossbow bolts flew off, striking who knows where. The shadow vanished in an instant into the darkness of the ceiling, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Chen Xing realized it was merely a raptor. Previously, he had assumed it might be a mutated dog or something similar. Now, he recognized his misconception. Nevertheless, the raptor's speed was astonishing, leaving him unable to discern its true form. Enough of this, he needed to retreat. Chen Xing turned and dashed into the corridor, heading straight for the dispatch room. Upon reaching the damaged window of the dispatch room, just as he was about to climb out, a shadow plummeted from the sky. At that moment, his speed of 1.3 and agility of 1.2 saved him. He pushed off the table with force, executing a somersault. With a loud crash, he narrowly avoided being struck by a heavy iron sheet that plummeted from above, landing precisely where he had just stood. Chen Xing recalled seeing that iron sheet in the repair workshop. It weighed at least 100 pounds. Fortunately, he had evaded it just in time. Otherwise, it would have reduced him to a mere pulp. Furious, Chen Xing cursed the cunning creature, seizing the opportunity before a second iron sheet could be released. He bent low and darted out of the dispatch room. Looking up at the sky, he saw nothing but a gray haze, with no sign of the raptor in sight. Knowing he could not linger here, he realized that if the creature ascended into the clouds, it would be impossible to spot. He turned and exited the bus terminal, retrieving his bicycle from his wristwatch, and began to ride furiously. Yet, he had scarcely ventured far when a sudden shadow descended from the sky. With a cry of dismay, Chen Xing was struck to the ground, rendered silent. 20 minutes elapsed, and Chen Xing remained motionless upon the earth. Snowflakes began to drift down from the heavens. A gentle breeze stirred the air, and the shadow circled above Chen Xing's head for 10 minutes. Only upon confirming that Chen Xing had perished did it swoop down. When it was a mere 30 centimeters from him, it extended a pair of lethal claws, aimed directly at Chen Xing's head. Chapter 35. In an instant, a pair of luminous, clawed eyes appeared poised to seize Chen Xing's head. With a crack, the claws unexpectedly grasped a massive stone sphere that had materialized out of thin air. The metallic glinted claws collided with the marble sphere, sparking a series of brilliant flashes. Ultimately, the claws pierced through the stone sphere, yet the 200-kilogram weight of the sphere rendered the ferocious bird incapable of flight. At that moment, Chen Xing abruptly crouched and sprang up, his crossbow now aimed at the avian beast. The bolts flew forth like a torrential downpour, riddling the creature with arrows. The phantom fell from the sky, its body trembling in a final display of defiance before meeting its demise. Unsatisfied, Chen Xing emptied the magazine before cautiously approaching the beast. Staring at the lifeless creature before him, Chen Xing was taken aback. This entity was entirely ebony, devoid of any fur. It was nothing like the avian predator he had envisioned. With a kick, he flipped its head over, revealing a grim, rodent-like visage that was strikingly sinister. It was, astonishingly, a bat. However, this bat's size far exceeded Chen Xing's understanding. In his recollection, bats were roughly the size of pigeons. Yet, the creature before him rivaled that of an eagle. Its wingspan exceeded 1.5 meters, nearly reaching 2. More disturbingly, it bore claws not only on its wings, but also on its abdomen, its sharpest weapons. The edges of the claws were curved and razor-sharp, gleaming with a dark luster. No wonder it could pierce stone with such ease. This bat was not merely cunning. Chen Xing sensed it possessed a semblance of rudimentary intelligence. Moments ago, It had been circling amidst the clouds, observing whether it had truly met its end. Regrettably, it lacked sufficient wit. Had it been a tad more astute and dropped a few stones to test its surroundings, it might have evaded capture. Chen Xing stored the bat's corpse within his spatial pocket and mounted his bicycle, setting off for home. After annihilating 2 gangs the previous day, chaos was certain to erupt at Building 4. He needed to return quickly to avert any unforeseen incidents. Over an hour later, Chen Xing finally arrived at the Yufu Guanshan community. After securing his bicycle, he once again scaled the wall to enter the complex. He could have easily used the main entrance. Just as he leapt down from the wall, a voice echoed behind him. Chen Xing turned, crouching and smoothly drawing his crossbow. "Don't be alarmed, I mean no harm." It was then that Chen Xing recognized Zhang Lu, hands raised in a gesture of peace, smiling at him. "Did you wait here for me?" In the biting cold, he struggled to fathom why Zhang Lu would be there, aside from that possibility. Zhang Lu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. I was specifically waiting for you. What do you want?" Chen Xing did not lower his crossbow. "I truly harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to caution you. Yu Yang is not dead. You should exercise caution." "What? He is alive?" Chen Xing's brows tightened into a knot. Yesterday, he witnessed that man transform into a torch. Yet he remained unscathed? Indeed, he survived and is currently hiding with his brother. He has a brother? Chen Xing was taken aback. Indeed, his brother is named Yu Hao, who was previously a security guard. He had been inconspicuous until now, but he has now become quite formidable. He has established dominance in the villa area, having already taken control of buildings 9 and 10. Now, Building 5 has also fallen under his sway. As for Building 4, upon hearing Zhang Li's words, Chen Xing felt overwhelmed. He had not anticipated that Yu Yang had a brother. Moreover, judging by Zhang Li's implication, Yu Hao is evidently a more ruthless character than Yu Yang. The fact that he has taken advantage of Building 5 left Chen Xing feeling as if he had swallowed a fly. What is so different about Building 4? The situation in Building 4 is rather chaotic. Everyone became aware of Yu Yang's demise late last night. Consequently, some residents of Building 4 instigated a riot, intent on smashing down Yu Yang's door to reclaim the food and supplies that had been seized from them. Chapter 36. Unbeknownst to him, Yu Yang had concealed 2 monstrous beings within his abode. Chen Xing suddenly recalled his accidental intrusion into the adjacent residence of Yu Yang. Upon his departure, he had heard a commotion emanating from Yu Yang's door, leading him to believe someone was present. Little did he know it was actually 2 aberrant creatures. Fortunately, he had refrained from opening that door. The thought sent a chill down his spine. Monsters? Could they possibly be mutated beasts? Zhang Li nodded, his expression peculiar. Indeed, they were 2 mutated beasts. These creatures had inflicted harm upon several individuals and subsequently vanished, leaving their whereabouts unknown. The situation surrounding Building 4 had become increasingly enigmatic. Earlier that morning, Yu Hao had dispatched personnel to assume control of Building 4, yet it appeared their efforts had faltered, resulting in fatalities before a hasty retreat. Zhang Li conveyed this information to Chen Xing. Once he finished speaking, Chen Xing lifted his gaze towards Zhang Li. "Thank you for sharing this with me. But I am curious, what motivates your eagerness?" "Why? It's quite simple. We hope you will take charge of Building 4. Zhang Li replied succinctly. "You should be aware of our affiliations. We are not allies of Yu Yang, Yu Hao, or Lu Er. The current extraordinary circumstances have fostered the emergence of malevolence. Nevertheless, we firmly believe that order will eventually be restored to this world, returning to its rightful state. Furthermore, you surely do not wish for this community to fall under the dominion of scoundrels like Yu Yang and Yu Hao, do you?" Zhang Li's words resonated deeply with Chen Xing. Indeed, even in this apocalyptic era, who would desire tyrants such as Yu Yang and Yu Hao to reign? Survival was already a challenge. To be extorted and compelled to sustain such rogues was intolerable. Why should he endure that? Chen Xing possessed a safe haven, allowing him a relatively easier existence. If he could secure a stable environment, he would merely need to venture forth daily to forage for supplies, returning to upgrade his sanctuary, thus ensuring a life more comfortable than that of the pre-apocalypse. However, if this community fell into the hands of the likes of Yu Yang, the prospect of a peaceful existence would vanish entirely. Now, Zhang Lu was presenting him with a choice: to take control of Building 4, restore order, and unite the people. "Let us join forces against Yu Yang and his ilk," Zhang Lu urged, sensing that Chen Xing was swayed. "Who else remains in this community aside from you?" It is insufficient to rely solely on Zhang Lu to oppose Yu Yang. Although the Yufu Guanshan High community is modest, it encompasses over 20 buildings. There are 15 high-rises and 10 villas, housing thousands of residents. As far as Chen Xing was aware, each building had its own tyrant or overseer, with the majority being scoundrels akin to Yu Yang. After all, The apocalypse amplifies the darkness within human hearts, particularly during the phase of reconstructing order following the collapse of societal norms. This breeds countless ambitious individuals, some retaining a semblance of moral compass, while many others exhibit utter inhumanity. Chen Xing was reluctant to confront the tyrants of the entire community alongside Zhang Lo. However, they had the support of Zhang Jie from Building 13 and Mao Zi from Building 8, who stood firmly by their side. Zhang Lo spoke cautiously, and Chen Xing was aware that there were surely more allies on his side than just these two. "All right, I shall take some time to ponder this matter," he replied. "In that case, do exercise caution upon your return. The atmosphere in Building 4 is fraught with anxiety. No one dares to step outside their homes." The whereabouts of those two monsters remain unknown. Zhang Lu did not pressure Chen Xing for an immediate response. Instead, he offered a word of caution. "Thank you," Chen Xing said, turning towards Building 4 as the snow began to fall more heavily. Zhang Lu watched his retreating figure, lingering for a moment before finally departing. Upon returning to Building 4, the light flurry had transformed into a heavy snowfall. Chen Xing did not immediately enter the lobby on the ground floor. Instead, he activated his wristwatch. "Phoenix, is the hallway secure?" he inquired. "It is safe," Phoenix replied after a brief interval, confirming the safety of the building. "Have the two monsters been located?" Chen Xing asked. "Their presence has not yet been detected," Phoenix informed him. With a sigh of relief, Chen Xing reached for the entrance door of the first unit. Chapter 37. The air in the stairwell was permeated with the metallic scent of blood and the acrid odor of charred remnants. Numerous floors bore the remnants of recently dried blood and signs of a struggle, indicating that the previous night had been anything but tranquil. Despite the morning's arrival, Yu Yang and his security team had vanished from the building. Yet, the corridor remained eerily quiet, with few souls traversing its expanse. Clearly, the residents were wary of the two dogs that had emerged from Yu Yang's room. Thankfully, the vigilant oversight of the Phoenix ensured the corridor's safety. Chen Xing successfully returned to his abode on the 32nd floor. As he opened the door, a wave of warmth enveloped him. The instant the electronic lock clicked shut, the tension that had gripped Chen Xing began to dissipate. He retrieved the corpse of the bat, from which a walnut-sized energy cube had extricated itself through the gaping wound at its neck. My goodness, what a substantial specimen. This was the first time Chen Xing had encountered such a large energy cube, even surpassing the one obtained from the wild boar monster he had previously vanquished. This indicated that the degree of mutation in this bat was far more pronounced than that of the wild boar. After offering the energy cube as a tribute to the Phoenix, Chen Xing promptly summoned his attribute panel. Safe house, level 298-100. Energy, 300-100. Oh yes. Chen Xing triumphantly swung his fist. The security index of the safe house had remarkably surged by 30 points, leaving him but a step away from an upgrade. He hurried to the equipment room and directed the energy chamber to commence battery release. A flash of white light illuminated the space as he filled 12 battery compartments with the power cells he had retrieved from the bus terminal. Remarkably, the 6 large battery blocks he had brought back filled all 12 compartments, indicating that these batteries were indeed superior to those found in ordinary passenger vehicles. As the mechanical arms connected power to the 12 batteries, the entire equipment room radiated a golden light, dazzling Chen Xing to the point of squinting. After a sustained 5 seconds, once his vision adjusted, he surveyed the room, which had undergone a remarkable transformation. The once plain white walls of the equipment room had morphed into smooth, metallic-hued concrete. Although the walls were of concrete, they exuded a quality far surpassing that of the previously painted surfaces. Particularly, the automatic metal door behind him added an air of sophistication reminiscent of a military base from a science fiction film. The previously rudimentary power chamber now mirrored this futuristic aesthetic. If the power chamber had once resembled an open delivery shelf, it now bore the semblance of a shared battery exchange cabinet, more organized, elevated, and undeniably sci-fi. Spanning an entire wall, there were now 36 battery compartments, of which only 12 were filled. However, the small arms manufacturing center located on the north side of the equipment room had not changed much. Chen Xing activated the touchscreen and began to search, only to discover that the database for weapon manufacturing had not seen any updates. He felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed that the light weapons manufacturing center would require further upgrades to enhance its capabilities. As Chen Xing stepped out of the equipment room, he found himself momentarily stunned. It was not merely the transformation of the equipment room that astonished him. Rather, it was the complete metamorphosis of every space within his home. The walls of the living room and bedroom mirrored those of the equipment room, all adorned with smooth, gray cement surfaces. Though they exuded a cold aura, they simultaneously imparted an undeniable sense of security. Approaching the wall, Chen Xing tapped it gently. discovering that the prior walls separating the bedroom and living room had been constructed of hollow bricks, removable during renovations. Now, however, they had been replaced with solid walls of reinforced concrete, at least 10 centimeters thick. Not only the walls, but also the ceiling and floor had been fortified with thickened cement slabs. In this fortress-like abode, even if Yu Yang were to bring in a wall saw, breaching its defenses would remain an impossibility. The flooring, transformed into a self-leveling surface, were no trace of the original tiles. As the owner of this secure refuge, Chen Xing felt an overwhelming sense of safety. The transformation extended beyond the walls and floors. Now, each room featured metal sliding doors equipped with facial recognition technology. Each time he approached these doors to scan his face, Chen Xing experienced a peculiar sensation akin to stepping into a scene from Interstellar. The alterations were not confined to the doors alone. Even the windows had undergone significant changes compared to their former selves. Chapter 38. The former floor-to-ceiling windows had vanished, replaced by ordinary-sized glass panes. Although the area for natural light had diminished, the safety and insulation of the dwelling had significantly improved. This design was far more practical, particularly suited to the harsh environment of the post-apocalyptic winter. In fact, many residents in the building had begun to brick up their floor-to-ceiling windows, either sealing them entirely or reducing their size. After all, during such a season, a single expansive window could easily lead to the loss of precious warmth within the home. However, Chen Xing's safe house had evolved, automatically transforming the window design to a smaller size. This alteration not only enhanced the aesthetic appeal of the safe house, but also fortified its doors and windows. The window frames had been upgraded to metal, and the glass had been replaced with triple-layer laminated panes. After surveying the space and appreciating the nuances of each modification, Chen Xing felt as though he had stepped into a sci-fi base reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic film. Despite the house undergoing a radical transformation, it provided him with an increased sense of security. He pulled up the property panel of the house. Safe house, level 3, 58-100. Energy, 500-100, to his astonishment. The safe house had directly advanced to level 3, with the safety index rising by an impressive 60 points. Indeed, the large battery had made all the difference. He realized he needed to raid a few bus terminals next. The thought of such rapid progress made Chen Xing feel restless with anticipation. Suddenly, he remembered that his foldable space contained a ton of solar panels. With a swift turn, he returned to the equipment room, but upon gazing at the power chamber, he found himself at a loss. Where on earth should these solar panels be placed? Phoenix, I brought back a ton of solar panels this time. What should I do with them? Consulting Phoenix in times of uncertainty had become a habit for Chen Xing. Although this artificial intelligence was not as omniscient as the supercomputers depicted in sci-fi movies, it was certainly more advanced than the fledgling AI of the pre-apocalyptic world. At the very least, it possessed the ability to think independently and learn. Really? To his surprise, the voice of Phoenix was no longer cold but tinged with excitement. Chen Xing almost doubted his hearing. This AI was exhibiting such emotional responses. Yes, he affirmed as he retrieved the solar panels from his space. Please place these panels in the recycling station of the power chamber. There is a recycling station in the power chamber? At that moment, a hatch beneath the power chamber automatically opened. Chen Xing realized this must be the recycling station. Without hesitation, he shoved the solar panels inside. To his astonishment, the seemingly small compartment showed no resistance even as he inserted an entire panel. Encouraged, he continued to cram all the solar panels into the space, and then closed the hatch. The entire room erupted in a dazzling display of golden light. The brightness nearly blinded Chen Xing's eyes. The intense golden light persisted for a full 10 minutes before gradually fading away. Chen Xing eagerly opened his eyes. This room appears to have undergone little change since before. The walls still gleam with the metallic luster of concrete, and the power chamber retains the same appearance as the previously replaced electrical cabinet. This is perplexing. Based on past experiences, whenever the safe house begins its upgrade and evolution, it emits a blinding radiance, and the more dazzling the light, the higher the level of upgrade. Furthermore, each upgrade brings about corresponding changes to the safe house. So why is there no transformation this time? Stepping outside, he found it to be much the same as before. Chen Xing, puzzled, summoned his attribute panel. Chapter 39, Copper Wall, Iron Wall. Level 158-100. Energy, 1100. Electricity, 100. Water, 100. Equipment. Level 1 Gene Purification Fusion Furnace X1. Level 2 Protective Gear Processing Center X1. Level 1 Light Weapon Processing Center X1. Level 1 Energy Circulation System X1. Level 1 Battlefield Perception System. The Copper Wall, Iron Wall. It is no longer a safe house? No wonder. The cement walls, glistening with a metallic sheen, truly deserve the title of Copper Wall, Iron Wall. Upon examining the newly updated attribute panel, Chen Xing felt a shiver run down his spine. The enhancement brought by the solar panels to the safe house was astonishingly greater than that of batteries. Not only had the safe house been directly upgraded to a copper wall iron wall, but the safety index had also surged by 100 points. What delighted Chen Xing the most was the addition of 2 new pieces of equipment to the house. One of them was a level 1 energy circulation system. Approaching the window, Chen Xing noticed that the original glass seemed to have acquired an additional layer. Upon closer inspection, he could discern various circuit diagrams etched upon it. This was level 1 cadmium telluride photovoltaic glass, with a solar energy conversion rate of 33. In the current environment, the solar energy conversion rate could reach 19. After replacing all the windows with this cadmium telluride glass, the level 1 copper wall iron wall would possess the capability for basic energy self-circulation. Phoenix began to explain the energy circulation system to Chen Xing, who listened with rapt attention. Was the level 1 cadmium telluride photovoltaic glass truly this remarkable? If it were to be leveled up further, what wonders might it hold? Before the apocalypse, he had worked in the financial sector, providing project financing for various physical industries. He had also interacted with numerous solar energy companies and conducted in-depth research into this field. Chen Xing was well acquainted with domestic solar energy technology. Prior to the apocalypse, the solar panel technology in the Qin Kingdom was internationally leading. However, the mainstream domestic solar panels typically had a conversion rate of around 12 to 15. Although some companies claimed their solar panels could achieve conversion rates as high as 22, those figures were derived from laboratory conditions. In practical mass production, achieving a conversion rate of 15 was already considered remarkable. Moreover, after installation, solar panels would be subject to the effects of overcast skies, rain, snow, and smog. Therefore, in reality, a solar conversion rate of 13 was already commendable. In certain western regions, where the weather was favorable and sunlight abundant, the highest recorded rate could reach 19. But that was only during rare moments in a few select areas. And now, the cadmium telluride glass of his safe house boasted a solar energy conversion rate that could astonishingly reach 33. Even in the current environment, which was perpetually overcast, the daylight hours barely lasted 8 hours. This cadmium telluride glass could still achieve a solar energy conversion rate of 19. Once the apocalypse passed, merely selling this cadmium telluride glass could lead to immense wealth. Wouldn't he be well on his way to becoming a billionaire? Alas, in this apocalyptic world, I truly wish to escape from it all. Yet, I must persevere, no matter the circumstances. Originally just a survivor in this bleak existence, Chen Xing now feels a renewed vigor. It seems he has found yet another reason to endure. However, can this energy recycling system ensure that Phoenix remains self-sufficient? Regrettably, according to my calculations, this system can only satisfy 40% of Phoenix's energy requirements. Therefore, to maintain the proper functioning of Phoenix, the owner must exert additional effort. The response from Phoenix did not astonish Chen Xing. After all, how many windows does this house possess? Moreover, the weather has been consistently overcast or snowy, with the sun unseen for months. In such an environment, relying solely on a solar energy system to meet the energy demands of the entire safe house is indeed a fanciful notion. By the way, what exactly is this level 1 battlefield awareness system? While the energy recycling system was somewhat comprehensible to Chen Xing, the concept of the battlefield awareness system left him utterly perplexed. This battlefield awareness system signifies that the current level 1 fortifications possess the capability to connect with the entire community's surveillance equipment. The surveillance devices throughout the community have become his eyes and ears. With the current energy reserves of the safe house continuous, all-encompassing monitoring of Building 4 can be maintained around the clock. Should the range of perception be expanded, it could encompass the entire community. By activating the surveillance once every hour, it allows for 24 comprehensive scans without blind spots throughout the day. This system can promptly identify threats and issue warnings to the host. Upon hearing Phoenix's explanation, Chen Xing's eyes sparkled with newfound enthusiasm. Chapter 40 Goodness. This is precisely the AI battlefield perception system that military forces around the world have longed for before the apocalypse. It appears that domestically it is referred to as War Skull, while in the United States, it is called Prometheus. Who would have imagined, my dear friends, that in this end-of-the-world scenario, I, Chen Xing, would possess such a system, although its perception range is confined to the small community in which I reside. It is more than sufficient. Previously, the Phoenix system could only monitor a single building in real time. For instance, if it were monitoring Building 4, it could not observe Building 5, and vice versa. Moreover, when the real-time monitoring mode was activated, it could only sustain itself for half an hour before exhausting its energy. Yet now, it astonishingly allows for the surveillance of the entire neighborhood. Consequently, the adept attacker soars above the chaos. Any threat to Chen Xing within the entire complex will be laid bare before the gaze of the Phoenix. Phoenix, search for Yu Yang. Chen Xing commanded without hesitation. Connecting to the surveillance of Yufu Mountain Sea community, please hold on. The scanning of all surveillance devices within the community was completed and the connection was established. The search commenced. The television screen before Chen Xing began to flicker rapidly. Countless images flashed across the display, primarily showcasing various buildings and stairwells within the community where surveillance equipment was installed. From the footage, it was evident that within other buildings, some individuals were engaged in transporting supplies, while others were brazenly attempting to break into homes, and some were even fighting and robbing in the stairwells, or committing acts of violence against women. Chen Xing shook his head. It seemed this community was far from the serenity he had envisioned. The images continued to flicker rapidly. We apologize. No sign of Yu Yang has been found. Would you like to initiate another search? The Phoenix system had swiftly scanned all areas equipped with cameras, yet it yielded no leads regarding Yu Yang. Chen Xing nodded. Then let us search again. He refused to believe that Yu Yang could have vanished into thin air. After all, he had sustained severe injuries from the fire yesterday. No matter how well he concealed himself, he would inevitably leave traces. Furthermore, his security team still had at least 10 members who escaped unscathed yesterday. Even if Yu Yang remained elusive, these subordinates should have left some clues behind. They could not possibly refrain from activity during the day, given Yu Yang's nature. If he were hiding, he would undoubtedly have arranged for his subordinates to stand guard outside. Thus, Chen Xing was resolute in his belief that he would not be unable to locate him. The Phoenix system promptly commenced a new search, though this time the flickering of images was somewhat slower than before. Stop! An image flashed before Chen Xing, momentarily startling him, and he suddenly called for a halt. The screen froze, and as he gazed at the scene displayed, a wave of nausea surged within him. It depicted a solitary figure standing in front of a hoist in a basement. The walls of the basement were splattered with blood, and the floor was littered with not only blood but also dismembered flesh. This place resembled a slaughterhouse. The Phoenix zoomed in. Upon discerning the object suspended from the hook, Chen Xing could no longer contain himself. He rushed into the restroom and retched. Thankfully, he had not yet dined, otherwise, his meal would have surely been wasted. For the object in question was none other than a human being. That individual was in the act of extracting the liver from the corpse's abdomen. The subsequent scene was even more horrifying, as the person audaciously bit off a substantial portion of that liver. Hiss, what manner of depravity is this? Which building's surveillance is this, Phoenix? Building No. 10 in the villa area. Upon hearing Phoenix's response, Chen Xing's eyes flickered. Zhang Lu had previously informed him that Building No. 10 was the territory of Yu Yang's younger brother, Yu Hao. The Phoenix zoomed in once more. The camera abruptly magnified, revealing the blood-smeared visage on the screen. It was a refined and fair face. Had it not been for such a gruesome scene, it would have been difficult to fathom the madness lurking within this individual. Just as the Phoenix drew the lens closer, the man seemed to sense something. He abruptly lifted his head to gaze at the camera and then violently hurled the knife in his hand towards the surveillance lens. The television screen instantly erupted into static. However, new footage soon emerged on the screen. This time, the perspective was from the corridor. And the very room that had just been witnessed was situated on either side of this hallway. Chapter 41. Though it was merely their first encounter, Chen Xing felt an inexplicable intuition that this individual was Yu Yang's younger brother, Yu Hao. Yu Hao emerged from a solitary garage, retrieving a bloody dagger from the ground. It was then that Chen Xing discerned the layout of the surroundings. This was the underground parking area of Building 10, distinctly different from the expansive open parking spaces of the high-rise residential units they occupied. The high-rise garage featured vast, open slots, whereas the lower floors, namely Buildings 8, 9, and 10, comprised upscale villas with individual garages. The place where Yu Hao had just been was one such private underground garage. Yu Hao picked up the knife and glanced up at the surveillance camera, recently breached by the Phoenix, mounted on the ceiling of the corridor. Perhaps due to the considerable distance, he was uncertain whether the camera was indeed malfunctioning. Hence he refrained from taking action. Meanwhile, Chen Xing, positioned before the television, felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. This individual possessed an astonishingly keen sense of perception. It was evident that he had undergone some form of evolution. But in which direction had this transformation occurred? At that moment, a figure dashed down the corridor, approaching Yu Hao and whispering a few words. In response, Yu Yang, evidently irked, kicked the younger subordinate before turning to disappear into the stairwell. The Phoenix trailed closely behind, continuously alternating its camera feeds. Building 10 stood 7 stories tall. Equipped with a single apartment per elevator shaft, each unit spanning over 200 square meters. Being a luxury residence, the building was outfitted with an abundance of surveillance cameras. further enhancing the phoenix's perceptive capabilities. What astonished Chen Xing was the newfound cunning of the phoenix. It seemed to have sensed Yu Hao's acute awareness of danger. Consequently, the phoenix preemptively infiltrated the cameras along his path. Each time Yu Hao appeared within the frame, the phoenix would swiftly transition to the next camera, maintaining a safe distance through this meticulous surveillance. Thus, they followed Yu Hao's footsteps until they reached the rooftop. He entered a room, and the phoenix's tracking abruptly ceased. Chen Xing, still yearning for more, clenched his fist in anticipation. No need to rush. Let me scan this room to see if there are any usable surveillance devices. The phoenix reassured him. Having experienced similar situations before, Chen Xing had great faith in the phoenix's capabilities and felt no urgency. Inside the room, 3 functional surveillance devices were discovered. Activating and infiltrating now, the phoenix announced. 3 minutes later, it declared, and Chen Xing's excitement surged anew. The phoenix swiftly activated the cameras within the room, selecting the optimal angle to display on the television screen. As Chen Xing gazed at the images, he noted that the camera was likely installed in a corner of the ceiling, presumably a personal installation. However, upon seeing a particular scene unfold on the screen, Chen Xing felt a sudden throb at his temples. In the scene, a grotesque figure devoid of skin, its crimson muscle tissue exposed, is mercilessly tormenting a woman. The woman lies motionless upon the bed. On the wall of the room hangs a family portrait. In the photograph, a sweetly smiling couple cradles their newborn baby. Upon seeing the image of this trio, Chen Xing comprehends the rationale behind the camera's placement in this angle. It must have been installed for the purpose of caring for the child, yet now, the man and child captured in the photograph have vanished. As for their whereabouts, Chen Xing dares not even ponder. The victim of this cruelty is none other than the woman from the family portrait. Wretched creature. The grotesque monstrosity, its pink flesh exposed to the air, continues to toy with the woman while delivering harsh slaps across her face. Chapter 42. The scene before Chen Xing was so intense that he clenched his fists. Despite the lack of skin on this individual, Chen Xing recognized him immediately. This was none other than Yu Yang. It was indeed a case of having searched far and wide only to find it effortlessly. This man had been hiding in this very room. From this, Chen Xing became increasingly convinced that the delicate-faced young man who had just entered was undoubtedly Yu Hao. With a loud bang, the door to the room was kicked open. The young man stepped inside, yet Yu Yang did not pause. Brother, you can play all you want. But why must you kill that child? Indeed, this delicate-faced young man was Yu Hao. However, upon entering, he immediately confronted Yu Yang with a loud inquiry. Yu Yang responded with a hearty laugh. What? Are you feeling sorry for her? She is not even your blood. Why do you care? Did you not despise this woman for betraying you? By helping you get rid of that brat, I am merely helping you vent your frustration. Hearing the exchange between the two brothers, the woman began to struggle violently. She attempted to twist away, but Yu Yang seized her by the throat, forcefully pressing her down onto the bed. You filthy wretch, in this apocalypse, you should be thankful to my brother for allowing you to survive this long. Stop squirming, or I'll choke you to death. Yet, the woman seemed to disregard his words, struggling even more fiercely. Yu Yang's face flushed crimson as he tightened his grip around her throat. Suddenly, a flame erupted from the woman's head, rapidly expanding. She emitted a series of piercing screams until, with a deafening pop, her head exploded. Chen Xing stood frozen before the television. That damned Yu Yang, he had mutated. This wretched bastard was still so ruthless. Observing his demeanor, he appeared to possess the superpower of fire manipulation. This was indeed a grave predicament. What are you doing? Why did you kill her? Yu Hao protested, patting his pristine white shirt, though his tone revealed more concern for his attire than for the woman. I could have toyed with her for a while longer. Besides, I intended to raise her child until he turned 1. A child of that age is the most tender. Just hearing him speak made Chen Xing's teeth clench with a grinding sound. Damn it, these brothers were truly a match made in hell, born to be twisted together. They could no longer be considered human. Haha, what is there to fear? This building still has several other beauties, doesn't he? In this world, what kind of woman can't you find? Why should you fixate on just one flower? Upon hearing Yu Yang's words, Chen Xing felt an intense urge to rush over and kill him. You don't understand. Yu Hao shook his head with a sigh. By the way, brother, I have now acquired superpowers. Arrange for me a few subordinates. Tonight, I will return to Building 4 and eliminate that bastard Chen Xing. We will reclaim Building 4. At this, Chen Xing suddenly felt invigorated, his ears perked up attentively. My dear brother, could you refrain from such behavior? Your mastery of your extraordinary abilities remains unstable, and their applications are yet to be clearly defined. That Chen Xing is no fool. I have conducted a thorough investigation into this individual. He is undoubtedly a being of mutation, and he will not be easily dealt with. Chapter 43. As Yu Hao removed his glasses, He began to wipe the bloodstains from the lenses while advising Yu Yang. What shall we do? Are we simply to watch that scoundrel live carefree? Yu Yang exclaimed, gesturing toward his own disfigured face. Look at me. I have become a wretched being, all thanks to that scoundrel Chen Xing. If I do not avenge myself, I shall never find peace. Yu Hao cast a fleeting glance at him and shook his head. Brother, have you not also found fortune in misfortune? You struggled for so long without mutation, yet now you have finally broken through and acquired abilities. Once you have fully explored the potential of your newfound powers, we can seek revenge on Chen Xing. That rascal will not escape. I have already placed individuals to monitor him. Rest assured, he will not elude us. Just yesterday, I absorbed Building 5. The likes of you Daily Eye from Building 8 and Old Lee from Building 14 are quite displeased. Therefore, for the next few days, we shall lay low and recuperate. Allow me to consolidate the remnants of Building 5 before we confront Chen Xing in Building 4. Upon hearing Yu Hao's words, Yu Yang relented, though he let out a frustrated huff. Those scoundrels will pay dearly once I master the application of my powers. I shall see them burn. Yu Hao nodded affirmatively. Indeed, they must perish. In this complex, there shall only be two rulers, us brothers. Others must either submit or perish. As he spoke, he abruptly waved his hand, and a flash of white light illuminated the room, causing the television to flicker once more. Damn it, how perceptive can this scoundrel be? Chen Xing muttered under his breath. Phoenix, from now on, focus your attention on Buildings 4 and 10. Record every entry and exit from Building 4. Should there be any threat to my existence, notify me immediately. Additionally, the Yu brothers in Building 10 require close observation, especially Yu Hao. We must swiftly ascertain the direction of his evolution. Chen Xing assigned new tasks to Phoenix. I understand. However, even if I detect danger, my signal coverage is limited to within the complex, Phoenix emphasized to Chen Xing. I comprehend. What I need from you is to monitor all activities in Building 4 while I am absent from the complex. Upon my return, if there is any danger, you must report to me without delay. Chen Xing was determined not to fall into anyone's ambush. Understood. By the way, there is one more task to attend to. Chen Xing approached the corpse of the bat. Previously, during the ritual, he had only offered the energy cube extracted from the bat to Phoenix. While retaining the body for himself, he intended to extract its DNA and merge it, hoping to acquire a new skill. He carried the bat's corpse to the gene extraction and fusion furnace. Previously, when extracting the DNA of animals, he would typically utilize the heart of the creature. However, in the case of this bat, he severed its head. After all, Chen Xing had at least observed the wonders of the animal kingdom. The remarkable capabilities of a bat reside entirely within its head. It emits sound waves through its throat, while its external ears capture the echoes. Simultaneously, the brain processes this information at lightning speed, determining the location of its prey, as well as its size and shape. The sonar and radar technologies employed by humans are fundamentally based on this principle. Chapter 44 thus. The essence of the bat can be said to reside entirely within its head. Particularly, this mutated bat had once launched an ultrasonic assault on Chen Xing at the bus terminal, causing all of his crossbow bolts to veer off course. It was only after slaying the creature that Chen Xing realized the cause of his excruciating headache. It was undoubtedly the low-frequency sound waves emitted by this beast that had disrupted his neural pathways. The fact that a mutated bat could evolve such an offensive capability is indeed alarming in retrospect. Fortunately, it had not been allowed to continue its evolution. Chen Xing cast the bat's head into the gene purification furnace and extended his arm. Soon, the gene fusion apparatus began its process of blood extraction and integration. This fusion device labored for a full 30 minutes, and by the end, Chen Xing felt as if it might burst into flames. The cacophony of its operation piercing his ears. Standing a mere meter away from the furnace, he could feel the intense heat radiating from it. Clearly, this gene extraction and fusion was a formidable endeavor. Chen Xing harbored a faint concern that this fusion might fail. When the red glow emanating from the fusion furnace finally extinguished, Chen Xing breathed a sigh of relief. The furnace door automatically sprang open, revealing a blood-red syringe before him. Low-level gene editing injection. Phoenix assessed the substance, determining it to be a terrestrial gene injection. In Chen Xing's estimation, this bat was even more formidable than the wild boar he had encountered previously. Yet, despite its prowess, Phoenix classified it as a low-level mutated organism. What then? Could be considered mid-tier or high-tier. Never mind. He decided to inquire about the safety of this syringe first. Phoenix, what is the purity of this injection? Chen Xing sought to ascertain the safety of a gene injection based on its purity, a lesson he had learned through experience. The initial extraction of a new mutated beast's DNA yielded a purity of only 75. The side effects of the injection included significant muscle soreness, diarrhea, or vomiting. Moreover, the side effects were notably pronounced. Hiss. Upon hearing Phoenix's words, Chen Xing hesitated momentarily. However, it was not life-threatening. With the reassurance of the final statement, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. If it was not fatal, then it was acceptable. What did pronounced side effects matter? Especially considering that he had just witnessed Yu Yang mastering fire-based abilities, Chen Xing was eager to grow stronger. Without further hesitation, he plunged the needle into his right thigh. As the injection coursed through him, he felt a surge of warmth rapidly spreading through his bloodstream. Yet, just as he began to feel an intense heat enveloping his body, within 2 minutes he was suddenly gripped by an overwhelming chill. This alternating sensation of heat and cold was akin to being transported from a fervently tropical island to a frigid, snow-laden plateau in the blink of an eye. The temperature fluctuation was a staggering 40 degrees, and it did not occur just once. The cycle of warmth and cold continued relentlessly. Before long, Chen Xing began to tremble uncontrollably, perspiration erupting from his pores like a fountain. He rushed to the faucet, turned it on, and began to drink copiously. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until he could no longer withstand the strain and fainted. After approximately half an hour, he regained consciousness, lying on the floor without the strength to rise. Yet, a distinct conversation suddenly reached his ears. Chapter 45. Old Lu, what should we do in the end? Hiding at home day after day is hardly a solution. Indeed, if we continue to cower like this, we will eventually squander all that we have. Why don't we seek out Chen Xing for a discussion? I have encountered that young man a few times. He is not as unreasonable as Yu Yang. After all, wasn't it Yu Yang who drove him away? If he agrees to assist us, we may even nominate him as the head of this building. But who can guarantee he isn't as ambitious as Yu Yang? I truly do not wish to pay any more management fees. I share your sentiments. Voices clashed in a cacophony of debate. Meanwhile, Chen Xing, lying on the floor, felt a spark of clarity. The voices drifted from downstairs. Specifically, he closed his eyes, concentrating, and his perception began to extend, penetrating through the floorboards. It halted at a room on the 30th floor. The sounds emanated from there. Cough, cough, everyone quiet down. A deep voice resonated, and the room instantly fell silent. This voice must belong to Old Lu. It was evident he commanded considerable respect among this group. Whether Chen Xing is akin to Yu Yang remains uncertain. However, at this juncture we find ourselves with little recourse. We must seek his assistance. Otherwise, we will be unable to exit with those mutated dogs lurking in the corridor. If we cannot venture out during the day to gather supplies, how long can we survive on the meager rations we possess? As Old Lu spoke, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. Even those who had opposed seeking Chen Xing now refrained from voicing their thoughts. Furthermore, if he truly wishes to assume the role of our building's leader, as long as he is not as cruel as Yu Yang and does not share the predilection of those ruffians who harass our families, what harm is there in paying a management fee? Surely, you do not wish for Yu Yang to return in a vengeful rage? I have heard that in other buildings within our community, there are indeed bullies akin to Yu Yang. Would you be able to tolerate another tyrant from a different block? After Old Lu finished speaking, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Moments later, his voice broke the stillness once more. I will go speak with Chen Xing shortly. This matter must be resolved today. Otherwise, we will be confined at home for another day. Each day we remain, our supplies dwindle. The adults may endure. But what about the women and children at home? Upon hearing Old Lu's words, the room erupted into a flurry of discussion once more. Yes, I agree. Let us speak with Chen Xing. Indeed, I will accompany you. Exactly. That young man is not of that ilk. Suddenly, Chen Xing felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his awareness retracting like a receding tide. He opened his eyes and sat up from the floor. He examined his body. There seemed to be no significant change from before. It appears that this mutation primarily pertains to the realm of mental fortitude. He summoned his attribute panel. Owner, Chen Xing. Physical fitness, 1-3. Mental strength, 1-5. Power, 1-8. Speed, 1-5. Agility, 1-5. Skill, level 2. Silent stealth, 10. Overall rating, 1-5. Advanced elite human. Chen Xing's eyes widened in astonishment. This time, he truly struck gold. It turns out his physique did not remain entirely unchanged. His physical fitness had risen by 0.1. Both speed and agility had experienced remarkable increases of 0.2 and 0.3, respectively, both reaching 1.5. Chen Xing approached the full-length mirror in the bathroom and scrutinized his physique. While his upper body seemed to exhibit minimal changes, the transformation in his abdominal and leg muscles was particularly pronounced. His once six-pack abs had now evolved into an impressive 8-pack. Chapter 46. This transformation has significantly enhanced his core strength and explosive power. His thighs have grown noticeably thicker, resembling those of the sprinters he once admired on television. However, The most remarkable change lies in his calves, particularly his Achilles tendons, which have become longer and more toned. He measured the length of his tendons and found them several centimeters longer than before. Although Chen Xing is not a professional athlete, he understands that longer tendons correlate with improved jumping ability and explosiveness. No wonder his speed has surged to 1.5. With such powerful thigh muscles and tendons, it would be impossible for him to run slowly. Standing before the mirror, he attempted several stretching exercises to loosen his joints. To his delight, he realized that the changes in his body extend far beyond mere muscle enhancement. The range of his muscle stretches and the flexibility of his joints have improved significantly. He tried to perform a backbend and tentatively attempted the splits. To Chen Xing's ecstatic surprise, what had once seemed an insurmountable challenge was now effortlessly achieved. Previously, he had struggled with this movement, but this time it flowed seamlessly. Not only could he execute front and back splits with ease, but lateral splits posed no difficulty either. Most crucially, while completing the splits, he felt no restrictions in his joint flexibility, indicating a substantial improvement in both his ligaments and overall suppleness. This is the primary manifestation of his agility enhancement to 1.5. An increased flexibility signifies that he can now perform various complex maneuvers with a reduced risk of injury. Were he in ancient times, he would undoubtedly be regarded as possessing an extraordinary physique, a body sought after by various martial arts sects. Upon examining his skills, he was astonished to find that they had evolved from mere stealth to silent stealth. The very name of the skill suggested a marked enhancement. Chen Xing closed his eyes, and suddenly, a plethora of insights regarding stealth and technique improvement flooded his mind. He opened his eyes abruptly and propelled himself upward with a powerful leap, soaring over 2 meters high, nearly colliding with the ceiling. He then attempted a forward jump and effortlessly cleared 5 meters, his eyes widening in astonishment. It felt as though his legs were equipped with springs, a most exhilarating sensation. He bounded out of the bathroom and into the living room, each leap spanning 3 to 5 meters. As he landed, his toes barely grazed the ground, propelling him skyward once more. Like a nimble cat, he landed silently each time. Even while airborne, he displayed extraordinary control over his body, skillfully adjusting his posture to avoid obstacles with a twist of his waist, reminiscent of the agile martial artists from cinematic tales of heroism. However, while others rely on tightropes and cables, Chen Xing draws upon his formidable core strength, which bestows him with astonishing leaping ability and suspension in midair. At that moment, he resembles a graceful feline dancing through the air. Even in the absence of external leverage, he adeptly maneuvers his body to execute a myriad of movements, all while maintaining an elegant posture and landing soundlessly. Chen Xing leaped for over 10 minutes without feeling fatigued. A remarkable feat considering he sustained high-speed jumps throughout, with a physical prowess rated at 1.3, agility at 1.5, and skills at level 2. His capabilities are indeed formidable. At this juncture, Chen Xing felt a sense of invincibility, confident that he could confront the Yuyang gang single-handedly without trepidation. After 45 minutes, his stamina finally reached its limits. He ceased his jumping trials and returned to the sofa, closing his eyes. As he rested, he began to examine the most significantly enhanced aspect of his data, his mental strength. This attribute surged from 0.8 to an impressive 1.5, which also elucidated how he could overhear conversations from the 30th floor of his building. Yet, he sensed that this mental strength still harbored untapped potential waiting to be discovered. Phoenix, what does my 1.5 mental strength signify? When faced with challenges, seeking counsel from Phoenix, an advanced artificial intelligence, is anything but foolish. It signifies a considerable enhancement in your perceptive abilities. In human terms, you have awakened your sixth sense. Currently, your perceptual range encompasses a radius of 10 meters within a specified 90-degree angle. Each activation lasts for 5 minutes, requiring a 30-minute rest before it can be employed again. However, considering your current physical condition, I advise against excessive use. It is recommended to limit usage to 3 times a day, with each session lasting 5 minutes. Upon concluding the introduction, Chen Xing's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. This is akin to installing a radar within his mind. Chapter 47, centered upon oneself. With a radius of 10 meters, a directional perception scan of 90 degrees. What distinguishes this from having a radar embedded in one's mind? Although this radar can only conduct a directional scan of 10 meters at a 90-degree angle at a time, and its operational duration does not exceed 5 minutes with limited daily usage, akin to the earliest models of electronic tube radars, it remains profoundly effective when employed judiciously. Once on the battlefield, any schemes, traps, or ambushes lurking before him shall be rendered utterly transparent. With a mere 15 minutes of usage each day, one can adeptly navigate 90% of battlefield scenarios. It is no wonder that he is currently assessed as a high-level elite human by the Phoenix. At that moment, a knock echoed at his front door. Chen Xing remained seated in the living room, making no effort to rise. Instead, he turned to face the door, holding his breath to concentrate his perceptive abilities. Instantly, 3 crimson figures materialized in his mind. At that moment, these 3 figures stood at his threshold. The foremost figure, of modest stature, not only knocked, but also frequently turned to silently converse with the 2 others behind him. No, there were more than 3. 2 additional individuals stood guard, one at the fire escape door and the other at the entrance of the fire corridor, preventing any intruders or mutated beings from entering. Chen Xing turned off the radar, overwhelmed by an excitement he could scarcely articulate. This was not merely a radar in his mind. It was akin to possessing an entire infrared thermal imaging system. With this capability, any malevolent entity attempting to frame him would find no refuge. The figures at the door were undoubtedly old Lu and his companions. Chen Xing rose to open the door, causing a balding middle-aged man to startle and take a step back. Behind him were 2 other middle-aged men. One donned thick black glasses and bore a rather amiable demeanor, while the other had a dark complexion etched with deep lines. "Hello, Chen Xing. We are neighbors from the same building. I reside in 3001. And my name is Lu Xiaoguang, formerly a professor at the School of Engineering, Dan State Polytechnic University." The balding man chuckled awkwardly as he introduced himself, straightening his back slightly at the mention of his professorial status. Despite his baldness, he exuded a genial aura that, when he smiled, made one instinctively lower their guard. It was no surprise that he led their small group. At this juncture, the other 2 hastily introduced themselves as well. "I am Fang Shuo, a neighbor from the 29th floor. I was a colleague of old Lu and also a professor at the Polytechnic University," said the middle-aged man with glasses. Their community, being in close proximity to the university, indeed housed numerous faculty members. "I am Zhang Weigua, residing on the 28th floor," added the darker complexioned man, also stating his name. "What brings you to me?" Chen Xing inquired, fully aware of their intentions, yet feeling obliged to play along with their charade. While inquiring, he remained vigilant, discreetly extending his perception to scan the stairwell and the fire corridor beyond his line of sight. The 2 individuals there maintained their previous postures, one fixated on the fire door, the other observing the fire corridor. It appeared they were indeed steadfast in their intentions. "We are aware of the conflict you had with Yu Yang's gang yesterday and how you managed to drive them away. Our visit is twofold. Firstly, to express our gratitude, and secondly, to seek your assistance." Chen Xing curled his lip in skepticism. "Why should I assist you?" "Ah, I misspoke. It is we who have a request." As Lao Lu spoke, he glanced back at Fang Shuo, who pulled a bag from behind him. "Here are 10 kilograms of rice, along with 2 rabbits. A flicker of intrigue sparkled in Chen Xing's eyes. "Rabbits?" He pulled the bag closer and discovered not only vacuum-sealed rice but also 2 smoked rabbits, each weighing around 3 to 4 kilograms. Their deep red hue and considerable size were undeniably appetizing. "These aren't the mutated rabbits from outside, are they?" Chen Xing couldn't help but inquire. "Of course not. How could we serve you mutated creatures? We are well aware that such aberrant beings are inedible." Chapter 48. Lu Xiaoguang responded with a sheepish grin. "So, where did this rabbit come from?" "It's raised by my family. I smoked it myself. I used to sell cooked food." At this moment, the dark-faced Zhang Weigua interjected. Chen Xing glanced up at him. Realizing the source of his pallor, it was the result of being smoke-tinged. His family excels in rabbit husbandry. That's quite a lucrative avenue. You see, during the apocalypse, all resources are scarce. For Chen Xing, staple grains and oils are relatively easy to procure. However, what he currently lacks most is high-quality protein. Especially as his body begins to evolve, he feels an increased appetite and an intense craving for meat. He understands that it is crucial to replenish his protein intake at this time. Yet, despite the abundance of mutated creatures outside, their unstable DNA renders them unsafe for consumption. Otherwise, one risks triggering a chain reaction of genetic disruption in the consumer due to the mutated beast genes. Therefore, finding a safe source of protein has become his most pressing dilemma. However, Zhang Weiguan not only raises rabbits, but also smokes them, which becomes the most appealing prospect for Chen Xing prior to the apocalypse. Rabbits were among the most prolific animals on this planet. A female rabbit reaches maturity within 6 months and can produce a litter of up to 58 offspring. With a cycle of 40 days, they can yield 4,064 rabbits in a year. There had been calculations made before the apocalypse. If 24 wild rabbits were released on an island devoid of predators in 60 years, they could multiply into a staggering population exceeding 100 million. This illustrates their astonishing reproductive capacity. Before the apocalypse, rabbit meat was not particularly esteemed, as its high protein content rendered it rather dry and unpalatable. However, now it serves as an exceptionally suitable source of safe protein. He offered Zhang Weiguo a slight smile. At this moment, Zhang Weiguo, the purveyor of cooked delicacies, seemed to hold even greater value than the two professors, Lu Xiaowang and his companions. So, what do you need my assistance with? Although he already knew, he pretended to inquire. We would like to request your help in eliminating Yu Yang's 2 mutated dogs. Sure, no problem. Chen Xing readily agreed, which took Lu Xiaowang by surprise. Really? He asked, his face lighting up with excitement. Indeed, but if we are to complete it today, it will require additional compensation. Chen Xing replied with a sly grin. Lu Xiaowang's expression immediately soured. How much more? For this smoked rabbit, and for 2 more. Chen Xing indicated with 2 fingers. Lu Xiaowang exchanged glances with his companions, then they huddled together and whispered for a moment. All right, no problem. I'll have Zhang Weiguo fetch it for you. However, you must eliminate those 2 dogs today. Lu Xiaowang approached Chen Xing. No problem. In less than 15 minutes. Zhang Weiguo returned, carrying a bag to Chen Xing's doorstep. After Chen Xing conducted his inspection, he carelessly tossed the contents into the room. And the door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Lu Xiaowang and the others were momentarily taken aback. Wait for me an hour. I need to prepare. Chen Xing's voice echoed from within. The group finally felt at ease. As long as Chen Xing wasn't engaging in any treachery, all would be well. They turned to the corner of the wall and began to converse in hushed tones. What do you think? Lu Xiaowang inquired softly. Fang Shuo pondered for a moment and replied, he seems quite decent and approachable, unlike that scoundrel Yu Yang. At least he is reasonable. Zhang Weiguo also offered his assessment. Lu Xiaowang nodded in agreement. All right then, once we deal with the 2 dogs, we shall speak with him. Chapter 49. A few individuals engaged in hushed discussions, which did not escape Chen Xing's notice. However, at that moment, he was not concerned with their matters. He returned to his room with provisions and began preparations for the imminent hunt. His protective suit had been torn apart by that bat creature the day before, necessitating some repairs before he ventured out again. He made his way to the bathroom, standing before the armor processing center. Upon gazing at the pristine armor processing center, Chen Xing was momentarily taken aback. To his astonishment, while he had been preoccupied with the newly acquired equipment in the safe house, he had neglected to check whether his old gear had received any upgrades. It was only then that he realized the armor processing center was the first piece of equipment to have undergone an upgrade. Eagerly, he approached the touchscreen interface and began to browse the database, eager to discover what new items the armor center could fabricate. Phoenix, why is there no bomb disposal suit? He inquired, his brow furrowing after a lengthy search. Following encounters with the local thugs led by Yu Yang and his harrowing experience battling the bat creature, Chen Xing's standards for personal protection had significantly heightened. The previous set of leather armor might have sufficed against thugs wielding melee weapons, but against a beast like the bat creature, it was woefully inadequate. He felt a sense of relief that prior to the apocalypse, the government had imposed stringent controls on firearms. Otherwise, if thugs like Yu Yang had access to firearms, the consequences would be chilling to contemplate. Engaging in a direct confrontation with armed thugs called for a police-grade bomb disposal suit, which would undoubtedly provide a greater sense of security. Yet, despite his searches in the database, he still could not locate the bomb disposal suit he sought. The suit's specifications were too advanced. The Level 2 Armor Processing Center was not equipped to produce it. Only upon reaching Level 3 would corresponding data become available. The system suggested option 32, a type of soft armor that could fulfill his immediate needs. Is the bomb disposal suit still too advanced? Chen Xing pondered in confusion. Yet he continued to peruse the database until he found option 32. The screen displayed an array of soft armor designs and descriptions. This attire appeared to be akin to a snug set of autumn wear, complemented by a balaclava. When donned entirely, it promised to protect 99% of exposed skin. The outer layer was crafted from D30 polymer, while the interior comprised 3D fabric. After examining the description of this soft armor, Chen Xing was left in a state of bewilderment. He had initially assumed this so-called soft armor was merely the commonplace PE material stab-proof vests found on various online marketplaces. However, it was evident that this was an entirely different matter. He scrutinized the description of the D30 material more closely. This innovative polymer, composed of a viscous liquid and polymer, boasted the unique property of being soft under normal conditions, yet hardening upon impact. The hardness is sufficient to withstand the shockwave from a 150 caliber shell detonating nearby. Chen Xing felt a buzzing in his head after reading this introduction. Is this truly the case? The 3D fabric within is not particularly new, but it excels due to its innovative 3D weaving technique. The plush lining produced not only possesses shock-absorbing and impact-resistant properties, but, when infused with silver ions, also exhibits antibacterial and moisture-wicking characteristics. According to the description, this material is a type of low-grade bulletproof vest used by the early stormtroopers of these extraterrestrial beings. Chen Xing was utterly astonished. It turns out that this soft armor is entirely different from what I had imagined. He quickly checked the materials required for its manufacture. Required materials: 1,000 grams of plastic products, 500 grams of carbon fiber, 600 grams of fabric, 10 grams of silver. Chapter 50. The other materials were not particularly difficult to procure, as Chen Xing had most of them at home. His greatest headache, however, was the mucus. The protective gear processing center required a type of adhesive he had never even heard of. This troubled Chen Xing for quite some time, until after several exchanges with Phoenix. He managed to use a few leftover buckets of paint from his home renovation as a substitute. However, this necessitated that the processing center purify the mixture themselves, significantly prolonging the production time. What originally took 20 minutes had now doubled to 40 minutes. During the manufacturing period, Chen Xing idly browsed the database, hoping to discover other protective gear that could be crafted. To his delight, he encountered an enticing piece of equipment at item 55. Electric shock gloves, required materials: 200 grams of fabric, 100 grams of copper wire, battery, transistor. To be worn during close combat, capable of delivering electric shock effects, with a maximum instantaneous release of 800,000 volts. One full charge allows for 10 releases. Within a 10-meter range, can unleash arc attacks, capable of 3 releases when fully charged. Wow, isn't this essentially an electric baton in glove form? The lethality was impressive, and its concealability was superb. Most importantly, it possessed a special feature that an electric baton lacked: the ability to release arc attacks. This revelation made Chen Xing's mouth water. At that moment, the synthesis of the stab-resistant suit was nearing completion. Chen Xing quickly retrieved a pair of tactical gloves, along with 10 power banks, copper wire, and other raw materials. As soon as the stab-resistant suit was finished, he promptly tossed all these materials into the protective gear processing center to commence the crafting of the electric shock gloves. Chen Xing then scrutinized the stab-resistant suit in his hands. It was quite similar to his previous fleece-lined hoodie and pants, weighing approximately 1 kilogram. The exterior was composed of a black material that felt smooth and soft, akin to silicone. Inside, there was a layer of fine fleece that would undoubtedly be comfortable against the skin. He drew a sharp knife and plunged it forcefully into the fabric. Clang! The spot where the blade made contact instantly hardened, as if he had struck a steel plate. The same applied to slashing. As soon as the blade touched the clothing, if the force reached the threshold of human injury, the outer layer of the suit would become incredibly rigid. After absorbing the impact, the recently hardened surface would quickly revert to its original softness, completely preserving the body's agility. After several tests, Chen Xing was confident that not only knives, but even firearms could be deflected by this suit. This stab-resistant attire was truly remarkable in its intelligence. He could hardly contain his excitement as he donned the suit. Its protective capabilities were excellent, and the fit was exceptional, akin to wearing sports undergarments. It snugly enveloped his muscles, enhancing blood circulation and thereby alleviating fatigue, all while not compromising flexibility. Furthermore, the fine fleece inside felt smooth against his skin, providing comfort and warmth. He even felt that simply wearing this outfit would suffice to combat the harsh winter outside. However, to prevent others from discovering the secrets of the stab-resistant suit, he donned a leather jacket and a pair of heavily crafted jeans. After waiting for another 15 minutes, the processing center emitted a ding sound, signaling the completion of the electric shock gloves. Chen Xing eagerly opened the machine and retrieved the gloves. To his dismay, he discovered only one glove, specifically, the right one. The response from Phoenix revealed that the raw materials provided were sufficient only to synthesize a single glove. Chen Xing couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. Was it his fault? However, if he wished to create another glove, his current materials were woefully inadequate. Although he possessed one glove, he was entirely out of power banks. The 10 he had previously utilized, aside from his own, included several pilfered from Yu Yang's hideout. Just as Chen Xing picked up the glove, still too astonished to examine it closely, there came a series of knocks at the door. Chapter 51. Chen Xing, we are all prepared. As the door swung open, Lu Xiaowang greeted him with a somewhat sycophantic smile. Behind him stood Fang Shuo and Zhang Weiguo, both fully equipped and ready for action. Lu Xiaowang was also wrapped up securely, indicating that they intended to accompany Chen Xing in his hunt for the mutated dogs. The reason for their visit was that the hour Chen Xing had mentioned had elapsed, and they were anxious he might change his mind. Give me 5 minutes. Chen Xing retreated into his room to don his gear. He fitted the electric shock gloves onto his right hand. These gloves seemed almost alive, conforming snugly to his hand. Chen Xing examined the gloves, noting that the palm was entirely covered in a matrix of silicone, which not only preserved grip, but actually enhanced his hold, making it feel more secure than with bare hands. The back of the hand and other critical areas were fortified with hard shells, showcasing that these gloves possessed not only electric shock capabilities, but also resistance to cuts and punctures. The knuckles and finger joints were adorned with several glimmering metallic plates. He could not discern the material, but he sensed that this was essential for delivering electric punches. As for the arc attack, he still needed to explore that further, suspecting that the key lay in the knob on the back of the glove. However, there was no time for detailed examination now. Once the gloves were secured, Chen Xing retrieved his crossbow from the foldable space and slung it over his shoulder. This time, he would be acting alongside others. He could not simply conjure the crossbow from thin air in front of them. The foldable space was his most significant secret, thus his weapons had to be externally visible. Besides the crossbow, he also took out a 30-centimeter machete and fastened it to his waist. Given the likelihood of engaging in combat within the confines of the room, he opted against a spear or fire axe. Such weapons would be unwieldy in the limited space. The machete would prove to be far more practical. Dressed and ready, Chen Xing finally donned his helmet, which still included a stab-resistant hood. This hood was flexible, allowing for an open facial area. He chose to wear it to protect his neck and head while leaving his face uncovered, as he was unaccustomed to concealing his features when not in a state of combat. Upon seeing Chen Xing emerge from his room, fully armed, Lu and the others gazed at him with envy. Their eyes particularly lingered on the striking air pressure crossbow, causing them to swallow in anticipation. They had heard that this very crossbow had been instrumental in Chen Xing's victory over Yu Yang's gang. In an era devoid of firearms, such a weapon represented the pinnacle of combat prowess. How much do you know about those two dogs? Chen Xing inquired as he walked with them down the corridor. Those two dogs were once the pets of the family in room 302 on the 3rd floor. Later, after they refused to pay the management fees, Yu Yang, Lu Xiaowang made a gesture across his throat, and Chen Xing nodded in understanding. This marked the first instance of murder committed by Yu Yang's gang in the building, undoubtedly instilling a profound sense of fear. Since that time, in Building 4, apart from Chen Xing, no one dared to confront them head-on. Eventually, those two dogs were taken in by Yu Yang. After you eliminated Yu Yang yesterday, we intended to. Lu Xiaowang hesitated at this point, feeling somewhat embarrassed, while Chen Xing merely smiled without responding. As we pried open his front door, those two large dogs charged out. My goodness. Those dogs were over a meter long and could easily stand at 1.5 meters tall. They resembled young calves and, in one swift bite, severed the head of Shaoli from the 9th floor. At this moment, Fang Shuo interjected, as if recollecting the gruesome scene from yesterday. Chapter 52, a shiver involuntarily coursed through him. Those two dogs had killed 3 individuals and injured 3 others before we scattered. Chen Xing turned to Lu Xiaowang. Do you think those two dogs are still inside the building? They're undoubtedly still hiding within, Lu replied. The underground parking garage of our building is one I organized to seal off. It is completely disconnected from the open parking areas beneath other buildings. The 2nd basement level, due to the market, has long since had its exit sealed. This morning, residents on the lower floors checked the entrance on the 1st floor. The doors and windows were intact. Thus, those two dogs must still be concealed within the building, as expected of a university lecturer. This analysis was coherent and devoid of flaws. All right, let us first search the garage, Chen Xing declared, leading the way to the basement level. Before departing, he instructed Feng Huang to scan the entire building. In the stairwell and the entrances to each floor, no trace of the dogs was found. In the garage, aside from the entrance monitored by surveillance, few cameras were positioned elsewhere, particularly outside critical areas. This created a blind spot for Feng Huang's surveillance, increasing the likelihood that the dogs were hiding in the garage. The group quickly descended into the garage, enveloped in darkness. Lao Feng lit a torch. Just as Lu Xiaowang finished speaking, Feng Shuo ignited the torch. A flicker of surprise flashed in Chen Xing's eyes. These teachers had proven to be somewhat useful. After the power outage, not only had heating become a concern, but illumination at night had turned into a significant issue as well. Previously, every household possessed flashlights. Candles had long been rendered obsolete, and few knew how to craft torches. However, observing the 2 torches in Lu Xiaowang's hands, which were well crafted from discarded clothing and a sturdy iron rod, it appeared that these scholars were not entirely ineffectual. The 6 individuals accompanying Chen Xing formed combat teams, 3 back-to-back. Their posture suggested that this was not their first collaboration. It could be inferred that during their daytime forays for supplies, they had often coordinated in such a manner. After all, in this apocalyptic world, they faced not only harsh environments and savage beasts, but also the more perilous threat of humanity. A month into the apocalypse, Those who had managed to survive were indeed far from inept. Nevertheless, Chen Xing refrained from aligning himself with them. Instead, he stood alone in the center of the garage, brandishing a crossbow with a bold demeanor. It was not arrogance, but rather an unwavering confidence in his own abilities. Lu Xiaowang and Feng Shuo divided into two groups and commenced their search of the garage. Meanwhile, Chen Xing continuously rotated to face different directions, activating his radar to scan the area. Though it was an old-fashioned radar requiring manual adjustments and could only scan a 90-degree arc within a 10-meter radius at a time, its efficiency surpassed that of Lu Xiaowang and his team. Despite their two torches illuminating a limited area, the garage spanned over 300 square meters, housing hundreds of vehicles. Finding two dogs in such a complex environment solely by sight would prove exceedingly challenging. With Chen Xing's radar, the search task became considerably simpler. In merely 15 seconds, Chen Xing scanned the entire underground garage. "Let us go. The two dogs are not here," he declared, turning towards the stairwell. Lu Xiaowang and Feng Shuo exchanged glances, bewildered. They had just conducted a thorough search, yet had barely covered 100 square meters. How did Chen Xing ascertain that the dogs were absent? Was this an instance of a master's intuition? Feng Shuo raised an eyebrow at Lu Xiaowang, who nodded thoughtfully in response. It must be. Chapter 53. Since no discoveries were made in the basement, the only recourse was to commence the search from the first floor, methodically ascending level by level. This approach, albeit the most rudimentary, proved to be the most effective. On the first floor, there were two apartments. One was vacant while the other housed an elderly couple. The vacant unit had been perpetually locked, showing no signs of forced entry, thereby eliminating the possibility of mutated dogs taking refuge inside. The elderly couple had succumbed to the viral onslaught at the onset of the apocalypse, leaving their residents vulnerable. Subsequently, this apartment was overrun by Yu Yang's gang, who stationed several members to oversee the comings and goings of the residents. When the homeowners returned from scavenging for supplies, they were subjected to taxes imposed by the gang. Upon entering the apartment, they found that the members of Yu Yang's group had long since fled, leaving behind a scene of utter disarray. Damn it. These scoundrels seem to live quite comfortably. Zhang Weiguo kicked over a dining table, remnants of uneaten rice still present in the bowls. It was well known that during the apocalypse, homeowners were forced to tighten their belts, yet these ruffians could still indulge in white rice. Such a thought was unbearable. Measures needed to be strengthened here, particularly on the first and second floors, with the installation of security grills to prevent any opportunity for Yu Yang's return. Chen Xing subtly indicated this, suggesting to the others that Yu Yang was still alive. Zhang Weiguo, Lu Xiaowang, and Feng Shuo, being astute individuals, readily grasped his implication and exchanged knowing glances. "I am aware that there is a furniture factory located in the southern part of our community, in Hongqigo. They produce security grills and various fortified doors." Lu Xiaowang informed Chen Xing. "Oh, how do you know of such a place?" Chen Xing inquired casually, having never heard of Hongqigo before. As Danzhou was a hilly city with numerous mountains, many ravines concealed residential areas, and even small factories, Lu Xiaowang, being preoccupied with work, had little time to explore these nooks, making his ignorance understandable. "During the renovation of my home, I organized a group purchase for our building at their factory. The flooring and wooden doors in my residence were sourced from there. Though their factory isn't widely known, the quality of their products is commendable. They don't just manufacture furniture, they also produce security doors and windows. The establishment may be small, yet it is well equipped with various cutting and welding tools, even possessing a 3D printer capable of fabricating customized components for clients." Lu Xiaowang proudly shared the details of the furniture factory. Upon hearing this, Chen Xing's eyes glimmered with interest. Various cutting and welding equipment? A 3D printer as well? By heavens, this is precisely what my light weapon manufacturing center desperately requires. If we manage to retrieve these devices and seamlessly integrate them with the light weapon manufacturing center, once upgraded, could we not fabricate firearms? Chen Xing's anticipation for firearms has never waned. With guns in hand. No matter how much the Yu brothers mutate, as long as you remain carbon-based life forms, I refuse to believe that gunpowder and steel cannot subdue you. If that fails, it must be due to insufficient caliber and charge. Very well. Once we conclude our current affairs, we shall visit that furniture factory in Hongqi Valley. Chen Xing remarked casually. Lu Xiaowang and Feng Shuo, along with a few others, were immediately filled with exuberance. It is worth noting that their desire to venture to that location had been long-standing. However, they had refrained due to their inadequate strength, which had deterred them from making the attempt. With Chen Xing's verbal assurance of joining them, they instantly found their pillar of support, especially upon witnessing the pneumatic crossbow in Chen Xing's possession. Chapter 54. With such an item in hand, Even the fiercest of beasts would inspire no fear. Even the gangs from neighboring districts would find confidence in making their adversaries retreat in the face of difficulty. Ascending from the second to the third and fourth floors, no trace of the two dogs was discovered. However, this journey allowed Chen Xing to gain insight into the residents of the building. There were no occupants on the third floor, one household of 4 on the fourth, and 2 households on the fifth, one a young couple and the other a family of 3, all of whom were decent individuals. Soon, they reached the 10th floor, where Lu Xiaowang and the others began to breathe heavily. After climbing each flight and remaining constantly vigilant, they were quite fatigued. In contrast, Chen Xing remained unfazed, not a drop of sweat on his brow, earning the admiration of his companions. Truly, he was a formidable opponent who dared to confront the Yuyang gang. Just his stamina alone was a testament to his strength. Moreover, it was possible he might even be an evolved being. Exchanging glances, Lu Xiaowang and his companions pondered whether they should even search the 10th floor, having already done so the previous day. Fang Shuo, panting, spoke to Chen Xing. Chen Xing nonchalantly nodded in agreement. As they passed the 10th floor, they did not exit the stairwell but proceeded directly to the 11th. However, after taking just a couple of steps, Chen Xing suddenly halted. At the moment they passed the fire door on the 10th floor, he caught a faint sound of heavy breathing. The manner of this panting was distinctly different from that of Lu Xiaowang and the others. It was not human. Turning his head towards the fire door of the 10th floor, he activated his radar, sensing an intrusion through the door. Chen Xing's expression shifted. Behind the door of Unit 1002, 2 crimson shadows of dogs lay quietly, poised to attack. Their massive forms unmistakably indicated they were the 2 pit bulls. Remarkably, these dogs seemed to exhibit a degree of intelligence. Positioned on either side of the door, they prepared to ambush anyone who dared to enter. Chen Xing's gaze flickered as a memory surfaced. He recalled the mutated beast jerky he had left hanging in the living room of that apartment. No wonder the 2 dogs chose to hide there. But how had they gained entry? It seemed likely that someone had forced open the door to Unit 1002 the previous day. Hush! Chen Xing gestured to Lu Xiaowang, who was about to speak. The others, observing his demeanor, became tense. Although they could not see the dogs lurking there, they understood that Chen Xing had made a significant discovery. After a moment of observation, he decisively led his companions upstairs. The dogs are concealed within room 1002, he declared, prompting a silent exchange of glances among the group. Lu Xiaowang's lips moved as if to inquire how he knew, but he swallowed his question. I need to go home to retrieve a couple of things. Chen Xing informed them. Also, does anyone have a portable cassette player? A recorder would suffice. He inquired further. This item is quite an antiquity. It is not something that most households possess. Lu Xiaowang and Fang Shuo exchanged glances, and it was Lu Xiaowang who stepped forward this time. What about a mobile phone? That device can also serve as a recorder. I have several at home, though they are all out of battery. Chen Xing slapped his forehead, realizing that his thinking had been too narrow. Thankfully, Lu Xiaowang had reminded him. All right, quickly fetch your phone, preferably one that contains music. Chapter 55. A moment later, several individuals reconvened on the 15th floor. Lu Xiaowang handed over his long-dead chrysanthemum phone to Chen Xing. To be candid, he had been pondering the purpose of this device throughout the journey. What transpired next left him utterly astonished. The phone, which had been out of battery for over a month, suddenly illuminated its screen. Chen Xing, I have but one last charged power bank. Chen Xing chuckled. In truth, he dared not reveal the reality. He was able to power on the device solely due to his electric shock gloves, which had charged the phone to a mere 5%. Once the phone booted up, Chen Xing began to manipulate the screen, effectively allowing Phoenix to infiltrate the device. In no time, user information was accessed, and previously visited applications were opened. Half a minute later, Phoenix connected to the database of a music application. No one calls you brother here. Instead, you are affectionately referred to as elementary school student. Ding dong chicken, big dog barking. Kangaroo chicken, kangaroo chicken. The corridor soon resonated with the most infectious and brainwashing hit song from the pre-apocalyptic era. Lu Xiaowang and Fang Shuo exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed as to how Chen Xing accomplished this. What baffled them even more was the reason behind Chen Xing playing this particular tune. Chen Xing, please, keep it down. Chen Xing, focused on the phone screen, noted the battery had risen to 20%. He then affixed the phone to the wall in the stairwell. Follow me. Without further explanation, Chen Xing turned and descended the stairs. Though Lu Xiaowang and the others were in the dark, they had no choice but to follow. In a short while, the group arrived at the entrance hall on the 10th floor. The 2 dogs were hiding in room 1002, their hearing exceptionally acute. I will create a sound source on the 15th floor to disrupt their judgment. In a moment, I will open the door. You all hold on to this, Chen Xing instructed. tossing a fishing net to Lu Xiaowang and the others. Seeing the net, Lu Xiaowang and his companions couldn't help but feel elated. Previously, their greatest concern had been how to confront the two ferocious dogs head-on. The impression left by those beasts the previous night was still vividly etched in their minds. Now, armed with the fishing net, their task seemed far more manageable. Even if they couldn't directly eliminate the two dogs, they could at least restrain them. However, Chen Xing, please be careful. Those dogs are fierce. Lu Xiaowang cautioned from behind. Chen Xing glanced back, noting the genuine concern in his eyes, a testament to the worthiness of this person. With a smile, he turned and waved, departing with an air of unwavering confidence. Lu Xiaowang and the others stood momentarily stunned. Though their acquaintance with Chen Xing had been brief, they had already developed an inexplicable sense of trust in this young man. Although uncertain of how he would respond later, they inexplicably held faith. Chen Xing surely had a plan. Lu Xiaowang, Fang Shuo, and Zhang Wei was spread out the fishing net, hiding in the rear of the hallway. Meanwhile, Chen Xing quietly approached the door, his radar power maximized, perceiving through the iron barrier. Inside, two crimson figures were frantically swirling behind the door, evidently distressed by the bewitching music emanating from the 15th floor. Dogs, by nature, possess highly sensitive hearing, and these two had become even more acute in their auditory perception after mutation. However, such heightened sensitivity is not always advantageous, as demonstrated by the current predicament. With his left hand gripping the doorknob, the two large dogs suddenly froze. Although their hearing was compromised, their keen sense of smell alerted them to the impending danger. Abruptly, the door was yanked open, and the two dogs bolted out with a rush. Yet, Chen Xing, standing at the threshold, remained unperturbed. With his right hand drawn back, resembling a full bow, his fist flew forth like a cannonball, swift as a meteor. The punch, radiating blue arcs of electricity, illuminated the dimly lit stairwell. With two resounding bangs, lightning struck twice, each blow landing with force. The two robust dogs, akin to young bulls, were struck as if by cannon fire, sent sprawling through the air. Zhang Weiguo and the others stood in stunned silence, questioning whether this individual was truly human. Chapter 56. The two ferocious dogs were violently thrown into the fishing net they had laid out. Fang Shuo and Zhang Weiguo were taken aback by the sheer force of the impact. One dog crashed into the net, and the incredible momentum caused both of them to topple to the ground. Fang Shuo, Zhang, get up quickly and hold on tight. On the other side, Lu Xiaowang was yanked and slammed against the wall, but managed to stay upright. At this moment, he clenched a corner of the fishing net tightly. When he looked up, he saw two massive pit bulls frantically tearing at the net. They struggled to rise, but no matter how hard they tried, they found themselves utterly powerless below their waists. Astonishingly, the two dogs had been rendered paralyzed by a single punch from Chen Xing. Lu Xiaowang, in an instant, turned his peril into joy, urging Fang Shuo and Zhang Weiguo to grip the net firmly and prevent the two large dogs from breaking free. He then directed his gaze towards Chen Xing, who stood at the entrance of room 1002. The light streaming in from the door illuminated his back, casting a radiant glow around him. For a moment, he appeared almost divine. Reflecting on those two punches he had just delivered, Lu Xiaowang thought, "Good heavens, this is truly a celestial being descending to earth." It seemed that he had underestimated Chen Xing's capabilities. The man who had vanquished the Yuyang gang was clearly not merely relying on a crossbow. Meanwhile, Chen Xing had finally discerned the two struggling dogs within the net. Good grief, these dogs are enormous. The pit bulls, known for their considerable size, were even more imposing than he had ever imagined, surpassing even the Caucasian shepherd in stature. Chen Xing, stop staring and help us, Lu Xiaowang shouted from the corner. Chen Xing reached into his pocket and produced a canister of pepper spray. He had just returned home to retrieve the fishing net and this precious item. Both had been confiscated from Yu Yang's warehouse. At that moment, one of the pit bulls managed to tear a hole in the fishing net, glaring at Chen Xing with bloodshot eyes, as if it were ready to devour him. Chen Xing raised his hand and sprayed the pepper spray, thinking, "Damn it, you dare to snarl at me even in your dying moments." The ferocious pit bull was suddenly rendered harmless. The other pit bull, having regained its composure, sensed the danger and began to escape from the net, darting toward the stairwell. One of Lu Xiaowang's companions swung a shovel at the dog's head, but the creature swiftly turned and clamped its jaws around the shovel. With a resounding crunch, the shovel bore a gaping hole from its bite. What the hell? Even after being beaten, it remains this vicious. Lu Xiaowang and his companions retreated in fear, wary of the beast's potential for violence. Only Chen Xing rushed forward to confront the pit bull, raising his hand for another spray. With a capsaicin concentration potent enough to deter even a grizzly bear, these newly mutated pit bulls were no match for it. The once fearsome beasts, who had been so menacing moments ago, were now reduced to mere wretches. Two pit bulls writhed on the ground in agony, howling in distress. It was then that Chen Xing nonchalantly retrieved a pneumatic crossbow from behind him. With a swift series of 4 shots, the 2 dogs ceased their struggles. Lu Xiaowang, Feng Shuo, Zhang Weiguo, and the other 3 stood in stunned silence, gazing at the lifeless forms of the once menacing creatures. Was it truly this effortless? Just yesterday, these ferocious beasts had brutally taken the lives of 3 individuals right before their eyes, leaving their group of over a dozen in a state of panic and helplessness. And now, they had been so easily dispatched? Initially, they had braced themselves for injuries, even potential sacrifices among their ranks. Yet here they were, not a single person had sustained even a minor injury, not a drop of bloodshed. These creatures, which they had deemed fearsome and formidable, had not survived a single chapter under Chen Xing's command. This was utterly astonishing. As the group turned their gaze towards Chen Xing, their expression shifted entirely. This young man truly embodied both courage and intellect. If they were to follow him in the future, what could they possibly fear from the Yu Yang gang? That group relied solely on brute force, unlike Chen Xing, who understood the power of strategy. They exchanged knowing glances. Aligning themselves with a leader like Chen Xing felt far more reassuring. He possessed strength, intellect, and above all, a sense of reason. Such a person was truly worthy of leading them. Chapter 57. Well then, I shall take charge of the disposal of these 2 dog corpses. You have no objections, I trust? Chen Xing inquired, gazing at the 2 pit bull carcasses within the net. Lu Xiaowang and the others nodded in agreement. No objections. After all, you are the one who killed them, so it's only right that you handle them. However, Chen Xing, it is advisable not to consume these mutated creatures. Indeed, they are toxic and harmful to human health, Lu Xiaowang and the others advised in chorus. Chen Xing smiled and shook his head. Rest assured, I have no intention of consuming these dogs. What I seek is their hides. Upon hearing this, the group realized the implication. While the meat of mutated beasts is inedible, their hides are exceedingly valuable materials, especially during this frigid season. If crafted into leather jackets or shoes, or even leather bedding, they could prove to be excellent choices. Very well, I shall take my leave for now. We can discuss matters further later, Chen Xing said, lifting the 2 large dogs with the fishing net. Lu Xiaowang exchanged glances with the others, and then stepped forward. Chen Xing. Chen Xing turned. Is there something else? It's just that. Previously you suggested we enhance the security on the 1st and 2nd floors, right? I mentioned the furniture factory over in Hongqi Valley. Would you like to accompany us to take a look? Lu Xiaowang gazed at Chen Xing earnestly. Upon hearing this, Chen Xing regarded him with a knowing smile. Lu Xiaowang felt a bit embarrassed under his gaze and rubbed his hands together. Chen Xing was well aware of Lu Xiaowang's ulterior motives. This was not merely an invitation for adventure, but rather an appeal for him to act as a free bodyguard. However, he recalled Lu Xiaowang's earlier mention of the valuable items housed within that furniture factory, such as cutting machines, welding equipment, and even 3D printers. These were precisely the tools he desperately needed. If he could procure these and integrate them with his small-scale light weapon manufacturing center, the vexing issue of firearms might be resolved. Even if rifles could not be produced, surely handguns could be unlocked. In this world, there is little that instills more confidence than possessing a firearm. All right, let us venture there together tomorrow. That would be splendid. Lu Xiaowang and the others sighed in relief upon hearing Chen Xing's agreement. Without Chen Xing, they would have hesitated to explore such a distant location as Hongqi Valley. They had already scoured the vicinity around Yufu Guan and Shanghai, and the nearby mountainous parks suitable for hunting were nearly stripped bare. As for the other residential areas, they were owned by others, and they dared not intrude. Thus, Lu Xiaowang and his companions had been contemplating a visit to that furniture factory for quite some time. But the anticipated challenges had deterred them from taking action, not to mention the reluctance to inform others of the factory's existence in Hongqi Valley. Rest assured, Chen Xing, we shall ensure your efforts are duly rewarded. Tomorrow, you shall accompany us, and we shall take care of your meals for 2 days. Lu Xiaowang is quite adept at winning people's hearts. He is certainly aware that Chen Xing has seen through their little tricks. To prevent Chen Xing from harboring any resentment towards them, he proactively offered to cater for Chen Xing's meals, and for 2 days at that. Such a fortunate arrangement? I shall not refuse. Chen Xing chuckled heartily. Seeing Chen Xing so agreeable, Lu Xiaowang and the others felt increasingly reassured. Initially, they were concerned that Chen Xing might be arrogant due to his exceptional abilities, making him difficult to engage with. However, through this interaction, they found that although Chen Xing was indeed an aberrant, he did not possess the haughty demeanor typical of others like him. His attitude was reminiscent of the world before the apocalypse, which brought them considerable comfort. Rest assured, tomorrow, You shall savor my culinary skills. I am quite adept at cooking. Chapter 58. Zhang Weiguo chuckled, however. I have quite the appetite. Chen Xing offered a gentle reminder. A flicker of concern crossed the faces of Fang Shuo and Zhang Weiguo, while Lu Xiaowang burst into hearty laughter. What does it matter if you can eat? A truly capable person should have a hearty appetite. Rest assured, regardless of how much you can consume, I reiterate, we will cover your meals for 2 days. Lu Xiaowang displayed a commendable spirit. Chen Xing nodded in agreement, refraining from further words, and turned with the 2 dog corpses towards the stairwell. Upon returning home, Chen Xing extracted the crossbow bolt from the neck of one dog. Blood gushed forth instantaneously, and moments later, 2 energy cubes emerged from the wound. Remarkably, these cubes bore a similar volume to the energy cube produced by the bat creature yesterday. Chen Xing couldn't help but feel a surge of trepidation. The mutation level of these 2 pit bulls appeared to be on par with that of the bat creature. Fortunately, he had utilized the electric shock gloves today, coupled with the advantage of terrain and the cooperation of several others. Otherwise, had he relied solely on himself, capturing these 2 pit bulls would have proven exceedingly challenging. He offered the 2 energy cubes as a tribute to the Phoenix. Copper Wall Iron Shield, level 162-100, energy 1100. Upon upgrading to Copper Wall Iron Shield, the enhancement of the safety index of the safe house through the sacrificial energy cubes was evidently not as effective as before. However, the energy of the safe house, due to the synthesis of the stab-resistant suit and electric shock gloves, had previously dipped to 800-100 but had now restored to 1000. It appeared that the initial protective period had concluded. Advancing the safety house's level would no longer be as effortless as it once was, unless one could discover something of particular significance to the Phoenix. Chen Xing approached the gene purification fusion furnace with the 2 pit bull corpses in tow. He extracted the heart from one dog and cast it into the fusion furnace. He then allowed the furnace to draw his own blood, due to the mutation level of the mutated creature reaching 10. This purification and fusion process will take longer than usual. 12 hours required. Please be patient. The panel of the fusion furnace displayed the notification. Chen Xing was taken aback. This was the first time he had received such a message. It seemed that the mutation level of yesterday's bat creature was not as high as that of these 2 mutated dogs. Otherwise, why had there been no notification during yesterday's fusion? At this moment, he felt even more fortunate that luck had played a significant role in his victory over these 2 mutated dogs. On one hand, they had underestimated him, and on the other, the terrain had limited the dog's capabilities. Had he encountered them in an open area, his best course of action would likely have been to turn and flee, given that he could only purify and fuse one dog's heart at a time. Chen Xing placed the heart of the other dog into the refrigerator. He then commenced the process of skinning the dog. By the time he finished with the dog corpses, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. After a long day of toil, Chen Xing felt utterly exhausted. After indulging in a roasted rabbit, he returned to his bedroom and fell into a deep slumber. When he awoke, it was already 9 o'clock the following morning. The Phoenix activated the protective panel, which opened automatically by the window. Chen Xing could hardly contain his elation. The wind had ceased, and the snow had come to a halt. To his astonishment, it was a splendid sunny day. As he looked up, he beheld the long-missed sun and the azure sky. Tears of joy welled in his eyes. After more than half a year in this apocalyptic world, this was his first encounter with the sun. He was not alone in his emotional outpouring. Soon, the community echoed with the sounds of anguished cries and exultant shouts. Countless individuals erupted with excitement, some rushing from their buildings, leaping and shouting on the snow-covered ground, reveling in the sheer ecstasy of liberation from the pent-up negative emotions that had accumulated over the course of this bleak existence. Chapter 59. Chen Xing stood by the window with his eyes closed, allowing the warm sunlight to envelop him. In that moment, he quietly savored the sun and the azure sky. Who could have imagined that what was once so easily attainable would become such a precious rarity in the aftermath of the apocalypse? After more than half an hour, a dark cloud drifted in from the distance. The sun retreated behind the clouds, and the once boisterous neighborhood returned to tranquility. Yet, even for that brief half hour, the sun's appearance had bestowed upon the people an endless hope. Chen Xing returned to the kitchen, where the gene purification and fusion process had been completed. He held in his hand a blue syringe containing a level 2 low-grade gene extraction liquid. Phoenix had assessed this syringe, confirming it as a low-grade product. Yet it was indeed at level 2, a step above the gene extraction liquid he had previously injected. This was his first encounter with an advanced syringe, and he eagerly removed his pants, preparing to administer the injection to his thigh. The prospect of this injection potentially yielding great surprises thrilled him. However, the syringe had a purity of only 50 and a fusion rate of merely 50. Injecting it posed a risk of gene fusion failure, leading to genetic collapse. A warning was issued to use with caution. Damn, I've already taken off my pants. Why didn't you say this sooner? Chen Xing exclaimed, drenched in sweat. Fortunately, Phoenix's timely warning prevented him from proceeding with the injection. After a night of effort, how could the purity be only 50? It seemed the gene purification and fusion furnace was underwhelming. No, it wasn't the furnace that was inadequate. Rather, it was simply too low in level. If the owner wished to enhance the fusion furnace's operational efficiency, they needed to acquire more equipment related to genetic medical engineering to elevate the fusion furnace's grade. Chen Xing didn't even need to voice his thoughts. Phoenix anticipated them and could even provide guidance. So to evolve the purification and fusion process, equipment related to genetic medicine was essential. He could consider searching in pharmaceutical factories or universities. As for hospitals, they surely lacked such advanced equipment. Chen Xing had a foundational knowledge of genetic medicine. What about the syringe? He gazed at the blue syringe in his hand. It would be a pity to discard it. Phoenix proposed a solution. He could perform a secondary purification and fusion with the leftover biological sample from the pit bull he had from yesterday, using this syringe. Chen Xing's eyes lit up. How could he have forgotten that? He still had a dog's heart from yesterday. Quickly, he retrieved the heart and tossed it into the fusion furnace along with the syringe. This fusion requires 6 hours. Please be patient. Since the sample had already undergone purification once, the gene purification and fusion furnace would find the process much easier this time. 6 hours was a wait he could endure. Just as he was about to prepare himself a meal, suddenly, there came a knock at the door. Chen Xing opened the door and found Lu Xiaowang and his companions, all impeccably dressed. It dawned on him that he had promised them the previous day to embark on an adventure to the furniture factory in Hongqi Valley. He quickly invited them in, saying, "Please wait a moment." 10 minutes later, Chen Xing, now properly attired, stepped out of his home. Lu Xiaowang and the others were quite pleased with Chen Xing's commitment to his word. Zhang Weiguo casually tossed a lunchbox at him, saying, "Here, this is breakfast." Upon opening it, Chen Xing was pleasantly surprised to find steaming hot white buns inside. Chapter 60 unexpectedly contained a small packet of pickled vegetables. Before the apocalypse, Chen Xing would not have spared this delicacy a glance. However, in the aftermath of the world's end, such a morsel was akin to a culinary masterpiece, especially when paired with steaming, fluffy white buns, which Chen Xing had not savored in quite some time. He took a bite, and the fusion of starch and saliva brought forth a delightful aroma of wheat and sweetness. Chen Xing felt slightly intoxicated. It had been far too long since he had indulged in such exquisite flavors. He devoured 2 buns in mere moments. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaowang and the others looked on, swallowing their saliva in anticipation. It seemed that these buns were the result of their painstaking savings. "All right, let us set off." Chen Xing observed their expressions, then tossed the lunchbox to Zhang Weiguo, ready to leave with his companions. Just as they reached the stairwell, a door creaked open behind them. Who? Everyone tightened their grips on their weapons and turned to look. They beheld a figure clad in a heavy military coat, thoroughly bundled up, appearing at the door next to Chen Xing's. Could you take me along? Jia?" Despite her heavy attire, Chen Xing immediately recognized her as Lu Jia. "I overheard your plans from yesterday. I want to join you and see what lies outside. Can you take me with you?" Lu Jia asked timidly, her gaze fixed on Chen Xing. She was no fool. She understood that among them, Chen Xing's words held the most weight. The group turned to Chen Xing, then glanced back at the woman. To be honest, they were reluctant to include her. However, given that she was Chen Xing's neighbor and the way she looked at him, they were all adults, so they refrained from voicing their objections, waiting for Chen Xing to make the decision. Chen Xing regarded Lu Jia, noting that she appeared to have lost a bit of weight in just 2 days. Yet, even so, it did not diminish her allure. Her figure remained captivating. More importantly, her demeanor seemed altered from a few days prior. Previously, she had exuded a soft, dependent aura, but today, she radiated a newfound strength and resilience. Chen Xing was neither a saint nor a cold-hearted being. While he was not particularly close to Lu Jia, his humanity compelled him to consider aiding her if she was willing to strive for more. "Jia, let me be clear. The place we are heading to is distant and fraught with danger. Along the way, we may encounter ferocious beasts or violent gangs. Unexpected events could arise at any moment, and it is possible that someone may lose their life. If you are still determined, I'm not afraid. I want to go with you." Lu Jia interjected before Chen Xing could finish. A flicker of determination and resolve crossed her features. Spending all day cooped up at home felt like waiting for death. It was better to venture out and forge one's path. If she could break through, she would. "If I cannot escape, I shall perish outside. So be it." The last few sentences were uttered by Lu Jia through gritted teeth. A flicker of intrigue flashed in Chen Xing's eyes. What of your husband? Chen Xing inquired nonchalantly. He is dead. Lu Jia raised her gaze to meet Chen Xing's, as if she were aware of the thoughts swirling in Chen Xing's mind. Chen Xing regarded her with a candid expression. Perhaps it is for the best. On the day of the ambush on Yu Yang, while observing through the Phoenix surveillance, it was reported that Yu Yang and her husband had conspired to breach the wall and enter their home. She had not yet had the opportunity to confront her husband over the matter. Now, with this unfortunate demise, it has spared her from further complications. Very well, then. You shall accompany us. Chapter 61. In the vast, snow-covered expanse, a group of travelers trudged laboriously through the deep snow. Continuous snowfall over the past several days had resulted in significant accumulation, causing each step to become a struggle where their lower legs sank into the white blanket. Consequently, their progress was both arduous and slow. Leading the procession was a young man with an intellectual demeanor, not particularly tall. Chen Xing followed closely behind, accompanied by Lu Xiaoguang and others. Having departed from the community half an hour earlier, they had only just emerged from the Lianshui neighborhood. The destination Lu Xiaoguang referred to as Hongqi Valley lay approximately 15 kilometers to the southwest of their residence, a journey that would have taken merely minutes by car in the pre-apocalyptic era. However, now they were compelled to navigate on foot through numerous city blocks. The trek would take nearly 2 hours, during which they needed to remain vigilant against lurking beasts and the potential ambushes of highwaymen emerging from the streets. In these chaotic times, all manner of creatures had surfaced. It was precisely for this reason that Lu Xiaoguang and his companions insisted on Chen Xing's company for their expedition. The young man at the forefront, named Zhou Jian, resided on the 16th floor of Building 4 and had been a bank employee before the world descended into chaos. Though possessing the appearance of a scholar, he had maintained a fitness regimen prior to the apocalypse, rendering him far from feeble. Moreover, he had remarkably sharp vision, reportedly with a hint of farsightedness, which justified Chen Xing's decision to designate him as the scout for the group. Naturally, Zhou Jian did not mind this arrangement, especially since he was equipped with a makeshift shield, a pot lid, one of Chen Xing's early spoils of war. The group found this arrangement quite fair, and although there was no snowfall or wind that day, traversing the route remained challenging. Each step was laborious due to the snow's depth, leading Lu Xiaoguang to regret not having provided everyone with snowshoes before they set out. Fortunately, the group had prepared themselves for the possibility of spending the night outdoors. Thus, they were not overly anxious. After approximately an hour of travel, Chen Xing heard heavy breathing behind him. He turned to see Lu Jia trailing closely, her hair damp with sweat, clinging to her face. Yet, she pressed on silently, determinedly following Chen Xing. Let us take a break at the guard booth up ahead, Chen Xing suggested, pointing towards a kiosk at the intersection. In the early days of the apocalypse, in an effort to control the influenza outbreak, the government had instituted a strict curfew, erecting temporary booths at many intersections for enhanced monitoring. Now, these booths lay abandoned, serving only as markers along their path. Upon hearing the announcement of arrest, the group was instantly revitalized, quickly making their way to the booth. However, just as they were nearing it, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over Chen Xing, since his mental acuity had reached a heightened state of 1.5. He had not only developed an enhanced battlefield awareness, but also an acute perception of impending danger, what the Phoenix had referred to as the sixth sense. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sensation of being observed. However, he kept this feeling to himself and followed the others to the guard booth. Upon prying open the booth's door, several individuals rushed inside. It wasn't long before a fire was ignited, and everyone gathered around the blaze to warm their hands and nearly frozen feet. Yet, Chen Xing chose to step outside the booth, scanning the surroundings. What is the matter? Is something amiss? Inquired old Lu, a perceptive fellow, as he quietly approached Chen Xing and spoke in a hushed tone. Chapter 62. Someone is following us. Wait a moment. Chen Xing's newly awakened battlefield perception has already detected something amiss. Upon hearing this, old Lu's expression changed instantly, but he quickly composed himself. After resting for half an hour at the sentry post, the team began to prepare for departure once more. This time, however, everyone was dressed very warmly. Soon, the group arrived at the corner of the next block, where a steep slope awaited them. Suddenly, Zhou Jian, who was at the forefront of the line, abruptly crouched down and vanished into the snowdrift. There was no time for a warning. An ambush. Form up. Old Lu reacted swiftly, immediately shouting out. The 10-person team quickly arranged themselves back-to-back to form a circular formation. Everyone drew their back armor and raised it in front of them. These were shields crafted from thick wooden planks. A rustling sound emanated from the snowdrifts surrounding the circle. A group of individuals clad in white emerged, surrounding them completely. A tall, bald man stepped forward from behind the crowd. You'd best surrender quietly, or once we break your formation, we will ensure none of you survives. He called out from 10 meters in front of the circle. What do you want, Lu Daba? Shouted Lu Xiaoguang from within the formation. We are residents of Yufu Guanshanhai, merely seeking firewood on the distant Xianchen mountain. We have no intention of disturbing your Hanlin Guanhai community. Huh, you recognize me? Very well, since you wish to gather firewood on Xianchen, that can be arranged. But you must leave some toll as you pass by our community, the bald man shouted back at the circle. This time, Lu Xiaoguang fell silent, while a cold voice echoed from behind the burly man. What toll do you seek? Is this road yours? The bald man was startled and turned abruptly. Don't move. Anyone who dares to move, I will shoot. He was met with the sight of Chen Xing standing behind their group. Meanwhile, several of the bald man's subordinates, positioned in the direction he had entered, had already been silently taken down. Chen Xing held a crossbow, flanked by a short individual in a hoodie, who was also wielding a crossbow, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. The shorter one initially trembled slightly, but soon steadied himself. Upon catching sight of the bolt in Chen Xing's hand, the bald man grinned. I've heard that a formidable character has recently emerged from Yufu Guanshanhai, single-handedly defeating Yu Yang and his team. Indeed, that would be me. Chen Xing replied coldly. The man feigned surprise. Oh, it's you. Had I known Brother Chen was passing through here, we wouldn't have acted this way. Let us each take a step back, shall we? I will allow you to pass if you release my men. Though the bald man appeared fierce, he was hardly foolish and chose not to confront head-on. All right, but what about my brother who went missing earlier? The burly man snapped his fingers, and soon his subordinates escorted an individual forward. It was none other than Zhou Jian, who had initially fallen into the trap and gone missing alongside Chen Xing. The bald giant, Lu Dabo, displayed a certain straightforwardness and promptly released the captive. Chen Xing nodded in acknowledgement, while Lu Xiaoguang and the others swiftly regrouped, making their way through the ambush zone. Accompanied by the shorter figure beside him, Chen Xing cautiously retreated, ensuring his back remained shielded from the group until they had distanced themselves by 100 meters. Only then did he turn and flee with the rescued individual. Chapter 63. Boss, are we just going to let them go? Lu Debeos, standing beside him, looked at the retreating figures with indignation. Humph, what's the rush? They will return. Lu Debeos spat angrily onto the ground. Damn it. This Chen Xing is indeed a tough opponent. Once they burst out of the neighborhood, they found themselves in a hilly valley. There were few residential complexes in this area, making it unlikely for anyone to lay an ambush. Lu Xiaoguang and the others relaxed their guard, and he approached Chen Xing, suppressing his excitement as he inquired, Chen Xing, you are truly remarkable. How did you know there was an ambush over there? If it hadn't been for Chen Xing, they would have certainly been caught by Lu Debeo's gang. His admiration for Chen Xing grew immensely. It's merely a sense of danger, Chen Xing replied dismissively. But to Lu Xiaoguang, he seemed increasingly inscrutable. A sense of danger? Lu Xiaoguang pondered this for a while, but was unable to comprehend it. After walking for another hour, the group finally arrived at Hongqi Valley. This secluded little hollow lies in the southwest of Danzhou, on the outskirts of the city, surrounded by numerous mountains that hinder development. As a result, the city's expansion had never considered this direction. However, several small factories had opted to establish themselves within these valleys due to the lower land costs. That's the factory I mentioned, Xingxing Furniture Factory, Lu Xiaoguang said, pointing to a factory not far from the entrance of Hongqi Valley. Chen Xing gazed at the factory, which covered an area of over 10,000 square meters. There were 2 workshops in the front and a row of warehouses behind, all single-story buildings. Apart from the factory entrance, there was a 4-story building. The first and second floors served as a finished product display area, essentially showcasing model rooms. The third and fourth floors housed the factory's dormitories and offices. Lu Xiaoguang was quite familiar with the environment. The flooring, doors, and cabinets we used for our home renovation were all purchased from here. You seem quite knowledgeable about this place, Chen Xing remarked playfully. Ah, the owner of this furniture factory is our client. We assisted in designing their production line, and whenever their machinery breaks down, they call us for repairs. Even their 3D printer was designed and installed by us, Lu Xiaoguang said with a sheepish grin. And only then did Chen Xing remember that this fellow was a professor at Danzhou University of Technology. No wonder. Let us go? We'll discuss it further inside. The group arrived at the factory's entrance and slipped through the electric gate into the yard. Lu Xiaoguang confidently approached the main door of the office building. Is anyone there? He called out boldly, though no one responded. It seems there's no one in the factory. Let us just go in. With a loud crash, Lu Xiaoguang smashed through the glass door of the office building. With a series of sharp knocks, the fragments of glass at the edge of the door were dislodged. The first to stride into the office building was none other than Lu Xiaoguang. Chen Xing was taken aback. He had always imagined professors in universities to be rather refined and scholarly. Yet, Lu Xiaowang's decisive demeanor was quite disconcerting to him. A group of individuals swiftly entered the building. Wow, we've struck it rich. Goodness, so much furniture, so much wood. Haha, this sofa cushion. I must take it home for my wife to make a quilt. And look at this display area, they even have cotton coats. As soon as the group stepped into the grand lobby on the first floor, it felt as if they had entered a magnificent garden. Chapter 64. Gazing at the sofas, mattresses, and the props displayed in the cabinets. Exclamations of joy erupted from the crowd, with some rushing deep into the hall. They found a sofa, reclined upon it, and showed no desire to rise again. Chen Xing's expression shifted as he observed this. He instructed everyone to first check the doors and windows for signs of wild beasts intruding. These pieces of furniture were not going anywhere, and once safety was confirmed, they could proceed with distribution. Chen Xing called out loudly. The previously scattered group immediately rose from their seats. Under Chen Xing's direction, they paired up and began searching the entire building. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Xing had already established a sense of authority in their hearts. Once he sent out 5 teams, Chen Xing finally had the opportunity to survey the hall on this floor. The layout resembled the furniture section of the Yi family before the apocalypse. Every few meters, there was a well-decorated model room showcasing various furniture items. From sofas to beds to an array of cabinets, it was all here. No wonder the people had been so ecstatic upon encountering these furnishings. Not to mention, the wooden materials alone, if taken back, would provide them with ample fuel for a considerable time, let alone the bedding and cushions from the sofas, which could be repurposed into warm winter clothing and quilts. If they couldn't use it all at home, they could trade it. It was clear why the excitement had surged moments earlier. If these items could be transported back, they would not only keep a family warm, but also well-fed. He estimated that if they could bring back all the resources from this haul, it would suffice for their small team to live comfortably until the year's end. Suddenly, a series of urgent whistles echoed from above. This was the agreed-upon alarm signal among Chen Xing and his team. He dashed upstairs, swiftly reaching the 4th floor, arriving at the doorway of a room at the far end. There, he spotted Lu Xiaowang blowing the whistle. Upon noticing Chen Xing's approach, Lu Xiaowang immediately ceased. He waved Chen Xing over, and Chen Xing quickly joined him. "What's the matter?" Chen Xing inquired. Lu Xiaowang's face was exceptionally pale. "Take a look." Chen Xing maneuvered around him and approached the doorway. Despite the winter chill, a nauseating stench assaulted his nostrils. Pinching his nose, he peered inside and nearly retched. The ceiling beams of the room were adorned with over 20 corpses. All of them were desiccated. A profound sense of danger surged within him. Chen Xing turned to Lu Xiaowang and commanded, "Prepare everyone for battle." With that, he stepped into the room, raised his arm, and shot an arrow, severing the rope from which one of the corpses hung. The dried body fell to the ground, drifting down as lightly as paper. Chen Xing, his expression grave, approached the fallen corpse. The face still bore an expression of terror. Now, it was merely skin stretched over bone. Struggling against his revulsion, Chen Xing began to examine the skin, determined to uncover the cause of death for these corpses. However, after turning them over, he found no significant wounds. Until he gazed upon the 4 small punctures at the neck of the lifeless corpse, Chen Xing's pupils constricted sharply as memories of vampires flooded his mind. "We must retreat. We must leave this place at once." Like a bolt of lightning, Chen Xing darted towards the door of the room. However, he caught sight of Lu Xiaowang, whose face was etched with terror as he stared behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xing collided with Lu Xiaowang, sending him tumbling like a rolling gourd. In a fluid motion, he executed a forward roll. The sound of fabric tearing echoed as the back of Chen Xing's shirt was violently shredded. It felt as though he had been struck by a truck traveling at 70 miles per hour. Chapter 65. Lu Xiaowang was knocked dizzy by Chen Xing and fell to the ground. His reflexes were sharp, despite the pain coursing through his body. He gritted his teeth and struggled to rise, intending to flee. However, at that moment, he beheld a shadow descending from the sky towards Chen Xing. It was a formidable raptor he had never encountered before, its sharp steel claws glinting ominously. With a classic attack posture, it swooped down and struck Chen Xing fiercely on the back. "Chen Xing, be careful," Lu Xiaowang managed to shout half a sentence before his voice faltered. For he witnessed the raptor's assault on Chen Xing. It was over. Yet, what unfolded next filled him with unrestrained joy. Chen Xing, seizing the momentum, crashed to the ground but executed a swift roll, landing on his back. Simultaneously, he drew a crossbow, aiming it at the shadow, and unleashed a barrage of bolts. The corridor was suddenly filled with the sharp whistling of the crossbow bolts slicing through the air. An eerie sound akin to an insect's chirp echoed through the air. Though faint, it possessed a bewitching quality. Even with their ears protected by cotton hats, the sound managed to infiltrate their minds in a peculiar manner. The ensuing sensations were disorienting. Dizziness and agitation overwhelmed them, leaving some struggling to maintain their balance. A few of the weaker companions even dropped their weapons to the ground. Witnessing his seemingly inebriated comrades, Chen Xing's heart sank. Another sonic attack. Another bat creature. Drawing from his previous experience, Chen Xing quickly identified the shadow's true nature. While his companion swayed and could scarcely stand upright, Chen Xing remained unaffected by the sonic assault. After all, his mental acuity had risen to 1.5. This was far more than simply equipping his mind with a radar. His mental resilience had also strengthened significantly. He could withstand this sonic onslaught much better than before. As exhilaration coursed through him, Chen Xing swiftly lifted his gaze to locate the target. The bat creature was desperately flapping its wings, attempting to return to its previous office. But its speed was painfully slow, each flap requiring considerable effort. It was evident that it had been injured by his own crossbow. Seizing the opportunity, he sprang to his feet, readied his crossbow, and fired 3 consecutive shots. However, the bat creature, despite its wounds, retained a keen sense of danger and managed to evade the 3 bolts with a vigorous flap of its wings. Chen Xing was momentarily taken aback. It could still dodge? He aimed once more. The high-pitched insect-like cries returned, louder than before. Even with his enhanced mental resistance, Chen Xing felt the low-frequency vibrations intensifying, becoming increasingly unbearable. Pain shot through his brain like needles, rendering his grip on the crossbow unsteady. In that fleeting moment of disarray, the bat creature seized the opportunity to twist in midair and lunged toward Chen Xing. This monster was desperate. As the bat monster turned, a sudden flash of white light soared towards it. The momentum of its advance was abruptly halted, allowing Chen Xing a moment to collect his thoughts and catch his breath. Upon glancing down, he discovered Lu Jia leaning against the wall of the corridor, enduring her pain as she hurled a kitchen knife at the bat creature. "Run, little brother!" she shouted at him, her face twisted in agony. A warmth spread through Chen Xing's heart for this foolish big sister. How could he possibly flee? He turned his gaze back to the bat. The creature, its wings pierced by several crossbow bolts and its body grievously wounded, was already at the brink of collapse. It struggled to flap its wings, desperately trying to steady itself. However, upon seeing Chen Xing, who stood with a crossbow and a sinister grin, the bat's rodent-like face contorted into a grotesque grimace, revealing its last vestige of defiance. Chapter 66. A sharp thwack resounded as a bolt from a crossbow struck the bat creature squarely in its right eye, piercing through its skull. The bat let out a final cry before collapsing lifelessly to the ground, effectively dissolving the imminent crisis. Lu Xiaoguang and his companions struggled to their feet and approached Chen Xing, their hearts still racing as they gazed at the corpse of the bat creature. Goodness, is this what bats have become? One mused. Indeed, this creature can even unleash low-frequency sonic attacks. It's hard to fathom how the animals in this world have mutated. They gathered around the fallen beast, engaging in animated discussion. "Chen Xing, are you all right?" Lu Jia, with a look of concern, inquired as she approached him. Chen Xing shrugged nonchalantly. "I'm fine, just a tear in my clothing." He showed her the gash in his leather armor, which allowed the others to finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, only Chen Xing understood that had he not procured that set of stab-resistant clothing yesterday, he would surely have been gravely injured. He stepped forward, placing his foot on the bat's head, grasping the exposed arrow shaft, and yanked it upward with force. The bolt was extracted from the bat's eye socket, and he flicked the blood from the shaft before prying open the creature's jaws. Despite possessing formidable fangs, their length was underwhelming. His pupils constricted sharply. "Everyone, gather supplies swiftly. We must prepare to retreat." "Why the urgency? You've already vanquished the creature." Lu Xiaoguang and the others looked on, puzzled. "I suspect there is more than one of these beasts lurking here." Chen Xing's words sent a shiver through the group. "Do not linger. Take as much as you can. If we cannot carry everything this time, we can always return." Understanding their unspoken thoughts, he urged them onward. His words spurred the others into action, and Lu Xiaoguang promptly led a few individuals downstairs. The first floor boasted a wealth of furniture and supplies, so they began their search there. Meanwhile, Chen Xing took charge of scouring the upper floors. As he was the only one capable of handling threats effectively, the others were hardly seasoned fighters and would only serve as a hindrance in danger. Once they departed, Chen Xing retrieved the bat's corpse into his storage space before commencing his examination of the fourth-floor offices. This level was primarily occupied by furniture factory offices, and aside from some office supplies, there were no valuable resources like food or bedding. Just as disappointment began to creep in and he prepared to descend, he suddenly spotted a rather large office at the end of the corridor. Approaching it, he noted the absence of any signage. With a swift kick, he forced open the wooden door, and his eyes widened in delight. On the desk at the far end of the room sat 3 Max 3D printers. These printers came in 3 sizes: large, medium, and small, each suitable for processing various types of components in different working scenarios. Elated, Chen Xing moved directly to the workstation and stored all 3 printers in his foldable space, as they were all of the same category and could conveniently occupy a single storage slot. In addition, a plethora of materials for 3D printers lay stacked in the corner, which Chen Xing eagerly gathered. With a contented smile, he turned around. Finally, the venture had commenced. With these 3 printers, he felt his journey was indeed worthwhile. When it comes to 3D printing technology, he could be considered somewhat of an aficionado. Before the apocalypse, he had engaged in financing for several manufacturers of 3D printers, thus gaining a fair understanding of the industry. In this domain, the Qin Kingdom undoubtedly stands at the forefront globally. Indeed, one might even assert it is among the international elite. For instance, it is the only nation in the world currently possessing both 3D printing and integrated forging technology. In recent years, the Qin Kingdom has witnessed a surge of advanced aircraft emerging as if sprouting after a rain. This remarkable achievement is not solely attributed to its unrivaled high-speed wind tunnel and pioneering 3D printing technology, but also to the kingdom's unique expertise. Numerous large components of the most advanced fighter jets are produced using this 3D printing technology, which has even piqued the interest of the United States. The Creative Max Model 3D printer he has acquired is undoubtedly a top-tier asset in the civilian sector. Upon his return, if he could integrate it with his lightweight weapons processing center, what marvels of new equipment might emerge? The mere thought of it evokes a sense of eager anticipation. Chapter 67. After a meticulous examination of the processing workshop, no other valuable items were discovered. Reluctantly, Chen Xing descended to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor housed the employees' dormitory of the furniture factory, which had been largely vacated due to a 6-month lockdown. Most of the employees had returned home for the holidays, leaving the dormitories in a desolate state. Even the luggage was sparse and unremarkable. At the end of the corridor, there was a cafeteria. However, upon entering, Chen Xing was met with disappointment. The cafeteria bore the scars of conflict, with chairs and benches strewn haphazardly. Bloodstains marred the floor and walls, and in one corner of the kitchen, scattered grains of rice lay on the ground, darkened by the blood that soaked them. It was evident that this place had been visited before their arrival, and a struggle had ensued over the meager food supplies. Chen Xing meticulously inspected the kitchen, which was utterly devoid of anything of value. Everything that could be taken had been removed, leaving not even a trace behind. He descended to the 2nd floor, which also functioned as a furniture showroom, but found nothing new or intriguing. Deciding to head to the 1st floor, he found Lu Xiaowang and the others had nearly finished their gathering. Each of them bore a large bundle on their backs, filled to the brim with clothing scavenged from the display cases, even including sponge from the sofa cushions. "Is this all you managed to find?" Chen Xing inquired, to which Lu Xiaowang chuckled. "Not at all. I just had them dismantle a few bedboards and reinforce them with steel bars. Now we have constructed several sleds." Chen Xing's eyes lit up. Indeed, these teachers were proving to be quite resourceful. He hastily exited the hall to find 5 large bedboards laid out in the open space before the building. In front of the boards was a makeshift lasso. With 2 people pulling a sled, they could transport a considerable amount back. Lu Xiaowang proudly introduced his large sleds to Chen Xing. 2 of them were piled high with the provisions they had scavenged, primarily bedding, clothing, and wood generated from dismantled furniture. The remaining 3 sleds were empty, reserved for transporting security doors and windows. Chen Xing glanced at the half-foot-deep layer of accumulated snow on the ground. Indeed, using these sleds for transport would be far more efficient than relying solely on human strength. "Where's Fang Shuo?" he asked. "He took a team to the rear workshop to look for security doors and windows," Lu Xiaowang replied. Chen Xing then turned his gaze toward the factory workshop behind the office building. He remembered Lu Xiaowang mentioning that there were numerous welding tools and cutting machines in the workshop, equipment that was desperately needed. "I will go and check on them," he declared, turning toward the processing workshop. "I'll accompany you," Lu Xiaowang offered. "No need. You stay here and organize everyone to gather as much material as possible. Secure the supplies." Chen Xing gestured for Lu Xiaowang to remain in place. But just as he took a few steps away, a figure appeared beside him. Turning, he discovered it was Lu Jia. At that moment, she was clad in 2 additional layers of outerwear, likely spoils collected from various furniture showrooms. It seems that she has garnered quite a bit from this journey. Upon noticing Chen Xing's gaze, Lu Jia also lifted her head to meet his eyes. She had transformed into a more independent and confident individual, entirely unlike the timid woman he had encountered just a few days prior. The apocalypse undeniably propels individuals toward rapid growth and maturity. The two hastily made their way to the processing workshop at the back. Without Chen Xing needing to utter a word, Lu Jia called out loudly for Feng Shuo. However, as soon as she uttered a single word, Chen Xing swiftly raised his hand to cover her mouth. A flicker of panic momentarily crossed Lu Jia's eyes. What was Chen Xing doing? Did he intend to? Yet, Chen Xing pulled her aside, swiftly retreating to the edge of the workshop door. Leaning against the colorful steel wall of the workshop, he gasped for breath. In that fleeting moment when Lu Jia had begun to call out, he was suddenly struck by an overwhelming sense of impending danger. Chapter 68. It felt as though he were being scrutinized by an exceedingly perilous creature, the oppressive aura rendering him nearly breathless. This was the first time he had ever encountered such an intense and lethal threat. What manner of monster was this? He concealed himself behind a corrugated steel wall, too terrified to reveal himself and ascertain the situation within the workshop. Instead, he retrieved a small mirror from his pocket, cautiously peeking around the doorframe. Through the reflection, he surveyed the interior of the workshop. To the left, various raw materials were heaped in abundance, logs awaiting cutting and partially sawn planks. On the right, there were several finished products. In the center stood an assortment of saws and planers of different models. The entire workshop appeared rather ordinary, even remarkably typical. Yet, the source of his unease remained elusive. Suddenly, a flash of white light glinted off the mirror, prompting Chen Xing to adjust his angle. The mirror focused on the shelves stacked with finished wooden boards, revealing a disarray of skeletal remains scattered in the aisles. Some were bleached white as ivory, while others still bore remnants of flesh and blood. Among these bones, some were animal, while others were unmistakably human. Additionally, the ground was littered with the excrement of mutated beasts. Recalling the maintenance workshop at the Lyoha bus station and the eerie office above, where he had encountered a desiccated corpse, a chilling realization struck him. He had unwittingly stumbled upon the lair of the bat monster. We must notify Lu Xiaoguang and the others, alerting them to the danger. The bat monster is indeed here, Chen Xing whispered to Lu Jia. She nodded vigorously before sprinting towards the front yard. Meanwhile, Chen Xing continued to maneuver the mirror, scrutinizing the workshop's interior. Lu Xiaoguang had mentioned that Feng Shuo and the others were here to collect security doors and windows. It was inconceivable that several living individuals could vanish without a trace. Even if the bat monsters were voracious, they could not possibly consume them all in such a brief span. Where could they have gone? Chen Xing adjusted the small mirror. At last, in the deepest corner of the workshop, he spotted a stack of security grills pressed against the wall. Feng Shuo and his companions were currently hiding behind them. These individuals displayed remarkable cleverness. It was evident that they had noticed Chen Xing, who was stealthily observing from the doorway, and were hastily signaling him with hand gestures. Unfortunately, their sign language was far from proficient, rendering it impossible for Chen Xing to decipher their intentions. Just as he intended to reposition the mirror to discern what Feng Shuo and the others were attempting to convey, an overwhelming sense of peril surged within him. Instinctively, Chen Xing rolled forward. Crack! Just as he tumbled away, the corrugated steel wall he had been leaning against was punctured by an iron claw. Hissing at the sound of the metal claw scraping against the steel, Chen Xing inhaled sharply and drew his crossbow. He darted towards the warehouse entrance. Noticing that the iron claw was still lodged in the opening, unable to retract, the bat monster was presumably ensnared, a perfect opportunity to strike while it was vulnerable. Just as he was but a step away from the warehouse door, an overwhelming sense of impending danger surged within him once more. Chen Xing lunged forward, collapsing onto the ground. A metallic claw, gleaming with a ghostly light, flashed past the very trajectory he had been charging along. Witnessing the claw narrowly miss his scalp, Chen Xing felt a chill run down his spine. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he would have met a dire fate. That strike could have shattered his skull. To his astonishment, two bat-like creatures were concealed within the warehouse, and they exhibited a remarkable sense of teamwork. One deliberately ensnared its claw in a crevice, enticing Chen Xing to approach, while the other lay in ambush by the door, poised to ensnare him in its trap. A wave of apprehension washed over Chen Xing, causing the hair on the back of his neck to stand on end. As he glanced up, a massive bat hovered above him, its wings beating vigorously and stirring up a cloud of dust that instantly obscured his vision. Chapter 69. This bat is remarkably cunning. It is aware that the crossbow in Chen Xing's hands is a perilous weapon. Thus, it deliberately flaps its wings to stir up the dust on the ground, blinding Chen Xing's eyes and rendering him unable to aim. In the past, if Chen Xing had encountered such a predicament, he would have been at a loss. However, the current Chen Xing is a super soldier equipped with a mind akin to a radar. Kneeling on one knee, He steadied the crossbow against his shoulder. Though his eyes were closed, the battlefield within a 10-meter radius had been holographically mapped in his mind. Two massive crimson figures emerged in his thoughts. One was fervently flapping its wings above him, stirring up the dust and debris, while the other silently swooped through the air, charging towards him. Without bothering to aim, Chen Xing lifted the crossbow and pulled the trigger in the direction of a 45-degree angle above. The sound of thud, thud, thud echoed as 5 bolts were released, 3 of which found their mark. The attacking bat screeched as if it were a neighbor from his childhood suffering a stroke, shaking uncontrollably from the impact. The other bat, witnessing this, was filled with rage. A piercing low-frequency sound wave invaded Chen Xing's consciousness. He swiftly rolled to dodge the bat's assault. Raising his hand, he unleashed another rapid volley. One of the bat's wings was pierced, causing it to stagger midair, struggling to maintain its balance. At that moment, Chen Xing sprang into action like a coiled spring, leaping 4 meters high and delivering a powerful punch. The electric gloves crackled with blue arcs of electricity, sending the bat hurtling through the air like a baseball. This monstrous bat weighed at least 100 pounds. Yet it was no match for the might of his electric gloves. Chen Xing marveled at the terrifying power of the gloves. However, just as he was about to land, he suddenly heard shouts from Feng Shuo and the others behind him, warning him to be cautious. A chill ran down his spine. His sense of danger had inexplicably failed him this time. He felt a vague sense of impending peril, and had it not been for Feng Shuo's urgent calls, he might have completely overlooked this faint warning. While still suspended in the air, Chen Xing exerted every ounce of strength to tighten his abdomen and twisted his body mid-flight. Despite nearing his full capacity, he was struck fiercely from behind on his left shoulder blade. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, causing him to lose control of his form and plummet to the ground. Fortunately, he was only half a meter from the ground, so the fall was not too severe. However, the blow had left him unable to lift his left arm. Struggling to raise his head, he saw a massive shadow glide just above him. As it passed the injured bat, the shadow extended a giant claw and seized the creature. With a powerful flap of its wings, it quickly caught up to the bat that Chen Xing had just sent flying, using its other claw to gently retrieve it. The 2 bats, each weighing at least 100 pounds, appeared as light as feathers in the grasp of that colossal hand. A colossal shadow unfurled its 3-meter wingspan in the air, gracefully soaring above the warehouse before finally alighting upon a beam on the eastern side. It gently set down 2 injured bat-like creatures, one of which turned to face Chen Xing. As he met its gaze, a chill coursed through him. This creature was more than double the size of the bat-like beings he had previously encountered. The most unsettling aspect was that its head bore a striking resemblance to a human skull, unlike those with rodent-like features. It was cloaked in a layer of grayish skin, rendering it particularly fearsome. Chen Xing knelt on one knee, fixated on the monstrous entity before him. This bat-like creature was undoubtedly the most mutated being he had encountered thus far. Just moments ago, it had ambushed him from behind without him sensing a thing. This marked the first occasion since his mental acuity had reached a level of 1.5 that his warning system had completely failed, leaving him unaware of the imminent peril lurking behind him. The reasons for such a phenomenon unfolded. Chapter 70. This only implies that the mutated beast possesses either a greater mental acuity, capable of deceiving his perception, or it harbors a unique skill adept at stealthy attacks. Chen Xing suspects that this bat creature embodies both attributes. Had it not been for Feng Shuo and the others' warning moments ago, he would certainly have fallen victim to its ambush. If it were to land a full-force strike on him, even with his protective armor, the sheer force would likely inflict internal injuries. Encountering such a formidable adversary for the first time, a chill ran down Chen Xing's spine. He raised his gaze to the distant bat elder, who was intently fixated on him. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly, refraining from any rash movements. An ominous premonition loomed over him. He sensed that any lapse in his defenses would prompt the bat creature to launch a lethal attack. Despite the bat elder's imposing size, its potential for a decisive blow would undoubtedly be formidable, and he was uncertain if he could withstand it. What particularly troubled Chen Xing was the creature's ability to fly almost silently. Should he lose sight of it and allow it to adopt its assassin mode, he would surely be in peril. Thus, he recognized he had but a single opportunity to execute a fatal strike. Crouched on the ground, he resembled a spring compressed to its utmost limit. The pressure crossbow in his hands appeared to droop, yet in reality, he was poised to unleash a sudden attack at the slightest movement from the bat. The bat elder on the beam began to subtly tremble its wings, evidently preparing to strike. In that moment, man and beast resembled 2 martial arts masters poised in confrontation, each awaiting the other to reveal a weakness. The silent standoff bore heavily on Chen Xing's psyche, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, stinging his eyes. Suddenly, his vision blurred as the bat made its move. A piercing sound, more shrill than any bat he had encountered before, resonated through the air. Chen Xing's mind was assaulted by sharp pain, rendering his vision increasingly indistinct. He inwardly cursed his misfortune, striving to concentrate, but the jarring noise persisted, further disrupting his focus. Then, a familiar, maddening melody erupted outside the warehouse door. This time, it was far louder than when he had been in the corridor dealing with the barking dogs. The low-frequency waves were abruptly interrupted, and Chen Xing's spirit surged. His eyes sharpened. The bat creature was now less than 3 meters away, its metallic claws glistening as they lunged for his throat. Chen Xing did not flinch or evade. He raised the crossbow and pulled the trigger. The bolts erupted forth like a torrential downpour, striking the bat creature in the chest. Yet it felt as though he had hit a thick layer of tough hide. With a muted thud, the sound echoed without inflicting any harm on the bat itself. A few misdirected strikes, however, pierced the delicate membrane of its wings, eliciting anguished cries from the creature as it writhed in pain, reluctant to lunge directly at Chen Xing. It sought to adjust its position and prepare for a renewed assault, but Chen Xing was not one to grant it the luxury of retreat. With a sudden burst of energy, he leaped into the air, unleashing a powerful electric punch imbued with a radiant blue light. Though the technique was rather conventional, its effectiveness was undeniable. The bat ancestor was sent flying as if it were a mere baseball struck by a bat, soaring through the air. Chapter 71. Chen Xing landed gracefully in a crouch position before rising to his feet. In that fleeting moment of standing up, he staggered slightly, compelled to abandon the notion of a swift pursuit. The brief skirmish had drained a staggering 70% of his stamina, a peril only he, the direct participant, could fully comprehend. At that moment, Lu Jia and Lu Xiaowang hurried towards him, brandishing a loudspeaker. Chen Xing, are you all right? It turned out that the entrancing music had emanated from their device. Chen Xing glanced at Lu Xiaowang, who, somewhat sheepishly, scratched his bald head. I noticed that technique of yours was quite effective the other day. I happened to have some battery left on my phone when I returned home, so I brought it along. I discovered this loudspeaker in the office with a bit of charge and thought it might come in handy. I never imagined it would prove so useful. Chen Xing erupted into hearty laughter, clapping him on the shoulder. Useful? You have truly come to my aid. He then directed his gaze towards the aisle lined with shelves ahead. There lay the bat ancestor, whom he had sent flying, now struggling to rise. Its wings, injured by Chen Xing's crossbow bolt, and its body, having endured a fierce electric punch from him, rendered it unable to regain its footing. While the force of Chen Xing's strike may not have been enough to breach its defenses, the electric gloves he wielded were no mere trifles. Through his explorations over the past 2 days, Chen Xing had gained a considerable understanding of the gloves' formidable power. These electric gloves could unleash a voltage ranging up to 38 million volts, with even their minimum output surpassing the maximum of standard police-issued electric batons by 100,000 volts. In contrast, the specialized anti-explosion batons used by elite police forces could only release a maximum voltage of 350,000 volts. Yet, these gloves boasted a staggering upper limit of 800,000 volts, illustrating their tremendous potential. Moreover, the gloves were remarkably intelligent. The voltage released would adjust according to the force exerted by the wearer's punch. A powerful strike would trigger a greater voltage release, while a lighter jab would yield a lower output. This design aimed to conserve energy, allowing for more discharges over time. In his previous blow, Chen Xing had unleashed his full strength, delivering a decisive strike. Though the bat creature's tough hide rendered it impervious to arrows, that punch left it utterly incapacitated. Despite the absence of visible injuries, Chen Xing surmised that the muscles and possibly even the internal organs at the impact site had been severely affected by the electric shock, explaining its desperate thrashing. How do we handle this? Lu Xiaowang and the others gazed warily at the writhing creature on the ground, fully aware that even in its injured state, it remained an extremely dangerous beast, far beyond their capacity to manage. Leave it to me. You all go and rescue Feng Shuo and the others. With that, he stepped forward towards the struggling bat creature, with all 3 bat monsters severely wounded. It was indeed a prime opportunity for Chen Xing. The bat-like creature seemed to sense the impending danger. It struggled to steady itself, revealing a skull-like visage. Its gaping maw exposed a set of sharp teeth, contorting into the most menacing of expressions, as if to intimidate Chen Xing. Yet, Chen Xing merely responded with a cold smirk as he raised his crossbow. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a wave of foul air assaulted his senses, and an overwhelming sense of peril surged within him once more. With a powerful push, Chen Xing leaped backward. Suddenly, a shadow darted from the side passage, sinking its teeth into the neck of the bat monster, shaking it violently. In an instant, the creature, which had just been baring its fangs at Chen Xing, had its neck severed, falling lifelessly to the ground. The shadow did not rush to savor its victory. Instead, it released the bad ancestor and turned to face Chen Xing. A jolt of astonishment coursed through Chen Xing's heart. Chapter 72. What a misfortune. Just after vanquishing a bat creature, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a pack of wolves. A menacing gray wolf was currently fixated on him with an intense gaze. Were it not for the blood of the bat ancestor still dripping from its bared fangs, Chen Xing would scarcely believe this creature to be a wolf. Its physique was significantly larger than the 2 pit bulls he had dispatched the previous day. Now, it stood before him, silently observing, with blood still trickling from the corners of its mouth. Chen Xing's nerves were frayed to the utmost. This colossal wolf had shattered all his previous perceptions. He had seen the world's largest tundra wolves online, which were already quite formidable. Yet, this beast surpassed even those in size. He estimated its shoulder height to be around 1.5 meters, comparable to that of a mule. This impressive stature, coupled with its aura, made it clear to him that this wolf was not to be trifled with. He kept his gaze fixed ahead and began to retreat cautiously. The wolf did not immediately launch an attack, and he felt he might have a chance to escape. However, after retreating a few steps, he heard a sound behind him, the unmistakable noise of teeth clashing. Turning around, he discovered that Lu Xiaoguang had encircled him with the others, while opposite them stood another massive gray wolf. Chen Xing's heart sank. He had truly walked into a den of wolves. What was he to do? Upon seeing him return, Lu Xiaoguang and the others felt reassured and quickly inquired about his plan. Chen Xing surveyed their surroundings and noted that they were positioned right at the entrance of the processing workshop. The earlier open doors had allowed a considerable amount of snow to drift inside, accumulating beneath their feet and extending several meters outward. A thought struck Chen Xing, ignited. Lu Xiaoguang looked perplexed. Chen Xing swiftly tore open the bag on his back, sending sheets and cotton scattering across the ground. He kicked the bedding outside the circle, then reached into his pocket to procure a bottle of gasoline, pouring it over the scattered remnants. Observing the humans' actions, the wolves in the distance seemed to comprehend their intentions. 2 of the closest wolves suddenly lunged forward. Just then, Lu Jia, standing beside Chen Xing, reacted swiftly. Pulling a box of matches from her pocket, with a quick flick, she ignited a match and hurled it onto the bedding. Just before the pack of gray wolves could pounce, a wall of flames erupted, creating a barrier between them and the humans. The others, witnessing this, quickly followed suit. Soon, a circle of fire blazed before the group. The wolves, confronted with this fiery barrier, appeared momentarily bewildered, despite their mutated forms. The fear of fire was ingrained in their very DNA. Chen Xing let out a sigh of relief, his gaze fixed ahead at the Wolf King, who had just dispatched the bat creature and was now pacing towards the wall of flames. Upon reaching a distance of 3 meters from the fiery circle, the Wolf King halted and subsequently seated himself. Observing this, the other wolves mimicked his actions, encircling the fire in a cohesive formation. A sense of dread enveloped the scene. They appeared to be waiting for the flames to extinguish. Lu Xiaoguang and his companions swiftly discerned the wolves' intentions, and a wave of panic washed over them as they turned to look at Chen Xing unbeknownst to them. Chen Xing had effortlessly become the cornerstone of their group. Chapter 73. Chen Xing did not respond to Lu Xiaoguang and the others. Instead, he lifted his gaze towards the Wolf King outside the fire circle. The Wolf King sat there silently, resembling a towering mountain. A sudden intuition gripped Chen Xing. This wolf had undoubtedly evolved to possess intelligence. But do you think that would instill fear in me? Chen Xing glanced down, noticing that the snow beneath their feet was beginning to melt from the heat of the fire. Streams of melting snow water began to flow away from them, inching towards the fire circle. This is bad. The snow has melted, and the water is flowing towards the fire circle. How much longer can this fire withstand? What should Chen Xing do next? Perhaps they should confront them head-on. Lu Xiaoguang cast a glance at Chen Xing, yet Chen Xing remained silent. It seemed Chen Xing had no viable plan. Lu Xiaoguang sighed. After all, Chen Xing was human, not a deity. Given that Chen Xing was now exhausted, they were left to rely on themselves. Brothers, let us form a formation and confront these wolves. Chen Xing, when the time comes, if you can escape, do so. Lu Xiaoguang declared. His gaze fixed on Chen Xing. Chen Xing was taken aback, staring at Lu Xiaoguang. But before he could utter a word, Lu Xiaoguang smiled and continued. We are getting on in years. We may not be able to run fast, but you and Zhou Jian are still young. If you can flee, do so. We will do our utmost to buy you some time. Do not carry the burden of guilt. We have long accepted this reality since the onset of the apocalypse. Moreover, this can be seen as our repayment for your assistance in dealing with that scoundrel Yu Yang. The younger ones nearby also wore expressions of tragic resignation. Uncle Lu. Enough talk, it's settled. You are still young and strong. Your chances of survival are greater than ours. Just, if you manage to return. Please look after our families, Zhang Wei was stated solemnly, as if issuing final instructions. Beside him, Fang Shou remained silent, quietly wrapping a towel around his hands. Binding the steel spike to his right hand, Chen Xing felt a tug at his sleeve and looked down to find it was Lu Jia. I will stay behind with Uncle Lu and the others to buy you time. I may be a girl, not fast on my feet and lacking in strength, but I can certainly help buy you some time, Lu Jia declared, suddenly breaking into a smile. The melancholy in her eyes transformed into determination, as if she had made a resolute decision. But, no buts, it's settled, interjected Fang Shuo, adjusting his black-framed glasses. Chen Xing, you need not feel guilty. You have already done more than enough for our team. Had it not been for you, we would never have made it this far. Our misfortune in this situation cannot be blamed on you. Should you survive and return, I hope you will treat our families kindly. With a smile that was both carefree and genuine, Zhang Weigua, whose face bore the marks of hardship, spoke up. Since the onset of the apocalypse, Chen Xing's once icy heart had, for the first time, felt warmth from another, who decreed that one must be cold-hearted in such dire times. Suddenly, a chuckle escaped Chen Xing's lips, and the others stared at him in bewilderment. What was happening to this fellow? Had he been rendered speechless by fear? Could you allow me a moment to speak? He urged. I never claimed to be helpless against these wolves. With a grin, Chen Xing addressed the group. Their expressions transformed into a tableau of astonishment. You have a plan? They exclaimed. Indeed, shortly you shall. Chen Xing proceeded to outline his strategy. Yet, the others remained utterly perplexed. Despite his clear instructions, they had no inkling of his intentions. Nevertheless, as Chen Xing had laid out his directives, they sprang into action without hesitation. Each person retrieved their water containers and vigorously splashed the contents towards the outer perimeter of the fire circle. They then hurled the melted snow water from the center of the fire outward. The pack of wolves encircling them remained oblivious to the humans' intentions. Chapter 74, however, to them. It was merely foolish humans engaged in their final desperate struggle. Soon, a significant portion of the melted water within the fiery circle was splashed outside, dampening the ground beyond, and even flowing down the slope to where the wolf pack sat. Yet, the wolves remained resolute, steadfast in their positions, undeterred even as their paws and fur became wet. For creatures accustomed to survival in the wild, this trivial amount of water was inconsequential. Inside the fire circle, as the last drop of water was thrown, the individuals hurriedly unwrapped their backpacks, discarding the bedding onto the ground. Meanwhile, the flames of the fire circle diminished increasingly. When Chen Xing's gasoline burned out, the flames instantly weakened, transforming the once 1-meter-high wall of fire into a mere 30 centimeters. The wolves rose, restlessly shifting towards the fire circle, awaiting the moment when the last flicker of flame would extinguish, marking the time for their all-out assault. Chen Xing, meanwhile, touched the electric shock gloves on his right hand. Buddy, it's your moment to shine. Don't let me down. With a soft pop, the final flicker of flame rose with a wisp of blue smoke and then decisively extinguished. The Wolf King rose, signaling the onset of the total assault. The pack of wolves surged forward without hesitation. Want to feast on humans? First, you must pass through me. A figure stood in front of Lu Xiaoguang and the others, blocking their view. Chen Xing shielded Lu Xiaoguang's group, adjusting the dial on the back of his electric shock gloves. A crackling sound echoed as the currents coursed through the gloves. Raising his hand, without needing to gather strength, blue arcs of electricity crackled between the 5 fingers of the gloves, much thicker than the arcs produced by his previous punches. The wolf pack was now merely 3 meters away from Chen Xing. He suddenly looked up at the sky, raising his right hand towards it. Lu Xiaoguang and the others followed suit, glancing upward, only to witness a spherical lightning burst forth from Chen Xing's right hand. Hiss! What on earth is that? Am I seeing things? They marveled, while only Lu Jia's eyes sparkled with wonder, fixated intently on Chen Xing. As the wolves closed in to within 2 meters of the crowd, Chen Xing suddenly crouched low and struck the ground with a powerful punch. The spherical lightning erupted into numerous blue electric serpents, scattering across the wet ground from the melting snow. Crack! Howl! The wolves within a 3-meter radius of Chen Xing shrieked in agony as they were electrified. The most aggressive among them was enveloped in blue electric light, its body stiffening before collapsing to the ground. Those farther away were met with plumes of black smoke rising from their heads as they yelped and turned tail to flee. The Wolf King, initially confident of victory, became increasingly agitated upon witnessing the chaos. Yet, Lu Xiaoguang and his companions remained unharmed, standing on their bedding, insulated from the electric currents. Chen Xing strode purposefully towards the Wolf King. From a considerable distance, he unleashed a punch, manifesting a surge of plasma. Crack! The Wolf King, swift as the wind, evaded the plasma assault. However, The ground beneath him trembled as if a minor earthquake had just transpired, splitting open into a dark, gaping chasm. The Wolf King, sensing danger, dared not linger any longer and fled the warehouse with the remaining pack in a frantic dash. "Oh, we have triumphed." Sobbing with joy, the crowd behind rejoiced. "We shall live." In astonishment, one exclaimed, "Is Chen Xing even human?" "No, he is a superhuman." "Incredible. Chen Xing, you are our leader." "Indeed, I am in awe of you." A multitude was utterly captivated by Chen Xing's recent display of prowess. Yet, having completed his act of bravado, Chen Xing stumbled slightly. Fortunately, the Wolf King had been frightened away. Had he held on for just a few more moments, his abode would surely have been exposed. Chapter 75. As the grip of the harsh winter persisted, mutations began to manifest among living beings. Even some humans gradually underwent transformations. This was not a secret to Lu Xiaowang and his companions. However, the extraordinary abilities recently exhibited by Chen Xing left them profoundly astonished. This revelation further solidified their resolve to support Chen Xing as their leader, which was precisely the outcome Chen Xing desired. To assume the mantle of leadership, one must establish authority. After all, "Old Zhang, do you have any food left? I'm feeling a bit hungry." Lu Jia, supporting Chen Xing, inquired as Chen Xing lifted his gaze to Zhang Weigua. Zhang Weigua nodded eagerly. Yes, just a moment." He promptly rummaged through his backpack, turning it inside out, and soon produced 2 steamed buns along with 2 rabbit legs. "I roasted this rabbit just yesterday, though it has cooled a bit." Chen Xing accepted the food from Zhang Weigua and began to eat heartily. "It's fine. You all hurry and gather supplies. I'll replenish my strength with this food, and then we shall set off. We must strive to return home today. It's still somewhat perilous here," Chen Xing instructed. The group nodded in agreement, fully understanding the gravity of the situation, particularly after encountering that wolf pack, save for a few that had charged forward and met their end at Chen Xing's hands. The remainder had fled. Spending the night here was uncertain. No one could guarantee that the wolves wouldn't return for a counterattack. Lu Xiaoguang directed several young individuals to install the anti-theft doors and windows from the warehouse onto his modified sled. Meanwhile, Lu Jia remained by Chen Xing's side, keeping him company. The recent series of fierce battles had drained much of Chen Xing's energy, and he now felt somewhat fatigued, in dire need of replenishment. "Little brother, you're not injured, are you? Is the rabbit leg too cold? Shall I warm it up for you before you eat? We wouldn't want you to upset your stomach." Chen Xing turned to Lu Jia and replied, "Sister, I'm fine. You should head to the front to gather supplies. Otherwise, today's endeavor will have been in vain. Rest assured, I'm all right. I just need a moment." Seeing Chen Xing's resolve, Lu Jia chose not to press further. Once everyone had vacated the warehouse, Chen Xing ventured into the aisles, retrieving the corpse of the bat elder that had been slain by the Wolf King and storing it in his space. He then collected the 3 wolf carcasses he had electrocuted, followed by the machinery in the workshop, the cutting machine, planer, drill press, and various lumber, until his space was completely filled. Finally, he returned to the front office area. Upon his return, Lu Xiaoguang and the others had successfully loaded the 5 large sleds they had previously prepared. However, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction regarding resource waste, they constructed 3 additional sleds, amassing a total of 8 large sleds. Besides the anti-theft doors and windows, the other 5 sleds were laden with an assortment of shattered furniture pieces, bedding, pillows from display areas, and clothing from display cabinets. These supplies would provide warmth for their families back home, and the surplus could be exchanged for food. Regardless, Chen Xing estimated that the gains from this journey would suffice for these individuals to comfortably sustain themselves for an entire month. The sky began to sprinkle with snowflakes once more, and Chen Xing glanced at his wristwatch, noting that it was already 3 in the afternoon. They set off, aiming to reach home before darkness fell. With 2 hours remaining until dusk, everyone was filled with vigor. In pairs, they donned their harnesses and pulled the sled towards the majestic view of the mountains and sea. Naturally, Chen Xing was not among those pulling the cart. Instead, he walked at the rear of the group, ensuring their formation. Chapter 76. The way home, everyone moved swiftly, for prior to this departure, Lu Xiaoguang and several other teachers had crafted a pair of snowshoes for each individual. They fashioned a large board, threaded it with rope, and secured it to the shoes. This ingenious contraption increased the surface area in contact with the snow, preventing their feet from sinking. Thus, within less than an hour, they had traversed half the distance. Chen Xing, the sky isn't dark yet. Why don't we find a place up ahead for everyone to rest for a while? Lu Xiaoguang inquired as he approached Chen Xing. Chen Xing lifted his gaze to the heavens. Despite the heavy snowfall, the light today was not as dim as usual. Even through the clouds, hints of crimson evening glow could be discerned, indicating that the cloud cover was thin and the snowfall would not last long. It was possible that the clouds might disperse soon, facilitating their journey later in the evening. All right, but let us take a southern detour, skirting the Qixianshan area. This way, we can avoid the Hanlin Guanhai community. I am concerned that Lu Daba might not let this matter rest, Chen Xing suggested, pulling out a map to indicate an alternate route to Lu Xiaowang. But Lu Xiaowang hesitated. No buts, old Lu. Although this route may be a bit longer, if it ensures our safe return home, what does a little detour matter? Chen Xing replied resolutely. Lu Xiaowang gritted his teeth. You are right. I have been too complacent. I will inform the others to rest here for 20 minutes, and then we shall take this route. 20 minutes later, the group resumed their journey. However, this time they did not follow the path they had previously taken but instead veered south on a different route, which would add a few kilometers to their trek. Nevertheless, as Chen Xing's reputation grew, there were no complaints among the group. Let us hurry through the mountain park ahead. Our community is just beyond it. Upon finally seeing the familiar mountain park, Lu Xiaowang's expression brightened considerably. Everyone instinctively quickened their pace. Yet, Chen Xing suddenly halted, a sense of foreboding washing over him. What is wrong with Chen Xing? Lu Xiaowang noticed Chen Xing's unusual demeanor, his expression changing. Chen Xing did not rush to respond. Instead, he knelt down, pressing his ear to the snow. A faint yet hurried sound of footsteps reached his ears. Someone is pursuing us. Old Lu, take everyone and hide behind that small hill. Zhou Jian, Lu Jia, follow me to cover our tracks. We must within moments. Chen Xing had orchestrated their plan. 15 minutes later, a throng of dark figures came racing from the direction they had just traveled. Where are they? Lu Daba panted, stopping to catch his breath as he gazed toward the mountain park ahead. After skirting the park and walking another 2,000 meters, they would reach the Yufu Guanshan community. Logically, their pursuers should not have been able to catch up so swiftly, especially considering the information his scouts had relayed earlier. The adversary arrived with several large carts laden with supplies, bearing such a substantial load. To traverse the two small hills would take no less than half an hour at the very least. Their initial plan was to ambush the opposing force at this very location. Yet, the pressing question remains. Where are they? Have they sprouted wings and taken flight? Such a notion is implausible. They must be concealing themselves. Be mindful of your footing, shouted a bespectacled middle-aged man beside Lu Dabo. With such a considerable amount of supplies, they are bound to leave traces. With a swift gesture, Lu Dabo signaled his subordinates to crouch low, pressing themselves against the snowy ground as they commenced their search. In the distance, a glimmer of cold light flickered in a pair of eyes amidst the snowfield. Chapter 77. Found it. A ruffian abruptly straightened up, turning to shout loudly. Lu Dabao's face lit up with joy. Where is it? As he spoke, he led a group of followers, striding purposefully towards the little brother. However, after only a few steps, a sudden flurry of snow erupted 5 meters ahead of the little brother. A figure burst forth from the snow, brandishing a crossbow and unleashing a torrential rain of bolts. Puff, puff, puff. The loudmouth Kalami, who had just boasted, was pierced through the neck by the bolts, blood spraying 3 feet high. Several other ruffians rushing in were also struck, collapsing amidst a cacophony of screams. Yet, Lu Dabao, at the forefront, reacted swiftly. The moment he sensed something amiss, he yanked the bespectacled companion beside him, using him as a shield. Chen Xing released all 40 bolts from his crossbow in one breath. By now, a significant portion of Lu Dabao's group lay sprawled on the ground. Most of those still standing were injured, their morale shattered. Observing this, Chen Xing stowed his crossbow, drew his machete, and with a deafening roar, charged forward. His speed, 1.5 times that of an ordinary person, made his sprint comparable to that of a world champion sprinter. Even on the snowy ground, he moved with the swiftness of a startled rabbit, quickly plunging into Lu Dabao's gang. With a swift stroke of his blade, he sent the head of a ruffian soaring into the air, blood splattering profusely. In a seamless motion, he swung again, cleaving another thug in half. With the sharpness of his swift blade and 1.8 times the strength of an ordinary man, Chen Xing resembled a tiger among sheep. No adversary could withstand his onslaught. With each strike, he dispatched his foes with ease, as if slicing through vegetables. Within moments, 5 or 6 ruffians lay defeated at his feet. The remaining thugs, gripped by terror, turned to flee upon witnessing his advance. Chen Xing, you bastard, I'll kill you. Lu Dabao, regaining his senses, was horrified by the carnage before him. The crew he had painstakingly assembled was decimated in the blink of an eye. In a fit of rage, he hurled the lifeless body of the bespectacled man at Chen Xing. Chen Xing deftly dodged. Bang! The corpse of the strategist crashed into the ground, creating a snow pit. Chen Xing's heart raced. How could this man possess such strength? Could he be a power-type, evolved being? Before he could ponder further, Lu Dabao was already upon him. raising his fist to strike. Smack! The punch even produced a sonic boom. Chen Xing's pupils dilated. Even from 3 meters away, he felt the force of Liu Debao's blow. He swiftly twisted his waist, evading the punch, and swung his blade toward Liu Debao. Despite the formidable opponent, he remained undaunted. However, given Liu Debao's height and reach, victory would necessitate close-quarters combat. He must not allow him to strike from a distance. Liu Debao discerned Chen Xing's intentions, but as he saw Chen Xing approaching, a cold smile crept across his face. With his left hand, he reached for his waist, suddenly producing a dark object. A profound sense of danger surged within Chen Xing. He sensed impending peril. With a swift motion, he flung his arm, casting the machete as if it were a flying knife. Liu Debao's instinctively tilted his neck, narrowly evading the blade. A gunshot rang out, echoing like thunder. Chen Xing felt a tingling sensation radiate from his left rear shoulder. He had no time to assess his wound, merely flicking his wrist once more. He aimed the knife. Liu Debao's reflexes kicked in, and he dodged. Yet Chen Xing had only feigned a shot. By the time Liu Debao's turned around, Chen Xing's figure had already retreated 10 meters away. Liu Debao's raised his handgun, taking aim with a discerning eye. Ultimately, he lowered the weapon. His marksmanship was mediocre, and the gun he wielded was antiquated, the rifling nearly worn away. Shooting from 10 meters away would be a sheer waste of ammunition. This was precisely why he had waited for Chen Xing to approach before resorting to his firearm. Alas, that fellow was too astute, managing to evade him once again. Chapter 78, however, when he lowered his head and beheld the bloodstains on the ground. A smirk crept across his lips. "Damn it, I thought I missed," he exclaimed. "Brothers, follow me. Let us catch this scoundrel. I intend to tear him limb from limb." Liu Daba shouted loudly to the remaining 7 or 8 subordinates. "Yes," responded the remaining henchmen, their spirits soaring. Just moments ago, Chen Xing's delay had surely allowed those carrying supplies to flee back to the Yufuguanshan. The thought of losing such a delectable prize, along with the loss of 7 or 8 of his men, ignited Liu Daba's fury. No matter what, he could not allow Chen Xing to escape today. Otherwise, it would be akin to letting a tiger return to the mountains. Liu Daba, accompanied by his group of subordinates, leisurely followed the trail of blood. Meanwhile, Liu Xiaoguang and his companions emerged, pale as death, from their hiding place behind a hill. "What should we do? That guy has a gun," one lamented. "Exactly. Even if we intended to help, it would merely be a death sentence for us," another added. "Forget it. It's all Chen Xing's fault for being so unlucky. We should hurry back to the neighborhood." They debated animatedly. Liu Xiaoguang and Fang Shuo wore expressions of inner turmoil. "Humph. Are you really going to stand by and watch Chen Xing perish?" A female voice suddenly interjected. It was Liu Jia. The individuals who had just spoken were now filled with shame. Yet, anger quickly followed. "It's not that we don't want to help, but how can we? Did you not see Liu Daba's gun?" One retorted. "If you're so brave, why don't you go save him?" Liu Jia gazed at them impassively and, with a disdainful huff, turned and vanished into the swirling snow. Chen Xing sprinted through the storm. His speed of 1.5 and agility of 1.5 proved crucial at that moment. In a mere 3 minutes, he had successfully distanced himself from Liu Daba and his men. It was only then that he felt a sharp pain radiating from his back. He reached back to touch it and discovered a gaping wound on his left shoulder, accompanied by a hand coated in blood. "Damn, I overestimated this stab-proof suit," Chen Xing cursed with a bitter smile. He had thought it would protect against bullets, but it appeared he had been hasty, underestimating the power of modern weaponry. Glancing back, he spotted shadowy figures appearing amidst the snowflakes several hundred meters away. "Damn it, those bastards are on my tail." Chen Xing hastily retrieved a first-aid kit from his spatial pocket. He pulled out a piece of gauze and a roll of medical tape, hastily bandaging his wound to stem the bleeding before diving back into the storm. The wind and snow grew fiercer, and the sky darkened. After trudging against the storm for half an hour, Chen Xing found himself uncertain of his whereabouts. Suddenly, a profound sense of danger surged within him. He lifted his gaze and noticed, not far ahead, a yard with a striking red gate. On one side of the entrance, 2 crimson rolling doors stood prominently. It was the Seven Fairies Mountain Fire Station, the most reassuring place before the apocalypse, yet now, a peculiar crimson light emanated from the glass window above the rolling doors. A tremor coursed through Chen Xing's heart as he contemplated moving forward, intending to bypass this ominous location. However, he suddenly crouched down, realizing he was in the downwind position. At that moment, the wind carried with it a pungent, animalistic odor. This scent was all too familiar, for just a few hours prior, he had encountered it in the workshop of the furniture factory. It was indeed the scent of the Wolf King. Damn it, they were ahead, perhaps lying in wait with a trap set for him. In the swirling snow behind him, shadowy figures emerged. With pursuers at his back and an ambush ahead, it seemed he had no options left. Chen Xing glanced at the fire station to his right, gritted his teeth, and made his way over. Chapter 79. The electric telescopic gate of the fire station was not particularly high, making it easy for Chen Xing to leap over. However, the action of vaulting over the wall sent waves of intense pain radiating from the gunshot wound on his back. He leaned against the gate, gasping for breath, while surveying the layout of the fire station. Previously, he had passed by this place every day on his way to work, yet he had never taken the time to appreciate its details. Directly opposite the gate was a large training ground for firefighters, designed for physical exercise. To the right, there was a row of storage rooms, while to the left was a garage connected to the main building at the back. The strange flicker of fire he had just witnessed emanated from the garage. Chen Xing, aware of the potential danger, did not foolishly approach the garage to investigate. Instead, he made his way directly to the main building behind the courtyard. This 5-story structure housed the firefighters' dormitories, the cafeteria, and an indoor training facility. However, the fire station now appeared starkly different from the vibrant atmosphere he had known. The entire building was shrouded in darkness, enveloped in an eerie silence that hinted at something sinister. Prior to the apocalypse, the Qin state had entered a state of emergency, and firefighters had been conscripted into emergency response units, tirelessly traversing the city to manage various crises. Over a month ago, this emergency response unit, along with its managing agency, had mysteriously gone missing. Since then, the entire city of Danzhou had descended into anarchy. Approaching the building, Chen Xing pried open a window and entered the first floor, securely locking the window behind him. He removed his shoes and retrieved a towel from his backpack to wipe away any trace of his presence. His exploration commenced. The first floor contained several offices, a grand auditorium, and a spacious indoor training facility. Ascending to the second floor, he discovered the cafeteria and a recreational area for the firefighters. However, as he turned the corner to the right on the second floor, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Here, he stumbled upon a medical room. Eagerly, he pried open the door. The medical room was simply arranged, featuring a consultation table and a row of cabinets behind it. Chen Xing felt a twinge of disappointment, but when he opened the cabinets, delight washed over him. Inside, he found a suture kit as well as some anti-inflammatory medication and a spray for treating bruises and injuries. These medical supplies were an unexpected boon. Chen Xing hastily stored everything into a space, intending to find a safe spot to see if he could extract the bullet from his wound when suddenly, a loud crash echoed from downstairs. Someone had forcefully broken open the front door, followed by a flurry of hurried footsteps and the booming voice of Lu Debao. Damn it. This wretched snowstorm couldn't have come at a worse time, Lu Debao cursed, while his companions began to jest with him. It's all that snow's fault that scoundrel got away. He was just lucky. Lu Debao continued. Next time I see him, I'll make sure he pays. Don't worry too much, boss. That guy's already taken a bullet. In the present circumstances, the hospital has long ceased operations, devoid of both medical personnel and supplies. Is he not still irretrievably doomed? Another subordinate, perceptive as ever, remarked, Boss, we have pursued him for half a day, preventing him from returning home in this frigid weather. If his wounds remain untreated, he is surely doomed. A chorus of subordinates hurriedly offered words of consolation, which buoyed Lu Debao's spirits. Indeed, he chuckled, in this desolate wilderness, with the biting cold. I wonder how Chen Xing will survive. By the way, boss, why aren't we heading home? What are we waiting for here? One of the subordinates inquired. Do you understand nothing? He retorted. As I made my way here, I caught a whiff of the scent of the old wolf king from Hongqi Valley on the wind. That rascal is certainly lurking ahead. We shall wait here until he reveals himself. Furthermore, we have exerted ourselves greatly to assist Yu Yang, losing numerous brothers in the process. If he does not demonstrate a modicum of sincerity, then he should not blame me for turning against him. Meanwhile, Chen Xing, hidden on the second floor, stiffened his spine. It was indeed related to Yu Yang. Damn it, I knew it. It seemed that Yu Yang must have spotted us when we exited the community. How he managed to collude with Lu Debao's remains a mystery. Thus, this pursuit ensued. However, within this fire station. Chapter 80. One of Lu Debao's subordinates stuttered nervously. Chen Xing immediately held his breath, focusing intently. The fire station was not far from their residential area. Given Lu Debao's nature, it was unimaginable that he would not come to scavenge the seemingly deserted fire station. However, upon entering the building, there were no signs of previous looting. Remarkably, even in the medical room on the second floor, anti-inflammatory medications and basic medical supplies could still be found. This indicated that the place had remained undisturbed for some time, which was perplexing. Once night falls completely, we will leave. And remember to speak in hushed tones. No one is to wander around here or entertain the thought of searching the building. If that thing is released, I cannot guarantee your safety. Lu Debeos's voice dropped significantly, as if he was wary of something. His subordinates, even more so, fell silent. How could I not know that this fire station harbors treasures? 20 days ago, Yu Yang and his group contacted me to scavenge this very place. Yet, on that day, as soon as we entered it. Enough said. In any case, Yu Yang and I exerted tremendous effort to lure that entity into the garage and trap it. Mentioning the past events, Lu Debeos appeared to be still haunted by them, reluctant to elaborate on what they had encountered here. In the end, we barely escaped without even locking the garage door. And we never returned. Now, I am uncertain whether that creature still resides in the garage. Just remember not to wander around the building. Once the danger has passed, we will leave. Listening to Lu Debeos's words, Chen Xing glanced up towards the garage. The garage faced the playground, and there was a small door for entry and exit. When he had jumped into the yard earlier, he had noticed it. Lu Debeos must have been referring to this very door. Chen Xing squatted at the corner of the second-floor staircase, while Lu Debeos and his group remained in the lobby on the first floor, none daring to move. Soon, someone produced rations from their belongings and shared them among the group. The faint sound of chewing filled the hall, yet it remained subdued. One could sense that everyone was striving to suppress their emotions, which made Chen Xing's own nerves taut with unease. Suddenly, a loud clamor emanated from the large iron door of the fire station. Chen Xing darted to a window on the second floor and peered down. He saw a dark figure struggling to climb over the iron gate and jump into the yard. Then, a shadow abruptly darted out from the snowstorm, crashing violently against the iron door, causing it to rattle ominously. The figure fell to the ground in fright, but quickly scrambled back up and dashed toward the building. After just a few steps, Chen Xing recognized the jumper as Lu Jia. Had she come looking for him? Beyond that, he could think of no other reason for Lu Jia's presence here. At that moment, the main door on the first floor was suddenly thrust open by Lu Debeos and his entourage. However, this group exhibited an eerie demeanor. They did not shout or create a ruckus, but stood silently at the entrance, gazing at Lu Jia as if she were their prey. Lu Jia, upon seeing them, was momentarily frozen in place. Just then, the iron door was violently struck with a loud bang. Chen Xing, upon closer inspection, realized that it was the Wolf King that had collided with the door. Behind him, several pairs of glimmering green eyes peered through the iron barrier, fixated on Lu Jia. Standing on the playground, Lu Jia glanced at Lu Debeos and his group at the entrance before turning to look at the pack of wolves behind her. At that moment, the wolves had begun to scale the gate. Although their movements were somewhat clumsy, their persistence would soon allow them to breach the courtyard. Lu Jia then cast a glance at the door, where Lu Debeos wore a sinister grin. Overwhelmed by despair, she turned away, preferring to face the wolves rather than fall into the hands of Lu Debeos and his men. Lu Debeos' expression shifted as he pondered the strength of her character. Just as Lu Jia was about to pivot, her eyes suddenly brightened. From a second-floor window, she spotted Chen Xing, who was frantically gesturing at her. Lu Jia then turned sharply to her right and sprinted towards the garage on the right side of the courtyard. Upon witnessing her chosen direction, Lu Debeos and his companions were immediately taken aback. Damn it, block her. Don't let her reach the door. As he spoke, Lu Debeos, along with his subordinates, dashed out of the first-floor hall. Chapter 81. At this moment, several shadowy figures leaped down from the massive iron gate in front of the fire station. Upon spotting a group of people rushing towards them, these figures immediately charged forward without hesitation. Lu Jia, however, displayed remarkable cunning. Just as she was about to reach the garage door, she suddenly pivoted and sprinted in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, Lu Debeos' group had already abandoned any concern for her, as the pack of wolves had begun to scale the iron gate and invade the courtyard. What was initially a solitary prey had swiftly transformed into a multitude. Naturally, the wolves were elated. A singular morsel versus a banquet. The wolves could discern the disparity effortlessly. They promptly forsook Lu Jia and converged upon Lu Debeos' group instead. Lu Debeos and his subordinates sensed the impending danger, yet it was too late to retreat into the building. Nevertheless, Lu Debeos was highly experienced. Do not flee. Do not expose your backs to the wolves. Form ranks and confront them, he bellowed, as he sent one gray wolf flying with a powerful punch. Rallying his companions behind him, his subordinates exhibited commendable fighting spirit. They quickly formed triangular formations, brandishing their swords and spears, engaging in fierce combat with the wolves. In the pre-apocalyptic world, a pack of wolves would have retreated at the sight of armed humans, but these were no ordinary wolves. They were mutated creatures of the post-apocalypse, each as robust as a pony, unafraid of humans. Instead, they circled the group, searching for weaknesses, even coordinating their attacks. One wolf would feign an assault from one direction while another would breach their formation from the opposite side. Several more timid individuals faltered, and the wolves swiftly tore through their ranks. The outcome of fighting alone was dire. Within moments, a few were dragged into the darkness, their anguished cries echoing as the pack shredded them into pieces. Yet, those with steely resolve formed trios, supporting one another, and managed to repel the wolves, even slaying 2 gray wolves on the spot. Undoubtedly, the most striking figure on the battlefield was Lu Debeos himself. He maneuvered through the throng of wolves with skill and ferocity. As gray wolves the size of ponies lunged at him, he met them with formidable punches that sent them sprawling. Wielding a hefty cleaver, he exuded an aura of power and might. For any wolf daring enough to challenge him, he would cleave it in two with a single stroke. Chen Xing observed this display of raw strength, his eyes widening in astonishment. He had always known Lu Debeos was a powerhouse, but never anticipated such overwhelming force. The wolves soon recognized the formidable adversary among them and began to retreat. However, Lu Debeos' group did not share in the relief, for a pair of green eyes suddenly materialized in the shadows not far from them. Chen Xing recognized those eyes instinctively. He knew the Wolf King had arrived. Yet, he had no time to ponder the unfolding conflict. He hastened to the ground floor, just in time to see a shadow dart into the hall. Jiajia, little brother. You, hush. Follow me. Chen Xing grasped Lu Jia's hand and headed straight for the second floor. At that moment, a cacophony of wails echoed from the courtyard. It was Lu Daba's underlings, hurriedly rushing towards the hall of the building, evidently terrified by the Wolf King. Some sharp-eyed individuals quickly spotted Chen Xing. Damn it. So it's this rascal causing all the trouble. Chen Xing, why are you still alive? The furious voice of Lu Daba resounded from behind. Chen Xing halted, drew out his crossbow, and feigned an intention to shoot. Lu Daba's men promptly dropped to the ground in a panic. Chapter 82. Chen Xing executed a feint, grasping Lu Jia as they made a swift ascent to the second floor. Upon reaching the second level, they dashed towards the right side of the building, which conveniently connected to the fire truck garage. However, Chen Xing did not venture into the garage. Instead, he leapt from the second floor to the roof of the fire truck garage. Lying on the rooftop, he observed Lu Daba and the Wolf King confronting each other in the courtyard below. They had the potential to storm into the lobby on the first floor, but due to the fright instilled by Chen Xing moments ago, that opportunity slipped away. The pack of wolves encircled Lu Daba and his remaining 5 subordinates. Yet they hesitated to launch an attack, for Lu Daba had drawn his handgun once more. Chen Xing noted it was a .64 caliber pistol, while its power was limited. It was sufficient to instill fear in the wolves. Despite their mutations, the primal dread of a weapon was deeply ingrained in their very essence. The atmosphere in the courtyard became palpably tense, while Chen Xing sensed a surge of agitation emanating from the garage beneath him. Both the wolves and Lu Daba were acutely aware of the commotion within the garage, yet neither side showed any inclination to retreat. Quietly, Chen Xing retrieved a length of rope from his pocket, fashioned a loop, and stealthily lowered it, aiming to ensnare the handle of the garage door to unlock it. He recalled Lu Daba mentioning that they had not had time to secure the door. Suddenly, a searing pain shot through his back, rendering his hand numb. A fragment of roofing tile crashed down beside him. Damn it, Chen Xing, you scoundrel! Lu Daba exclaimed upon spotting him, instantly understanding his intentions. He raised his weapon to fire, but ultimately refrained, opting instead to hurl a dagger in Chen Xing's direction. Chen Xing deftly dodged, but he soon realized that not only Lu Daba but the entire pack of wolves was now charging towards him. He swiftly drew his last incendiary bottle and hurled it downwards with force. A wall of flames erupted, halting the wolves' advance. At that moment, the garage door beneath them began to rattle violently. Whatever creature was inside was relentlessly battering against the door. Lu Jia, beside Chen Xing, grasped his intention. Little brother, tie the rope around me. I will descend to open the door. Chen Xing hesitated, but Lu Jia merely smiled at him. Just don't forget to pull me back up. Chen Xing found himself momentarily speechless, but eventually replied, I promise I will pull you up. Without further ado, Lu Jia turned and secured the rope around her waist. Approaching the eaves, just before descending, she retrieved something from her backpack, a second incendiary bottle. Chen Xing's expression shifted in surprise. Where had she acquired such a thing? I made it with some high-proof liquor from home, Lu Jia replied with a grin, then flung the burning bottle towards Lu Daba and his group, who were scrambling to evade it. Lu Daba shouted in alarm as they hurriedly dodged the projectile. Meanwhile, Lu Jia had already slid down from the eaves to position herself before the garage door. With a swift twist of his hand, the grand door swung open with a resounding creak. Suddenly, a vividly colorful figure darted out from the fire truck garage. Chen Xing, enduring the excruciating pain in his back, exerted all his strength to pull Lu Jia onto the rooftop. Upon closer inspection, to his astonishment, The vibrant creature that had emerged from the house was none other than a magnificent, multicolored rooster. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The rooster crowed, tilting its head back. Upon hearing the call, the Grey Wolf King and Lu Dabo immediately turned to flee. However, they had barely made it a short distance when a burst of flames erupted from behind them. Several of Lu Dabo's slower companions were instantly transformed into human torches, their anguished screams echoing as they met their fiery demise. Chapter 83. On the rooftop, Chen Xing and Lu Jia stood in stunned silence. Although they had only caught a glimpse, Chen Xing instantly recognized the creature before them, a fiery bird reminiscent of the colorful pheasants he had previously observed at the zoo. Its size, however, was astonishing, at least 4 to 5 times larger, comparable to a peacock. Yet, unlike the peacock, this magnificent bird possessed the ability to soar through the skies. With its wings flapping gracefully, the colorful pheasant ascended, unleashing streams of flames from its beak. The spectacle evoked memories of the Warthog assault aircraft raining fire upon the battlefield. Though this bird's flames were no less terrifying. As it flew, the creature wreaked havoc, sending Lu Dabeos and the wolf pack into a frenzy. The old Wolf King was quick to react, being the first to leap from the courtyard. Unfortunately, his wolf subordinates were not as fortunate. They were reduced to ashes before they could escape. Lu Dabeos, in a display of ferocity, sprinted forward, taking down a large gray wolf with a single shot before draping the carcass over his back like a blanket. As the fiery stream swept across the courtyard, the wolf's remains were transformed into charred offerings. "Stop staring, we must flee," Chen Xing urged, tugging at the dazed Lu Jia. "Where to?" she inquired. As Chen pointed towards the garage below, the pair swiftly descended the rooftop via a rope, quickly entering the garage. Chen hurriedly locked the door behind them, finally allowing themselves a moment to assess their surroundings. The garage was expansive, housing a fire truck in pristine condition, while another lay in ruins, reduced to scrap metal. Signs of fire damage were evident throughout, with charred remnants of human shapes scattered across the floor. Chen Xing turned his gaze to explore further. Behind the garage was a maintenance area for the fire trucks, now eerily empty. The connection between the garage and the main building was thoroughly obstructed. There were only 3 exits. The front roll-up door was tightly secured, the entrance they had used was sealed, and the rear door was similarly barricaded. With a sigh of relief, they felt a glimmer of hope that the colorful pheasant would not return. The garage was shrouded in darkness, and Lu Jia retrieved a half-burnt candle, ready to light it, but Chen Xing swiftly extinguished the flame. "Hush," he whispered, gesturing towards the 2 elongated windows above the roll-up door. Outside, the night had fully descended, and the courtyard had fallen into eerie silence. Yet, uncertainty loomed. Neither the old Wolf King nor the colorful pheasant, nor Lu Dabeos could be seen. "Is it safe to leave now?" Lu Jia whispered. Chen Xing shook his head and said, "Follow me." He secured the door and silently approached the fire truck. With a swift motion, he pulled the door, discovering it was unlocked, and hopped into the vehicle, carefully closing the door behind him. Only then did the 2 of them let out a long sigh of relief. The cabin of the fire truck was spacious. Lu Jia removed the 2 woolen coats she was wearing, which she had acquired earlier that day from the furniture factory. She used these coats to cover the windows, transforming the driver's compartment into a sealed space. It was only then that she lit a candle. The candle was conveniently fixed on the dashboard, but at that moment, she noticed Chen Xing's face had turned pale as paper, beads of sweat pouring down his forehead. "Let me take a look at your wound," Lu Jia gently offered to Chen Xing. He nodded and, with great difficulty, removed his outer jacket. Finally, gritting his teeth, he discarded the stab-resistant jacket as well. Lu Jia's gaze fell upon Chen Xing's chiseled muscles, causing her cheeks to flush. However, she quickly redirected her attention to the wound on his back. Although the bullet had penetrated the stab-resistant jacket, the garment had still effectively slowed its velocity. As a result, the bullet had lodged itself in the muscle just below Chen Xing's left shoulder. The bullet's tip was slightly deformed, and Lu Jia reached out to gently touch the surrounding muscle. Chapter 84. Chen Xing trembled all over, biting his teeth as he tossed several medical instruments he had just unearthed from the infirmary to Lu Jia. "Can you use these?" he inquired. "You're in luck. I was once a medical student," Lu Jia replied with a smile. "However, after graduation, I chose not to pursue a career in a hospital and instead became a civil servant." As she spoke, she deftly tore open a medical package, retrieving a disposable pair of tweezers. "Brace yourself, it might hurt a bit," she warned before gently grasping the bullet and pulling it out. Chen Xing flinched in pain. "All those muscles of yours were not in vain. Otherwise, you wouldn't have withstood this bullet," Lu Jia joked while skillfully disinfecting the wound with iodine. Chen Xing chuckled softly, knowing it was the stab-proof vest that had shielded him, not his muscles. However, he refrained from sharing this with Lu Jia. At that moment, Lu Jia used gauze to staunch the bleeding from the wound and rummaged through the medical kit again. Your wound is open. It's not conducive for suturing. If only we had some hemostatic gel. We'll have to manage for now. Once we return, I have some tools and medicine at home that I can use to treat you properly. She applied adhesive tape to secure the dressing over Chen Xing's injury. After her ministrations, he felt a bit more at ease. He then presented the medications he had recently discovered to Lu Jia. She sifted through the contents and produced a few capsules of antibiotics. Although they were expired, they could still be worth a try. Without hesitation, Chen Xing swallowed the capsules whole. He discarded the bloodied gauze out of the vehicle and rummaged through his backpack again. Before long, he unearthed 2 blocks of dark bread made from an unknown material, along with a camping stove and a small pot. Chen Xing's eyes widened in astonishment. Her backpack resembled a treasure trove. She expertly ignited the camping stove, pouring all the water from the kettle into the pot. After a moment's hesitation, she retrieved a packet of instant noodle seasoning. As the broth began to boil, the small cockpit was instantly filled with warmth. Chen Xing observed Lu Jia's profile as she busied herself. If everything were as it should be, she would surely be a devoted wife and mother. What are you staring at? Lu Jia's cheeks flushed as she shoved a piece of bread into Chen Xing's hands. Taken aback, he quickly pulled his backpack closer, feigning a search, and soon produced 2 packets of instant noodles. Let us cook these as well, he exclaimed. Wow, the sure die and soup master. You actually have 2 packets? Lu Jia gazed at the instant noodles in Chen Xing's hands with sheer delight. No one understood better than her the immense value of these 2 packets. It was not an exaggeration to say that, in the underground market, those 2 packets could be exchanged for a fine set of cooking utensils. Yet, here was Chen Xing, handing them over so readily. What are you staring at? This isn't enough to eat. We'll cook it all. But what? I have more here. As Chen Xing spoke, it was as if he performed a magic trick, producing a can of luncheon meat from his backpack. Wow, you even have canned food? Exclaimed Lu Jia, her eyes sparkling like stars. Moments later, the cockpit was filled with the enticing aroma of noodles and meat. Chen Xing devoured his meal with gusto. Ravenous after a day of fierce battles and having endured a gunshot wound, he desperately needed sustenance to replenish his energy. Meanwhile, Lu Jia sat comfortably in the back seat, delicately savoring her noodles from a paper bowl. With each bite, she took her time to relish the flavors before swallowing, closing her eyes as if indulging in the most exquisite delicacy in the world. Chen Xing couldn't help but chuckle. It was merely a packet of instant noodles. Just moments ago, she had even saved the seasoning from 2 packets, asserting that the condiments alone could trade for many wonderful things. Truly, this woman embodied the essence of a devoted wife and nurturing mother. Chapter 85. The howling cold wind lashed against the glass windows, rousing Chen Xing from his deep slumber. He tightened the protective vest he wore, which, though marred at the back, remained intact in other areas. The 3D fleece lining ensured that the garment retained its superior warmth. Just as he was about to stretch, he suddenly felt an unfamiliar weight in his arms. Looking down, he was taken aback to discover Lu Jia nestled against him. After a hearty meal the previous evening, exhaustion had claimed him, and he had succumbed to sleep, unaware of when Lu Jia had slipped into his embrace. She was now peacefully lost in dreams. Gazing at Lu Jia's face, Chen Xing noted that time had left no marks upon her. Even amidst the apocalypse, it seemed she had been favored by fortune. Her complexion remained fair and delicate, and most strikingly, her figure retained its alluring curves. Despite a diet far inferior to that of the pre-apocalyptic days, her exaggerated physique remained remarkably preserved. Chen Xing couldn't help but marvel at how nature had blessed her. As Lu Jia's weight began to press on his arm, he attempted to withdraw it. However, with the slightest movement, her voluptuous form rippled gently, perhaps sensing his stirring. Lu Jia slowly opened her eyes. As a mature woman, she immediately sensed something was amiss. When she turned to face Chen Xing, he felt a pang of anxiety and instinctively tried to rise. Yet his hand inadvertently landed on a soft mound, eliciting a startled gasp from Lu Jia. In her efforts to rise, she accidentally toppled Chen Xing to the ground. Ouch! Chen Xing winced in pain as his body twisted awkwardly, causing Lu Jia to lose her balance and fall into his embrace. In an instant, they tumbled into a heap. Lu Jia lay softly atop Chen Xing, while his mind raced in chaos. Looking at Lu Jia's flushed cheeks and dazed eyes, he realized, even in his bewilderment, that she had surrendered. In this desolate winter, as order crumbled, indulging in pleasure was hardly a transgression. A surge of warmth flooded Chen Xing's heart, and he was tempted to seize the moment. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a sharp pain radiating from his back. Ouch! His expression changed as pain coursed through him, prompting immediate concern from Lu Jia. Are you all right? Did your wound reopen? We should return and tend to it first. Lu Jia swiftly shed her previous allure, displaying a keen awareness of priorities. She began to examine Chen Xing's injury, discovering that his rapid movement had indeed aggravated the wound on his left shoulder. Chen Xing, however, was no fool blinded by desire. He understood that his well-being was far more critical than even the allure of beauty. Lu Jiao once again tended to his wounds. The outside was eerily quiet. "Shall we return?" Lu Jiao pried the door open just a crack, peering outside for a considerable time before addressing Chen Xing. However, Chen Xing shook his head. Having come this far, how could they simply turn back? What about? Chen Xing remembered well the words spoken by Lu Daba yesterday. Lu Daba had previously plotted with Yu Yang to seize this fire station, but their plans were thwarted by the fiery and colorful phoenix. They had barely managed to lock the phoenix in the garage before fleeing. Thus, this fire station remained an untapped treasure. Now that they had entered this treasure trove, how could they leave empty-handed? Confirming that the area beyond the door was safe, the duo emerged from the garage. On the playground outside, the charred remains of both humans and wolves lay scattered. They hurried across the yard towards the main building at the back. In the short span of about 100 meters, a thin layer of frost had formed on their eyelashes. With each blink, they felt the delicate ice crystals shatter against their skin. Upon reaching the entrance of the building, Chen Xing glanced back at the overcast sky. The temperature seemed to have dropped further. "All right, let us go inside. It's much warmer in there," Lu Jia said as he tugged Chen Xing into the building and securely closed the door behind them. The biting cold wind was kept at bay. And although the interior remained gloomy, the stinging chill was absent. The two felt their body temperatures begin to rise noticeably. Chapter 86. Chen Xing refrained from idle chatter and promptly commenced the search alongside Lu Jia. The fire station's building lay shrouded in darkness due to the power outage, with only the beams of their flashlights flickering through the corridors. Lu Jia's curiosity about the flashlight in Chen Xing's hand was palpable, yet she refrained from probing further. In this post-apocalyptic world, every individual harbored their own secrets. As a former civil servant, Lu Jia was acutely aware of the delicate balance between inquiry and discretion. Various documents lay scattered across the floor, a thin layer of ice coating them, which crunched beneath their feet. Here, Lu Jia's voice, imbued with a suppressed excitement, echoed through the third-floor corridor as she discovered a storage room. Her cheeks flushed crimson from the cold, and the vapor from her breath crystallized in the air as she spoke. Chen Xing nodded, extending his hand to retrieve a crowbar from his waist. Approaching the storage room door, he pried it open with a few forceful attempts, the hinges emitting a shrill creak. Lu Jia turned apprehensively, wary that the noise might attract unwelcome visitors. With a decisive click, the door yielded. Chen Xing sensed the hinges loosen, and as he pushed the door open, a gust of musty air, laced with cold, rushed toward him. The beam of the flashlight swept across the room, and his expression shifted dramatically. "What's wrong?" Lu Jia inquired, peering over his shoulder. The kitchen floor was strewn with various vegetables, all of which had succumbed to decay. Lu Jia's countenance soured at the sight. How could these perish in such frigid weather? Ravaged by rodents, Chen Xing observed the gnawed remnants on the vegetables, shaking his head in resigned amusement. Undeterred, he stepped further inside, only to halt abruptly. Against the wall stood 3 military green boxes, neatly stacked, emblazoned with bold letters declaring emergency military rations. "Oh my goodness!" Lu Jia gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. "So many." She hurried over, her fingers trembling as they traced the seals on the boxes. "If we ration these, they could sustain us for a month." Chen Xing's heart raced in response. He approached and opened one box, revealing bags of vacuum-sealed compressed biscuits. Another box yielded an entire stock of braised pork canned goods, each weighing 1.5 kilograms. Once considered high-sugar, high-calorie junk food, these items had transformed into precious commodities in their current reality. Suppressing his exhilaration, he continued to sweep the flashlight around the room, abruptly pausing at a row of storage lockers on the opposite side. "Let us see what's here," he said, striding over and pulling open a cabinet door. Inside, 3 complete sets of firefighter protective gear were hung neatly, accompanied by matching helmets and boots. Chen Xing removed one suit, feeling the robust fabric. It was waterproof and fire-resistant. Precisely the specialized attire he required at this moment. Though seemingly simple, this firefighting suit boasted a remarkable level of technological sophistication. With a significant portion of the fabric crafted from PBI material for fire and high-temperature resistance, while the inner layers utilized aramid fibers, commonly known as Kevlar. This ensures that firefighters can enter and exit the fire scene without the risk of being cut, pierced, or struck by sharp objects. The inner lining is crafted from Coolmax material, guaranteeing a skin-friendly, waterproof, and breathable experience. Thus, this firefighting suit undeniably epitomizes high-tech, specialized attire. Isn't this precisely what we need at this moment? Perhaps upon returning, we could enhance our protective gear at the processing center and potentially create the bomb-proof suit we desire. These firefighting suits are truly remarkable, Lu Jia exclaimed, excitedly exploring the gear. With these suits, we no longer need to worry about frostbite or scrapes while outdoors. Chen Xing nodded, continuing his search. On the bottom shelf of the storage cabinet, they discovered 4 sets of sturdy military blankets and thermal underwear. The quality of these supplies is exceptional, clearly designed for extreme environments. Sister Jia, you are indeed my lucky star, Chen Xing exclaimed, suddenly embracing Lu Jia and unable to resist planting a kiss on her fair cheek. Lu Jia dared not look up, yet a blush swiftly painted her ears. With these supplies, we can at least enjoy a comfortable winter. Just then, a cold laugh echoed from the doorway. Huh, so you're quite the flirt, even now. You haven't forgotten to charm the ladies. Chen Xing stiffened and slowly turned around. Lu Daba, brandishing a 6.4 pistol, was pointing it at them. A large burn scar marred the right side of his face, appearing particularly terrifying in the dim light. This guy is still alive. Put down your things and step back slowly, Lu Daba commanded, shaking the gun. These items belong to me. Chen Xing felt Lu Jia trembling in his embrace, while he quietly tightened his grip on the electric shock gloves on his right hand. Chapter 87. Yesterday's relentless battles had left the gloves with but a final charge. He had but one opportunity to strike. Lu Daba, in this moment, it was crucial for everyone to lend a helping hand. These items were discovered by us, and we can share some with you. As Chen Xing cautiously advanced, he spoke to divert Lu Daba's attention. Enough of your nonsense. Lu Daba suddenly bellowed. The mark upon my face is a result of your doing. Not to mention my brother's. This time, I will reclaim everything, with interest. As he spoke, a lewd grin crept across his face as he glanced at Lu Jia. Even at this juncture, this fellow's lustful intentions remained unabated. At that moment, Chen Xing's heart raced. If he were in Lu Daba's position, wielding a firearm, would he allow Chen Xing the luxury of conversation? Most likely. He would have already taken him out from the shadows. Why engage in such pointless chatter? Unless his weapon was devoid of ammunition. Lu Daba sensed Chen Xing's shift in demeanor. He swiftly aimed his gun at Chen Xing, his finger poised on the trigger. Now, toss your backpacks over here. Chen Xing's gaze remained fixed on the barrel of Lu Daba's gun, his breath growing heavier. Should he take a gamble? Locking eyes with Lu Daba, he noticed a flicker of panic in his opponent's gaze. All right, don't get agitated. Chen Xing gradually removed his backpack, suddenly hurling it towards Lu Daba. He lunged forward, charging at Lu Daba. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Lu Daba's finger fell on the trigger in a moment of panic. Click. The gun did not fire. Chen Xing's heart soared with joy. I knew you were out of bullets. Lu Daba's expression twisted in rage as he swung the gun at Chen Xing. No bullets? I can still kill you. As he spoke, he inhaled sharply. Lu Daba, resembling a ferocious bear, seemed to swell like an inflated balloon, growing exponentially in size. Suddenly, his clothing could no longer withstand the rapid expansion and tore apart. At that moment, Chen Xing had already lunged in front of Lu Daba, his right hand clad in the electric gloves, delivering a powerful punch. Die! Lu Daba's eyes widened in fury as he retaliated with a punch of his own. However, upon seeing the blue plasma emanating from Chen Xing's fist, Lu Daba's pupils constricted in shock. But it was too late to flee. With a resounding clash, their fists collided. The blue plasma surged up Lu Daba's arm and swiftly coursed through his entire body. He let out a harrowing scream, white smoke billowing from him as his hair stood on end. Lu Daba collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing violently. Breathing heavily, Chen Xing gazed down at Lu Daba, who was enveloped in rising plumes of white smoke, the smell of charred flesh filling the air. It seemed he had been struck down on the spot. At that moment, he began to feel a tingling sensation in his right hand. As I lowered my gaze, I noticed an indentation on the hardened surface of my fist. This clearly indicated the immense force behind Lu Daba's punch. Fortunately, I had donned my electric shock gloves. Otherwise, that blow would have surely shattered my right hand. Goodness. This fellow possesses an alarming strength. Chen Xing. Lu Jia rushed over. Are you all right? I'm fine, I replied, wiping the cold sweat from my forehead. Quick, we must. Before I could finish my sentence, a cacophony of footsteps suddenly echoed through the corridor. My heart raced once more. Could it be that Lu Daba has accomplices? Chapter 88. Chen Xing, Lu Jia. A familiar voice echoed. Are you inside? It's Lu Xiaowang. They actually came. Chen Xing exhaled a sigh of relief. Here. Lu Xiaowang, Zhang Weigua, and Fang Shua rushed in with a few companions. Upon seeing Lu Dabao's on the ground, admiration and regret filled their eyes. Chen Xing had. Lu Xiaowang spoke with a face full of remorse, but Chen Xing raised a hand to stop him. Your choice was indeed correct, given the circumstances yesterday. It was better for you not to come out. Had you done so, it would have only complicated matters. The fact that they came to find him today already moved Chen Xing profoundly. Moreover, under such conditions yesterday, their presence would not have been of assistance. Haha. I knew it. Xiaoqin is a magnanimous person. He would understand us. Zhang Weiguo interjected with a chuckle, seeing that Chen Xing held no resentment. Lu Xiaowang and Fang Shua's expressions visibly brightened. Lu Xiaowang glanced at Lu Debao's on the ground and then at the electric shock gloves in Chen Xing's hands, revealing an expression of admiration. Chen Xing, did you manage to handle all of them by yourself? Just as Chen Xing was about to respond, Lu Debao's on the ground suddenly convulsed, letting out a faint groan. You, don't get cocky, my people. This guy is still alive. And everyone's countenance changed. Yet, before he could finish his last words, Lu Debao's finally breathed his last. Hurry, we must leave quickly. Chen Xing issued a swift command and directed Lu Debao's and the others to assist in transporting the military blankets from the shelves. As for the 3 boxes of military rations, he had already stored them in his space. Wow, there are fire axes here too? These are valuable items. Let us collect them. Lu Xiaowang and the others not only gathered the blankets, but also discovered several fire axes. Meanwhile, as they ventured out to search for supplies, Chen Xing took the opportunity to store Lu Debao's body in his space. The cold wind howled, prompting Chen Xing to tighten his winter attire, his breath forming frost in the air. He glanced back at the team. Lu Jia was seated on the sled brought by Lu Xiaowang and the others, occasionally checking to ensure nothing was falling off. Lu Xiaowang and his companions surrounded the sled, scanning their surroundings vigilantly as they moved forward. Although it was their second collaboration, their synergy was remarkably harmonious. Chen Xing pointed ahead. The community is just up ahead. We are finally safe at home. Observing the community amidst the snowstorm, Lu Xiaowang spoke in a hushed tone. Chen Xing lifted his gaze towards the 6th building at the front of the community. After rounding this building, it wouldn't be far to the main entrance. At the same time, he instinctively touched the machete at his waist. An unsettling feeling lingered in his heart for unknown reasons. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed through the air, embedding itself in the snow beside Chen Xing's feet. The arrow's tail quivered slightly, a crumpled note tied to it. Be careful. Lu Jia leaped from the sled, simultaneously reaching out to pull Chen Xing behind it. Lu Xiaowang and the others also sought refuge, promptly retrieving their binoculars. Chen Xing took the binoculars tossed by Lu Xiaowang and aimed them in the direction from which the arrows came. It was the rooftop of Building 6. Yet it was currently devoid of any presence. Chen Xing emerged from behind the sled, unrolling a note he had retrieved. A delicate script adorned the paper, stating, "There is an ambush at the front door. Yu Yang awaits you with his men." Yu Yang. Upon seeing the note, Lu Xiaowang and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. Meanwhile, Chen Xing's countenance darkened, for it was once again this Yu Yang. How had this fellow recovered so swiftly? Earlier, he had contacted Lu Debo to set a trap for Chen Xing, and he had not yet settled the score with him. To his astonishment, Yu Yang had returned so soon. What should Chen Xing do? That scoundrel had blocked the front entrance, making it impossible for them to pass. Should they take a detour? Who had sent this information? Could it be a prank? Yu Yang had been severely burned, even if he had survived. How could he possibly lay in wait for them so quickly? Lu Xiaowang and the others exchanged puzzled looks, engaging in a flurry of discussions. Chapter 89. What is your perspective, Chen Xing? Lu Xiaowang and the others found themselves at an impasse, their gazes turning towards Chen Xing. A flicker of something unusual shone in Chen Xing's eyes. Please wait here. I shall investigate the situation. With that, he approached Lu Xiaowang and swiftly tore off the white cloak draped over him. With a flick of his wrist, he donned the cloak and then vanished rapidly into the vast expanse of snow. Lu Xiaowang and the others watched Chen Xing's silhouette at 3 meters away. His form was still discernible. Yet, at 5 meters, he had completely faded from view. Their faces were etched with astonishment. What kind of extraordinary ability was this? Little did they realize that this was not an extraordinary power at all, but rather Chen Xing's skill acquired upon reaching level 2, silent stealth. This skill encompassed far more than mere silent movement. In specific environments, donning attire suited to the surroundings allowed one to conceal their presence effectively, much like the legendary ninjas. As Chen Xing navigated silently through the snow, he soon circled around building number 6 and arrived at the entrance of the community. The entrance to Yufu Shanhai Guan community was once adorned with a vast water feature, embellished with numerous stone sculptures. It had appeared quite grand, but now lay in a state of disrepair. The sculptures were toppled and scattered across the ground as Chen Xing stealthily approached the entrance. A sudden wave of unease washed over him. Something felt amiss. There was undoubtedly an ambush at the entrance. He halted at a corner, his gaze fixed intently on the entrance. Moments later, he discerned the source of the problem. Among the snow mounds flanking the water feature, he spotted several white plastic straws protruding from the snow. Someone was lying in wait within the snow piles. If he were to lead his team recklessly forward, they would surely fall into their trap. Having identified the snare, Chen Xing quietly retreated back to Lu Xiaowang and the others. What did you find? Lu Xiaowang inquired anxiously. Chen Xing, his expression grave, nodded affirmatively. There is indeed an ambush. The faces of the group paled in alarm. Shall we circumvent through the underground garage? Suggested one. Have you forgotten? The underground garage has long been sealed, another interjected. What if we climb over that wall? Proposed yet another. But what about our supplies? The group erupted into a cacophony of voices. Chen Xing did not respond immediately. Then, a sudden, pungent odor wafted through the air. He turned to see a dark shadow flickering in the distance. Damn it, it's that pack of wolves. These fiends are relentless. They had indeed followed him once more. Logically, they should not have done so. What could possibly compel them to pursue so tenaciously? A flash of insight struck Chen Xing. It must be that Bat King. For mutated creatures, nothing is more alluring than a beast of even greater mutation. No wonder the Wolf King had been so persistent in its following. Simultaneously, a bold plan began to crystallize in Chen Xing's mind. We must abandon the supplies, he declared suddenly. What? Lu Jia and Lu Xiaowang exclaimed in unison. The group regarded Chen Xing with skepticism, momentarily questioning whether they had misheard him. Listen to me, set down the items. Lu Xiaowang instructed a few agile individuals to circle around the entrance, ensuring they did not draw too close. They were to feign the discovery of an ambush, luring Yu Yang and his companions over. Upon reaching the corner, they would divert towards the mountain park. The items would remain here. However, Lu Xiaowang was uncertain of Chen Xing's intentions. There was no time for explanations. He urged them to act swiftly. He added that a few people should proceed, while the others should find a place to hide. Chen Xing pointed towards a snow mound near the community wall. Although unsure of Chen Xing's plan, the others, having collaborated with him on several occasions, recognized his capabilities and character. Lu Xiaowang promptly assigned personnel, designating Fang Shua to lead the diversion at the main entrance. Meanwhile, Chen Xing retrieved the corpse of the Bat King from his space, swiftly slicing off several pieces of flesh and applying them to the supplies on the sled. Chapter 90. A pungent scent of blood immediately permeated the air. Before long, a cacophony of noise erupted from the main entrance of the community. Fang Shua and a few others charged forward like wolves, while Yu Yang and his companions followed leisurely, laughing heartily. Upon reaching the bend, Fang Shua and his group struggled momentarily, but upon turning, they dashed towards the mountainous park. Meanwhile, Yu Yang's gang hesitated, their eyes drawn to a sled abandoned in place, filled with supplies. Boss, we've struck gold. One of the men exclaimed excitedly. Yu Yang scoffed. That fool Chen Xing has shown some sense, abandoning supplies just to prolong his miserable existence. Once we divvy up these resources, we'll go and take down their stronghold. After all, they can run, but they cannot hide. This time, I shall cleanse building number 4 in blood. As he spoke, Yu Yang raised his right hand, a flame igniting in his palm, which he then extinguished with a fierce squeeze. But at that moment, a series of howls echoed from afar. Not good. It's a pack of mutated wolves, one of his men shouted in terror. Yet, it was already too late. A dozen massive mutated wolves suddenly burst forth from the snowy veil, lunging at them. The crimson eyes of the pack were particularly menacing in the twilight. The alpha wolf, 3 times the size of an ordinary wolf, had fangs measuring half a foot in length. Damn it, we've been ensnared. Eliminate them all, Yu Yang bellowed. His right hand sweeping out as a pillar of fire erupted forth. The 2 gray wolves at the forefront were instantly engulfed in flames, emitting piercing screams. However, the pack did not falter. The Wolf King howled at the sky, inhaling deeply before exhaling a stream of icy white mist. Wherever the mist traveled, snowflakes danced in its wake, and Yu Yang's flames were extinguished by the very snowflakes. Concealed beneath a snow mound, Chen Xing observed intently. The Wolf King's lung capacity was astonishing, and his ability to wield such a technique indicated he possessed rudimentary intelligence. Previously, this creature had not dared to confront him head-on. Clearly intimidated, Yu Yang's fiery assault had a range of approximately 1 meter, while the Wolf King's icy breath could cover around 3 meters. The 2 abilities seemed to counteract one another, creating a true clash of titans. Moreover, it appeared Yu Yang could unleash flames no more than 3 times. The battle raged for nearly half an hour. When the last howl faded away, the ground was littered with corpses. Yu Yang's forces had suffered heavy losses, with only the Wolf King and a couple of severely injured wolves remaining. Now's our chance. Chen Xing suddenly threw off his white cloak and emerged from the snow mound. Yu Yang was wholly focused on the Wolf King and failed to notice him. Chen Xing readied his crossbow and began to unleash a torrent of bolts. Ah! What the hell? Ambush! In the blink of an eye, Yu Yang's men were struck down en masse. The Wolf King, reacting swiftly, turned to flee upon spotting Chen Xing. Although Yu Yang was eager to fight, after taking 2 arrows, he decided against it and turned to escape. Chen Xing, just wait. I will eventually bring you to your end. With a disdainful spit on the ground, Chen Xing scoffed. Haha, Chen Xing, you truly are formidable. Lu Xiaowang and his companions approached Chen Xing, their eyes brimming with admiration. Who could have anticipated that a crisis would be so deftly averted by Chen Xing? He had even managed to inflict further devastation upon Yu Yang. That fellow was becoming rather fearsome, Lu Xiaowang murmured as he watched Yu Yang's retreating figure. Indeed, Yu Yang's ghastly visage, devoid of skin and with flesh grotesquely exposed, was quite terrifying, reminiscent of a boss character from a horror film. The others, upon recalling Yu Yang's appearance and the earlier scene of him wielding fiery fists with lethal precision, felt a chill run down their spines. Yet, Chen Xing remained unfazed, dismissively snorting. What is the big deal? This time he was merely fortunate. Next time, I shall end him. Strangely, upon hearing his words, a sense of relief washed over everyone. Chapter 91 Chen Xing signaled, and Lu Xiaowang promptly organized the team to begin collecting the scattered supplies. Although a portion of these items had been tainted by bat blood, the majority remained intact. Let us go, Chen Xing murmured. And this time they boldly entered the community through the main entrance. Upon arriving in front of building number 4, Chen Xing was momentarily taken aback. The lobby of building number 4 had changed significantly since their departure. The 2 windows in the lobby had been boarded up, and an additional security door had been installed outside. The doors and windows of several ground floor residences were also sealed. He turned to glance at Lu Xiaowang, who sheepishly scratched his balding head. After we returned yesterday, we worked through the night to reinforce the doors and windows. We just haven't had time to fortify the 2nd floor yet, but we should be able to finish that before dark today. Well done. Chen Xing gave him a thumbs up, genuinely pleased with his efficiency. By the way, the supplies we brought back from the furniture factory have been stored in an empty room on the 18th floor. Whenever you have time, let us distribute them. They had indeed brought back quite a few valuable items from the factory, yet in Chen Xing's absence, they had refrained from dividing them among themselves. Furthermore, they had gathered this morning to seek him out. It seemed they truly regarded him as one of their own, which touched Chen Xing's heart. However, at that moment, he was not inclined to allocate supplies. After all, his gunshot wound on the left shoulder had yet to heal, and all he wished for was to return home and recuperate. While others might find some remedy for the wound on his back, he was certain that Phoenix, the advanced artificial intelligence, could assist him. Let us set the supplies aside for now. Once I'm healed, we can distribute them. I need to rest properly today. After 2 days of hard work, I'm utterly exhausted, he casually remarked. Lu Xiaowang nodded vigorously. All right then, we'll wait until tomorrow. You should hurry back and tend to your wound. Do you need any medication? I have some antibiotics at home. Chen Xing smiled and patted his shoulder, deciding against further conversation as he turned to enter the stairwell. However, after taking a few steps, he glanced back. To his surprise, Lu Jia had not followed him. Earlier at the fire station, she had mentioned wanting to help him with his injury. Given her medical background, having her assistance would certainly be preferable. But now, where had she gone? Yet, moments later, Chen Xing ceased to ponder Lu Jia's whereabouts. Her help would have been ideal, but he was not overly concerned. For he still had Phoenix, the super artificial intelligence, at his side. Phoenix, is it safe at home? He asked casually as he walked to the 30th floor. Although the remnants of Yu Yang had been eradicated from the building and the doors and windows on the 1st floor had been reinforced, inexplicably, Chen Xing felt an increasing sense of unease as he approached his doorstep. Accustomed to this sudden feeling of impending crisis, he sensed that danger was indeed lurking nearby. No threats detected. Phoenix quickly replied via text. How could that be? Chen Xing was perplexed, his brow furrowed in confusion. This shouldn't be the case, should it? Was there something amiss with his perception? Ever since his mental prowess had ascended to 1.5, he had never misjudged danger. Unless confronted by a significantly more powerful mutated creature, his instincts had proven infallible. Yet this instance was clearly different. What could possibly be the issue? Never mind, he thought. There were only 2 more floors until he reached home. He refused to believe that once he crossed the threshold of his abode, anyone could breach his formidable defenses. Before long, he arrived at the platform of the 31st floor. Just 1 more level above was his residence on the 32nd floor. However, at that moment, the glass window of the stairwell shattered with a resounding crash. A shadowy figure swiftly darted in from outside. Chen Xing barely had time to evade, as a dagger struck his side. The blade collided with his anti-stab vest, emitting a dull thud. Chen Xing stifled a grunt, the tremendous force propelling him backward a few steps. Yu Hao. In an instant, Chen Xing recognized his assailant. It was Yu Yang's brother, that fearsome individual. At this moment, the seemingly cultured Yu Hao stood at the corner of the staircase, a cold smirk plastered on his face, blocking Chen Xing's path home. "Do you know me?" he queried. And before the words had fully escaped his lips, he vanished from sight. Chen Xing felt a blur before his eyes and instinctively leaned back. A flash of cold steel sliced through the air just above his nose. Had he not reacted swiftly, that knife would surely have severed his throat. Chapter 92. Even though he was clad in a stab-proof vest, the impact of that blow would have been unbearable. Although he managed to evade the knife, he could not escape the forceful kick from Yu Hao, which struck his shoulder with tremendous power, sending him crashing into the wall behind him. Sliding down, Chen Xing felt as though his bones might shatter. This Yu Hao was indeed a speed-oriented mutant. It was the first time he found himself at a disadvantage in a one-on-one confrontation. Even in an uninjured state, he sensed he was no match for Yu Hao. The speed of this individual was astonishing, and his mutation seemed to run deeper than Chen Xing's own. Gradually, Chen Xing propped himself up, leaning against the ground. "Die." Yu Hao sneered, preparing to deliver a fatal blow, but suddenly his expression shifted dramatically. In Chen Xing's hand was a pistol. Unmistakably the same one Liu Debo had wielded earlier, a 6-shot revolver. How could Chen Xing forget this treasure when retreating from the fire station? Though it was devoid of bullets, it was still a gun, a splendid tool for intimidation. "Come on, let us see whether your speed outmatches that of my gun." Leaning against the wall, he coughed up a couple of mouthfuls of blood. Yu Hao chuckled derisively. "I don't believe your gun is loaded." This guy was no fool. If the gun had bullets, why would Chen Xing be engaging in such superfluous conversation? The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. In that moment, Yu Hao dashed forward, intent on attacking Chen Xing suddenly. A sharp arrow whistled through the air, aimed directly at Yu Hao's back. All of Yu Hao's focus was on Chen Xing, leaving him oblivious to the threat behind him. Although he managed to dodge the fatal shot, the arrow still struck his arm. "Who?" Yu Hao gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain as he cautiously turned around. Another arrow shot forth, aimed straight at his face. He evaded the arrow, but upon turning, he saw that Chen Xing had drawn a crossbow. This time, Yu Hao dared not linger. He swiftly jumped through the broken window and out of the building. Chen Xing struggled to the window, peering outside. He saw Yu Hao climbing up to the rooftop of the 34th floor using a rope. In a flash, he vanished into the vast expanse of white snow. It turned out he had descended from the rooftop. No wonder Feng Wang had detected his presence. Frustrated, Chen Xing withdrew and turned around, just in time to see Cheng Lu standing not far away. She had knocked a second arrow onto her compound bow. Her expression was stern, and she was bundled up in a parka, which concealed her graceful figure. From her gear, it was evident that she had been faring quite well lately, quickly adapting to the post-apocalyptic environment. She was no longer the defenseless flight attendant of yore. Seeing Cheng Lu, Chen Xing finally felt a sense of relief. He gasped for breath. In that moment, he truly believed he was facing death. "Thank you," Chen Xing said to Cheng Lu. She nodded in acknowledgement. "You saved me. It is only right that I return the favor. Were you the one who sent me a message from building number 6? Chen Xing inquired once more. And Cheng Lu nodded slightly. "How have you been lately?" Chen Xing asked tentatively. "Not bad," Cheng Lu replied indifferently. "Chen Xing, are you up there? What just happened?" The clamor of footsteps echoed from the stairwell, accompanied by the voices of Lu Xiaowang and others. Clearly, someone had heard the commotion and was drawn to the scene. Chen Xing turned and shouted, "I was ambushed, come quickly." However, upon glancing back, he found that Cheng Lu had vanished without a trace. That woman. Chen Xing furrowed his brow. "Chen Xing, what's going on?" Lu Xiaowang and his group arrived on the 31st floor, panting heavily. Chen Xing recounted his recent ambush to Lu Xiaowang. "What?" They came down from the top floor. Upon hearing that Yu Hao had descended from the rooftop to launch a surprise attack on Chen Xing, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Another mutant. This could be troublesome. "No worries. Everyone prepare the patrol teams. They must continuously monitor key positions in the building, secure the fire escape doors, and all exit passageways. Additionally, seal all the windows in the stairwell, making it more challenging for him to infiltrate." After assigning the defensive tasks, Chen Xing turned and entered his home. Chapter 93. I sincerely apologize for everything that has just transpired. As Chen Xing stepped through the threshold of his home, Phoenix immediately voiced her regret. Chen Xing waved his hand dismissively. "It is of little consequence. This oversight is mine. Who could have anticipated that fellow would scale the rooftop? Moreover, the rooftops of the complex are indeed blind spots for surveillance. This individual is particularly cunning, having concealed himself outside the stairwell windows. Such movements are beyond the reach of monitoring. Chen Xing's mind replayed the entire ambush in vivid detail. Yu Hao certainly possessed an almost supernatural quality, catching him entirely off guard. Reflecting on the speed with which this individual appeared and disappeared sent a chill through Chen Xing. Without Phoenix, he would undoubtedly have been outmatched in raw strength. If he wished to contend with such a foe, it was imperative to expedite Phoenix's upgrades and enhance his own capabilities. Phoenix, during my recent outing, I sustained a gunshot wound. Do you have any rapid healing medications or devices to assist in recovery? Upon returning to the safe house, Chen Xing finally felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. Yet, as the tension eased, the wound on his back began to throb with acute pain. He promptly inquired of Phoenix. I regret to inform you, esteemed owner, that the current safe house lacks both therapeutic and emergency surgical chambers. However, the gene serum you were synthesizing prior to your departure has now been completed. An injection of this gene serum may prove beneficial. Chen Xing suddenly recalled the gene serum derived from the bit dog, which had been in the purification fusion furnace before he set out yesterday. With that thought, he hastened to the kitchen. The indicator light of the gene fusion furnace was blinking with a soft blue glow, and a blue syringe lay quietly within the chamber. Chen Xing reached for the syringe, level 2 low-tier gene extract, with a purity of 95. Phoenix evaluated the serum. Post-injection, there may be side effects such as diarrhea and vomiting. However, there is no life-threatening risk. I recommend you proceed with confidence. Upon hearing Phoenix's assessment, Chen Xing hesitated no longer. He swiftly administered the injection into his left arm. As the blue serum coursed through his veins, he felt an overwhelming surge of warmth. The sensation spread rapidly with his blood flow, initially manifesting as a throbbing ache in his left arm. Looking down, he was astonished to see that his once defined musculature had become noticeably bulkier. Veins bulged prominently, pressing against the skin, thicker than before. Soon, a tingling sensation emerged at the site of the gunshot wound on his left shoulder. He hurried to the bathroom mirror and turned his back to it. To his astonishment, the open wound inflicted by the gunshot was visibly healing at an extraordinary pace. Indeed, each instance of genetic evolution simultaneously facilitated a comprehensive restoration of his body. Yet, the side effects varied with each repair. Previous experiences had been marked by excruciating pain. However, this time, he was engulfed by a surge of fervent emotion. No matter how much pressure was applied, it could not be subdued. Ultimately, it evolved into an indescribable desire for destruction. Even with the gilded walls of his home, he felt an urge to strike a blow. However, this tumultuous emotion was soon supplanted by an equally profound sense of hunger. Chen Xing retrieved a piece of compressed biscuit he had found at the fire station that day from the foldable space. Without regard for its hardness and dryness, he devoured it voraciously. After consuming 3 substantial pieces, he finally felt a semblance of satiety. Turning to face the mirror, he was astonished to discover that the wound on his back had completely healed. The speed of this recovery was remarkable. Chen Xing could not help but express his admiration. It seemed imperative to acquire more of such genetic serums for future use. Even if not for evolution, they could certainly serve to heal and preserve life. Chen Xing then contemplated another application for these genetic serums. However, acquiring such serums was no simple task. Due to the high purity of this particular injection, the rate of genetic fusion was exceptionally swift. Within mere hours, Chen Xing felt that the fusion was nearly complete. Eagerly, he pulled up his attribute panel. Owner, Chen Xing. Physical quality, 1, 5. Speed, 1, 6. Agility, 1, 6. Skills, level 2 stealth 10. Level 1 fury 20. Comprehensive score, 1, 6. Advanced elite human. His physical quality had risen from 1, 3 to 1, 5. Chapter 94. The speed has increased from 1, 5 to 1, 6. The most significant enhancement has been in agility, which has risen from 1, 1 to 1, 6. An impressive increase of 0, 5. The other statistics have remained largely unchanged. He rose from his seat and ambulated around the room, then began to accelerate, ultimately breaking into a vigorous sprint. This time, he could distinctly perceive his newfound agility surpassing his previous capabilities. In the living room, he effortlessly maneuvered around the coffee table and sofa with a mere twist of his body. This exemplifies the advantages of enhanced agility, where neural response and speed have achieved an exquisite synergy. It reminded Chen Xing of the fighting dogs he had once witnessed. Though those large breeds appeared somewhat clumsy, they were remarkably agile in the arena. Evidently, this genetic fusion has endowed him with a fraction of their keen attributes. Upon glancing at his skill bar, Chen Xing was taken aback to discover a new skill, Fury. What could this skill entail? During combat, A pit bull can secrete adrenaline at a rate 100 times greater than usual. This very trait renders them the most ferocious of fighting dogs. Once they enter a combat state, they become impervious to pain and unafraid of death, capable of overcoming the bloodline suppression of higher-tier beasts, effectively doubling their combat prowess. This genetic fusion has extracted and integrated this unique pit bull gene, granting him what I shall refer to as the skill of fury. Henceforth, when he enters a combat state and finds himself in peril, his adrenaline will surge fivefold, yet his mind will retain its clarity. All physical attributes will double, and so too will his combat strength, a state which can be sustained for 3 minutes. After the battle concludes, a recovery period of 12 hours is necessary. The Phoenix provided a comprehensive explanation of this new skill, fury. Goodness. ISNT this akin to a power surge. As a seasoned player of Dynasty Warriors, Chen Xing immediately grasped the essence of the fury skill effect. This adrenaline spike, coupled with fearlessness, and the ability to transcend bloodline suppression truly encapsulates the unique traits of the pit bull. This combat mode, from a human perspective, may seem somewhat foolish. Once the fighting spirit ignites, they would dare to confront even a tiger head-on, fully aware they may be walking into a death trap. However, the Phoenix has refined this gene and eliminated its mindless shortcomings, allowing him to retain his rationality. Is this not akin to granting oneself invincibility? With his current strength at 1.8 times that of an average person, and speed and agility at 1.6, should this be doubled, he would possess 3.6 times the strength and 3.2 times the speed of an ordinary individual. Even when facing the elusive Yu Hao, Chen Xing felt confident he could ensure the latter's return would be futile. However, he must avoid engaging in group battles, as once he activates fury, it can only be sustained for 3 minutes. After that brief period, he would revert to a state of weakness. Thus, should he encounter Yu Hao, the selection of battlefield and timing will be of paramount importance. Having completed the injection of the genetic serum, he now possesses a comprehensive understanding of his new attributes and skills. Chen Xing eagerly extracted the spoils from the folded space. This time, his acquisitions were not merely a collection of furniture. The most significant gains were the corpses of several demonic beasts. In the furniture factory, he procured 2 bat carcasses. One was an ordinary bat monster, while the other was a bat king. Regrettably, 2 other bat monsters, though wounded by his strikes, managed to escape. Additionally, he acquired the remains of 3 wild wolves, culminating in the body of Lu Debao. Upon retrieving these carcasses, energy cubes began to materialize from their wounds. As expected, the Bat King and Lu Debao's corpses yielded the largest energy cubes, particularly the one from the Bat King, which was the most substantial. Chen Xing first offered these 2 energy cubes as a sacrifice to the Phoenix. Copper wall, iron wall, level 190-100. The safety index of the safe house immediately surged to 90. Although the enhancement of the safety index had begun to slow down after upgrading to copper wall, the energy cubes from these formidable monsters still contributed an impressive 28 points to the safety index, illustrating the depth of their mutation. After sacrificing the remaining 3 wild wolves and 1 bat monster S energy cube, the safe house finally upgraded once more. Copper wall, iron wall, level 2-1-100, energy, 1100, electricity, 100, water, 100. Oh yes. Chen Xing punched the air triumphantly while beginning to observe the environment of the safe house intently. He mused, there doesn't seem to be much difference from before. Chapter 95. Chen Xing lifted his gaze to survey the room. The entire apartment retained its original layout, the walls still gleaming with a metallic sheen of cement. It appeared not much had changed from the sturdy copper and iron walls of before. However, as his eyes shifted towards the equipment panel, he was suddenly invigorated upon seeing the entry labeled Level 2 Battlefield Perception System. Phoenix, what does this Level 2 Battlefield Perception System signify? It signifies that I am now capable of accompanying the owner on outings, engaging in various outdoor operations, including combat. Phoenix's response was remarkably straightforward. Chen Xing was momentarily taken aback. Accompany me on outings? How will that work? I will embed a dedicated computational unit within your wristwatch. The computational power of the watch will be akin to that of a portable soldier-esque computer. Goodness. After hearing Phoenix's explanation, Chen Xing was utterly astounded. A portable soldier-esque computer. This was something he had only seen in science fiction films. Eagerly, he glanced at his wristwatch. Although its exterior remained unchanged, upon illuminating the interface, he discovered 2 new functionalities. One was battlefield shape perception, and the other was fire support. However, both interfaces were dark, completely inactive. Phoenix, why can't I use these functions? I require additional auxiliary devices, such as, for instance, drones. If I could control a drone, I would be able to scan the battlefield within a 500-meter radius of the owner, aiding you in swiftly grasping the battlefield dynamics and identifying various potential threats. Goodness. So it can work this way. Chen Xing exclaimed joyfully, slapping his thigh. How many drones can you operate simultaneously? With my current capabilities, I can control 3 drones at once. The more drones you can locate, the quicker I can scan the battlefield, and the wider the detection range will be. Phoenix provided his answer. At that moment, Chen Xing began to envision himself venturing into the wild, with 3 drones clearing the path above him. At that point, he would no longer need to worry about ambushes or hidden threats. He could even identify various beasts in advance, thereby avoiding danger. Simultaneously, searching for resources would become significantly easier. What about the fire support? Chen Xing inquired further. That would require the owner to swiftly locate specialized armed robots. For instance, the military drones or robotic dogs currently employed by the Qin military. If such devices can be found, I can control them to assist the owner in combat. As Chen Xing absorbed Phoenix's words, his eyes sparkled with increasing excitement. Military robotic dogs? Drones? He had seen these on television many times before the apocalypse. If he had such devices accompanying him on his excursions, what fear could he possibly have of mutated beasts? Even the mutant brothers, Yu Yang and Yu Hao, would be easily manageable. Yet, while these devices were formidable, they were indeed difficult to come by. Currently, Danzhou is in a state of anarchy, and the neighboring provinces and cities are likely not faring much better. To locate these devices, one must venture into military camps. However, given Chen Xing's current capabilities, he finds it exceedingly difficult to even traverse a mere 10 kilometers beyond his residential area. Thus, he hesitates to embark on an expedition to the military camp. Chapter 96, Phoenix. Presently, it is quite challenging to locate specialized military robots. However, what if I were to procure some large drones and modify them myself? With a glint of inspiration, Chen Xing swiftly conceived an alternative plan. Well, it is not entirely unfeasible. The weaponry produced through such modifications would undeniably lack the firepower and lethality of military-grade equipment. Chen Xing chuckled heartily. As long as it is functional, that suffices. Given the current circumstances, who needs a bicycle? Phoenix's affirmative response brought immense comfort to Chen Xing. Although acquiring military-grade robots is a daunting task, ordinary drones are not as elusive. The last time he visited the underground market, he distinctly recalled seeing these items for sale. It appears he must venture to the market tomorrow. However, prior to that, he had numerous tasks to attend to. Chen Xing rose and proceeded to the equipment room. Although he had not found batteries or solar panels during his visit to the furniture factory, he did stumble upon several 3D printers, along with saws and planers. Standing before a Level 1 light weapon processing center, Chen Xing released all the machines and 3D printers in one go. The side cover of the processing center opened, and a probe emerged. A beam of green light shot forth from the probe's tip, commencing a scan of the various devices. 3 primary 3D printers detected. Basic machining equipment discovered. The light weapon processing center emitted peculiar mechanical sounds, and then a blinding light enveloped Chen Xing. Once the light dissipated, he opened his eyes to find that all the equipment had vanished, and the original light weapon processing center had been transformed. It now appeared substantially larger and bore a more futuristic design. The previous device had been upgraded to a Level 2 light weapon processing center. The notification from Phoenix resonated, and Chen Xing's heart brimmed with uncontainable joy. He dashed to the processing center, eagerly running his hand over its sci-fi exterior, which felt cold to the touch. Its metallic composition a mystery. He activated the touch panel of the processing center and began to sift through the database. This time, he swiftly located what he desired. Ziafa Big Rhino 50DS. This is a remarkably classic revolver. Unlike traditional revolvers, this particular model features a barrel designed beneath the cylinder. Consequently, when gripped, the barrel's center of gravity aligns perfectly with the web of the hand. This design significantly enhances the shooter's control over the firearm, thereby improving shooting accuracy. This weapon was Chen Xing's favored close combat armament in various shooting games prior to the apocalypse, esteemed for its formidable power, high precision, and the absence of concerns regarding malfunction rates, unlike semi-automatic pistols. Without hesitation, Chen Xing opted for its manufacture. Materials required: 200 grams of steel, 100 grams of plastic, 10 grams of chromium. Observing the materials listed on the panel, Chen Xing furrowed his brow. Steel was manageable. But where could he possibly source rare metals like chromium and nickel? Ah, wait. With a snap of his fingers, Chen Xing suddenly recalled something and reached to his waist. He retrieved the six-shooter that Lu Daba had previously struck him with. This firearm likely contained the rare metals such as chromium and nickel necessary for the fabrication of gun barrels, did it not? Without hesitation, Chen Xing placed the weapon into the melting furnace of the processing center. He then added some plastic and a kitchen knife into the mix. The lid of the raw material storage in the processing center slowly closed, and the machine illuminated with a blue light as the manufacturing process commenced. According to the panel display, this production would require 1 hour. Chen Xing then turned and stepped outside the equipment room. In addition to firearm creation, there remained a multitude of tasks awaiting his attention, such as gene purification. Chapter 97. Kitchen. Before the Level 1 Gene Purification Fusion Furnace X1 lay the remains of 2 bat monsters, 3 mutated wolves, and the body of Ludaba, all lined up meticulously. Phoenix, purify the genes of this mutated bat king. Chen Xing commanded with a voice directive. Owner. The mutation level of this bat king is exceedingly high. The current Level 1 Gene Purification Fusion Furnace is likely insufficient for the task of purifying and fusing its genes. To achieve this, you will need to upgrade the Gene Purification Furnace, Phoenix responded, nearly causing Chen Xing to choke with frustration. This was the most valuable mutated creature he had risked everything to bring back. Yet now, he was informed that purification was impossible. If forced to purify, the failure rate would exceed 50. Therefore, Phoenix advised the owner to temporarily seal the body of this mutated beast until the gene fusion furnace could be upgraded. Although Chen Xing remained silent, Phoenix accurately anticipated his thoughts. Resigned, Chen Xing stored away the bat's corpse. What about the 3 mutated wolves? He inquired. The mutation level of these wolves surpassed that of the previous pit bull, while the Level 1 Gene Purification Fusion Furnace could extract and fuse their genes. The process would be lengthy, requiring 2 days to complete. Chen Xing shook his head. He was set to depart tomorrow. Thus, relying on the genes of the 3 wolves to enhance his combat prowess seemed futile. That left only Ludaba. The purification and fusion of Ludaba's genes would only take 4 hours. The gene fusion furnace scanned Ludaba's body and promptly provided the answer. Chen Xing was taken aback. Ludaba was a powerhouse among mutated humans, and his mutation level was likely comparable to that of the 3 mutated wolves. Yet why did purifying his genes require only 4 hours? Because he is human, possessing the same 23 pairs of chromosomes. Even after mutation, his DNA remains distinctly human. Thus, the purification and fusion process is relatively straightforward, Phoenix elucidated, dispelling Chen Xing's doubts. With no further hesitation, Chen Xing approached and struck decisively. The gene fusion furnace emitted a crimson glow as the purification and fusion commenced. Chen Xing then carried Ludaba's body into the living room, discarding it into the incinerator as a sacrifice to Phoenix. Ding! A notification echoed from the equipment room. Your custom Ziapa Great Rhinoceros 50DS has been completed. Chen Xing's face lit up with joy, and he promptly moved to the equipment room. When he emerged, he held a gleaming silver revolver in his hand. The gun's body, crafted from solid stainless steel, appeared exceptionally robust and durable. Chen Xing marveled at how the light weapons processing center had accomplished this. He had merely fed it a nearly worn-out 64 handgun and a few kitchen knives, yet it had transformed those materials into such an impressive firearm. The Peachwood grip is exceptionally comfortable to hold. The entire firearm measures 15 centimeters in length, and its design is not inferior to that of the Colt Python. In fact, it appears even more futuristic and stylish. It fires a specially designed 9x21mm handgun cartridge, which exhibits a higher muzzle velocity compared to the standard 9x19mm Beretta cartridge, resulting in greater penetration and stopping power. Moreover, due to the unique underbarrel configuration of this weapon, it not only delivers formidable force, but also ensures remarkable shooting accuracy. Thus, for Chen Xing, an inexperienced gun enthusiast, this firearm is truly a rare gem. He finds himself enamored with this magnificent piece, affectionately handling the great rhinoceros. However, suddenly, it seems he recalls something important. Upon opening the magazine, Chen Xing is taken aback. It's completely empty. Goodness, a gun without ammunition. Phoenix, are you jesting with me? If the owner requires the manufacture of handgun ammunition, one must provide raw materials such as propellant, nitrocellulose, and copper. Upon hearing this, Chen Xing nearly panicked. Propellant? Would a mix of saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal suffice? He quickly inquired again. That comprises the ingredients for ordinary black powder. The propellant contained within this bullet consists of a combustible agent made from nitrocellulose, along with stabilizers, oxidizers, and other components. Chapter 98. I can't believe this. Listening to the informative discourse from Phoenix, Chen Xing felt an overwhelming urge to curse. Of course, if a substantial supply of black powder, cotton, and nitric acid could be provided, I could manufacture bullets through the Light Arms Processing Center, albeit it would require considerable time. Fortunately, Phoenix deftly shifted the conversation, and the anxious Chen Xing, upon hearing the solution, suddenly glimpsed a ray of hope. Is this feasible? That simplifies matters considerably. If he were tasked with procuring the trifecta of saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal at this moment, he would indeed find it challenging. However, he was aware of a location nearby that housed a vast quantity of finished black powder, the Yida Plaza, just prior to the widespread outbreak of the apocalypse. It was the end of the year, and merchants had organized a fireworks exhibition at Yida Plaza. He had visited Yida to procure supplies and had witnessed it firsthand. The exhibition showcased an impressive array of fireworks, from inexpensive firecrackers to grand displays costing hundreds or even thousands. He had even jested with a vendor, questioning the abundance of fireworks and what would happen if the government prohibited their use. The vendor had, with an air of confidence, remarked that he believed the flu would soon be controlled, much like previous outbreaks, possibly concluding before the spring festival. He anticipated that restrictions would be eased, allowing for fireworks during the New Year celebrations, which was why he had organized the exhibition. At that time, Chen Xing had regarded the vendor as quite astute. Alas, the subsequent events deviated entirely from his predictions, and that vendor likely found himself in dire straits. Nevertheless, this turned out to be fortuitous, as the fireworks exhibition had commenced only days before the city was placed under an emergency curfew. Therefore, it was likely that those fireworks remained untouched at Yida Plaza. If he could retrieve those fireworks, then the matter of bullets would be resolved. It seemed he would have to make a trip to Yida Plaza the following day. Yet, the thought of the unknown monstrosity lurking within Yida sent a slight throb to his temples. The next day, as he rose from his slumber, the first thing Chen Xing did was head to the gene purification fusion furnace in the kitchen. Indeed, the syringe had completed its purification and fusion process. Low-tier gene syringe, Phoenix provided an assessment, confirming it was yet another low-tier gene syringe, with a purity of 99.9. It posed no life-threatening risks or side effects upon injection. Truly, the gene fusion syringes derived from mutated humans were of a different caliber. Chen Xing eagerly injected the syringe. Unlike previous experiences, this time he did not feel the intense pain he had come to expect. Rather, he merely experienced a transient sensation of swelling pain in his muscles and bones, lasting a mere 15 minutes. Was that it? Chen Xing, somewhat incredulous, pinched the arm where he had just administered the injection. There seemed to be no significant changes. He could hardly wait to pull up his attribute panel. Owner, Chen Xing. Height, 183 centimeters. Weight, 155 gene. Physical fitness, 1.5. Mental strength, 1.5. Power, 2.5. Comprehensive score, 1.8. Advanced elite human. I can't believe it. My height has increased by 3 centimeters, and my weight has risen by 10 gene. My strength has surged from 1.8 to 2.5. The comprehensive score has also climbed by 0.2 points. Truly, the genetic serum extracted from a power-type mutant has proven its worth. Chen Xing eagerly made his way to the balcony, where he had constructed a makeshift training area. Gazing at the sandbag suspended from the beam, he inhaled deeply, channeling his energy, and then unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! The sandbag, weighing over 100 gene, was sent soaring horizontally, parallel to the ground. The canvas rope holding the bag ultimately succumbed to the force of his strike, snapping under the pressure. The sandbag plummeted to the ground. Chen Xing stared in astonishment. This is indeed the power of 2.5 times that of an average adult. Even Tyson would pale in comparison. Chapter 99, Room 1801. Building 4, Yufu Guanshanxi. Chen Xing stood before a mountain of accumulated supplies, flanked by Lu Xiaowang, Feng Shuo, Zhang Weiguo, and other participants of the furniture factory operation. I shall take 40 of these goods. The remainder will be equally divided among you. Do you have any objections? Chen Xing gestured towards the pile of materials. No objections. Lu Xiaowang was the first to voice his agreement, with the others nodding in unison, expressing their consent. The bounty from this endeavor was so abundant that the credit rightfully belonged to Chen Xing. Without him, they would have hesitated even to venture beyond the confines of their community, let alone embark on an exploration of the furniture factory in Hongqiu. Furthermore, it was Chen Xing who had repeatedly stepped in to rescue them during moments of crisis at the factory. Ultimately, he had shielded Lu Daba, ensuring that everyone returned to the community unscathed. Thus, it was only natural for them to agree to his claim of 40 of the supplies. With unanimous agreement in hand, Chen Xing felt no need for further formality and was the first to approach and select items of his choice. In truth, he placed little value on the items they had brought back, mostly splintered wooden boards from furniture and some clothing and bedding. While he had no need for these items, they were indeed treasures for the others. Chen Xing pretended to deliberate over his selection. Do you have plans later, Chen Xing? Lu Xiaowang inquired. I need to visit the underground market shortly. I cannot utilize all of these items myself. I intend to exchange them for things I require. Chen Xing replied candidly. Perfect. Let us accompany you. Should we encounter you young people, we can look out for each other. Moreover, with more of us, we shall not be at a disadvantage even if we encounter the bullies from other buildings, Fang Shua chimed in. Chen Xing, upon hearing this, did not oppose their suggestion. All right, let us go together then. As Chen Xing counted the fluorescent markers on the support pillars in the parking area, he navigated 2 turns on the B2 level. The acrid scent of thick smoke produced by burning would suddenly intensified. Several makeshift stoves crafted from iron barrels were scattered at key corners of the parking area, providing both illumination and a measure of warmth to the underground market. The flickering flames cast distorted shadows on the damp concrete walls, morphing them into monstrous figures. As the market came into view, the clamor of vendors filled the air, adding a touch of liveliness to the bleak winter ascent. Well, has the infrastructure of this underground market been upgraded? Lu Staoguang and the others, trailing behind Chen Xing, gazed in astonishment at the bustling, steaming market. We've only been away for a few days, and look how it has developed. There's even a public heating stove. What a grand gesture from old Lu. Fang Shua and Zhang Weiguo remarked in excitement. They observed many residents of the community, bundled in coats and stomping their feet near the fire pits, seemingly there to soak in the warmth. Steam rose from their heads, forming icicles that hung from the ceiling. A group of individuals arrived at the wire mesh gate of the market, adjacent to the monitoring room. Old Lu lay languidly in a reclining chair, his face obscured by a hat. Beside him, a mutated dog with blood-red eyes emitted a low growl from its throat, causing the hairs on the back of the necks of those present to stand on end. Chen Xing, you've arrived, came the voice. The military boots crunched against the hard ground, and the mutated dog immediately fell silent. Zhang Lu approached Chen Xing and, with a smile, nodded in acknowledgement. I'm here, Chen Xing replied. Without further ado, Zhang Lu stated, as per our usual arrangement. Chen Xing unveiled a frost-covered sack, revealing a military-grade thermal blanket discovered at a fire station. Zhang Lu cast a quick glance, his frostbitten face visibly relaxing. Military goods, where did you procure this? Chen Xing merely smiled and remained silent, prompting Zhang Lu not to press further. Class A item, suitable for 2 persons. Chen Xing turned back and caught sight of Lu Jia, who was hiding among the crowd. Since her return yesterday, she had mysteriously vanished from view. Chapter 100 today, he appeared silently among the crowd, though his spirit seemed somewhat diminished. He pointed at Lu Jia, saying, just the 2 of us. Lu Jia was taken aback for a moment, then a smile crept upon her lips. Zhang Lu glanced at Lu Jia and returned her smile. The others had also paid their dues, and Zhang Lu readily allowed them to pass. However, just as Chen Xing was about to enter the marketplace, Zhang Lu suddenly lowered his voice and inquired about the joint cleanup crew we discussed last time. Chen Xing turned to look at him, replying, give me a few days to think it over. Zhang Lu nodded, and Chen Xing turned to enter the market. As he passed through the gates guarded by 3 groups of sentinels, the cacophony enveloped him, accompanied by a wave of warmth. Hundreds of stalls meandered along the supporting columns, and this market scale was significantly larger than his previous visit. There were numerous more stalls, each offering a variety of goods. The group quickly found their stalls and began to display the supplies they had brought. Chen Xing entrusted Lu Jia with selling his surplus goods and then wandered through the market alone. His purpose for visiting today extended beyond merely disposing of these unneeded supplies. He also sought to acquire a drone and to gain insight into the changes within the underground market. Before long, he passed a stall selling mutated rat meat. There, whole-skinned rats dangled from iron hooks, their dark red ice crystals dripping to the ground. It seemed that people had discovered new alternative food sources. Although the safety of such items was dubious, having something to eat was certainly preferable to starvation. As for the risk of mutation, who could afford to worry about that now? Walking a few steps further, he spotted a makeshift tent set up by the roadside. A woman clad in a fur coat and high-heeled black stockings curled up at the entrance. Next to her, a piece of cardboard bore a few words written in lipstick. Noticing Chen Xing's gaze, the woman stood up and threw him a flirtatious look, deliberately loosening her collar. Would you like to come and have some fun, handsome? Chen Xing was momentarily taken aback. He recognized her. She had previously lived in the affluent district, often arriving in luxury cars. He had encountered her a few times at the entrance of the community, and who would have thought she had fallen to such a state? He shook his head and turned away, venturing deeper into the market. Soon, Chen Xing halted in front of the 7th pillar of the first row. He had seen this stall during his last visit. It specialized in selling small appliances. However, he had no interest in large-screen televisions or high-end sound systems. His attention was drawn to the 2 DJ drones displayed on the stall. What can I assist you with, sir? A round-faced, cheerful young man approached him as he paused by the stall. Can they still fly? May I take a look? Chen Xing opened his backpack revealing tightly packed wooden materials. The young man's eyes brightened. Feel free to examine them, but I must inform you up front that one of these drones is out of battery, and the other has a slight issue with its gimbal. Chen Xing did not engage in further conversation and began inspecting the two drones. These are two DJ Phantom 4 drones. One is in excellent condition, while the other, upon inspection of the gimbal camera lens, appears pristine. However, the young man claims there is an issue with the gimbal, likely related to the software or possibly a malfunctioning chip. The Phoenix should be able to repair it. Without further ado, Chen Xing produced two substantial blocks of granulated boards and tossed them to the young man. The young man, beaming with joy, accepted the granulated boards without a hint of negotiation. In a world plagued by water and power shortages, the two drones are nothing more than refuse. Yet, the exchange for two blocks sufficient to prepare a meal signifies a considerable gain for him. Chen Xing carefully stowed both drones into his backpack and was about to rise when an inexplicable tension gripped the back of his neck. The man at the diagonal stall, clad in an impeccably clean military coat and boots devoid of any frozen mud, stood up, prompting him to retreat. Three imposing figures obstructed his path. The terrifying, muscular visage of Yu Yang emerged from beneath his cap, his grotesque red face on full display. Chen Xing, how exquisitely refined you are. Chapter 101. Chen Xing furrowed his brow as he directed his gaze towards Yu Yang. You possess quite the audacity, Yu Yang. Yu Yang's voice grated like a rusty saw scraping against concrete. Knowing full well I am searching for you, you still dare to venture into the underground market? Behind him, 6 subordinates formed a semicircle, effectively encasing Chen Xing within their midst. Several of them brandished torches, while Yu Yang, seeming to showcase his prowess, snapped his fingers. Instantly, the flames of the torches flared to life, causing the icicles hanging from the ceiling of the basement to sizzle and drip. Chen Xing readied his backpack, which contained a drone, and as he turned, his knees slightly bent. The strength-enhancing genetic serum he had injected that morning began to surge through his veins. His focus sharpened to an acute degree, allowing him to distinctly hear the sounds of Lu Xiaoguang and others haggling at a nearby stall, though they were regrettably too far to warn. This underground market was the domain of Lao Lu and his gang. A menacing grin revealed Chen Xing's gleaming white teeth. Here, taking a life comes at a price. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Chen Xing erupted into motion, his speed of 1.6 times that of an ordinary person, rendering him a mere blur in the eyes of the onlookers. He dashed into the circle of Yu Yang's subordinates, where a terrified thug swung a knife at him, but the blow missed entirely. Then, the thug found himself face to face with Chen Xing's menacing grin and a fist hurtling towards him. With a resounding crash, the burly man, standing at 6 feet tall, was sent flying as if he were a mere rag doll by a single punch from Chen Xing. With 2.5 times the strength of an average person, the thug's face contorted grotesquely as he succumbed to the blow, dying instantly. I will kill you, Yu Yang raged, unable to contain his fury at witnessing the demise of his subordinate. The transformation of Chen Xing instilled in him a profound fear. In just a few days, this individual had grown remarkably stronger. He was certain that Chen Xing had embarked upon the path of evolution. He could not allow this evolution to continue. Ripping off his hooded sweatshirt, a fiery ember ignited atop Yu Yang's bald, grotesque head. In that moment, he resembled a human torch. He executed a fiery hand strike aimed at Chen Xing. Chen Xing's pupils constricted. This man's control over fire seemed to have intensified since yesterday. Yet, his own speed and agility, 1.6 times that of an ordinary person, allowed him to effortlessly evade the blade's trajectory. With a deft sidestep and a powerful push from his foot, he crashed into another thug. His fist, enveloped in a gust of wind, struck the thug's temple with a deafening crack that echoed through the basement. The man crumpled like a sack of flour, colliding with the merchandise rack of a nearby stall and sending a cascade of bottles and jars crashing to the ground. A murder. Chaos erupted in the market as people began to scatter in all directions. Everyone, stand down, Yu Yang barked, halting the rush of his subordinates. The flames on his hand blade surged suddenly, doubling in size. I will roast you myself. Such arrogance, Yu Yang. A cold male voice resonated from the direction of the ventilation shaft. Clad in a deep blue police uniform, Zhang Lu approached briskly, navigating the melting puddles. A green light blinked on the walkie-talkie at his waist, and behind him trailed 7 or 8 subordinates. What is even more terrifying is the clanking sound of chains dragging on the ground, causing every face to pale in an instant. A shadow nearly 2 meters tall emerges from the darkness. The mutated blackback general, lying beside the old willow, scans the crowd with its golden slit-like eyes. Its neck, marked by the chains, continues to drip with viscous fluid. Yu Yang's subordinates retreat in unison, with one newcomer even knocking over a torch. Just 2 days prior, they had witnessed this creature tear open the chest of a rule breaker with its fangs. As we entered the market, I had forewarned. Zhang Le halted 2 meters away from Yu Yang's fiery hand blade. Fighting is strictly prohibited in the market, and inflicting harm is even more so, otherwise. A nauseating metallic distortion echoed from behind him, as the general's sharp teeth gnawed at the nearby shelves. Suddenly, Yu Yang burst into maniacal laughter, flinging his arm to extinguish the flames on his hand blade. He then pointed at Chen Xing. Captain Zhang. It was he who committed murder today? Oh, and what was his reason for such an act? Chapter 102. Zhang Le did not spare Chen Xing a glance, his gaze fixed solely on Yu Yang. A flicker of anger flashed across Yu Yang's face. It was evident that Zhang Lu was deliberately targeting him. Humph, Zhang Lu. Do not assume that controlling a mutated beast grants you the right to act superior before me. Yesterday, we witnessed this beast devour a disobedient individual. He deliberately raised his voice, causing echoes to ripple through the underground chamber. Such a mutated creature becomes increasingly frenzied with each person it consumes. Today, if you possess the courage, let it loose and watch it feast. Let us see if it spirals out of control. Should it truly go berserk? Do you think old Lu would prioritize killing the dog or us? Moreover, without that dog, what do you have left? Chen Xing noticed a slight tremor in Zhang Li's shoulders, a detail that sent a chill through him. Perhaps Yu Yang's words bore truth. He glanced at the black-backed creature, which appeared significantly larger than the last time they encountered it. Its breathing was much heavier than a few days prior, and the viscous drool at its jaws was corroding the ground, emitting wisps of white smoke. Do you dare challenge our authority? Zhang Lu's icy stare locked onto Yu Yang. Yu Yang responded with a brazen smile. You've managed this underground market for quite some time. Yet look at the state it's in. Perhaps it is time for a change in management? Do you dare? Zhang Lu glared fiercely. Yu Yang, undeterred, scoffed. What is there to fear? Let us put it to the test. A gravelly voice, like a bullet being chambered, emerged as old Lu stepped out from behind a pillar, clad in a tattered police uniform. The sights of his 92-style pistol were firmly trained on Yu Yang's forehead. Chen Xing observed that old Lu's left hand remained tucked in his pocket, revealing a corner of a remote control. He cast a glance at the collar around the neck of the black-backed general. So this was the secret to his control over the mutated beast. Suddenly, a flame erupted from Yu Yang's right hand, swiftly morphing into a dagger-like shape. Chen Xing was taken aback. Had this individual truly mastered his powers in just a few days to reach such a level? The general emitted a low growl, the iron chain around its neck clashing against the ground, producing a shower of sparks. The metallic scent of blood in the air intensified. He noticed the creature's eyes flickering between gold and blood red. Do not move. Old Lu's hand remained steady, the gun aimed unwaveringly at Yu Yang. Amidst the acrid scent of gunpowder, a faint stench wafted through the air, emanating from the remnants of human tissue caught at the corners of the general's mouth. This was the most ferocious beast on the scene. The flame dagger in Yu Yang's hand abruptly extinguished, yet his grin grew increasingly sinister. Spare me, old Lu. How many bullets do you have left in that gun? Once they're all gone, how will you contend with us? A shot rang out, causing Yu Yang to instinctively clutch his head in terror. However, he soon realized he had not sustained any injury. A shadow darted past old Lu, and Chen Xing observed blood splattering across the ground. Old Lu grinned, revealing gaps in his aging teeth. In my old age, I admit, I can no longer steady my aim. It seems I have fired askew. By the way, Yu Yang, do convey my apologies to your brother. It was unintentional. Suddenly, a flame ignited once more atop Yu Yang's head, contorting his visage into a grotesque expression. In that moment, Chen Xing comprehended the unsettling truth. Yu Yang had not come solely for him today. It appeared that the two brothers were primarily focused on the market, while Yu Yang's recognition of Chen Xing had sent him into a frenzy, ultimately exposing their agenda. His younger brother, Yu Hao, had likely been lurking behind old Lu, poised to launch a surprise attack, only to be thwarted by old Lu's keen perception. These two had indeed underestimated their adversaries. The underground garage fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the sound of the general's drool dripping. As Chen Xing counted the 7th drop, Yu Yang abruptly sheathed his blade, and the flames above his head were extinguished in an instant. We are leaving, he declared, pivoting sharply, causing sparks to fly from the heel of his military boot. Before departing, he cast a chilling smile back at Chen Xing and made a slicing gesture across his throat. Chapter 103. Are you all right, Chen Xing? Lu Xiaowang and the others pushed through the crowd, rushing to Chen Xing's side. Just now Lu Xiaowang began to explain. But Chen Xing abruptly raised his hand. The incident occurred so suddenly, it is not your fault. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaowang and the others finally relaxed, their expressions reflecting relief. Those scoundrels, Yu Yang and his gang, are truly cunning. How is it that they seem to be everywhere? Fang Shuo and Zhang Wei was spat on the ground, cursing as they gazed at the retreating figures of Yu Yang and his companions. Chen Xing's expression darkened. It was imperative to eliminate those two swiftly. Today, Yu Yang's control over fire had evolved, and who could foresee what he might become if this continued? He instinctively touched the large rhino at his waist. Unfortunately, he had a gun but no ammunition, which was quite awkward. In a one-on-one confrontation, he was not particularly afraid of them. However, the fear lay in facing them together. Yu Yang wielded fire abilities, capable of reducing everything to ashes in an instant, while Yu Hao was a speed-type ability user, as swift as lightning, making him unpredictable. Currently, although Chen Xing could be considered an ability user, facing two opponents without a firearm made victory seem utterly fantastical. He needed the assistance of this weapon. Chen Xing tightened his grip on the large rhino's handle. Yu Yang's figure gradually faded into the depths of the underground garage. Only then did Chen Xing unclench his fist, revealing crescent-shaped blood marks on his palm. He turned to old Lu, expressing his gratitude. Captain Lu, thank you. At that moment, old Lu was using the barrel of his gun to tap the head of the general's dog. In the flickering firelight, Chen Xing distinctly saw a flash of crimson in the mutated dog's eyes. Meanwhile, old Lu's left hand, tucked into his pocket, was rhythmically pressing the remote control buttons. It seemed Yu Yang had not been lying. The dog was indeed spiraling out of control. It's nothing, just doing my duty. Old Lu replied with a nod before leading the general away toward the market entrance. Chen Xing then turned his gaze to Zhang Lu, who appeared equally distressed. Chen Xing, have you made a decision? Let us form an alliance to support one another in the future. Zhang Li's voice carried hints of exhaustion. Chen Xing looked at Zhang Lu and nodded solemnly. Zhang Lu, I accept your proposal. Yet, deep down, Chen Xing understood that forming an alliance was merely a temporary measure. Zhang Li's interest in connecting with him was not without ulterior motives. To truly rid himself of the threat posed by the Yu brothers, he needed to rely on his own strength. The key to that strength was ammunition. Chen Xing fondled the Italian Chiappa rhino handgun at his waist. This weapon indeed provided him with a sense of security. However, without bullets, it resembled a toothless tiger, merely a facade. Really? This is one of the few pieces of good news today. Zhang Lu forced a wry smile. Yu Yang's attitude today had instilled in him a profound sense of crisis. These individuals dared to covet the market in his hands. If they succeeded, what place would remain for them in this community? However, the presence of Yu Yang and Yu Hao, both endowed with extraordinary abilities, has considerably heightened his sense of pressure. Furthermore, when contemplating the other domineering figures within the community. Fortunately, Chen Xing has agreed to align himself with his faction. Very well, let's convene with several other companions tomorrow to strategize, Zhang Lu suggested. Chen Xing nodded, aware that Zhang Lu had also gathered a group of supporters. Since he had consented to join forces, it was imperative to meet those individuals. Lu Jia had facilitated the exchange of a significant portion of Chen Xing's supplies, assisting him in acquiring a bag of rice, 5 sausages, and 5 packages of instant noodles. The remaining supplies brought by others had also been largely traded by this point. Chen Xing decisively led the group towards building number 4. Old Lu, starting tonight, you must enhance vigilance. Organize 2 teams to patrol the common areas continuously, one team commencing from the top floor and the other from the ground floor. Chapter 104. Do not let your guard down in the underground garage, although our underground garage is sealed off. We cannot dismiss the possibility that Yu Yang and his cohorts might breach the rolling door and infiltrate from below. After our recent encounters, I sense their ambitions are vast. They no longer regard Lao Lu or Zhang Lu, which suggests they may have conspired with other local tyrants. Thus, we must fortify our defenses to prevent them from exploiting any vulnerabilities. On the way back, Chen Xing reiterated his concerns to Lu Xiaoguang. Lu Xiaoguang nodded frequently, assuring, "Rest easy, Chen Xing. I will handle this matter with utmost diligence. You can count on me." As a former university professor with a background in science and engineering, Lu Xiaoguang meticulously planned the defense. If anything arises, we will inform you at once. No, Chen Xing replied earnestly. If anything happens tonight, you must ensure you hide at the first sign of trouble. Ah? Why is that? Lu Xiaoguang inquired. Because I intend to venture out tonight. Ah? Out? Where are you going? What for? Lu Xiaoguang's mouth fell open in astonishment. In this harsh winter apocalypse, how many dared to step outside during the day? Yet, Chen Xing planned to go out at night. The nighttime world was not only fraught with biting winds and snowstorms, but also favored by beasts seeking sustenance. You need not worry. I shall return swiftly, Chen Xing assured him. Perhaps we should send a few people to accompany you, Lu Xiaoguang suggested, his face etched with concern. Chen Xing shook his head. This task requires only myself. Too many people would hinder the mission. Once I locate what I seek, we need not fear the Yu brothers anymore. What are you looking for, Chen Xing? Is it a weapon? Lu Xiaoguang whispered, lowering his voice. Chen Xing paused, taken aback by Lu Xiaowang's perceptiveness. How do you know? I have my sources, Lu Xiaowang replied confidently, and Chen Xing was genuinely impressed. Oh, do enlighten me. One location is the Yida Plaza to the north of our community. It was once designated as a command center in the early days of the apocalypse, where the district's management committee and emergency special forces were stationed. Although the higher authorities have since gone silent, I have heard they retreated for unknown reasons. Given the haste of their withdrawal, there is a significant chance that military supplies remain. Chen Xing's eyes sparkled with excitement. This information was crucial. He had been unaware that Yida Plaza had served as a command center, having been confined at home since the onset of the apocalypse. It appeared Lu Xiaowang had quite the network of knowledge. And the other location? Chen Xing inquired. The other place is the cross-sea bridge to the northeast of our community. In the early days of the lockdown, the city deployed an emergency special forces unit to occupy the bridge to prevent anyone from fleeing and spreading the virus beyond the city limits. Subsequently, they retreated alongside the command center of the city. However, I harbor doubts regarding the temporary encampment at the bridgehead. It is likely that some military supplies may have been left behind. Indeed, old Lu, your information is incredibly significant. Chen Xing joyfully patted Lu Xiaowang on the shoulder, causing the middle-aged university professor to grimace in response. Since the lockdown commenced, Chen Xing had been confined to his home, utterly oblivious to the state of affairs outside. In stark contrast, old Lu was a university educator. During the early days of the lockdown, he was still engaged in work on campus, where thousands of university students were trapped. Teachers were required to remain aware of their students' situations and to support their mental well-being. Thus, while others were mandated to stay indoors, Lu Xiaowang continued to work for nearly a month. Hence, his understanding of the external world far surpassed that of Chen Xing. With these two vital pieces of information, Chen Xing's journey was destined to transcend the mere pursuit of fireworks. Chapter 105. Two drones require attention. One needs repairs while both necessitate a software upgrade. It will take 3 days before they can be operational again. Upon returning home, Phoenix conducted a thorough scan and evaluation of the two DJI Phantom 4 drones. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xing placed both drones into the Light Weapon Processing Center. The subsequent repairs for the drones would be executed by this apparatus. Turning towards the kitchen, the gene purification and fusion furnace was fervently at work. This time, it was purifying the genetic material of 3 wild wolves. Given the simultaneous processing of 3 genetic samples, the task demanded considerable time, estimated to take 3 days. Chen Xing was not particularly anxious about the serum resulting from this purification process. He then approached the Level 2 Protective Gear Processing Center. Just before his departure to the underground market, he had discarded the bullet-damaged stab-resistant suit along with the fireproof gear he had salvaged from the fire station into this processing center. At that moment, the processing was complete. He retrieved a sleek, black bodysuit from the center. 2 zippers ran from the collar, extending along the chest and tapering down to the waist. The garment was designed for easy donning and doffing. Pulling the zipper tight provided an immediate sensation of snugness. The suit seemed almost intelligent, enveloping his form with a firm embrace. This compression of his muscles effectively mitigated fatigue, facilitating a wide range of movements. The chest, abdomen, elbows, and knees were reinforced with a layer resembling soft silicone, providing excellent protection for vital areas without impeding agility. Furthermore, akin to the previous stab-resistant suit, these softshell areas would harden upon impact, effectively resisting external forces and cushioning the shock waves from collisions, thereby significantly enhancing protection for crucial joints and internal organs. The enhancements extended beyond the exterior of this suit. An intelligent helmet had also been added. Its design closely resembled that of a fast tactical helmet. Yet it was equipped with a pair of AI glasses. These glasses boasted night vision and infrared thermal imaging capabilities, and could seamlessly connect with Phoenix's computational unit within his watch, allowing any new discoveries to be displayed on the lenses. Unfortunately, the drones were currently inoperative, which diminished the tactical utility of the glasses in Chen Xing's view. Phoenix, is this the bomb-proof suit you mentioned earlier? He inquired. Despite the tactical ensemble not being in its prime state, Chen Xing remained highly satisfied. No, this is merely the basic training suit for storm infantry. This suit features fundamental functionalities such as waterproofing, fire resistance, and thermal insulation while remaining breathable. In terms of combat, it can withstand the impact of 9mm caliber bullets within a 10-meter range and 7.62mm caliber rifle fire from 100 meters away. Additionally, it provides protection against the explosive shock waves and shrapnel from 150 caliber artillery shells detonating at a distance of 50 meters. It effectively safeguards operatives from various motion-related injuries during combat. Chen Xing stood in astonishment. I am astonished. If it can withstand bullets from a handgun, that would be one thing, but to withstand a .7.62 caliber rifle round? It is essential to understand that on the modern battlefield, without wearing level 3 ceramic heavy armor, one cannot possibly guard against the impact of a .7.62 rifle bullet. This garment is merely a thin layer, significantly lighter than that heavy armor. Furthermore, contemporary bulletproof vests only offer protection for critical areas such as the chest and back. A shot to any other part of the body would be equally futile. Yet, this ensemble promises to provide full-body protection. The most astonishing aspect is that this attire can even withstand the explosive shockwave from a 150mm artillery shell detonated at a distance of 50 meters. This is nothing short of a super bulletproof suit. Remarkably, this formidable special operations uniform does not even qualify as an explosive-proof suit. Merely a training outfit? Achieving a true explosive-proof suit would necessitate further enhancements. What more is required to elevate it? Chen Xing is utterly bewildered, pondering what additional improvements are necessary to obtain a genuine explosive-proof suit. To acquire a level 1 explosive-proof suit, one must also seek a flight assistance device and a level 1 artificial exoskeleton. Chen Xing is perplexed. This is no longer about an explosive-proof suit. It feels akin to constructing a Gundam. Never mind, I shall not dwell on it further. Chen Xing finds it impossible to comprehend the explosive-proof suit that Phoenix speaks of. Chapter 106, he donned his bomb-proof suit and secured the laces of his tactical boots. Subsequently, he meticulously organized his backpack, ensuring that all necessary tools and weapons were properly arranged. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the door, causing Chen Xing to tense. Who could possibly be seeking him at this hour? Approaching the door, he activated the visual intercom, and the refined visage of Cheng Lu appeared on the screen. Chen Xing opened the door. I heard you were heading to Yida Plaza tonight? Ah, how did you know? Lu Jia informed me. Chen Xing glanced behind Cheng Lu, spotting Lu Jia emerging shyly from behind her. Blushing and with her head lowered, she dared not meet his gaze. Upon returning from the market, Chen Xing had mentioned to Lu Xiaowang his intention to visit Yida Plaza that evening. Lu Jia must have overheard, but he was uncertain how she conveyed this to Cheng Lu. I wish to accompany you. Chen Xing was taken aback. Why? I want to find a gun. Cheng Lu's response was unequivocal. Though Lu Er has been slain by you, the true culprit behind my father's demise is Yu Yang. He is still alive. As she spoke, Cheng Lu's gaze sharpened, and even from a meter away, Chen Xing could sense the palpable aura of menace emanating from her. He has mutated. My composite bow alone will not suffice against him. This woman possesses a remarkable awareness of her circumstances. How do you know there will be firearms at Yida Plaza? Chen Xing inquired again. Lu Jia informed me, she replied. Chen Xing cast a puzzled look at Lu Jia. Previously, Lu Xiaowang had mentioned the possibility of guns at Yida Plaza, but he had spoken in hushed tones. At that time, Lu Jia had been trailing behind them. Yet it seemed improbable she could have overheard. Lu Jia bashfully scratched her head. During the initial phase of the apocalypse, I was urgently summoned as a civil servant. The temporary command center for the district was established at Yida Plaza. I worked there for over 20 days, witnessing the entry and exit of emergency special forces comprised of police and military personnel. They were armed and stationed in the plaza at night. When they suddenly went missing, I suspected they had encountered an emergency and retreated hastily. Given the nature of their withdrawal, I surmised that some weapons might have been left behind. Damn, this woman seems to know more than I do. Chen Xing slapped his forehead. But you must understand, venturing out at night is perilous. I cannot guarantee your safety. I am unafraid. Cheng Lu's reply was resolute. Chen Xing nodded, then turned his gaze to Lu Jia. I wish to go as well. Chen Xing's expression transformed into one of confusion. I want to improve myself. I do not wish to become a burden in the future, Lu Jia stated. Moreover, having an extra person enhances our strength. This woman is indeed intent on honing her skills, which is commendable. Chen Xing scrutinized them for a moment, hesitating before finally conceding. Very well, but everyone must exercise caution. All right, prepare yourselves. We shall depart shortly. Give us half an hour, the two women replied before turning and entering Lu Jia's home. Chen Xing observed their retreating figures, his eyes narrowing into slits. When did the two of them come together? His gaze shifted to Lu Jia. In truth, he yearned to inquire why she had suddenly vanished after returning yesterday. Yet, the words lingered on his lips, unspoken. In this apocalyptic world, each individual harbors their own secrets. If she is unwilling to share, he too shall refrain from pressing her. When the time is ripe, she is bound to disclose her truths. Chapter 107. The biting cold wind howled, lacerating the cheeks of the three travelers. The snow upon the ground danced wildly in the air, enveloping the surroundings in an eerie silence. The only sound that pierced the stillness was the crunching of snow beneath their feet. Chen Lu led the way, her posture reminiscent of a stealthy soldier, pausing every few steps to survey her surroundings. She had previously explained to Chen Xing that during her time as a flight attendant, she had contemplated the transient nature of that profession, realizing it was not a long-term career. Initially, she had hoped to secure a government position. But due to her limited educational background, she resolved to enlist in the military, anticipating a future assignment. Consequently, she had undergone some military training, which unexpectedly proved invaluable in the aftermath of the apocalypse, particularly following her father's tragic demise. The survival skills and military techniques she had acquired awakened within her, enabling her to endure after leaving home. Meanwhile, Lu Jia brought up the rear. Her movements, though not as precise as Chen Lu's, mirrored her efforts with diligence. In contrast, Chen Xing occupied the center of the formation, his mind elsewhere, replaying the harrowing images of Yu Yang and others fleeing in disarray from Edith Square just days prior. It was evident that the square harbored monsters. Otherwise, it would not have remained intact a month after the onset of the apocalypse. Their journey, which should have taken 20 minutes, extended to a full 40. What was once a thriving shopping mall now loomed before them like a colossal tomb. Chen Xing glanced at his watch. It was precisely 6:30 in the evening. They circled the plaza, discovering that all 6 entrances were barricaded. The windows and doors on the first floor had been fortified with rolling shutters, rendering any attempt to enter through broken windows futile. The sole entrance remained the small door through which Yu Yang and the others had escaped. Chen Xing guided Lu Jia and Cheng Lu to the door, which stood ajar. As the cold wind swept by, it creaked ominously, as if recounting tales of its former splendor and the current desolation. The trio hesitated before entering. Chen Xing lowered the glasses attached to his helmet, peering through the gap of the door. Although the interior of the mall was shrouded in darkness, his smart glasses illuminated the situation within. To his astonishment, the layout of the first floor had undergone a complete transformation since the apocalypse. In the center of the ground floor, a makeshift circular command center stood, a stark reminder of the grandeur and elegance that once defined this place. In its prime, it must have been a beacon of light, bustling with activity, where countless decisions were made and resources were allocated. Now, however, the area lay in disarray. With chairs and tables haphazardly strewn about, expensive computer screens shattered, and documents scattered like fallen leaves. The posters on the office walls bore the stains of darkened blood, as if the space had been marred by violence. Once a magnificent command center, it now appeared forsaken, enveloped in an unsettling stillness. Chen Xing shifted his gaze away from the command area. As he surveyed the first-floor hall of the shopping mall, a profound sense of despair enveloped him. The hall lay in disarray, as though it had endured a brutal conflict. The merchants' display windows were shattered, with shards of glass strewn across the floor. Shelves lay askew, their products pillaged, leaving only remnants of what once was. This disarray stood in stark contrast to his prior expectations. Could it be that Yu Yang and his cohort had succeeded? That seemed improbable. Had they truly triumphed, he would have acquired a firearm by now, rendering him far less vulnerable in his encounter with old Lu that afternoon. This chaos might have stemmed from the hasty retreat of the command center, he contemplated. What had transpired within? Cheng Lu and Lu Jia, unable to discern the situation inside the mall, could only inquire if Chen Xing Lu Jia's estimation was accurate. Their retreat had indeed been rushed, leaving the first floor in utter turmoil. Chen Xing murmured softly. Chapter 108. Cheng Lu nodded decisively, exclaiming, "Let us just go in first." With that, she swiftly slipped through the small door, leaving Chen Xing momentarily taken aback by her adventurous spirit. Lu Jia, donned in the fireproof suit gifted by Chen Xing, also moved ahead of him. The suit, though slightly oversized, effectively concealed her curves. She reached into her pocket and retrieved a magnesium illumination stick, casting a dim green glow throughout the mall. Be cautious, maintain a triangular formation, and ensure that our distance does not exceed 5 meters. Begin the search on the first floor, Chen Xing instructed quietly, while constantly rotating his head. The red light from the camera embedded in the Phoenix AI goggles flickered continuously. The environment of the entire first-floor lobby was rapidly modeled within the computational unit of his watch, culminating in a holographic projection displayed on his AI goggles. Any suspicious items on the ground or within the shops would be magnified and presented clearly before Chen Xing's eyes, enabling him to assess and eliminate potential dangers. Alas, Cheng Lu, leading the triangular formation, let out a disappointed sigh. On their way, she had discussed with Lu Jia the possibility of finding winter coats or warm clothing among the numerous clothing stores on the first floor. However, those shops were now utterly devastated, their contents looted beyond recognition. The anticipation that had filled their hearts dissipated into a veil of despondency. Chen Xing, too, felt a sense of dismay. He recalled that there had been a specialty DJ store on the first floor. Prior to their departure, he had hoped to discover some drones there. Yet, the tragic state of the DJ's store, now displayed on his AI goggles, revealed an open entrance and empty shelves. The ground was littered with the remnants of trampled drones, but Phoenix's infrared scanning indicated that none held any salvageable value. Was it truly to be an empty-handed return? Suddenly, Cheng Lu emitted a startled cry, completely disregarding Chen Xing as she dashed into a nearby shop. Chen Xing's expression shifted dramatically. Before he could call out, Lu Jia, having noticed something as well, followed closely behind Cheng Lu into the store. Despite his frustration, Chen Xing could only hasten his pace to keep up. Upon reaching the entrance and glancing at the sign, he realized the nature of the establishment, Manifin. He recalled passing by this women's lingerie store on previous visits to the mall. To his surprise, this particular shop had remained relatively intact, likely due to the specificity of its merchandise. Ah, wonderful, they even have sanitary pads. Hee, Jia, I think this lingerie set size would suit you perfectly. Shut up. The two women swiftly identified the items they desperately needed and commenced their divvying up, listening to their chattering voices. Chen Xing felt an inexplicable sense of ease wash over him. As his gaze shifted, he was taken aback. The boxes of enticing lingerie hanging on the wall were undeniably captivating, complemented by an array of stockings in various hues. Indeed, as the saying goes, one should not leave empty-handed. Now that he was here, and with time to spare, he discreetly tugged a few items closer and slipped them into his pocket. Chapter 109. What treasures have you discovered, Chen Xing? Cheng Lu suddenly inquired, glancing at Chen Xing, who was lurking by the door. Cough, what could I possibly find? This place is filled with your feminine belongings, Chen Xing replied dismissively. Don't be ridiculous. I just saw you stuffing a few items into your pocket. Ah, no. Chen Xing cursed inwardly, realizing that this woman had remarkably keen eyesight. He thought to himself that he would make her wear those few pieces of clothing when the opportunity arose. As Cheng Lu approached him with a mischievous smile, clearly intent on exposing him, Chen Xing was determined not to grant her that satisfaction. His gaze drifted outside. The electronic eye of the Phoenix AI flashed blue on his goggles. Food residue detected, suggesting a priority search of Area B. The electronic voice of Phoenix echoed in Chen Xing's ears. With a sigh of relief, he said, "Stop messing around. I've made a discovery." Cheng Lu, who had just reached Chen Xing and was about to rummage through his pockets, halted her actions. What have you found? Follow me and maintain formation, Chen Xing instructed as he swiftly darted out of the shop. In truth, since entering the mall, he had not felt the usual sense of impending danger. Thus, he was confident that, at least on the first floor, safety was assured. However, he insisted on maintaining formation to train Cheng Lu and Lu Jia, ensuring they remained vigilant in any environment. Upon hearing his reminder, the two women wasted no time. They maintained their distance and formation, providing mutual cover as they made their way to Area B. Chen Xing quickly spotted traces of spilled liquid on the floor. The Phoenix AI electronic eye scanned the residue, identifying sugar, aspartame, non-dairy creamer, and dairy products. The comprehensive analysis indicated remnants of milk tea. Milk tea? Chen Xing's eyes lit up, and upon looking up, he indeed saw a Bawang milk tea store not far away. The store's door was tightly locked, likely due to its smaller facade, thus evading the previous devastation. What a significant discovery. Chen Xing's voice trembled with excitement as he approached the milk tea shop. He retrieved a crowbar and pried open the lock. Inside the warehouse at the back of the milk tea shop, sealed cans of sugar, milk tea powder, and powdered milk were neatly arranged. There were at least a dozen cans, and the three stood there, utterly mesmerized. We've struck it rich. Cheng Lu could no longer adhere to any decorum. She dashed to the shelves, grabbed a can of powdered milk, and began to devour it voraciously. Even as she choked and her eyes rolled back, she was unwilling to spit out the milk powder she had already consumed. Lu Jia quickly followed suit, opening another can. Chen Xing, you should try some. You go ahead. I'm not hungry, Chen Xing replied with a smile, politely declining. It wasn't that he was being pretentious, he genuinely wasn't hungry. Before setting out, he had enjoyed a hearty meal. Moreover, his household was not lacking in supplies, and he had little interest in items like powdered milk. However, for Cheng Lu and Lu Jia, the situation was entirely different. What once were considered mere junk foods, such as milk tea powder and milk powder, have now transformed into coveted treasures in this post-apocalyptic world. These items are high in calories, resistant to spoilage, and well-suited for long-term storage. In this era of scarcity, they are undoubtedly life-saving commodities. Lu Jia noticed that Chen Xing was not eating and chose to disregard him. Initially, she took small bites, but soon she began to devour her food with the same fervor as Chen Lu. Chen Xing, however, was indifferent to their hearty consumption and instead directed his gaze towards the jars of white sugar. Chapter 110. This is indeed the most valuable treasure in the store. As the saying goes, 1 nitrate, 2 sulfurs, 3 charcoals, add a pinch of sugar, and voil. Throughout history, sugar has always been a critically significant strategic resource. Its high caloric content and delightful taste render it not only edible but also suitable for the creation of various explosives. The inclusion of this ingredient would significantly enhance the potency of his homemade incendiary devices. Seizing the moment while Lu Jia and Cheng Lu were distracted, Chen Xing discreetly stowed away all 6 large jars of sugar into his foldable space. Are you full? Pack up the goods. It's time for us to leave, Chen Xing remarked, observing Lu Jia and Cheng Lu, who were covered in a white powder. By this point, the two had indulged to their heart's content. With Cheng Lu even letting out a satisfied burp, they retrieved their backpacks, filling them with large jars of milk powder and milk tea powder. While Chen Xing also gathered a substantial amount before exiting the first floor hall, Chen Xing did not forget the primary purpose of their visit. Lu Jia, where did the emergency special forces station when you worked here? He inquired. On the 3rd floor. That's where their temporary dormitory is located, she replied. Let's head to the 3rd floor, Chen Xing said eagerly, waving them along as they hurriedly made their way to the 2nd floor via the now-defunct elevator. If memory served correctly, the fireworks and firecrackers exhibition area was indeed on the 2nd floor. Their main objective was to search for weapons, with the pursuit of fireworks becoming a secondary venture. Upon arriving on the 2nd floor, a foul stench assaulted their senses. Chen Xing's AI smart glasses scanned the scattered documents strewn across the floor. A yellowed command notice drifted to his boot, proclaiming the implementation of militarized management, emblazoned with a dark shoe print at its center. The enhanced vision of his AI glasses revealed that the print was stained with dried blood, and a sense of foreboding surged within him. Be cautious. Something is amiss here, Chen Xing whispered, prompting Cheng Lu and Lu Jia to crouch down, gripping their weapons tightly. Chen Xing lifted his gaze as his AI smart glasses began scanning the 2nd floor. The scene here was starkly different from the 1st floor. All the shop doors and windows were intact, yet securely locked. In the distance, several shop windows bore command notices, with the zoomed-in warning of a level 4 biological contamination clearly visible. Detection of nitrate residue. It is advisable to prioritize the search in Zone C. The voice of Phoenix echoed in Chen Xing's earpiece. Target traces found. The fireworks are stored in the Changran Home Furnishing Museum in Zone C. Chen Xing raised his eyes, spotting the Changran Home Furnishing Museum approximately 100 meters to their left. The shop's doors were firmly shut, concealing the situation inside. But he had no doubt in Phoenix's assessment. What's this? Lu Jia seemed to have discovered something, stepping forward. Following her gaze, Chen Xing looked towards the ice cream counter near the escalator, where lay a figure clad in a hazmat suit. He.S. dead, Lu Jia's voice trembled. She brandished a multifunctional military dagger, which she had inexplicably procured, to cut open the straps of the protective suit. The corpse flipped over. Chen Xing noticed the jagged tear at the neck of the suit, the edges irregular as if gnawed by some creature. A sudden surge of foreboding gripped him, and the alert from Phoenix AI erupted in crimson light across his retina. Cheng Lu abruptly seized his arm. 12 o'clock. Chen Xing looked up to see a figure clad in white, standing with its back to them. It moved with an unsettlingly unnatural contortion as it emerged from around the corner. Hey, Chen Xing called out hesitantly, and the figure turned, revealing half a face. More accurately, a skull adorned with decaying flesh, with hollow eye sockets shimmering with eerie green glimmers. Chapter 111. The creature emitted a horrifying, inhuman roar as it lunged towards the 3 individuals. Chen Xing, without a moment's hesitation, drew his pneumatic crossbow and began to unleash a barrage of bolts. The projectiles pierced the creature, rendering it akin to a porcupine. However, it showed no signs of halting its advance. It continued to writhe and charge at them. Could it be a zombie? Yet, he had never heard of anyone turning into a zombie. A chill ran down Chen Xing's spine. He had watched his fair share of apocalyptic films and knew well how to confront such abominations. Fortunately, he had adequately prepared for this scenario before setting out. He swiftly unsheathed a short spear from his waist and surged forward. To combat a zombie, one must aim for the head. A knife was not the optimal choice. While a hammer was effective, its short length posed a risk of being grasped by the undead. Thus, the short spear emerged as the ideal weapon, allowing control over the attack range without the constraints of close-quarters combat. The only downside was that it demanded a high level of skill from the wielder, requiring both courage and meticulousness while maintaining composure throughout. As Chen Xing closed in on the zombie, 2 meters away, the foul stench assailed his nostrils, causing him to grimace. Yet, his gaze remained locked on the creature. As the zombie raised its hand, Chen Xing thrust the short spear forward, precisely piercing its eye socket. With a soft pop, the zombie collapsed as if it were a deflated balloon, immediately ceasing its advance. However, sensing something amiss, Chen Xing took a step back. An astonishing occurrence transpired at the moment the monster fell. A peculiar insect flew out from its ear. This insect bore an odd shape, with enormous serrated teeth that glinted ominously under the dim light. It circled the air several times without immediately attacking the trio, instead emitting a sharp shriek. It was a giant sawfly. Lu Jia seemed to recognize this bizarre insect, but how had they grown to such a size? The giant sawfly flapped its wings, tracing a black arc in the air as it charged toward Chen Xing. With a swift whoosh, Chen Lu shot an arrow that pinned the giant sawfly to the ground. Despite being struck, the creature continued to writhe violently, its 6 legs twitching in a frenzy. Its mandibles clashed open and shut, revealing the razor-sharp teeth as it gnawed frantically at the arrow embedded in its body. Before the three could catch their breath, a cacophony of buzzing erupted from all directions. From the ventilation ducts in the ceiling and the distant corridors, countless giant insects swarmed forth. They possessed hideous mandibles and semi-transparent wings, each the size of an adult's palm. A multitude of mutated sawflies descended upon them like a dark cloud, enveloping the upper level of the mall in an instant. The resonating sound of their wings intertwined, creating a chilling drone that sent shivers down their spines. The trio was paralyzed with fear at this sudden turn of events. "Run!" Chen Xing shouted, and they swiftly turned to flee towards the escalator, with the overwhelming horde of insects surging behind them, their wing beats resonating painfully against their eardrums. Chen Lu exhibited remarkable agility, descending the escalator with effortless grace. Chen Xing was not far behind, maintaining a commendable pace, but Lu Jia struggled slightly, perhaps due to the ill-fitting fire suit. As she ran, she stumbled, teetering precariously on the edge of a fall. Just then, a tremendous force surged from behind. It was Chen Xing, who grasped the nape of her neck with a firm grip. In a swift motion, he leaped directly from the second floor. With a strength 5 times that of an average person, lifting Lu Jia, who weighed around 110 pounds, was a mere trifle for him. Down, to the lower level. At that moment, seeking the small door they had entered through was no longer feasible. Fortunately, right beside the escalator was another one that continued downward. Chapter 112. Venturing underground, descending into the underground was undoubtedly a better alternative than waiting for death in the expansive confines of the first floor. Chen Xing led the charge down the escalator, forcefully kicking open the safety door, and the three of them stumbled into the underground parking lot. Suddenly, Chen Xing came to an abrupt halt, causing Lu Jia and Cheng Lu to collide with his back. Before Cheng Lu could voice her inquiry, an immense force surged from behind. Chen Xing grasped the collars of both her and Lu Jia, leaping backward with great urgency. A flash of crimson light, accompanied by a foul breeze, swept past the very spot where they had just taken their stand. The trio pressed against the safety door of the escalator. Although the door lock had been damaged by Chen Xing's kick, the door itself remained intact. The giant toothy insects that followed them down the escalator began to pound relentlessly against the door behind them. However, the three were too terrified to budge. Chen Xing raised his gaze, his AI glasses scanning the dimly lit underground garage. Soon, a colossal shadow was projected onto his retina. It was a lizard nearly 3 meters in length, its skin an unnatural shade of bluish gray, with blood-red eyes and a forked tongue tipped with barbs. The crimson flash that had just darted before them was indeed its tongue. With just a glance, Chen Xing recognized the creature. It was none other than the star mascot of the pet center on the first floor, before the apocalypse. Every time he visited Yida Plaza and passed by the pet center in the atrium, he would see it in the store's display window. However, at that time, it was merely a foot long. Now, it had grown to an astonishing 3 meters. This was a subspecies of the Komodo dragon, a mutated creature with nearly zero visual acuity. The voice of Phoenix echoed in Chen Xing's earpiece. Upon hearing this, Chen Xing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was blind. Yet, its sense of smell was extraordinarily acute, 10 times that of a bloodhound. Warning, the entity has locked onto your location. Please evacuate immediately. Damn it, Chen Xing thought, cursing inwardly. How could they possibly escape? Once they left this place, those giant toothy insects would undoubtedly break through the door and rush in. They would meet the same fate. This mutated entity has a mutation level of 30, making it the natural enemy of the giant toothy insects. Phoenix continued its analysis. At that moment, Chen Xing noticed the lizard's back was adorned with patterns reminiscent of the giant toothy insects. Could it be that this creature fed on them? A wild plan suddenly sparked in his mind. Do you see that door over there? Let's hurry. Chen Xing pointed towards an open safety door across the corridor. Urging Lu Jia and Cheng Lu. Lu Jia Cheng Lu began to protest. Go now. Chen Xing snapped, his gaze fierce. Lu Jia ceased her objections, dragging Cheng Lu towards the door. Meanwhile, Chen Xing retrieved the corpse of an ordinary bat monster from his spatial storage. Before their departure, the gene purification furnace had been busy merging the genes of a wild wolf. The corpse of the ordinary bat monster was left unattended, as Chen Xing casually brought it along. As the body of the bat monster made its appearance, the lizard, which had been leisurely approaching from a distance, suddenly perked up, quickening its pace. Behind him, the giant toothed insects seemed to have caught the scent of food, intensifying their assaults against the safety door. Chen Xing held his breath, his focus unwavering, as his AI glasses locked onto the creeping giant lizard. Warning, warning, danger, danger, extreme danger, extreme danger. Chapter 113. With a swift whoosh, a crimson beam erupted from the gaping maw of the colossal lizard. At that moment, Chen Xing forcefully propelled himself forward, executing a roll. He was uncertain whether his agility, measured at 1.6, could surpass the speed of the giant lizard's tongue. Thus, in a split second, he devised a contingency plan, hurling the carcass of the bat creature high into the air. The red beam, originally aimed at Chen Xing, veered mid-flight towards the launched bat. Meanwhile, with the safety barrier that Chen Xing had steadfastly held no longer in place, the giant toothed insects finally burst through the door. A dark cloud surged forth into the open air. The lizard, initially targeting the bat's corpse, redirected its attention to the incoming swarm of giant toothed insects. Clearly, the living insects were far more appealing to its appetite than the lifeless bat. With a swift flick of its tongue, it ensnared several of the foremost giant toothed insects into its gaping jaws. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Xing accelerated furiously. His speed, amplified to 1.6 times that of an average person, was pushed to its limits. In a mere 2 seconds, he traversed the short distance of 20 meters. As he darted through the safety door, Lu Jia and Cheng Lu eagerly sealed it shut. The room was shrouded in darkness, and as Chen Xing looked up, his AI glasses scanned the surroundings, revealing rows of empty shelves. It appeared he had stumbled into the storeroom of the underground supermarket. Having confirmed the safety of the storeroom, Chen Xing let out a sigh of relief. Turning back, he noticed Lu Jia and Cheng Lu crouched at the door, peering out through the crack. As Lu Jia rushed in, her magnesium stick accidentally fell to the ground, providing illumination for the battlefield outside, enabling them to observe the unfolding chaos. Through the narrow opening, Chen Xing beheld the breathtaking spectacle of combat. The mutated lizard exhibited formidable combat prowess, its tongue lashing out like a whip. Each strike managed to ensnare several giant toothed insects. Its tail, akin to a steel whip, sliced through the air, each lash sending multiple insects flying. Yet the giant toothed insects were undeterred, defiantly charging towards the lizard despite it being their natural predator. In the world before the apocalypse, Chen Xing could scarcely have imagined such insects daring to launch themselves into a death charge against a giant lizard, given the stark disparity in their sizes. Now, however, the lizard spanned 3 meters in length, while each giant-toothed insect measured a mere several centimeters. Their serrated mandibles were lethally effective, and their claws were exceptionally sharp. After each assault, the sharp teeth and claws left numerous wounds upon the lizard's skin, and despite this, the lizard showed no signs of retreat. Instead, it surged across the battlefield with ferocity, engaging in relentless combat. It appeared that this fierce battle was far from over. Chen Xing withdrew his gaze, stating, "Do not linger. This battle shall not conclude swiftly. We must hasten to locate an alternative exit." Cheng Lu and Lu Jia reluctantly averted their eyes, sealing the emergency door. They followed Chen Xing's lead and began their exploration of the warehouse. Alas, they arrived too late. Otherwise, there would have surely been numerous treasures here before. As they navigated through the rows of vacant shelves, Cheng Lu could not help but express her sentiments. But Lu Jia suddenly exclaimed, "I remember now. During my previous employment here, I visited this place. There is a door that connects to the supermarket ahead. We can pass through that door to reach the supermarket and ascend to the ground level via the escalator." Chapter 114. Cheng Lu clapped her hands in delight upon hearing the news. How wonderful it was to have the opportunity to visit the supermarket as well. Perhaps there were still some supplies left behind. Chen Xing shared her excitement at the prospect of discovering something valuable, especially since the giant toothy insects and the massive lizard were currently engaged in a fierce battle. Let us hasten to the 3rd floor and see if we can find any firearms. If we fail to locate such weaponry, our journey today will have been in vain. Onward. With Lu Jia leading the way, the trio eagerly made their way to the door. Upon arriving, they paused momentarily. Chen Xing closed his eyes, sensing a lack of imminent danger, which suggested that the path ahead was relatively safe. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the security door, revealing the supermarket on the basement level of Ida Plaza. However, the scene before them was one of utter devastation. Shelves lay toppled, and various products were strewn across the floor, most of which were damaged beyond use. Lu Jia and Cheng Lu's faces fell in disappointment at the sight. Alas, I had underestimated the situation, Cheng Lu lamented. Meanwhile, Chen Xing stood at the entrance, his AI glasses scanning the entire marketplace. Although he felt no immediate sense of threat, this did not imply that the supermarket was devoid of danger. What if there were mutated creatures lurking within that were far more advanced than he? Such beings could easily deceive his senses. Suddenly, a chilling image was projected onto his retina, an open space in the center of the supermarket, where at least 10 enormous eggs stood ominously. These were the eggs of the giant lizard, indicating that there was more than one of those beasts in the vicinity. Chen Xing's hair stood on end at the realization. In a nearby corner, he could see a mound of human bones, some still bearing scraps of unconsumed flesh. Even more horrifying was the sight of a dozen human corpses neatly arranged against a wall, their remains preserved in a viscous substance, reminiscent of insects trapped in amber. A beam of light pierced the darkness as Cheng Lu, having found a flashlight, illuminated the terrifying scene before them. Heavens, she gasped, covering her mouth to suppress the urge to vomit. Lu Jia trembled as she spoke. I think I understand why the command center suddenly went dark. These mutated creatures. They must have been contained here when something went awry. Chen Xing abruptly turned and grasped Lu Jia by the arm. Is there anything else you have not disclosed to us? Lu Jia averted her gaze, her expression betraying her unease. In the early days of the apocalypse, strange creatures began to appear throughout the city. Initially, these beings were not aggressive. The higher-ups issued orders to capture all of them. At that moment, Chen Xing comprehended why the city had organized a specialized emergency task force. In the early days of the apocalypse, while confined within the sanctity of his home, he could hear the wailing sirens echoing through the streets almost daily. Each day, he stood by the window, witnessing the frantic movements of the emergency special operations team. Initially, those peculiar creatures were sent to the university laboratories for study. However, as their numbers grew exponentially, it became necessary to transport them to temporary command centers for secure containment. In hindsight, it was evident that these beings not only underwent mutations, but also suddenly exhibited aggressive tendencies. Subsequently, the chambers that held them experienced a breach. Lu Jia uttered, trembling. At that moment, Chen Xing also deduced the unsettling truth behind the sudden disappearance of various city management departments a month prior. Chapter 115. Everything originates from the sudden chaos. What shall we do now? Cheng Lu inquired, her voice trembling. Chen Xing cast a glance behind him, where from his vantage point, he could just make out the expansive windows of the supermarket's underground parking lot. Despite the pervasive darkness enveloping both the supermarket and the parking area outside, the augmented vision provided by his AI glasses allowed him to effortlessly observe the tumult beyond. There, a mutated giant lizard was engaged in a fierce battle with the mutated giant dragonfly. Outside the supermarket, the conflict was nearing its conclusion. The once numerous dragonflies had dwindled to a mere handful. The ground was littered with the crushed corpses of these creatures, their green blood splattered about. The lizard, adorned with wounds, continued to retaliate with ferocity. The remaining dragonflies had altered their tactics. One would soar above, diverting the lizard's attention, while the others launched a coordinated assault from various angles, akin to the fabled kamikaze pilots of yore, crashing directly into the lizard's formidable body. Each collision erupted in a burst of green mist, the toxic blood seemingly possessing a potent corrosive quality. With every explosion upon the lizard's scaly back, clouds of white smoke would rise, revealing gaping wounds shaped like dragonflies, the lizard's flesh torn asunder. At last, Chen Xing comprehended the origins of the patterns adorning the lizard's back. Yet, despite the terrifying nature of the dragonfly's suicidal attacks, their impact on the lizard was rather negligible. Its counterattacks remained vigorous, claiming at least one dragonfly with every flick of its tongue. We must find a way to escape, Chen Xing whispered. If we wait for their battle to conclude, we could be in serious trouble. Cheng Lu and Lu Jia nodded in agreement, though their faces soon betrayed their concern. The darkness was oppressive, the supermarket shelves toppled, and the layout was utterly disordered. How do we proceed? Chen Xing turned, his AI glasses flashing a red light. The voice of Phoenix resonated in his ear, a strong life-form response detected 50 meters ahead. It is advisable to circumvent. Proceed left for 10 meters. An arrow appeared on the display of his AI glasses, revealing a three-dimensional map perceptible to the naked eye. Chen Xing felt a jolt of realization. Initially, he had thought they would be without the assistance of drones. Bringing Phoenix along now seemed less of a burden than he had assumed. He was beginning to grasp the extent of her capabilities. Even with just a pair of AI glasses, her aid proved invaluable. "Follow me," Chen Xing declared, charging boldly into the darkness. Cheng Lu and Lu Jia exchanged a glance, eschewing further discussion, and promptly fell in behind him. Fuel detected ahead. Chen Xing was lost in thought, sprinting ahead, when suddenly, Phoenix's voice echoed once more in his ear. He slowed his pace as he approached the right front, 5 meters away from the bottom shelf of a certain rack. Chen Xing looked up and caught sight of a shelf that had not completely toppled over. On the bottommost tier of that shelf, there lay a dozen bottles of intact white liquor. Mendaolu, 70 degrees. The AI-assisted vision swiftly focused and projected the image onto the lens before Chen Xing's right eye. 70 degrees? Goodness, this rivals medical alcohol. The utility of this substance was indeed monumental. Seizing the moment while Lu Jia and Cheng Lu were distracted, Chen Xing discreetly stowed away the dozen bottles of Mendaolu into his foldable space. Soon, under the guidance of Feng Wang, the group arrived at the entrance of the supermarket. However, just as the three were passing through the turnstile, Cheng Lu suddenly lost her footing. Oh no! She stumbled and fell to the ground. And the compound bow in her hands crashed against the turnstile with a resounding clang. In that instant, a cacophony of shattering glass echoed from behind them. Chapter 116. The expressions of Chen Xing and his companions changed dramatically. The mutated giant lizard had returned. Run! Chen Xing urgently pulled Cheng Lu up from the ground, disregarding any reproach. Gripping Cheng Lu with his left hand and dragging Lu Jia with his right, he sprinted with all his might. With 5 times the strength and 6 times the speed of an ordinary person, he pushed himself to the limit, reaching the first floor of the supermarket in under 10 seconds. Behind them, the sound of crashing shelves echoed ominously. The mutated giant lizard was clearly not willing to let them escape and was rapidly closing in. "Chen Xing, we must retreat," Cheng Lu exclaimed, her forehead glistening with cold sweat, while Lu Jia's eyes flickered uncertainly. Yet, Chen Xing remained silent, his AI glasses scanning the first floor. His mind raced as he pondered a solution. He was unwilling to return empty-handed. Ahead, he spotted a children's playground, complete with seesaws that could be utilized soon. The AI glasses projected an image of the playground in Area A of the first floor onto Chen Xing's retina. The Phoenix AI also proposed a feasible combat strategy. Following this plan could yield an 80% chance of success. With a swift decision, Chen Xing urged the two women to run with him towards the playground. Just then, the mutated giant lizard burst into the first floor. Cheng Lu, Lu Jia, you will be responsible for luring the creature. Draw it to the seesaw, but be cautious of its tongue. I'll handle the rest. Chen Xing rapidly outlined a combat strategy. Cheng Lu, without hesitation, accepted the plan and swiftly turned around. Lu Jia followed suit. Cheng Lu released an arrow towards the giant lizard, while Lu Jia hurled a foam ball from the playground at it. Their attacks barely tickled the giant lizard, failing to inflict any real damage, yet they successfully captured its attention. The giant lizard swayed its massive body and began crawling toward the two women, occasionally flicking its blood-red tongue, now stained green and bubbling with corrosive venom, a clear indication that it had sustained injuries during its previous battle with the giant tooth fly. Seeing that the giant lizard was unable to launch a ranged attack, Cheng Lu and Lu Jia felt a wave of relief wash over them, emboldening their actions as the lizard charged ever faster. In the blink of an eye, it reached the children's play area, prompting the two women to turn and flee. However, the giant lizard hesitated at the sight of the obstacle-laden terrain. As it lingered outside the playground, Lu Jia, filled with urgency, made a decisive choice and produced a piece of pork belly. The tantalizing aroma of meat wafted through the air, instantly riling the giant lizard, which crashed through the foam barricade and barreled into the playground. Lu Jia deftly tossed the pork belly onto the seesaw. In an instant, the giant lizard lunged for the seesaw, its tongue snaking out to snatch the treat into its maw. On the second floor, Chen Xing peered over the railing. Now is the time, he shouted loudly and leaped from the second floor. The combination of his weight and the force of his descent landed squarely on one end of the seesaw. The giant lizard, caught off guard, was flipped onto the ground, exposing its soft underbelly. A shadow darted from the side, and Lu Jia plunged a short knife viciously into the lizard's pallid abdomen. Meanwhile, Cheng Lu released an arrow that pierced the creature's right eye. With a hissing scream, the giant lizard writhed and struggled to turn over. At that moment, Chen Xing swiftly approached its side and declared, "Die?" He raised his hand and forcefully waved it. A massive stone ball suddenly materialized 3 meters above the giant lizard's head. Weighing over 200 pounds, the obstructive sphere descended with force, striking the lizard's vulnerable belly. With a thud, the creature's nose and mouth gushed blood. its struggles gradually weakening until it finally ceased. Chapter 117. Is it dead? Cheng Lu gazed in disbelief at the giant lizard that had ceased its struggles. This once mighty mutated beast had been vanquished by them. Indeed, it lay lifeless. We must hurry. Who knows what else lurks within this maw? Chen Xing glanced at the corpse of the lizard before ascending the stairs. He had not forgotten the purpose of their expedition, to seek out fireworks and return to manufacture ammunition. Cheng Lu and Lu Jia wasted no time in following closely behind. On the second floor, they approached Cheng Ran's home goods store, a stark contrast to the surrounding shops. Thick curtains draped over the windows and doors obscured any view of the interior. Had it not been for Feng Huang discovering traces of nitrate, Chen Xing would have remained oblivious to the fact that the fireworks were concealed within this very store. Are you certain the fireworks are hidden here? Lu Jia inquired, her face a mask of skepticism. Chen Xing remained silent, merely nodding before prying open the glass door. He did not rush inside, but cautiously opened the door just enough to reveal an almost imperceptible infrared beam. This emanated from a small aperture above his AI glasses. Commencing a thorough scan of the store's interior, with the assistance of augmented vision, the environment materialized before his eyes. Without stepping inside, he could observe the surroundings with clarity. However, as he surveyed the room, his brow furrowed deeper. The home goods store, filled with various bedding products, did not contain the mountains of fireworks he had envisioned. What was the meaning of this? Feng Huang, did you not say the fireworks were here? Based on the residual nitrate powder in the floor crevices, there had indeed been a substantial quantity of suspicious items akin to fireworks delivered to this room. Yet now, I must enter to investigate further. As visual confirmation was paramount, Feng Huang could not ascertain the situation either. Confirming that the room posed no danger, Chen Xing finally stepped inside, with Cheng Lu and Lu Jia closely following. However, upon entry, the two remained at the threshold, their eyes fixed on the outside. Fearful of any mutated creatures that might emerge, Chen Xing took refuge behind a pillar, cautiously scanning the entire room. Although he had not previously detected anything amiss, it was prudent to remain vigilant. The store was engulfed in darkness, yet this did not deter Chen Xing. With the aid of his AI glasses, he swiftly surveyed the entire establishment. Still, he found no trace of the desired fireworks. How peculiar. Be careful. Just as Feng Huang's warning pierced the air, an overwhelming sense of danger enveloped him. Instinctively, Chen Xing executed a forward roll, narrowly avoiding a glinting projectile that embedded itself in the very pillar where he had sought refuge. Turning back, he saw Cheng Lu poised with a compound bow, string taut, and arrow nocked. Cheng Lu, have you lost your mind? Chen Xing exclaimed. Be cautious, Lu Jia shouted, colliding with Cheng Lu. A swift arrow whizzed past Chen Xing's cheek. After Lu Jia collided with Cheng Lu, she tumbled to the ground. Chen Xing, filled with both astonishment and fury, propelled himself forward with great force. Harnessing a speed 6 times greater than that of an ordinary person, he reached Cheng Lu's side in the blink of an eye. Just as he was about to deliver a devastating blow to her head, he noticed a look of utter bewilderment in Cheng Lu's eyes, completely unresponsive to his approaching fist. She had fallen victim. Chen Xing transformed his fist into a palm and struck her neck with a precise blow. Cheng Lu's eyes rolled back, and she collapsed onto the ground. Beware above, Phoenix warned him. Chen Xing executed a backward somersault just in time. A plume of green gas erupted precisely where he had just stood, narrowly missing him. He looked up to see a giant toothy mantis hanging ominously from the beam above. This mantis was larger than any he had encountered before, its body at least twice the size, particularly its swollen abdomen. As it breathed, its abdomen pulsated, emanating a green glow. Upon noticing Chen Xing's gaze, the mantis's terrifying mandibles clashed together, producing a menacing clicking sound, as if to challenge him. This presence indicated that the mantis's nest must be nearby, and the guards responsible for protecting it had likely been dispatched. Otherwise, the mantis would not have emerged to confront him directly, as Phoenix deduced. Chapter 118 Indeed, with the assistance of such a supportive system, Chen Xing found that making combat decisions had become significantly simpler. With only a single creature to contend with, what was there to fear? Just as Chen Xing was about to launch another attack, the giant toothed mantis twitched its mouth. Caution prevailed. It was releasing toxic gas, although colorless and odorless. Phoenix indicated that the giant toothed mantis was emitting poison. Adopting a mindset of cautious belief, Chen Xing dodged to avoid that area. The attack launched by the mutated giant toothed mantis was, in fact, a pheromone assault. Typically, it controlled its swarm through the secretion of pheromones, which spread through the air, akin to a colorless and odorless narcotic for humans. With Phoenix's explanation, Chen Xing grasped the situation. The mantis's method of attack was certainly not limited to its fearsome mandibles. It could also confuse and even manipulate humans via pheromone secretion. This technique bore a striking resemblance to that of a queen bee in a hive. It was no wonder that Qing Lu had ambushed him earlier. She must have unknowingly fallen victim to it. As for the unconscious Lu Jia, she too was likely dazzled by the giant toothed mantis's influence. At that moment, seeing Chen Xing evade its attack, the giant toothed mantis promptly took to the air, soaring away from the original beam. Chen Xing quickly turned, his AI glasses locking onto the mantis with unwavering precision. He drew his crossbow, ready to shoot, but upon pulling the trigger, the crossbow emitted a series of clicking sounds. It turned out that during the earlier fierce battle, he had exhausted all his bolts. He had only brought 40 bolts with him this time, as he hadn't had the opportunity to prepare more. Initially, he believed that would suffice, but now he found himself regretting that decision. Then, a sudden reminder from Phoenix cut through his thoughts, tools at his disposal. On the lens of his AI glasses, a bright spot appeared. The camera zoomed in swiftly. It revealed a blowtorch resting on the radiator next to the entrance. Chen Xing's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurried to the front, reaching out to grasp the blowtorch. It was surprisingly heavy, and he could hear the liquid sloshing within its green canister. The presence of fuel ignited his enthusiasm even further. Raising his gaze, the AI glasses once again locked onto the giant toothed mantis, which was now hiding atop a wardrobe in the distance. Although it was concealed in Chen Xing's visual blind spot, it was entirely exposed to the thermal imaging of the AI glasses. Through the lens, Chen Xing observed the mutated beast, lying still, its abdomen pulsating with a green glow. Phoenix analyzed its weaknesses. In the past, such a mutated beast would have undoubtedly posed a significant challenge for Chen Xing. However, with Phoenix's assistance, he was confident that he could achieve results with minimal effort. The queen's nervous system is concentrated 3 inches below the head. I recommend employing high-temperature attacks. Phoenix's voice remained composed. Recalling the bottles of liquor he had found in the supermarket, Chen Xing retrieved one from his spatial inventory. He opened it and took a deep swig. Then, feigning a search, he walked deeper into the home goods section. Upon reaching the wardrobe, Chen Xing suddenly sprayed the high-proof liquor into the air. Then he lifted the flamethrower in his hand, twisted the switch to pressurize it. A blazing inferno illuminated the night sky. The giant toothy mantis, hidden atop the cabinet, was instantly thrown into a state of panic. It had initially intended to ambush Chen Xing, but was caught off guard instead. Just as it prepared to take flight and evade the searing flames, it unexpectedly soared out from behind the cabinet only to collide head-on with a wall of fire. With a shriek, the giant toothy mantis was engulfed, transforming into a fireball in midair. Chen Xing, concerned it might still be alive, swiftly pursued, expelling the final sip of liquor from his mouth. Raising the flamethrower once more, he unleashed another burst. The mantis struggled, plummeting to the ground. The fireball blazed ever brighter. Chen Xing observed the conflagration, repeatedly confirming that the giant toothy mantis had met its demise. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Oh no! In a flurry, he rushed to the entrance to retrieve a fire extinguisher. With a hiss, a cloud of white mist erupted, allowing Chen Xing to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was still functional. He hoped the mantis had not been entirely incinerated. As the flames subsided, Chen Xing gazed at the charred remains of the mantis, now shriveled to the size of a fist. A wave of nausea washed over him. Never mind, let us hope it can still be of use. He stifled his discomfort and stored the carcass of the mutated beast in his space. Chapter 119. Chen Xing. As Chen Xing followed the prompt from Phoenix, he stepped into the interior of the home decor gallery and directed his gaze towards a beam overhead. Rather than a mere beam, it was, in fact, a decorative rack installed within the gallery itself. Above this decorative structure, there lay a dark object. Upon scanning it with his AI glasses, the image was projected onto the lenses, revealing a honeycomb-like formation, black in hue and riddled with numerous holes. Within these apertures, he discerned several semi-formed larvae of the giant toothless moth. Was this the nest of the giant toothless moth? No, it was a fragment of the folding storage compartment from the ship, the Transcender. The urgency in Phoenix's voice startled Chen Xing. The Transcender? Indeed. It was the vessel from which I originated, and what lay before him was a shard of that ship. Chen Xing, I urgently require it. Immediately, it was the first time he sensed such urgency from Phoenix. He positioned himself beneath the rack, procured a stool, and ascended to retrieve the nest. No, it should be referred to as the folding storage compartment. This object was surprisingly heavy. Though it appeared small, it weighed a staggering 200 to 300 pounds. Were it not for Chen Xing's extraordinary strength, he would have found it nearly impossible to lift. Thankfully, the rack was constructed from a dozen welded steel pipes. Had it been a standard shelf, it would have undoubtedly collapsed under the weight. Setting the storage compartment down upon the floor, he initiated the connection. Phoenix's voice resonated. Half a minute later, the compartment emitted a click. Subsequently, the spherical storage unit generated a series of sounds reminiscent of a transforming robot. Accompanied by this cacophony, the spherical compartment began its transformation. After a series of cracking noises, the storage compartment fully revealed itself before Chen Xing, occupying an expanse of over 100 square meters. However, most of the storage compartments within the room were eerily vacant. It was only in one corner that he discovered a fist-sized orb. Chen Xing extracted the small obsidian sphere. When he tossed it to the ground, it instantly expanded upon impact, rapidly enlarging to the size of a car tire. This was a damaged RTG-loving spherical robot, primarily tasked with security patrols aboard the ship and the transportation of small items. I need to take it back. It requires repair before it can function. Phoenix's voice conveyed a hint of excitement. Meanwhile, Chen Xing's attention was drawn more towards the expansive storage area and the thousands of storage compartments contained therein. This was merely the fourth storage compartment of the Transcender, one of the 10 storage units aboard the ship. However, it appeared that a significant quantity of supplies had been lost following the ship's explosion. Ah, it seems there is something here. Where? Chen Xing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. To the left, in District D, number 303. Following Phoenix's guidance, Chen Xing opened that particular storage compartment and extracted a series of folded, compressed boxes. As he placed the small boxes on the ground, they immediately expanded into dozens of cardboard boxes. Gazing at the words fireworks and firecrackers strictly prohibited emblazoned on the boxes, Chen Xing felt tears welling in his eyes. Was this not the very fireworks he had been searching for? He opened one of the boxes, revealing an abundance of 10,000 firecrackers known as Earth Red. Upon opening another, he discovered 5 or 6 Gatling guns. It turned out that these fireworks had been concealed by the giant tooth fairies in the storage compartment. No wonder they had been unable to locate them upon entering. I will place them back for now. Once we return, I shall merge this storage compartment with your watch. This way, you shall possess a greater capacity for storage when you venture out. How splendid! Chen Xing snapped his fingers. His current dilemma was that the compartments of his watch were evidently insufficient. There were only 9, and each compartment could only hold similar substances, severely limiting his efficiency in gathering resources. At times, even when he stumbled upon valuable items, he was unable to bring them back. However, after this merging, the compartments of his watch would expand, alleviating his worries about not being able to return with precious finds. Having secured the fragments of the storage compartment, Chen Xing approached Lu Jia and Cheng Lu. He examined their bodies and found that they had succumbed to the narcotic of the giant tooth fairies and were currently in a deep slumber. He gently laid them upon a bed within the home gallery. Chapter 120. Exiting the residence hall, he first descended the stairs to retrieve the corpse of the giant lizard. He then ascended to the 3rd floor, locating the dormitory of the emergency special operations team mentioned by Lu Jia. To his surprise, the place was exceptionally tidy, devoid of the ammunition he had anticipated. Instead, he discovered 2 T-shaped police batons and a long-handled steel fork. Chen Xing swung the baton a couple of times. The high-strength engineering plastic encasing the titanium alloy made it remarkably effective. The short end could shatter windows, and it was capable of incapacitating an opponent with a single strike. The long handle, when swung, generated a fierce wind. If it struck someone, breaking bones and rupturing tendons would be merely a minor inconvenience. Most importantly, the T-shaped grip was exceptionally comfortable, allowing for versatile handling. In close combat, it served not only as a weapon but also as an excellent form of protection against knife attacks. It was precisely due to its dual functionality that it had been favored by the old M police as a close-quarters self-defense tool. As for the 2 long-handled steel forks, they seemed rather impractical. In peacetime, they were quite effective for controlling individuals, but in the current circumstances, their lack of lethality and unwieldy nature became painfully apparent. Nevertheless, Chen Xing took one in hand, planning to remove the prongs upon his return. With a little work using an angle grinder, they could be transformed into fine short spears. Upon his return to the residence hall, Cheng Lu and Lu Jia had already regained consciousness. Chen Xing, just now you both were incapacitated by the tranquilizers from that giant toothy insect. Here, drink some water. He downed an entire bottle in one go. Cheng Lu and Lu Jia soon appeared much more alert. I have already searched upstairs. They left in a hurry, taking all the ammunition with them. What? Cheng Lu's face fell upon hearing Chen Xing's words. Her primary reason for coming here had been to acquire ammunition. At the very least, she had hoped to find some daggers or the like. But judging by Chen Xing's tone, there was nothing left at all. You need not be disheartened, he reassured them. Although I did not find any ammunition, I did come across some fireworks, and there are plenty of new bedding in this residence hall. Bringing these back could yield a substantial amount of resources. As they surveyed the pristine bedding on the beds within the hall, Chen Lu and Lu Jia felt considerably more at ease. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted Chen Xing as he attempted to speak further. The three exchanged serious glances, stealthily approaching the door to peer outside. In the lobby on the first floor, a monstrous creature was basking in the spot where the giant lizard had been slain, letting out a piercing howl. The creature's call resembled the hissing of a snake. The expressions of all three turned grim. Chen Lu and Lu Jia could only discern a vague shape, but Chen Xing recognized it clearly. The creature was another giant lizard, larger in size and even more fearsome in appearance. What should Chen Xing do? This creature had blocked their path. The giant lizard twisted its head, continuously flicking its tongue in a manner that suggested it was searching for the murderer of its kin. The giant lizard is discerning your scent through its tongue. It will soon catch up, so please evacuate swiftly. Phoenix promptly rendered her assessment. Chen Xing's expression darkened. He had blocked the way. How were they to escape? Go left. A green arrow materialized before Chen Xing's eyes once more. The naked eye 3D map reappeared. Without further ado, Chen Xing dashed out of the home furnishings store. Leading the charge, Chen Lu and Lu Jia quickly followed suit, while the giant lizard downstairs sensed the commotion above. It turned and flicked its tongue, the blood-red appendage resembling a potent rubber band, shattering the glass barrier just in front of the trio. Shards of glass splintered and struck their faces, causing sharp stings. Yet, the three were oblivious to the pain, solely focused on racing forward. Guided by Phoenix, they soon entered a room and immediately spotted a glass window on the southern side. We can exit from here. Approaching the window, Chen Xing finally exhaled a sigh of relief. 3 minutes later, the trio safely leaped into the snowbank below. Despite the biting cold wind, for the first time, they felt that it was not as piercing. Chapter 121. In the early hours of the morning, around 3 o'clock, the biting cold wind felt like a blade. However, the hearts of Chen Xing, Lu Jia, and Chen Lu burned with fervor. They had departed from Yida Plaza, and although they had not found the desired weapons, they returned with a considerable bounty. On their way back, the snow had already reached their calves, and the sled, laden with supplies, carved deep ruts in its wake. The sled was piled high with down bedding and pillows that the trio had scavenged from the home goods store. In the fleeting moment of escaping the store, Chen Xing had deftly scanned several sets of down bedding into the foldable space of his wristwatch. Noticing the despondency of Chen Lu and Lu Jia on their return journey, he asked them to wait for a moment. He stepped back into the shadows, finding a corner to unload the bedding and the sled. The sled had been acquired from Lu Xiaoguang prior to their departure. He then informed the two women that these items had just been retrieved from the mall. Though Chen Lu and Lu Jia chastised him for risking a return, their spirits visibly lifted upon seeing the bedding. The night was deep, and the chill was piercing. Yet their hearts brimmed with excitement from their fruitful haul. These sets of down bedding could fetch at least half a month's worth of food in the underground market. Lu Jia's voice rang out, melodious in the stillness of the night. Despite her cheeks being flushed from the cold, the joy in her eyes was unmistakable. Chen Lu chimed in with a smile, affirming, "Indeed, these supplies will sustain us for a while." Chen Xing gazed at the two girls, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Let us hurry back to the community. It's too cold out here." The streets at 3 in the morning felt muted, as if a silence button had been pressed, rendering even their breathing loud. The trio chatted and laughed until they approached an intersection near their neighborhood, where Chen Xing suddenly halted, drawing the T-shaped baton from his waist. "Who is there? Step out." The figure emerging from the shadows caused Lu Jia to freeze in place. It was Zhang Qiaoming. Chen Xing was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't Lu Jia said that Zhang Qiaoming was dead? Zhang Qiaoming appeared disheveled, his face gaunt, and a black eye patch covered his left eye. The visible right eye was bloodshot, and his military coat bore several exposed patches of cotton, some stained with congealed blood. "Zhang Qiaoming, what are you doing here?" Lu Jia demanded sharply. Zhang Qiaoming's gaze revealed fatigue and helplessness as he stammered, I have been secretly following you, waiting for your return." Lu Jia's eyes filled with disdain. "What do you want?" "Jia, I." His voice rasped like sandpaper against iron. "What do you mean? Didn't I give you 3 pancakes and a quilt yesterday? When you left, I also provided you with 3 packs of instant noodles. What more do you desire?" Lu Jia's voice grew hoarse. It was then that Chen Xing realized why Lu Jia had suddenly disappeared after promising to help him dress his wounds upon returning. She had been ensnared by Zhang Qiaoming. This was indeed the Lu Jia he remembered. Although previously proud, how could she so easily resort to violence? "Lu Jia, I have truly erred. Mao Ziyi is not a virtuous man. My fate with him is inevitably grim. I beseech you to allow me to return home." Zhang Qiaoming, overwhelmed by despair and pleading, wept as he spoke. Yet, Lu Jia remained unmoved, her voice as frigid as the air around them. "When you betrayed me, you should have anticipated this outcome. It is impossible for me to welcome you back into my life. I made that abundantly clear yesterday. We are irrevocably severed. Lu Jia's voice was colder than the surrounding atmosphere, and for the first time, Chen Xing witnessed this gentle woman reveal her fangs. Sheng Lu silently adjusted her position, forming a triangular formation with the two of them to protect the sled at its center. Meanwhile, Chen Xing pondered deeply after overhearing their exchange. Chapter 122 earlier. He had eavesdropped on a conversation between Yu Yang and Lu Er. Yu Yang disclosed that Zhang Xiaoming had made an arrangement with him, permitting him to saw through his wall to access Chen Xing's residence. Simultaneously, he had brazenly betrayed Lu Jia to Yu Yang. Coincidentally, Lu Jia had also learned of this, which became the catalyst for the discord between the couple. Subsequently, Lu Jia expelled Zhang Xiaoming from their home, and he sought refuge with Mao Ziyi. Recently, Zhang Lu informed him that he had also reached out to several like-minded individuals in the community to collectively confront the brothers Yu Yang. Among them was a person seemingly named Mao Ziyi, the head of building number 8. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaoming's words, it appeared that Mao Ziyi was not a paragon of virtue either. A glimmer of moisture welled in Zhang Xiaoming's solitary eye as he tore open his collar. The burn scar on his collarbone distinctly formed the shape of the number 8. During the skirmish with the collection team, they had compelled him to act as a human shield. Any woman captured would first have to pass through him. Jia, if I continue to associate with him, I will surely meet my demise. So what? Lu Jia interrupted him. Is it akin to when you initially wanted me to deceive Yu Yang into his room? Had it not been for my cunning that day, and the assistance of Qing Lu, I would have perished at his hands. She suddenly unveiled her scarf, revealing a centipede-like scar on her neck that shimmered pale under the moonlight. Chen Xing finally comprehended why she always wore a silk scarf. It was the mark of a chain that had once constricted her. He also grasped the sudden closeness between Lu Jia and Cheng Lu. No wonder she had undergone such a transformation after that day. Zhang Xiuming collapsed to his knees in the snow, his beard matted with icy flakes. Chen Xing abruptly drew out a crossbow, aiming it at his brow. However, he swiftly redirected it towards the shadows behind him. Though devoid of bolts, it was sufficiently intimidating. Do not conceal yourselves. Emerge at once. Brother Chen, it's all a misunderstanding. A tall, slender figure clad in a blue cotton jacket stepped out from the shadows behind Zhang Qiuming. Chen Xing's pupils constricted. The uniform worn by this individual was the very one he had discovered at the bus terminal days prior. He had procured it through Lu Jia's assistance yesterday, only for it to serendipitously end up on this man. He scrutinized the figure, who bore an unremarkable face. Upon noticing Chen Xing's gaze, he immediately broke into a broad smile, revealing a set of large, yellowed teeth. Hello, Brother Chen. I am Mao Ziyi from building number 8. Zhang Le has mentioned me. Has he? As he spoke, 8 men armed with makeshift spears encircled him, forming a tight ring. Chen Xing raised his eyebrows. This individual was intriguing. It's all a misunderstanding, Mao Ziyi said, rubbing his hands together to emit white mist, his lips adorned with frost. Xiao Zhang is lovesick, so I accompanied him to find his wife. He kicked the trembling Zhang Xiaoming. Aren't you going to apologize to Brother Chen? The AI glasses scanned his military boots, revealing fresh splatters of human blood, likely shed less than 3 hours ago. This man. Chen Xing lowered the crossbow slightly, ultimately pointing it towards the snow. Get lost. Haha. Very well, Brother Chen. Please do not be upset. Tomorrow, Zhang Lu will organize a meeting, and I shall formally offer you my apologies then. Having said this, the fellow hoisted Zhang Qiaoming, who lay on the ground, and retreated into the shadows. Had you not discovered this early, they would likely have taken action. Cheng Lu approached Chen Xing and whispered. Chen Xing's AI glasses firmly tracked the retreating figures, and only upon confirming that they had no ulterior motives did he breathe a sigh of relief. Let us depart. We shall discuss this further inside the building. Chapter 123. At last, you have returned. As Chen Xing arrived at the entrance with Lu Jia and Cheng Lu, Lu Xiaowang personally opened the door to greet them. Have you been waiting here all night? Chen Xing asked, surprised to see Lu Xiaowang. The middle-aged man sheepishly scratched his bald head. It just happened to be my turn to be on duty, so I... Haha, how thoughtful of you, Chen Xing remarked, patting him on the shoulder. How are things? Were you harmed? Was the mall dangerous? Lu Xiaowang bombarded him with questions. Not bad. Let's head inside first, Chen Xing replied, gesturing towards the entrance. Lu Xiaowang smacked his forehead and ushered them into the lobby, quickly locking the door behind them. Chen Xing surveyed the lobby, where a makeshift fire pit made from an oil drum was surrounded by several young residents who were warming themselves. They had been organized into a security team by Lu Xiaowang, tasked with patrolling the building at night. Chen Xing briefly recounted their experiences at Yida to Lu Xiaowang. Upon hearing about the giant lizard and the colossal dragonfly in Yida Plaza, Lu Xiaowang's expression turned grave. All right, Let us not dwell on that for now. I've been busy all night and am quite exhausted. I need to rest, Chen Xing said. Sure, go get some rest. We'll discuss anything important in the morning. Lu Xiaowang replied as Chen Xing led Lu Jia and Cheng Lu upstairs. The two women each clutched a large bundle of down blankets, reluctant to let go. Upon reaching the 32nd floor, Chen Xing stopped in front of his own door. Take these blankets with you. I need them, he said, waving off Lu Jia, who seemed hesitant to speak. He then turned and entered his home. Cheng Lu followed suit, stepping into Lu Jia's apartment. Chen Xing closed the surveillance feed. Damn it, could those two be getting involved with each other? Is Cheng Lu getting ahead of me? He mused, shaking his head in self-consolation. However, he quickly dismissed such thoughts from his mind. After all, there were more pressing matters at hand. His focus shifted to synthesizing ammunition. He first glanced at the gene purification fusion furnace in the kitchen, where the genes of 3 wild wolves were still undergoing processing. It would likely take until the next day to complete. Turning away, he made his way to the living room. Below the television wall, the sacrificial furnace he usually used stood with its door ajar. Chen Xing retrieved the 4th storage pod from the jumping traveler from his dimensional space and tossed it into the furnace. The door shut promptly, and he felt warmth radiate from his wrist. Looking down, he saw his watch displaying that it was in the process of upgrading. He then proceeded to the equipment room at the back. Although the watch was upgrading, it did not hinder its normal use. He extracted a package of fireworks stored separately and approached the Level 2 Light Weapon Processing Center. After illuminating the screen and searching the database, he swiftly located the ammunition options. 9 by 21 mm IMI high-power pistol cartridge. Raw materials: 500 grams of gunpowder, 300 grams of steel, 100 grams of cotton, 200 grams of copper. Must they require copper as well? Chen Xing felt a sharp pang in his head. He rummaged through his belongings and unearthed the leftover wires from his home renovation. Stripping off the rubber casing, he estimated there to be around 200 grams. He then tossed it all into the Light Weapons Processing Center. Upon checking the synthesis time, he discovered it required 3 hours. After 2 continuous days of work, Chen Xing finally felt the weight of exhaustion bearing down on him. Chapter 124. Returning to the bedroom, he collapsed into slumber. Upon opening his eyes, it was already the following day at 11 in the morning. Chen Xing hurriedly made his way to the equipment room. 50 pristine rounds of IMI pistol ammunition had been prepared. Unfortunately, due to insufficient copper material, only 50 rounds were made. Fortunately, there was still an ample supply of gunpowder remaining. Next time he ventured out, he should gather more copper, which should enable him to produce an additional 200 or 300 rounds. Assessing the remaining gunpowder reserves, Chen Xing felt a sense of clarity. However, for the time being, 50 rounds would suffice to deal with the Yu brothers. A glint of cold light flickered in Chen Xing's eyes. By the way, Phoenix, have the 2 drones been repaired? They have been fully restored and upgraded to the highest specifications, ready for deployment at any moment. Phoenix reported regarding the status of the drones. Chen Xing's eyes brightened further as he casually retrieved 2 brand new drones from the storage box of the Light Weapons Processing Center. Although they retained the original design of the Phantom 4, the technology within was entirely transformed. The original drone's body was constructed from engineering plastic, whereas the upgraded drones boasted aluminum alloy for their outer shells and arms, significantly enhancing their durability. Phoenix also transmitted the upgraded drone's data to his AI glasses. Phantom 4 Pro Max. Good heavens, Phoenix's naming prowess truly embodies the essence of human creativity. Wind resistance level, 10. Flight time, 4 hours. Payload, 10 kilograms. Operational time at full load, 2 hours. Working environment, 40-40 moderate rain and snow resistance. Speed, 50 kilometers per hour. Ceiling, 6,000 meters. Incredible. This is not merely an upgrade. It is akin to trading a bird's gun for a cannon. The original drone had a wind resistance of only level 5 and a flight duration of merely 28 minutes, yet now it has soared to 4 hours. Furthermore, it can carry a payload of 10 kilograms. With these 2 treasures in hand, Chen Xing felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. Yu Yang and Yu Hao, you 2 scoundrels, brace yourselves. Chen Xing then proceeded to the kitchen, where the gene fusion furnace was still operational. There were just 3 hours left until this fusion would be complete. It appeared he would have to wait a little longer. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon, and Chen Xing activated the surveillance panel. To his surprise, it was Lu Jia. He opened the door. Sister Jia? Little brother, have you awakened? Have you eaten yet? Lu Jia inquired, having prepared a meal at home. You must be hungry. Why not come over and have a bite? Her eyes sparkled, causing Chen Xing's heart to race. A beautiful neighbor inviting him to dine was not an opportunity to be taken lightly. Of course, securing the door, he followed Lu Jia into her abode. Although they had been neighbors for nearly a year, This was Chen Xing's first time stepping into her home. Lu Jia's residence was a spacious flat of over 180 square meters, lavishly adorned. Upon entry, one was greeted by an expansive foyer. The floor was laid with exquisite marble tiles, the patterns flowing like a natural landscape painting. The surrounding walls are adorned with deep brown wooden wainscoting, complemented by intricately carved Chinese motifs, exuding an air of antiquity and elegance. Passing through the entrance hall, one is greeted by a spacious living room. The generous area, accentuated by a soaring ceiling, evokes a sense of grandeur. Suspended from the ceiling is a large Chinese chandelier, its shade embellished with traditional patterns, enhancing the living room's noble and refined ambience. However, one might notice the absence of a sofa. Instead, a fire pit fashioned from a repurposed gasoline barrel takes its place, its flames dancing merrily. On top of the stove sits a small pot, currently bubbling away. As the lid bounces, an enticing aroma wafts from the pot, filling the entire house. "Dear brother, please have a seat for a moment. I shall serve you some soup." Chapter 125 in the bathroom. Lu Jia washed her face, feeling significantly more composed. She lifted her gaze to the mirror, where her reflection revealed a complexion still remarkably fair and delicate. It seemed as though fate had been particularly kind to her. Even in this apocalyptic world, amidst the turmoil of life, her beauty remained untouched. Turning her head towards the living room, she noticed Chen Xing seated there, quietly savoring his soup. Before him lay an old hen, procured from the remnants of which she had exchanged from the furniture factory the previous day. Dinner stretched on for over half an hour, during which Lu Jia continuously reassured herself. She understood that in such dire times, it was imperative to find someone to rely on. The exquisite beauty reflected in the mirror was indeed her asset, yet it also posed a peril. Previously, Yu Yang had coveted her looks, and although he had been driven away, numerous men in the building still cast surreptitious glances her way, especially after learning that she had expelled Zhang Qiuming from her home. In recent days, she had even refrained from venturing outside alone. The reason these men had not acted upon their desires was simply that they had yet to ascertain the nature of her relationship with Chen Xing. But how could her connection with Chen Xing continue? Should it remain shrouded in ambiguity? Lu Jia sighed. Was that even feasible? Chen Lu had previously mentioned that once she had avenged herself, she would devise a way to win Chen Xing over, or allow him to win her. The time spent wandering outside had deepened her understanding of human nature. Sometimes, beauty could be a woman's most cherished treasure, yet at other times, it could serve as the root of calamity. Exhaling softly, she loosened her collar and exited the bathroom. "Jia, where's Cheng Lu? Isn't she with you?" Chen Xing inquired, gnawing on a chicken leg. "She's over at Building 9 with a friend who had previously offered her shelter. She took a few comforters back yesterday and is probably not returning until nightfall," Lu Jia replied, swaying her hips as she approached Chen Xing. As Chen Xing's eyes caught a glimpse of her collar revealing a hint of snow-white skin, he was momentarily entranced. Upon closer inspection, he realized she had donned a pre-apocalyptic dress that accentuated her curves, almost straining against the neckline. "Little brother, I noticed you had picked up a few items at Yida before. Do you still have them with you? I could use a pair of socks," Lu Jia teased, crossing her legs in a different direction. Even Chen Xing, despite his naivety, comprehended her intentions. She was clearly delivering an invitation. The purpose was unmistakably simple, to seek companionship. Why hesitate? One must seize the moment while the flowers bloom, lest they be left with nothing but bare branches. Given the current state of the world, she felt it was essential to indulge in the present. Since the onset of the apocalypse, many of the original solitary men and women in the building had coupled up. Yet here she was, a mutant still unattached. This simply could not continue. "Sister, I have acquired several pairs. Why not try them all on?" Chen Xing casually rummaged through his belongings, producing a vibrant assortment of stockings in hues of black, white, red, and green. Among them were even two rather provocative sets of lingerie. "Ah, how fortuitous, for I am in dire need of some stockings." The woman cast a flirtatious glance, extending her hand to receive the stockings he offered. The moment she grasped the stockings, she playfully traced her finger across his palm. Chen Xing, who had been oblivious to the pleasures of intimacy for months, felt a sudden jolt of excitement. Before him lay a pair of pristine white stockings, ready to be adorned in an array of colors. Oh whoa. Chapter 126. Love, like a ravenous wolf, bears an exceedingly sweet facade, yet, should one draw near to play, its ferocious nature shall reveal itself. Love resembles a famished wolf. How could one embrace it in slumber? Thus unfolds the saga of the hungry wolf. A fervent knocking resounded at the door. Chen Xing, roused from his drowsy state, glanced at his wristwatch. Good heavens, it was already 6:30 in the evening. Even this man, whose physique resembled that of iron and bones akin to adamant, could not withstand the fatigue any longer. Who could it be? How bothersome. The enchanting beauty beside him stirred briefly before turning over into a deep slumber. Yet, Chen Xing found his weariness dissipating, for he had discerned the identity of the visitor. The knocking emanated from his own door, not Lu Jia's. He hastily donned his attire and approached the door. On his wristwatch, Phoenix transmitted the surveillance footage. It was Lu Xiaowang, persistently rapping upon his door. With a click, the door creaked open, startling Lu Xiaowang, who spun around in surprise. However, upon recognizing Chen Xing standing at Lu Jia's threshold, he momentarily froze, only for a sly grin to swiftly replace his astonishment. "Hey, Sister Chen just prepared some food. She invited me to share a bite." Chen Xing, seeking to mask his embarrassment, offered a casual retort. "Ah, I've heard much about Lu Jia. I presume her cooking is delightful?" Lu Xiaowang, the balding man, spoke with a double entendre. Chen Xing's face flushed. "Indeed, it is quite delicious. By the way, someone from Zhanglu came looking for you, saying to inform you that there's a meeting tonight at 8 in Building 1. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Xiaowang's expression turned serious as he conveyed the message to Chen Xing. "Oh, so soon? I thought it would be tomorrow." Chen Xing glanced at his watch, noting that 2 hours remained until the meeting. "You can inform them that I shall arrive punctually this evening." "Very well," Lu Xiaowang replied as Chen Xing retreated into his abode. At that moment, Phoenix had completed the amalgamation of storage capsule number 4. Iron wall, level 3. 9100. Energy, 1100. Electricity, 100. Water, 100. Equipment, level 1 gene purification fusion furnace X1. Level 2 protective gear processing center X1. Level 3 light weapons processing center X1. Level 1 energy recycling system X1. Level 3 battlefield perception system. Chen Xing was taken aback as he reviewed the data from the safe house. Just yesterday, it had been a level 2 iron wall. Yet now it had ascended to level 3 in one swift leap. Moreover, the safety index indicated that another upgrade was merely a step away. It was indeed the spaceship fragments that had facilitated this remarkable enhancement. What delighted him most was that both the light weapons processing center and the battlefield perception system had reached level 3. Previously, the energy consumed in repairing the drone had been replenished to a full 1,000. The only lamentable aspect was that the gene purification fusion furnace and the energy recycling system had not seen an upgrade. Please prompt the owner to swiftly locate suitable equipment for upgrading the gene purification fusion furnace and energy recycling system, Phoenix advised him. Understood. Chen Xing waved his hand dismissively before turning to enter the kitchen. The blue indicator light on the gene fusion apparatus flickered, signaling the completion of the gene purification process. Eagerly, he retrieved the syringe. A level 1 low-tier gene serum, boasting a purity of 98. The side effects. Post-injection, there was no risk to life. The Phoenix provided its assessment. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xing plunged the needle into his soul. Chapter 127. A torrent of warmth cascaded over his body, accompanied by sharp pangs coursing through his muscles and bones. However, Chen Xing, having endured numerous injections of genetic serums, had grown accustomed to such discomfort. In fact, with each successive injection, he not only ceased to fear this pain but began to derive a peculiar pleasure from it. He understood that with each bout of agony, he would emerge renewed. Thanks to the high purity of the serum, this particular episode of pain subsided after a mere 15 minutes. Its side effects negligible compared to prior experiences. As the discomfort faded, the fatigue accumulated from his labor the previous night vanished into thin air. Chen Xing glanced down at his physique. The size of his pectorals and arms showed no significant increase. Nor had his shoulder width or arm span changed from their original dimensions. It appeared that this genetic fusion had not augmented his muscle or bone mass. However, a fleeting glance at his calves revealed a striking transformation. The Achilles tendon, previously enhanced during a prior evolution, had grown remarkably elongated. A gentle press revealed the astonishing elasticity of the tendon. Measuring it with his hand, he discovered that it now stretched a full 30 centimeters. The length of this tendon rivaled that of the legendary sprinter Usain Bolt from the pre-apocalyptic era. As an avid basketball enthusiast before the cataclysm, Chen Xing fully comprehended the implications of such an elongated tendon. He would possess greater explosive power and enhanced speed. Yet, the mere possession of an extraordinary tendon did not guarantee athletic prowess. Chen Xing reached down to feel his knees, and a satisfied smile crept across his face. His quadriceps were more developed, and the muscles around his hip joints had grown stronger. These enhancements ensured that he would exhibit greater agility and flexibility, significantly reducing the risk of injury. Indeed, genetic evolution did not merely elevate one aspect of his abilities. It holistically empowered his athletic potential. Taking a deep breath, he leapt gently, exerting only 50% of his strength. His head grazed the 3-meter high ceiling. As he landed, A surge of exhilaration coursed through him. It was noteworthy that he had previously undergone an enhancement in speed and agility. After that evolution, he needed to stretch his arm to touch the ceiling when jumping from a standstill. Now, with a mere 50% effort, he could effortlessly reach the ceiling. This indicated that his current enhancement had doubled in magnitude compared to the last. He estimated that if he exerted his full strength, he could easily surpass a height of 2.5 meters. Had he possessed such physical capabilities before the apocalypse, he would have dared to try his luck in the NBA, not just the CBA. Eagerly, Chen Xing accessed his data panel to review the latest evaluation metrics from the Phoenix. Owner, Chen Xing. Physical fitness, 1.8. Speed, 2.0. Agility, 2.0. Skills, Level 2 Stealth 90, Level 1 Fury 50. Overall rating, 2.0 Elite Human, I exclaim. In terms of data, aside from height, weight, strength, and mental fortitude, there have been remarkable improvements in several other aspects. Physical fitness has increased by 0.3 to reach 1.8, while both speed and agility have risen by 0.4 to attain 2.0. The overall rating has also ascended to 2.0. Most crucially, his two skills have seen significant advancement. Level 2 Stealth has surged from 10 to an impressive 90. Only a mere 10 remains for an upgrade. Furthermore, the Level 1 Fury skill has improved from 10 to 50. This signifies that the duration of his dual-wielding capability has extended from the original 3 minutes to an impressive 5 minutes. Although this genetic fusion has not bestowed upon him a new skill, Chen Xing remains quite content with the comprehensive enhancement of his attributes. Chen Xing then retrieved the corpse of the mutated giant lizard he had slain at Yida Commercial Plaza. This mutated beast is classified as a Level 2 mutant. Currently, the gene purification fusion furnace is unable to purify its genes. Please expedite the upgrade of the gene purification fusion furnace. Although he was mentally prepared for this outcome. Chapter 128. Upon hearing the words of Phoenix, Chen Xing could not help but feel a twinge of regret. It seemed that upgrading the gene fusion furnace must be expedited without delay. He retrieved the charred remains of the giant toothed insect, a Level 2 mutated beast. The body was severely damaged, and the genetic chain was incomplete. However, it could still be subjected to refinement. The success rate stood at a mere 50%. A 50-50 chance was still better than discarding it as waste. Without hesitation, Chen Xing cast the remains of the giant toothed insect into the fusion furnace. He also allowed the furnace to draw a vial of his blood. This process of purification and fusion would take 3 days to commence. Once the fusion furnace indicated the duration, it entered its operational state. Chen Xing then turned and made his way to the living room. Phoenix, where is that REG Rotenball robot? It is currently undergoing urgent repairs. I require 3 permanent magnet motors. The higher the power, the better. Additionally, I need. Phoenix requested several materials from Chen Xing. All right, I will deliver them to you tonight. The permanent magnet motors and rare earth elements are not difficult to procure. There are plenty of permanent magnet motors in the electric vehicles parked in the garage downstairs. I will have Feng Shuo dismantle a few. As for the rare earth materials Phoenix mentioned, they can be easily found in various household electronics, such as computer motherboards and mobile phone chargers. Gathering some of these electronic components for Phoenix to refine should suffice. Once all the materials are collected, Phoenix will need only 3 days to restore the robot to working order. The chilling winds of the apocalypse roared through the community like a ferocious beast, emitting a haunting wail. The once vibrant ornamental trees within the complex lay frozen, their branches snapping and falling under the relentless gales, adding a further layer of desolation to this lifeless world. Chen Xing tightened his training suit around him and hastened toward Building 1 against the biting wind. In half an hour, Zhang Lu was set to convene a meeting of the Cleanup Alliance. Attending the meeting were the leaders from 6 or 7 buildings, representing 1/3 of the community. As he approached Building 1, Chen Xing could see Zhang Li's subordinates patrolling the vicinity. A dozen individuals clad in military coats, brandishing short spears and sheathed long knives, appeared to be armed to the teeth, a testament to their preparedness. Only 2 representatives from each building were permitted to enter. At the entrance of Building 1, a bespectacled security guard conducted searches while advising the entrance. Chen Xing exchanged a glance with Lu Xiaoguang, who turned to Feng Shuo and Zhang Weigua, speaking to them in hushed tones. I will enter with Chen Xing. You 2 stay outside and await my signal. If anything seems amiss, rush in. The 2 nodded, and Lu Xiaoguang followed Chen Xing into the building. The meeting was to be held on the first floor, in what was once the property management office. By the time Chen Xing and Lu Xiaoguang arrived, the leaders from the other buildings had already gathered. A heater was alight in the room, and smoke wafted through the air, creating a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. Upon spotting Chen Xing, Zhang Lu immediately rose to greet him, a smile gracing his face. Chen Xing, You have arrived. Chen Xing nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the various hosts present, acknowledging each one in turn. The others reciprocated his gesture with nods of their own. Among the attendees, a few appeared rather unremarkable, resembling amiable individuals. However, it was Mao Zi from Building 8 and Zhang Jie from Building 13 who left a lasting impression on him. Zhang Jie, tall and imposing, bore a stern expression, her short hair exuding an air of efficiency. Upon noticing Chen Xing, she merely inclined her head in acknowledgement. After just a brief encounter, Chen Xing discerned that this woman had undoubtedly taken a life, for the aura of lethality surrounding her was impossible to conceal. Now that everyone is present, let us commence, Zhang Lu declared, clearing his throat. This meeting had originally been scheduled for the following day, but due to an unexpected significant discovery, it was necessitated to convene earlier. And he hoped that no one would take offense. All right, Boss Mao, please share your findings. Chapter 129, The Icy Glass Reflected 7 Somber Faces. Zhang Lu pushed the kerosene lamp towards the center of the conference table. The flickering flame cast eerie reflections upon the face of Mao Zi, the head of Building 8. I have received insider information that the Yu Yang brothers are colluding with other local tyrants, preparing to carry out a thorough cleansing of our community. Their targets are not only Chen Xing, but also the underground market. According to my sources, they will first send individuals to plunder the market, diverting the attention of Zhang Lu and Old Lu. Once Zhang Lu and Old Lu attempt to regain control of the scene, they will ambush them midway, aiming to eliminate both and seize Old Lu's pistol. They plan to use the firearm against Chen Xing. Once Chen Xing is dead, they will dominate the underground market, and anyone in the community who dares to defy them will meet their demise. As Mao Zi spoke passionately, he suddenly slammed his hand on the table. The screech of the metal chair leg against the floor echoed like a zombie gnawing on bones. The moment his words left his lips, the meeting room fell into a profound silence, and the expressions of all present turned ominously dark. Zhang Lu slammed his palm on the table, rising in anger. These bastards are utterly lawless. We cannot sit idly by, we must devise a plan. The other building heads echoed his sentiments. Indeed, we haven't even sought trouble with them, and they wish to strike first? Damn it. Let us seize this opportunity to eliminate them. Must we resort to bloodshed? Can we not engage in a proper discussion with them? Chen Xing remained composed, stroking his tactical gloves, casting a sidelong glance at Mao Zi, who was fixated on Zhang Lu. Following his gaze, Chen Xing noticed the bulge under Zhang Li's coat, a 92-style pistol that should have belonged to Old Lu. Old Lu had entrusted the weapon to him. Mao Zi's pupils constricted sharply. At that moment, the electronic voice of the Phoenix device swept through his ears. The heart rate monitor indicated that Mao Zi's heartbeat had doubled, and his adrenaline surged by 247. He had just been lying. A cold glimmer flashed in Chen Xing's eyes. Indeed. What more is there to discuss? What is there to negotiate with them? Haven't you heard that they wish for the lives of both me and Old Lu? Furthermore, the Yu Yang brothers and Zhang Damo from Building 7 have long coveted the underground market in our possession. If we allow them to seize it, do you think we will still have a decent life? Zhang Li's words extinguished any lingering thoughts of negotiation among the appeasing building heads. After careful consideration, they realized Zhang Lu was correct. Yes, the Yu Yang brothers and Zhang Damo are wolves in sheep's clothing. If they succeed, we will all face ruin. I have long been aware of their rules. Once you join their ranks, you must pay a 15 tax. In this bitter cold, collecting resources is already a challenge. To have to pay them 15, do they intend to let us survive at all? As Zhang Lu observed the growing solidarity among the building heads, a look of satisfaction finally graced his face. In light of this, we might as well play along with the plan tomorrow. Tomorrow, Lu and I will venture out of the community with 5 individuals under the guise of gathering supplies. Zhang Li's expression was grave, and his voice carried a somber tone. The individuals from Yu Yang are undoubtedly. They possess 3 compound bows. Mao Zi interjected suddenly, his dark gray scarf enveloping much of his face, revealing eyes that resembled 2 moldy glass beads. This morning, my people spotted them testing arrows on the rooftop of Building 7. Chen Xing noticed how Zhang Li's grip under his arm suddenly tightened. At this moment, the Type 92 pistol concealed beneath his arm represented the true value of this assembly. Lao Lu cannot accompany you. Chapter 130. Chen Xing suddenly spoke, his voice reverberating in the spacious conference room. If his gun were to be seized, the entire neighborhood would be doomed. Mao Zi's scarf fluttered slightly, as if it concealed a restless field mouse beneath. Chen Ge was right. Yu Yang had specifically demanded the head of Old Lu along with his handgun. Zhang Lu glanced at Chen Xing, who nodded in affirmation. I will accompany you. Once Yu Yang sees us leaving the neighborhood together, he will undoubtedly follow. As long as they pursue us, Mao Zi, you must lead your men to cut off their retreat. To the others, I entrust the task of raiding their hideout. Upon hearing that they would not need to confront Yu Yang and his brothers directly, the other leaders eagerly nodded in agreement. Chen Xing even arranged for them to raid the Yu family's lair, prompting immediate enthusiasm. Mao Ziyi offered no dissent. Only Zhang Lu looked at Chen Xing, who instructed him. Provide me with 2 walkie-talkies. I need to maintain constant communication with my team. Currently, Zhang Lu was the only one in the entire neighborhood still possessing a functioning walkie-talkie, fully charged. As the meeting concluded, the cold, black device settled into Chen Xing's palm, his thumb gently tracing the Meteorological Bureau's official insignia on the side. This was the last batch of equipment old Lu had secured before the apocalypse, originally allocated to the Meteorological Bureau. Zhang Lu explained with a smile. It's equipped with brand new lithium batteries. It can run continuously for a week and intermittently for 3 months. I've always treated it like a treasure. So use it sparingly. Rest assured. Chen Xing replied, turning to wave the walkie-talkie in his hand as he and Lu Xiaowang exited Building 1. Upon returning to Building 4, the metallic scent of blood in the corridor was more pronounced than usual. Zhou Jian was using a torch to thaw a corpse frozen in the doorframe. What is going on? Lu Xiaowang inquired, his expression darkening. I have no idea. This guy just barged in like a lunatic. No matter how we tried to persuade him, he wouldn't listen. We didn't dare open the door because you hadn't returned. Lu Xiaowang turned to Chen Xing, who shook his head. Let us not concern ourselves with him for now. Gather the men immediately. We will act shortly. Although Chen Xing did not elaborate, Lu Xiaowang, being astute, quickly grasped Chen Xing's intention and paled in shock. Weren't they supposed to devise an ambush for Yu Yang and his men together tomorrow? Chen Xing chuckled coldly. I never trusted them, especially Mao Ziyi. Moreover, even if we were to ally with them, do you truly believe those indecisive leaders from today's meeting are reliable? Do you think they could successfully raid Yu Yang's retreat? It is far better to rely on ourselves. The final statement was resolute, and Lu Xiaowang's demeanor swiftly transformed into one of determination. All right, I'll call Old Feng and Zhang Weiguo over right away. Lu Xiaowang turned to summon the others, while Chen Xing activated the display on his smart wristwatch. Phoenix, initiate surveillance. Pay close attention to the movements between Building 8 and Building 10, particularly concerning Mao Ziyi. Moments later, Mao Ziyi, enveloped in 2 layers of a military overcoat, appears in the corridor of Building 9. As the scene accelerates to 32 times the normal speed, this figure pushes open the iron door at the end of the fire escape corridor. His silhouette vanishes beyond the door, and the camera pulls back, prominently revealing the sign of Building 10 on the side. Chen Xing smirks coldly, as expected. Chapter 131. The frigid wind howled like a ferocious beast, engulfing the entire world in a shroud of ice and despair. A blanket of pristine snow covered the earth. Every breath felt as though it were laced with sharp, biting cold. Chen Xing stood in the entrance hall of the first floor, gazing at the world buried beneath the frost, his brow furrowed in concentration. Behind him, Lu Xiaowang, Fang Shuo, Zhang Weiguo, and others stood silently, awaiting his command. Chen Xing turned around. Lu Xiaowang has likely briefed you on the situation of today's meeting. As for the leaders of the other buildings, they seem unworthy of our counsel. Rather than waiting for them to act tomorrow, we would be better served to take the initiative today. Yu Yang and Yu Hao, along with those building tyrants, what manner of character do they possess? I trust you are all well aware that should we allow them to succeed, dire consequences await us. You know this better than I do. Chen Xing's voice was low yet resolute. The group nodded in agreement, their expressions somber, yet their eyes gleamed with unwavering determination. They all understood that this battle was a matter of life and death. Let us proceed. With the pre-battle mobilization concluded, Chen Xing wasted no time and stepped out of Building 4. Under the cloak of night, he and his companions stealthily approached the base of Building 10, where Yu Yang's gang was entrenched. Thanks to Phoenix's careful route planning, they successfully evaded the sentries set by Yu Yang. Chen Xing raised his gaze to Building 10, a stately structure of 10 stories, proudly situated at the pinnacle of the community. The group lay in wait before the building, and Chen Xing retrieved a drone from his backpack. Lu Xiaowang and the others' eyes widened in surprise. Chen Xing possessed a drone? Before they could fully comprehend, with a buzz, the drone was launched into the air, swiftly ascending to the top floor. It locked onto the location of Yu Yang and his associates, who were gathered in the living room of apartment 1001. Moments later, the live feed appeared on Chen Xing's tablet. The screen clearly displayed Yu Yang and his cohorts convening in the living room. Fang Shuo leaned in, his cold-resistant mask clattering against the icy wall. Are those not the people from Buildings 3 and 6? The grotesquely bloated Yu Yang sat ominously on the sofa in the center of the room, his expression dark and foreboding. This gang has been growing increasingly arrogant, especially that Zhang Lu, who dared to organize a cleansing meeting against us. And Chen Xing. He even attended. Yu Hao, seated beside him, peeled an apple with a dismissive grunt. What is there to fear? He is hardly formidable. At that moment, a man with an ordinary face stepped forward. It was Mao Ziyi, who had attended the cleansing meeting alongside Chen Xing earlier that day. During today's meeting, Zhang Lu and Chen Xing devised a plan to lure the snake from its den. As expected, this fool divulged the entire content of the meeting. Zhang Lu truly believes this will resolve our issues? Yu Yang's laughter was tinged with the sound of ice clinking. Very well. Tomorrow when they exit through the south gate, Zhang Daming and the rest of you should take your men to intercept them. Do not worry, at that time. Mao Ziyi will cooperate with you. Seated to his right, a young man of modest stature, with fair skin and gold-rimmed glasses, nodded in agreement. Second brother, you will ambush Lao Lu in the underground market. As for me, I shall first set building number 4 ablaze. Mao Ziyi retrieved a crumpled cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Chen Xing has requested the intercom, likely growing suspicious. What is there to fear? Yu Hao thrust a dagger into the surface of the table. Once I eliminate Lao Lu and seize his weapon, no matter how formidable he may be, we shall have no reason to dread him. Nevertheless, we must exercise caution. During today's meeting, I noticed Lao Lu's firearm was in Zhang Li's possession. Suddenly, Yu Hao pressed down on the conference table, leaving 5 distinct imprints on the alloy surface. This mutant, possessing snake-like vertical pupils, abruptly turned towards the southeast window. Chapter 132. He seemed to sense the impending danger. With a swift motion, Yu Hao hurled a fruit knife, which sliced through the air in a gleaming arc, shattering the glass window. A drone, hovering 20 meters outside and conducting thermal imaging scans, was ignited by a shower of sparks. The drone trembled momentarily before plummeting into the distance. Pursue! Yu Hao shouted. Yu Yang's flame sword illuminated half of the rooftop. Over 30 armed men stationed outside the door raced down the fire escape. They soon converged with dozens of bandits in the lobby on the first floor, charging out of the entrance of building number 10. Meanwhile, a shadow flickered on the rooftop. Chen Xing had unexpectedly reached the top floor of the 10th story. He picked up the intercom and connected to Lu Xiaoguang's channel, notifying everyone to prepare for battle. It was anticipated that around 70 individuals would surge forth from the first floor. Outside the bushes near the first floor entrance, Chen Lu was adjusting the sights on Chen Xing's pneumatic crossbow. As the second member of the team proficient in archery, she was naturally the principal sniper for this mission. However, it was her first time operating this particular crossbow, and she couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Fortunately, the crossbow was straightforward to handle, and her intelligence allowed her to quickly calibrate the sights. On the rooftop of building number 10, the holographic projection from Chen Xing's AI glasses suddenly distorted. The electronic voice of Phoenix echoed in his earpiece. Target locked. Thermal signatures, 12 individuals, anomalous energy fluctuations, 3 locations. Chen Xing tugged on the rope at his waist and leaped down the outer wall. Through the night vision goggles, Yu Yang's burning flames appeared like a beacon in the darkness. As the tempered glass shattered, Chen Xing launched the short spear in his hand like a swift arrow. Prior to this, he had entrusted the crossbow to Chen Lu, leaving him with only the spear. With an enhancement of 5 times the strength of an average person. This short spear was undeniably lethal. Originally aimed at Yu Yang, the spear was deftly evaded as Yu Yang crouched at the moment of impact. However, Zhang Daming, standing behind him, was not so fortunate. Zhang Daming screamed as he collapsed to the ground, the spear piercing through his right leg. Blood gushed forth, and without prompt medical attention, he was doomed. Seeing Chen Xing crash through the window and claim a life, Yu Yang was filled with shock and fury. Chen Xing, how dare you come here? Today will be your end. He raised his hands, unleashing his fire-based abilities, flames erupting above his head. A 3-foot-long flame sword materialized in his grasp. Even from 5 meters away, Chen Xing could feel the intense heat radiating from the blade. His control over the fire abilities had evidently improved since a few days prior, and as the sword swung, a wave of heat surged forth. In just a short span of days, this individual had remarkably refined his mastery of fire powers. Die! Yu Yang swung the blazing sword toward Chen Xing. Yu Hao and Mao Ziyi exchanged cold laughter, believing Chen Xing to be as good as dead. Yet, Chen Xing stood his ground, a chilling smile gracing his lips as he faced the advancing Yu Yang. The times had changed. With a swift motion, he drew a gleaming revolver from his waist, its silver surface shimmering in the light. Yu Yang, your end has come. A gunshot echoed, and a crimson bloom erupted from the center of Yu Yang's forehead. His eyes widened in disbelief as he slowly collapsed to the ground. This tyrant, who had wielded fire-based abilities for merely 2 weeks, could not comprehend until his final breath how Chen Xing could possess a firearm. Chapter 133. The biting wind howled, sending snowflakes swirling through the air. Meanwhile, the battle downstairs had reached a fever pitch, as Feng Shuo cleaved through the military coat of the third adversary. A rogue charging from the side landed a blow on his right arm. Old Feng. On the other side, Zhang Weiguo's eyes instantly filled with blood as he swung his hefty cleaver, toppling two thugs before him. I'm fine. Before coming out, I donned my armor. Feng Shuo replied, flashing a smile despite Zhang Weiguo's bloodied face. He tapped his arm, the sound echoing like a drum. Zhang Weiguo grasped Feng Shuo's arm and peered into the torn fabric, revealing a tightly wrapped layer of copper paper encircling it. I haven't taught for a few months, but those treasured books at home still prove useful. Besides serving as kindling, they can be fashioned into paper armor. Today was merely a preliminary experiment, and it seems quite effective. I'll make a set for all of you soon. Zhang Weiguo sighed in relief and laughed heartily. That has settled then. Lu Xiaoguang, bearing a large pot lid, collided with a burly man wielding a cleaver. However, he soon discovered more enemies pouring out from the lobby on the first floor. Reload, Cheng Lu shouted, retreating behind Lu Xiaoguang to replace her crossbow's ammunition. This time, Chen Xing had provided her with 4 magazines, each containing 40 bolts. Discarding the spent magazine, Lu Jia instinctively handed her a new one. As Cheng Lu adeptly reloaded, Lu Jia brandished her short knife, attempting to fend off the encroaching adversaries. Yet, an increasing number of thugs had breached their defenses, forcing them into retreat. With Yu Yang's subordinates and those brought by the local bullies, there were easily over 100 men. Although Lu Xiaoguang and his group had initially caught the enemy off guard, eliminating 20 to 30 of them, the numerical advantage of the adversaries became increasingly apparent. With only around 20 of them, Lu Xiaoguang and his comrades struggled to hold the line. Kill. Just as a tattooed man swung a fire axe to knock Lu Xiaoguang's pot lid away, a sudden roar erupted. Die. A battalion wielding swords and spears charged onto the battlefield. It was Zhongli. This was also the reason Chen Xing had requested the walkie-talkie, not merely to maintain contact with Lu Xiaoguang, but to notify Zhongli. His 92 pistol accurately pierced the temple of Wang Lei, the tattooed thug who had just dislodged Lu Xiaoguang's shield. The assailant collapsed with a thud, seeing Wang Lei fall. The remaining thugs were thrown into disarray by Zhang Li's sudden arrival on the battlefield, especially after several leading thugs were shot down by his pistol. Chaos ensued as they scattered like birds. Don't let them escape. Kill. Zhang Lu bellowed, prompting Lu Xiaoguang and the others to join in a frenzied pursuit. Meanwhile, the battlefield in room 1001 on the top floor remained eerily silent. Chen Xing concealed himself behind a wall and opened the magazine of the large rhinoceros firearm, gently shaking it. The shells clinked melodiously as they fell to the ground. He swiftly retrieved a rapid loading device and inserted 6 bullets into the magazine. Just moments ago, he had emptied 4 magazines, expending 24 rounds in total. He had managed to eliminate 12 assailants, and for his first experience with a firearm, he felt quite satisfied with such efficiency. Especially gratifying was the fact that he had taken down notorious gang leaders like Yu Yang and Mao Zi. However, he felt a profound sense of regret for failing to hit Yu Hao. That scoundrel was simply too swift. Despite being aware of his speed prior to the encounter, it remained a formidable challenge. Chapter 134. Yet he truly did not anticipate that this individual could react so swiftly. He expended 2 magazines of ammunition without inflicting a single wound upon him. Yu Hao was now merely a wall away from you, positioned a mere 30 centimeters from the entrance. You could rush through the front door and fire immediately. This plan had a success rate of 30% for a lethal strike. Alternatively, you could climb out of the window and ambush him from behind. The success rate for that was 60%, yet there was a 50% chance of injury from a fall. The voice of the Phoenix incessantly echoed in Chen Xing's ears, offering various tactical guidance. Chen Xing, you must be running low on bullets, right? Why don't you come out and face me? Let us have a one-on-one. Yu Hao shouted, attempting to provoke Chen Xing into revealing himself. However, Chen Xing was well aware of the deadly precision of his flying knives and refrained from acting recklessly. Having just engaged with Yu Hao, he had a profound understanding of the man's speed. Chen Xing had recently undergone evolution, with his speed and agility elevated to twice that of an average person. Yet, Yu Hao remained swifter, to the extent that Chen Xing's aim could not keep pace with him. Each bullet he fired merely struck at Yu Hao's afterimage. Chen Xing estimated that Yu Hao's speed could very well be double his own, reaching 4 times that of an ordinary individual or even higher. In the master bedroom, Yu Hao, noticing the silence from the adjacent room, tore off his blood-stained tactical coat, revealing a body covered in scales. Indeed, his first transformation occurred after being bitten by a mutated snake. Ever since that fateful encounter, he had awakened to the lightning-like speed of a venomous serpent. However, having evolved further, his arsenal of lethal skills encompassed far more than that singular technique. He turned to face the wall, inhaling deeply to gather his strength. His upper body leaned back, resembling a bow drawn taut. Then, with a powerful thrust, he unleashed the amassed potential energy, converting it into colossal kinetic force. Boom! The already thin partition wall shattered under the impact of his fist. Chen Xing was caught off guard, receiving a solid blow to his side. Fortunately, the wall absorbed much of the force, allowing him to lunge forward while twisting in midair, aiming his weapon at the gaping hole left by the punch. Bang, bang, bang. He fired 3 rounds in quick succession, yet the bullets were always delayed by a fatal 0.3 seconds, calculated by the Phoenix. He could only strike at Yu Hao's afterimage. This was infuriating. The speed was simply too rapid. Speed at 4.5 times the norm, surface temperature at 41.3 degrees. The opponent was now within a meter of you. It is advised to switch to close combat mode. As the Phoenix's warning flashed red on Chen Xing's retina, Yu Hao's fist had already collided with his ribs. The outer layer of his tactical uniform, composed of D3O polymer, instantaneously hardened. However, even a polymer capable of withstanding the shockwave of a 150 caliber round deformed under the tremendous force. Chen Xing utilized the momentum to roll and dissipate the impact. His military boots sparking against the ground. Cough, cough, cough. He knelt on one knee, rising, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though his ribs had surely fractured. Fortunately, Yu Hao did not continue his relentless pursuit, but instead remained stationary, gasping for breath. It appeared that this individual's stamina was not boundless. Chen Xing, his next assault will come from your left side. His right fist is merely a feint. The true lethal strike lies within the dagger in his left hand. When he makes a move, you must evade to the left. The voice of the Phoenix resonated once more. No sooner had the words been uttered than Yu Hao propelled himself forward, his right leg forcefully pushing off the ground. He lunged towards Chen Xing like a cannonball discharged from its barrel. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance, swinging his right fist aimed squarely at Chen Xing. Yet, this time, Chen Xing did not heed the Phoenix's counsel to evade to the left. Instead, he boldly confronted the incoming strike head-on. Chapter 135. With a resounding thud, Chen Xing was propelled backward, colliding forcefully with the wall before gently descending to the ground. A sharp pain radiated from his right chest, prompting him to glance down. To his astonishment, the outer shell of his chest armor had been indented by a full centimeter. Had it not been for the reinforced armor, and had he been clad in the previous stab-proof attire, that strike would undoubtedly have pierced him with Yu Hao's dagger. Leaning against the wall, he gasped for breath, while Yu Hao across from him was equally distressed. He too reclined against the wall, repeatedly shaking his right hand. He had never anticipated that this reckless youth would dare to charge at him and engage in a fistfight. Moreover, the force behind Chen Xing's punches was genuinely formidable. That last blow nearly shattered his right hand. Chen Xing, had you adhered to my strategy, you would not have sustained any injuries. Phoenix's voice was icy, laced with a hint of mockery. Yet, Chen Xing could not stifle a silent chuckle. He was well aware that if he had followed Phoenix's instructions, he could have evaded Yu Hao's strike. But then what? Continually dodging Yu Hao's attacks was futile. Yu Hao was no fool. If he realized that prolonging their standoff would not lead to Chen Xing's demise, he would undoubtedly choose to flee. Once Yu Hao entertained thoughts of escape, with his speed, Chen Xing would be powerless to stop him. Allowing him to escape would mean that a new enemy would emerge, one who would constantly seek to ambush him. Chen Xing himself was secure, equipped with Phoenix's battlefield awareness system and an instinctive sixth sense for danger, rendering him unafraid of ambushes. However, what about Lu Xiaoguang and the others? They would be unable to withstand Yu Hao's onslaught. The age-old adage rings true, a thief may thrive for 1,000 days. But a defender cannot guard against them indefinitely. Therefore, it was imperative that Yu Hao not be allowed to escape today. He must be detained. This was why Chen Xing had chosen to disregard Phoenix's command, intentionally allowing Yu Hao to strike him. Fortunately, just as he had anticipated, his tactical uniform had absorbed the impact, thwarting the blade's path. By feigning vulnerability, he had achieved his goal. Yu Hao, now crouched at the opposite wall, fixed his gaze intensely upon Chen Xing. His eyes darted with calculation, clearly plotting how to claim Chen Xing's life. Meanwhile, Chen Xing clutched his right chest, feigning considerable distress and breathing heavily. Suddenly, Yu Hao smiled. Stop pretending. I know that blow did not wound you. That outfit of yours is quite impressive. Where did you procure it? Chen Xing straightened, releasing his grip. Come closer, and I shall tell you. No need. Once I have dispatched you, it shall belong to me. Yu Hao's eyes flashed with malice at the provocation. Something was amiss. He realized that Chen Xing was merely acting. He was acutely aware of the force behind his previous strike. Had it not been for the protective gear, that blow would have eviscerated Chen Xing. Yet, even so, it had been painful enough. The calm demeanor of this young man was undoubtedly a fade, a mere attempt to intimidate him. Yu Hao's gaze hardened. He was quietly gathering strength, and by observing the subtle adjustments of his shoulders and legs, it was evident that he would certainly push off with his left leg. As he approached within 50 centimeters of you, heed my command and turn to the left. The voice of the phoenix echoed in Chen Xing's ears, and a battle plan swiftly formed in his mind. Hey! Yu Hao suddenly exhaled sharply, his body launching forward like an arrow released from a bow, reaching Chen Xing's side in the blink of an eye. Seeking death, Chen Xing bellowed, swiftly twisting his waist to turn, his right fist swinging toward Yu Hao. A splendid move! Yu Hao crouched low, narrowly evading Chen Xing's punch. A flicker of panic crossed Chen Xing's face as he turned to flee. Witnessing Chen Xing expose his back, Yu Hao was filled with elation. You resemble a sloth in slow motion. Yu Hao's mockery resonated with a high-pitched tremor. The dagger in his hand, akin to the fangs of a venomous serpent, lunged fiercely toward Chen Xing's throat. Duong. Chapter 136. A drone suddenly crashed through the air vent of the central air conditioning system and dove downwards. The instant the pepper spray erupted in the confined space, Chen Xing felt a slight tremor transmitted through his combat suit. This was artificial intelligence synchronizing with his muscle memory. The 200 SHU capsaicin sprayed across his face would incapacitate any adult in an instant. As for Yu Hao, although he was a mutant, his resistance in this regard was not significantly superior to that of an ordinary person. Moreover, the drone controlled by Phoenix did not merely spray once. It circled around Yu Hao, darting up and down, swiftly emptying more than half a canister of wolf repellent spray. At that moment, Yu Hao, clutching his head, writhed in agony on the ground. The acrid, pungent scent permeating the air caused Chen Xing to hesitate in approaching. Once the pepper mist dissipated, he surged forward and delivered a powerful punch. The electric gloves crackled with blue light as they struck Yu Hao's chest with tremendous force. Ugh! Yu Hao was sent hurtling backward, ultimately crashing into the wall before sliding down to the ground. Chen Xing gazed at Yu Hao, who huddled against the wall, his face swollen like that of a pig's head, eyes tightly shut, tears and snot streaming down his cheeks. Ha ha ha! Do you think this will kill me? Despite appearing utterly incapacitated, Yu Hao remained arrogant. In the midst of his words, he reached into his pocket. A foul stench wafted through the air, and Chen Xing recognized the crimson object in Yu Hao's hand all too well. It was the heart of a mutated beast. Quickly scanning and analyzing, through spectral analysis, it was determined that the heart belonged to the mutated Wolf King with 99% certainty. Phoenix completed the analysis, and Chen Xing's brows furrowed. He had actually killed the Wolf King? While he hesitated, Yu Hao had already swallowed the heart whole, chewing a couple of times before it slid down his throat. Yu Hao writhed before Chen Xing, emitting a series of chilling howls. This was the first time Chen Xing witnessed a person directly consuming the flesh of a high-tier mutated beast. He did not hasten to eliminate Yu Hao. Instead, he stood quietly to the side, observing his transformation. Yu Hao struggled on the ground, his cries gradually morphing into sounds reminiscent of a wolf's howl. Hair erupted from his back like steel needles piercing through his skin, while his spine broke through to form a bony tail. Phoenix remained fixated on the metamorphosing Yu Hao, its computational power fully engaged. Golden streams of data flowed across Chen Xing's retina. Warning, warning, level 2 mutated organism undergoing evolution. This organism is extremely dangerous. Warning, this organism is extremely dangerous. Yet, Chen Xing showed no inclination to retreat. Instead, he extended his tongue to lick his upper lip. Interesting. Warning, level 2 mutated organism's evolution is 90 complete. It is now too late to disengage. It is advised to activate the Berserk skill. Activating Berserk skill, countdown 10 seconds. Chen Xing's eyes suddenly turned golden, and Yu Hao, on the ground, sprang up as if propelled. With claws 5 times stronger than that of an ordinary person, he lunged towards Chen Xing's throat with a whistling sound. Chen Xing neither retreated nor avoided. Instead, he launched himself forward like a cannonball, ready to counter with a punch. As the fury unleashed, strength doubled, and the power of 5 ordinary men collided with the claws of a level 2 mutated creature. The entire building trembled under the shockwave. Deep within Chen Xing's pupils, it seemed as if golden sand flowed. In a state of rage, his neural responses surged to an astonishing 240. This body was paying the price of ruptured capillaries to transcend its limits. 2 afterimages crashed through countless walls, colliding at high speed between load-bearing columns, while concrete debris rained down like a storm. Yu Hao's claws left 5 white marks on Chen Xing's shoulder armor, while Chen Xing's fists resounded against his opponent's skull. This son of a dog truly has a hard head. A strange smile crept across Chen Xing's lips. Suddenly, his right hand shot out. Yu Hao, now fully beastly, was consumed by thoughts of slaughter. As he saw Chen Xing's fist approaching, he did not flinch. Instead, he extended his claws, intent on taking the hit. However, the moment they made contact, a surge of blue plasma coursed up his claws. Yu Hao's entire being was enveloped in waves of blue plasma, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Chen Xing coldly chuckled as he drew out the great rhinoceros. Time to send you on your way. The 9x21mm IMI special rounds pierced through his eye sockets, reducing Yu Hao's head to a pulp. With a muffled grunt, Yu Hao fell silent, forever at rest. Chapter 137. Chen Xing wrapped himself tightly in a military overcoat as he entered the property management office of building number 1. Although his protective clothing was sufficient to shield him from the biting cold, he preferred not to reveal his vulnerabilities in front of others. Hence, he chose to don a military coat during his outings. Zhang Lu was skillfully peeling a frozen potato with a dagger, which subsequently tumbled into the bubbling pot on the stove, filling the office with the enticing aroma of potato stew mingled with luncheon meat. The previous day, they had discovered several cans of luncheon meat in the lair of Mao Zi, located in building number 8. It was a rare occasion for Zhang Lu to indulge in such a feast. Upon seeing Chen Xing enter and shake off the snowflakes from his coat, Zhang Lu greeted him with a smile. "Come over and have a warm sip of soup to thaw yourself," he said, serving Chen Xing a bowl of hot soup. Chen Xing accepted it graciously and began to eat. "What about old Lu?" he inquired casually. "He is currently counting the residents of buildings number 8 and number 10. Discussing with them what to do next," Zhang Lu replied. Old Lu aimed to consolidate everyone into a single building for easier management. Though he was uncertain whether the residents of those 2 buildings would be agreeable. "These neighborhood officers always have endless concerns," Zhang Lu remarked pointedly. Chen Xing nodded. Understanding old Lu's character, he would undoubtedly seek to consolidate management with such a large population. However, the residents of buildings number 8 and number 10 were not ordinary individuals. Many were small business owners from affluent backgrounds, while others held respectable positions as civil servants. Despite having endured over a month of apocalyptic existence, persuading them to comply with old Lu's arrangements would prove to be a formidable challenge. Chen Xing harbored little interest in wielding power over the population within the community. He preferred to liberate the residents of those buildings rather than have Zhang Lu and old Lu manage them. The pot on the stove continued to gurgle, and the thermometer on the wall read -20 degrees Celsius. Chen Xing quickly finished his bowl of potato soup and set it down. "You take 30% of the canned goods, and we'll split the rice, flour, and oil evenly," he declared, slapping a list of supplies onto the table, with frost cascading down the parchment. "I want 70% of the bedding and the stove. Additionally, if the residents of building number 8 are relocated, that building will fall under our management." The battle had concluded 2 days prior, and since then, Chen Xing and his companions had been occupied with post-war cleanup efforts. The spoils of their victory were quite substantial. Not only had they dismantled the criminal gang led by Yu Yang and Yu Hao, but they had also eliminated several other factions connected to them. The overall environment of the community had undergone a significant transformation. Naturally, Chen Xing and his team seized the opportunity to take control of the assets left behind by these gangs. After 2 days of inventory, they finally had a rough estimate of their findings. The wealth amassed by these brigands was indeed astonishing. They had managed to hoard an impressive quantity of supplies. They discovered no fewer than 10 boxes of canned goods, ham sausages, and instant noodles, while other staples like rice, flour, and oil amounted to several hundred pounds. Additionally, firewood, cotton clothing, quilts, and other resources were abundant. Today, Chen Xing had come to meet Zhang Lu to discuss the division of their spoils. Zhang Lu plunged the dagger into the tabletop, the blade hovering a mere half-inch above the list. "I heard you dismantled the diesel generator from Building 5? A lackey behind him stepped forward slightly, his boots crunching the snow beneath. Chen Xing smiled faintly. "Indeed. Such a fine piece. How could I possibly leave it behind?" As he spoke, he crossed his arms and leaned back, squinting at Zhang Lu. The office fell into an eerie silence, the temperature plummeting by 5 degrees. Suddenly, Zhang Lu erupted in laughter, withdrawing the dagger to peel away the last remnant of potato skin. Zhang Damo fled in haste. Chen Xing's brow furrowed into a deep crease. He reached for the short spear at his waist, the very one he had extracted from Zhang Damo's thigh 3 days prior. At that moment, blood had splattered across the icy surface of the emergency passageway of Building 10, resembling blossoming red plums. Chapter 138. To escape in a desperate bid for survival. One could forcibly extract a short spear from the powerful grip of an adversary. Such a person is undoubtedly formidable. I had previously underestimated the tyrant of Building 6. To survive after being impaled by a short spear through the thigh? It seems he possesses remarkable resilience. Chen Xing muttered, "Indeed, that lame Zhang Daming is quite fortunate." Zhang Lu, devoid of any trace of humor, raised his gaze. His brother, Zhang Tianhao, resided next door in the Ziyu Guandi community, where he had operated a fortune-printing vehicle before the apocalypse. He was reputed to possess at least 3 shotguns and, as rumors suggest, now reigns supreme in Ziyu Guandi, controlling a substantial portion of the community with no fewer than 80 subordinates. Chen Xing waved his hand dismissively. "Let us not dwell on that for now. I have a favor to ask of you." "Oh, what do you require?" Zhang Lu arched an eyebrow, reclining backward, his feet propped up on the desk before him. "Do you have any medicine? Anything for a cold or anti-inflammatory drugs? If you could spare me some, I would be willing to make concessions regarding the upcoming resource distribution." Chen Xing inquired softly. "Medicine?" Zhang Lu abruptly withdrew his feet from the desk, shaking his head vigorously. "I don't have much left, just a few boxes, and I need to conserve them. I hope you understand." The light in Chen Xing's eyes dimmed instantly as he rose to his feet. "Then I shall take my leave." Zhang Lu waved him off, and Chen Xing exited the office. Upon returning to Building 4, Lu Xiaowang immediately approached him. "Chen Xing, my daughter has begun coughing up blood." His military coat was adorned with icicles, and frost clung to his stubble. Witnessing Lu Xiaowang's haggard visage weighed heavily on Chen Xing's heart. "Let us head to the medical room," he urged. Room 1001, once Yu Yang's stronghold, had now been transformed into a medical facility, which was currently overcrowded. The air was laden with the stench of unwashed bodies mingled with coal smoke wafting from the stove, creating an unpleasant atmosphere. Just a day prior, a sudden drop in temperature had caught the majority of residents off guard, leading to widespread illness, including Lu Jia. Since her affliction, she had been sent here for centralized care, both for convenience and to prevent the spread of the illness. At that moment, she lay shivering beneath a thick down comforter, and Chen Xing's last dose of antipyretic medicine had long since been exhausted. Beside her, Cheng Lu was diligently using a towel to wipe her body, attempting to reduce her fever through physical means. Upon Chen Xing's entrance, Cheng Lu's face was etched with anxiety. "Chen Xing, you must think of a solution. If this continues, Jia Jia will surely develop pneumonia." Chen Xing pressed his forehead against her feverish skin, yet there was no sign of improvement. Nearby, Aunt Wang from the 6th floor was administering alcohol to her feverish husband, while the intermittent cries of a child echoed from a corner. Chen Xing lifted the dust cover, revealing a small girl lying on the bed. Her complexion a ghastly shade of blue, with dried blood on her chest resembling a wilted rose. "The nearby pharmacies have been raided. We dispatched individuals to check, but they were emptied long ago. The nearest municipal hospital, the second hospital of Medical University, lies a daunting 10 kilometers away, under the relentless downpour of snow. Traversing such a distance seems utterly impractical. However, I am aware of a place where medicine can be procured." Chen Xing's eyes sparkled with excitement as he seized Lu Xiaowang by the collar. "Where?" he inquired. "At the university where I work. The Danzhou Institute of Technology?" Chen Xing's expression brightened. "Indeed." Lu Xiaowang nodded vigorously. Before the apocalypse, the university had imposed a lockdown, with around 5,000 to 6,000 students residing on campus. The institution feared a large-scale outbreak of mutations within its walls. Consequently, it had stockpiled a significant quantity of medication. When the lockdown was eventually lifted, the students returned home ahead of schedule, leaving the supplies unused, now securely stored in the infirmary. This information is known to very few. Chapter 139. Before the school was completely closed for vacation, it was my responsibility to deliver over 30 boxes of medical supplies to the infirmary. Lu Xiaowang's eyes sparkled with determination. Chen Xing felt a sense of relief. Danzhou Polytechnic University was less than 5 kilometers from their neighborhood. It was far simpler to retrieve medicine from there than to visit a hospital. It was not merely about saving a few kilometers of travel. The crux of the matter was that hospitals are widely known to have supplies. Thus, in this apocalyptic world, they would undoubtedly become prime targets, frequented by countless individuals. Even if they were to go, they might not find the medicine they sought. However, the infirmary at the Polytechnic was not widely known. "Will there be anyone left at the university during the break?" Chen Xing inquired of Lu Xiaowang. "Perhaps not many," Lu Xiaowang replied, stroking his bald head. "There should be just a handful of security personnel on duty. The teachers and students have all been instructed to return home until further notice." Lu Xiaowang was not entirely certain, though. Upon hearing this, Chen Xing felt even more reassured. Fewer people meant it would be easier. "What are we waiting for?" Lu Xiaowang. "Let's set off immediately." At that moment, Cheng Lu, who had been quietly listening, perked up. Suddenly, a figure rushed into the infirmary, panic etched across his face. "What happened?" Chen Xing looked up, recognizing Zhou Jian. "Weren't you out gathering firewood this morning with Fang Shuo?" and Zhang Weiguo? Lu Xiaowang asked. Yes, but we encountered trouble on our way back. Lu Xiaowang dashed to his side, gripping his arm. What kind of trouble? Is Feng Shuo all right? He and Feng Shuo were not only good neighbors, but also close colleagues. Having endured numerous trials together in this harsh new world, he could not help but feel anxious. I'm fine. Feng Shuo entered the infirmary, his disheveled attire alarming. Let us step outside to talk, Chen Xing suggested, leading everyone out of the infirmary. In the lobby of Building 4, two lifeless bodies lay on the ground. One shot in the head, the other in the abdomen, their wounds grotesquely horrific. When we went out to gather firewood, our team was ambushed. The assailants were armed and opened fire immediately, catching us off guard. I could only shout for everyone to scatter and run. Poor Lao Lu and Lao Wang didn't manage to escape. Chen Xing's gaze fell upon the two mangled corpses, his complexion turning ashen. Damn it, it has to be Zhang Tianhao. His revenge has come swiftly. Who is Zhang Tianhao? Lu Xiaowang asked, looking at Chen Xing. He is the cousin of Zhang Damo, residing in the neighboring Ziyu Guandi community. He used to drive an armored vehicle for a bank and is rumored to possess 3 shotguns. The atmosphere in the lobby grew tense. Just as they had begun to catch their breath after eliminating Yu Yang and his brothers, another threat had emerged in the form of Zhang Damo and his sibling. Moreover, these two are even more formidable, starting off with 3 shotgun barrels. With such a formidable adversary outside, it is futile to even consider searching for supplies. Venturing out into the wilderness to gather resources must be approached with utmost caution. I am aware of a location where one might procure a firearm. A voice echoed, and everyone turned to find it was none other than Zhang Weiguo. Chapter 140. Where can we find guns? Chen Xing inquired eagerly. At the head of the Cross Sea Bridge. Indeed, I am familiar with that location as well. When the apocalypse first erupted, the entire city was sealed off. The military dispatched a unit to garrison the bridgehead. Rumors circulated that someone had stealthily exited the city, resulting in the spread of mutations. Lu Xiaowang exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Chen Xing suddenly recalled that Lu Xiaowang had mentioned this before. However, given the harrowing experience at Yida Plaza, Chen Xing could not guarantee that they would indeed find firearms at the bridgehead. Are you certain there will be guns there? He queried, casting a skeptical glance at Zhang Weiguo. The dark-skinned old Zhang chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. That unit is my former battalion. When I was active, we were issued sidearms. Haha, so you were a soldier, old Zhang. Chen Xing laughed heartily, feeling a sense of relief. It turned out that Zhang Weiguo had indeed served in the military, stationed at the very bridgehead they were discussing. At that time, he was selling cooked food nearby and had even conversed with his superiors on several occasions. Subsequently, when the city was locked down, old Zhang maintained contact with his commanders, discreetly inquiring about the situation until recently. His superior had sent him a text message, informing him of their urgent orders for withdrawal and advising him to take care of himself. I know my commander well. The fact that he sent me such a message indicates that they are in a dire situation. Their retreat must have been hasty, so they might have left some supplies behind at their camp, Zhang Weiguo asserted confidently. Then what are we waiting for? Let us prepare and set off immediately, Chen Xing urged. Time was of the essence, so he assigned Feng Shuo to remain behind and then departed with Zhang Weiguo, Lu Xiaowang, Cheng Lu, and several others. As they journeyed, the biting cold wind lashed against their faces and heavy snow obscured their vision. They braved the storm, cautiously advancing towards the temporary military camp. Chen Xing and his team maintained a state of heightened vigilance throughout the trek. The Phoenix Command drone hovered above them, scanning for any potential dangers. After an hour of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the bridgehead of the Cross Sea Bridge. The steel cables glistened with icicles, resembling the frozen veins of a giant. The group observed various obstacles scattered along the distant bridge. Below the bridgehead lay a temporary military camp, enclosed by color-coded steel panels, which bore the inscription Military Restricted Zone in paint. However, the camp was eerily silent. Chen Xing trudged through the knee-deep snow towards a small earthen mound near the sentry. Lu Xiaowang handed him a genuine Maoxiong military binoculars. Chen Xing raised the binoculars to his eyes, but could discern nothing unusual. Something feels off, Zhang Weiguo said, pressing his hand on Chen Xing's shoulder. The instincts of a retired soldier had this northeastern man on high alert. Observe the slope of the snow. Chen Xing squinted, focusing his gaze. The snowdrifts surrounding the camp undulate unnaturally, as if plowed by some colossal creature. The footage relayed by the drone reveals a gaping 5-meter tear in the command tent, with the canvas edges adorned by suspicious black slime. This camp harbors a mystery. Yet, soon the drone's images incited an even greater stir among the onlookers. Behind the camp, several rows of containers had been transformed into barracks. At that moment, the doors stood wide open, with military bedding strewn across the ground. Even the latest camouflage military overcoats and uniforms lay carelessly discarded. Upon witnessing these supplies, the crowd collectively held their breath. These items are undoubtedly treasures, particularly the seemingly unremarkable military overcoats, which surpass even down jackets in warmth. Whoever possesses one would significantly enhance their chances of survival this winter. At that moment, at least a dozen such coats lay scattered at the entrance of those barracks. Chapter 141. The frigid wind, laden with ice crystals, lashed against the gathered individuals as Chen Xing raised the fur collar of his military coat. The drone transmitted more images from within the camp. The once imposing military base now lay in ruins, reduced to crumbling walls and shattered remnants. The sentry tower at the entrance was encased in thick ice, resembling a frozen skeleton. Lu Xiaowang, standing nearby, gazed at the screen, his throat constricting with unease. Chen Xing, it appears there are not many people left in the camp. What are we waiting for? Another voice chimed in. Indeed, let us hasten inside. It is dreadfully cold out here. Clearly, the group had observed the scattered military coats and bedding within the camp. These treasures were genuine articles, incomparable in quality to the counterfeit wares found in the marketplace. Though strewn on the ground, stained with dirt and marred by footprints, they could easily be restored to their former glory with a thorough cleaning, transforming them once more into coveted possessions. Despite the varied expressions on their faces, none dared to act without Chen Xing's command. Thus, their collective attention remained fixated on him. Yet, Chen Xing hesitated to issue any orders, a palpable sense of foreboding lingering in his mind. Something was amiss with this camp. Dark red icicles dangled from the barbed wire at the sentry post, and a blood-stained military cap lay frozen in the snow. The playground was lined with dark red ice formations, the chilling remnants of blood that had instantaneously solidified in the frigid temperature of -40 degrees. These ominous signs incessantly conveyed to Chen Xing the peril that lurked within the camp. The drone's feed soon revealed a makeshift container house with a half-frozen, bone-white finger lodged in the crack of its door. Chen Xing remained silent, his fingers gliding over the tablet. Phoenix, lower the drone by 5 meters and approach the window for a closer look. The howling wind made it difficult for him to maneuver the drone precisely, so he relinquished control to Phoenix. Phoenix deftly guided the drone closer to the window, zooming in. A figure lay sprawled behind the door, while on the table within the room lay 2 disassembled QBS-09 shotguns. Upon sighting the firearms, Chen Xing could no longer restrain himself. The primary objective of their expedition had been to locate weapons, and he had not anticipated finding them so effortlessly. Let us proceed inside. Inform everyone to exercise caution. This camp is peculiar, Chen Xing commanded, and the group erupted into cheers before sprinting towards the camp. Watching their retreating figures, Chen Xing could only shake his head in resignation. They were not merely trained soldiers. They resembled a disorganized mob in their fervor. Yet, one could hardly blame them. The sight of the coveted bedding and military coats was enough to ignite a fierce desire. In these times, there was no concept of first come, first served. Everyone was driven by the instinct to seize the opportunity. As the group surged into the camp, they raced towards the scattered bedding and military coats, driven by an insatiable hunger for the valuable resources that lay before them. Chen Xing ambled leisurely behind the crowd, the sound of his Dana military boots crunching through the snow resonating distinctly. As he pushed open the iron gate of the camp, he was met with the familiar metallic scent of blood. His fingers rested upon the grip of his large rhinoceros handgun, the textured surface of the 50DS firmly imprinted in his palm. Should any disturbance arise, he would draw his weapon without hesitation. Cheng Lu picked up a military overcoat and shook it, causing the snowflakes on its waterproof fabric to cascade down. Her expression fell as she exclaimed, "This coat is truly hideous." Following closely behind her, Lu Xiaowang also retrieved a digital camouflage military overcoat. Hideous? This is a third-generation intelligent cold-resistant garment. It cannot be compared to the shabby goods from a labor protection store. The outer layer is crafted from a substantial amount of nylon, making it scratch-resistant and durable. And have you noticed this digital camouflage? Chapter 142. This is indeed developed by our unit. It was evident that Lu Xiaoguang was quite indignant about Qing Lu's assessment. Zhang Weiguo picked up one item and tried it on. Cheng Lu, this is not the run-of-the-mill attire worn by migrant workers. This is pure military gear, unobtainable in stores. This is far superior to a down jacket. Last year, I spent 8,000 on a top-tier goose down coat. During a freezing rain in February, it became drenched and turned into an icy shell. Yet this military coat is made with premium pea cotton. It offers warmth and breathability, with exceptional water resistance. When wet, it not only dries quickly but also maintains its insulating properties. Cheng Lu looked at Zhang Weiguo with skepticism. To her surprise, He actually changed out of his down jacket and donned the military coat. Lu Staoguang, standing nearby, noticed her hesitation and chuckled with a mischievous grin. This military coat is not merely composed of pea cotton, it also incorporates Outlast phase change materials. Do you see those small protruding particles? They are micro-wax capsules, each containing octadecane, which can automatically regulate temperature. When body heat rises, it absorbs heat and solidifies. When body temperature drops, it releases heat and liquefies. The bald professor's fingernail traced the silver fabric at the cuff, and as he spoke, his enthusiasm intensified. He lifted the coat's lining to reveal a myriad of circuit interfaces. Furthermore, the technological wonders of this garment do not end there. Observe these charging modules. A 10-minute charge can provide warmth for 6 hours. Even if it runs out of power, a recharge will restore its functionality. Thus, I tell you, this military coat may appear simple, yet it is packed with advanced technology, far surpassing down jackets sold for thousands on the market. Cheng Lu ceased her idle chatter and hurriedly wrapped the military coat around herself, fearing that if she hesitated any longer, it would be snatched away by someone else. Everyone was clamoring for the military blankets and coats. Meanwhile, Chen Xing had already arrived at the makeshift container house in the center of the camp. He reached for the 2 QBS-09 shotguns resting on the table, caressing the etched inscription on the barrel. The cold touch of the gun sent his heart racing. This weapon is standard issue for the Qin army, specifically designed for urban combat and jungle warfare scenarios. In contrast to foreign shotguns, which typically have an effective range of only 50 meters, this gun boasts a range of up to 100 meters. At that distance, the tungsten alloy pellets it fires can penetrate 25 millimeters of pine board, delivering a lethality far exceeding that of comparable foreign products. However, upon inspecting the two guns, Chen Xing found that they were both missing firing pins, which explained why they had been abandoned here. Nonetheless, these were minor issues for Chen Xing. He pulled the bolt, only to find the chamber devoid of ammunition. Frowning, he thought, this simply will not do. Phoenix, scan the camp and locate the ammunition depot. The drone hovering above the camp swiftly resumed its activities. It detected traces of gunpowder in the second row, room 301 on the left side, raising suspicions of an ammunition depot. The Phoenix did not disappoint Chen Xing, for news arrived promptly. As he pushed open the door of room 301, he was met with a pungent, metallic odor. 5.8mm casings littered the floor, coated in a viscous secretion of an unknown creature. Suddenly, Chen Xing stepped onto a soft, yielding substance. A half-destroyed bulletproof vest lay submerged in a pool of blood, its severed edge marked with serrated bite marks. Several boxes of 12-gauge shotguns were stacked in the center of the room, the green ammunition crate still glimmering with the red paint of Shotgun 09. Yet, in the next moment, the smile on Chen Xing's face froze. A half-eggshell was wedged in the crevice of the ammunition box, its pale gray surface adorned with vascular patterns. Chapter 143. Chen Xing's pupils dilated sharply, memories piercing his mind like a blade. Just a few days prior, the image of rows of monstrous lizard eggs flashed through his consciousness in the underground supermarket at Yida Plaza. He wrinkled his nose, sensing an almost imperceptible stench of decay in the air. Drawing his large-caliber revolver from his waistband, he stealthily approached the direction of the ammunition boxes. As he passed by, he collected the ammunition into the foldable space of his wristwatch. With the ammunition boxes stowed away, the vacant ground behind them revealed heaps of gnawed human bones. Some bones were not fully stripped, remnants of flesh and blood still clinging to them. A wave of nausea surged within Chen Xing, and he fought to suppress the urge to vomit. He gazed at a steel door on the opposite wall, treading lightly as he approached. Upon pushing open the frozen iron door, he was greeted by a familiar, pungent odor. It was not the foul stench of zombies, but rather the distinct scent of cold-blooded creatures. The AI's electronic eye scanned the corners of the room, revealing rows of enormous eggs standing ominously within. Each egg measured 60 centimeters in height and 30 centimeters in diameter. Under the beam of his helmet's flashlight, they emitted an eerie glow, their surfaces adorned with crystalline protrusions. Were these eggs breathing? Chen Xing's breathing quickened abruptly. Suddenly, a crack appeared in one of the recently discovered eggs, translucent mucus oozing forth, astonishingly remaining unfrozen in the frigid air. Just as Chen Xing leaned in closer to investigate, an excited shout from Zhang Weigua echoed from outside. Chen Xing, we have made a significant discovery. Following Zhang Weigua, they ventured outside, swiftly arriving near the camp's main gate. Chen Xing, Zhang Weigua suddenly pointed toward the southwest corner. Do you see that overturned warrior vehicle? Following the direction of Zhang Weigua's finger, a Dongfeng warrior lay on its side by the roadside. The barrel protruding from its cargo area slanted into the snow, and the contours of a magazine peeked out from beneath the camouflage tarp. Chen Xing was taken aback. The drone had not detected this warrior vehicle earlier. It was covered by the camouflage cloth, and we only uncovered it now. To his astonishment, it turned out to be a PCP-001 model 82mm rapid-fire mortar vehicle. This was indeed a remarkable find. The Dongfeng warrior served as the platform for the weapon. With an 82mm caliber, it could hold 4 rounds in its magazine and empty it in 2 seconds. With a range of 6,000 meters, it was capable of both high and flat trajectory firing. This thing was revered in the military as the AK among artillery. Despite Zhang Weigua's years of retirement, he recited weapon specifications with remarkable familiarity. At that moment, the synthetic voice of Phoenix, the AI system, resonated with unusual fluctuations. Detected PCP-001 rapid-fire mortar vehicle in overturned condition, undergoing diagnostics. The barrel is intact, but the right side of the vehicle has sustained severe impact, causing deformation of the door. The engine is functional, and the chassis is undamaged. It is recommended for priority recovery. As Phoenix conducted the scan of the mortar vehicle, holographic projections continuously appeared in Chen Xing's AI glasses. The vehicle was largely intact, and even the rear compartment contained 40 rounds of grenades and armor-piercing shells. After gaining a comprehensive understanding of the artillery vehicle, Chen Xing was immediately filled with excitement. If this vehicle could be revived, it would undoubtedly mark their most significant discovery of the day. However, the absence of a crane posed a formidable challenge in overturning it. Zhang Weigua, observing the overturned vehicle, anxiously scratched his head. Chen Xing hastened to the side of the artillery vehicle, grasping the door panel at the base. With a tightened core and a slight crouch, he summoned all his strength. "Hey, lift for me." A power 5 times that of an ordinary person began to manifest. To everyone's astonishment, the previously immobile PC-001, which lay on its side, began to shift ever so slightly. In the distance, Zhang Weigua and the others gaped in astonishment. Was this truly a feat of human capability? Could the legend of the mighty warrior lifting great weights be real? The artillery vehicle weighed a staggering 4.8 tons, and with an additional 40 shells in its rear compartment, its total weight exceeded 5 tons. Chapter 144. Despite Chen Xing's astonishment, the idea of riding the overturned vehicle was nothing more than a fanciful dream. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and lend a hand," Zhang Weigua shouted, prompting the others to rush forward. "Don't create more trouble. Bring over those steel pipes from old Zhang's side. Qinglu, move that support over there." It must be said, when it comes to labor, Lu Xiaowang's ingenuity shone through. He directed the others, and they swiftly fashioned several makeshift levers. Through their collective effort, they finally managed to right the toppled artillery vehicle. Chen Xing cast a glance at the deformed door on the right side of the vehicle. A chill creeping down his spine as images of a mutated beast sweeping away an armored vehicle flashed through his mind. Suddenly, a deafening alarm erupted in Chen Xing's ears. The Phoenix's warning coincided with the sound of cracking ice on the sea. Large biological entity detected, rapidly approaching. Estimated length, 8 meters, weight exceeding 5 tons. With a thunderous crash, the colored steel wall collapsed like a house of cards, revealing the silhouette of a creature the size of a truck emerging from the swirling ice mist. Chen Xing shouted into his wristwatch, "Phoenix," but was met only with a cacophony of static. He watched helplessly as a team member near the colored steel wall was struck by a tail akin to a steel whip, sent flying like a ping-pong ball, crashing against a nearby shipping container with a sound reminiscent of a bursting water-filled plastic bag. The 5-ton mutated crocodile burst through the wall, its ice crystal-covered scales shimmering a ghostly blue in the moonlight. Everyone stood agape. Located in the northern region, Danzhou was inhospitable to crocodiles. Yet here stood a prehistoric giant one might only expect to see in a film. This creature, comparable in size to a box truck, charged towards them with reckless abandon. "Run." A single glance was enough for Chen Xing to realize that they stood no chance. Grabbing Cheng Lu beside him, he turned to flee. Lu Xiaowang and Zhang Weigua, quick-witted enough, followed closely behind as they dashed toward the southern gate. In less than 5 seconds, they reached the entrance of the camp. Whoosh! Chen Xing narrowly evaded a sheet of colored steel that whizzed past him. Had he not moved swiftly, it would have cleaved him in two. Turning back, he saw that the crocodile, unable to match their speed, was tearing at the iron sheet on the ground and flinging it toward them. This creature possessed an unsettling intelligence. "Old Lu, take them and run ahead." As Lao Lu's words hung in the air, Chen Xing swiftly drew his large revolver, the Rhino, and fired 3 shots without hesitation. "I will buy you some time, now run." The bullet struck the crocodile's armored back, sparking upon impact. The 35 Magnum bullets merely left white marks upon the bone plating, which reminded him of the mutated giant lizard he had encountered a few days prior. Suddenly, Chen Xing's pupils contracted as he noticed the scar on the crocodile's left eye, a neat penetrating wound, undoubtedly inflicted by some form of energy weapon. Could it be that this crocodile had sustained injuries? Chapter 145. A pungent aroma of brine coupled with the scent of rust invaded Chen Xing's nasal cavity as his back pressed against the wall of the container barracks. The mutated bay crocodile, a subspecies of the prehistoric giant crocodile. His left eye rendered blind, his vision obstructed. It was advised to launch an attack from the left flank. The phoenix, which had just vanished, re-emerged. Upon hearing the voice of the phoenix, Chen Xing felt a sense of relief wash over him. The AI goggles displayed a series of pulsating crimson warning boxes. Merely 30 meters ahead, the mutated giant crocodile was slowly turning its head. Beneath the charred scales, writhing flesh buds were exposed, and its solitary eye glimmered with a murky yellow light in the twilight. Its head swayed from side to side as it sought the trace of Chen Xing. Should we retreat? Lu Xiaowang, concealed on the other side, quietly sought Chen Xing's counsel. Chen Xing peeked once more at the bay crocodile. Wait a moment. Now is not the time. That creature possesses immense strength. The metal debris it flings is akin to a flying dagger. A direct hit would cleave one in twain. I will draw its attention from this side. You all see the hole in the wall over there? Make your escape through that. And you? Chen Lu gazed at Chen Xing, her eyes brimming with concern. Chen Xing offered a faint smile. Do not worry. I can evade it. Let us regroup at the small square by the bridgehead. The group nodded in agreement, turning their gazes towards the distant hole in the metal wall. To reach it, they would have to dash across approximately 50 meters of open ground. Without Chen Xing providing cover, they would be entirely exposed to the mutated crocodile's line of sight. What awaited them would be a death charge. Thus, no one opposed Chen Xing holding the rear, and they all had faith in his abilities. After all, they had collaborated with him on numerous occasions. Chen Xing held up 3 fingers. 3, 2, 1. Run. Simultaneously, he darted out from the right side of the metal barack. He raised his weapon and fired 3 shots at the mutated crocodile. The 35 magnum bullets erupted 3 blood holes in the creature's jaw. The giant crocodile, in agony, violently whipped its tail, sending a piece of metal flying towards Chen Xing. He executed a forward roll. The panel-sized metal struck precisely where he had evaded, and had he not been swift, it would have sliced him in half. In a swift motion, Chen Xing ducked into the corner of another barack. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Lu Xiaowang and the others rapidly traverse the expanse, racing towards the distant hole in the wall. The giant crocodile seemed to have discerned their intentions and abruptly turned its head. Chen Xing again emerged from behind the barack. He fired 3 more shots, accurately hitting the singed area on the crocodile's chest, causing 3 bursts of blood to erupt. The crocodile let out a piercing scream as it tilted its head back, evidently in pain. Chen Xing couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. This formidable rhino firearm in his hands was capable of taking down a black bear within 10 meters. Even though the crocodile's hide was tough and its flesh resilient, it remained a carbon-based organism. No matter how thick one's skin may be, could it possibly withstand a bullet traveling at several hundred meters per second? Yet, the scene that unfolded next left him utterly astounded. The crocodile let out a deafening roar, and astonishingly, the flesh around the gunshot wound on its chest pulsated, visibly healing at an alarming rate. Immediate evacuation is advised. The electronic voice of the phoenix resonated within his bone conduction headset. A pale blue tactical map unfurled at the edge of his visor, with 3 escape routes constantly twisting and contorting in response to the crocodile's movements. Chapter 146. The regeneration rate of the target exceeds expectations. The lethality probability of existing weapons drops to 7. 3. Chen Xing gripped the ivory handle of the great rhinoceros revolver tightly, the subtle vibrations from the metal components resonating through his palm. 20 meters away, Lu Xiaowang was dragging the injured Cheng Lu, making their way toward the iron wall. Zhang Weiguo, meanwhile, was wielding Cheng Lu's crossbow, unleashing a barrage of bolts toward the crocodile. No, I must buy them some time. The crocodile turned, its crimson right eye fixated on Zhang Weiguo. The bolts he fired seemed merely a playful scratch to the beast. Yet, this action incensed the crocodile. It lashed its tail like a steel whip, producing a sharp crack. Chen Xing's expression shifted to one of alarm. In a flash, he darted from his cover. He pushed his speed to its limits, reaching Zhang Weiguo's side in the blink of an eye. With a swift motion, he pulled Zhang Weiguo aside, rolling to evade the sweeping tail. Bang! The oil drum that Zhang Weiguo had just sought refuge behind was obliterated to dust. Run! Head to the artillery. Chen Xing shoved Zhang Weiguo away while turning to fire. The bullets from the great rhinoceros erupted in bursts of crimson against the massive crocodile. Upon seeing Chen Xing again, the crocodile's eyes blazed with fury. It swung its tail, crashing it down toward him. Chen Xing grasped a crushed oil drum as a makeshift shield. Bang! A tremendous force struck the temporary barrier, sending Chen Xing soaring through the air. He crashed violently to the ground, the spiked tail smashing down onto the concrete, sending shards raining down like a tempest upon his protective suit, producing a cacophony of clattering sounds. Suppressing the metallic taste rising in his throat, Chen Xing rolled to his feet. Following the green dotted line marked by the phoenix, he continued to tumble, his revolver transforming into an automatic weapon in his hands. The foul, pungent mist of the crocodile's blood billowed forth, its sheer size overwhelming. At such close range, even with his eyes shut, Chen Xing could not miss. Yet, as the monstrous crocodile drew nearer, his AI visor was inundated with orange alerts. Warning, warning, danger, recommended withdrawal, suggested retreat, continuing combat, probability of victory, 1-5. Watch the skies. The phoenix's warning coincided with the sound of something slicing through the air. A flaming meteor plummeted to the earth, its five-colored tail unfurling in flames, forming a magnificent screen. A torrent of fire descended from above, akin to a fiery dragon, engulfing the crocodile's head. Chen Xing looked up to witness the blazing wings unfurling in the sky, the colorful tail tracing a resplendent arc through the blizzard. On the ground, the massive crocodile writhed in agony, desperately attempting to extinguish the inferno consuming its head. Yet, the flames refused to be quelled, only growing fiercer. The creature exhibited an astonishing tenacity for life. Even with its head transformed into a blazing torch, it continued to struggle. A melodious bird call, reminiscent of a flute, rang out. Soaring high and clear, the meteoric bird, akin to a shooting star, burst forth from the clouds, diving downward, its wings stirring a tempest imbued with searing heat. It appeared that a fatal strike was imminent. Yet, at that moment, the phoenix's warning signal resounded once more. It detected an intermittent thermal source at the 12 o'clock position, with a fluctuation frequency consistent with that of a crawling creature. The heat source was rapidly advancing. Warning! Chen Xing gazed toward the 12 o'clock direction, where the once solid and frigid ground began to crack open. The drone operated by the Phoenix hovered 10 meters above the surface. Through its high-definition lens, he discerned fine claw marks etched into the concrete, each one a palm's width, with edges adorned in frost crystals. A flicker of cold light flashed in Chen Xing's eyes. This was not good. He raised his gaze to the descending Luanio and abruptly swung his arm with fervor. Do not descend. The Luanio caught sight of his gesture, momentarily pausing. However, it was but a fleeting hesitation before it continued its relentless dive. Chapter 147. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 ice arrows pierced through the fissures in the ground, soaring into the air. Chen Xing executed a swift roll, seeking refuge behind a container barack. 3 bay crocodiles, comparable in size to the earlier crocodile, emerged from the cracked, muddy terrain. Their backs were adorned with crystalline protrusions, and a ghostly blue glow gathered in their throats as they opened their mouths. The celestial phoenix, seemingly anticipating their arrival, elegantly maneuvered in midair, evading the 3 ice arrows. With a whoosh, a pillar of fire shot upwards once more, carving a foot-deep trench along the ground as it surged towards the 3 bay crocodiles. The reptiles scattered in disarray, yet their speed remained sluggish. The blue-white flames raked across their backs, the intense heat producing a sound akin to shattering glass. The 3 crocodiles roared in agony, thrashing upon the ground, while the phoenix executed a graceful turn. An ancient Samara giant bird, a subspecies capable of spewing fire. The AI visor scanned the majestic creature soaring above, as the phoenix began to analyze the origins of this bird, its modern relatives, the colorful pheasants. Chen Xing's eyes widened, understanding why it seemed so familiar. He gazed at the vibrant tail feathers, recognizing the very colorful pheasant he had encountered at the fire station half a month prior. He recalled that when he last saw it, it had been no larger than a peacock, yet now its crest had transformed into a flickering flame, having evolved into a proud king of the skies. Chen Xing stared in awe, observing the phoenix as it soared upward, eager to pierce the clouds. Suddenly, just as the phoenix tilted its head upward, the piercing howl of ice shards interrupted the AI's analysis. From afar, the sound of cracking ice echoed across the sea. The phoenix immediately commanded the drone to fly towards the ocean. In less than a second, the footage was relayed back to Chen Xing's AI visor. He beheld the ice along the shoreline splitting open, revealing a shadow over 10 meters long, reminiscent of a surfacing submarine, breaking through the ice to emerge above the surface. 3 ice arrows, gleaming with a blue luminescence, shot towards the phoenix like missiles. Warning: Level 3 mutated creature, extremely dangerous. Immediate retreat is advised. Immediate retreat is advised. Engaging in battle yields a victory probability of 0. The triangular warning box on the visor flashed frantically. While the cold reminder from the phoenix echoed in his ears, yet Chen Xing remained steadfast, rooted in place. He raised his gaze skyward. The phoenix's melodious call resonated once more. With a powerful flap of its left wing, it conjured a tempest that deflected half of the ice arrows, simultaneously shifting its form. However, at that moment, the king crocodile's armored back suddenly opened dozens of gas pores. Scores of ice arrows erupted from its spines. The phoenix turned back, unleashing a torrent of fire from its mouth. The searing flames clashed with the icy projectiles in midair, a thick mist instantly enveloping the battlefield. Suddenly, 3 more ice arrows shot forth from the right side. Enraged, Chen Xing turned, realizing that it was the trio of bay crocodiles that had just been scorched by the phoenix's fiery onslaught. At this moment, the flames that engulfed its body had been extinguished, leaving it charred and sprawled upon the ground, its grotesque agape. The divine bird emitted a clear and resonant cry, its powerful wings stirring a tempest that swept away the snow blanketing the ground as it attempted to turn. Yet, it was too late. 3 icy arrows, arriving in swift succession, veered mid-flight. One of them pierced through its right wing. With a pained hiss, the divine bird staggered, its form wavering. Streams of golden blood cascaded from its wound, dripping onto the ground below. Chen Xing caught the acrid scent of burning flesh. Where the celestial creature's blood fell, the concrete bubbled and simmered, a vivid crimson, as though it had been inundated with molten lava. Chapter 148. The phoenix struggled mightily to take flight, yearning to hide among the clouds. Suddenly, 3 icy arrows shot forth from the formidable crocodile king. Chen Xing, with a sudden burst of energy, hurled a battered oil drum into the air. The sound of clang, clang, clang resonated as the arrows pierced through the tin barrel, losing their aim in the process. This afforded the phoenix a moment to breathe, allowing it to dive into the clouds. Meanwhile, on the ground, the 3 crocodiles had also taken notice of the meddlesome Chen Xing. Undeterred, he raised his hand and fired 3 shots. The crocodiles emitted agonizing cries, with one bullet blinding one of them in its right eye. Another shot peeled away the charred skin from another crocodile's back, revealing large patches of fresh, blood-red flesh. The final bullet penetrated the gaping maw of the last crocodile, striking true at its throat. The creature seemed to choke, abruptly closing its mouth, as a striking blue light emanated from its throat, visible even through its skin. Finally, with a resounding bang, its neck erupted. Chen Xing stared, momentarily dumbfounded, before a flicker of ecstatic realization crossed his eyes. At last, he had discovered the fatal weakness of these crocodiles. The other 2, severely wounded, could no longer unleash their icy arrows. However, they still retained their formidable physiques and charged directly at Chen Xing, barreling through any obstacles in their path. The scene resembled a pair of land tanks intent on crushing him. Naturally, Chen Xing would not remain idle. He swiftly retreated into the container barracks. Utilizing his agility amidst the myriad obstacles, he engaged in a game of cat and mouse with the 2 crocodiles. By the seaside, a colossal crocodile, as large as a freight car, emerged from the water and made its way ashore. Sensing the peril faced by its kin within the military camp, it hastened with great speed toward the encampment. Suddenly, a vibrant figure burst forth from the clouds to its right. A slender pillar of fire descended from the heavens, seemingly foreseeing the phoenix's imminent attack from this direction. The giant crocodile abruptly swung its bony tail, deftly maneuvering to the right. 3 icy columns shot forth from its back, the collision of ice and fire erupting into a cloud of steam. The phoenix's fiery pillars surged forth, penetrating the vapor and cascading onto the crocodile king's back. The gold and crimson plasma flames crackled as they scorched the crocodile king's carapace. The mutated crocodile emitted a sound akin to a steam whistle, as the mucus seeping from its wounds ignited upon contact with the flames, only to crystallize anew upon its skin surface. The firebird circled once more, preparing to dive and deliver the final blow to the crocodile king. Yet, suddenly, 2 icy spikes hurtled through the air, instantly freezing its left wing in a chill blue mist. The very crocodiles that had pursued Chen Xing moments before now ascended the container. Frost clung to their charred spines, marking their last desperate strike. Amidst a cacophony of mournful cries, the phoenix plummeted toward the ground. Enraged, Chen Xing suddenly recalled the dumb donkey he had discovered in the supermarket last time. With a swift motion, he extracted an item from the void, accompanied by a packet of sugar. In less than a minute, 2 makeshift incendiary devices were assembled and casually hurled into the fray. The result was a resounding explosion as 2 unsuspecting crocodiles erupted into fiery conflagrations. In the distance, the crocodile king suddenly accelerated, racing towards the direction of the fallen mythical bird. A flicker of urgency crossed Chen Xing's face. No, He could not stand idly by and witness the demise of the mythical bird. But how could he thwart the crocodile king? This creature was not akin to the ordinary crocodiles he had just dispatched. Its size rivaled that of a high-speed train carriage. Suddenly, a figure emerged from behind a nearby Dongfeng warrior, waving towards Chen Xing. Upon closer inspection, it was Zhang Weiguo. Without pausing to contemplate, Chen Xing bolted from behind the container, covering 50 meters in a mere 2 seconds, and dove into the cockpit of the artillery vehicle. Meanwhile, Zhang Weiguo was busy connecting the power supply to the circuit board. Just wait, I'll take control of the cannon, and we'll give it a taste of its own medicine. Chapter 149. The remaining iron walls of the camp were toppled by the colossal form of the crocodile king amidst a cloud of dust. The barracks that stood before him were sent flying in all directions. The icy ground beneath shattered beneath the force of the crocodile king's foot. In less than half a minute, he stormed into the camp, arriving swiftly at the site where the Luan bird had fallen. At this moment, the Luan bird struggled to maintain its stance. Although one of its wings bore a scabbed wound, it fluttered weakly. The feathers of the other wing were encased in ice, forming a massive block beneath it, rendering it nearly immobile. Yet, even on the brink of death, it held its proud head high, its golden eyes disdainfully surveying the reptile before it. The crocodile king seemed to sense this contempt, its vertical pupils narrowing in response. Rising to its hind legs, it prepared to deliver a final blow to the Luan bird. Meanwhile, Zhang Weiguo had activated the control panel of PC-001, commencing the targeting sequence. Direct fire mode. The seasoned artilleryman's fingers danced over the fire control panel. With the range set to 400 meters, armor-piercing rounds were readied. Chen Xing, following the veteran's instructions, retrieved an armor-piercing round from the vehicle's cargo. He inserted a magazine into the loading chamber, ready to fire. With determination, Chen Xing pressed the launch button. The dull roar of the cannon echoed like the tolling of death's bell. 82mm shells soared through the air in a horizontal arc. At such a close range, with such a massive target, Chen Xing felt no fear of missing. The first shell shattered the icy armor, the second tore through flesh, the third penetrated deep into the abdomen, and the final shell exploded like a flower of death within the creature's gaping maw. The once mighty crocodile king, akin to Godzilla in its arrogance, attempted to lower its head to inspect the gaping wound in its chest, but found itself unable to bend. Its eyes, filled with disbelief, slowly succumbed as it fell to the ground. With a resounding crash, dust billowed into the air. What of ancient behemoths? What of mutated giants? As long as one remains a carbon-based life form, when confronted with humanity's ultimate weapon, one must inevitably submit. The crocodile king, now silent, lay in eternal slumber. At the moment the 82mm armor-piercing round pierced its chest, Chen Xing distinctly observed a blue crystal core ejected from within. As the dust settled, he intended to retrieve it, only to witness a massive beak descending from the sky, snatching the blue core and swallowing it whole. Watching the core disappear down the slender neck of the Luan bird, Chen Xing could only shake his head in resignation. The Luan bird turned its gaze toward him, its earlier ferocity now replaced with tranquility. Golden light began to flow from the wound on its right wing. Astonishingly, the injury inflicted by the ice arrow began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. The left wing, previously frozen, also displayed the same radiant glow. As the golden light coursed through, the ice encasing the feathers melted away, producing wisps of steam in its wake. In less than a minute, the massive chunk of ice that had been suspended beneath the wings came crashing down to the ground. The Luan bird cast a disdainful glance at the ice, which was the size of a football, and with a haughty lift of its foot, shattered the icy mass into fragments. Once more, the Luan bird turned its gaze towards Chen Xing. Suddenly, the Phoenix system emitted a sharp buzz, and the biological energy readings on the ocular display soared dramatically. The retreat route was recalibrated. The voice of the Phoenix resonated with an unusual urgency, as the green pathway on the display was abruptly engulfed by a crimson hue. A heat source was detected in the southeast, prompting a suggestion. With a gentle flutter, the Luan bird descended before Chen Xing, alighting atop the artillery carriage. It lowered its head to look at Chen Xing, and a fleeting glimmer of humanity flickered in its previously frigid eyes. The wings, shimmering with golden light, brushed gently against Chen Xing's shoulder, and two of its tail feathers drifted softly into his palm. Chapter 150. The moment his skin made contact, Chen Xing felt a joyous flow of air swirling through his fingers. The mythical bird flapped its wings, and a fierce wind arose, causing Chen Xing to close his eyes. When he finally opened them, the magnificent creature had vanished deep into the clouds, leaving only an ethereal and pure melody echoing within, a reminder of its fleeting presence. Chen Xing glanced at the feather in his hand, where a glimmer of golden light danced upon it. The feather, a gift from a level 5 mutated beast, brimmed with elemental energy of the wind. It was suggested that the owner promptly upgrade the gene purification fusion furnace. Upgrading it to level 2 would allow for the purification and fusion of the DNA contained within this feather. Chen Xing sighed, pondering the necessity of reaching level 2 when his fusion furnace was merely at level 1. He regarded the feather, feeling a profound sense of frustration. Boss, has the phoenix left? At that moment, Zhang Weiguo poked his head out from the cockpit. Not everyone possesses the courage to confront such ancient beasts as Chen Xing did. When the mythical bird had arrived, Zhang had only dared to hide in the cockpit. Phoenix? Ah, what an apt name, Chen Xing mused, nodding in affirmation. He turned to see Lu Xiaowang and others peering cautiously from a distance. It appeared that during the recent battle, they hadn't ventured far at all. Spotting Chen Xing waving at them, they hurriedly made their way back. Let us clean up the battlefield quickly. We must return home before nightfall. The earlier chaos caused by the crocodiles had prevented them from thoroughly searching the campsite. Now that the entire crocodile family had been eradicated by the mythical bird, Chen Xing estimated that the area was now devoid of danger. They could proceed with confidence to tidy up the place. Ha ha ha. I knew this trip would not be in vain. Oh my, look at this bounty. Chen Xing had just stored the carcasses of 5 crocodiles in his spatial pocket when he heard a chorus of jubilant cheers behind him. Turning around, he discovered Lu Xiaowang and the others bursting forth from a metal shack, their faces alight with excitement. Look what we've found. A middle-aged, balding man waved a can of beef stew excitedly at Chen Xing. Chen Xing's eyes sparkled with intrigue as Lu Xiaowang tossed him the can. Wow, this is heavy, Chen Xing remarked, weighing the substantial green can in his hand. Indeed, it weighs 3 kilograms. Zhang Weiguo explained with a rosy glow on his face. During our training in the wild, we often indulged in this treat. We set up a stove, toss this in, add some wild vegetables, and boil beef hot pot. Chen Xing nodded with a smile. It truly is a delightful find. Not only had they uncovered 2 boxes of canned goods, but also several boxes of compressed biscuits and instant noodles. Chen Lu hobbled over to share her joy, albeit with a slight limp from having twisted her ankle during the retreat. Is your foot all right? Chen Xing inquired with concern. It's fine. I just need to invest in a pair of military boots for better ankle support. Unfortunately, I've been reluctant to change them because I thought they looked unattractive. Alas, Lu Xiaowang, once radiant with vitality, appeared to have suddenly recalled something, letting out a deep sigh. His countenance dimmed in an instant. What troubles you, old Lu? Chen Xing inquired. Alas, we have managed to procure some food, yet the camp's medical station has been utterly ravaged by that wretched crocodile. Numerous medicines have been crushed, rendered utterly useless. My daughter. Upon thinking of his daughter, who awaited life-saving medication at home, Lu's eyes brimmed with tears. Chen Xing, reminded of Lu Jia's prolonged illness, felt his own spirits plummet. Very well, let us return home for now. Tomorrow, we shall venture out in search of medicine. Chapter 151. In the midst of a biting wind and swirling snow, a group of individuals returned to the community, dragging 2 large sleds laden with supplies. Zhang Lu squinted at Chen Xing as they approached the entrance. Did you traverse the sea bridge? Chen Xing nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Quite audacious, isn't it? The monsters over there have been quite a handful for me. Chen Xing shook his head. They are merely a nest of mutated bay crocodiles. Merely. A flicker of disbelief crossed Zhang Li's eyes. You speak so nonchalantly. Do you truly think I have not witnessed the sheer size of those reptiles? He glanced at the 2 fully loaded sleds, swallowing hard. It seems you have unearthed quite a bounty. Chen Xing nodded. Not too shabby. Would you be interested in a trade? I am in need of some medicine. Would you be willing to exchange? Chen Xing was straightforward. But Zhang Li shook his head with a wry smile. Unfortunately, our remaining supply of anti-inflammatory medication has been entirely depleted. Oh, Chen Xing's gaze shifted. Sensing Zhang Li was no longer fabricating tales, the general has become somewhat uncontrollable. Earlier today, old Lu crushed the last 2 boxes of erythromycin and forced them down. Chen Xing fell silent. Will it be effective? Who knows? Zhang Lu replied. Well then, once we sort out our supplies, I will seek you out if there is a need for exchange. Always at your service. Zhang Li stepped aside, allowing Chen Xing and his team, along with their provisions, to return to building number 4. Chen Xing knew he must procure anti-inflammatory medication promptly. Be it penicillin, cephalosporin, or erythromycin, he needed them urgently. Today, 4 more individuals had succumbed to cold and fever, 2 of whom were already battling pneumonia. Moreover, Lu Jia's condition was far from stable. Zhang Mei, a former nurse at the community hospital, now served as the chief at their makeshift medical station. Upon seeing Chen Xing return to check on Lu Jia, she immediately voiced her concerns. Observing the feverish Lu Jia, Chen Xing glanced around at the increasing number of ailing patients. He nodded. Give me some time. If all goes well, We shall venture out in search of medicine by tomorrow. After exiting the sick room, Chen Xing returned home. The first order of business was to perform a sacrifice for the corpses of several crocodiles. He had 4 ordinary mutated crocodiles and 1 crocodile king. Regrettably, the blue crystal from the crocodile king had been consumed by the Luanio, leaving no energy cube to extract. However, the energy cubes from the other crocodiles were substantial, comparable to those he had previously harvested from the bat spirits. The safety house was in the midst of an upgrade, a process that would require 2 days. After sacrificing the 5 crocodile corpses and their energy cubes in one go, the safety house, now on the brink of completion, commenced its upgrade. Yet, the duration of 2 days took Chen Xing by surprise, as he recalled that the upgrade involved more than just the sacrifice of 5 crocodile bodies. It also included the PC-001 artillery vehicle he had brought back. Indeed, prior to this upgrade, Phoenix unexpectedly requested him to sacrifice the artillery vehicle as well. He could only retrieve the artillery from the folded space and place it into the core furnace. As for how the safe house would be transformed this time, he felt a sense of anticipation. The following day, at 10 in the morning, Chen Xing appeared punctually in the 3rd floor conference room. This vacant space had been repurposed into a meeting room. The faces of core members such as Lu Xiaowang, Feng Shuo, Zhang Weiguo, and Cheng Lu were marked with concern. The current situation in the building was evident to all. We are in urgent need of medication, but to acquire it, one task must be addressed first. We must eliminate the Zhang Tianhao brothers from the neighboring Ziyu Guandi. Without neutralizing them, we cannot feel at ease, even if we are away from home, Chen Xing stated earnestly, and the expressions of the others gradually turned serious. Only Lu Xiaowang hesitated, repeatedly holding back words that lingered on the tip of his tongue. Lao Lu, I understand your urgency to find medicine and the desire to save your daughter swiftly. However, I believe Chen Xing is correct. You see, after you all left yesterday, a group attempted to force their way into our community. Fortunately, they were intercepted at the entrance by Zhang Lu and the others. Chapter 152. At that moment, I was concealed upstairs, unable to discern their appearance even through my binoculars. However, I distinctly heard the sound of a gunshot fired into the sky. Soon after, someone was devoured by old Lu's dog, which effectively quelled their intimidation. Although I couldn't clearly identify who had arrived, I surmised that apart from Zhang Tianhao and his crew, there were no other possibilities. Feng Shuo, who had been left behind to guard the home, spoke up. Chen Xing raised an eyebrow. Why didn't you inform me yesterday? After you all returned. I was preoccupied with counting the spoils, Feng Shuo said, scratching his head awkwardly. Chen Xing turned to the others, and at that moment, their expressions solidified with determination. Now do we all agree? Lu Xiaowang nodded fervently, as if he were bowing his head in affirmation. No objections. We must eliminate them first. Of course, before we set off, we need to distribute the gear. As Chen Xing spoke, he produced 2 QBS-09 shotguns. When he had found these 2 weapons at the camp, both firing pins had been broken. However, after recent repairs at the Light Weapons Processing Center, they were now restored to their former glory. The sight of the shotguns invigorated the group. Previously, the thought of Zhang Tianhao's gang possessing several shotguns had instilled a sense of trepidation in everyone. But now, armed with the same weaponry, they felt emboldened. I shall keep one of these shotguns, while the other goes to Zhang Weiguo, Chen Xing declared. Zhang Weiguo, seated next to Chen Xing, rubbed his hands together in excitement. Lu Xiaowang and the others exchanged knowing glances. The reason for giving it to him was that he was a veteran, experienced with firearms. Since ammunition was scarce, it was imperative not to waste it. Of course, everyone else will also receive something. Upon hearing that they too would be receiving gear, the others' expressions softened immediately. This was especially true when Chen Xing presented 2 air-powered crossbows, distributing one to Lu Xiaowang and the other to Feng Shuo. I've never handled a gun before. Even if you give me one, I wouldn't hit the target. I feel that this crossbow suits me far better, Lu Xiaowang said, cradling the air-powered crossbow with delight. Feng Shuo, too, was at a loss for words as he embraced his crossbow tightly. For individuals like them, such crossbows were indeed more practical than firearms. Meanwhile, the others could only watch with envy as Lu Xiaowang and Feng Shuo reveled in their newfound weapons. Chen Xing scanned the faces of the group, breaking into a smile. Of course, others are not without their share either. Upon hearing that they, too, had provisions coming their way, the other members perked up. Chen Xing exchanged a glance with Feng Shuo. Feng Shuo clapped his hands, and shortly thereafter, several individuals entered, carrying large cardboard boxes. They opened them to reveal exquisitely crafted sets of paper armor. After learning that Feng Shuo had created a set of paper armor, Chen Xing had been inspired. He gathered a substantial number of books from the building, which he then adhered together using glue and tape. Finally, These were sent to the Protective Gear Processing Center for reinforcement, resulting in these meticulously crafted sets of paper armor. This is the armor crafted from paper. And although it falls short compared to level 3 bulletproof vests, I have conducted tests that reveal its remarkable defensive capabilities against cold weapons such as knives and axes. Within a distance of 10 meters, it can withstand the assault of a compound bow's arrows. It even offers protection against small-caliber handgun bullets. As Chen Xing spoke, he instructed someone to place the paper armor on a table 10 meters away, then seized the crossbow bolt from Lu Xiaowang's front and aimed it at the armor. Releasing the shot, the bolt struck the armor, causing it to topple to the ground, prompting those nearby to eagerly pick it up for inspection, their faces lighting up with astonishment. The powerful crossbow had not penetrated the paper armor. Chen Xing had not been exaggerating. The delight on the faces of all present became impossible to conceal. They understood the significance of possessing such high defensive paper armor. Although they had not received firearms or crossbows, the mere acquisition of this armor brought them a sense of fulfillment. Admittedly, the armor has its drawbacks, such as vulnerability to fire. However, in the current environment, igniting someone's clothing outside would not be an easy feat, would it? Chen Xing chuckled. Indeed, who has the leisure to waste their energy on that? His subordinates chimed in, their faces filled with joy. With the added protection of the armor, everyone felt emboldened to accompany Chen Xing to confront Zhang Tianhao's misfortunes next door. Chapter 153. The frigid wind, laden with ice crystals, howled through the buildings at -30 degrees. Several silhouettes vaulted over a modest wall and leaped into the Ziyu Guandi residential complex. This community was merely a street away from the Yufu Guanshan High. Yet it lay in a low-lying valley. Constructed nearly 2 decades ago, the facilities here had aged considerably, and the exterior walls were not particularly high. Chen Xing's tactical gloves had begun to frost over as he peered through his ice-coated goggles towards Building 8, which resembled a slumbering behemoth covered in snow from a distance. Phoenix, locate the target, Chen Xing commanded. 2 years prior, the government had undertaken an upgrade of this complex, installing surveillance systems throughout. In less than half a minute, Phoenix had successfully commandeered all the monitoring cameras. Inside room 301 on the 3rd floor, they detected the movements of Zhang Tianhao's gang. Chen Xing deployed a drone, but alas, the curtains obscured the view within. However, this posed no challenge for Phoenix. The thermal imaging revealed 7 heat signatures in room 301, 2 by the entrance, 3 in the living room, and 2 in the bedroom. The ethereal electronic voice of Phoenix resonated in his earpiece. Lu Xiaowang paused momentarily, his hand poised to draw back the string of his crossbow. Zhang Tianhao truly knew how to indulge himself. Even in the apocalypse, he occupied a luxurious 300 square meter duplex. Do not underestimate them. Zhang Weiguo loaded a slug into his shotgun. This 40-year-old veteran bore a fresh scar on his face, a remnant from a battle by the sea. Just yesterday, they had turned Old Wang into a sieve from 30 meters away using a sawed-off double-barrel shotgun. Chen Xing felt the weight of his .35 caliber Rhino revolver at his waist, its barrel glinting blue in the frigid air. He turned to Qing Lu, the former flight attendant, who was adjusting the paper armor she had received that morning. Chen Xing casually retrieved a steel plate from his backpack, fashioned from an automobile door and still bearing the rough edges from cutting. He handed the iron plate to Cheng Lu, knowing its ballistic capabilities were limited. But an extra layer of protection provided a measure of psychological comfort. Cheng Lu shot him a glance before tucking the bulletproof insert into her white down jacket. Are you certain you want me to go? Her voice sounded somewhat muffled beneath her mask. Chen Xing tightened his grip on the electrified gloves, blue arcs of electricity flickering between the metal joints. Zhang Tianhao and his gang were notorious for their depravity. It was rumored they had abducted at least 3 women the previous week. Cheng Lu fell silent as Chen Xing approached the entrance of Building 8. With a firm grip on the doorknob, he yanked it hard. With a sharp crack, the steel lock shattered like brittle candy under his strength. In the face of Chen Xing's power, the security door was utterly meaningless. Cheng Lu shook the snow from her shoes as she ascended to the 3rd floor. Chen Xing noticed the hem of her down jacket revealed a glimpse of her flight attendant uniform skirt. This woman consistently managed to maintain an air of elegance even in dire circumstances, much like her insistence on dousing her dagger with perfume to mask the scent of blood. In front of room 301, Cheng Lu let her long hair down, loosened her collar, and then knocked on the door. The raucous sounds of mahjong and raucous laughter within abruptly ceased. The distinct click of a gun's bolt being drawn echoed ominously. Everyone's expression shifted, and Chen Xing contemplated urging Cheng Lu to abandon her endeavor. However, Cheng Lu merely shook her head in response to him. Who is it? Boomed a coarse voice from within. Is this the residence of Chen Xiaoli? I am her cousin. Cheng Lu stood before the peephole, adjusting her hair. Concealed on the other side, Chen Xing gazed at her captivating demeanor, feeling a stir in his heart. Oh, Xiaoli's cousin, is it? Please hold on. I shall come to open the door for you. Laughter laden with malice resonated from inside. Chapter 154. Chen Xing's expression suddenly shifted to one of alarm. Not good. He reached out to grasp Qing Lu, but it was already too late. With a deafening crash, the 12th slug penetrated the steel security door, sending Qing Lu hurtling backward as if struck by a truck. The impact left a spiderweb of cracks on the corridor wall. Chen Xing's pupils constricted in an instant. He recalled their first encounter. When her father was murdered before her eyes, she had resembled a wounded fawn then. Now, curled up in the corridor. Her down jacket was torn, revealing a contorted steel plate beneath, and dark red blood was spreading across the white fabric. Damn it! Chen Xing's eyes turned crimson as he rushed to the security door. Chen Xing, be careful. Don't act recklessly. Came the shouts of Lu Xiaoguang and Zhang Weiguo from behind, but Chen Xing could no longer hear them. With a thunderous boom, the second round of buckshot struck the door, and the steel pellets transformed into a scalding rain of lead upon breaching the door. 3 steel plates embedded in the exterior of Chen Xing's tactical uniform were simultaneously perforated. Yet, his fist, crackling with arcane light, connected with the security door. A blinding blue radiance tore through the darkness, and Wang Hu, on the other side of the door, convulsed and was flung back like a frog struck by high voltage. The 5-shot barrel in his hand was charred as if struck by lightning, falling to the ground. Bang! With a graceful spinning kick, Chen Xing sent the deformed metal door flying. He charged into the room, the roar of the 44 Magnum reverberating within. The 35 Magnum bullets spiraled through the neck of the second guard, a mist of blood erupting in a fan-shaped trajectory from the central air conditioning vent. Clear the area. With Chen Xing's furious command, his subordinates surged into the room. With a resounding crash, Zhang Weiguo's shotgun blasted open the wooden bathroom door, the slug reducing the thug hiding behind the bathtub to 2 pieces. A bolt from Lu Xiaoguang's crossbow embedded itself into the kitchen island, as a figure attempting to raise a firearm clutched its throat and slowly collapsed. However, when they kicked open the master bedroom door, they were met only with a woman bound to the bed and a wall covered in surveillance screens. Chen Xing tore the cloth from the woman's mouth. Are you Chen Xiaoli? He recognized her from the information Phoenix had gathered on the residents of the Ziyu Guandi community. Indeed. The occupant of this room was a solitary woman named Chen Xiaoli. Tears streamed down the woman's face as she shook her head violently. I am not Chen Xiaoli. My name is Du Wenwan. Chen Xiaoli has long been dead. Boss, it's bad. There's no sign of Zhang Tianhao outside. Lu Xiaoguang hurried to Chen Xing's side. Chen Xing's brow furrowed. He is not here? I know where he has gone, the woman sobbed. Everyone turned to her as she pulled the blanket over her chest. Last night, I overheard their conversation. Zhang Tianhao said he was going to launch a surprise attack on Yufu Guanshan, claiming he would eliminate his enemies. They left in the early hours, leaving Wang Hu to guard the house. Wang Hu? Who is that? Chen Xing inquired further. That would be him. The woman pointed with her chin, and Chen Xing followed her gaze. It was indeed the one-eyed brute he had sent flying with a punch through the door. At that moment, it resembled a pool of sludge, slowly sliding down the wall. Zhang Tianhao has infiltrated our community? This information was ultimately confirmed through the lips of a remaining thug outside the door. The news caused a chilling wave to sweep through everyone, and Chen Xing, in a fit of rage, decisively snapped the neck of the captive before him. To everyone's astonishment, Zhang Tianhao had brought his elite forces and had circumnavigated the southern side of their community 2 hours prior, launching a direct assault on their stronghold. With anxious faces, the crowd turned their gazes towards home, as if they could hear a sudden barrage of gunfire emanating from the direction of the Yu Mansion overlooking the sea and mountains. Phoenix has summoned all surveillance footage from within the Yu Mansion overlooking the sea and mountains community. Chapter 155. Chen Xing promptly issued commands. Within less than half a minute, surveillance feeds from various angles projected onto his AI goggles. A fierce battle was unfolding within the Yufu Guanshan Sea community. Everyone, quickly, regroup. Chen Xing led the charge out of the building, hoisting Cheng Lu onto his back as he raced toward his neighborhood. Lu Xiaoguang and Zhang Weiguo swiftly directed their personnel to follow suit. The snow-covered ground in front of Building 4 had already turned to scorched earth. Zhang Lu, leading a patrol team, crouched behind a garbage bin, clutching a .92 pistol with only 3 rounds remaining. He could feel the warm blood inside his cold weather mask beginning to freeze. 5 meters away, the lifeless body of Xiao Wang maintained its throwing posture, the short spear in his hand marked by pockmarks from shotgun blasts. Nearby, a third companion lay victim to a shotgun blast that had obliterated his skull, the brain matter instantly crystallizing into pink ice in the frigid air. The south gate has fallen. Repeat, the south The cries on the intercom were abruptly cut off by gunfire. Zhang Lu cautiously peered out, spotting Zhang Tianhao resembling the demon mage in view. Igniting the guard booth in the community center, the flickering flames illuminated the Remington 870 in the giant's hands. Though a single-shot shotgun, this terrifying figure wielded it as if it were semi-automatic, delivering rapid and precise fire. The horrifying recoil seemed to barely faze the demon. Retreat to the children's playground. Zhang Lu shouted to the three brothers behind him. The trio brandished their riot shields and dashed out from their cover. The vibrations from the shotgun blasts against their shields sent jolts through Zhang Lu's teeth. As they crossed the frozen fountain pool, one of his brothers' heads suddenly exploded like a watermelon. Zhang Daming, peering from the second-floor balcony with a double-barrel shotgun, was still smoking. Zhang Daming, you son of a... Zhang Lu raised his weapon to fire, but Zhang Daming ducked back into the hallway just in time. Upon entering the community, the first thing Chen Xing noticed was the acrid stench of burning rubber. Several flaming tires lay scattered before Building 4, a creation of Zhang Tianhao's handiwork. The outer security door had been mangled, with shards of glass strewn across the ground. Fortunately, the assailants had not breached the interior. All doors and windows on the first floor were shattered, and the raging fire outside was clearly an act of vengeance. At 3 o'clock, on the second-floor balcony of Building 5, the voice of the Phoenix echoed in his ears. Chen Xing raised his hand to shoot. A figure plummeted from the balcony. Zhang Wei was Remington M870 spat fire, taking down a thug who had leapt from behind the flames. Under the guidance of the Phoenix, Chen Xing commenced a series of blind shots. To onlookers, it appeared as though he had opened the eye of heaven, firing without a glance in the direction of his targets. Yet, each bullet found its mark, inevitably toppling an enemy. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Xing fired 3 shots at the glass windows of the first-floor hall in Building 5, depleting the last round in the magazine. Stumbling out from behind the first-floor mailbox, Zhang Daming clutched his neck, yet could not staunch the gushing blood. The thug remained wide-eyed even in death. No matter how hard I think, I cannot comprehend how Chen Xing managed to discover him despite his meticulous concealment. Lu Xiaowang's repeating crossbow began to unleash its fury, as the 3-edged arrows pierced through the eye socket of a marauder brandishing a torch. Fang Shuo, undeterred by his injury to the left arm, unleashed his right-handed crossbow, each tremor accompanied by a spray of blood. The 2 middle-aged instructors gradually honed their proficiency with the pneumatic crossbow, ensuring that every strike resulted in bloodshed. Yet, among their ranks, the true harbinger of death remained Chen Xing brandishing the formidable rhinoceros revolver. He appeared to shoot indiscriminately, but each bullet found its mark with lethal precision. Chapter 156. The onslaught of over 50 thugs led by Zhang Tianhao sent the adversaries into a state of utter chaos, rendering them too afraid to peek from behind their cover. Yet, despite their attempts to conceal themselves, they could not evade the Grim Reaper's harvest. An upgraded drone roared overhead, a 6-rotor harbinger of death, armed with a QBS-09 shotgun that resembled the scythe of Oblivion itself. As the initial barrage of steel rained down, the thugs mistook it for a hailstorm from the heavens. What on earth is that? A tattooed man, daring to lift his gaze, was instantly shredded by a spray of pellets. The drone swarm swept across the battlefield at a speed of 20 meters per second, ejecting hot shells from its shotgun. The Phoenix calculated ammunition supply with precision, returning to Chen Xing during lulls in fire to allow for reloading. This was the flaw of the incomplete version of Phoenix. Certain tasks necessitated human assistance. Observing his subordinates fall one after another, the gang leader Zhang Tianhao could no longer contain himself. The towering giant, discarding his spent Remington, leaped from behind cover. He tore away his burning down jacket, revealing muscles as solid as granite. Chen Xing noticed his skin turning a grayish hue, his vertebrae piercing through the surface to form an exoskeleton. A realization dawned. A strength-based mutant, exhibiting beast-like tendencies. The Phoenix promptly dispatched an assessment regarding this individual. A mutant akin to Lu Debail? No, this man exhibited a deeper level of mutation, far more thorough in its transformation. Chen Xing's eyes narrowed into slits, a glint of cold light flashing within the crevice. Zhang Tianhao, with his altered vocal cords, emitted a beastly roar, uprooting a 3-meter-tall ornamental cedar with one hand. The half-ton tree was swung through the air with a whoosh, sending Lu Xiaowang careening away like a bolt shot from a crossbow. A nearby subordinate of Zhang Lu was unable to evade and was cleaved in half, his entrails splattering a shocking crimson across the snow. Chen Xing raised his weapon to fire. Click! The firing pin produced a crisp sound. Alas, the bullet was spent. There was no time to switch. The revolver's limited capacity was its bane. He rolled aside to avoid a lethal sweep, his plasma gauntlet grazing the tree trunk and igniting a flash of blue and white. charred with splintered like rain, yet the mutated Zhang Tianhao merely shook his head. Unfazed by the electric assault, taking refuge behind a dumpster, Chen Xing retrieved a speed loader and swiftly reloaded. He darted out, unleashing a barrage from the mighty revolver. The 35 caliber round struck the mutant's altered skin, producing mere sparks as if they were striking armor plating. Damn it, Chen Xing cursed, holstering his pistol and charging forward to engage in a brutal contest. The air was filled with the sound of flesh meeting flesh. This transformed Zhang Tianhao, with his thickened hide, resembled a master of indomitable defenses. Each punch from Chen Xing felt as though it collided with a steel plate. Even with his strength at 2.5 times that of an ordinary person, he could not inflict a single scratch upon this formidable foe. Yet, it was no simple feat for Zhang Tianhao to land a blow upon him. The speed and agility of Chen Xing too. Zero were far from trivial. Although Zhang Tianhao possessed great strength, he could not match Chen Xing's swiftness. Thus, his fists merely grazed Chen Xing several times, failing to inflict any harm whatsoever. With energy waning, it was advisable to recharge immediately. After delivering a flurry of punches, the electric gloves were nearly depleted. Chen Xing cursed under his breath as he evaded yet another sweeping strike. In a moment of distraction, he found himself cornered by Zhang Tianhao, who unleashed a powerful punch. With a resounding bang, Chen Xing managed to block the blow, yet the shockwave propelled him against the wall behind him. "You bastard, I shall send you on your way." Amidst the shattered ice debris, he beheld Zhang Tianhao hefting a 300-pound stone lion from the community's landscaping. Chapter 157, a familiar buzzing echoed through the sky. 2 drones swooped down, controlled by Phoenix, to turn the tide. The drones circled around Zhang Tianhao, weaving a deadly spiral. "Get lost, you damned flies." In a frenzied state, Zhang Tianhao's feral instincts overshadowed his humanity, his intelligence reduced to a mere 50. He hurled a massive stone lion at the drones. But it missed entirely. Simultaneously, one drone boldly hovered 3 meters in front of him. Puff, the pepper spray drenched his face. Even in his madness, he could only clutch his face and scream in agony. Leaning against the wall, Chen Xing, enduring the searing pain in his arm, summoned his remaining strength and propelled himself forward like a cannonball, crashing into Zhang Tianhao's embrace. The electric shock gloves on his right hand unleashed their final spark, delivering a plasma punch that struck Zhang's chest with tremendous force. The scent of charred flesh filled the air as Zhang's screams caused icicles to fall from the eaves. The mutated behemoth attempted to flee, but as it turned, it found another drone hovering before it. The QBS-09 beneath it aimed directly at his head. Bang! The gunshot transformed Zhang Tianhao's head into a shattered watermelon. As the smoke cleared, Phoenix began to assess the damage. Chen Xing gazed at the burning neighborhood, aware that this victory was merely a flicker of hope in the long night of doom. Regaining her breath, Chen Lu began to gather the crossbow bolts alongside the other team members. Chen Xing approached her. "Are you all right?" "Nothing serious, truly. I owe you for that piece of steel." She replied, "I only have a slight scrape. My bones hurt a bit, but I should be fine." Chen Xing noticed her reattaching the dented bulletproof plate to her chest. He smiled and patted Cheng Lu on the shoulder, saying nothing further. Zhang Lu leaned against the entrance of Building 5 when Chen Xing joined him, offering a cigarette. After taking a deep drag, the nicotine began to sharpen Zhang Li's focus. Seeing the bodies of his comrades, now gathered on the ground, his expression darkened. This skirmish had taken a heavy toll on him. After eliminating the Yuyang gang, his team had taken charge of maintaining order in the entire community. They were responsible for routine patrols, yet no one anticipated encountering thugs like Zhang Tianhao. Chen Xing patted his shoulder. "In a moment, send a few people with me to the Ziyu Guandian. We'll raid Zhang Tianhao's hideout. Additionally, he brought 5 shotguns this time. I'll give you 2. You'll receive 50% of the supplies. This should help compensate for your losses, right?" Zhang Lu looked up at Chen Xing, his gaze questioning. "Why are you giving me so much? Your team primarily dealt with Zhang Tianhao's gang." Chen Xing did not respond directly, instead turning his attention to the lifeless bodies on the ground. "This community needs more individuals like you." Inside room 3201, Chen Xing was making the final preparations. Later that evening, their team would set off to Danzhou Polytechnic University in search of the medication Lu Xiaoguang had mentioned. As the day drew to a close, although the number of patients in the building had not increased, the conditions of those already present had worsened significantly. They could not afford to delay any longer. However, before setting off, Chen Xing needed to make his final preparations. "Phoenix, how much longer until your upgrade is complete?" "It will take another 24 hours to finish," came the response. Chen Xing nodded and made his way to the restroom, where he removed his protective suit. In the mirror, he beheld his arms, chest, and thighs, all marred by an array of bruises, the aftermath of the recent battle. While his bones were unscathed and his internal organs intact, He had sustained considerable soft tissue contusions. Damn it! What kind of mutated beast has Zhang Tianhao consumed? How can he possess such strength? Chen Xing mused, gingerly probing the bruises on his arm, wincing in pain. During the heat of battle, the adrenaline had surged through him, masking the pain. But now that the conflict had ceased, the discomfort was all too apparent. Chapter 158. A sense of discomfort enveloped him. The bruises ached fiercely even without contact, and the pain intensified upon touch. In such a state, venturing to Danzhou Polytechnic University for an expedition was out of the question. A solution was imperative to alleviate these contusions, yet his home was devoid of any medicinal supplies. At that moment, amidst Chen Xing's distress, a notification chimed from the kitchen. Your gene serum has been successfully purified. His countenance brightened as he hurriedly approached the gene purification fusion furnace. There, a green syringe lay quietly within. A level 2 gene serum, boasting an 80 purity. A level 2 gene serum? Chen Xing was taken aback. Who would have anticipated that the remnants of a giant dragonfly could yield such a serum? The potential side effects included diarrhea and muscle soreness. Yet there was no imminent threat to life. Upon hearing this, Chen Xing seized the syringe and, without hesitation, injected it into his arm. After completing the injection, he discarded the needle. Oddly enough, he did not feel any discomfort. Suddenly, a wave of excruciating pain surged through his mind, as if a chainsaw were slicing through his brain. The pain compelled Chen Xing to clutch his head and roll on the floor in agony. 20 minutes later, drenched in sweat, Chen Xing managed to rise from the floor. Upon gazing into the mirror in the bathroom, he realized his suffering had not been in vain. All the bruises had vanished, as the gene serum had once again restored his body. However, Chen Xing pulled up his attribute panel. Owner, Chen Xing. Mental strength, 20. Skills, level 2 stealth 90. Level 1 frenzy 90. Overall rating, 2. 1 advanced elite human, aside from a 0.5 increase in mental strength, his other bodily metrics remained unchanged. Yet, the level 1 frenzy skill had increased by 40, reaching 90, just a step away from leveling up. His overall rating had also risen by 0.1. Was this the extent of the transformation brought about by the Phoenix's level 2 gene serum? Chen Xing felt a sense of dissatisfaction regarding the data changes. One should not underestimate the 0.5 increase in mental strength. Once one's mental strength reaches 2.0, not only does the perception of danger significantly enhance, but one also gains the ability of inner sight. Inner sight? The kind found in martial arts novels? Chen Xing was astonished. He was still concocting elixirs. It can be said, yet it is not entirely so. Upon mastering this ability, you will gain a more profound understanding of your body, comprehending the flow of vital energy within, and even being able to stimulate it. In combat, this will allow for a greater explosive force. Additionally, it can accelerate the circulation of vital energy, hastening the recovery of stamina, as well as speeding up wound healing. Is this not the legendary internal power? Chen Xing stared in disbelief. In scientific terms, it means you can exert more precise control over your hormone secretion, thereby achieving objectives such as enhancing instantaneous explosive power, expediting physical recovery, and accelerating healing. With the elucidation provided by the Phoenix, he comprehended that it was indeed about the more meticulous regulation of hormonal adjustments. Chen Xing was immediately filled with excitement. Chapter 159. How to Seek Longevity. What is the true essence of the human body? Through nearly a century of scientific research in modern times, scientists have discovered that the true essence of the human body lies in hormones. Every aspect of human life is inextricably linked to hormones. If you desire health and to remain free from illness, you cannot neglect the regulation of hormones. If you aspire to attain eternal youth, the stimulation of hormones becomes even more crucial. This phenomenon serves as the key to the vibrancy of various life signs in human beings. During our infancy, we secrete growth hormones that promote physical development. However, upon reaching adulthood, the secretion of growth hormones naturally ceases, halting further growth. When we find ourselves dissatisfied with our height or the development of a certain organ and wish to stimulate growth once more, it becomes impossible unless we can reactivate and enhance the secretion of growth hormones. Moreover, why do men tend to gain weight as they reach middle age? This is primarily due to insufficient testosterone secretion, which fails to inhibit the synthesis of fat. This substance, scientifically known as male hormone, also referred to as lean hormone, promotes muscle synthesis and maintains bone strength and density. It can be said that this hormone is fundamental to men, serving as the source of all their strength. Its secretion peaks during puberty, reaching its zenith by the age of 27, after which it begins to decline by approximately 1 annually. This is a key reason why many men start to gain weight once they enter middle age. Additionally, consider melatonin. Some individuals, upon experiencing insufficient secretion, may begin to suffer from insomnia. The secretion of such hormones is beyond human control. Consequently, upon entering adulthood, individuals may face various health issues due to insufficient hormone secretion, such as obesity, insomnia, diabetes, and more. Is there a method to stimulate hormone secretion? Indeed, engaging in substantial resistance training can serve this purpose. Many individuals partake in various sports daily, primarily to stimulate cellular signals to the brain, thereby regulating hormone secretion. It is important to note that while individuals can stimulate hormone secretion through various means, they cannot achieve precise control or regulation. However, Chen Xing possesses the ability to regulate hormones, albeit not with complete accuracy, yet this is already sufficient. For instance, in extremely perilous situations, he can induce the adrenal glands to rapidly secrete adrenaline in large quantities. It is no surprise that his skills can be enhanced by a staggering 40. What does a level 1 Phoenix rage of 90 signify? It indicates that you enter a state of rage that can be sustained for 9 minutes. Furthermore, after enhancing your mental capacity to 2.0, the recovery time post-rage can be significantly reduced from 4 hours to merely 2. With a snap of his fingers, Chen Xing boosts his energy recovery by 40 and doubles his healing rate. What more could one desire? Chen Xing is exceedingly pleased with this enhancement. As he continues to elevate his mental prowess, he will discover benefits that extend far beyond this. The Phoenix continues to provide guidance. Chen Xing found this to be quite reasonable. However, at present, he had no time to ponder how to enhance his mental fortitude. For Lu Xiaowang had already arrived at his door, and it was time for him to set forth. The cold wind cut like a blade, enveloping the entire world in a shroud of darkness. Chen Xing led Lu Xiaowang and others through the harsh, icy landscape, their destination being Danzhou University of Technology. Lu Xiaowang trailed closely behind Chen Xing. As a professor at the university, he was most familiar with its surroundings. The frigid wind whipped icy particles against their cold weather masks, causing Lu Xiaowang to hunch his shoulders. Where exactly is the infirmary at this school? Chen Xing inquired, remaining vigilant as he scanned their surroundings. Lu Xiaowang adjusted his face mask and replied, "The infirmary is located in the newly constructed teaching building area at the back of the campus. You see, the university had ambitious plans to establish a medical school. Before the apocalypse, they even hired numerous faculty members and procured a wealth of advanced medical equipment." Chen Xing raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "Oh, what kind of equipment?" Lu Xiaowang strained to recall at that time. "The laboratories in the medical building were designed by our college." Chapter 160. I recall their procurement requirements, which pertained exclusively to life sciences equipment, such as PCR machines, centrifuges, and gel electrophoresis apparatuses. Chen Xing was overwhelmed with elation. These were precisely the devices that Phoenix had previously mentioned to him. With these instruments, he could upgrade his gene purification fusion furnace. All these devices were located in that building, specifically on the basement level of the newly constructed teaching block, which housed the medical school's equipment. Many of these items were unfamiliar to me, as I had once organized students to assist in their transportation. Lu Xiaowang was puzzled as to why Chen Xing suddenly exhibited such excitement over the mention of these medical devices. As the group turned the corner, the bronze gates of Danzhou Polytechnic University emerged from the blizzard, their nameplate encased in ice and adorned with icicles that resembled the fangs of a colossal beast. As they drew nearer to the campus, the surrounding landscape grew increasingly desolate. The campus walls had fallen into disrepair, overrun with frozen vines and the remnants of trees uprooted by fierce winds. The group cautiously entered the campus, and Chen Xing awakened the artificial intelligence, Phoenix. "Phoenix, see if you can infiltrate the surveillance system here. The mainframe is too distant from the campus. I am currently unable to do so," Phoenix responded. With no other options, Chen Xing reluctantly commanded the release of a drone. The drone circled above the campus, capturing fleeting images of the various teaching buildings on the screen. After thoroughly scanning for any apparent dangers, the group proceeded toward the teaching block at the rear. As they traversed the school's expansive playground, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped them. The air was tinged with a cacophony of distant shouts and screams. Chen Xing suddenly perked up. "What is that?" The others were perplexed by his abrupt halt. Turning to face them, Chen Xing inquired, "Did you not hear that?" "Hear what?" They responded, their faces muddled with confusion. The distant cries grew louder amidst the wind and snow, yet their expressions remained blank, oblivious to the sounds. Chen Xing realized that his ability to hear these sounds stemmed from his mental acuity, which had now reached level 2.0. He crouched down and raised his fist, prompting everyone to mimic him, forming a circle around him. The drone, under Phoenix's remote control, flew toward the new area behind the campus. Soon, the footage was relayed back. Behind the campus, in front of the newly constructed teaching building, a group of marauders was violently assaulting the structure. They hurled stones at the building, shattering its windows into a spiderweb of cracks. The leader, a scarred man, was frantically wielding a fire axe to hack at the entrance door. Fortunately, prior to the apocalypse, the doors and windows of this teaching block had been reinforced. Otherwise, these assailants might have already breached the premises. Suddenly, Lu Xiaowang seized Chen Xing's arm. "Look over there. There's a corpse." The camera zoomed in, revealing a young girl with a gash on her neck, tightly clutching a bloodstained scalpel. The badge on her chest identified her as a student of Li Qingwan. Li Qingwan. She was the medical school professor recruited before the apocalypse. How strange that she hasn't returned home. Lu Xiaowang gazed at the tablet in Chen Xing's hands, scratching his balding head in confusion. On the screen, over 20 assailants were already assaulting the teaching building. Suddenly, a window on the upper floor swung open, and a figure darted past. Several thermoses were hurled out, shattering upon impact and releasing an unidentified liquid. White vapor instantly billowed from the faces of several assailants, who then writhed on the ground in agony. "There are still people inside the teaching building," Lu Xiaowang exclaimed with excitement. The camera zoomed in rapidly. It was Li Qingwan. Lu Xiaowang immediately recognized the tall, slender woman standing behind the window. "We must go save them. Old Zhang, you lead Cheng Lu and the others around from the right. Old Lu, stay close to me, everyone. Prepare for battle." Chen Xing swiftly outlined the combat assignments and, brandishing his powerful revolver, charged out. Chen Xing's revolver fired first, the .35 Magnum bullet slicing through the tempestuous winds and snow to obliterate the head of an assailant brandishing a stone. Zhang Weigua's QBS-09 also unleashed a torrent of flames from the opposite side. The criminal struck by the slug cried out, carving a crimson trench into the snow. The assailants, taken aback by this sudden onslaught, quickly began to flee, revealing their disarray as a mere rabble. Chapter 161. As the last of the marauders screamed and fled into the depths of darkness, Chen Xing withdrew his gaze. A fleeting glance revealed that a filament-like object above the entrance hall on the first floor had suddenly contracted. The chests of the two corpses on the ground began to rise unnaturally. It seemed as if some creature was stirring beneath them, causing the hairs on the back of Chen Xing's neck to stand on end. Something was amiss in this building. The intensity of his heightened mental acuity instilled a profound sense of peril within him. Without hesitation, he kicked open the distorted security door, a heavy stench of formaldehyde assailing his senses. The walls of the corridor were adorned with bizarre ice-like patterns, and every 10 meters, ominous red symbols painted warnings. The group rushed breathlessly to the laboratory on the 5th floor, where a woman in a soiled white coat abruptly turned towards them. Her frame was gaunt, her features haggard, and she clutched a scalpel tightly, her fingers whitening from the strain. "Who permitted your entry? Who are you? Why have you come here? Do not entertain thoughts of the school. The government will return." The woman's fierce gaze bore into them, her voice quivering with intensity. The group exchanged bewildered glances. At that moment, Lu Xiaowang hastily stepped forward. "Professor Li, it's me, Lu Xiaowang." Upon seeing Lu Xiaowang without his cold weather mask, Li Qingwan's expression softened slightly, though she remained wary of the others. "Professor Lu, what brings you here?" Lu Xiaowang recounted their purpose for seeking medication to Li Qingwan. After listening, the woman shook her head with a sigh. "You should not have come here." "Oh, why is that?" Chen Xing approached her. "There are monsters within the school," she replied, her gaze fixed on Chen Xing, furrowing his brow. Chen Xing inquired, "What kind of monsters?" Suddenly, a light laugh echoed from behind her, and a female student with a high ponytail stepped forward. Chen Xing was momentarily taken aback. They had not noticed her presence earlier. Cheng Lu illuminated the scene with a flashlight, casting the shadows of the group against a row of glass jars against the wall. Only then did Chen Xing observe that those jars contained over 20 bizarre specimens submerged in a pale green solution. The sight made everyone involuntarily retract their necks, amplifying the eerie atmosphere of the laboratory. "Xiaoli, you're injured," Li Qingwan exclaimed, seizing a nearby student and pulling her close to examine her wounds. She continuously signaled to Chen Xing, but he seemed oblivious to her gestures. With no other option, Li Qingwan opened a drawer and retrieved a basic medical kit to tend to the injured girl. Chen Xing noted that the cuffs of her lab coat bore dark brown stains, remnants of blood that were not fresh. The emergency special forces conduct inspections weekly. Suddenly, Li Qingwan's cotton swab pierced the wound, causing the female student to flinch in pain. "I advise you all. Have you encountered military personnel?" Before Chen Xing could respond, Lu Xiaowang interrupted, his face alight with elation as he rushed to Professor Li's side, grasping her hand fervently. Li Qingwan's single eye flashed with a hint of helplessness, yet before she could utter a word, the female student suddenly lunged forward and embraced Chen Xing's leg. "I know where the medication you seek is," she declared. "Oh, isn't it in the storage room on the second floor?" Chen Xing turned to Lu Xiaoguang, who wore a similarly perplexed expression. "It has long since been relocated. After the apocalypse, we moved it to the basement," the female student explained. "Allow me to lead you there." With that, she rose and headed towards the door, prompting Lu Xiaoguang and the others to glance at Chen Xing. He nodded in affirmation. While behind him, Professor Li raised a hand as if to prophesy, only to lower it once more. Target surface temperature, 19.3 degrees. Heart rate, 42 beats per minute. The electronic voice of the phoenix resonated in Chen Xing's ear. Observing the female student's retreating figure, Chen Xing's pupils constricted slightly. A normal individual would have succumbed to hypothermia in such an environment long ago. It was no surprise. From the very first moment he laid eyes on her, he sensed that something was amiss. Since that instant, he had never relaxed his vigilance towards this woman. Chapter 162. In the corridor leading to the underground level, the ponytail of a female student swayed behind her as she hummed a discordant nursery rhyme. The rhythm of her boot heels striking the ground seemed to synchronize with the heartbeat of some unseen creature. Chen Xing tightened his grip on the large rhinoceros, the plasma gloves beginning to charge. A fleeting blue light illuminated the walls, revealing a plethora of scratch marks. It was right here, at the entrance of a non-case door on the underground level, when the female student pushed the door open. "Be careful," came Li Qingwan's shout from behind, prompting everyone to raise their weapons. As the door swung open, dozens of juvenile human-faced spiders poured out. Boom! Zhang Weiguo, at the forefront of the group, fired first. The shotgun shattered the 3 spiders that lunged forward, their viscous bodily fluids splattering the walls in a radiating pattern. Suddenly, Chen Xing reached out and grabbed the nape of the female student's neck, a surge of 100,000 volts coursing through her body. The disguised skin peeled away in the electric light, revealing a grayish-blue exoskeleton beneath. The mutated appendages pierced her lips, and the creature howled in a voice that was a disturbing blend of male and female tones. "How did you discover me? You carry the scent of the beast." Chen Xing tightened his grip on her neck, rendering her immobile. "No matter how you conceal it, smearing yourself with human blood or dousing yourself in formaldehyde, you cannot mask that repugnant stench." His words incited the mutant beast's fury, and her visage grew ever more grotesque. "You shall die." Chen Xing thrust a Molotov cocktail into her gaping maw. As flames erupted, all beheld the true form emerging from the charred shell. Compound eyes arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper, the human face on its abdomen emitted a piercing scream. Several in the rear staggered under the assault of the sound waves, covering their ears but unable to shield themselves from the shrill noise. It was an infrasonic attack. Zhang Weiguo leaned against the wall, firing continuously, yet his aim was woefully inaccurate. Only Chen Xing maintained a steady aim with his large rhinoceros. The infrasonic assault merely tickled his 2.0 psychic abilities. Bang, bang, bang. The 35 caliber bullets struck the joints of the human-faced spider with precision. As the creature stumbled, Chen Xing swiftly threw a vial of ether, procured from the laboratory above, into its screeching maw. With a whoosh, the monstrous entity ignited into a fireball, the infrasonic attack abruptly ceasing. Gradually, the others regained their senses. Bang! Old Zhang fired another shot into the spider's abdomen, but Chen Xing raised his hand to stop him. "Don't waste bullets." He turned sharply to face the others, finding Li Qingwan standing there, her face ashen. "What kind of monster is this?" she asked, shaking her head with a wry smile. "I wish I knew. Damn it, still playing tricks." Zhang Wei was seethed, pressing the shotgun against her head. Chen Xing stepped forward, lifting his weapon's barrel and coldly regarding Li Qingwan. "If you hadn't shouted just now, you would be dead." Back in the laboratory above, Lu Xiaoguang and others were crouched before the glass jars. Gazing at the grotesque creature submerged in formalin, Chen Xing turned to the pallid Li Qingwan and said, "Professor Li, might we now discuss the unfolding events?" Li Qingwan inhaled deeply and began to speak slowly. "Since the onset of the apocalypse, a relentless stream of monstrosities has been delivered to the school, particularly to the laboratory under my purview. Several experts were dispatched from above, and initially, we focused on examining the remains of various mutated creatures. However, I soon discovered that these experts were clandestinely extracting the creature's DNA for covert experiments, a project they referred to as the Human Weapon Initiative. Subsequently, I was also summoned to join the research team." She paused, a flicker of dread illuminating her eyes. "Regrettably, before our research could yield any results, the situation spiraled out of control, prompting the higher-ups to order the evacuation of the expert team. Ultimately, the helicopter sent to retrieve us was ambushed by a creature mid-flight and crashed, resulting in the demise of those experts. Due to my lower qualifications, I was not aboard the helicopter and thus survived." remaining hidden within the confines of the school. Chapter 163. The heartbeat remains steady, the body temperature unchanged. This woman is not lying. The voice of the phoenix resonates in his ears. Chen Xing gazes at Li Qingwan, who does not flinch, exhibiting remarkable psychological resilience. However, she is cunning. Although she has divulged the plan regarding the earthly weapons, she refrains from revealing any specifics about their research. Yet, Chen Xing finds himself disinterested in those matters and has no intention of probing further. Later, I discovered that my students began to vanish one by one. It wasn't until I noticed something peculiar about this little Li that I hesitated to confront her, for exposing her would mean my demise. Fortunately, you arrived just in time. The crowd sighed in unison. A rise in body temperature and a quickening heartbeat indicate she is lying. The phoenix warns, but Chen Xing does not immediately call her out. What about those thugs? Chen Xing inquires again. They are merely small vendors from the vicinity of the school. In the early days of the apocalypse, they came to the school to scavenge for resources. We encountered them several times. Initially, we coexisted peacefully, but recently, upon hearing Chen Xing's lack of further inquiry, Li Qingwan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Yet at that moment, that female student of yours, little Li, you truly have no idea what is going on. She blurted out, only to quickly halt her words, nearly revealing the truth. She glanced at Chen Xing, who was cunningly observing her, his handgun subtly pointed at her chest. Lu Xiaowang and the others looked at Li Qingwan with grave expressions. Professor Li, at this point, whatever you know, please do not withhold it any longer. Alas, these are state secrets. I really shouldn't be divulging this. Li Qingwan's voice trembled. She is part of an expert group that cultivates symbionts using pregnant women's serum, claiming to create obedient arachnid warriors. She is one of the research projects for earthly weapons. The authorities mandated strict confidentiality. With a furious kick, Lu Xiaowang sent a chair flying. What confidentiality? The higher-ups have already gone missing. What do you mean by the higher-ups? Damn it. When we are needed, we are scientists. When we are not, we are worthless. Chen Xing placed a hand on Lu Xiaowang's shoulder. Calm down, old Lu. Clearly, the recent revelations are too brutal for someone who has devoted a lifetime to education. Indeed, we must prioritize finding the medicine. Zhang Weigua quickly shifted the topic. I know where the medication is, Li Qingwan declared, leading them out of the laboratory and to the third floor. This is the medicine you seek. As Li Qingwan opened the door, the group beheld 3 rows of shelves lined with neatly arranged medicine boxes, instantly holding their breath. Cephalexin, penicillin. Oh, my daughter is saved. Seeing the names on the medicine boxes, Lu Xiaowang could no longer contain his tears, letting them flow freely. Enough with the idle chatter. Hasten to conceal it. The crowd surged into the pharmacy like a pack of wolves descending upon a flock of sheep. Meanwhile, Chen Xing quietly exited the pharmacy and descended to the basement level. This was the equipment room. I had initially envisioned grand endeavors here once the medical school was completed. Li Qingwan remarked with a wry smile as she slid open a door. She was perplexed as to why Chen Xing had chosen to come here. The equipment room was enveloped in darkness, but the AI goggles activated their visual enhancement function. Under the green glow, the entirety of the room's environment unfolded before Chen Xing's gaze. Observing the array of pristine equipment, Chen Xing felt a surge of exhilaration. PCR machines, centrifuges. Chapter 164. The rare equipment seldom seen elsewhere is abundantly available here. I am curious, what prompted you to bring me to seek out this equipment? Li Qingwan, standing at the doorway, inquired as she observed Chen Xing's silhouette. In truth, I merely wish to ascertain whether there are any laboratories you have deliberately concealed within this building. Chen Xing replied. Bored, the woman huffed and turned away. Chen Xing was rather pleased to see her departing. As her figure vanished around the distant corner, he raised his wristwatch, directing it towards the assorted equipment. Have we collected all the medicines? Let us prepare to withdraw. Upon returning to the ground floor, Chen Xing found Lu Xiaowang and others securing boxes of medicines onto the sled. Yes, there are a few boxes left. With 2 more trips, we can clear everything out. Lu Xiaowang set down a medicine box before heading back upstairs. As Chen Xing approached the entrance, he noticed Li Qingwan standing there, contemplating the sled they had brought. Do you have a cigarette? Hand me one. Li Qingwan extended her hand. How did you know? I caught the scent of smoke on you. Chen Xing chuckled bitterly as he retrieved a cigarette and offered it to her. What do you intend to do next? Will you remain at the school, awaiting directives from above? I am uncertain. Li Qingwan's eyes reflected a sense of confusion as she exhaled a long plume of smoke. Why not return with us? We have ample rooms and provisions at our place. Oh, the woman's gaze shifted, a hint of amusement glimmering in her eyes. Chen Xing felt a tad embarrassed and scratched his head. In fact, he had long contemplated inviting her to join them. After all, his team was in need of a doctor. According to Lu Xiaowang's introduction, Li Qiwan's background was quite impressive. She was not only a medical researcher but also a surgical expert, a talent they urgently required. Moreover, besides her initial concealment regarding that research project, she had shown no signs of ill intent. Thus, Chen Xing was genuinely inclined to recruit her. Rest assured, I harbor no ulterior motives towards you. I merely believe that remaining here alone is unsafe. Those thugs may return at any moment. And as you have witnessed, the situation with Lu Xiaowang and the others is rather dire. He has thrived within our team. Chen Xing continued to extend an olive branch to Li Qingwan. Indeed. Professor Li, do join us in returning. Our community is currently quite pleasant, and our team has secured an entire building. Chen Xing, as the leader, is notably responsible. And you have seen his capabilities. In these troubled times, aligning oneself with a reliable team is far superior to going solo. Furthermore, if you remain here, those thugs will inevitably return. How can you withstand it alone? Having completed the final box of medicines, Lu Xiaowang also joined in the persuasion. Li Qingwan took a deep drag from her cigarette before flicking the ash away. Very well, then, I shall accompany you to see what awaits. Upon hearing her acquiescence, Chen Xing and Lu Xiaowang both broke into smiles. Please wait a moment. I need to gather my personal belongings. Half an hour later, Li Qingwan descended to join the others, pulling along a suitcase. Before departing, she solemnly secured the main entrance of the teaching building. I hope to return here in the future, she murmured, a hint of regret in her voice for the pristine equipment left behind, especially that supercomputer. Yet, Chen Xing, standing not far away, felt a sudden jolt. Supercomputer? Chen Xing, I require that device. Feng Huang's voice was imbued with emotion for the first time, laced with urgency. Chapter 165 Little Chen, I truly apologize for not being able to accompany you this time. Lu Xiaowang lowered his head in shame as Chen Xing tossed him a cigarette. The balding middle-aged man fumbled to ignite it, taking a puff that caused him to cough twice. It's all right, you should take the medications back, after all. Someone at home is waiting for them. Old Zhang will accompany me, we will be fine. Feng Shuo, Cheng Lu, you must ensure the safety of these medications. Rest assured. The two replied in unison. With that, Chen Xing assigned the tasks. Lu Xiaowang took the medications they had found and returned to the community, while Chen Xing, along with Zhang Weigua and 3 others, remained to follow Li Qingwan in search of the supercomputer. From the moment Phoenix spoke, Chen Xing had resolved to find this supercomputer, as it was crucial for the future upgrades of their safe house. The biting cold wind, laden with ice particles, lashed against his protective mask, and Chen Xing's eyelashes were already frosted. Holding the large rhinoceros in his hand, the barrel gleamed ominously in the sub-zero air. The infrared light emitted by the AI goggles occasionally swept across the surroundings. It is this building. Li Qingwan pointed to the gray structure ahead. The building was not tall, merely standing inconspicuously in a corner behind the campus, usually unnoticeable. Now, it was completely enveloped in ice and snow. The frozen ivy and withered vines crawled along the walls, swaying in the wind, giving the entire building an eerie appearance. The supercomputer had been specifically allocated for this research project, installed in the biological laboratory of this building. The laboratory was located 3 floors underground, as the cooling system of the supercomputer required a subterranean water source. In front of the biological laboratory, Li Qingwan awkwardly introduced the origin of the supercomputer. Chen Xing nodded towards Zhang Weigua, who promptly kicked the brittle, frozen lock apart. Chen Xing pushed the door open, the long-neglected hinges screeching painfully. As the beam of the flashlight pierced the darkness of the corridor, everyone held their breath. Dense cobwebs descended from the ceiling. Are there still spiders in this frigid weather? Chen Xing's instincts flared, and Phoenix began to scan the entire corridor, yet no immediate threats were detected. This used to be our core laboratory, Li Qingwan said with an awkward smile. Chen Xing comprehended immediately. This had once been the site of their production of human weapons. The group proceeded cautiously, the old floorboards creaking loudly in the eerie silence of the corridor. Suddenly, Zhang Weigua pointed at the corner. What is that? Following his gesture, they beheld several human skins hanging on the wall, their features grotesquely distorted, as if narrating the terror and agony of their former lives. Chen Xing's expression changed, and alarm bells rang in his mind. Don't look. Quickly, to the basement. Although they had seen nothing definitive, he anticipated that there were indeed monsters within this building. Li Qingwan led the way, and the group sprinted forward. Before long, they arrived at the 3rd underground level, where 3 sets of server cabinets were situated. Li Qingwan pointed towards a door ahead, and Chen Xing forcefully kicked it open, revealing rows of server cabinets before his eyes. Everyone remained vigilant as he declared, I will enter to inspect. With that, Chen Xing plunged into the server room. The others gripped their weapons tightly, turning their backs to the door while keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. the Tianwei Light supercomputer, capable of performing 5 billion floating-point operations per second. Quite impressive. From Feng Huang's tone, it was evident that he held a deep appreciation for this supercomputer. Chen Xing, however, was preoccupied. He raised his wristwatch, aimed it at the cabinets, and commenced scanning. In less than half a minute, he had successfully incorporated this supercomputer into his possession. Ah! Came another startled cry from Wang Hao. What happened? Chen Xing inquired, having just exited the server room. Chapter 166. Wang Hao trembled as he pointed toward the corridor on the right. What lay ahead was a specimen. Chen Xing's gaze fell upon an object ensconced in cobwebs at the edge of the passage. As he approached, he discerned that each web's center cradled a withered human form. Li Qiwan tightened the military coat that Chen Xing had tossed her, the fabric rustling softly. No, it was prey. She prodded the nearest corpse with the short spear Chen Xing had provided, revealing a translucent human skin that unfolded like a serpent's shed. Residual dark yellow slime clung to the inner walls of the skull. Venom had dissolved all soft tissue, leaving only the epidermis. Suddenly, the voice of Phoenix erupted in Chen Xing's earpiece. Redundant infrared signals detected from a multi-legged creature. Immediate evacuation recommended. A sticky rustling sound emanated from the ceiling. Zhang Weiguo promptly raised his shotgun, racking the slide with a sharp clack as the bullet chambered. 3 o'clock, ventilation duct. Chen Xing raised his hand and fired. The voice of Phoenix continued to ring in his ears. Thermal source of a quadrupedal organism detected, 15 meters away, moving at a speed of 3 meters per second. Chen Xing's neck tensed instantaneously. Bang! The shotgun's roar caused plaster to rain down. Smoke billowed from Zhang Weiguo's weapon as wisps of silver floated in the beam of his flashlight. Just as Chen Xing was about to inspect the impact point, a viscous, transparent slime suddenly dripped onto his tactical gloves. Phoenix raised her volume. Evacuate. 30 moving heat sources detected above. Run. Chen Xing sprinted toward the staircase. The others swiftly following suit. As they dashed to the second basement level, the emergency lights in the corridor suddenly flickered to life. In the crimson glow, Chen Xing beheld a dozen human skins hanging from the corridor walls, swaying like cured meat in the wind. Each skin bore an identification badge from the Research Institute pinned to its chest. Li Qiwan recognized the facial outline of one, and her expression turned sorrowful. Old Wu. She staggered forward to touch it, but Chen Xing yanked her back, dragging her into the stairwell. Behind them, a rapid clattering sound echoed, reminiscent of numerous high heels striking the linoleum. Chen Xing refrained from looking back, but Phoenix had already transmitted the creature's appearance to his AI visor via drone. The upper body was that of a woman clad in a white lab coat, yet below the waist, it was shrouded in coarse hair, resembling a spider's abdomen. A human face adorned the abdomen, that of the previously slain Xiao Li. She was not dead. The group sprinted down the corridor on the second floor, which led to the stairs descending below. Suddenly, Zhang Weiguo came to an abrupt halt, gripping Wang Hao's collar tightly. Where's Xiao Zhao? She was just behind me. Chen Xing turned to discover that only 5 remained in their party. Phoenix, scout ahead. A drone, clearing the path in front of them, suddenly veered back, darting toward the corridor illuminated by an eerie red light. Soon, a transmission returned, revealing an office on the right side of the corridor with an open door. A struggling cocoon, ensnared in webs, was being slowly hoisted toward the ceiling of the room. The camera zoomed out, revealing the entire room filled with dozens of tightly wrapped cocoons suspended upside down. 6 grotesque, inverted figures resembling human spiders were poised to inject venom into a cocoon with their mandibles. The sight sent shivers down the spines of all who beheld it. It was Zhao? Beneath the unsealed opening of the cocoon, the barrel of a firearm was visible. Indeed, it was the Remington shotgun that Chen Xing had assigned to Zhao prior to their departure. This weapon had been confiscated from Zhang Tianhao's gang. Why are we still standing here? Let us go save him, Chen Xing exclaimed, leading the charge back into the fray. Without hesitation, Zhang Weiguo and the others followed suit. Li Qiwan, taking cover against the wall, contemplated the retreating figures. A leader willing to fight for his subordinates. Perhaps following such a person was not a bad choice after all. Chapter 167. Old Zhang and I rushed in to rescue the others while the others guarded the entrance, ensuring the corridor's safety. At the office door, Chen Xing instructed his teammates behind him. After delivering his orders, he turned and forcefully pushed open the half-closed door of the laboratory. Before us lay a cocoon enveloping Xiao Zhao, its struggles visibly waning. The 6 face spiders, startled by the intrusion, displayed expressions of astonishment. Save him. Zhang Weiguo's shotgun shattered the ceiling, plaster and green slime raining down like a torrential downpour. The face spiders on the ceiling adjusted their aim, unleashing sprays of green venom from their maws. Chen Xing rolled to evade the splattering toxins, while the .35 caliber bullets from the rhinoceros rifle precisely severed the last 3 threads of spider silk. Xiao Zhao crashed heavily to the ground, and Zhang Weiguo rushed over. Slicing through the cocoon, Xiao Zhao opened his eyes wide, gasping for air as if he were a drowning man who had just been pulled from the depths. However, his right leg remained ensnared by a writhing strand of silver silk, and his military coat was in a semi-dissolved state, thankfully leaving his flesh unscathed. "How are you?" Chen Xing asked as he helped Xiao Zhao to his feet. "I'm all right. I can still fight," Xiao Zhao replied. Though still shaken, he managed to stand. Without further ado, Chen Xing thrust the Remington into his hands. The voice of the Phoenix echoed once more. Heat source approaching from the 9 o'clock position. Chen Xing instinctively dove aside, narrowly avoiding the sharp pincers that grazed his tactical suit, creating showers of sparks against the external ballistic plates. He turned and squeezed the trigger, striking the chest of the face spider. Clang! Chen Xing's eyes widened in disbelief as the bullet lodged itself in the spider's carapace. The creature slowly lifted its head, revealing the visage of the unfortunate Shaoli, whom they had slain earlier in the teaching building. Again, her? Chen Xing's mind momentarily clouded. The face spider bearing the features of researcher Shaoli blinked its 8 compound eyes in an eerie manner. It was a genetic chimera. Behind him, the sound of Li Qingwan's teeth clashing echoed ominously. The experimental team had indeed used her as a breeding ground. Surely, their manufactured weapons of human origin were not limited to Shaoli alone. Now I understand why the situation at the school spiraled out of control so suddenly. It must have been their experiments that led to a catastrophic accident and a viral outbreak. Yet, Chen Xing had no desire to dwell on these matters. His sole focus was on how to lead everyone out of this hellish nightmare. "Old Zhang," Xiao Zhao. "Clear the path ahead." "Got it." Old Zhang replied, pumping the shotgun and taking the lead alongside Xiao Zhao. Facing the oncoming face spider, he steadied his aim. "Monster, face your judgment." Boom. The 18.4mm tungsten alloy buckshot, containing 14 tungsten steel pellets, unleashed devastation within the narrow corridor, an unstoppable force that obliterated all in its path. The face spiders in front were swiftly mowed down. Old Zhang continued to pull the trigger, unleashing a torrent of fire at breakneck speed. Reload. Soon, he had expended all his ammunition and swiftly moved behind Xiao Zhao. With a sense of unease gradually dissipating, Xiao Zhao strode ahead of the formation, wielding a Remington 870. "Prepare to meet your demise, you scoundrel," he exclaimed as the thunderous sound of gunfire erupted. The Remington unleashed a torrent of metallic fury, seemingly intent on expelling the fury from the recent brush with death. Xiao Zhao expeditiously discharged the entirety of his ammunition, as Lao Zhao swiftly stepped forward to reload. The two engaged in this relentless cycle. Meanwhile, Chen Xing accompanied Li Qingwan at the rear of the group, gripping his formidable firearm with vigilance as he surveyed the corridor behind them. Simultaneously, Phoenix relayed real-time updates of the battle unfolding ahead to his AI visor. Chapter 168. This allowed him to maintain a constant grip on the battlefield. Conserve ammunition. Chen Xing observed that although Zhang Weiguo and his comrades were unleashing a fierce barrage, forcing the face spiders into retreat, the wretched arthropods appeared to possess remarkably resilient exoskeletons. Unless struck in the head or eyes, inflicting fatal damage upon these monstrosities proved exceedingly difficult. It was imperative to cease this entanglement and devise a means of escape swiftly. Chen Xing's mind raced. Suddenly, the vent above him exploded, cascading a torrent of white spider silk. Li Qingwan, standing beside him, pushed him aside just in time to avert the imminent danger. A male-faced spider creature shattered the ceiling, leaping down from above. A cacophony of indistinct sounds echoed in the corridor, rendering Chen Xing's vision blurry. What was that sound? It seemed as though someone was speaking. What were they saying? "Experiment continues." Li Qingwan suddenly shrieked. "They can talk. Beware of infrasound attacks." Seemingly remembering something, Chen Xing's eyes brightened as he emerged from his daze. His enhanced mental acuity enabled him to rapidly regain clarity amidst the adversary's infrasound assault. He lifted his gaze and realized that the recent infrasound attack had originated from the creature before him. It swayed a badge between its fangs, and upon closer inspection, Chen Xing recognized it as belonging to Deputy Director Wang Dranjun of the Research Institute. With no time for hesitation, he raised his weapon and fired 3 precise shots. GG. The bullet struck the head of the face spider, obliterating its 3 eyes. The spider creature screeched in agony, lunging towards him, its terrifying mandibles clashing ominously in the air. It seemed eager to tear Chen Xing in two with a single bite. However, its gaping maw became its vulnerability. Before it could land, Chen Xing had already fired the remaining 3 bullets into its mouth. This time, the spider creature did not scream. Instead, it plummeted to the ground, collapsing into slumber. Bang! The corridor door was suddenly flung open. A horde of spider creatures surged forth, emitting a cacophony of piercing clicks. Zhang Weiguo's shotgun roared relentlessly. Chen Xing, think of something quickly. I'm running low on ammunition. As he emptied his chamber, Chen Xing tossed him a small bag brimming with bullets. Just then, the spider before him, bearing the visage of a bald professor, opened its mouth, spraying a viscous stream of venom in a fan-like arc. Chen Xing yanked him aside, while simultaneously raising his hand to throw the last Molotov cocktail into the spider creature's mouth. In an instant, the spider transformed into a fireball. Yet, the demise of one spider was insufficient to deter the others. Through the images relayed by the Phoenix, more spider creatures were converging from all directions. It was apparent they were on the verge of being trapped in this corridor. Over there's a newly constructed CT room. The walls are thick, Li Qingwan shouted, pointing towards a nearby sliding door. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xing took the lead. The formidable rhinoceros in his grasp was transformed into an automatic weapon. Unleashing 6 rounds in a mere second, he carved a bloody path through their adversaries. Half a minute later, everyone surged through the doorway of the CT room. Chen Xing summoned a strength too, 5 times that of an ordinary person. Hey! With great force, he slammed the heavy metal door shut. The spider monster's blade-like appendages struck against the door with a resounding thud. The creature was confined outside, while the CT room, reinforced with thick lead-lined walls, bestowed a profound sense of security upon the group. Zhang Weiguo swiftly pulled out a water bottle, draining it in one go, then leaned against the wall and gradually sank to the floor. The others began to relax as well. Yet, Chen Xing abruptly turned his gaze toward the depths of the CT room. Who is there? Show yourself. Chapter 169, Within the AI Goggles. A heat source concealed itself behind a cabinet deep within the room. The individual believed they were well hidden, but with the aid of Phoenix, they remained utterly exposed in Chen Xing's eyes. Come out now, or I will fire. Although Zhang Weiguo was uncertain about what lay behind the cabinet, he raised his shotgun, aiming at the metal filing cabinet. Don't shoot. A disheveled figure, donned in a filthy white lab coat, cautiously peeked from behind the cabinet. Professor Chung? Under the glare of a powerful flashlight, Li Qingwan immediately recognized the person. Shali, you're still alive? The man with the tousled hair looked equally astonished upon seeing Li Qingwan. Who are they? This is Chen Xing. Chen Xing is the chief of the gene editing department within the project team, Professor Chen Xing. Li Qingwan introduced the two to one another. Professor Cheng scrutinized Chen Xing before explaining his circumstances. Have you been hiding here all this time? Li Qingwan asked incredulously. Yes. I've been barely surviving on the glucose from the storage room behind. Professor Cheng's expression was one of bitter resignation. He revealed that he was also a member of the expert team above, who remained behind on the day of evacuation due to an unfinished experiment, intending to wait for the second group to retreat. However, after the first group's aircraft met with disaster, the second group never arrived. He had been clinging to life with the resources from the laboratory ever since. Despite the old professor's straightforward words, Chen Xing found them utterly unconvincing. Even though Phoenix had detected no changes in his heartbeat or body temperature, an unshakable sense of crisis lingered in Chen Xing's mind. It was the instinctive awareness of danger bestowed by his 2.0 mental prowess. This man was lying. A sharp metallic scraping sound erupted from the blast door of the CT room, causing everyone's expressions to shift. The sound was that of the spider's blade-like legs striking the door. Chen Xing had no time to confront Professor Cheng. He hastily approached the door and peered through the observation window. Suddenly, a distorted, humanoid face pressed against the glass. Dark, spiny appendages pounded against the observation window. Fortunately, the glass was thick enough, but it still startled him. The face retreated, and in the infrared view, dozens of human-faced spiders withdrew from the door. Were they retreating? It didn't seem so. Dozens of multifaceted eyes reflected a chilling blue light, and their terrifying mandibles writhed incessantly. Jets of green venom erupted forth, and the radiation-proof lead door emitted a piercing groan under the corrosive assault of the venom. Wisps of white smoke began to rise, and even through the protective door, Chen Xing could smell the nauseating odor. The thickness of the radiation-proof front door had decreased by 23 and would continue to diminish. Phoenix's voice echoed in his mind as a holographic projection outlined a 3-dimensional terrain map. It is advisable to abandon heavy equipment and search for an alternate exit. Retreat? Where to retreat? Chen Xing could only shake his head with a bitter smile. A sudden metallic distortion echoed from above as the vent cover was violently dislodged. Fist-sized spiderlings cascaded down like raindrops, prompting Chen Xing to seize the large rhinoceros and strike. Amidst the acrid stench of charred flesh, Professor Cheng's piercing scream resounded. The neck. Sever the neural bundle at the neck. Their neck joints were particularly fragile. Injuring that area could sever their nerves, rendering them incapacitated. Chen Xing's expression brightened. He had recently discovered that these spiders were remarkably resilient to direct attacks in the corridor outside. With Professor Chang's guidance, he had finally pinpointed their vulnerability. With a series of sharp reports, 3 shots rang out, and the necks of 3 spiderlings were shattered. Though their mandibles continued to thrash in futile aggression, their bodies were rendered unresponsive. Zhang Weiguo advanced, crushing the 3 arachnids beneath his feet. The neck was indeed their Achilles heel. He would seize the opportunity to strike again. With a beaming countenance, Zhang Weiguo approached the radiation-proof door, casting a glance back at Chen Xing. It seemed that at Chen Xing's command, he would be ready to charge forth. Hold your horses, let me observe a moment longer. Chapter 170. As Chen Xing approached the observation window, the AI ocular aid activated. However, as the phoenix transmitted images, a sense of dread quickly enveloped him. The neck joint of the mature spider had evolved into a formidable black carapace, impervious to conventional means of harm. The fleeting hope that had ignited in the hearts of the group was extinguished. What if we venture through that ventilation duct? Li Qingwan suggested, gazing up at the opening from which the spider larvae emerged. Chen Xing's eyes sparkled with realization. It was indeed a feasible approach, yet. Before embarking, the Phoenix-controlled drone ventured into the duct first. Currently, no hazardous creatures were detected within the duct, though certain sections exhibited structural instability, warranting caution. Moments later, the Phoenix relayed the detection report. Let us go, Chen Xing declared, no longer hesitating, and led the way into the ventilation duct. A putrid odor permeated the narrow, dimly lit passage, barely accommodating a single person. The group crawled forward cautiously, their hearts laden with trepidation. Chen Xing forged ahead, reassured by the drone's prior exploration of the route, which should be devoid of danger. Yet, inexplicably, a sense of unease lingered in his heart. Suddenly, he halted. Why have you stopped? Zhang Weiguo, trailing behind, inquired, perplexed. Old Zhang, be careful. Chen Xing pivoted sharply and yanked Zhang Weiguo forward. Thud. A pitch-black blade leg pierced through the duct's metal shell where Zhang had just been crouched. There's a monster. Everyone be cautious. Chen Xing drew his large rhinoceros weapon and raised it to fire. Zhang Weiguo, too, brandished his shotgun and shot through the metal. Squeak, squeak. The anguished cries of the human-faced spider echoed from outside the duct. Thud. Another blade leg forcefully punctured the metal, then, with a violent tug along the incision. Creak. The entire duct was ripped open, creating a gaping tear nearly half a meter long, severing the duct's reinforcing steel. The already fragile duct collapsed with a resounding crash. The group plummeted from midair, thanks to the protective training gear. Chen Xing emerged unscathed and stood up promptly. How is everyone? With the assistance of the AI ocular aid, he surveyed the condition of the group. Zhang Weiguo was relatively fortunate, having landed amidst a pile of cardboard boxes. Li Qingwan appeared to have sustained serious injuries, lying silently with her eyes closed. Meanwhile, Professor Cheng seemed unchanged, sitting against the wall, seemingly lost in thought. Seeing that everyone was mostly unharmed, Chen Xing swiftly turned his attention to the room. A corpse of a human-faced spider lay on the ground, its head shattered, clearly a result of their earlier accidental shots. Suddenly, a series of rapid, rhythmic thuds echoed from the corridor outside, the sound of numerous blade legs striking the ground. The group's expressions shifted, each member aware that a horde of human-faced spiders was swiftly approaching. Quick, block the door, Zhang Weiguo exclaimed, struggling to rise, directing Xiao Zhao and another team member. He pushed the office desk against the door, blocking it. This door was not as sturdy as the radiation-proof door of the CT room where they had just hidden. It was merely a wooden panel. Just as he secured the door, a knife pierced through the wood, thrusting in. Damn! Zhang Weiguo jumped back in terror, raising his shotgun to fire. The sound of an empty chamber echoed, and Zhang Weiguo forced a bitter smile as he looked at Chen Xing. It seemed they were doomed. Who said that? Haha, we are saved. Everyone turned their heads to see Professor Cheng standing before a door, his face alight with ecstatic joy. Chapter 171. Chen Xing forcefully pulled Zhang Weiguo away from the door, as the mighty rhinoceros unleashed a torrential spray of metallic chaos with its blade-like appendage. The chilling cries of a man-faced spider echoed from outside, its appendage forever embedded in the door. Chen Xing retrieved a pack of shotgun shells, handing them to Zhang Weiguo. Use them sparingly. Zhang Weiguo's eyes sparkled at the sight of the ammunition, although he was uncertain how Chen Xing procured them. His presence ensured that the fear of running out of bullets would never haunt him. Approaching Professor Chen Xing felt the professor grasp his external ballistic shield tightly. Behind this door is a storage room. It contains a plethora of chemical solvents such as ethanol and acetone. His bloodshot eyes darted frantically in the cold light of the tactical flashlight. If we can lure them in. Before he could finish his thought, The entire wall beside them was suddenly concaved by a violent impact. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Wei was stood at the doorway, firing his shotgun wildly down the corridor. Chen Xing. Hurry. I can't hold them off much longer. Xiao Xiao. Zhang Ge. I'm out of bullets. Xiao Xiao cried from behind him, her face a mask of despair. Detection indicates 37 life forms in the corridor. 9 of them have mutated into secondary entities. Immediate evacuation is advised. Success rate 0. 73. The voice of Phoenix resonated in Chen Xing's ear. Furrowing his brow, he glanced at the iron door behind Professor Cheng. It was a heavy, level 3 security door, secured by an electronic lock. Chen Xing pushed against it. It was solid and robust, even with his enhanced strength of 5 times. Breaking through would take several minutes, time he did not have, with the spider monsters outside. Desperation set in as he drew his handgun, contemplating whether he could damage the lock. Don't shoot. The room is filled with flammable and explosive substances like ethanol and acetone. Be cautious to avoid igniting an explosion. A delicate, fair hand pressed against Chen Xing's, belonging to Li Qingwan. What should we do? Chen Xing felt on the verge of madness. I recommend using the electric shock gloves to charge the electronic lock. Professor Cheng should know the code. Phoenix's suggestion sparked a glimmer of hope in Chen Xing's eyes. Professor Cheng, you know the code to this lock, right? Of course. I know it, Professor Cheng replied, his expression one of confusion as he looked at Chen Xing, who had already moved to the door. Extending his right hand, a blue arc of electricity flickered. Ding. The electronic lock screen illuminated, indicating it was charging. This did not hinder the unlocking process, as Professor Chen, filled with elation, began entering the code. With a click, the sound of the electronic lock disengaging was like music to their ears. Chen Xing yanked the door open. Old Zhang, get in. Bang. The security door slammed shut, and everyone exhaled in unison, even as the sounds of the spider monsters slashing at the door echoed ominously. This small room, designed to store volatile chemicals, was constructed with formidable strength, providing a temporary sanctuary against the relentless onslaught. Goodness gracious. Zhang Weigua gazed at the neatly stacked boxes of ethanol, feeling a sense of bewilderment wash over him. He approached the shelf against the wall, opened a cardboard box, and extracted a bottle of chemical reagent. As he unscrewed the cap, a pungent vapor of acetone assaulted his senses, causing tears to stream down his face. What should he do next? Zhang Weigua set the chemical bottle down and turned to Chen Xing. Use fire, Chen Xing stated with unwavering conviction. No matter how these spiders had mutated, their inherent fear of fire was encoded in their DNA. Speaking of animals' fear of fire, Chen Xing was filled with confidence. However, at that moment, Li Qingwan, who had been counting the chemical agents, abruptly paused upon hearing Chen Xing's words. But what? Chapter 172. Chen Xing turned his gaze towards Li Qingwan. The space was confined, and if these chemical reagents were exposed to the air, the high concentration of chemical gases would undoubtedly trigger an explosion, engulfing us all. Chen Xing's brows knitted tightly in distress. How could I have forgotten this critical detail? They were trapped in this small room of merely 20-odd square meters. If a spider were to enter, it would spell doom for everyone. Yet, the prospect of escape. He glanced at the deformed anti-theft door, battered by the spider's monstrous appendages, and felt a surge of trepidation. You all go ahead, exit from here. Professor Cheng, who had been gasping heavily since entering the room, approached the door where an electronic access control was located. Chen Xing had just charged the electronic lock. Thus the access control had also been powered up. Professor Cheng pressed a few buttons on the control screen. A click echoed from the ceiling as an automatic retractable ladder descended. The group looked up at the dark opening above, then turned to Professor Cheng. When this storage room was constructed, the danger of the chemicals stored here had been considered, hence a ventilation passage had been deliberately left, which was now the exit. I used to come through this passage from other rooms to fetch glucose. Everyone felt a wave of relief. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry. Zhang Weigua dashed to the ladder. Li Qingwan turned to Professor Cheng. Aren't you coming with us, Professor? Professor Cheng shook his head with a bitter smile. As he lifted the hem of his sweater, the group instinctively took a step back. Several worm-like veins bulged grotesquely on his pale abdomen, with dark, insect-like faces writhing beneath his skin. They have laid eggs inside me. Chen Xing suddenly realized why he had been able to survive within this building for so many days. It must be that he carried the eggs himself, which is why the spiders remained less vigilant towards him. Professor Cheng's fingers dug deep into his bruised abdomen. At most, I have 2 hours left. He suddenly laughed nervously, then pulled a glass vial from his shirt pocket. Chen Xing saw that it contained spider larvae the size of a fingernail. Li Qingwan's breath quickened. You have been secretly cultivating these monsters? I only sought to find a serum against mutation. The Pandora's box is one we opened, but I have yet to discover the antidote. Professor Cheng's voice dropped suddenly as he trembled while unscrewing the vial cap, the dark yellow liquid dripping through his fingers. The scratching sounds outside the anti-theft door intensified abruptly. "You madman!" Zhang Weiguo rushed over, crushing all the spider larvae underfoot. "They will be attracted by the pheromones." Professor Chen suddenly lunged towards the storage room, retrieving a bottle of ethanol and drinking it greedily. Chen Xing caught a whiff of the acrid alcohol and made no move to stop him. Professor Chen then grabbed a syringe filled with acetone and plunged it viciously into his abdomen, a grimace mingled with a sob escaping his lips. "Let me be the bait. Someone must accompany these monsters to their demise." Chen Xing turned his head and waved to everyone, signaling them to hurry up. Zhang Weiguo and others gradually climbed the ladder and entered the ventilation duct. Li Qingwan glanced back at Zhang Weiguo, words hovering on her lips several times, yet ultimately, she remained silent. The silhouette of Li Qingwan vanished at the duct's entrance, and Chen Xing ascended the ladder as well. "Youth, you are a good person. However, if you can leave, do so as far as possible," Professor Chen remarked just before Chen Xing stepped onto the escalator. Chen Xing abruptly turned back. "Leave? Where to?" "Flee from Danzhou, as far away as you can. Danzhou has been severely infected. I cannot ascertain how many virus-laden creatures have escaped. However, we have reported the situation, and the authorities are conducting a final investigation. Once my life signal disappears, they will conclude that the situation in Danzhou has spiraled completely out of control. The eradication protocol will be initiated within a week of my demise, so go as far as you can." "Huh." In a haze of confusion, Chen Xing crawled into the passage. Boom. Chapter 173 Foot Huff. Chen Xing propelled himself through the ventilation duct with remarkable speed and agility, fully harnessing the capabilities of version 2.0. Yet, even with such prowess, he could not outpace the fierce flames that pursued him from behind. Merely 10 seconds had passed since he entered the duct when the monstrous creature breached the door. Damn. The flames were perilously close to singeing him. Chen Xing cursed under his breath. Despite his swiftness, he could not outrun the fire that ignited upon contact with oxygen. He realized that if he continued down this path, his fate would be sealed. A solution was imperative. Glancing at the metallic duct beneath him, he steeled his resolve. With a decisive bang, he struck downwards, shattering the front of the ventilation shaft. Grasping the jagged edge of the opening, he tore at it with all his might. The metal groaned as he created a gash just as the flames crept within 3 meters of him. Chen Xing dove through the breach, and in that fleeting moment, he yanked the torn metal closed behind him. "Secure the door." The searing flames roared through the duct overhead, with sparks threatening to escape through the fissures. However, overall, the danger to Chen Xing was minimal. He finally exhaled in relief. Zhang Weiguo and the others had departed 3 minutes before him. He hoped they would evade the inferno. The flames in the passage persisted for a full minute, consuming the oxygen within the duct before finally extinguishing. As Chen Xing released his grip, the torn metal began to meld back together due to the intense heat. He glanced at his hands, grateful for the fire-resistant, high-temperature protective suit he wore. Otherwise, his arms would have surely been reduced to charred remnants from that scorching ordeal. Only now did Chen Xing take a moment to survey his surroundings. It appeared to be yet another storage room. However, upon spotting a row of green packaging boxes lined against the wall, he gasped in astonishment. Those were boxes for the DJ Spirit 4. Unlike ordinary packaging, these boxes were military green and bore the inscription "Special Supply for Military Use." Military-grade DJ products. This was a windfall. Chen Xing approached the shelves with quickened steps, discovering a total of 10 cardboard boxes. His heart raced, hands trembling. As he opened one, he was greeted by pristine Spirit 4 drones. Unlike the civilian models he had previously exchanged at the underground market, these were evidently of military quality. Though the design was identical, they felt noticeably heftier in his grasp. The outer shell was crafted from engineering-grade plastic, exuding a superior texture. Even the carbon fiber rotors appeared sturdier. The batteries were unparalleled, boasting twice the endurance of standard civilian versions. Such exceptional equipment, if returned to Phoenix for enhancements. Chen Xing could hardly fathom the exponential increase in his combat capabilities. Outside, he heard Zhang Weiguo's voice calling out, "I'm here." Chen Xing flung open the door. "I knew you would be all right." The rugged man, upon witnessing Chen Xing's unscathed condition, was on the verge of shedding tears. Just moments before the explosion in the laboratory building, they had barely escaped through the ventilation duct. Yet, when they attempted to return to check on Chen Xing, all they could see was a fierce blaze surging through the duct. It was only after Li Qingwan's fervent insistence that they finally covered the duct with a lid, which swiftly extinguished the flames within. However, they harbored little hope for Chen Xing's survival. As soon as the explosion subsided, they re-entered the building in search of him. The devastation caused by the explosion was immense, obliterating the entire basement. Nevertheless, The foundation that supported the entire structure remained intact, allowing them to locate Chen Xing in a storage room on the first floor. Now, seeing Chen Xing safe and sound, how could they not rejoice? Chapter 174. Let us go. Hurry back. After a restless night, dawn was nearing. Old Lu must have returned home by now, right? Haha. His daughter should have already taken her medicine, and the others are likely on the mend as well. At this moment, Zhang Wei was seen to chatter incessantly, trailing behind Chen Xing. However, Chen Xing's expression was far from cheerful, although they had narrowly escaped a grave mishap. Stepping out of the laboratory brought back the haunting words of Professor Qing before his demise. Professor Li, are you aware of the intricacies of the protocol? Li Qingwan's complexion suddenly shifted. What did old Qing tell you? He mentioned that if his life signal were to vanish, the authorities would conclude that Danzhou had spiraled into complete chaos, triggering the eradication protocol. Chen Xing did not withhold the truth, and Li Qingwan's face turned ashen. This is the gatekeeper plan established by the higher-ups. At the onset of the outbreak, every city dispatched a research team focused on studying infected individuals. However, as biological mutations began to proliferate, the research direction shifted. Subsequently, as you are well aware, the situation progressively spiraled out of control. The upper echelons designated a gatekeeper for each research team. In the event of a communication blackout, should the gatekeeper's life signal disappear, the authorities would activate the eradication protocol. As for the means, I believe you can surmise. Chen Xing's face paled. Nuclear bombs? Li Qingwan nodded. Neutron bombs. High impact, no contamination. We must return swiftly. We need to inform everyone so that those who can escape the city do so as quickly as possible. Despite having narrowly evaded disaster, the group's spirits were low. The journey that typically took an hour was completed in a mere 45 minutes back to the community. Upon reaching the entrance, the security personnel arranged by Zhang Lu recognized Chen Xing and allowed them entry without question. Upon entering the lobby of Building 4, they encountered Zhang Mei, who was responsible for the hospital. You finally returned. Did you find the medicine? Everyone paused in surprise. What about old Lu? Lu Xiaowang, hasn't he returned? Chen Xing inquired, perplexed. No. I've been waiting here for him, but he hasn't come back. Chen Xing exchanged glances with Zhang Wei. That is impossible. Old Lu is typically very composed, and besides, Fang Shuo and Cheng Lu were with him. There shouldn't be any issues. Chen Xing's expression shifted with concern. Zhang Mei, please take this Professor Li to the hospital to check on the patients. This Professor Li is a medical professional. I must return home for a moment. Understood, Professor Li. Please follow me. Li Qingwan looked at Chen Xing and could only shake her head in resignation. You really know how to delegate. Chen Xing forced a smile. I've already briefed you on the situation, Professor Li, so please take a look and see what solutions you can propose. Zhang Mei, do not forget to prepare some food and drinks for Professor Li. Ensure that he is well taken care of. With that, he turned and descended the stairs. Upon entering the house, Chen Xing made his way to the television wall in the living room. As the central furnace door of the television wall opened, Chen Xing promptly deposited the supercomputer he had acquired into it. The upgrade process was set to take 12 hours. During this period, the Phoenix would remain fully operational. Hearing this response, Chen Xing let out a sigh of relief. The Phoenix began to replay the community surveillance footage to check if Lu Xiaowang and the others had returned to the vicinity. All right, replay search in progress. Please hold on. The traces of Lu Xiaowang and his companions were soon discovered. Chen Xing's eyes widened as he observed the screen magnifying the footage. The image captured by a camera atop the community's wall displayed Lu Xiaowang and his companions scaling the wall to enter the courtyard, with the timestamp in the upper right corner indicating it was 2:15 a.m. Chapter 175. Their separation occurred at 0:45. Lu Xiaowang and his companions returned to the community at 2:15. From a temporal perspective, they encountered no unexpected incidents on the way. They simply entered the community. The reason for their decision to scale the wall appears to be a desire to save time, avoiding the longer route to the main entrance. This indicates an intense yearning to return home. Could it be that they were intercepted mid-journey by Zhang Lu's patrol team? Unlikely. Given the nature of his relationship with Zhang Lu, he would not resort to such actions. Chen Xing continued to scrutinize the surveillance footage, observing Lu Xiaowang and his group as they climbed into the yard. Before them stood a building, clearly visible from the camera mounted on the community's wall. One by one, they scaled the wall and brought with them boxes filled with medical supplies. However, once they turned to the right side of the building and entered a blind spot of the camera, they vanished from sight. Phoenix retrieved footage from other angles. After entering the right side blind spot of the building, Lu Xiaowang and his 5 companions did not emerge again. The camera zoomed in, and Chen Xing finally discerned the building's number, 14. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? It's the middle of the night. Can't anyone get some sleep? Zhang Lu, bleary-eyed and with bloodshot eyes, opened the door to find Chen Xing standing there. Captain Zhang, I couldn't stop him. Beside him stood his visibly flustered subordinate. And Zhang Lu waved his hand dismissively. What is going on with you, showing up at this hour? Aha. I just happened to be wide awake. So your arrival is quite fortuitous. Let us have a chat. Noticing the 2 packs of cigarettes and a can of coffee powder in Chen Xing's hands, Zhang Lu instantly donned a cheerful expression. Come in, make yourself at home. I have some liquor as well. If you don't mind, shall we share a drink? Zhang Lu ushered Chen Xing into his room. As a captain, Zhang Lu's living quarters were rather pleasant. Although not spacious, the room was tidy, featuring a Morso 8893 freestanding stove in the center, a luxury imported item costing over 70,000. The fire was roaring, filling the room with warmth. On second thought, I have something important to discuss with you. Zhang Lu poured Chen Xing a cup of hot water. What is it? Speak freely. Is there a building numbered 14 in our community? Chen Xing inquired, and Zhang Li's brow furrowed. Why do you ask this? My subordinates, Chen Xing recounted the incident of Lu Xiaowang and his companions returning and subsequently disappearing near Building 14. Zhang Lu's expression gradually grew grave. There is indeed a Building 14 in our community. However, due to its ominous number, it had previously been difficult to sell. Before the apocalypse, hardly anyone lived there. Once the pandemic began and the number of infections surged, the hospitals reached their capacity. The authorities issued orders for each community to isolate a specific area to accommodate patients. Building 14, situated in the most inconspicuous corner of our community, is distanced from the other structures, with few residents in the building. The community later resolved to designate it as a quarantine zone. Subsequently, not only patients from our community, but also those from the neighboring area were sent there for isolation. Once it was established as a quarantine area, the community specifically organized efforts to erect walls around both the front and back of the building. This transformed the place into an isolated realm, rendering it a forbidden zone for our community. Chen Xing suddenly understood. No wonder there had been no messages from the residents of Building 14 in the homeowners group. What? Are you planning to visit there? It's imperative. I have 5 subordinates who have gone missing, and I must find them. Chapter 176. You must exercise caution. This time, I shall not accompany you, after all. Chen Xing interrupted Zhang Lu before he could finish, raising a hand to halt him. I understand. I can manage on my own. Their previous encounter with Zhang Tianhao had left Zhang Li's team severely diminished. He wished to remain uninvolved in this affair, and Chen Xing fully comprehended his sentiments. Regardless, if you choose to go, you must be exceedingly careful. Zhang Li's words carried an implied warning. Chen Xing turned to glance at him, noticing the slight shrug of his shoulders. Last December, during the building's lockdown, the health authorities had sealed each fire door with steel rebar. However, after the onset of the apocalypse, no supplies had been delivered to them. The conditions within that building remained a mystery to all, though. Some claimed to have witnessed bloodstains trailing down the corridors, and at night, it seemed as though someone was dragging a lifeless body in a macabre dance. As Zhang Lu spoke, his expression grew increasingly grave, sending a shiver down Chen Xing's spine. Thank you. The cold, iron-like moonlight sliced through the clouds, casting serrated shadows upon the weathered exterior of Building 14. Chen Xing tightened his grip on the icy handle of his gun, the breath escaping his lips crystallizing into frost upon his mask. It was now 3:50 a.m., the coldest hour of the night. The frigid wind whisked ice shards past the building, producing a sound reminiscent of a woman weeping. Chen Xing estimated the temperature to be around -40 degrees. Thermal imaging indicated the presence of life signs within the building. A voice from the Phoenix drone crackled through his earpiece. It recommended access via the western fire escape. After the building was designated as a quarantine zone, its exterior underwent minimal modifications. For instance, a complete staircase was added to the west side, allowing health personnel to distribute supplies without entering the building. Hush! Zhang Wei was suddenly grasped Chen Xing's wrist. Following his gaze, a warm orange glow emanated from a window on the 7th floor, slicing through the desolation of the structure like a gentle wound. Chen Xing's pupils dilated. Indeed, that was light. Yet, the power supply for the entire Danzhou area had long since collapsed. How could that room possess electricity? The snow on the fire escape murmured softly beneath their feet. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Chen Xing noticed the icicles on the railing arranged in an uncanny spiral, as if someone had deliberately crafted a ceremonial totem. The Phoenix-controlled drone hovered above them, and in the night vision lens, fleeting shadows darted by, vanishing in an instant. Soon, they arrived at the 7th floor and entered through the side door. The room that had just illuminated was likely room 701. Chen Xing and Zhang Wei approached the door from opposite directions. A honey-like, viscous light seeped through the crack. The sound of knocking echoed in the empty hallway, as if the entire building were mimicking the rhythm. The door swung open. A girl clad in a beige turtleneck sweater revealed a pair of doe-like eyes through the gap. "Who are you looking for?" Chen Xing noted that behind her stood a boy wearing the same sweater, his face equally vigilant as he regarded them. "We are here to seek someone you know." As the young man turned, the hem of his sweater lifted, inadvertently revealing a silver chain at his waist. Chen Xing noticed that it was, in fact, a polished dagger, its hilt stained with a dark brown residue. "This building devours 3 to 5 living souls each day." He suddenly laughed, the corners of his eyes crinkling into fine lines, yet his pupils remained as still as frozen glass beads. "Xiaoya, you are far too careless. I've told you countless times that when you turn on the lights, you must ensure all doors and windows are securely sealed," the boy said, tousling the girl's hair. "Come in." Chen Xing and Zhang Weiguo exchanged glances. Should they enter this room or not? Chapter 177. The corridor was enveloped in darkness, its walls encrusted with frost, and the temperature plummeted to -15 degrees. Chen Xing's breath crystallized into white mist in the frigid air. The door to room 701 stood ajar, illuminated by a warm, golden light from within. Yet, Chen Xing clenched the grip of his firearm at his waist, while the veteran Zhang Weiguo opposite him held his shotgun tightly, its barrel adorned with fine shards of ice. The aroma of brewing coffee wafted through the room, prompting Zhang Weiguo to swallow hard, a wave of anticipation stirring within him. "Why aren't you coming in? There's no need to be afraid. We are not bad people. By the way, what flavor of coffee do you prefer?" The boy suddenly turned, offering a gentle smile as he spoke in a soft voice that felt like a refreshing spring breeze. Zhang Weiguo glanced at Chen Xing, his eyes seemingly questioning whether they should proceed or retreat. Both men exhibited normal body temperatures, their heart rate steady. The internal sensors detected no anomalies. A level 3 alert was advised. The voice of Phoenix echoed in Chen Xing's ears. Yet, Chen Xing's brow remained furrowed, his right hand steadfastly resting on his weapon. Although Phoenix detected nothing amiss, an insistent sense of danger lingered in his mind. "These two individuals are suspicious. Stay behind me and keep vigilant of our rear," he instructed. With that, they entered the room, one following the other. The spacious interior was adorned in a minimalist style, with a fireplace crackling in the center of the living room. The warmth enveloped them as a girl with a loosely tied ponytail stood beside the boy, who was busy brewing coffee. The blue glow of the induction cooker illuminated a poster on the wall for the game Brave Huck, showcasing a post-apocalyptic adventure puzzle theme, depicting mutated creatures surging from the sewers. "Are you the residents here?" Chen Xing asked directly. The boy glanced at him before replying. "My name is Tang, and this is Zhou Wan. We were nurses at the city hospital, responsible for monitoring the epidemic in this building. During the pandemic, it was primarily us who delivered medication and supplies to the patients here." As Tang paused, a hint of bitter amusement crossed his face. As for what followed, you can probably surmise. After the collapse of civilization, they had been forgotten, and the patients in the building gradually perished. They were left to fend for themselves, scavenging for supplies. Fortunately, before the pandemic, their stockpile was quite substantial. They had ample food, clothing, and medicinal supplies, and even a generator. Tang Yi's revelations dispelled Chen Xing's doubts. During the epidemic, the government had indeed provided abundant resources to frontline workers. Considering the particular circumstances of the patients in this building, along with its modifications, the presence of a generator was hardly surprising. "I apologize, but we have run out of sugar, so the coffee may be a bit bitter. I hope you can manage." Tang Yi offered 2 cups of brewed coffee to Chen Xing. He accepted the cup but did not drink. "We have come in search of our friends." Chen Xing proceeded to describe the characteristics of Lu Xiaowang and his companions to the duo. "Have you encountered those individuals?" The allegiance of these two remains ambiguous, and Chen Xing adopts a principle of avoiding unnecessary conflict. His demeanor towards them is relatively amicable. That is not the case. As you are aware, the current world outside is rather chaotic. We seldom venture outside unless absolutely necessary, striving to remain inconspicuous." Tang Yi scratched his head, appearing to be truthful. Phoenix also detected no anomalies in his demeanor. However, the girl beside him suddenly covered her mouth. "A group of bandits is hiding in room 1802. They intruded just a few days ago. They are quite ferocious, and several residents in the building, who were recovering from the pandemic, have been murdered by them. Others have been captured." As she spoke, her complexion turned pale, as though recalling some distressing experience. Tang Yi offered a gentle smile and embraced the girl. "Those individuals are quite menacing. We generally make every effort to avoid them, steering clear of any confrontation." In the midst of their conversation, a sudden noise erupted from the bedroom behind them. Click. Zhang Weiguo instinctively pulled back the gun slide. causing the faces of the two individuals before him to change dramatically. Chen Xing swiftly pressed down on Zhang Weiguo's gun barrel. It is merely our cat. Chapter 178. Tang Yi's voice remained gentle as she opened the door, and a large yellow cat suddenly darted out from the room. This feline measured nearly 40 centimeters in length, its round belly making it appear quite portly. It merely cast a cursory glance at Chen Xing and Zhang Weiguo before wagging its tail and approaching Tang Yi. She reached out to stroke the cat's head, assuring it, "It's all right, they are good people." "Is it 1802? Chen Xing inquired, to which the girl nodded vigorously, "Indeed." "Very well, let us proceed to investigate. Please be cautious, they are quite ferocious." "Thank you." Upon exiting 701, Zhang Weiguo turned to Chen Xing, remarking, "These two are rather suspicious." Chen Xing nodded in agreement. In the bitter chill of winter's end, everyone was struggling to survive, yet these two seemed to be ensconced in their cozy little life, which was utterly absurd. Let us not dwell on that for now. We should first check the 18th floor. Phoenix infiltrated all available devices in 701, keeping a watchful eye on the movements of this young couple. Chen Xing had spotted a laptop in their abode, and there was electricity as well, ensuring Phoenix's constant surveillance would not pose a challenge. Understood. Outside on the fire escape of the 18th floor, Chen Xing launched another drone. Soon, it relayed images from within 1802. In the living room, a dozen individuals lounged about in various positions, some seated, others sprawled. One particularly imposing bald man sat on the sofa, preening his shiny head, while a one-eyed man across the room had a subordinate tending to a wound on his back. By the door, two others vigilantly monitored the peephole, clearly anxious about their surroundings. "It's Li Wei." Zhang Weiguo recognized the bald man immediately. This individual had previously served as Yu Yang's right-hand man, and had once held sway in Building 4. However, after Yu Yang's gang was dismantled, he had vanished, until now. It appeared he had been hiding here. Chen Xing also recognized the one-eyed man. He was Zhang Bin, a trusted aide of Mao Ziyi. Chen Xing recalled him attending a purge meeting organized by Zhang Lu, where he had sat in the corner, both eyes intact. Now, however, he was reduced to a one-eyed state. These two were undoubtedly colluding, and it was clear that old Lu and the others had been captured by them. "Let us storm in and eliminate them," Zhang Weiguo proposed, having made his deductions upon recognizing the two. But Chen Xing restrained him. "Wait. Phoenix has just conducted an infrared thermal scan of the room. Besides this band of remnants, there is no sign of Lu Xiaoguang and the others. They are not here. We need to subdue these individuals first and then interrogate them." Zhang Weiguo nodded. "I'll follow your lead." Inside the room, Zhang Bin had finally finished bandaging his wound and looked up at Li Wei, asking, "Old Li, what shall we do next?" "Allow me a moment to ponder." Suddenly, the glass window of the living room shattered, and an unmanned aerial vehicle intruded. "Flee quickly, for Chen Xing has arrived." Upon sighting the drone, the expressions of the two changed drastically. It was on that fateful day that Yu Hao perished under the combined assault of the drone and Chen Xing. The mere mention of such a machine now instilled terror in their hearts. Though the stout Li Wei appeared rather corpulent, his speed was anything but sluggish. In a swift motion, he darted to the front door, reaching out to open it, only to be met with a fist glowing with blue light, striking him squarely in the face. The 180-pound behemoth was sent sprawling to the floor of the living room by that blow. "Do not move," commanded Zhang Weiguo, brandishing a shotgun as he appeared at the entrance, prompting everyone to obediently crouch down, cradling their heads. Chapter 179. Do not kill us, Brother Chen, we surrender. Zhang Bin crouched on the ground, cradling his head, his remaining eye gazing at Chen Xing with an abyss of despair. Chen Xing remained silent, entering the room and closing the door behind him. "Everyone, lie down in the living room and do not move. Anyone who dares to stir, I will not hesitate to end you." Zhang Weiguo brandished a shotgun, herding the individuals into the living room like sheep. Upon arriving, Chen Xing furrowed his brow. Although the living room's windows were shattered, the chill in the air was unbearable. A closer inspection revealed that there was not even a single stove present. The floor was strewn with an array of debris. Chen Xing rummaged through their belongings, hoping to find the medicine Lu Xiaoguang and the others had brought back. To his dismay, he discovered their packs were stuffed with nothing but grass. There wasn't even a morsel of food in sight. How had these individuals fallen into such dire straits? "What do you intend to do with all this grass?" Chen Xing asked, disappointment evident as he dropped the backpack. Li Wei, the bald man, offered a wry smile. "For warmth, of course." Chen Xing paused, and upon noticing Li Wei's confusion, the latter unzipped his jacket. Chen Xing then saw that his clothing was filled with various dried plants. A glance at the others revealed a similar plight. Many had grass roots protruding from their collars. Moreover, several appeared gaunt and emaciated, clearly having gone days without a proper meal. He exchanged a glance with Zhang Weiguo. This was unexpected. According to the girl's earlier account, they had been tyrannizing this building for some time. How had they fallen into such a miserable condition? Seal the windows, Chen Xing instructed, tossing Li Wei a roll of tape. The man quickly set to work, covering the gaps in the windows. With the cold wind barred from entering, the temperature within the room rose significantly, allowing the formerly shivering bandits to regain some composure. Did you kidnap Lu Xiaowang today? Do not lie. If I find out you are, I will end you, Zhang Weiguo demanded as he racked the shotgun. Lu Xiaowang, kidnap him? Brother, please, do not jest. We took refuge in this building to escape you. Even if we encountered Lu Xiaowang, we would avoid him at all costs. We are barely managing to hide. How could we provoke him? Li Wei lamented, his expression one of despair. His heartbeat was steady, his body temperature normal, and a subtle analysis of his facial expressions indicated he was not lying. The assessment is complete. Chen Xing narrowed his eyes. You have not encountered them? Then what? Are you curious why we are in such a pitiful state? Zhang Bin, displaying a glimmer of intelligence, looked at Chen Xing with a bitter smile. Upon our arrival at this building, we encountered a young couple whom we thought would be easy prey. Little did we know, they were the most formidable demons in this place. Chen Xing's expression shifted abruptly. You mean Tang, Yi, and Zhou? You have seen them? Zhang Bin and Li Wei were rendered speechless. Quick, block the door, they exclaimed almost in unison, addressing a figure crouched at the entrance. The individual, disregarding the shotgun in Zhang Weiguo's hands, darted towards the door. He then grasped the doorknob with all his might. At that very moment, as his hand rested upon the knob, it began to move, as if something outside was attempting to gain entry. Old Zhang held onto the doorknob with a fierce grip, his face flushed, as though he were engaged in a contest of strength with the entity beyond the door. Simultaneously, a cacophony of creaks and groans emanated from the sturdy iron gate. Chapter 180. The sound of metal scraping sent shivers down the spine of anyone who heard it. What was happening? Chen Xing's expression changed drastically. Zhang Bin and Li Wei, trembling, exchanged worried glances and spoke in hushed tones. It's those two individuals' mutated beasts. They can control the mutated beasts? Chen Xing's face paled. Zhang Bin, with a mournful expression, nodded repeatedly. Indeed, in the past few days, we have lost 6 brothers to those mutated beasts. They have cornered us in this room, treating us as their prey. Suddenly, Chen Xing recalled the enormous orange cat he had seen in room 701. The mere sight of that cat had been intimidating, and now, the Phoenix system breached the monitoring of the 18th floor's foyer. It swiftly projected a holographic image onto Chen Xing's AI visor. Through the visor, he observed a large black cat standing at the entrance of room 1802. One paw pressed down on the doorknob relentlessly, while the other paw clawed and battered the security door. The once sturdy door now echoed with each strike, sounding as if it were made of paper. With a swipe of its paw, the metal sheeting was torn asunder, as if sliced by a razor-sharp instrument. How could such a cat possess claws so extraordinarily sharp? Chen Xing's pupils dilated in shock, and simultaneously, another large orange cat was lurking around the corner of the foyer, peering curiously at the situation at room 1802, as if ready to spring into action at the slightest change. This cat was the very same one they had encountered in room 701. Behind the large orange cat sat a tabby, whose coat patterns indicated its lineage, yet its size was nearly that of a golden retriever. From a feline perspective, this creature resembled an oversized lynx, slightly smaller than a leopard. The monitoring system assessed the mutated cats outside, subspecies of feline, shoulder height, weight. Heart rate 2.7 times that of a human, swift and powerful, with potentially venomous claws. Homeowners, exercise caution. The Phoenix system promptly evaluated the 3 mutated cats. At that moment, the tabby, which had been crouching behind the orange cat, seemed to sense something. It abruptly sprang into action, launching itself forward. The final image transmitted from the foyer's monitoring was that of the tabby's fearsome face, accompanied by its glistening metallic claws. Suddenly, the pounding against the security door intensified. Old Zhang, gripping the doorknob tightly, was visibly shaken. Boss, think of something quickly. I can't hold on any longer. Li Wei and Zhang Bin exchanged glances before looking up at Chen Xing. Boss Chen, we acknowledge our past mistakes, but this is not the time for that. If those 3 cats break in, it will be the end for all of us. Please, spare us. We will confront these mutated cats, Zhang Bin implored, his single eye fixed intently on Chen Xing. Yet, I cannot fathom how formidable a few cats could truly be. Could they possibly outpace a bullet? Zhang Weiguo, with a slight shake of his shotgun, seemingly failed to grasp the terror that gripped the 2 men. Zhang Bin and Li Wei exchanged a wry smile, recalling their previous thoughts. Until yesterday, when they witnessed their comrade displayed in the elevator shaft like a piece of cured meat. The sound of impacts against the security door intensified. causing dust to cascade from the doorframe as the mutated felines relentlessly battered it. The temperature of the mutated cats surged to 45 degrees, augmenting their strength. The door's resistance stood at 40, still holding for an estimated 3 minutes. Engaging in direct confrontation with the mutated cats was ill-advised. A swift retreat was recommended. Phoenix offered this counsel, prompting Zhang Weiguo to glance at Chen Xing, who was assessing the room's layout. Given the advice against brute force, the only recourse left was to employ cunning strategy. Chapter 181. Everyone hastily squeezed into the cramped restroom by the door. Chen Xing brandished a large rhinoceros model in his hand. Although Li Wei and Zhang Bin were bewildered by Chen Xing's intentions, they complied out of fear. As the menacing Zhang Weiguo had already racked his shotgun, a dozen people crammed into the tiny bathroom, filling it to the brim. Don't move too much. We'll lure the cat in and confine it to the master bedroom. Then, you can escape through the door, Chen Xing succinctly explained his plan, eliciting a collective sigh of relief as everyone nodded fervently. You there, come over, Chen Xing beckoned to old Zhang, who was gripping the doorknob. Old Zhang, feeling a wave of relief, scrambled into the restroom and shut the door behind him. Chen Xing casually retrieved the corpse of a mutated crocodile from his spatial pocket. Standing at the entrance, Zhang Weiguo gripped his shotgun tightly. Chen Xing, are you ready? He inquired, although he felt that no matter how swift the cat was, it could never outpace a bullet. Nevertheless, his palms were clammy with sweat. Ready. As soon as Chen Xing's words fell, Zhang Weiguo yanked the doorknob forcefully, flinging the door open. With a swish, a shadow propelled itself into the room, accompanied by a rush of foul air. The sound of a gunshot echoed. Yet Zhang Weiguo's shotgun only struck a phantom. Where the cat had pounced, a spiderweb of cracks erupted, as the steel pellets embedded themselves in the concrete. The cat's claws had already torn into his shoulder, 3 centimeters deep. It was at that moment Zhang Weiguo comprehended the dread that Li Wei and the others felt. This lynx-sized creature cast 3 fleeting shadows against the wall, its speed inflicting a sharp pain upon his visual nerves. He could scarcely keep up with the creature's movements. With a series of rapid gunshots, Chen Xing pulled Zhang Weiguo back, causing him to stagger and simultaneously evade a lethal swipe aimed at his throat. The 2.0 times speed and agility allowed Chen Xing to barely keep pace with the 3 mutated cats. After driving them back with 3 shots, Chen Xing finally had a moment to scrutinize these 3 monstrosities. They formed a triangular formation before him, revealing glimmering fangs. At the forefront was the tabby cat, seemingly the leader among them. This creature had undergone an evolution that transcended species boundaries, its back muscles taut like twisted steel cables, while the tip of its tail had mutated into a scorpion-like stinger. Suddenly, the black cat lunged towards Zhang Weiguo's throat. With a calculated trajectory for a 15-degree shot to the temporal bone, Chen Xing raised his hand to fire. Bang! Meow! Chen Xing's pupils constricted as the cat executed a graceful mid-air twist, evading a fatal blow. Although it was struck, the injury was not lethal. Meanwhile, the other 2 cats had begun to leap forward in a coordinated manner, closing in on Chen Xing. Just as they were about to pounce, Chen Xing extended his right hand, and a charred crocodile corpse materialized in his grasp. The 2 cats froze momentarily, their eyes shimmering with intensity. The other black cat struggled to rise from the ground, yet it refrained from launching an immediate assault. The 3 felines appeared as if enchanted, their gazes fixated on the morsel of flesh in Chen Xing's hand. Having encountered mutated creatures on several occasions, none understood the allure of their flesh to these beings better than Chen Xing. He shook his hand, and the heads of the 3 cats followed his rhythm. With a swift motion, Chen Xing hurled the chunk of meat into the bedroom, the pungent scent eliciting cries from the feline throng akin to the wails of an infant. Like arrows released from a bow, they darted into the master bedroom. Chen Xing swiftly closed the door behind him, and at that opportune moment, Zhang Weiguo handed him a piece of wire. Together, they secured the master bedroom door tightly as the sounds of the cats fighting over the food echoed within the room. The 2 hastily made their way to the overcrowded restroom. Quickly, Chapter 182 Zhang Bin, Li Wei, and the others emerged one after another, their eyes filled with gratitude. Rushing out of the room, just as the last short figure darted past Chen Xing, his heart raced, and his body temperature soared. Suddenly, Phoenix issued a warning. Chen Xing's expression shifted, and he instinctively reached for the man's collar. However, the individual ducked under his grasp and dashed towards the master bedroom door, swiftly severing the tightly bound steel wire. He then proceeded to twist the lock of the master bedroom door. A surge of blue light flickered around him, and he trembled violently as if struck by a cerebral embolism. The 3 mutated cats that had already reached the doorway were also jolted, letting out a piercing scream before being flung back. Chen Xing grasped the man by the neck. A traitor, are you? Boss Chen, he isn't one of us. He is a former resident of this building. He insisted on following us. Li Wei's bald head peeked in from the doorway. Damn it. This guy is an undercover sent by that pair of scoundrels. No wonder they seem to know our every hiding place these past few days. Zhang Bin, the one-eyed man, cursed in agreement. Chen Xing glanced down at the dark-skinned short man, noticing the myriad scars crisscrossing his chest visible from his collar. The man looked up at Chen Xing, a strange smile creeping across his face. Hee, you all shall perish, all shall perish. The cat people will come for you soon. Zhang Bin and Li Wei, clinging to the doorframe, shivered at the sight. Damn it, this guy is insane. Chen Xing, however, appeared contemplative. Boschan, don't waste time. We must retreat. Zhang Weiguo shouted, hastily loading bullets into his shotgun. Chen Xing raised his head. The master bedroom door was already shaking violently from the impact of the three cats. With a crack, a sharp claw finally tore through the flimsy door. Chen Xing unleashed a plasma punch, sending one of the cats inside howling in agony as it flew backwards. You won't survive. You will all eventually become cat food, the nearby madman muttered to himself. Chen Xing struck the traitor's eye socket with a punch, the 200. 000 volt shock, transforming his screams into spasmodic gasps. Grasping the traitor, Chen Xing bolted towards the main door, just as the three lynx-sized mutated cats burst through. He hurled the traitor like a grenade into their midst. The body thrown into the pack of beasts became the most enticing bait, torn to shreds amidst the cacophony of screams. Chen Xing then tossed the newly crafted incendiary bottle into room 1802. When retreating from the storage room yesterday, he had no intention of letting all the ethanol and propanol accompany Professor Cheng to the grave. This new incendiary bottle, made by mixing ethanol, propanol, and sugar, was formidable. The moment it hit the ground, flames erupted instantly. Quick, shut the door. He swiftly emerged, and Zhang Bin along with Li Wei immediately barricaded the security door with utmost determination. The room echoed with the anguished cries of a cat, desperate screams, and frantic scratching at the door. Accompanied by the final shattering of glass, silence ultimately enveloped the space once more. Your companion has undoubtedly fallen into the clutches of those two perverse individuals. I am aware of where they have concealed their captives. Zhang Bin lifted his gaze towards Chen Xing, a glint of coldness flickering in his solitary eye. Chen Xing wasted no time. Where is it? Follow me. Moments later, the group arrived at the elevator shaft on the 15th floor. Chapter 183. Chen Xing effortlessly pried open the elevator shaft door. Zhang Bin and Li Wei gazed at him with expressions of envy. His sheer strength alone would allow him to navigate the apocalypse with ease. Zhang Weiguo leaned in and shone a powerful flashlight into the elevator shaft. A sharp intake of breath escaped him as he was met with a chilling sight. The AI-assisted vision relayed the scene within the shaft to Chen Xing's visor. Even for someone accustomed to the horrors of the post-apocalyptic world, a shiver ran down his spine. Countless corpses dangled within the shaft, reminiscent of the sausages families would traditionally prepare for the new year before the end times. This was utterly grotesque. These individuals were not only feeding the cats human flesh, but were also indulging in cannibalism themselves. Zhang Bin peered inside for a moment, then quickly recoiled, unable to suppress a gag. Even he, a hardened criminal, found the gruesome sight overwhelming. Chen Xing fought against the urge to vomit and leaned further into the shaft. His helmet's AI glasses began scanning the depths frantically. Target acquired. Soon, he spotted Lu Xiaoguang suspended with closed eyes on the 6th floor, alongside Fang Shuo and Cheng Lu, both in a state of unconsciousness. They were on the 6th floor. With a wave of his hand, the group rushed downstairs. With the addition of Chen Xing and Zhang Weiguo, courage surged within Zhang Bin and Li Wei, dispelling their former timidity. Moreover, they recognized this as their moment to shine. If they could lend a hand, they might be able to negotiate leniency after the ordeal. As for fleeing, well, that was hardly an option in this frigid wasteland. Be quiet, no noise. They stealthily ascended the stairwell to the 8th floor. Nearing the 7th floor where Tang Yi and the others resided, Zhang Weiguo glanced back to issue a brief command. While Zhang Bin and Li Wei gripped their steel rods and machetes tightly, all eyes turned to Chen Xing, the true leader of their expedition. Heat signatures detected. Temperature at 43 degrees, located in the stairwell on the 7th floor. The Phoenix system immediately issued a warning. An attempt to infiltrate the 7th floor surveillance cameras had failed, as they had been destroyed, rendering even the attempt to breach room 701 futile. From the moment they engaged with the mutated cats in room 1802, Phoenix had lost track of Tang Yi and Zhou Wen. With a creak, the stairwell door swung open, revealing the dark barrel of a gun. A flash of yellow light erupted as a hand swatted the gun aside. Another tabby cat crashed through the fire door, but the scene that greeted it caused it to halt in its tracks. A drone hovered menacingly in front of the stairwell door, armed with a shotgun beneath it. Focused on the target, it fired a brilliant burst of flames. The tabby cat was sent flying back through the fire door, crashing violently against the wall behind it. Simultaneously, 3 firearms emerged from the doorway. 2 shotguns and a large rhinoceros rifle unleashed a torrent of metallic projectiles upon the awaiting orange tabby and the mackerel tabby outside, until the magazines were completely expended. The already wounded duo, the 2 cats, could no longer withstand the onslaught. They were mercilessly riddled with bullets, their eyes forever closed in eternal slumber. Cease at once. Tang Yi stepped forth from the foyer, having emerged from the elevator shaft. At that moment, he was no longer the refined young man encountered previously. His visage was now adorned with the patterned fur of a tabby, and his ears stood sharply erect. Chapter 184. As he waved his hand, glistening metallic claws were visible. A dark shadow swung wildly behind him, reflecting his fury. Did you kill the Jew in Ahua? The feline woman, Zhou Wen, emerged from behind him. Her fur, unlike his, was a vibrant orange. In her grasp was Lu Xiaoguang, who, after such turmoil, was gradually regaining consciousness. Upon seeing Chen Xing before him, a flicker of unrestrained joy ignited in his eyes. I demand your lives. The feline woman, upon witnessing the demise of the 2 cats at Chen Xing's hands, lost control of her emotions instantly. She raised her hand to grasp Lu Xiaoguang's neck. Bang! Chen Xing fired a shot. Clang! The male feline, Tang Yi, unexpectedly shielded Zhou Wen, using his claws to deflect the bullet. He crossed his claws in a striking pose across his chest, exuding a cool demeanor. Phoenix go! Buzzing. A drone soared above Chen Xing's head. Bang! A shot rang out as the QBS-09 unleashed a barrage of projectiles. Even with his impressive speed, the male feline dared not confront it head-on. A shadow flickered, and he found himself suspended upside down from the ceiling. In a flash of silver, the drone wobbled in the air, narrowly avoiding his claws but losing a rotor in the process. The drone now struggled to maintain stability, and seizing the opportunity, Chen Xing raised his weapon and fired again. Zhou Wen, with no choice but to release Lu Xiaoguang, leapt onto the wall in a swift motion, her body resembling a spring compressed to its limit. You all must die. With a sudden burst, Zhou Wen shot forth like an arrow, swiftly pouncing before Chen Xing. Be careful. Zhang Weiguo's face paled at the sight, yet at such close range, he dared not fire. Zhang Bin and Li Wei turned tail to flee, initially believing that with 2 guns, Chen Xing and his companions could confront the feline beings. However, it became evident that the reality was far different. The 2 hastily made their escape. Yet, Chen Xing remained composed. Just as Zhou Wen's claws were about to strike his chest, he deftly sidestepped, revealing a second drone hovering behind him, this time armed with a crossbow. Zhou Wen's pupils transformed into slits, her finger bones extending into 3-inch blades. Swish, 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 swish. The Phoenix controlled the drone, unleashing a torrential downpour of lethal projectiles. At such proximity, evasion was futile. No matter how swift the feline, it was no match. Zhou Wen, seemingly imbued with thorns, plummeted to the ground, lifeless. Zhou Wen, Tang Yi, suspended from the ceiling and entangled with another drone, blazed with rage. The shadow flickered, and he charged toward Chen Xing. Unwilling to underestimate the threat, swiftly retreated, firing his powerful weapon. However, Tang Yi did not pursue. Instead, he turned and retrieved 2 feline corpses that had been tossed to him. You all must die. Tang Yi grinned maliciously at Chen Xing and his companion, opening his mouth wide to devour the lifeless Deju whole. In one gulp, the tabby cat was unexpectedly consumed halfway. Chen Xing's pupils trembled as Tang Yi's figure began to swell dramatically, accompanied by the intake of the 2 feline corpses. Chapter 185. With a sharp crack, the clothing on his body was torn asunder by the bulging muscles. Once gray fur began to take on a yellow hue, and a regal character appeared abruptly upon his forehead. A pair of cold, yellow eyes swept across the scene, sending a shiver down Chen Xing's spine. Old Zhang, run. It's dangerous, exceedingly perilous. The mutated cat-human has escalated in its mutation level, evolving into a level 3 aberration. Owners, please evacuate immediately. The warning from Phoenix reverberated in his ears. Yet, at that moment, Chen Xing realized retreat was no longer an option, for he had already been locked onto by the formidable creature before him. Since escape was futile, then let the confrontation commence. Phoenix activated its berserk mode. Explode for me. Chen Xing's eyes instantaneously turned crimson, and his physique swelled to twice its size. His focus sharpened to an extraordinary degree, and he could hear the rhythmic pumping of his blood from his heart. With a mere thought, the blood now coursing through his veins was infused with an abundance of oxygen proteins, surging toward his arms. In an instant, his arms had thickened significantly. Die for me. Meow. The clash between man and beast erupted in the air. Boom. Zhang Lu, who had just led his men downstairs, paused and gazed up at Building 14. The entire structure trembled at that moment. What on earth is happening? An earthquake? A bewildered subordinate behind him stared at the building. Don't go in yet. Capture those individuals. Zhang Lu pointed at Zhang Bin and Li Wei, who were rushing out of the building. Just then, a series of explosive sounds erupted from within the edifice. Two fleeting shadows darted through the interior, as if the walls were mere paper before them. A gentle collision resulted in a gaping hole, with 5 times the strength of an ordinary person and 4-fold the speed and agility. Chen Xing and the level 3 mutated beast were evenly matched. Clang. Chen Xing delivered a powerful punch, creating a massive breach in the eastern wall of the building. Tang Yi, taken aback by the force, leaned out halfway, only to spring back with a sudden recoil, prompting gasps from Zhang Lu and his companions below. However, at the moment Tang Yi, akin to a spring, catapulted toward Chen Xing, he was met with an eerie smile adorning Chen Xing's face, who held a canister of white spray. Whoosh! A cloud of mist erupted, enveloping Tang Yi's head and face. The cat-human twisted gracefully, landing with elegance. Yet, he knelt on one knee, head bowed, ceasing all aggression. Moments later, the feline figure rose, albeit unsteadily, with a gaze filled with bewilderment. Chen Xing observed the seemingly intoxicated cat-human with a grin. Hey, this catnip proves to be quite effective. Zhang Weiguo, peering from the staircase, was filled with admiration. Boss Chen, you are truly impressive. You didn't run away? How could I leave you to fend for yourself? Get lost, quit the flattery. Chen Xing tucked away the remaining half canister of catnip, a resource scavenged from Yu Yang's residence, once thought to be of little use. Just as his folding space had been upgraded to a remarkable 99 storage compartments, he casually stuffed them before his departure. Little did he anticipate that today they would become his secret weapon. Enough of this, let us send him on his way. The sound of gunfire echoed through Building 14. Half an hour later, Chen Xing emerged from Building 14, accompanied by Lu Xiaoguang, Cheng Lu, and Fang Shua. Meanwhile, Zhang Lu was observing his subordinates as they watched Zhang Bin, Li Wei, and others crouching on the ground. Chapter 186. You have arrived? Chen Xing glanced at Zhang Lu, who nodded in response. After much contemplation, Chen Xing found himself slightly uneasy. However, it seemed that he had arrived too late. Zhang Lu had already resolved matters here. Chen Xing nodded and briefly recounted their recent encounter in Building 14. Upon hearing that 2 mutated cat people had emerged from the building, Zhang Li's expression grew increasingly somber. What shall we do? He gestured towards Zhang Bin and Li Wei, along with their companions. Chen Xing shook his head, stating, Do as you wish, I shan't interfere. Zhang Lu smiled wryly. You certainly excel at playing the Good Samaritan. Very well, I shall take care of it. This fellow, though seemingly cold, had a warm heart beneath. He was inherently a soft-hearted individual. Let's go? Chen Xing waved his hand without looking back. Upon returning to Building 4, Li Qingwan and Zhang Jia were stationed in the lobby on the first floor. Seeing them return with Lu Xiaoguang and others, a collective sigh of relief was released. Professor Li, this is the medication we found. Please take it upstairs and administer it. After defeating the cat people, Chen Xing and Zhang Weiguo conducted a thorough search of the entire building. In a room on the 8th floor, they discovered the cat people's cache. It contained not only the various medications brought back by Lu Xiaoguang and his team, but also a variety of food supplies scavenged by the cat people, which now belonged to Chen Xing and his companions as spoils of war. Li Qingwan examined the antibiotics Chen Xing produced and nodded in approval. These medications are precisely what we need. With that, she turned to ascend the stairs with Zhang Jia. Lu Xiaoguang, having regained his senses, was unable to shake off his concern for his daughter. I'll go check on her, he declared, following closely behind. As for Fang Shua, he remained in a state of bewilderment. Chen Xing promptly handed him over to his family to rest while he took Cheng Lu back upstairs. Upon reaching the 32nd floor, he placed the still confused Cheng Lu in the adjacent room and returned to his own residence in Unit 3201. It wasn't that he possessed an overwhelming sense of righteousness, rather, he had been on a relentless schedule in recent days. Even though he had transformed into a mutated being with remarkable physical capabilities, he was beginning to feel the strain. Just the day before, while scouring for supplies at the military camp, he had encountered a mutated crocodile. After barely escaping with his life, he immediately pursued the brothers Zhang Tenhao. Having dealt with them, he pressed onward to the Polytechnic University in search of medicine, a venture that consumed the entire night. Now, Chen Xing was utterly exhausted, barely able to keep his eyes open. Upon entering his home, the first order of business was to collapse into bed. He slept soundly until dawn. Upon awakening, Chen Xing sprang up from his bed in astonishment. What on earth? Why has my home changed so drastically? Was he sleeping in the bedroom just moments ago? How had he ended up in the living room? Was it possible that he had sleepwalked? Wait a minute. Something was amiss. How had the layout of this house transformed? Was this still his home? Chen Xing stared in bewilderment at the 6-meter-high ceiling of the grand living room. Previously, his residence had been a standard 130 square meter 3-bedroom, 2-living room layout. Yet now, it had morphed into a luxurious penthouse. Although the interior style still features cement walls, self-leveling floors, and metallic automatic doors reminiscent of a sci-fi aesthetic, the space has astonishingly multiplied in size. Chen Xing looked up. His residence was originally on the 32nd floor, while the entire building comprised 34 stories. The 2 units above him had previously been vacant. Now, it appeared that both had been appropriated by the Phoenix. Observing this dwelling, the living room boasts a lofty 6-meter ceiling. This 3-level aerial duplex exudes luxury, despite retaining the sci-fi base style in terms of space. It undoubtedly meets the standards of a high-end residence. Chen Xing could hardly fathom that his dream of opulence had materialized in the apocalypse, a grand living room exceeding 100 square meters, with a layout featuring 6 spacious suites, walls adorned with electronic screens, a voice control system, and an automatic cleaning mechanism. With such amenities, even if the DCOR were not extravagantly lavish, the technological allure is undeniably overwhelming. A residence like this, even before the end of the world, would surpass any villa the Phoenix has. This is the upgraded new safe house. The Phoenix is always succinct. Chen Xing smacked his forehead and pulled up the attributes panel of the safe house. Chapter 187 Base. Level 2 5100. Energy 1100. Electricity 100. Water 100. Equipment. Level 2 Gene Purification Fusion Furnace X1. Level 2 Protective Gear Processing Center X1. Level 1 Weapon Processing Center X1. Level 1 Energy Recycling System X1. Level 1 Battle Skull System. Level 1 Fire Support System. Level 1 Food Synthesis Furnace. Lo and behold. It was only then that he remembered his early morning departure to seek out Lu Xiaowang and the others. He had entrusted all the centrifuges and supercomputers he found at the school to Phoenix. The already upgrading safe zone immediately entered a state of secondary enhancement. And now, it was the moment for him to assess the results. The original fortress had transformed into a Level 2 base. Phoenix, what does a Level 2 base signify? This indicated that the safe house had been upgraded to possess basic self-defense capabilities. Self-defense capabilities? Chen Xing inquired, perplexed. This means that should any threat approach the safe house or pose a danger to the lieutenant, the safe house can autonomously or assist the lieutenant in self-defense when you are within its confines or the vicinity. Wait, what did you just call me? Chen Xing recalled that Phoenix used to address him as the owner or Chen Xing. But now, Lieutenant. The formality in Phoenix's address was striking. Why the change in title? Because your safe house has reached a certain level, your title will accordingly evolve. Chen Xing felt a surge of satisfaction. It was akin to leveling up in a game. What does this self-defense capability entail? The television wall before Chen Xing shifted to reveal an image of his front door. Chen Xing's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this my front door? The once ordinary security door had transformed into a robust iron gate imbued with an antique charm. The shooting slots on the iron gate clicked open, revealing 2 QBS-09 shotguns extending forth. Goodness! If anyone intends to intrude or harbors ill intentions toward the safe house, it can autonomously initiate an attack. What does this assistance in self-defense imply? Buzzing tin drones suddenly emerged from the launch nest behind the television backdrop, hovering before Chen Xing, each equipped with a QBS-09 shotgun beneath them. These drones were the same he had unexpectedly discovered in the biological building of Danzhou Polytechnic the previous night, now upgraded by Phoenix. By heavens, how many shotguns have you actually manufactured? Chen Xing murmured to himself. Considering the current limited supply of ammunition and gunpowder for manufacturing bullets, only 12 were produced. The upgraded intelligence of the safe house can simultaneously control 12 drones. 6 are designated for patrolling the vicinity, while the other 6 will accompany the lieutenant on missions. Chen Xing began to grasp the situation at hand. Now, the base is capable of simultaneously controlling 12 drones. However, 6 of these must remain nearby to ensure the safety of the base itself. The remaining 6 are available to accompany him on missions. Previously, 2 drones had proven invaluable to him, and now, with the addition of 6 more, it feels as though he has upgraded from a mere sparrow to a formidable cannon. It is worth noting that one of the drones was damaged by a cat-human, leaving him with a total of 11 drones. Yet, the mere thought of having 6 drones providing protection fills Chen Xing with immense satisfaction. Moreover, what do the terms Level 1 Battle Skull and Level 1 Fire Support signify? The Level 1 Battle Skull refers to an upgraded battlefield perception system, officially known as the Artificial Intelligence Decision Support System. This system can simultaneously monitor and analyze 50 suspicious targets, formulating a strike plan within a mere 0.1 seconds. Once approved by the esteemed lieutenant, the base will initiate an assault on the identified targets. Phoenix swiftly elaborated on this. Assault? How will it be executed? Chen Xing inquired, perplexed. At that moment, the television screen before him illuminated. Upon closer examination, he realized that the image displayed the rooftop of his building. To his astonishment, a rotating turret had mysteriously appeared atop the roof. The barrel protruding from that turret was none other than the 82mm mortar he had retrieved from the seaside a few days prior. Chapter 188, The Metal Storm 82mm High-Energy Fusion Cannon. Equipped with a newly developed alloy barrel, it fires all-nitrogen anionic salt projectiles. Its effective range extends to 20 kilometers, with a lethal radius of 100 meters and a firing rate of 4 rounds per second. A lengthy string of data on the Phoenix News left Chen Xing utterly bewildered. Is this truly the cannon I retrieved? I recall it merely being an ordinary 82mm vehicle-mounted mortar. How has it transformed into this so-called metal storm? This high-energy fusion cannon? Moreover, that weapon had a maximum range of merely 6 kilometers. Yet now, 20 kilometers, and with the caliber remaining unchanged, astonishing. If it weren't for the collaboration with Phoenix that has been ongoing for some time, he would genuinely suspect that Phoenix is playing tricks on him. Currently, there are only 20 rounds of ammunition available, which is severely inadequate. Please, Your Excellency, the Lieutenant, expedite the replenishment of ammunition to avoid insufficient fire support. Chen Xing now understood. So this level 1 fire support refers specifically to this cannon? However, asking him to procure ammunition. Chen Xing chuckled wryly, scratching his head. Wasn't he this setting him up for failure? As an ordinary person, he hardly even knew where the troops were stationed. Where was he supposed to find ammunition? Never mind. He thought, 20 rounds are sufficient for the time being. He should first examine the other equipment. Upon seeing the upgraded level 2 gene purification fusion furnace, Chen Xing exhaled deeply. He entered the kitchen, his eyes brightening. The once modest kitchen had undergone a remarkable transformation. The entire workspace had doubled in size. Yet, these changes were not his primary concern. He was focused on the location of the oven. The newly added level 2 gene purification fusion furnace had a volume twice that of its predecessor. Its exterior was adorned with metallic brushed panels, exuding an air of sophistication. Directly in front was a touchscreen panel, equipped with a camera and laser radar. As he approached the fusion furnace, the door automatically swung open. He contemplated briefly before retrieving the 2 feathers gifted to him by the Phoenix bird during his seaside visit. The feathers from high-level mutated beasts could yield some DNA fragments. The gene fusion furnace provided an assessment. Extracting a portion was already a considerable satisfaction for Chen Xing. He extended his arm, and a mechanical arm extended from the right side of the fusion furnace to draw blood. The entire process was seamless, and he felt no pain whatsoever. Given that this extraction aimed to purify high-level mutated beast DNA, the entire purification and fusion process would take 24 hours. Please, Your Excellency. The Lieutenant, be patient. Just 24 hours? ISNT that a significant improvement over the previous requirement of 3 days? Chen Xing snapped his fingers. This amount of time is certainly manageable. By the way, what about this food synthesis furnace? Chen Xing rummaged through the cupboard and unearthed his original rice cooker. However, it had undergone a dramatic transformation. The glass touch panel displayed a myriad of options, yet he found himself perplexed by most of them. However, one particular option stood out with remarkable clarity: the removal of mutant beast toxins. Indeed, this food synthesis furnace could transform commonly perishable items into various long-lasting, portable, high-energy sustenance. Furthermore, it possessed the capability to eliminate toxins from an assortment of unknown wild vegetables, including various mutant beast meats with unstable genetics. After expelling these unstable factors, the food would be rendered safe for human consumption. How extraordinary! Chen Xing leaped 3 feet in joy. The ability to eradicate the unstable elements within mutant beast meat was nothing short of miraculous. This was indeed splendid news, especially considering that after the onset of the apocalypse, the most pressing concern for humanity had become the issue of food. Chapter 189: The situation concerning carbohydrates is relatively manageable. Prior to the apocalypse, the nation established granaries in various regions, amassing substantial reserves of food. With diligent searching, one can still find staples such as rice and flour. However, the acquisition of protein sources presents a formidable challenge. The previous system of livestock farming has entirely collapsed. Outside, mutated beasts such as tigers, leopards, and wolves roam freely, and even once domesticated pets have transformed into ferocious monsters. This predicament makes it increasingly arduous for humanity to secure a stable source of protein. While humans are capable of hunting these mutated creatures, it is widely acknowledged that consuming their flesh indiscriminately can lead to dire consequences. Initially, one might experience a secondary physical development, becoming robust and powerful. Yet, excessive consumption can render one's genes increasingly unstable. Some individuals may exhibit tendencies toward beast-like transformation, while others may suffer a complete genetic breakdown, resulting in either monstrosity or death. The 2 cat people he dispatched yesterday were a grim testament to the perils of reckless meat consumption. Now, however, with the advent of the food synthesizer, the anxiety over protein deficiency has dissipated. Contemplating this, Chen Xing retrieved the carcass of a mutated crocodile from his storage space. Selecting the most succulent portion from the belly, he cut a piece of meat and placed it into the food synthesizer. The mutated crocodile meat had a mutation degree of 52. The extraction of unstable coding region base pairs amounted to 230,000 pairs. The purification process would require 2 hours. Please wait. To his astonishment, it truly works. Chen Xing's eyes widened in excitement. In just 2 hours, he would be able to savor purified meat? The mere thought made him salivate. It seemed that since the onset of the pandemic and the ensuing lockdown, he hadn't tasted fresh meat. If the food synthesizer proves to be as effective as the Phoenix claimed, he would soon have an endless supply of fresh meat at his disposal. With such resources, not only would he satisfy his own hunger, but he could also ensure that his team would have adequate nourishment. In these trying times, nothing fosters loyalty more than ensuring that one's subordinates are well-fed and satisfied. Moreover, it seemed that the Light Weapons Processing Center had also undergone an upgrade. Chen Xing made his way to the equipment room. The former Light Weapons Processing Center had now evolved into a comprehensive weapon manufacturing facility. Its size and appearance remained largely unchanged. Approaching the control panel, he accessed the database. Indeed, many firearms that were previously inaccessible had now been unlocked, including the Precision Rifle Model 191 and the Squad Automatic Weapon Model 191. Additionally, the standard QBS-09 shotgun was now available. However, upon inspecting the materials required for the production of these firearms, he realized he currently lacked the necessary resources. The recent upgrade of the facility was a unilateral decision by the Phoenix, which had utilized much of his stored steel to manufacture QBS-09 shotguns. The rationale behind the mass production of shotguns lies in their durability and user-friendliness, alongside their modest material requirements. In contrast, the production of the Model 191 precision rifle necessitates a significant amount of high-quality steel and nickel-chromium alloy. The current safe houses lack the necessary provisions. Chen Xing nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Fuquan's words. For a novice like him, a shotgun was indeed more suitable. Its considerable power and lack of need for precise aiming made it effective within a range of 20 to 30 meters. As for the precision rifle, the 191, that could be postponed for a later time. However, there was another task at hand, upgrading his mighty rhinoceros. While this firearm was formidable, it had proven insufficient against the series of mutated beasts he had previously encountered. Upgrade the caliber to 44 and produce a batch of 44 Magnum ammunition, Chen Xing commanded. Understood, Lieutenant. The upgrade of the hand cannon has commenced, transitioning from 35 caliber to 44, now firing Magnum rounds. It will no longer be merely a handgun, but a hand cannon. Even a North American grizzly bear would fall with a single shot. With this weapon, even an elephant would not pose a threat. Chapter 192 hours later, Chen Xing gazed at the piece of dark, glistening meat in his bowl, and involuntarily, his lips began to secrete an abundance of saliva. Although the crocodiles appeared quite grotesque and terrifying, the roasted meat derived from them was reminiscent of the M-style Texas low-temperature aged steak he had seen in short videos from before the apocalypse. Its deep brown hue, with hints of caramelization in certain areas, gave it an almost charred appearance. Yet, when cut with a dining knife, the interior revealed perfectly pink, succulent meat, glistening with savory juices. A gentle touch caused it to fall apart effortlessly, presenting an irresistible allure. Before the apocalypse, he had never dared to indulge in such a luxurious steak, as it cost several hundred for a single meal. But now, he could feast to his heart's content. The sensation was truly exhilarating. Without the need for any cutlery, he grasped a chunk of meat and took a hearty bite. The moment the juices exploded between his lips and teeth, tears of joy welled up in his eyes. How long had it been since he had savored meat so liberally? He had even thought that he would never have the chance to enjoy such a feast again in his lifetime. In mere moments, he devoured a kilogram of roasted meat. Although such a substantial portion left his stomach feeling quite full, Chen Xing activated his internal vision, commanding his brain to rapidly secrete a copious amount of gastric juices. In less than 10 minutes, he had digested a significant portion of the meat. His belly no longer felt bloated, and the nutrients from the beastly flesh began to circulate swiftly through his bloodstream, enveloping him in a warm sensation. No. This feeling of vitality coursing through every cell of his being was far more exhilarating than merely absorbing nutrients. With a surge of excitement, Chen Xing pulled up his attribute panel. Owner, Chen Xing. Physical quality, 1. 81. Strength, 2. 51. To his astonishment, both his physical quality and strength had increased by 0.01 points. Although this increment seemed minimal, he still had 3 entire crocodiles left in his possession. If he were to consume them all, his physical attributes would surely reach staggering heights. And not to mention, there was also the carcass of a Bat King and the remains of Zhang Tianhao and the mutated Catman Tang Yi. Never mind. While Chen Xing longed for power, he was not yet prepared to indulge in a Hannibal-like feast without restraint. At that moment, the alert from the light weapon processing center chimed. Chen Xing approached the center, and a gleaming, brand-new rhinoceros rifle appeared before him. The entire body, crafted from stainless steel, featured a peachwood handle, exuding an air of sophistication. However, what truly captivated Chen Xing's attention was the extended and thickened barrel. Along with a magazine that was noticeably larger than its predecessor, the barrel had grown by 1.5 centimeters, increasing the overall length of the rifle from 24 centimeters to 27 centimeters. The cooling vents above the barrel, combined with the Picatinny rail, rendered it both striking and practical. Let this firearm appear more harmonious than the Colt Python, imbued with a profound sense of sci-fi beauty, paired with the glinting 44 Magnum cartridges. Chen Xing firmly believed that should those arachnid fiends dare to manifest before him again, he could obliterate them with a single shot. After all, such a caliber of handgun could effortlessly fell a North American grizzly bear. He had little doubt that the exoskeletons of those spider creatures were not thicker than bear hide. They were merely more fragile in nature. A series of knocks resonated upon the door, prompting Chen Xing to unlock it. Lu Xiaowang's visage appeared on the screen. Chen Xing. The individuals have been duly notified. Good, I shall head out now. Upon awakening that morning, prior to organizing his findings, Chen Xing had assigned Lu Xiaowang a task to summon all surviving personnel from Building 4 to convene in the third-floor conference room. In addition to the occupants of Building 4, Zhang Lu was also informed. Chen Xing stood before the window of the makeshift conference room, gazing out as the biting wind howled, swirling the snow into a tempest, as if it sought to bury all existence beneath its icy embrace. Chapter 191. The conference room was teeming with people, the tin stove crackling ominously. The temperature today was particularly sweltering. He turned to glance at his familiar companion, Zhang Weiguo, Lu Xiaowang, and other neighbors from Building 4, as well as Zhang Li seated opposite at the long table. Chen Xing took a deep breath, shattering the silence. Everyone, I bear some grave news that I must share following the laboratory leak. Higher authorities have commenced an assessment of Danzhou. There is a possibility of a nuclear strike on this location within a week. We must evacuate. As these words fell, the conference room erupted into chaos. Faces turned towards one another, shock and terror etched in their expressions. Zhang Lu was the first to speak. His brow furrowed, and his tone laced with skepticism. Chen Xing, is what you say truly credible? Would they really resort to a nuclear strike on Danzhou? This is a city with a population of 8 million. Others chimed in, clearly doubtful of Chen Xing's information. Yet Wang downstairs murmured, if we remain in this familiar community, we might barely scrape by. But once we leave, where can we possibly go? Outside, it's a frigid wasteland. Without shelter, we might freeze to death on the road. Another neighbor wore a troubled expression. Moreover, all navigation systems have failed, and the original paper maps are useless due to the heavy snowfall altering the terrain. Without maps or a sense of direction, stepping outside would be a certain death. Others echoed his sentiments. And even if we leave Danzhou, who can guarantee that other places won't face nuclear devastation? In this vast world, where can we truly be safe? Listening to the cacophony of voices, Chen Xing felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. On one hand, their concerns held a semblance of truth. On the other hand, he had overestimated his own influence. He had thought that having saved the lives of the neighbors in Building 4 on several occasions would earn their trust, expecting that his call to action would inspire compliance. Now, it seemed he had been mistaken. Yet perhaps it was for the best. He never aspired to be a savior. I have shared the news with you. Whether to leave or stay is entirely up to you. He observed that everyone had their own opinions and decided against further persuasion. Let us conclude today's meeting here. Chen Xing. Zhang Li looked at Chen Xing, hesitating to speak. Chen Xing smiled and shook his head. He bore no resentment towards Zhang Li for not siding with him. After all, the heavy snow made leaving one's comfort zone a daunting task. No one would heed his words when faced with the uncertainty of aimless wandering outside. When the meeting adjourned, Chen Xing did not rush upstairs but instead stepped outside to smoke a few cigarettes. Once his emotions settled, he returned to the upper floor. Suddenly, the door next door creaked open. A pale-faced Lu Jia appeared in the doorway. Little brother, Jia Jia, how are you? The bond between the two, forged through shared experiences, was undeniably profound. Chen Xing approached Lu Jia with genuine concern. It has improved significantly. I heard that you are leaving the community? You already know? Well, Chen Lu returned and informed me. She gazed steadfastly at Chen Xing. They do not believe in you, but I do. I will follow you. A figure emerged from behind her. It was Chen Lu, who nodded repeatedly. I believe in you too, and I will accompany you. A warm current surged within his heart. And what surprised him most was the presence of a third person. It was none other than Li Qiwan, who smiled at Chen Xing and nodded in agreement. Although she said nothing, her intentions were crystal clear. She too would walk alongside Chen Xing. Upon seeing her, Chen Xing felt a sense of relief. After all, no one understood the truth of the human weapon project better than she did. Perhaps Lu Jia and Cheng Lu's resolute stance was influenced by her as well. At that moment, the fire exit door behind him rattled, and when Chen Xing turned to look, he was taken aback to see Lu Xiaoguang, Fang Shuo, Zhang Weiguo, and several other comrades who had fought alongside him through thick and thin. Upon seeing them, Chen Xing naturally grasped their intentions. Chapter 192 once again. The meeting room on the third floor was filled with a vibrant atmosphere. Chen Xing's team was diligently formulating an evacuation plan, with everyone gathered in close proximity. Lu Xiaoguang was the first to speak, stating, I am aware that the Geology Exploration Department of Danzhou University of Technology possesses detailed national maps. Although the prolonged snowfall has altered the terrain, the department recently completed a 3D map of the Danzhou area. Furthermore, they have several ground-penetrating radar devices. If we can locate these tools, they would be immensely beneficial for our exit from the city. Seated beside him, Li Qingwan removed her mask and added, moreover, adjacent to the geology department is the automotive engineering department, which has numerous buses. We could utilize them as our means of transportation for the evacuation. The group began to brainstorm ideas, while Cheng Lu diligently recorded all pertinent information. This is an excellent suggestion. I shall lead a team to the university shortly to gather the maps and vehicles, she declared. Professor Li, do you know where we might procure medical supplies or equipment? As we evacuate the city, it would be prudent to stock up on these essentials. Yes, I know of a place. After half an hour, Chen Xing had nearly finalized the evacuation plan. All right, let us proceed with immediate action. Lao Fang, do you have anything to add? Chen Xing intended to conclude the meeting. But upon turning around, he noticed Fang Shua's distracted demeanor. Since the beginning of the meeting, the man had seemed somewhat disengaged. Fang Shua looked up, cleared his throat, as if resolved to share something significant. Actually, I have a location I would recommend everyone consider. All eyes immediately turned toward him. After a brief pause, he continued, I probably shouldn't mention it, but it's the Red Oak nuclear power plant. The group was initially taken aback, but their expressions quickly transformed into delight. Wait, you can't be serious, can you? How did I not think of that? It's indeed a splendid place, though its location remains somewhat mysterious. Lu Jia, Cheng Lu, and others began to discuss animatedly. Chen Xing, equally elated, reflected, indeed, how could I have overlooked such a sight? The Red Oak nuclear power plant, located in northern Danzhou, had been under construction for 5 years. At the time, it faced significant opposition, with many citizens voicing their concerns online about the establishment of a nuclear power plant in close proximity to Danzhou. Subsequently, the authorities suppressed information regarding the plant, leading to a decrease in media coverage. The public soon forgot about it. Now, with Fang Shua's mention, everyone instantly recognized it as a promising destination. It was not only remote from the city, but it also offered boundless energy resources. If they could indeed find it, their future lives would be greatly simplified, alleviating many concerns such as electricity and heating. With ample power, they could even establish several greenhouse facilities. That is truly a delightful haven where one can indulge without a care. Chen Xing, filled with joy, clapped his hand on Fang Shua's shoulder. Well done, old Fang. How did you come to think of such a splendid place? However, that location seems rather enigmatic. Do you know exactly where it is? Fang Shua gave a wry smile and shook his head. The Hongxiang nuclear power station is situated in the northern part of Dan province, over 500 kilometers away from the city. It is located near a small town called Shigong and employs the latest thorium molten salt reactor technology. Until controlled nuclear fusion is mastered, this represents the safest nuclear power technology available. Fang Shua spoke eloquently, while Chen Xing appeared somewhat bewildered. Chapter 193. Wait, how do you know so much? Fang Shua looked at him. I am a professor in the Civil Engineering Department at Danzhou Institute of Technology. A portion of this nuclear power plant was designed by our department. I signed a confidentiality agreement, Never mind. Chen Xing suddenly understood. At this moment, everyone was in high spirits, whispering excitedly to one another. The new coordinates provided by Feng Shui seemed to illuminate a fresh direction and purpose for them. Life finally appeared to hold promise. Chen Xing clapped his hands. Good. In that case, let us spring into action immediately. Lu Xiaowang, Zhang Weigua. You will accompany me to the school to gather maps and vehicles. Feng Shui, you take the others to collect fuel. Professor Li, please join us as well, if possible. Gather as many medical supplies as you can. Everyone must exercise caution. We are pressed for time, and Danzhou may face a nuclear explosion in a week. Let us expedite our efforts and aim to gather sufficient supplies by this Friday. We shall depart and evacuate Danzhou on Saturday. All right. Upon Chen Xing's declaration, everyone responded in unison. At that moment, the temperature in the conference room soared to its peak. The cold wind howled, carrying snowflakes among the crumbling ruins. Chen Xing wiped the fine ice crystals from his goggles. The 5-member team behind him was traversing the desolate buildings, making their way towards the address of the Institute of Technology. 3 minutes later, a building, inclined and piercing the leaden sky, came into view. We have arrived. This is the Geological Institute, Lu Xiaowang said to Chen Xing, who nodded in acknowledgement. The glass curtain wall of the building ahead was already encrusted with ice crystals. Chen Xing took a few steps forward and suddenly halted. The group raised their weapons. They were all aware of Chen Xing's acute sense of crisis. Chen Xing's military boots kicked the ground, displacing the surface blood to reveal coagulated clots beneath the snow. The expressions of the 5 behind him grew serious. And Chen Xing signaled. They formed a wedge-shaped formation and began to advance, with Zhang Weigu's shotgun always aimed at the dark entrance of the institute. The thermal imaging detected no signs of life, recommending a level 3 alert. A mechanical voice from Phoenix echoed in their earpieces, and a holographic projection outlined the architectural structure on Chen Xing's retina. Overall safe. Chen Xing exhaled in relief. Yet he did not allow those around him to let their guard down. Sometimes, Phoenix was not infallible. The sound of the Roten sphere robot crunching the shards of glass echoed eerily in the dead silence of the corridor. The group gazed at the suddenly materialized large spherical object, their eyes wide with curiosity, although they were unaware of how Chen Xing had conjured this contraption. An unspoken understanding passed among them, and no one dared to inquire. With such a device leading the way, they felt a heightened sense of security. The repaired Roten sphere robot was fully controlled by Phoenix, allowing Chen Xing to remain worry-free throughout. Above them hovered a drone, and before them was the Roten sphere. The safety factor on this journey was undoubtedly several times greater than before. At the end of the corridor stood an iron door, and the rotting ball surged forward, crashing through the door with a single strike. Although it currently operated at only 20% of its functionality due to a lack of components, its offensive capability was still formidable. After all, it was not a rusted iron door that could withstand such force. Lu Xiaowang and his companions were utterly astonished by the decisiveness and brutality of this spherical robotic entity. I exclaimed, "This thing is truly fierce." Yet, I couldn't help but feel a profound admiration for it. Chapter 194. The cold wind carried the stench of decay. The light from the roving ball illuminated the corridor, revealing walls marred by claw marks. Embedded within one of these marks was a fragment of a pitch-black shell, an unmistakable sign that could not have been left by any human. Suddenly, Lu Xiaowang grasped Chen Xing's tactical vest and pointed ahead. Chen Xing's mind whirled. The roving ball at the forefront of their group synchronized its movement. The beam of light illuminated a corner of the wall. 3 desiccated corpses lay sprawled in a radiating pattern, their chests sliced open by a sharp blade. Yet their hearts had vanished without a trace. The spattering of blood suggested a high-velocity piercing injury, with the attacker's extremities sharper than a military dagger. The Phoenix synchronized the scanning data with Chen Xing's ocular display. Abruptly, the camera halted before one corpse's chest, magnifying the image. Identification complete. Wang Jinyu. A junior from the Geology Exploration Department, class of 20XX. A weighty silence enveloped the group. Enough of this morbid sight. Let us ascend. If memory serves. The Geology Department's archive is on the 3rd floor, Lu Xiaowang urged, prompting the group to hasten onward. They swiftly traversed the corridor, finally locating the staircase leading upstairs at the corner. Everyone remained vigilant, despite the drone having scoured up to the 5th floor without detecting any threats. Yet, Chen Xing remained on high alert. On the 3rd floor, the Geology Department's archive resembled the aftermath of a colossal beast's battleground. The bookshelves were askew, volumes strewn across the floor, and a holographic projector lay precariously among the toppled shelves. Dark brown blood congealed on the ground, forming eerie patterns. Chen Xing crouched down to investigate. This was not human blood. It was the acidic ichor of a spider. Chen Xing squinted. Another spider? The image of the man-faced spider flashed through his mind. Had these wretched creatures not been eradicated last time? What a disaster. Observing the chaotic archive, Lu Xiaowang appeared utterly despondent. Zhang Weiguo stood nearby, scratching his head in confusion. How are we to find anything in this mess? Alas, if only we had electricity. Surely they possessed digital records on their computers. Young Zhao, brandishing his shotgun, pointed towards a cluster of computers in one corner. Chen Xing's eyes lit up. How had he overlooked that? He swiftly approached one of the computers and delivered a decisive blow to the casing. With a swift tug, he extracted the hard drive. Scanning. 3D map archive detected. Archive data discovered. With the Phoenix in their midst, these challenges were inconsequential. Soon, they found 3 ground-penetrating radars in a nearby storage room. Compact and easily portable, these devices posed no problem despite the absence of power. However, this was trivial. 2 generators resided within Building 4, all retrieved by Chen Xing. Once they returned to recharge, the ground-penetrating radars would be operational. Even if heavy snow obscured their path, these instruments would guide them to safety. The Geological Department has nearly concluded its endeavors. Let us proceed to the adjacent College of Vehicle Engineering. I recall that prior to the apocalypse, they were engaged in a project concerning hybrid transport vehicles, primarily focusing on new energy trucks and large buses. I had the opportunity to visit their department, where I observed no fewer than a dozen experimental vehicles, encompassing both trucks and buses. At that time, the department head, Old Zhang, boasted to me that several major companies in the country, such as DYD and others, had already reached out to them, offering an investment of 30 million to support their project. Chapter 195. Because of this matter, our department head has berated me more than once, continually urging me to seek out significant clients for investment. Yet, how can I possibly compete with individuals of such expertise? The group exited the building of the Address Academy, with Lu Xiaowang recounting tales of the university before the apocalypse, eliciting deep sighs from everyone. The once thriving world before the calamity has now transformed into a mere illusion, akin to flowers in water. As dusk approached, the campus gradually dimmed. Suddenly, Chen Xing furrowed his brow and halted. The others followed suit, following Chen Xing's gaze. In the distance, clouds in the sky glimmered with a crimson hue. It appeared that a fire was burning. Observing the thick black smoke rising, it was evident that this was no ordinary blaze. The mood of the group turned somber, and Chen Xing signaled with a gesture. They crouched down, while Luo Tingxiu, at the forefront of the group, silently advanced. With a low hum, 2 drones ascended into the sky, vanishing into the night moments later. Half a minute passed before the footage returned to the tablet in Chen Xing's hands. As Luo Tingxiu progressed, traces of a struggle became apparent. The walls were riddled with bullet holes and claw marks, and not far off lay the lifeless bodies of several students. Their faces bore expressions of agony, with blood congealing into dark red patches. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Xiaowang was filled with shock and sorrow. How could this happen? Who did this? Do you recognize these students? Chen Xing inquired. Lu Xiaowang nodded in anger. This student is from the student council, named Li Weijia. He was a fine young man. How could he be here? After the lockdown, he should have gone home. Lu Xiaowang expressed his bewilderment at the presence of the students. Chen Xing turned his attention back to the screen. At this moment, Luo Tingxiu had arrived in front of the automotive department's experimental building. Here, 2 factions were at an impasse. One group was clad in various attires, but what astonished everyone was the diverse appearances of these individuals. I recognize that guy. He was among those who ambushed Li Qingwan last time, Lu Xiaowang pointed out, indicating a burly figure resembling a black bear at the forefront of the group. The camera zoomed in, and Chen Xing's eyes widened. This individual, he is not human. Or rather, he has undergone a transformation. The vital areas of his chest and abdomen gleamed with a black luster, reminiscent of a beetle's exoskeleton. Most strikingly, he had 2 extra arms protruding from beneath his shoulders. One hand wielded a bloodied machete, while the other clutched a severed head. Standing before the building, he shouted loudly, "You have 10 minutes. Come out and surrender, and I promise to spare your lives. If anyone dares to disobey, their fate shall be akin to his." As the words fell, a monstrous arm raised the severed head high. Chen Xing could only hear the sound of gulping behind him, as it was evident that everyone was terrified by this creature. Upon discovering several mutated humans, exhibiting a lesser degree of alteration, it was clear they had only recently succumbed to the virus. Prompt eradication was advised. As Phoenix spoke, she shifted the camera away from the bandits. These individuals clustered around their leader, who resembled a black bear. Some had transformed their hands into pairs of obsidian blades, while others bore additional faces on their abdomens or chests. A few lay prostrate on the ground. their mouths filled with sharp fangs, resembling a grotesque hybrid of a spider. This group had undoubtedly ventured into Li Qingwan's laboratory. Chapter 196. The lens of the phoenix ultimately fixed its gaze upon the bandit leader, resembling a black bear. This individual-esque condition starkly contrasted with that of the other mutants. Unlike the mutated spiders, he was an entirely different breed. Upon completion of the analysis, it was determined that this aberration had an 80% probability of being a defective product of the human weaponry program. Chen Xing could only manage a bitter smile and shake his head. Just how grave a blunder had those individuals committed? Observing this black bear, it was evident he was not a byproduct of the viral leak, but rather a flawed specimen that had somehow escaped. No wonder the higher-ups deemed it necessary to evaluate the situation before deciding whether to level Dan Province. The black bear brandished a bloodied head, taunting the teaching building. However, the occupants within remained resolutely silent. Listening intently, he threatened, "If you do not emerge, I shall slay them all." Yet, the black bear refrained from immediately ordering a full-scale assault on the laboratory building. With a wave of his right hand, several subordinates dragged a few individuals to his side, seizing an elderly man with graying hair and pulling him forward. It was Zhang Guanghai. Lu Xiaowang recognized him as the head of the automotive department. This was perplexing. Why was he still on campus? Had he not received the school S notification? Lu Xiaowang was utterly bewildered. "You bastards, do not harm Professor Zhang," came the furious shouts from the laboratory. The black bear, however, merely grinned menacingly. "I wouldn't harm him, but you better surrender promptly." This time, the laboratory fell silent, the students evidently grappling with their thoughts. At that moment, the elderly professor suddenly made a desperate charge, colliding with a guard and breaking free from his restraints. "Students, do not surrender." With a sickening thud, a black blade pierced through his chest, blood and flesh erupting from Professor Zhang's mouth. The black bear stood behind him, raising the blade and lifting the professor into the air. Do not surrender. Was he still alive? The black bear twisted the blade, causing the professor's head to tilt at an unnatural angle, plunging him into eternal slumber. "You bastard, perish." With a whoosh, a dark projectile sliced through the air. The black bear, not lacking in cunning, raised Zhang's lifeless body as a shield. Thud! A spear pierced through, narrowly missing the black bear, but tragically skewering one of his underlings to the ground. "You bastard. Brothers, charge." The death of his comrade ignited the black bear's fury to its peak. With a sweeping gesture, a horde of ruffians surged towards the laboratory. "Do not just stand there. Let us lend a hand," Lu Xiaowang urged Chen Xing eagerly. However, Chen Xing shook his head, cautioning, "Not so fast. These students are formidable. Let us wait a moment." He sensed an underlying danger posed by this band of marauders. The assailants quickly reached the front of the laboratory. Clatter! The windows on the second floor swung open simultaneously, revealing two ominous black tubes. A multitude of dark specks erupted from the pipes with a swift whoosh. The downstairs assailants were instantly struck, their cries of agony resonating through the air. "It hurts so much. Help!" The wounded criminals wailed in despair. "Could it be a nail gun? They have modified a nail gun." Lu Xiaowang's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Chapter 197. Chen Xing silently admired the remarkable dexterity of the engineering students. The Phoenix maneuvered the drone to zoom in. Within the window, several bespectacled young men were fervently operating a few modified machines, their faces etched with indignation. These machines were connected to two enormous gas cylinders via rubber hoses. The device at the forefront was launching steel nails from its magazine. This was no mere nail gun. It was a nail cannon. These students were impressive. Suddenly, the door to their room was forcefully slammed open from the outside. A group of humanoid spiders burst into the room, their knife-like legs glinting ominously. "Ah, run." Several students, slow to react, were immediately felled to the ground. "Brothers, charge." Their nail guns are out of commission. The nail cannon ceased fire, causing the gang outside to momentarily falter. The gang leader, Black Bear, raised his arm, rallying the thugs hiding in the shadows, who promptly stood tall and charged towards the laboratory building. Yet, just as they surged forward, an odd buzzing sound filled the air above them. Upon looking up, they were met with the sight of ominous black gun barrels. The QBS-09 shotgun unleashed a torrential downpour of deadly pellets. These semi-mutated creatures lacked the defensive capabilities of the adult humanoid spiders, and as the rain of bullets fell, despair reigned. Among the thugs, the fortunate ones were instantly killed with a shot to the head, while the less fortunate found themselves with shattered limbs, writhing in agony on the ground. The sudden onslaught of gunfire left the assailants disoriented. Some attempted to flee, but were met with a massive black sphere, the size of a tire, hurtling toward them silently at 60 kilometers per hour. Should one be unfortunate enough to be struck, the sphere would roll mercilessly over them. The luckier thugs would have their heads crushed, dying instantly, while the unlucky would suffer severed spines, dragging their mangled bodies across the ground in torment. In such an environment, enduring such injuries would be a mercy if heaven were to take them away. Who is it? Show yourself. The sudden disruption of their advantageous position infuriated Black Bear. In a fit of rage, he hurled a severed head at the drone hovering above, the force akin to that of a cannonball. The Phoenix piloted the drone with urgency, narrowly evading the projectile. The drone repositioned its weaponry, aiming at Black Bear, yet his astonishing agility left everyone in awe, transforming into a parkour expert. He deftly maneuvered around the small square, rolling and leaping with remarkable finesse. The shotgun could only graze his afterimages. Chen Xing was left speechless, thinking, with such skills, why be a thug? You could easily become a martial arts star. You'd surely excel. Even the youthful Jack Chen would pale in comparison, despite his imposing size. Black Bear moved with the agility of a monkey. 6 drones swiftly expended their ammunition, returning one after another to replenish their supplies with Chen Xing. Meanwhile, Luo Tingxiu accelerated, surging up the steps before the experimental building, launching himself into the air along the incline. He charged directly at the airborne Black Bear. At a speed of 60 kilometers per hour, combined with his considerable weight of over 200 pounds, should he collide with the bear, it would surely meet an untimely demise. However, what transpired next left all spectators utterly astonished. Get away from me. Just as Luo Tang's robotic form was about to make contact with the bandit leader, the latter abruptly twisted his upper body, executing a remarkable 720-degree turn. Astonishingly, he contorted his torso into a spiral shape. With a sudden pivot, it was as if a tightly wound mechanical spring had been released, propelling him forcefully against Luo Tingxiu. The hefty robot, akin to a helpless ping-pong ball, was sent hurtling backward with a whoosh. With a resounding crash, it shattered the glass windows of the experimental building and tumbled inside. Chapter 198. With a thunderous crash, the experimental building's entrance swung wide open, and a modified armored bus roared forth. The front of the vehicle was affixed with a steel shovel bearing a ramming horn, while iron bars were welded over its windows. Atop the bus, a massive nail gun, capable of a full 360-degree rotation, was mounted. The bus charged ahead, wreaking havoc as it collided with the thugs along its path, leaving death and injuries in its wake. It barreled through a dozen bandits, forging 2 blood-stained trails across the playground. The steel nails shot from the nail gun pierced through multiple criminals, pinning them firmly to the ground. Run! The thugs, who had just glimpsed the dawn of victory, were now wailing in terror as the bus plowed through them. The leader, Black Bear, witnessed his ranks being decimated by the rampaging vehicle, and his eyes blazed with fury. Die! He bellowed, abruptly turning to rip away the cloak from his back. 7 or 8 human arms burst forth from the flesh of his back, spreading outwards. In that moment, Chen Xing recalled a classical dance he had once observed, thousand-armed guanyin. Yet this creature was clearly not a benevolent deity, but rather a malevolent specter. Black Bear hunched down, his form grotesquely transforming as the multiple arms scuttled rapidly across the ground. His ferocious visage morphed into a bestial countenance, 8 terrifying compound eyes protruding from his forehead. His once normal mouth twisted into a fearsome, serrated maw. As Chen Xing beheld the abomination, a grotesque centipede-like body fashioned from severed limbs, a chill ran down his spine. He was not alone. Lu Xiaoguang and Zhang Weiguo, witnessing the horror, were equally unnerved. What manner of monster is this? The human-faced centipede darted across the ground, seizing the dismembered limbs of the fallen and transmitting them backward through its myriad arms. Before long, another segment would sprout from its rear. Stop staring. Move, Chen Xing shouted, rallying Zhang Weiguo and the others to rush forward. They unleashed a barrage of gunfire from their shotguns at the abominable creature. Drones overhead joined the fray, unleashing a metallic storm of bullets. With 10 QBS-09 shotguns, alongside Chen Xing's powerful Rhino, they created a torrential downpour of lead. The air was filled with the cacophony of gunfire, and the centipede's body was showered with blood. Energy scans indicated that the core was located within the 3rd segment of its torso. Chen Xing's pupils constricted in alarm at the Phoenix's warning. The gunfire roared on, and the limbs shattered by the shotgun fire danced momentarily in the air. Yet, as they fell, they were consumed by the newly formed flesh seams on the centipede's body. In mere moments, the 3 severed arms had been restored to their original state. This monster not only devoured corpses to augment itself, but could also rapidly regenerate. Chen Xing's eyes widened in disbelief. Suddenly, the armored vehicle was swept aside by the centipede's tail, crashing into the experimental building, concrete debris raining down like hail. Everyone, be careful, Chen Xing shouted. The human-faced centipede turned its gaze towards him, its 8 compound eyes resembling the cold stare of death, sending a shiver down Chen Xing's spine. Hurry, take cover in the vehicle, do not confront him here. As the centipede demon shifted its focus, Chen Xing dared not engage in a direct confrontation. Despite the bus being thrust into the building, its reinforced structure remained remarkably intact, save for a few dents in the exterior metal plating. It was advisable to use the armored bus as a shield in the battle against the centipede creature. Engaging the humanoid centipede in an open environment without cover was ill-advised. Feng Huang echoed a similar assessment. Chen Xing led the charge toward the bus, his speed of 2.0 allowing him to reach the vehicle in the blink of an eye. Where he rapped on the door, Lu Xiaowang and the others swiftly followed suit. The drone hovering above the battlefield granted them precious moments. Chapter 199. Before the drone fired its photon bullets, the centipede could not advance. Open the door. Who are you? Chen Xing knocked on the car door, and the observation window above slid open. A pair of suspicious eyes appeared. Chen Xing felt a surge of irritation. What business is it of yours who I am? I just assisted you. Can't you see that? If it weren't for my directing the drone and the rotting ball into the building to help you, you would have been slaughtered by those human-faced spiders long ago. Even if we are strangers, after fighting side by side just now, it is inappropriate to pose such a question at this moment. You should at least let everyone board the vehicle first, and only after ensuring safety should you inquire. A flash of anger crossed Chen Xing's eyes when Lu Xiaowang abruptly pulled him to the car window. He removed his cold-resistant mask, saying, "Students, it's me. It's Teacher Lu." A wave of astonished exclamations erupted from within the vehicle. Nevertheless, the eyes blocking the observation window remained filled with skepticism. "Luo Chong, open the door. What are you waiting for?" came a voice from inside, urging, "Hurry up and let Teacher Lu and the others in." Angered shouts echoed from within. Reluctantly, the person at the door finally opened it. The group swiftly boarded the vehicle, finally grasping the situation inside. 8 students, 5 boys and 3 girls, filled the interior. Lu Xiaowang, observing the fatigued yet astonished expressions of the students, inquired, "What on earth happened? Did you not receive any notification from the school? Why are you still here?" On the day of the lockdown, Professor Zhang mentioned a national confidential project that required everyone's cooperation. A bespectacled boy with a hoarse voice explained, his clothes smeared with machine oil. The project was initiated by the military, primarily focused on the development of the power system for military hybrid trucks. We already had relevant foundations and quickly produced a prototype, subsequently beginning field tests. We traveled to numerous locations, including deserts and extreme cold testing grounds. The military insisted on absolute secrecy. A short-haired girl interjected, "We spent 2 months in the Gobi Desert. Who would have imagined that when we returned with the test vehicle, the school would be in such a state?" The students took turns recounting the sequence of events. Contact with the school leadership had been severed, and they could not reach the military either. Professor Zhang had taken them to settle down in the school. However, they soon discovered that there were monsters lurking within. The students' voices grew filled with terror. "Not only are there monsters, but also these deranged thugs," declared a student named Luo Chong vehemently. An eerie silence enveloped the vehicle. "What about you, Professor Lu? Who are those people?" Luo Chong directed his attention to Chen Xing, seemingly intrigued by him. "This is Chen Xing, I." Suddenly, a loud metallic crash reverberated from the roof of the bus, causing the vehicle to shake violently. The students gasped in alarm. A pitch-black arthropod viciously pierced the armor of the truck's exterior, its viscous venom dripping from its serrated appendage. The seemingly indestructible metal hissed as wisps of white smoke began to rise. It was the centipede. Students screamed in terror. The drone, which had been entangled in a fierce struggle with the monstrous centipede for an eternity, finally exhausted its ammunition. The terrifying creature of the centipede finally shifted its focus to the bus they occupied. Outside, the humanoid centipede, a grotesque amalgamation derived from a black bear, loomed ominously atop the vehicle. Its body was a macabre collage of numerous human remains, each segment of its spinal structure embedded with a contorted visage. At the forefront, the decaying head of the black bear was unmistakably prominent. Chapter 200. 8 terrifying compound eyes of the black bear peered menacingly through the car window, scrutinizing the remaining humans within. The centipede's mandibles quivered, releasing a noxious green mist. The contaminated metal instantly billowed white smoke, corroding the concrete beneath into honeycomb-like cavities. A resounding thud echoed as one of the centipede's razor-sharp legs struck the roof with ferocity, causing the metal to cave in suddenly. The horrific head of the centipede appeared abruptly at the window, the face of the black bear twisted into a sinister grin, while 7 human faces on its body simultaneously opened their mouths. The ink-green slime sprayed forth, etching honeycomb holes into the bulletproof glass. Beware of the venom. Chen Xing shouted urgently. That's old Wang from the West District delivery station. He always brings liquid nitrogen to the lab. Lu Xiaowang suddenly recognized one of the contorted faces, watching as the window hissed from the corrosive attack. Chen Xing understood that there was no time to waste. He glanced at a few classmates. Can the vehicle still move? The boy at the front, sporting a pot-shaped haircut, shook his head. I'm not sure. Engine and chassis are both functioning normally, Feng Wang quickly reported. Chen Xing had to probe further. This military vehicle was indeed durable. He dashed to the driver's seat. What are you doing? Came Luo Chang's startled shout from behind. Calm down. Let Chen give it a try, Lu Xiaowang advised, just as Chen Xing turned the key. The engine roared to life, and the vehicle started successfully. It's moving, Chen Xing exclaimed with joy, then turned back. Everyone hold on tight. I'm throwing this monster off. He slammed the accelerator, and the vehicle shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. As they burst out from the building, the glass curtain wall scraped against the side of the car. With a loud crash, the centipede, adorned with human faces, was knocked off. However, the creature flipped over on the ground, dozens of arms skimming rapidly across the surface, its serpentine body twisting as it charged towards the bus once more. Yet, no matter how many legs the centipede had or how swift it was, it could never catch up to a moving car. Just as the monstrous centipede receded in the rearview mirror, everyone released a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a peculiar sound emanated from beneath the vehicle. The car jolted violently, and Chen Xing was thrown from his seat, nearly striking his head on the ceiling. Do you even know how to drive? How are you operating this thing? Came Luo Chang's complaints from behind. A flash of anger crossed Chen Xing's eyes, but he knew it was not the time to argue. Feng Wang, what is going on? He asked. A drone outside swiftly penetrated the chaos, quickly transmitting images to Chen Xing's AI goggles. It revealed several partially mutated monsters gnawing fiercely at the wheels. Hurry up. The centipede is closing in. A girl screamed from the back. Can you handle this? If not, step aside. Luo Chang approached Chen Xing, his expression menacing. Get lost. Chen Xing shot him a glare, causing the boy to flinch back, intimidated by the palpable aura of menace emanating from him. Does Phoenix possess any effective strategies? The wheels of this bus are not merely ordinary radial tires. As military-grade equipment, the tires are custom-made, significantly thicker than standard ones, and equipped with an automatic inflation and deflation system. Thus, he is not overly concerned about these creatures puncturing the tires anytime soon. However, the centipede trailing behind is indeed quite bothersome. Although the human-faced centipede and human-faced spider are flawed remnants of the human weaponry program, they were developed primarily through gene splicing technology. The principal gene strands originate from mutated centipedes and mutated spiders. Chapter 201. Both entities belong to the phylum Arthropoda, class Myriapoda, and are related to Arachnida. Even with variations, they still fall under the order Insecta. It is recommended to employ a gas attack. Chen Xing felt a wave of confusion. Wait, a gas attack? Or perhaps, you could seek out insecticides. According to research, a professor from the Department of Chemistry at Dan State Polytechnic University published an article a year ago. It primarily introduced a neurotoxic insecticide invented by their research group. Specifically designed to target insect taxa, it effectively disrupts insect neurons while remaining harmless to mammals. Feng Wang swiftly provided a detailed combat strategy. Hurry! It's gaining on us. The terrified shouts of students echoed behind. Chen Xing turned sharply and pressed down on the accelerator. The bus lurched forward amid the bumps. Below the vehicle, the creatures, despite being crushed under the weight of the bus, clung desperately to the wheels. It was as if the wheels had been fitted with anti-slip chains, preventing any increase in speed. The vitality of these monsters was astonishingly formidable. Even with half their bodies reduced to pulp, they continued to survive tenaciously. Meanwhile, the monstrous centipede pursuing them was even more terrifying. Along the way, it picked up severed limbs and attached them to itself. What was once a 3 to 4 meter long creature had now grown to nearly 20 meters. The sight of dozens of arms crawling in unison across the ground sent shivers down one's spine. Strangely, the more limbs it assimilated, the faster it moved. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the rear of the bus, silently praying for the creature to cease its pursuit. Where are you headed, Chen Xing? Lu Xiaowang was the first to regain his composure and inquired. To the chemistry department. Huh, what for? Not only Lu Xiaowang was puzzled, others were similar expressions of confusion. To find insecticides. To eliminate these pests. I see, you mean to locate the Shilin insecticide. Truly, the students of a prestigious university are quick-witted. Soon, someone deduced Chen Xing's intentions. The first to grasp his plan was the short-haired girl who had spoken earlier. Is that what it's called, Shilin? Chen Xing glanced toward the girl. She nodded. It was developed by my boyfriend's research group, and it works exceptionally well. They had already prepared a substantial amount in the laboratory, originally intended for marketing to major manufacturers. Unfortunately, the girl's smile at that moment was tinged with bitterness. I know where those insecticides are stored. I will guide you. All right, lead the way. Chen Xing pressed the accelerator, and the bus crashed through the blockading ice sculpture corpses. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the building of the chemistry department. This is the building where the Shilin insecticide is stored, in cold storage C-137. However, the cold storage has a biometric system. The girl paused, then reached into her pocket and produced an identification badge. My boyfriend's badge is still functional. A heavy silence enveloped the car, interrupted only by the soft sobs of two girls in the back seat. Chen Xing cast a glance at the rearview mirror. The human-faced centipede continued its relentless pursuit. At a distance of 700 meters, the threat level stood at 60, advising against the lieutenant's exit from the vehicle. Phoenix analyzed. Why are you still hesitating? Shouldn't you disembark to retrieve the insecticide? If your plan proves futile, we could all meet our demise at your hands. It was that Luo Chang again. For reasons unknown, ever since Chen Xing and his companions arrived, this fellow seemed to harbor an intense animosity towards Chen Xing. However, at that moment, Chen Xing had no desire to engage with him. This matter does not require my personal involvement. With that, he opened the car door and casually tossed out a small black sphere. The sphere expanded against the wind, and by the time it touched the ground, it had transformed into a sphere the size of a wheel, racing towards the Department of Chemistry building. Chapter 202. The images on the AI eyepiece shifted rapidly as the rotting ball surged forward. Moments later, it arrived at cold storage number 137 in Zone C. However, due to prolonged power outages, the electronic lock of the cold storage was rendered inoperative. Suddenly, a mechanical arm extended from the side of the rotting ball, pressing down on the electronic lock to forcibly initiate the charging mode. As the screen of the electronic lock illuminated, another mechanical arm emerged, presenting the identification badge provided by the girl in front of the recognition camera. With a soft chime, the anti-theft door of the cold storage unlocked, revealing rows of shelves before Chen Xing's eyes. Boss Chen, have you not yet found the insecticide? Lu Xiaowang, standing beside Chen Xing, appeared visibly anxious, his face slightly contorted. The centipede has caught up. Zhang Weigua, next to him, firmly grasped Lu Xiaowang's shoulder and shook his head in response. With a click, Zhang Weigua chambered around in the shotgun. This should be the shooting hole, right? He inquired, pointing at a circular aperture on the rear window of the vehicle. Indeed. It was reserved according to military specifications, replied the bespectacled fellow with a nod. In no time, gunfire erupted from the bus. As Zhang Weigua fired his weapon, Xiao Zhao and Lu Xiaowang were jolted awake. They hastily located shooting holes and began to unleash a torrent of bullets at the advancing centipede. The power of the QBS-09 shotgun was formidable. The 18.4mm caliber deer slugs tore into the grotesque creature, shredding its flesh. Despite the centipede's armored back, it could not withstand the onslaught of tungsten alloy projectiles. Moreover, the centipede had accumulated numerous dismembered corpses along its body, rendering it exceedingly massive. Even novices like Lu Xiaowang, who had only recently handled a firearm, could ensure their shots found their mark. The centipede was battered by the relentless hail of bullets, struggling to advance. Anger began to manifest on its grotesque bear-like face, and its colossal form reared up, standing at least 20 meters tall. Its back was embedded with countless pale human faces, each frozen in an expression of terror from their last moments. Its abdomen was composed of human arms, which undulated and produced a sickening sound as they scraped against one another. The centipede's mouth gaped open, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, like those of a meat grinder. Viscous green saliva dripped to the ground, hissing as it made contact. Lu Xiaowang and the others observed the centipede's abdomen convulsing, as if something were surging up its esophagus toward its maw. This is bad. It's going to spray venom. Lu Xiaowang, with his wealth of experience, reacted instantly. Now's the time. Despite being on high alert, Lu Xiaowang unexpectedly relaxed upon hearing Chen Xing's voice. A silver streak of light sliced through the night sky. It was the electronic restraint cable fired by the rotting ball, striking with lightning precision at the centipede's neck. In an instant, the cable coiled tightly around its throat, resembling a luminous python, rapidly constricting its hold. The arc flickered wildly on the coiled cables, the crackling sound of electricity piercing the still air. The centipede's roar abruptly ceased, its immense body beginning to tremble violently, muscles spasming under the onslaught of electric currents. Below, 7 or 8 arms reached out to tear at the electronic restraining cables around its neck. Yet, each time an arm made contact with the restraining cable, it would convulse from the electric shock. The electronic restraints tightened further, and the centipede's mandibles gaped wider, desperately gasping for air. Aim! Now is the moment, Chen Xing shouted. 3 drones soared through the air, their pesticide canisters suspended beneath them commencing to spray. Waves of purple mist accurately filled the gaping maw of the centipede, flowing down its throat. Chapter 203. The creature that had been struggling moments ago stood frozen, as if ensnared by an invisible force. After a brief pause, it began to convulse violently, the myriad of human faces on its back contorting in agony. A piercing wail erupted as its disjointed body parts fell away like a cascade of dominoes, scattering across the ground like marionettes severed from their strings. Had it truly perished? Lu Xiaoguang gazed at the disassembled visage of the centipede, then turned to the equally dazed Zhang Weigua, remarking, "It appears to be dead." Zhang Weigua numbly nodded in agreement. They turned to find the entire bus full of people wearing expressions of sheer disbelief. Clearly, no one had anticipated that the formidable faced centipede would meet its end in such a manner. Indeed, even the most fearsome pest cannot withstand a can of insecticide. The bespectacled man with a bowl haircut uttered in astonishment, before approaching Chen Xing with an expression of admiration. "Hello, I am Guoliang." Chen Xing smiled at his outstretched hand and shook it firmly. However, the bowl-cut man suddenly pointed outside in terror. "Look!" Chen Xing turned, and his hair stood on end as he witnessed the grotesque sight of the dismembered flesh on the ground writhing unnaturally, coalescing into a singular mass. Soon, amidst a puddle of brownish slime, the pieces began to fuse together once more. Rapidly, the segments of the centipede reassembled, culminating in the emergence of a newly mutated creature. Its legs, once human-like, had transformed into hardened, skeletal appendages, while its formerly dark exoskeleton now glistened with a polished, brown sheen. The newly evolved centipede presented itself before the onlookers, its 8 compound eyes coldly surveying the bus. Suddenly, its tail whipped violently, launching 3 fused corpses like a meteor hammer towards the vehicle. Clang! The bus was struck with tremendous force, the metallic frame groaning under the strain. "Damn it. I told you this wouldn't end well. You're really going to get us all killed." The passengers inside had become a tangled heap of panic. The man named Luo Chang crawled along the floor, hurling curses at Chen Xing. A glint of cold light flashed in Chen Xing's eyes, but he then noticed a flicker of yellow outside. Crash! The monstrous centipede had smashed through the glass of the adjacent classroom building, bursting inside. Before anyone could comprehend its intent, the wall on one side of the bus suddenly collapsed. Countless concrete fragments rained down upon the vehicle with a cacophony of sound. "We're trapped. We can't get out," Luo Chang exclaimed in alarm as he scrambled to his feet. Whoosh! The gigantic centipede emerged through the hole in the wall, its head splitting into 4 mandibles that unleashed a torrent of venom like a high-pressure hose, sweeping across the battlefield. The green ichor splashed onto the bus roof, causing the steel to hiss and corrode. At that moment, the faces of all the occupants inside turned ashen. Who could have foreseen that their previously favorable situation would devolve into chaos? Events had strayed entirely from their anticipated script. This had spiraled completely out of control. It shouldn't have been like this. She must be terrified of the insecticide, murmured the short-haired girl who had just provided Chen Xing with the work permit, her voice laced with a sense of bewilderment. Chen Xing observed the flicker of despair that graced the faces of those around him, and he steeled his resolve. "Old Lu, I will go out and draw this monster away. You all should move the obstacles in front of the car and drive it out." "But," Lu Xiaoguang glanced at Chen Xing, uncertainty clouding his expression. "It's all right, trust me." Chapter 204. Chen Xing abruptly lifted the emergency escape hatch from the floor and leaped down. Above, several drones hovered ominously over the centipede's head, while below, a mounted gun relentlessly unleashed a torrent of bullets upon the creature. "Hurry, I'll buy you some time." Chen Xing glanced back at Lu Xiaoguang and the others, who had just emerged, before swiftly crawling out from beneath the vehicle. Level 3 mutated beast, direct confrontation is inadvisable. Evacuation is recommended, echoed the voice of Phoenix through his earpiece. Yet, Chen Xing chose not to retreat. Activate berserk mode. In an instant, a surge of warmth coursed from his heart throughout his body. What had once felt like fatigue from continuous combat was instantly rejuvenated, as if electrified. His speed and agility surged to 4 times that of an ordinary person, and his strength reached 5-fold. The previously lightning-fast centipede now appeared to move in slow motion before Chen Xing's eyes, filling him with renewed confidence. However, he refrained from charging recklessly. Instead, he began to assess the battlefield. 30 meters ahead, 6 drones danced around the centipede, darting up and down. Beneath the centipede, a rotting ball moved stealthily. Unlike before, Phoenix did not unleash a barrage of bullets. Rather, he occasionally fired a precise shot aimed at the creature's vital points, fully aware that this beast possessed formidable defenses. While the 12-gauge deer round had tremendous power, it was unlikely to slay this monster directly. His current objective was merely to stall the creature and buy Chen Xing and his team more time. The centipede seemed increasingly vexed by the drones buzzing overhead. Suddenly, it reared up, its form akin to a steel whip, and with a fierce flick, several sharp blades shot forth like arrows. With explosive bursts, 2 drones were caught off guard and obliterated midair. Chen Xing's heart raced. The centipede was poised to pursue. Just then, a blue beam shot from the ground. The rotting ball had fired its restraining tether once more. The glint of the blades flashed before the centipede, and the electronic tether was severed mid-flight. Though it inflicted no harm on the creature, it successfully prevented further pursuit. 4 drones regrouped before the centipede. The creature tilted its head back, unleashing a jet of black venom from its gaping maw, resembling a high-pressure water cannon. Chen Xing's expression shifted dramatically as he sprang into action. The sound of a .44 Magnum echoed as the bullets struck the centipede's mandibles, causing blood to spurt wildly. Several razor-sharp teeth shattered under the assault. Roaring in fury, the centipede let out a thunderous cry, rolling across the ground like a massive boulder, hurtling towards Chen Xing. His face paled. He had not anticipated such a maneuver. The rotten ball, which stood before him, was crushed mercilessly into the earth. Chen Xing propelled himself off the ground with a forceful kick, resembling a spring in motion. In a state of ferocity, his physical attributes surged to an astonishing 362, endowing him with nearly 3.6 times the leaping capability of an ordinary person, soaring to an impressive height of 9 meters. Had this been before the apocalypse, he would have undoubtedly shattered the world record for the standing long jump. While suspended in the air, he executed a graceful turn, reminiscent of a moon-gazing gesture. The mighty rhinoceros in his grasp erupted once more, sending sprays of crimson splattering upon the centipede monster. With a thunderous roar, the creature, having missed its strike, pivoted in anger. It resembled a tank unleashed, its multitude of knife-like legs fiercely pounding the ground, stirring clouds of dust from the hardened concrete beneath. Merely a creature, yet its charge was akin to that of an army of thousands. Rather than confront it directly, Chen Xing opted for a frenzied dash away from the beast. Chapter 205. With a speed 4 times that of an ordinary person, he has pushed himself to the utmost limits. He dashed through the 100 meters, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. Yet, he did not flee aimlessly. After every 100 meters, he would turn back and fire a few shots, leaving the centipede monster covered in blood. The creature was thoroughly enraged, its eyes fixated solely on him, relentlessly pursuing Chen Xing's trail. As the distance from the bus increased, Lu Xiaowang and the others gradually cleared away the debris obstructing the vehicle's path. Chen Xing felt a slight sense of relief. How far is the Phoenix? Just 100 meters more. He was nearing the playground ahead, an expansive area perfect for the final battleground. Without uttering a word, he sprinted along the green arrow displayed on his AI visor. 5 seconds later, he arrived at the school's playground. Meanwhile, the centipede creature, akin to a frenzied leopard, raced towards him. The centipede began to slow down, for that insufferable bug was standing right in the center of the playground, coldly observing it. This incited a peculiar feeling within the centipede. Why had this damned human stopped running? What was the meaning of that gaze? Instinctively, a heavy sense of crisis surged within it. Just as it was about to turn back, several meteors streaked across the night sky. Damn it! Taste my metal storm. High-energy fusion cannon, 4 rapid shots. Chen Xing focused ahead, bringing his hand down with force. Boom, boom, boom. Each shell soared like a shooting star. Descending from the sky, they struck the once mighty centipede with tremendous force. This centipede, mutated to such a degree, was already a prime specimen within the human weapon project. Yet, regardless of its evolution, it remained confined within the realm of carbon-based life forms. The high-energy fusion cannon's 82 mm metal projectiles, traveling at over 1,000 meters per second, carried immense kinetic energy and searing potential, plummeting downwards. Within this range, even the Leopard 2 tank, renowned for its 820 mm thick armor, could not withstand a single shot. Let alone this freshly mutated beast. Ugh. The centipede barely had time to utter a sound before its head was obliterated by the metal projectile. The second shot struck its chest, piercing straight through. The third struck its waist, cleaving it in half. The fourth cannonade decisively impacted its upper body, unleashing a torrential downpour of blood. As the bombardment ceased, Chen Xing stood at the epicenter. Before him lay a crater approximately 30 meters in diameter and 3 meters deep. Above the pit, a foul mist of blood hung in the air. The once fearsome centipede now lay reduced to half of its lower body within the pit. Damn, this high-energy fusion cannon is truly fearsome. It obliterated this creature into mere remnants. With such destruction, Where will I find energy cubes? Was this all in vain? Gazing upon the centipede monster that had already vanished into thin air, Chen Xing could not help but utter a complaint. A distant buzzing sound of a motor reached his ears, prompting him to turn his head. It was Lu Xiaowang and the others who had successfully maneuvered the bus out of the ruins. Chen Xing, what about the centipede monster? Zhang Weiguo inquired. Leaning out of the car window. There, over there. Chen Xing pointed, and Zhang Weiguo followed his gesture, observing the severed half of the centipede nestled in the pit. A wave of relief washing over him. Oh, the centipede monster is dead. The students in the vehicle erupted in cheers. Yet only Luo Chang wore a face shrouded in gloom, casting a dark gaze towards Chen Xing. Chapter 206, The Meeting at Building 301. Yufu Guan Mountain C4. Chen Xing convened everyone for a meeting. Lu Xiaoguang, Zhang Weiguo, Fang Shua, Cheng Lu, and several rescued students gathered around, the atmosphere somewhat tense. Our recent expedition yielded commendable results, Chen Xing began. We discovered a 3D map and ground-penetrating radar, and we also returned with 2 modified buses. Lu Xiaowang nodded in agreement. The 2 vehicles are barely sufficient, yet they cannot accommodate all our supplies. We require additional vehicles. Indeed, Chen Xing replied. I recall there are some private cars in the parking garage below. If we can find a few large off-road vehicles, they would greatly enhance our capacity. He turned to the students. Can you assist in modifying the vehicles? We need to install protective grills and upgrade the power systems. Upon returning, Chen Xing shared all he knew with the 7 students. Unsurprisingly, all of them opted to join his team, expressing their willingness to evacuate from Danzhou alongside him. Guo Liang, a bespectacled student with a bowl haircut, spoke nervously. We can certainly give it a try, but we will need tools and materials. I will procure the necessary tools and materials, Chen Xing assured him. Your task is to expedite the vehicle modifications. Additionally, later, Lao Fang will take you to the garage, where you can select a few suitable off-road vehicles to repair. The parking garage housed hundreds of vehicles, many of which were intact. Yet most had become inoperable due to prolonged disuse. Chen Xing required these automotive-savvy students to identify a selection of reliable vehicles. Leave that to me. I can handle it. Guo Liang replied confidently, encouraged by the prospect of repairing ordinary vehicles. During his university years, he had worked at an auto repair shop during holidays, making car repairs a trivial matter for him. Moreover, Lao Lu, we need to expedite the disposal of surplus supplies, those in used firewood, bedding, and winter clothing. We could exchange them with people from other buildings or even other communities. The goal is to trade for as much food and fuel as possible, or even for the recently slain mutated beasts. Lu Xiaowang stroked his balding head. Why exchange for mutated beasts? Aren't they inedible? While he had no objections to disposing of redundant supplies, he could not comprehend the rationale behind trading for mutated creatures. Chen Xing waved his hand dismissively. Trust me, I have a use for them. Oh, since you find them useful, there is no need to question it further. Once all tasks were delegated, Chen Xing returned to room 3201. The first thing he did was access the Phoenix Intelligent Terminal. Phoenix, how can the base assist us in our evacuation? His safe house had just been upgraded to a level 2 base, transforming it into a duplex mansion. Yet, the looming threat of a nuclear explosion a week later rendered even the most luxurious safe house uninhabitable for him. His singular desire was to depart from Danzhou swiftly. But what about the fixed base? The holographic image of Phoenix materialized before him, its voice remaining calm and composed. The base merely requires one more upgrade to become a mobile base, thus acquiring mobility. At that time, one would be able to accompany the second lieutenant on external missions. It merely requires an upgrade to level 3. Is it truly that simple? Chen Xing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. However, this upgrade is not as straightforward as it seems. In addition to necessitating a substantial amount of energy cubes, a brand new vehicle is required as the core component. The Phoenix continued, explaining that the 2 buses brought back from the university do not meet the criteria, as their chassis lacks the capacity to support the weight of the base. What kind of vehicle do you require then? Chen Xing inquired. Chapter 207. I require a heavy-duty vehicle with a chassis capable of supporting at least 50 tons, and an engine boasting no less than 800 horsepower, Phoenix declared. Chen Xing felt a wave of darkness wash over him. A chassis of 50 tons? An engine exceeding 800 horsepower? It seemed that within the domestic market, such specifications were rare indeed. While finding a 50-ton chassis was not particularly challenging, given that many heavy trucks in the country could be modified to carry 100 tons with relative ease. The real conundrum lay in sourcing an engine with 800 horsepower. The most powerful models available domestically were those heavy trucks, which typically possessed engines ranging between 500 and 600 horsepower. However, Phoenix's demand for 800 horsepower left Chen Xing at a loss. He conducted a search and discovered that the nearby Xiangshan fire station housed a Zhongtianda heavy water firefighting vehicle. This vehicle was built on a Trident 4160 chassis and featured an engine rated at 800 horsepower, aligning perfectly with the base's requirements. It was suggested that the lieutenant might proceed to retrieve this vehicle. Chen Xing's eyes brightened. The Xiangshan fire station? Wasn't that the very place he had sought refuge during his harrowing encounter with Lu Daba? Indeed, there had been a fire truck in the garage at that time. He and Lu Jia had spent a night inside it. It felt as though he had just dozed off when fortune presented itself. Chen Xing prepared to gather his team once more. However, just as he rose, he paused. Having already been on the move for an entire day and night, he could endure the strain, but others might not share his physical resilience. It would be wise to allow everyone a night's rest first. Suddenly, a notification chimed from the gene purification fusion furnace in the kitchen. His expression brightened, and he hastened into the kitchen. In a short while, a golden syringe appeared in his hand, a level 3 gene serum with a purity of 90%. The side effects included diarrhea, vomiting, and muscle soreness, but were not life-threatening. Chen Xing, no longer inclined to linger on the details, rolled up his sleeve and administered the injection to his arm. As the golden liquid coursed through his veins, a wave of warmth enveloped his entire being. Unlike any previous injection, the effects of the serum seemed to manifest with remarkable rapidity. Soon, he felt a rising heat within him, akin to the onset of a fever. An indescribable ache radiated through his muscles and joints, and his body temperature soared, as if he were on the verge of combustion. Without hesitation, he leapt into the bathtub and turned on the tap. The cold water cascaded over him, instantaneously transforming into a cloud of steam. The entire bathroom quickly morphed into a sauna. As Chen Xing opened his eyes, he noticed the residual warmth of the water in the tub. Despite having used cold water, it had now turned warm. Nonetheless, he found solace in the familiarity of the bath, a luxury he had not indulged in for quite some time. He lifted his hand, feeling the air flow through his fingers. It was a remarkably enchanting sensation, as though he could perceive the direction and intensity of the air's movement. Infused with the essence of the phoenix, he suddenly experienced an unusual sensation towards the flow of air, akin to mastering the very wind itself. Rising from the bathtub, with a mere thought, the droplets of water on his skin cascaded away, rendering his previously damp form instantly dry. As he stepped out of the tub, an inexplicable breeze swept through the room. The slippers, located at the doorway, were whisked towards him by the refreshing gust, perfectly sliding onto his feet as he touched the ground. Approaching the mirror, he gazed at his reflection, where golden light danced within his pupils. A faint smile graced his lips, and with a mere thought, a cigarette soared from the box on the sink, gracefully floating to his mouth. He then snapped his fingers, generating a fierce friction between his fingertips, which conjured a small yet intense whirlwind. With a swift motion, a flame ignited, lighting the cigarette perched at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 208. Owner, Chen Xing. Physical attributes, 1, 83. Speed, 2, 5. Agility, 3, 5. Skills, Level 1 Wind Control 30, Level 1 Berserk 90. Level 1 Divine Movement 50. Overall rating, 2, 5. Advanced Elite Human. Chen Xing gazed at his latest statistics. His physical attributes had risen by 0, 2, reaching 1, 83. His speed had increased by 0, 5, now standing at 2, 5. Most astonishingly, his agility had surged by 1, 5, elevating it to 3, 5. No wonder he felt as if he was gliding with every step he took. This was not an exaggeration. Rather, it was an expression of the peculiar sensation accompanying each stride. The instant his foot connected with the ground, it felt as though countless minute whirlwinds were cradling his soles. When he lifted his leg, a multitude of delicate vortices aided in elevating his thigh and torso. When sprinting forward, the experience was even more exhilarating. With merely a thought, a gust of air would propel him from behind, akin to an aircraft suddenly activating afterburners, allowing him to surge forward in an explosive manner. Consequently, he was still struggling to master the precise control of this newfound ability, hesitant to employ such a technique recklessly for fear of colliding with a wall. This was the reason behind his agility enhancement to 3, 5. Furthermore, he had acquired an additional skill, Level 1 Wind Control. With heightened mental acuity and the activation of psychic energy, one could master the winds. The Phoenix began instructing Chen Xing on how to wield this extraordinary power. It was then that Chen Xing comprehended the synergy between mental strength and skills. The higher his mental capacity, the more adept he became at utilizing such powers. Although his proficiency in this skill was currently only 50, he had already begun to appreciate the advantages of wind control. Additionally, his previous Level 2 skill, Silent Stealth, had now transformed into Level 1 Divine Movement. Wait a moment, I can grasp wine control, but what about divine movement? Activating the divine movement skill. With both speed and agility at one, yet it was advised against prolonged use, as it would exhaust a significant amount of stamina, with a recommendation to limit usage to no more than 3 minutes each time. The Phoenix elucidated the characteristics of this mobility skill. Chen Xing was left astounded. With divine movement activated, both speed and agility at one, what more could one desire? Was this not an unequivocal life-saving skill? If activated simultaneously with Berserk, hiss. I refuse to believe that any beast could keep pace with me. Chen Xing smugly wiped his nose. Knock, knock, knock. A knock resounded at the door. And Chen Xing opened the visual access panel. The faces of Lu Xiaowang and his companions appeared on the screen. Chen Xing opened the door. Boss Chen, everyone else has already departed as per your instructions. Are you certain you can manage alone? Shall we send a few more individuals to accompany you? Early that morning, Chen Xing had informed Lu Xiaowang of his intention to visit the fire station to retrieve the fire truck. No need. I have already brought Cheng Lu and Guoliang with me. With the assistance of these two, it is more than sufficient. Chen Xing felt that this task should pose no significant challenge. After all, he had previously visited that fire station, and the dangers within had already been assessed. Cheng Lu, following closely behind Lu Xiaowang, nodded with a smile. Rest assured, Lao Lu, I will accompany Chen Xing. Beside her, Guoliang wore an eager expression, brimming with excitement. Having joined the team for just over a day, he had already discerned Chen Xing's esteemed position within the group. Now, with the team leader's explicit endorsement for him to join the vehicle search, it was an impeccable opportunity to shine. With a click, the door to the adjacent room swung open, revealing Lu Jia, dressed impeccably. Chen Xing, I shall accompany you as well. You? Is your health fully restored? Chen Xing expressed his concern regarding Lu Jia's well-being. Chapter 209. Lu Jia nodded, expressing, I have almost fully recovered. I can no longer remain idle at home. If I continue to lie around, I fear I may become rusty. Chen Xing understood that she was likely feeling a sense of urgency, and thus did not dissuade her. Although Lu Jia had taken a few days off due to illness, during that time, Chen Xing's team had undergone remarkable transformations. Lu Xiaowang and several other middle-aged members had rapidly matured through their experiences in combat. Even Cheng Lu, initially an air hostess, had now become a trusted member of the team. Lu Jia recognized that if she wished to sustain her position within the team long-term, she must demonstrate her worth. Merely warming Chen Xing's bed would not only lead to her being looked down upon, but also, the reality is that every woman eventually faces the inevitability of aging. Therefore, she was determined not to slack off. She aimed to seize every opportunity to accompany Chen Xing on outings, honing her skills and enhancing her capabilities in order to adapt swiftly to this harsh world. However, what surprised her was the presence of Li Qiwan, who stood behind her, equally attired and holding a discarded composite bow once belonging to Cheng Lu. Professor Li, what brings you here? Lu Jia inquired. I am aware of a private clinic near the fire station. This time, I thought we could go together. I wish to see if I can find some medication there. The last time I visited the fire station, the medical room had been completely ransacked by Chen Xing, Li Qiwan replied. The information she provided was indeed a pleasant surprise. He had no knowledge of a private clinic nearby. Well then, old Lu, you can rest easy now. There are 5 of us in total, Lu Xiaowang remarked, glancing at the 3 women in the team. Truthfully, only Cheng Lu possessed any combat capability, while Lu Jia could only be considered half of one. As for Li Qiwan and Guoliang, they were both novices, so it would be best to temper expectations. However, with Chen Xing's abilities, he should be able to manage. With that thought, Lu Xiaowang relaxed his insistence. Yet, in the moment Lu Xiaowang turned away, Chen Xing quickly embraced his neck, whispering, When we embark on the mission today, please keep an eye on Luo Chang. A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Xiaowang's eyes. Rest assured, I know what to do. At any moment, a team does not require a rebel opposing its leader. Although Lu Xiaowang was generally amiable, it did not mean he was incapable of dealing with others. He had observed Luo Chang's antagonistic behavior towards Chen Xing, and, now that Chen Xing had brought it up, he instinctively knew how to handle the situation. The snow fell heavily, enveloping the world in a shroud of chaos. The fierce winds howled, lifting a flurry of snowflakes that danced through the air like countless white specters. Chen Xing and his companions trudged laboriously through the snow, the thick layers reaching their ankles. Each step felt as if they were extracting their feet from a quagmire. Arduous and laborious. In 300 meters, we will reach the fire station, so everyone be cautious, Chen Xing advised, gazing into the distance. The drone overhead had already reached the fire station. The imagery was swiftly transmitted to his AI goggles. With the cold wind swirling the snowflakes around the fire station's weathered red exterior. Inside the fire station, silence reigned. save for a few fresh scratches on the garage's rolling door. It appeared to be the ravages left by some unknown beast's claws. Chen Xing's pupils slightly contracted. Within the fire station, there were no signs of life. Everything seemed normal, thus a level 3 alert was advised. The voice of the Phoenix echoed, and Chen Xing felt a sense of relief wash over him. Thankfully, his assessment had been accurate. Let us go. He gestured with his hand, and the quartet behind him swiftly followed his lead. Moments later, they arrived at the entrance of the fire station. What is that? Li Qingwan's voice suddenly rose in pitch. Everyone's bodies tensed as they turned in the direction she indicated. The electric sliding door of the fire station hung askew, revealing several charred black shapes scattered across the snow-covered playground behind it. Chen Xing recalled the harrowing battle he had faced here a week prior against a pack of wolves. Those were the remnants of the wolves scorched to ash by the flames emitted from the vibrant pheasant. Even after days of heavy snowfall, the brutal evidence of that day had not been obscured, a testament to the ferocity of the clash. It's the battlefield from last time, Lu Jia's voice trembled. She could never forget the eyes of the Silver Wolf King, resembling two flickering will-o'-the-wisps. All right, stop looking. We must hurry inside. Standing before the fire station's entrance, Chen Xing felt no sense of impending danger. He was aware that the fire station was secure for the time being, and the group filed into the station. Chapter 210. As Guoliang pried opened the slightly deformed roller shutter door with a soldier's shovel, a grating sound pierced the air, eliciting a wince. Cheng Lu flicked on the flashlight beneath the shotgun, its beam sweeping across the garage. The heavy fire truck where Chen Xing had previously concealed himself remained stationary, allowing Chen Xing to breathe a sigh of relief. However, his relief was short-lived as he noticed a half-frozen wolf's leg hanging from the ladder atop the vehicle. His pupils constricted involuntarily. It seemed the fire station had not been as tranquil as he had hoped in recent days. Guoliang, inspect the vehicles. Cheng Lu, Lu Jia, maintain vigilance. Phoenix, deploy drones to search the fire station again. Professor Li, let us proceed to the clinic you mentioned. Report any unusual activity immediately via the intercom. Chen Xing swiftly issued the orders. Understood, came the chorus of responses from the group. 5 minutes later, in a narrow alley behind the fire station, they encountered a small clinic with shattered doors and windows, the snow inside accumulating to nearly half a foot. Li Qingwan sighed in bitter resignation, shaking her head. It appears we have arrived too late. Chen Xing nodded. Should we still go in? Forget it. I see no necessity. Let's head back. Li Qingwan replied, turning on her heel, with Chen Xing following closely behind without uttering another word. The vehicle's engine was in excellent condition, the chassis intact, with 75 battery life and 53 fuel remaining. In the garage, Guoliang was fervently inspecting the fire truck, his voice emanating from the front of the vehicle, tinged with suppressed excitement. Although it was his first encounter with a fire truck, he was undeterred. After his thorough examination, he declared the vehicle's condition to be impeccable. However, Li Qingwan tugged at Chen Xing's protective suit. What is it? Chen Xing inquired. Typically, fire stations are equipped with their own fuel reserves for emergencies. Have you searched for the fuel depot here? If not, it might be worth a look. There could be unexpected surprises. Chen Xing paused. Then his face lit up with elation. Fuel was precisely what they lacked, and had Li Qingwan not mentioned it, he would have remained oblivious to the possibility of a fuel reserve at the fire station. Phoenix immediately commenced a search of the entire fire station to locate the fuel depot. Buzz, 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 as soon as Chen Xing issued the command. 3 drones darted forth like arrows released from a bow. In less than half a minute, a significant discovery was made. The group arrived at the fire station's backyard, where a row of storage rooms stood. Guoliang used a crowbar to break the frozen hinges, the door creaking ominously as it opened. The sharp, acrid scent of diesel wafted towards them, revealing 30 neatly stacked blue barrels within an explosion-proof cabinet. Wow, there really is fuel, exclaimed Cheng Lu, dashing forward, her tactical vest brushing against the wall and dislodging dust, revealing a faded hazard storage sign. The military green barrels bore anti-static labels that glimmered in the light of the flashlight. Guoliang approached, lifting a barrel, then turned back with a beaming expression. Boss Chen, it's full. Chen Xing, equally elated, spun around and clapped a hand on Professor Li Qingwan's shoulder. Professor Li, you truly are my lucky star. Li Qingwan remained silent. Yet a fleeting blush graced her pale face. How splendid. With this oil, there is enough to fuel the fire truck for 500 kilometers. Lu Jiao whispered in delight. But that's not all. Guoliang suddenly leaned closer to Chen Xing. Brother Chen, if we could acquire the perovskite solar panels for our research group, this vehicle's range could extend to 2,000 kilometers. Oh, what is that? Chen Xing inquired in confusion. Guoliang chuckled heartily. Chapter 211 recounts a research project spearheaded by our mentor a few years ago, primarily focused on the development of cutting-edge perovskite solar panels. After 3 years of diligent research, we finally achieved results last year. Upon hearing this, Chen Xing felt a jolt of excitement. He recalled the solar charging panel he acquired earlier at the bus station, which had been integrated into the safe house, transforming it into a level 1 energy recycling system. If the safe house were to undergo another upgrade and provide him with a set of solar panels, he pondered, what would be the photovoltaic conversion efficiency of such panels? Having had prior exposure to solar technology, Chen Xing had a fair understanding of solar panels. Chen Ge. It seems you were quite knowledgeable about solar panels, Guoliang remarked, taken aback by Chen Xing's use of technical jargon. Chen Xing feigned depth, nodding slightly, before the apocalypse. I was involved in financing and encountered several solar projects. You truly are well informed. Guoliang flattered him before launching into an enthusiastic discourse. Our research on these solar panels employs the most advanced technology in the solar energy field. Theoretically, the photovoltaic conversion rate can reach 36. Even in the current environment, it can achieve 22. Guoliang spoke fervently about their project, and Chen Xing felt his heart race. To think that in such heavy snowfall, an efficiency of 22 could be attained? The perovskite solar panels could indeed achieve this. Phoenix affirmed this, proving that Guoliang was not lying. That's wonderful. Have these solar panels been mass-produced? Chen Xing inquired eagerly. Only about 100 units were produced. We originally planned to participate in this year's photovoltaic exhibition to promote them to the world. Guoliang replied with a wry smile. Where are those solar panels located? Chen Xing pressed on. They're at the Polytechnic Science Park, on the 7th floor of Block B. Our minter registered a company there. And the production base is situated in that location. Guoliang divulged all he knew. Then what are we waiting for? Let's fill up the fuel tank and head over there. Chen Xing exclaimed with enthusiasm. The group turned to leave, but a drone swept past from the corner of the wall. Discovery. Phoenix commanded, maneuvering the drone swiftly to the far left of the warehouse row. With a creak, it was Chen Xing who pried open the rolling shutter door, eliciting a gasp from Guoliang behind him. A dark red vehicle glimmered coldly in the light. Guoliang rushed forward, running his fingers over the dented bumper of the vehicle. It's a Mercedes Ultra Tower with a water capacity of 20 tons. He kicked aside scattered mate and its tools. It's merely a drive shaft malfunction. We can tow it back for repairs, and it will certainly be usable. All right. You go ahead and refuel the vehicle in front. We'll come back for this one later, Chen Xing suggested, providing an excuse to send Guoliang away. The moment Guoliang turned, Chen Xing swiftly scanned his wristwatch, and the heavy-duty fire truck was seamlessly stored in his folding space. Chen Xing sat behind the steering wheel, acclimatizing himself to the sensations of driving the fire truck. Despite its considerable size, the vehicle exhibited no clumsiness. It moved with remarkable fluidity. The powerful engine delivered an unceasing flow of energy, propelling the vibrant red truck forward like a formidable beast upon the road, effortlessly pushing aside the thick layer of snow that blanketed the surface. Green arrows continuously appeared on Chen Xing's AI visor, guiding him along the most accurate path. With the assistance of the 3D map provided by Phoenix, he felt no trepidation about veering off course, even as the city streets lay entirely obscured beneath a heavy snowfall. After half an hour, they arrived at the Science and Technology Park, located less than 1,000 meters south of the Polytechnic University. Chapter 212. The so-called Science and Technology Park is, in fact, comprised of 3 imposing buildings situated just beyond the southern gate of the university. This venture has been funded by the institution itself, primarily aimed at fostering a nurturing incubator for both faculty and students to embark on entrepreneurial endeavors. Numerous small to medium-sized tech innovation enterprises have taken root here in Danzhou. Chen Xing had previously heard many tales regarding the illustrious companies that emerged from this very place. Little did he anticipate that he would find himself here today under such peculiar circumstances. As the fire truck traversed the icy thoroughfare, it made its way into the parking lot of the park. The biting wind howled through the desolate expanse, sending a chill creeping down Chen Xing's neck. Scattered across the parking lot were over 20 vehicles, haphazardly positioned in disarray. Some lay overturned on their sides, while others rested belly up, resembling discarded toys cast aside by a giant. Distorted engine hoods bore the marks of some creature's claws. An overwhelming sense of crisis enveloped him. Chen Xing was acutely aware that something lurked within that building. Brother Chen, our teacher's company is on the 7th floor of that building. Guoliang pointed to the central edifice. The entire floor, including the office and production area, is situated there. He was about to push the door open to exit the vehicle when Chen Xing swiftly pulled him back. What's wrong, Brother Chen? Let me scout the area first. He replied. The 6 drones released by the Phoenix advanced in a fan-like formation, transmitting images that revealed only fluttering curtains dancing in the broken windows. Thermal imaging showed no anomalies, and no signs of biological activity were detected. After half an hour, the drones had thoroughly surveyed the entirety of Building B. Chen Xing furrowed his brow. This was unexpected. How could the Phoenix have found nothing? Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart. Cheng Lu observed the stern expression on Chen Xing's face, noting the perspiration pooling on his palm that gripped the firearm. Having accompanied him on several missions, she understood his acute sense of impending danger very well. Whenever he bore such a countenance, it signified that the situation could be dire. Let us proceed inside. But everyone must remain vigilant. Glancing at the dimming sky, Chen Xing was reluctant to waste any further time and decisively pushed the door open. The five of them formed a wedge-shaped combat team as they entered the building. Chen Xing led the way, flanked by Cheng Lu and Lu Jia on either side, while Guoliang and Li Qingwan maintained a vigilant watch at the rear, constantly looking back to monitor their exit. The elevator shaft of Building B was encrusted with icicles as they ascended to the 7th floor via the fire escape. The shattered company logo still bore the words of a renewable energy research firm. "This is it," Guoliang exclaimed with delight, but suddenly recalling something. He covered his mouth in surprise. Chen Xing did not rush inside, but instead deployed the drones and a reconnaissance orb to thoroughly inspect the premises both inside and out. Confirming the absence of any suspicious biological traces, he finally led the group into the company. Upon entering, Guoliang appeared to thrive in the environment. Taking the lead, he quickly located the warehouse situated at the rear of the company. "The goods are right in here," he declared, a self-satisfied grin adorning his face as he pointed at the rolling shutter door. Without waiting for Chen Xing to speak, he seized a crowbar and began to prying open the shutter. Suddenly, a sense of impending danger enveloped Chen Xing, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Chen Xing abruptly turned around as several drones above him redirected their weaponry. However, no mutated creatures emerged from behind. With a crash, Guoliang pried open the roll-up door. Just as Chen Xing turned and took a half-step forward, an unexpected low-frequency vibration surged up from beneath his feet. Chapter 213. The alarm of the Phoenix and Cheng Lu's scream erupted simultaneously as a colossal white shadow surged forward, enveloped in ice shards. "Chen Xing, be careful." Cheng Lu lunged forward, pushing him aside. In that fleeting moment, the bear's paw grazed her shoulder, tearing her chest armor open like blossoming cotton. The weight of over 100 pounds was sent hurtling backward, akin to a struck tennis ball, crashing into the shelves behind them. Chen Xing rolled away from the second strike, finally glimpsing the creature before him. It was a mutated polar bear, now rising to stand on its hind legs. Its 5-meter-tall frame nearly breached the warehouse's ceiling, with a mangled left ear dripping blue-purple blood that blossomed into icy thorns upon contact with the ground. The great rhinoceros in Chen Xing's hand bellowed fiercely in the frigid temperature of 30 below. The Phoenix's warning and the bear's strike converged. Mutated polar bear. Old injury on the right forelimb. Level 3 mutated organism. Surface temperature 190, in a state of absolute freezing. Direct confrontation is not advisable. Lieutenant should evacuate immediately. Chen Xing's great rhinoceros pistol unleashed a continuous stream of fire. The colossal bear neither flinched nor dodged. The bullets embedded themselves in its ice crystal-covered fur as though striking cotton. Above, 6 drones armed with shotguns dove to unleash their fire, yet the pellets crystallized into silver ice beads in the icy mist expelled by the bear's roar. Even the high-voltage cable shot from the robotic ball froze solid upon contact with the bear's white fur. Chen Xing propelled himself off the wall, harnessing the wind-based ability to transform air resistance into thrust. The bullets fired from the great rhinoceros pierced through the sound barrier, aimed at the bear's eyes, but were deflected by an ice crystal shield just a centimeter away. Chen Xing was astonished. Every one of his offensive tactics proved utterly ineffective against this behemoth. "Retreat. All personnel to the fire truck," Chen Xing bellowed, turning back. In an instant, a folding space consumed the concrete block that was about to strike Lu Jia. The AI goggles displayed the icy blue pupils of the great bear. It exhaled streams of white mist. The drone swarm controlled by the Phoenix wove a net of firepower in the air, illuminating the lightning-shaped scar on the bear's right arm with tracer rounds. No wonder the drones had failed to detect any biological activity earlier. This great bear had likely been hibernating and healing within the warehouse, only to be unexpectedly roused by their intrusion. Truly unfortunate. Li Qingwan and Lu Jia were dragging the unconscious Cheng Lu and Guoliang towards the stairwell. Chen Xing finally breathed a sigh of relief. With his teammates in retreat, he felt a sense of security. As he turned back, he suddenly sensed the airflow around his ears becoming viscous. The polar bear's exhaled mist coalesced into ice spikes in the air, yet as they touched his skin, they were dispersed by an invisible force. This was level 1 wind control, forming a small cyclone before him. Chen Xing referred to it as the wind shield. As he sidestepped the bear's paw, he distinctly observed the air creating a ripple-like turbulence around its claws. The change in air density became palpable. The phoenix's voice resonated once more. It is advisable for the host to attempt to manipulate the pressure gradient. The great bear, finding its ice column attack ineffective, swung its massive paw forward. Chen Xing's thoughts harmonized as he summoned a swirling vortex before him. The polar bear's strike indeed seemed to collide with the viscous air. Its speed and power instantly halved. A flicker of astonishment crossed the bear's ice-blue eyes, clearly perplexed by this unforeseen phenomenon. The drone's shotgun continued its relentless barrage. But this time, the steel pellets, empowered by the vortex, surged forward with newfound velocity. At last, they erupted into a spray of crimson upon the bear's visage. Chen Xing's expression brightened. It seemed that you were not entirely insurmountable after all. Chapter 214, Roar. The excruciating pain compelled the colossal bear-man to rise, its facial wounds visibly mending at an astonishing pace. This mutated behemoth had its fur standing on end like steel needles, with a bullet hole lodged in its left eye, the flesh visibly writhing as it healed. A shimmering layer of ice began to form across its visage. Chen Xing continued to channel his psychic energy, manipulating the wind to accelerate the bullets discharged from his shotgun. Yet, even the furious barrage of bullets merely sparked against the icy surface. After several futile attempts to enhance his assault, the giant bear lunged forward with sudden ferocity. Chen Xing gritted his teeth, his muscles instantaneously swelling, his legs expanding dramatically as he propelled himself off the wall into the air. The atmospheric resistance adjustment had taken effect. The Phoenix was continuously tracking and assessing the situation. Warning, warning, beware of the ice spear to your right rear. The cunning bear's lunge was merely a feint. At the moment it forced Chen Xing into the air, it swung its left paw. Suddenly, a glistening ice spear erupted from the wall in the direction Chen Xing was retreating. As he saw the ice spear looming behind him, he disregarded the searing pain piercing through his mind. Channeling his psychic energy, the wind-based ability wrapped around his feet like an invisible current, granting him leverage. His left foot stepped upon his right, spiraling him upward. This seemingly impossible maneuver was indeed realized. In midair, Chen Xing managed to shift laterally by 2 meters, narrowly evading the ice spear that had shot up behind him. However, he could not escape the bear's massive paw descending upon him. The Phoenix's warnings and data streams flickered across his tactical visor. Chen Xing's pupils dilated as he braced against the intense pain in his mind, forcing his psychic energy to coalesce into a thick cyclone before him. The enormous paw surged forward, the air swirling violently. As the blue-glowing claws connected with Chen Xing's chest, it felt as though he had plunged into a viscous liquid, his speed diminishing. In contrast, he seemed to be swept away like a snowflake caught in a tempest. Gently propelled backward, 3 meters away, Chen Xing knelt on one knee, the bulletproof plate on his chest having been sent flying. His protective suit had been torn open in 3 places by the bear's claws, blood seeping slowly into its inner lining. Warning: the protective suit has been compromised. Defense capability reduced by 50. Immediate repairs recommended. Chen Xing spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, suppressing the metallic taste in his throat. Damn, he had been hit. Fortunately, the suit absorbed most of the force, otherwise he would have been disemboweled by that strike. Lifting his gaze to the giant bear across from him, he noted that it too was panting heavily, not launching another assault. Its ears dripped with blood, and the wound on its right forelimb began to rupture, pale blue blood oozing forth. It seemed its previous injuries had curtailed its offensive capabilities, which was indeed a stroke of good fortune for him. Chen Xing attempted to channel his psychic energy once more, but the moment he did, a wave of agonizing pain surged through his head. Warning, warning, excessive mental strain detected. Continued overextension is not advised. Chen Xing paused, glancing at his attribute panel. Mental energy, 0. 5. His mental energy had plummeted to a mere 0. 5. Alas. It appears that continuously channeling one's psychic energy to enhance bullets with the power of the wind comes at a cost. It necessitates the expenditure of mental fortitude. Phoenix, why did you not inform me of this earlier? I did mention it. However, you were so elated at the time that you paid no heed. Chen Xing was overwhelmed with frustration. The frigid wind, laden with icy particles, battered against the AI visor, while Chen Xing sheltered behind a fractured load-bearing pillar. Inside the electronic visor, the crimson data of vital signs pulsated ominously. Chapter 215, 10 meters away, a colossal white beast, towering at 5 meters, had inexplicably seized a corpse and commenced its frenzied gnawing. Blood of an icy blue hue oozed from its right forelimb, the flow gradually diminishing as the wound began to writhe and mend itself. Lieutenant, the target's biological magnetic field exhibits abnormal fluctuations. The distinctive mechanical voice of the Phoenix crackled through the earpiece. The creature was rapidly regenerating. Immediate action was advised to disrupt its healing process. Chen Xing tightened his grip on the great rhinoceros firearm, the frost that had formed on its barrel melting into droplets upon his palm. A glint of icy determination flashed in his eyes as he darted out from behind the support pillar, unleashing a lethal blaze from the great rhinoceros. 6 drones swooped down from the shattered ceiling, their shotguns unleashing tongues of fire. They launched a ferocious assault. Yet thousands of steel pellets crystallized into ice upon contact with the giant bear's snowy fur. The bear's roar shattered every glass pane within a 30-meter radius, an unexpected blizzard materializing within the enclosed space. Chen Xing executed a quick roll to evade a sweeping blade of ice. The concrete wall behind him cleaved open with a 5-meter gash. The tactical visor displayed the remaining rampage time, 6 minutes and 23 seconds. Damn. This meant he had to conclude the battle within that time frame. He propelled himself off the ground, the wind suddenly thickening, the air's flow weaving a pale blue net upon his retina. Although the Phoenix advised against exhausting his mental energy, he could no longer afford to heed such warnings. He gritted his teeth against the searing pain, amplifying the air resistance above the polar bear's head to tenfold. The beast's paw movements became sluggish, as if ensnared in a quagmire. This was the moment he had been waiting for. In an activated state of his abilities, the entire world slowed to a crawl. Chen Xing beheld the polar bear's slow, sweeping claws, seemingly foreseeing the trajectory of its strikes. He twisted midair, folding space abruptly. 200-pound boulders were continuously flung from the folded dimension, akin to precisely deployed massive explosives. They struck the bear with pinpoint accuracy, thudding against its chest. These were remnants he had scavenged from the fire station. A mere sample won't suffice to subdue you. As the 7th boulder collided with the bear's back, the sound of shattering bones resonated clearly, and the polar bear finally emitted a pained howl. At this moment, Chen Xing had already expended all his resources. Yet this colossal beast still clung to life. His expression hardened. Damn it, he would fight to the bitter end. With a resounding crash, the damaged fire truck that had been stowed in the spatial fold plummeted down. The 50-ton weight pressed the polar bear into the floor, causing the entire building to tremble. Suddenly, an eerie silence enveloped the structure. A chilling wind rushed in through the shattered windows, leaving Chen Xing only the sound of the howling cold in his ears. That monster, it should be dead, right? Chen Xing slowly rose to his feet. Vital signs of the target. The Phoenix's voice suddenly sharpened. Warning. Energy levels have exceeded critical thresholds. Chen Xing's pupils contracted in shock. Damn it, it was still alive. The polar bear's roar reverberated, causing the building's load-bearing columns to tremble and shed dust. Suddenly, a blinding blue light erupted from the fire truck, and the ice enveloped the vehicle as if it were a living creature, instantly transforming it into a colossal ice mass. The scene of the fire truck being hurled into the air resembled a slow-motion disaster film. Chen Xing knelt in astonishment at the 7th-floor window, his AI visor indicating that the duration of the raging skill was a mere 47 seconds remaining. Danger, extreme danger. The mutated giant bear had surpassed its limits and descended to a level 4 mutated creature. An immediate retreat was advised, urgently. Damn it. This beast managed to break through at the critical moment and has gone berserk. Chapter 216. The Arctic bear, enshrouded in icy flames, rose to its feet, its massive maw opening to expel a blue orb of ice. Chen Xing retrieved a piece of crocodile meat from his spatial inventory and quickly consumed it. The excruciating pain that had enveloped his body was instantly replaced by a wave of warmth. As the soothing current coursed through him, the agony dissipated entirely. Chen Xing cast a glance at his data panel. Mental power, 1 0, strength, 1, 5, speed, 2, agility, 2. The relentless use of his berserk skills had led to significant declines in all his attributes due to the exhaustion of his stamina and continuous injuries. However, upon consuming the purified crocodile meat from the food synthesizer, his stats remarkably rejuvenated. Most gratifying was the restoration of his mental power to 1, 0, signifying that he could still muster one final effort. The colossal bear, its gaze fixated on him, prompted Chen Xing to leap out of the window at a critical moment, as the entire floor behind him was shattered by a storm of ice arrows. The blue orb he had expelled had now expanded to a diameter of 2 meters. An alarm blared in his AI visor. Warning, warning, locked on. Locked on. Yellow triangular indicators flooded his field of vision. With a swift motion, Chen Xing hurled a Molotov cocktail into the air, disrupting the bear's accumulation of energy. A flash of blue light ignited, and a chilling wind howled in response. The Molotov cocktail froze midair, transforming into an ice block. As he plummeted, Chen Xing spread his arms wide, allowing the air currents to support his descent like an invisible glider. In those 7 seconds of freefall, he gained a deeper understanding of his wind-based abilities. The true essence lay not in evasion, but in control. 3 meters from the ground, he suddenly halted in midair. A shadow loomed above him, and he deftly maneuvered to the side, evading a heavy object crashing to the earth. The Arctic bear had followed him down. It appeared that the bear, empowered yet not more intelligent, had succumbed to madness at the sight of its disappearing target. In its frenzy, it believed that if Chen Xing could glide, so could it. The inevitable result was a catastrophic impact, leaving it a mere heap upon the ground. Upon landing, Chen Xing's graceful descent resembled a leaf dancing in the wind. Approaching the bear's battered form, he observed the creature still twitching, its fractured ribs visibly regenerating at an alarming rate. This creature's vitality was astonishingly fierce, despite its dire state. It had not succumbed to death. A glint of cold determination flickered in Chen Xing's eyes. Alas, your fortune has run dry in my presence. I shall not grant you another chance. Calling for base support, he commanded, deploy firepower. Set targeting parameters. Azimuth 2700, elevation 0680. 4 rapid-fire shots, launch. As Chen Xing darted into the lobby, the shells whistled through the air, en route to their intended target. A brilliant blaze erupted in the parking lot outside the first floor. A tremendous shockwave from the explosion shattered every window and door on that level. Once the chaos subsided, Chen Xing stepped outside. The previously vacant parking lot now bore a gaping crater, 10 meters in diameter and 3 meters deep. The polar bear had vanished without a trace, leaving only its head, lifeless and hanging inverted at the bottom of the pit. Chen Xing shook his head with a sigh, pondering the futility of it all. After retrieving the bear's head, he re-entered the building. In the stairwell on the 5th floor, he encountered Li Qiwan and Lu Jia, who were dragging along Cheng Lu and Guoliang. The 2 women, drenched in sweat, could manage only to bring Cheng Lu and Guoliang this far, as physical endurance was not their forte. You 2 take them down to the car and wait for me, Chen Xing instructed. I will go up to retrieve the solar panels. Chapter 217. All right, but please be swift. Our physical stamina is limited, Li Qiwan candidly remarked. And Chen Xing nodded in agreement. You need not worry about this. With a swift motion, he deployed the rotting ball. From its sides, folding stretchers emerged. This device, typically designed for surveillance, capture, and transportation, had seen its combat capabilities significantly diminished due to a shortage of components. However, it remained fully capable of transport. The stretchers unfolded, and mechanical appendages securely grasped the 2 injured individuals, binding them tightly in place before rolling down the staircase. Be cautious, do not jostle the injured, or it may lead to internal bleeding, Li Qiwan shouted with a face full of concern, yet the ensuing scene left her utterly astounded. The spherical robot traversed the staircase with remarkable speed, as if gliding effortlessly. There was no jolt. The 2 patients reclined on the stretchers, as steady as a rock. Li Qiwan cast an incredulous glance at Chen Xing. This cutting-edge technology, where on earth did he acquire it? But Chen Xing had no time to elaborate. He turned and ascended the stairs with haste. An hour later, back in Building 4 of the community, Chen Xing was in the conference room on the 3rd floor, listening to Lu Xiaowang report on the day's events. However, his mind was somewhat elsewhere, as Cheng Lu and Guoliang were still in the operating room, with Li Qiwan performing the surgery on them. The exchange of supplies that day had not gone particularly smoothly. Lao Feng's transactions in the underground market of the community were fairly successful. A portion of the accumulated cotton clothing and blankets had been traded without issue. Yet, the transactions I was responsible for in the outside world encountered unforeseen complications. Lu Xiaowang's mood was somewhat somber. Chen Xing raised an eyebrow. Oh, what transpired? Please elaborate. Previously, Zhang Lu had helped me contact the leader of the Hongshan scenic community for a trade. The supplies exchanged were pre-negotiated, and the transaction proceeded relatively smoothly. However, on our return journey, we were ambushed. 2 of our brothers were injured, and all the supplies were stolen. Lu Xiaowang's voice grew increasingly subdued, and he scarcely dared to meet Chen Xing's gaze. Before setting out today, he had confidently assured Chen Xing to watch and see. Yet now, not only were 2 of his subordinates gravely injured, but the supplies had also been taken. He was the only one to return unscathed, leaving him at a loss for how to face Chen Xing. Chen Xing's expression hardened as he regarded Lu Xiaowang. Do you know who was behind the attack? We captured one of their members, but he is quite resilient and has yet to divulge the desired information. Then apply more pressure, Chen Xing commanded fiercely. Recently, he had been systematically eliminating the Lu Debao's, Yu Yang's, and Zhang Tianhao's band of thugs, establishing a notorious reputation. Yet even so, there were still those bold enough to assault his team. This was akin to challenging a dragon in its lair, an utter disregard for his authority. These scoundrels, regardless of their identity, must be tracked down and eradicated. With a resounding bang, the conference room door swung open. Bloodied and battered, Li Qingwan staggered inside. Cheng Lu suffered a ruptured spleen, and Guo Liang had a fractured left leg. I have already extracted the bullets from the gunshot wounds of the other two individuals. However, in order to save Cheng Lu and Guo Liang, a proper surgical facility is imperative, Li Qingwan stated. Chen Xing's clenched fists turned pale from the pressure. Not only were Cheng Lu and Guo Liang gravely injured, but Lu Xiaowang's team, which was engaged in a resource exchange, had also fallen into an ambush. Truly, calamity does not strike alone. Chapter 218. Chen Xing closed his eyes, pinching the bridge of his nose. How much longer could they endure? At most 12 hours. They must locate an operating room, or at least equipment suitable for a conventional surgical setting. Li Qingwan tore off her bloodied gloves, the light casting a pallor upon her face. Chen Xing reached out, retrieving 2 dark chunks of meat. Let them have this first. These were 2 pieces of crocodile meat, purified through a food synthesis furnace. Li Qingwan looked on in astonishment. Chen Xing, what is this? Do not concern yourself. Whether they consume it directly or I mash it for them, they must eat. Chen Xing brusquely interrupted Li Qingwan. He was uncertain if this mutated beast meat could save the 2 of them, but he estimated it might sustain their breath for a while. After all, he had personally experienced the benefits of this mutated meat. Besides, he had no better alternatives at this moment. It was a desperate gamble, akin to treating a dead horse as if it were a living one. I know of a hospital near our community that possesses standard operating rooms. We should be able to find surgical equipment there. Li Qingwan spoke softly to Chen Xing. She understood that his earlier rudeness was not his true nature. This young man carried a burden of responsibilities that were not rightfully his. Chen Xing abruptly opened his eyes. Really? You're not referring to the second hospital of Medical University, are you? Li Qingwan shook her head with a smile. The second hospital of Medical University is 15 kilometers away from our community. I know of a hospital that is merely 4 kilometers away. Chen Xing stood up suddenly. Then, you must first give those 2 the meat. Wait for me for half an hour. I need to gather myself. Lu Xiaowang, I hope that by the time I return, you will have extracted the true culprit from that man's mouth. Rest assured, this matter is in my hands. No matter how tough his teeth, I will pry them out one by one. Lu Xiaowang vowed fiercely, thumping his chest. Inside room 3201, Phoenix. If I locate the surgical equipment, can the base evolve to create a corresponding medical facility? His washing machine, air fryer, and rice cooker had all mutated alongside the upgrades of the safe house. The found machinery had continually integrated with other processing tools, transforming into a light weapons manufacturing center. What if a complete set of surgical equipment were found? Chen Xing posed the question to Phoenix. Indeed, Lieutenant. This is also what I wished to discuss with you earlier. To ensure a safe evacuation from the city and to secure a sustainable life beyond its confines, you will indeed require a complete surgical suite. I can merge and upgrade the equipment into a medical pod during the next enhancement. The medical pod can facilitate all types of surgeries up to level 4. Upon hearing Phoenix's explanation, Chen Xing's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Surgeries below level 4. What did that entail? Beyond limb regeneration, it included wound suturing, endoscopic removals, and much more. Phoenix enumerated dozens of surgical terminologies in one breath. Chen Xing listened, his eyes widening in astonishment. He struggled to recall most surgeries, yet the concept of limb regeneration remained vividly etched in his memory. Could a severed limb truly be restored? However, this procedure seemed to require equipment far beyond the ordinary operating room standards. Never mind that for now. First, he needed to gather the necessary surgical apparatus and ensure the survival of Cheng Lu and Guo Liang. Cheng Lu had sustained grave injuries while attempting to save him. He could not bear to witness Cheng Lu's demise. Ding! A notification sounded from the kitchen, signaling the completion of the gene fusion furnace. Chen Xing swiftly made his way to the kitchen, and moments later, he found himself holding a green syringe. It was a level 2 gene serum, boasting a purity of 95. The potential side effects of the injection were minimal, with no risk of fatality. Chapter 219. What is there to hesitate about? Chen Xing rolled up his trousers and plunged the needle into his thigh. As the green liquid was injected, he felt a sudden twitch in the muscles of his leg. Moments later, veins, thick as fingers, began to emerge on his thigh. The already well-defined contours of his leg seemed to swell even further. The muscles beneath the skin writhed as if seeking their optimal arrangement, despite the excruciating pain causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Chen Xing gritted his teeth and endured. This gene serum was derived from the anthropomorphic being Tang E of Building 14. As this individual belonged to a hybrid class of human, whose DNA had not yet completely deteriorated. The purification process was expedited, taking merely 10 hours. Moreover, the purity of the gene serum was remarkably high, resulting in minimal adverse reactions. 15 minutes later, Chen Xing lowered his trousers, only to be taken aback by the sight. His pants appeared tighter than before. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that his thighs and calves had indeed grown more robust. His legs were now adorned with prominent veins, and the muscle definition was strikingly pronounced. He abruptly stood up from the bar stool, and his body seemed to spring forth as if propelled by a coil. In an instant, he leapt into the living room. Had it not been for the 6-meter-high ceiling of his duplex home, he surely would have crashed through the floor. Chen Xing's face radiated with astonishment as he gazed at his limbs. Although they had become somewhat bulkier and less aesthetically pleasing, the sense of power was exhilarating. It felt as though his legs were equipped with springs. Remarkably, he hadn't even exerted himself, yet had already jumped 5 meters in distance and over 3 meters in height. Just imagine the potential if he truly harnessed his strength. He crouched slightly, then unleashed a powerful thrust from his legs. In the blink of an eye, the 6-meter ceiling loomed before him. Thankfully, he moderated his force midway, otherwise he would have collided headfirst with the lofty ceiling of his grand living room. Incredible! He had barely used 60 of his strength yet soared over 5 meters high. If he were to exert his full capability, he could easily surpass 7 or 8 meters. In the pre-apocalyptic world, he would surely have shattered records with such prowess. Chen Xing pulled up his attribute panel. Owner, Chen Xing. Physical quality, 1, 85. Strength, 2, 6. Speed, 3, 0. Agility, 4, 0. Skills, Level 1 Swift Movement 50, Level 1 Berserk 90, Level 1 Wind Control 90. Overall rating, 2, 8. Elite Human Incredible. There was a general increase across the board. His physical quality rose by 0, 0.2, Strength by 0, 0.9, Speed by 0, 5, and Agility by 0, 5. No wonder his jumping ability had become so formidable. Most astonishingly, his swift movement skill surged by 20 and wind control by 40. This gene serum had bestowed upon him an abundance of benefits. To his astonishment, he had not anticipated this. Just as he intended to delve deeper into the enhancements these data provided for his physical limits, a knock resonated at the door. It was Li Qingwan and Lu Jia. We must be on our way, they announced. Observing the two women, impeccably attired, Chen Xing refrained from idle chatter. Please wait for me for 5 minutes. Moments later, Chen Xing appeared at the door, clad in a protective suit marred by a tear at the chest. Upon your return, I shall mend this for you, Lu Jia said gently, her hand caressing the damaged fabric. Li Qingwan turned her face away. Chen Xing chuckled softly. Let us discuss it when I return. Chapter 220. The biting cold wind lashed against the car windows like a blade. With the arrival of the fire truck, Chen Xing wisely chose not to endure unnecessary hardship. Guiding the two individuals on foot toward the hospital, they turned left, ascending a slope, following the winding mountain path. Li Qingwan adeptly directed Chen Xing with familiarity. Is this hospital located atop Lotus Mountain? Lotus Mountain, a relatively obscure hill in the southern region of Danzhou, rarely attracts visitors due to its steep terrain. Chen Xing was genuinely unaware of the hospital concealed within the mountain. The hospital's conditions are actually quite decent, though it bears the name of the Municipal Psychiatric Hospital, which renders it somewhat obscure to the public. Li Qingwan's voice trembled slightly. Whether from the chill or an inherent fear of the establishment, it was unclear. Wait, you're referring to the 5th Municipal Hospital, aren't you? Chen Xing suddenly realized, having heard of the notorious reputation of Danzhou's 5th People's Hospital. However, he had seldom visited and had not seen others do so either, as both he and his friends were of sound mind. By the way, what kind of meat did you give Qing Lu and Guoliang earlier? Li Qingwan seemed reluctant to discuss how she came to know of this hospital and abruptly changed the subject. Oh, haha, just 2 pieces of processed mutant beast meat. How are they doing now? Chen Xing inquired of Li Qingwan. Their conditions have improved remarkably. It's quite astonishing. After I fed them the ground meat, their blood pressure stabilized immediately, and even Qing Lu's internal bleeding ceased. By the way, how did you prepare that beast meat? Li Qingwan looked at Chen Xing with great curiosity. Be careful. Lu Jia pointed outside the window, her voice rising in alarm. Chen Xing slammed on the brakes, and before the windshield hung the lifeless body of an individual. Ice spikes protruded from the back of the skull, with congealed droplets of blood resembling red agate suspended over the chest. Damn. Startled, Chen Xing rushed out of the vehicle, only to discover a rusted identification badge dangling from the corpse's neck. It was Tang Miao, the head nurse of the 3rd ward at the Municipal Psychiatric Hospital. After ensuring the surroundings were safe, Chen Xing did not sense any lurking danger. He lowered Tang Miao's body and dug a snow pit by the roadside to bury it. Upon returning to the car, the atmosphere had soured entirely. Silence enveloped everyone as Chen Xing drove on. 10 minutes later, they reached the mountaintop, an expansive area where a large building loomed in the center, with finger-like peaks rising behind it. From a feng shui perspective, the hospital's location was exceptional. However, it felt like a waste to establish a psychiatric hospital in such a prime spot. The outline of the fifth hospital appeared amidst the blizzard like a coiled beast. Armed and vigilant, the group approached the building, with Li Qingwan pointing at the chipped sign of the Mental Health Prevention and Treatment Center. This is it. This hospital feels off. Everyone, be cautious. From the moment they exited the vehicle, a profound sense of danger surged within Chen Xing. He tightened his protective suit, gazing at the hospital's silhouette flickering in the snowstorm. Although a chill coursed through him, he remained undaunted. As he encountered such scenes increasingly, he had long grown accustomed to the precariousness that surrounded him. In such a vast hospital, it would be truly abnormal if no monstrosities lurked within. The Phoenix began to scan the environment. Chen Xing issued commands. The drones roared to life, 6 in total, racing toward the inky darkness of the hospital. The first floor's consultation hall was scanned, revealing no signs of biological activity. The surgical reception room on the second floor was examined, and again, no signs of life were detected. The X-ray room was scrutinized, showing no evident threats, yet vigilance remained imperative. The voice of Phoenix continued to relay information in Chen Xing's ear. With the drones reporting no apparent dangers, both Li Qingwan and Lu Jia visibly relaxed. Chapter 2:21 Yet Chen Xing remained visibly tense. He had encountered such scenarios on several occasions. The Phoenix had failed to detect the presence of the mutated creatures, yet the sense of impending danger in his heart lingered. This indicated that the monsters within the hospital were exceptionally well concealed. Nevertheless, having come this far, would he allow himself to be intimidated by unseen beasts? After all, he had vanquished centipede spirits and obliterated polar bears. Surely, he could not believe that the monsters haunting this hospital were superior to those two? With a steady hand, Chen Xing grasped the handle of the great rhinoceros as he approached the hospital entrance, followed closely by Lu Jia and Li Qingwan. Lu Jia wielded Cheng Lu's QBS-09 shotgun, demonstrating a modicum of aptitude with the weapon. Li Qingwan, on the other hand, lagged behind, armed with Cheng Lu's discarded pneumatic crossbow. Stay sharp, this hospital harbors secrets, Chen Xing cautioned as he led the way against the wind. Upon reaching the hospital's main entrance, the holographic projection of Phoenix materialized in Chen Xing's AI goggles. A three-dimensional map of the fifth hospital unfolded before him. On the third floor, Room 301 housed an unused MRI machine, while the operating theater was located on the 5th floor. The recommendation was to enter through the 1st floor and traverse the left corridor, ascending to the 2nd floor and heading to Room 203, which contained the X-ray apparatus, allowing for the collection of its equipment. A green arrow appeared prominently in Chen Xing's goggles, as Phoenix assisted in formulating a meticulous strategy for navigating the hospital. In a brief span, Chen Xing had gained a comprehensive understanding of the hospital's interior. He signaled to Li Qingwan beside him, who deftly retrieved a crowbar and skillfully pried open the side window next to the main door. Months of survival in the apocalypse had honed the skills of this once defenseless female professor. Now, she was increasingly adept at breaching and infiltrating. The moment they entered, a putrid stench assaulted their senses, and the flashlight cast a web of dark red shadows along the corridor. The floor was littered with dried bloodstains interspersed with a viscous, fluorescent green slime, causing the trio to momentarily falter. The mechanical voice of Phoenix crackled in their earpieces. The path to the X-ray room was secure, but it was advisable to activate thermal sensing. It seemed as if he too had sensed the encroaching peril. Cautiously, Chen Xing led the two women toward the X-ray machine room on the 2nd floor. The corridor on the 2nd floor flickered ominously under the flashlight's beam, when suddenly, a shadow swept across the ceiling. Chen Xing instinctively pulled Li Qingwan and Lu Jia close, pressing themselves against the wall. "Who is there?" Lu Jia instinctively called out, but Chen Xing's attempt to silence her was too late. As the beam of light swept across, the shadow slowly turned. The creature resembled a living puzzle. Its central face, a square-jawed figure clad in a police uniform, was flanked by a grotesque head, its visage marred by excess flesh. Donning a leather skirt and wielding a sharp knife, the mere sight of it was enough to convey the essence of a butcher. To its left stood a figure clad in a checkered shirt, sporting glasses, and clutching a keyboard. Though its gaze was vacant, it bore unmistakable traits of a programmer. Remarkably, this abomination was a grotesque amalgamation of 3 corpses, possessing 3 heads and 6 arms. Embedded between its ribs was a half-buried fire axe, and surgical threads intertwined around its abdomen, hinting at a computer motherboard within. Its massive form exuded a nauseating aura. In the fleeting moment that he discerned the visage of the creature, a film flickered through Chen Xing's mind. Frankenstein. Goodness, having only encountered it in cinema before. He was now faced with a living embodiment. Fire! Chen Xing shouted, with the mighty rhinoceros handgun roaring to life first. The tracer round shot forth like a meteor, precisely severing one of the creature's arms. Yet, the monster's subsequent actions were beyond comprehension. It swiftly retrieved its severed limb and began to stitch it back together, moving with the deftness of a master surgeon. In a sudden motion, the burly butcher to the right hurled his sharp knife. The projectile sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, hurtling towards Chen Xing. The recently integrated feline genes within him detonated in an instant. Instinctively, he darted to the left, narrowly evading the blade that grazed his nose before embedding itself deeply into the wall. The hilt trembled slightly, and a fine sheen of cold sweat broke out upon Chen Xing's forehead. Chapter 222. The monstrous creature slowly approached the three of them. Its gait unhurried, yet each step resonated with a formidable weight. Open fire! Chen Xing commanded as the thunderous roar of his powerful firearm erupted. Simultaneously, Lu Jia and Li Qingwan unleashed their weapons. A sudden buzzing filled the air as 6 drones hovered ominously above, unleashing a torrential spray of metallic fury from the shotguns they bore. The beast was riddled with bullets, resembling a deflated balloon, with blood gushing from its wounds. Yet, it showed no signs of succumbing. With a swift motion, the creature retrieved an item from its waist, and Chen Xing's expression shifted dramatically. It was a police-issued 92 handgun. "Be careful," he exclaimed. The sharp crack of the handgun echoed through the corridor. Chen Xing took refuge behind a supporting column, his face pale and drenched in cold sweat. Today had indeed opened his eyes to the horrors of the world. Encountering a 3-headed, 6-armed monster was daunting enough. But the fact that it wielded a firearm was even more terrifying. The trio retreated into an office at the end of the 2nd floor, unwilling to confront the creature head-on, mindful that bullets do not discriminate. Phoenix commanded the 6 drones, engaging the monster in a relentless battle within the corridor, striving to deplete its ammunition. The chaotic scene of combat was transmitted in real time to Chen Xing's AI visor. The drones unleashed a frenzied barrage, while the police officers in front of the beast valiantly fought back. Unfortunately, the creature's unwieldy form seemed to impair its coordination, despite firing multiple rounds in succession. None found their mark against the drones. The sound of an empty chamber echoed in the air. The creature's 92 was out of ammunition. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Xing burst forth from the room. With a resounding bang, he shot and obliterated the head of the creature clad in a police uniform. The monster let out an agonizing cry and whirled around. Now, it was the butcher's turn to face Chen Xing, his visage twisted with fury. "You bastard! I will kill you." Chen Xing stood in shock, momentarily forgetting to fire. The creature could speak. No, it seemed to retain a certain degree of intelligence as well. The butcher drew forth a fire axe from his waist and hurled it towards Chen Xing. With a quick push, Chen Xing inverted himself, evading the axe as it struck nothing but air. In an instant, the 6 drones redirected their fire, unleashing a torrent of bullets upon the butcher. Suddenly, the creature's abdomen split open, 3 tendrils entwined with surgical blades shot forth. Clang, clang, clang. 3 drones were struck down by the surgical knives. Moreover, those tendrils moved with the ferocity of steel whips, slashing at the drones with precision. The butcher wielded the surgical knives with remarkable skill, targeting the junctions where the drone rotors met the bodies, those being their most vulnerable points. No wonder he was a butcher. His mastery of the blade was truly impressive. Warning! Warning! 3 drones emitted dark smoke as they retreated from the battlefield. Chen Xing felt as if his heart were bleeding. After his previous encounter with the centipede monster, he had already lost 1 drone. Now, 3 more were down at this rate. It would not be long before his fleet was utterly decimated. Calling base, requesting fire support. With the direct confrontation proving ineffective, Chen Xing resolved to expedite the resolution of the conflict with artillery fire. The mountains behind the hospital obstruct the line of fire, rendering precise strikes impossible and increasing the risk of collateral damage. It is advisable to lure the creature into an open area before calling for artillery support. Indeed, misfortune seems to compound. Chen Xing had not anticipated that the finger-like peaks adjoining the hospital would pose such an obstacle to fire support. Glancing down the corridor, he beheld the creature, towering 3 meters high and 2 meters wide, effectively blocking the passage. A bitter smile crept onto Chen Xing's lips. Lured into the open, I must first find a way out. It appears that artillery support will not be available in the immediate future. Warning: the amalgamated creature exhibits rudimentary intelligence and is capable of wielding weapons and tools. Danger level 4. Direct engagement is not advised. Retreat is recommended. Warning. Analyzing retreat routes. Phoenix, assist Chen Xing in evaluating the escape path. Half-crouched in the corridor, wielding a massive rhinoceros rifle, Chen Xing unleashed a torrent of bullets upon the creature before him, striving to buy Phoenix as much time as possible. After a prolonged standoff, Chen Xing discerned that the creature was not without its vulnerabilities. Despite its formidable health, it was astonishingly slow. Chapter 2:23 Then. As long as I deplete his health bar before he approaches, victory is assured. Boom. The drone, lying in ambush within the air conditioning duct, finally made its mark. A shot struck fiercely at the juncture of the butcher's arm and shoulder, severing one of his limbs entirely. Pain etched itself across the butcher's face. A piercing scream reverberated through the corridor, causing Chen Xing's eardrums to throb painfully. This creature's wail was utterly grating. It can regenerate. Chen Xing, be cautious. Li Qiwan suddenly shouted from behind. Chen Xing focused intently, witnessing the butcher, whose right arm had just been blasted away, reach back and yank off the arm of the police officer he had previously executed. He pressed the severed limb against the wound on his right arm, and immediately, a multitude of black flesh buds began to sprout forth. With a speed visible to the naked eye, the wound began to seamlessly knit itself together. In merely half a minute, this monster had affixed a brand new arm onto his body. Chen Xing was left astounded. Is that even possible? Open fire. Observing the creature slowly advancing towards him, Chen Xing felt an overwhelming surge of pressure. He could no longer afford to wait for the drones to lay in ambush. Directing all remaining drones to reveal themselves and concentrate their fire upon the monster. He refused to believe that such a concentrated barrage could not obliterate this beast. Bang, bang. Yet, after only 2 shots, the drone's firing rate abruptly diminished. The last 3 remaining drones began to draw an infinite loop in the air, as if intoxicated. Chen Xing was bewildered. What was happening? Neural pulse interference detected. It is seizing control of the drones. The Phoenix system suddenly emitted a sharp alert. Chen Xing was utterly flabbergasted. How could this be happening? Looking up, he saw that the monster had turned around. This time, he was confronted by the seemingly refined programmer. In that instant, the man's face was no longer blank but adorned with a sinister smile. His pale hands were furiously pounding on the keyboard. So it was him. He is activating the hacker persona. Li Qingwan's voice trembled. This was how the research team had their firewall breached. What research team? What hacker persona? At that moment, Chen Xing could scarcely afford to ponder any further. The retreat route had been mapped out. He grasped Li Qingwan's arm and, along with Lu Jia, turned to flee. On the AI visor, a green arrow indicated the direction of their escape. However, upon bursting into a room, Chen Xing was taken aback. It was a dead end, smashed through the wall opposite. The Phoenix voice remained calm. Chen Xing had no time for hesitation. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled a 200-pound rubber ball that soared through the air and crashed violently into the adjacent white wall. Crash. The seemingly sturdy wall was instantly breached, revealing a gaping hole. It turned out to be a hollow gypsum board wall. The 3 of them squeezed through the breach, emerging just in time to find another staircase. Quickly ascend. Eerie footsteps echoed from below. The trio dared not glance downward and could only continue their ascent. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Li Qingwan seized Chen Xing's arm. The CT room is located on this level, fortified with radiation-resistant wall panels that are quite sturdy. Let us seek refuge there for the time being. Chen Xing, having previously experienced hiding in the CT room, readily nodded in agreement. A minute later, he closed the radiation-proof door of the CT room and secured it firmly. The 3 of them then leaned against the wall, slowly sitting down. What a predicament this is. Chen Xing struck the wall with a fierce punch. It was his first encounter with a monster, and he felt utterly helpless and disheartened. This creature not only possessed the ability to speak, but also wielded a firearm. Moreover, it seemed to be proficient in various martial arts. All of Chen Xing's combat techniques proved ineffective against this beast. They had truly found themselves in a dire situation. Chapter 224 In the CT room, Chen Xing gasped heavily, the recent battle having left him utterly exhausted. However, a thought soon crossed his mind. He turned to Li Qiwan and remarked, "It seems you have concealed much from us." Li Qiwan gazed at Chen Xing, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips as she spoke. The peculiarities of this hospital extend far beyond what we have witnessed. She paused, her eyes revealing a flicker of fear and anguish, as if she were recalling a haunting past. Before the end of the world, I was a neurosurgery specialist at the Capital Hospital and a professor at the Capital Medical University. Chen Xing was momentarily taken aback. He had heard from Lu Xiaowang about her impressive credentials. So, she was indeed an expert from the Capital Hospital. She appeared to be in her 30s, and at such a young age, had achieved the rank of professor at the prestigious university. Truly, an extraordinary talent. In February of last year, I was assigned to an expert research group. At that time, the 5th Hospital of Danzhou invited us to investigate a unique patient. His name was Yang Tianlin. Li Qingwan's voice faltered for a moment, her gaze becoming somewhat distant. He was my university instructor, the most brilliant genius I have ever known. Chen Xing was taken aback. To him, Li Qingwan already seemed a genius. Yet, this Yang Tianlin was regarded as a prodigy in her eyes. How exceptionally intelligent must he be? He entered the Genius program at Capital University at the age of 13 and graduated with dual doctorates in physical chemistry by 18. However, instead of pursuing a career in research, he shifted to medicine. By the age of 22, he had already become a postdoctoral researcher at Capital Medical University. When I first enrolled, he was our substitute teacher. Chen Xing felt as though he were listening to a tale from another world. Entering Capital University at 13? Graduating with dual doctorates at 18? Was this truly human? Li Qingwan's eyes sparkled as she recounted that bygone era. It appeared she shared an undeniable connection with Yang Tianlin. Yet, when I graduated from university, he suddenly vanished. Everyone was disheartened, for it seemed he was destined for greatness. But he simply disappeared. Li Qingwan's face was etched with regret, and Chen Xing could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. When I finally encountered him again, he was already residing in the 5th Hospital of Danzhou. Chen Xing and Lu Jia were astonished, and Li Qingwan wore a wry smile. When I saw him, he had been apprehended for a series of murders and admitted to this hospital. The examinations revealed he had multiple personalities, each of which was exceptionally intelligent, excelling in physics and chemistry. Thus, by day, he was a refined university professor, yet by night, he transformed into a ruthless killer. Lu Jia recalled a scene from a previous drama. I see. Was it not because of his illness that he suddenly disappeared? Did he then live in seclusion, teaching at Danzhou University? Li Qingwan glanced at him, nodding with a bittersweet acknowledgement. Due to his notable achievements in academia, there arose a desire to nurture his potential. They wished to ascertain whether there remained hope for him. At this juncture, Li Qingwan paused, gasping for breath. As if confronted with a past she was most reluctant to recall. After a considerable moment, her expression solidified with resolve. At that time, we believed we were treating his dissociative identity disorder. However, it was only later that we discovered he had inscribed murderous formulas within the confines of the brainwave monitor. The AI display flickered incessantly. Li Qingwan recounted to her former colleagues that Phoenix had activated the server located in the hospital's underground level, engaging in a frantic search. The projection of Phoenix shimmered in green light, retrieving encrypted files from the year 20XX project codename Prometheus. In the holographic image, a man clad in a straitjacket was feverishly covering the walls of his room with molecular formulas. Chapter 225 The formulas astonishingly mirrored the sutured lines upon the monstrous figure before them. It was then that Chen Xing comprehended the meaning behind Li Qingwan's assertion that the creature had inscribed murderous equations within the brainwave apparatus. Subsequently, we discovered that this entity not only took lives, but also devoured them. As Li Qingwan spoke, her eyes brimmed with palpable dread, evidently touching upon her haunting memories of the past. It consumed not merely flesh. Suddenly, Li Qingwan grasped Chen Xing's hand. In the aftermath, members of our research team began to vanish, until one fateful day, we unearthed frontal lobe tissue within its stomach. At this juncture, Li Qingwan could no longer suppress her retching. Not only she, but even Chen Xing and Lu Jia, upon hearing this grim recounting, struggled to quell the turmoil within their own stomachs. Chen Xing, absorbing Li Qingwan's narrative, felt a chilling terror envelop him. He recalled the gossip from last year's market run, where whispers of a teacher murdering a student had circulated. However, those rumors seemed to brush against some underlying truth. Swiftly silenced and suppressed, it appeared that those in power were intent on stifling such news to avert societal panic. What manner of monstrosity is this? I understand now why you share this with me. Are you suggesting that the origin of this hospital's beast lies with Yang Tianlin? A spark of realization ignited within Chen Xing. Indeed, apart from him, I cannot conceive of anyone else capable of birthing such a creature. Although I had heard he was ultimately sentenced to death, I suspect he has not perished. Judging by the monstrous appearance just witnessed, he has succeeded in manifesting the creature from his mind into reality. Not only has its physique been augmented, but crucially, it can assimilate the skills of anyone it amalgamates with. The truth of the monster gradually unraveled alongside Li Qingwan's revelations. Chen Xing and Lu Jia exchanged glances, fully aware of the creature's origins and capabilities. Yet, the dilemma of how to confront it loomed large in Chen Xing's mind. The base's fire support had stalled due to the shooting angle, and he dared not employ drones, as the adversary possessed a programmer avatar capable of seizing control of the drone. Were they to engage in close combat? Yet the thought of that creature's intestines, wielding surgical knives, filled Chen Xing with dread. In close quarters, he would face not merely a butcher, but a tentacled horror. This was absurd. How could they possibly resolve this? Suddenly, a faint yet distinct sound pierced the air. A surge of imminent danger flooded Chen Xing's senses. He abruptly lifted his gaze toward the ventilation duct above. A segment appeared grotesquely swollen, indicating something was crawling within. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his weapon and fired. The duct erupted, and several shadowy forms burst forth, revealing the creature's intestines brandishing surgical blades, poised to strike. Like the tentacles of an octopus, they converged towards Chen Xing from all directions. This creature unleashed its lethal strike with little hesitation. As Chen Xing found himself ensnared by the monster's tentacles, Li Qingwan and Lu Jia's faces turned ashen. Before they could call out his name, Chen Xing transformed into a spirit cat, swiftly leaving behind a mere afterimage. In an instant, he darted through the encirclement of those tentacles. Chapter 226. Several tendrils seemed to sense Chen Xing's escape and swiftly hurled their flying daggers. Yet, as those daggers approached within half a meter of Chen Xing, their velocity abruptly diminished. The air surrounding Chen Xing thickened unexpectedly, significantly dampening the dagger's force. He broke free from the encirclement. 3 heads descended from the ceiling's ventilation shaft, rotating bizarrely upon their cervical spines. This time, the central figure was the burly butcher. Perched on his right shoulder was the same programmer, while the left shoulder bore a different head. This new head appeared to be in its mid-20s, distinguished and bespectacled with golden frames. The square-faced policeman, whom Chen Xing had previously dispatched, had been replaced. No wonder the stitched monstrosity had not pursued them earlier. It had merely swapped heads. Xiaolu, Li Qingwan exclaimed upon recognizing the newly acquired head. How do you know him? Chen Xing inquired. He was a student of our expert group's teacher Wang last year, but midway through our project, he vanished. Turns out, he was killed by Yang Tianlin. Li Qingwan spoke, her voice trailing off as she covered her mouth. Chen Xing's expression darkened ominously, as if he could squeeze water from it. While the stitched abomination slowly advanced toward them, the butcher's bone-slicing knife gleamed ominously, and he regarded Chen Xing with a chilling grin. The creature's abdomen split open, revealing a mass of cables, slick with mucus, thrashing about like the tentacles of a sea anemone. Tendrils wrapped around surgical blades came crashing down towards Chen Xing and his companions. In a frenzy, Chen Xing's mighty rhinoceros roared with fury. Lu Jia stood beside him, relentlessly firing her QBS-09 at the monstrosity. Meanwhile, Li Qingwan began searching for an escape route behind them. The creature's tendrils danced wildly before Chen Xing and Lu Jia. Chen Xing continuously manipulated the air, forming small whirlwinds in front of him and Lu Jia. However, though this maneuver could stave off immediate danger, it was not a lasting solution. He could sense his mental energy depleting rapidly. Once his mental reserves were exhausted, he would be defenseless. Why hasn't the Phoenix drone initiated an attack yet? Chen Xing demanded, just as Phoenix's warning erupted. Data stream attack detected. The drone swarm is unable to take off. Chen Xing rolled to evade the splintering concrete debris, catching sight of the programmer's head, its eyes pulsating with blue code. As it turned to face him, a sinister smile crept across its features. Chen Xing raised his hand, intent on shattering its skull, only to be thwarted by a lashing cable that forced him to abandon the thought. Phoenix, initiate the retreat plan. Chen Xing shouted, firing at the encroaching cable, which released a stench of charred flesh. Yet, this time, Phoenix remained unresponsive for an extended period. Phoenix, Phoenix, Chen Xing exclaimed, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. It has transformed the radiology mainframe into a signal jammer. Li Qingwan shouted, pointing at the stitched abomination's right side where Xiaolu was positioned. Only then did Chen Xing notice that the creature's chest was sewn together with a monitor, half of which was flashing erratically with lines of code. On the other side, one could distinctly observe the main console of the radiology department. Its operational principle involves the emission of a substantial array of electromagnetic signals. The indicator lights are flickering, clearly indicating activation. Xiaolu, not only a student of Professor Wang, is also our expert group's specialist in computer technology and equipment maintenance. He possesses extensive knowledge in the manufacturing and repair of specialized hospital apparatus, such as CT scanners and electroencephalograms. Li Qingwan introduced this to Chen Xing, who then comprehended the reason behind Phoenix's sudden disappearance. It had been subdued by this monstrous entity. Chapter 227. Beware. Li Qingwan's cry was drowned out by the piercing shriek of tearing metal. The butcher, a grotesque figure in the midst of the amalgamated creature, unexpectedly brandished a chainsaw. Swinging it menacingly, Chen Xing propelled himself off the wall, creating a vortex of air beneath his feet, akin to a cannonball being discharged. He twisted in midair, accurately severing the hydraulic line connecting to the chainsaw with a bullet. However, He soon noticed the programmer's fingers frantically tapping away at the keyboard. Chen Xing raised an eyebrow. This individual was up to no good once again. He aimed his gun and, with a series of sharp shots, obliterated the keyboard in the programmer's grasp. Ducking low, he evaded the butcher's chainsaw like a nimble feline, swiftly closing in on the amalgamated creature. Realizing Chen Xing was approaching, several tendrils retracted. Seizing the opportunity, he began to circle around the creature, using it as the center of his movements. He darted left and right, resembling a small boat amidst a tempest. Each time a tendril threatened to strike him, he would deftly evade it. In that moment, his speed, enhanced to level 3.0 by the integration of feline genes, and agility, reaching level 4.0, were pushed to their limits. Even when a tendril finally blocked his path, it would rebound off the air shield before it could touch him. Eventually, Chen Xing came to a halt, at which point the creature was horrified to realize that its numerous tendrils had ensnared its own torso several times over, even forming a tight knot. It was only then that the monster understood why Chen Xing had been circling around it. Too late for realization. With a cold smirk, Chen Xing raised his gun and shot, exploding the programmer's head. The code displayed on the monitor stitched to its chest ceased immediately, and the radiology mainframe powered down instantly. A second later, the entire display went dark. "Ah, bastard, I will kill you." The butcher within the amalgamated creature bellowed in a fit of rage. Chen Xing, however, merely smiled coldly. "Kill me? I'll send you on your way first." Yet, just as he was about to blow the butcher's head off, a warning blared. "Warning, warning. Caution in the corridor. Caution in the corridor." Lieutenant advised to retreat immediately. The suppressed Phoenix was back online, his voice alarmingly urgent. Surveillance footage from a drone was projected onto Chen Xing's AI goggles. In the corridor, over 20 zombies were slowly advancing towards their room. Each zombie bore a cable attached to its back. Chen Xing felt a shiver run down his spine. This was the programmer's handiwork within the amalgamated creature. Unfortunately, he had only destroyed the keyboard and hadn't had the chance to obliterate the programmer's head. Suddenly, with a decisive turn, Chen Xing saw Li Qingyuan had already unlocked the door. "No," he shouted, but it was too late. With a loud bang, the door was flung open, and the horde of corpses surged in like marionettes on strings. The lead nurse's corpse suddenly opened its mouth, the stitches splitting from the corners all the way to the base of her ears. "Ah!" Li Qingyuan screamed in terror. Chen Xing crouched behind the desk, hastily shaking the magazine open, the spent shells clattering to the floor. "As I load the great rhinoceros with ammunition, I call out, 'Phoenix, prepare the incendiary devices.' 3 canisters of napalm are now in position." The drone's rotors slice through the thick darkness. "I shall clear the path for you, creating an escape route. Follow me to the Eastern Pathology Specimen Room on the 4th floor." A green arrow illuminates the AI visor. Phoenix has meticulously mapped out their retreat. And Chen Xing finally breathes a sigh of relief. Chapter 228. Lu Jia had expended all her ammunition and had no time to reload. The horde of corpses seized the opportunity to pounce on her, with a nurse's lifeless body constricting her neck with an intravenous tube. Chen Xing swiftly severed the tube with a blade of wind, the roar of the great rhino pistol resonating and causing debris to rain from the ceiling. The empty magazine had left the nurse, who sought to strangle Lu Jia, with her head reduced to a gruesome pulp. Chen Xing yanked Lu Jia up from the ground, inquiring, "Are you all right?" To his surprise, she managed a jest in response. It was evident that after days of surviving the apocalypse, this woman had fully relinquished her fears. In the grand scheme of things, death was merely a possibility. As long as she lived, she would fight with fervor. With a swift motion, Lu Jia loaded her weapon, pulling back the slide. Soon, the rhythmic crack of the Great Rhino and QBS-09 echoed in tandem once more. The trio scrambled into the corridor, as incendiary bombs dropped by drones ignited the nearby CT room into a raging inferno. The flames rapidly formed a barrier behind them. Chen Xing, disregarding the aftermath of their skirmish, led the 2 women in a frantic dash. 3 minutes later, they arrived at the 4th floor. At the medical records specimen room that Feng Wang had mentioned, it was the most secluded chamber at the end of the corridor. Glancing at the plaque above the door, Chen Xing found himself perplexed. Why had Feng Wang directed them to retreat here instead of guiding them outside? A quick glance behind him revealed that the amalgamating monstrosity had not pursued them, yet he noticed a flicker of terror crossing Li Qingyuan's face. "Do you recognize this place?" he asked. Li Qingyuan nodded. "It houses 197 cases of abnormal brain tissue." Her fingers brushed against the titanium alloy cabinet door, the chilling sensation heightening the gravity of her pale visage. Chen Xing's pupils constricted as he extended his right hand, activating the electric gloves to charge the electronic door lock. Meanwhile, Feng Wang began to decode the password. Within half a minute, with a click, the electronic lock disengaged. The trio entered, and the mingled scents of disinfectants and formaldehyde assailed their senses. Lu Jia's flashlight flickered twice before extinguishing. "It's out of battery," she murmured. Yet Chen Xing felt as though he could hear the distant heartbeat of some creature, akin to countless needles pricking his eardrums. A profound sense of danger surged within him. The AI goggles emitted infrared light, scanning the room. Rows of enormous glass containers stood against the wall, each submerged in a liquid that cradled a brain, their outlines faintly visible, as if whispering endless secrets. Chen Xing's eyes widened, a chill creeping up his spine at the sight of the numerous brains suspended in formaldehyde. He suspected that the sound he had just heard emanated from these very specimens. However, they were merely brains. Suddenly, through one of the glass jars, he noticed a grayish-white mass nestled within the neural tissue, seemingly twitching. Chen Xing rubbed his eyes, confirming that the pituitary gland at the base of that brain was writhing, resembling an underdeveloped fetus grasping at non-existent fingers. "Don't look." Li Qingwan raised her hand to shield his eyes. Her voice trembled with an eerie quiver. As they became aware of the observer's presence, they would react. Chen Xing struggled to grasp the meaning of her words, yet an involuntary shiver coursed through him. A sudden, frigid sensation pierced the nape of his neck, and countless fragments of memory, like sharp shards of ice, invaded his mind. He beheld a woman clad in a white lab coat injecting a verdant liquid into a brain the size of a gorilla. The brain began to convulse violently, emitting a series of agonizing screams. In the darkness, the sound of viscous substances being pulled echoed, and Chen Xing felt something ensnaring his ankle. As he glanced down, he was met with a pair of gray eyes ensconced in formaldehyde, their swollen surfaces riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. A cacophony of voices resonated within his skull, and a woman's piercing scream infiltrated his left ear. Chapter 229, a gentle lecture from the old professor echoed in Chen Xing's right ear. Excessive activity in the amygdala can lead to antisocial personality. Chen Xing. Chen Xing. Li Qingwan's voice pierced through, accompanied by a sharp pain in his left hand. This jolted Chen Xing back from the recent phantasm. Warning, mental intrusion, warning, mental intrusion. The phoenix's alerts blared in his ears. What on earth is happening? Chen Xing grasped the large rhinoceros and was about to shatter the rows of glass jars. No, don't pay them any heed. Just don't look at them. Li Qingwan, her face a mask of anxiety, pressed down on the barrel of his gun. These are patients with mental disorders, along with the brains of violent criminals. After death, they are either purchased by hospitals or donated by their families for research purposes. Li Qingwan's voice trembled slightly, recalling how terrified she was the last time she visited this place. Stepping in again, fear clung to her like a shadow. It was then that Chen Xing understood why he had experienced auditory hallucinations moments ago. Clearly, these brains had undergone mutations. The mentally ill and violent offenders already had pathological changes in their brains. Following the apocalypse, due to radiation or other factors, these abnormalities had intensified. They could even intrude upon one's mind. Chen Xing wiped the cold sweat from his brow. It had been a perilous moment. As long as you don't gaze upon them, you'll be fine, Li Qingwan softly reassured him. Chen Xing quelled his thoughts of shattering the glass jars. There must have been a reason why the phoenix had guided him to this room for refuge, until the truth was unraveled. He had no intention of smashing these jars and sharing a space with these grotesque brains. A rumble emanated from his stomach, a reminder of their unrelenting day. Strangely, the stitched creature had not pursued them. Cautiously, Chen Xing deployed a drone. Soon, images streamed in. The corridor and stairwell appeared secure. There were no signs of the stitched creature. What could this mean? Had it given up the hunt? Never mind, he thought. Filling his belly took precedence. Chen Xing retrieved a portable stove, preparing a pot of instant noodles for the three of them. He also offered each Li Qingwan and Lu Jiao a piece of roasted crocodile meat. After a day of intense combat, they were all famished. The aroma of the noodles was tantalizing, nearly causing them to drool. Once the noodles were ready, the three of them, disregarding appearances, slurped them down eagerly. Chen Xing leaned against the wall, letting out a satisfied burp. That was a hearty meal. He felt so drowsy. Opposite him, Lu Jiao mumbled something before dozing off, not even setting her bowl down. Hey, you can't be that quick to fall asleep, can you? Stop pretending, Chen Xing joked. But just as he was about to rise, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over him. His consciousness began to blur, leading him into a peculiar dream. A faint voice whispered in his ear, as if it were a murmur from the depths of hell. Chen Xing, Chen Xing. Who? Chen Xing rose to his feet and cast his gaze around, yet he could not discern the presence of any other individuals. Lu Jia and Li Qingwan were also nowhere to be found. Chen Xing. A voice called from the entrance, and he instinctively followed the sound, exiting the room. Descending the stairs, the number of floors he traversed eluded his memory until he finally arrived at a basement. Chapter 230. A foul stench permeated the basement as Chen Xing staggered through a heavy iron door. The cold air echoed with the metallic groans of a mortuary cabinet, while the shadow of a colossal creature loomed over the entire space. In the center of the basement, Chen Xing's stomach twisted violently at the sight of a grotesque tree, composed of flesh and blood, entwined around a steel frame. The branches bore the grotesque forms of bodies, serving as the leaves of this monstrous tree. Those corpses writhed and struggled, as if enduring an eternity of agony. The branches extended like tentacles, prying open the skulls of the deceased, greedily consuming their essence. Simultaneously, other branches manipulated a dozen corpses engaged in a frenzied act of copulation. Indeed, the dead were entwined in a ghastly embrace. The scene was disturbingly horrific. Chen Xing's horror escalated when he noticed that the tentacles acted like straws, siphoning a pale yellow corpse fluid from the bodies engaged in the act. This viscous liquid flowed through the tentacle-like conduits into the body of the tree. On the other side of this abominable tree, a connection was made with the creature he had encountered during the day, the amalgamation he had confronted. As the tree injected the pale yellow fluid into the creature, the bullet wounds from earlier began to heal instantaneously. Astonished, Chen Xing stood in disbelief. The human-faced tumor of the tree slowly turned towards him, sporting a sinister grin. These were not mere fluids, they were endorphins. Chen Xing was shaken to his core. He had been discovered. As he gazed at that familiar face, countless images flashed through his mind. He retrieved a memory from the encrypted files of 20XX, project codename Prometheus. Yang Tianlin. You are Yang Tianlin. Chen Xing suddenly recalled the refined visage of the middle-aged man from the top-secret documents he had accessed. Yet, in this moment, that man appeared grotesque beyond recognition. Indeed. Young man, do you remember me? Haha, what a perfect gray matter. Yang Tianlin's voice echoed like metal grinding against sandpaper, his hollow eye sockets suddenly oozing black viscous fluid. Your brain harbors too many secrets, far more intriguing than these pitiful beings. Tentacle-like appendages lashed out from the tree, lunging at Chen Xing. A sharp pain erupted at his temples, as if his brain were being pierced by 1,000 steel needles. Chen Xing attempted to flee, yet he found his body ensnared by invisible shackles, utterly immobile. Looking down, he was horrified to see through his own chest to the concrete floor behind him. This was not his physical form. It was his brainwaves, or rather, his soul had been extricated. Alas, he had unknowingly fallen prey to this creature's machinations. He had been ambushed by its mental assault, his brainwaves hijacked and transported to this accursed place. Helplessly, he watched as the dark, horrifying tentacles, resembling a cobra, lunged towards his consciousness. Chen Xing felt as if his heart were about to shatter. If the consciousness were to engulf him, he would surely perish as well. At that critical moment, someone suddenly embraced him tightly. In an instant, Chen Xing's soul returned to its senses. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the flushed face of Li Qingwan. Her features suffused with desire. She was radiating seduction, her gaze hazy, clinging to Chen Xing with fervor. It was evident that she too had fallen victim to a mental assault, and what she beheld was undoubtedly inappropriate for the innocent. This revelation stirred her passions, leaving Chen Xing incredulous that this was the typically composed Li Qingwan. Li Qingwan leaned in to kiss him, and with no time to evade, he found her lips upon his. In a whirlwind of confusion, she began to unfasten his protective suit. Chapter 231. Give me. Li Qingwan tore off her protective suit with an inhuman force, her warm body becoming an anchor in the reality. Soon, Chen Xing found himself a solitary boat adrift in a vast ocean, swaying amidst the tumultuous waves. Yet, as he became entwined with Li Qingwan, he gradually liberated himself from Yang Tianlin's psychological assault. While Li Qingwan was indulging in the moment, Chen Xing's mind remained remarkably clear. Suddenly, he noticed that the brains soaking in formaldehyde began to manifest faces of various forms. Some grimaced and roared, resembling murderous criminals in a fit of rage. Others contorted, as if experiencing a mental breakdown. Chen Xing was uncertain whether this was a mere hallucination, but he understood that these manifestations were likely reflections of the mental states of the brains in life. Yang Tianlin had unleashed an indiscriminate attack, which affected not only him and Li Qingwan, but also those brains. The current changes in those brains were reactions stimulated by the psychic assault from Yang Tianlin below. What is this? Li Qingwan, who had just been lost in obsession, suddenly regained her clarity. Yet upon seeing their predicament, her cheeks flushed. However, when Chen Xing caught sight of the fully awakened Li Qingwan, a spark lit up in his eyes. The Phoenix detection of brain waves. Activated, commencing analysis. A mechanical voice resonated by Chen Xing's ears as infrared detection and thermal imaging were simultaneously initiated. It detected 197 abnormal alpha waves, with the signal intensity from the prefrontal cortex exceeding normal values by 400. The mental pollution from below had been isolated. Chen Xing suddenly comprehended. It was indeed these pathological brains that formed a barrier against external psychic attacks, allowing Li Qingwan to swiftly regain her clarity in such a state. If that is the case, then these pathological brains could be his most effective weapon against Yang Tianlin. Chen Xing, what are you doing? Chen Xing's sudden movement startled Li Qingwan. Her face flushed as she inquired. Chen Xing gazed at the bashful professor. His heart stirred, and he reclined back. It's nothing. You may continue. Scoundrel. The woman's voice carried a hint of allure by the end. Soon, the sound of rowing echoed in the pathology room once more. The following morning, Chen Xing observed the sleepy Lu Jia. Did you not dream last night? Dream? What dream? Not only did I not dream, but I slept incredibly soundly last night. I don't know if it was due to exhaustion, but it has been ages since I had such a restful sleep. Lu Jia remarked, oblivious to the situation. Chen Xing was puzzled, while Li Qingwan, blushing, served him a bowl of noodles from the casserole. Everyone reacts differently to psychic assaults. Some may enter others' dreams, while others activate their self-protection mechanisms. For instance, Lu Jia automatically falling asleep signifies her self-protection being triggered. So that's how it is. Chen Xing felt a sense of enlightenment. Hurry and eat. Once we finish, we shall prepare. I have already devised a strategy to confront the patchwork monster. Chen Xing began to devour his noodles with great enthusiasm. Upon hearing his words, Lu Jia and Li Qingwan exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. How do you intend to deal with it? Chapter 232. Chen Xing inhaled deeply, tightening his grip on the formidable weapon in his hand as he descended the staircase with measured steps. The basement was suffused with a putrid odor, and the dim lights flickered ominously, as if they might extinguish at any moment. As Chen Xing approached the entrance to the basement he had visited the previous day, he was immediately struck by a palpable sense of hostility. Yang Tianlin's psychic energy rippled along the western corridor, suggesting the immediate need to neutralize the programmer's corporeal form. The voice of Phoenix surged forth, entwined with streams of data. On the AI goggles, a three-dimensional model displayed 43 red dots writhing within the basement. Just yesterday, Yang Tianlin had launched a mere mental assault against him, yet Phoenix had already recorded his brainwaves. Chen Xing clenched the formidable weapon tightly, as the wind element swirled between his fingers into a pale blue vortex. The iron door of the basement emitted a piercing groan as its frost-ridden hinges protested. Countless zombies, ensnared by the tendrils of massive vines, surged towards him. In the rear of the horde, Yang Tianlin's distorted figure flickered in and out of view, his body adorned with numerous vine-like appendages that commanded the mindless corpses. You have finally arrived, Chen Xing. Yang Tianlin's shrill voice echoed throughout the basement. I can hardly wait to delve into your mind. Chen Xing disregarded the terrifying tree spirit. 3 seconds later, he deployed a sonic decoy. The countdown of Phoenix synchronized with his heartbeat. When a loudspeaker abruptly materialized in the air, high-frequency shockwaves erupted within the basement. The horde of corpses abruptly shifted direction, frantically pursuing the source of the sound. Their ravenous instincts ignited. Activate wind control. Chen Xing launched into a sprint, moving at 3 times the speed of an ordinary person. With agility quadrupled, he maneuvered through the sea of undead like a fish gliding through water. The clumsy, rigid zombies attempted to seize him, yet only grasped at fleeting shadows. Utilizing the cyclone's acceleration, he darted through the gaps in the horde, the door to the electrical room rapidly enlarging before him. Suddenly, data cables surged forth from the door's crevice, akin to the tentacles of a deep-sea octopus, coiling towards Chen Xing's neck. Yang Tianlin seemed to grasp Chen Xing's intent. Chen Xing spun gracefully to evade the lethal constriction as the bullets from his weapon pierced the door, producing a dull thud. He kicked the rusted door off its hinges, revealing several vine-like tendrils that writhed like serpents, ensnaring the programmer high upon the ceiling. The programmer's distinctive plaid shirt flickered in and out of view among the twisting tendrils. 2 appendages slithered toward Chen Xing from behind, reminiscent of a poised cobra. Chen Xing propelled himself off the icy pipe, executing a somersault mid-air as the wind element erupted beneath his feet, creating a vortex. The trajectory of the bullets from his weapon traced spirals through the air. Viscous green brain matter splattered across the server casing, and he successfully dispatched the programmer, the most formidable threat. With the programmer eliminated, the drones under Phoenix's control simultaneously unlocked. The shotgun drones were activated. As Phoenix announced, 4 rotorcraft emerged en masse from the ventilation shaft. Although 3 had been destroyed the previous day, Chen Xing had managed to recover the wreckage of those drones. Under Phoenix's guidance, he reassembled a new drone using the salvaged components of the damaged ones. The steel ball barrage decimated the zombies, rending them asunder, their insides spilling forth. Yang Tianlin's roar sent fragments of plaster cascading to the ground, as countless tendrils surged forth from the fissures in the concrete. The drone pivoted its weaponry, reducing these appendages to mere pulp. Chen Xing, leveraging the icy wall, vaulted over the heap of corpses. With a swift motion, he unleashed a blade of wind, severing the descending tendrils from the ceiling, and charged toward Yang Tianlin, who stood 3 meters away. Yang Tianlin let out a furious bellow, yanking several tendrils that pulled the grotesque amalgamation closer to him. The butcher brandished a chainsaw, positioning it defensively before him. As the chain scraped past the nape of Chen Xing's neck, a layer of wind-infused armor formed upon his skin. Chen Xing, using the steel reinforcement hurled by Yang Tianlin as a springboard, leapt onto a beam above. A wind shield coalesced a mere 3 centimeters from his temple, shredding the advancing neural tendrils to shreds. During his descent, he caught sight of the butcher's imposing figure raising the chainsaw, and a cyclone erupted beneath his feet. In a surreal moment, Chen Xing suspended midair, then darted sideways. Once again evading the butcher's chainsaw, he propelled himself into the safety corridor. Chapter 233. At the moment of departure, turning back, a triple shot is unleashed. The bullets carve graceful arcs through the air, bypassing the entangling vines, piercing the butcher's crimson gaze. No. He hears Yang Tianlin's true form emit a trumpet-like roar amidst the mass of corpses. This monstrosity, composed of countless dismembered remains, begins a frenzied pursuit of Chen Xing. Its centipede-like body, formed from 6 vertebrae, crushes load-bearing columns, smashing through safety doors, and bursts forth from the basement. Chen Xing glances back, exclaiming, "You have finally emerged." A monstrous entity resembling a massive tree swings its vines, relentlessly pursuing him through the stairwell. Meanwhile, Chen Xing moves with the agility of a leopard, darting through the corridors and staircases. The enhanced tendons, infused with cat-like genes, unleash astonishing elasticity. In his frantic flight, Chen Xing scarcely touches the ground, rebounding off walls to surge upward. Each leap, each turn, echoes with the screams of zombies and the sound of their bodies collapsing. A swarm of drones above weaves a searing net of firepower, obliterating the advancing tentacles and freezing them in place. The frigid air of the second basement causes frost to form on his mask as Chen Xing races along the walls. In less than a minute, he reaches the 4th floor, bursting into the pathology room and coming to a halt. Moments later, Yang Tianlin arrives at the pathology room entrance, their gazes locking. Yang Tianlin's 12 eyeballs simultaneously fill with blood, and his neural tendrils grow wildly into a thicket of vines. "You killed him, Chen Xing. I want you dead." Yang Tianlin roars in fury, but he suddenly halts. On the southern wall of the case room, over 300 glass jars containing brains pulsate in unison. That is, Yang Tianlin gazes at the brains submerged in formaldehyde. All the corpses under his control simultaneously perform a single action. They swallow. Stand back. Yang Tianlin's tendrils reach for the iron door. It is now or never. Chen Xing shouts as Lu Jia and Li Qinwan step forward. They raise their crowbars and bring them crashing down upon the glass jars. No. At that moment, Yang Tianlin is oblivious to Chen Xing, as countless tendrils fly past him, heading straight for the shattered glass jars, ready to catch the brains that surge forth. The instant those brains make contact with Yang Tianlin's tendrils, the gray matter suddenly bursts forth in radiant light. What a marvelous sight. How could you? The tendrils frantically retrieve, stuffing the brains into Yang Tianlin's mouth with fervor. It is unclear how long it has been, but Yang Tianlin finally lets out a satiated belch. It is time to deal with you. How could frozen food ever compare to something fresh and delectable? Yang Tianlin gazes greedily at Chen Xing and Li Qinwan, licking his lips. As he speaks, countless tentacles shoot forth like lightning. Chen Xing's pupils dilate in shock, for this time, the tentacles are swifter and thicker than before. Yet, just as those tentacles are about to reach them, they suddenly halt midair. The 3, hearts racing, finally exhale in relief. Fortunately, they did not miscalculate. The aberrant brains have commenced their upheaval. Across from him, Yang Tianlin appeared stupefied, his expression suddenly twisting into something peculiar. The maniacal laughter of a murderer, the ramblings of a lunatic, the despair of a scientist. Each emotion vividly played across his countenance. It was as if those aberrant brains had collectively awakened. Their lingering consciousness began a frenzied struggle for dominion over Yang Tianlin's body. The composite entity within him emitted a ghastly, inhuman wail. Bang! The once mighty amalgamation exploded into chaos. Chapter 234 Chen Xing. Although you have located those devices, the presence of X-ray machines and CT scanners does not guarantee that our building's few diesel generators can adequately power them. Furthermore, our establishment lacks a specialized sterile operating room. If we were to proceed with surgery on Cheng Lu and the others, I fear they would be susceptible to infections post-operation. On the way back, Li Qingwan was consumed with worry. Yet, amidst her concerns, her gaze towards Chen Xing bore a hint of unusual emotion. Chen Xing understood that this was naturally due to their shared experience the previous night. Do not fret, I will take care of this matter. You need not concern yourself with it. You will handle it. How could you? Li Qingwan suddenly recalled the moment when Chen Xing scanned the CT room with his wristwatch. A flash of white light appeared, and then the entire CT machine vanished. He certainly possessed some enigmatic abilities beyond the comprehension of most, reflecting on the extraordinary display he exhibited while battling the stitched monster yesterday. Li Qingwan shook her head with a bittersweet smile. This world had transformed into something beyond her understanding. In less than half an hour, the fire truck returned to the entrance of the Yufu Guanshan High Community, parking beneath Building 4. Where is Lu Xiaoguang? Chen Xing inquired of Fang Shuo, who was opening the door for him. He extracted some information last night and went out for revenge. Is that so? Chen Xing was taken aback. This bald, middle-aged man displayed quite a bit of courage. He did not even wait for Lu Xiaoguang to return before acting independently. However, considering the current strength of his team, it was understandable. A few days prior, Chen Xing had gathered resources and manufactured 20 shotguns at the Light Weapons Processing Center. Apart from those mounted on drones, nearly every key member of Lu Xiaoguang's team had one. It would not be an exaggeration to say that his team was undoubtedly the most formidable force in the vicinity. They typically refrained from bullying others. But if anyone dared to provoke them, it was simply not in their nature to refrain from retaliating. All right, have him inform me of any updates at his convenience. Chen Xing nodded at Fang Shuo and proceeded upstairs. Wow, is this your home? Li Qingwan's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Chen Xing's duplex mansion. Lu Jia was equally stunned, exclaiming, this. She lived next door to Chen Xing and was well acquainted with the community's layout. Yet, she had no recollection of any duplexes being available for sale in their neighborhood. Chen Xing smiled at her, but offered no further explanation. Wow, you even have hot water and electricity here? Li Qingwan exclaimed from the bathroom. If you wish, you may take a bath before you leave, Chen Xing invited. Then I shall not be polite. The sound of water running filled the bathroom. Chen Xing turned around, only to be abruptly grasped by Lu Jia. While she bathes, Lu Jia's cheeks flushed crimson, leaving Chen Xing momentarily stunned. What was it with these women being so forward lately? He then recalled the glances Lu Jia had cast towards him while he conversed with Li Qingwan in the car. Although he occasionally turned to exchange a few words with Lu Jia, the atmosphere had undeniably shifted. There was no intention to deliberately neglect her. However, being as sensitive as she is, she must have sensed the subtle differences between herself and Li Qingwan. This rivalry among women brought her immense pressure. Thus, her proactive demeanor was understandable. Meanwhile, Chen Xing naturally reveled in the situation. Why not? Lu Jia cast a lingering glance of reproach at Chen Xing, who stood motionless, before gradually squatting down. Chen Xing had just taken a refreshing shower after several days of relentless work. Finally, he found himself with a rare moment of leisure. With 5.5 days remaining until the commencement of the elimination plan, he intended to withdraw in 3 days. Therefore, there was still ample time. Li Qingwan was soaking in the bathtub of the suite's bathroom, while Lu Jia was similarly indulging in a bath in the master bedroom's bathroom. Chapter 235. The winter of doom. Chen Xing resided in a house as warm as spring, with a steady supply of water and electricity, conditions that should not be underestimated in their allure to women. However, at that moment, Chen Xing had no inclination to engage with the two women. He swiftly entered the equipment room, where the electronic eye scanned the X-ray and CT machines he had activated. It identified primary optical imaging devices and basic surgical equipment, with a level 1 medical pod in synthesis. The prompt from Phoenix resonated, and Chen Xing felt a wave of relief. At last, the medical pod had arrived, thanks to the comprehensive medical equipment provided by the esteemed lieutenant. This synthesis would only require 3 hours. Excellent. Chen Xing snapped his fingers in delight. He then proceeded to the living room, tossing the energy cube extracted from the polar bear into the core furnace. Simultaneously, he dragged in the mutated beast that Lu Xiaoguang and the others had previously exchanged, methodically slaughtering them in the kitchen. The energy cubes released from their wounds were offered as a sacrifice to Phoenix. After several rounds of sacrificial offerings, the safety index of the shelter rose to 99. Only one final step remained for the next upgrade. Yet, at that moment, Chen Xing realized that the mutated beasts in his possession had nearly been exhausted. How troublesome. After much contemplation, he resolutely retrieved the shattered remains of Yang Tianlin from his spatial storage. Suppressing his nausea, he unceremoniously discarded the dismembered parts into the core furnace. Although Yang Tianlin was originally a patchwork creature, and Chen Xing had not found any energy cubes upon defeating him, he was inherently a mutated entity, thus containing a considerable amount of energy. Moreover, the monsters he controlled were also mutations, suggesting a wealth of energy to be had. Hopefully, these remnants would aid him in achieving that final milestone. Ding. Safety Index 100-100. Level 2 base upgraded to Level 3 mobile base. Please provide an appropriate vehicle. Esteemed Lieutenant, I knew it. Upon hearing the notification, Chen Xing clapped his hands in excitement. He quickly released the fire truck from the folding space. However, this time, he dared not enlarge the fire truck. Instead, he directly cast it into the core furnace. This upgrade will take 12 hours. During this period, the shelter and all internal devices will remain operational. However, the shelter's fire support system will be temporarily inactive. The battlefield perception system will continue to function. Huh? Chen Xing scratched his head, realizing there was a mix of joy and sorrow. Nevertheless, it was merely a 12-hour wait. He could endure that. Just as Chen Xing prepared to return to the living room for a glass of red wine, a knock resounded at the door. Upon opening it, he found Fang Shuo standing there, accompanied by a dejected Lu Xiaoguang, who appeared disheveled, with soot marks smudged across his face. Boss Chen, we have failed. What happened? Speak clearly. They retreated to the conference room on the 3rd floor, where the atmosphere was thick with smoke. By the hearth, Lu Jia and Li Qingwan diligently prepared potato soup. A large potato was meticulously peeled and cut into small chunks, which were then cast into the pot, alongside pieces of luncheon meat. Instantly, a delectable aroma wafted through the air. However, the occupants of the room seemed indifferent to this culinary delight. What is going on? Chen Xing inquired, tapping the table. Lu Xiaoguang, who had been silently smoking, lifted his gaze. Boss Chen, it's like this. Chapter 236. Yesterday, you urged me to interrogate that individual regarding his origins. By the latter part of the night, I finally managed to pry open his lips. It turned out they hailed from the Sena mansion located to the west of our community. Lu Xiaoguang began to divulge details. Chen Xing's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Sena mansion? We have no connection with them, do we? The Sena mansion is a luxurious and high-end community situated 3 kilometers west of their neighborhood, nestled against the mountains. Comprised solely of Western-style houses and villas. Before the apocalypse, the least expensive homes there were priced in the millions, with villas often exceeding 10 million. Every time Chen Xing passed by that estate, he could only gaze upon it with envy. Yet, in this post-apocalyptic world, how could such a group have drawn trouble upon themselves? Indeed, it was a community of the affluent, entirely unrelated to us. Who could have anticipated that they would lay an ambush for me? Lu Xiaoguang spat vehemently. Last night, that rascal informed me that their community is now occupied by a band of external rogues. The leader's surname is Luo, though I know not his full name. His subordinates simply refer to him as Boss Luo. After seizing their community, he lived a life of tyranny without a care. However, a few days ago, when the residents ventured out to gather supplies, someone defected. This drew his attention, leading him to capture several individuals. Through his interrogation, he discovered that those who fled intended to seek refuge with us. Chen Xing suddenly straightened in his seat. Seek refuge with us? Indeed. Lu Xiaoguang nodded vigorously. Yet, there have been no new arrivals in our building lately, have there? Fang Shuo wore a puzzled expression as well. I suspect they were intercepted by Zhang Lu and taken in. When I visited the underground market to exchange supplies yesterday, I noticed Zhang Lu accompanied by several unfamiliar faces, introducing them to the community and the market's conditions. Zhang Weigua interjected suddenly. Chen Xing slapped his forehead. So it turns out this was to clean up his mess. No wonder the Luo gang harbors resentment towards them. It is worth noting that in this harsh winter apocalypse, not only is food scarce, but warm clothing and supplies are also precious. People themselves are a valuable resource. Nevertheless, upon reflection, it is not surprising. Zhang Lu has assisted him numerous times. It is only natural for him to take the blame once again. All right, that clarifies the situation. But how is it that you ended up at a disadvantage this time? Chen Xing inquired further of Lu Xiaoguang. This morning, that fellow led 10 men and 5 guns to exact revenge, yet he returned utterly humiliated, which puzzled him greatly. I had not anticipated that their team would include mutants. Moreover, there were 2 of them. Fortunately, we possessed 5 guns. Otherwise, none of us would have returned. Lu Xiaoguang cursed in frustration. Chen Xing understood. Indeed, while firearms are formidable, their efficacy is contingent upon the wielder. If one were to use them oneself, regardless of the enemy's level of mutation, it would be inconsequential. However, Lu Xiaowang and his companions are merely ordinary individuals, although they possess firearms. It is commendable if they can hold their ground against the opposing leader. Furthermore, the adversary boasts two formidable allies. One possesses an alarming strength, while the other moves with a speed that renders our gunfire ineffective. Fortunately, I discerned the unfavorable turn of events and promptly led the team in retreat. Chen Xing nodded, inquiring if there were any casualties. Thankfully, there were none, only 2 sustained minor injuries. Lu Xiaowang shook his head vigorously. Chen Xing nodded again, suggesting that we should first have a meal. Chapter 237. Once we have our fill, we shall take care of them and avenge ourselves. How dare they bully me? They shall soon learn that the king of horses has 3 eyes. Although I have already resolved to leave Dan Prefecture, there are still 3 days remaining. If we do not eliminate this group, many of our operations will be rendered impossible, particularly the exchange of supplies. Thus, Chen Xing intends to eradicate them before departing. Meanwhile, just 3 kilometers west of Yufu, in building number 10 of the Sena Mansion, stands a solitary villa. 2 menacing Doberman dogs lie in the snow before the entrance, their crimson eyes vigilantly scanning the queue of people outside. Chen Jiqiang, dressed in a set of thick bedding. Li Xiao, clad in a new down jacket. The residents of the community are dutifully paying taxes to the Luo family gang. Chen Xinglian, wearing a new pair of cotton pants. A woman in her 30s stands before the desk, clutching a somewhat worn pair of cotton trousers. Suddenly, a bald man leaps up and strides towards her, seizing her by the throat. How dare you think a tattered pair of trousers can settle your debts? Do you take me for a fool? Please, brother Hu, spare me. I truly didn't mean it. You know my family's situation. The haggard woman nearly wet herself in fear and began to weep uncontrollably. Why should I care about your family's plight? He retorted, cry all you want. The bald man, known as Brother Hu, raised his hand and struck the woman across the face. Instantly, her previously slender visage swelled, resembling that of a pig's head. He then kicked her violently to the ground. Last time, you brought half a bag of rice. Today, a mere pair of worn trousers. Do you truly believe I can be easily deceived? As he spoke, the man swiftly drew a long knife from his waist. The blade glinted ominously. Ah! The woman let out a blood-curdling scream as her arm fell to the ground. Brother Hu kicked the severed limb, sending it tumbling before the 2 dogs, who began to fight over it with growls. The woman writhed in agony on the ground, yet none of those in line dared to intervene. They averted their gazes, pretending not to see. It was not that they lacked the desire to help. Rather, they simply lacked the ability. Tiger, cease this commotion and come inside for the meeting. A commanding voice resonated from behind Brother Hu. He shuddered, realizing that he had been unaware of the man's approach. Luo Laoda's prowess had grown even more formidable very well. Brother Hu forced a grimace that was more grotesque than a frown and followed the unassuming man into the villa. The spacious, lofty living room of the villa was warmed by 3 stoves, and despite the biting cold outside, the atmosphere within remained as vibrant as spring. A few alluring women, clad in revealing attire and possessing voluptuous figures, gracefully held trays as they stood in various corners of the living room. A seemingly unremarkable man with a bald head entered the room. Everyone bowed to him respectfully. Boss Luo. The man waved his hand dismissively and took his seat in the central sofa of the living room. To his left, a pallid man reclined nonchalantly in a chaise longue, twirling a butterfly knife in his hand while grooming his nails. Upon noticing the bald man's arrival, he remarked, So, Zhao Hu, are you still intimidating those ordinary folks outside? Damn it, Ma Liang, why should I greet you? You only pick on the weak. Why don't you confront Chen Xing instead? How absurd. Chapter 238. Within the villa of the Sena Mansion, the flickering flames cast an ominous light upon Luo Yang's sinister visage. His gaze flitted between the 2 leading figures, Zhao Hu and Ma Liang, who were engaged in a heated exchange. Damn you, Ma Liang, pretending to be some big shot before me. Zhao Hu spat, you're just a bag carrier. I curse your ancestors for 8 generations. Perhaps struck by Zhao Hu's scathing words, Ma Liang abruptly sat upright, pointing at Zhao Hu and unleashing a torrent of curses. Clang, clang, clang. Luo Yong rapped on the iron stove crafted from an oil drum with a pair of tongs. Enough. Stop the bickering. There are too many eyes upon us. What kind of decorum is this? Zhao Hu and Ma Liang ceased their verbal sparring, a glimmer of amusement flickering in the corners of Luo Yong's eyes. The living room sank into an eerie silence, the glow of the fire casting the shadows of the 3 men against the walls, which were adorned with icicles. Luo Yong continued to tend to the charcoal fire, sparks dancing upon the multitude of supply boxes crowding the room. 20 boxes of instant noodles, 30 bundles of thermal sleeping bags, and most conspicuously, a mountain of clothing and bedding. In a world where temperatures plummeted to -40 degrees, These items were more precious than gold. There are two matters to discuss today. Luo Yang's piercing gaze swept over his subordinates. First, let us divide the supplies we have gathered since last month. Zhao Hu grinned, his 2-meter frame sitting straight, towering even over the nearby maid. His muscular form strained against the tactical vest, threatening to burst its seams. Despite the biting cold, he would shed his coat upon entering, revealing a vest that accentuated his physique, as if to proclaim his strength. The mutation had bestowed upon him not only power, but also a morbid thirst for violence. Yet, just as his hand reached for a box of canned beef, Ma Liang's pale fingers pressed down on the lid. "Boss, why deal with trivial matters of supply distribution at this moment?" The voice of this pretty boy slithered through the air like a venomous snake. "You bastard." Zhao Hu bristled at Ma Liang's interference, having long held disdain for this flashy individual. This pretty boy adored wearing meticulously tailored leather jackets, standing in stark contrast to their military coats. "What? Do you want to give it a try?" The slender man, wrapped in his leather jacket, lounged on the genuine leather sofa, his fingertips toying with a butterfly knife, his eyes glinting like a cobra poised to strike. Zhao Hu fell momentarily silent. "But what exactly is the second matter?" Ma Liang pressed on, directing his question toward Luo Yang. Suddenly, Luo Yang's pupils constricted as he noticed the subtle tremor in Ma Liang's right leg, a sign that the speedster was poised to spring into action. It appeared he genuinely desired to confront Zhao Hu, but fortunately, Zhao Hu had restrained himself. The wood in the stove crackled violently, and in a fit of anger, Zhao Hu slapped the maid beside him across the face. "What the hell is going on? Didn't I tell you not to burn damp wood? You startled me. Do you understand?" The maid covered her swollen face, on the verge of tears, angered yet unable to voice her grievances. "Enough, enough." Luo Yong waved his hand dismissively. "Chen Xing will seek vengeance tonight." Luo Yong deliberately paused, observing the pupils of his 2 subordinates constrict. "You are undoubtedly aware of his capabilities. So what shall we do?" Zhao Hu slammed his fist heavily onto the coffee table, causing the bulletproof glass to shatter instantaneously. "Just in time. It has been several days since I last tasted blood." As he spoke, a plume of white mist suddenly arose from his bald head in the frigid daylight. Ma Liang scoffed, twirling his butterfly knife, the blade tracing a chilling arc in the glow of the flames. "Fool, are you aware that Chen Xing is also a mutant? Do you realize he has a dozen firearms at his disposal?" Chapter 239. In a fit of exasperation, Zhao Hu could no longer tolerate the humiliation inflicted by the smirking youth and slammed his palm against the table. The atmosphere thickened as the two seemed on the verge of drawing blades. "Enough!" Luo Yang's commanding voice pierced the tension, prompting both men to retreat. Hands clasped over their ears. "I summoned you both to devise a strategy, not to witness a brawl." "That is simple enough," Ma Liang interjected, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "We can turn the tables. Let us wait for him to come after us when he emerges from his lair. We'll strike hard and fast." He gestured dramatically, mimicking a fist with flair. "Indeed." Luo Yong nodded in approval. The plan was sound. He turned to Zhao Hu, who immediately straightened in his seat. "Boss, I can handle him head-on with the 5 men I have at my disposal. I guarantee we can take him down." Luo Yong chuckled and shook his head. "Your resolve is commendable." With that, he produced a rudimentary map, a simple sketch drawn by the developers of their community, marking several nearby neighborhoods and the routes between them. When Chen Xing seeks revenge, he will undoubtedly take this path. He wouldn't dare to use the main road, as it would expose him to us, so this side route is most suitable. Thus, the plan was laid out. Ma Liang and Zhao Hu would position themselves near the Yufu Guanshan Sea community to lie in wait. As soon as Chen Xing exits the neighborhood, you will storm in and dismantle his stronghold. I will personally oversee an ambush midway. He pointed out the necessary route Chen Xing would be obliged to traverse. Should he turn his back on us, I assure you, he shall not return. Meanwhile, 3 kilometers away in the meeting room on the 3rd floor of Building 4 at the Yufu Guanshan Sea community, Chen Xing meticulously examined his electric shock gloves. With ample resources at his disposal, he had crafted a pair. The nanofiber surface of the gloves shimmered with arcs of blue electricity. On the opposite side of the room, Lu Xiaowang, Zhang Weiguo, and others were also prepared for action. Zhang Lu had promised to keep an eye on Lao Feng and the others. For this revenge mission, Feng Shuo had been designated to remain behind. Yet, Chen Xing felt uneasy leaving him alone, prompting him to reach out to Zhang Lu. They had yet to depart, waiting for Zhang Lu's response. After listening to Lu Xiaowang's report, Chen Xing nodded decisively. "All right, inform everyone that we are ready to set off." Lu Xiaowang glanced at Chen Xing. "Do you trust Zhang Lu that much? Last time, he didn't trust you." Chen Xing opened the chamber of the big rhino, confirming it was fully loaded with ammunition before holstering it at his waist. He turned to pat Lu Xiaowang on the shoulder. Trust is a luxury in the apocalypse. While Zhang Lu can be stubborn, that very trait can serve as an asset. He remains committed to the principles of safeguarding the populace from before the end times, and for that reason, I place my faith in him. For this expedition to the Cinna Mansion for revenge, Chen Xing had requisitioned several off-road vehicles recently modified by a group of university students. The 3.0-liter tank 500, equipped with external armor and snow chains, was more than sufficient for the harsh weather conditions they would face. A group of 10 individuals requisitioned 2 vehicles. It was not that Chen Xing was unwilling to accommodate more people. Rather, he believed that this number was already sufficient. As the vehicles rounded the corner of the Ziyu Guandi residential complex, Chen Xing suddenly pressed his temple. The alarm of the Phoenix system blared unexpectedly, and a holographic map instantaneously materialized within his AI goggles. Warning, warning, signs of anomalous biological activity detected around the perimeter of the complex. 2 peculiar red dots appeared on the goggles, suddenly congregating outside the southern wall of the complex. Yet, they remained still, showing no signs of movement. Chapter 240. Fortunately, before their departure, Chen Xing had instructed the Phoenix to heighten vigilance, dispatching 4 drones to incessantly patrol the vicinity of the community. Otherwise, this time, they might have indeed succeeded in their nefarious endeavor. As the drone's lens zoomed in, the facial recognition system promptly identified the 2 leaders as Zhao Hu and Ma Liang, notorious enforcers of the Luo family gang. The biting wind whipped against the abandoned billboards on the community's outer walls. Zhao Hu, after inspecting his dagger, sheathed it back into his tactical belt and spat towards the shadowy figure of Ma Liang. Pretty boy like you is best suited for hiding in a rat hole. Once I take down Chen Xing's lair, don't come crying for your share of the spoils. Zhao Hu's muscular physique indeed made him a fitting target. Ma Liang, with deliberate slowness, polished his butterfly knife. A chilling smile etched across his pale face. I've heard that Chen Xing has a Tesla coil hidden in his bedroom. You better not end up charred. He emphasized the words Tesla coil, eliciting suppressed chuckles from his 2 subordinates behind him. Zhao Hu's neck muscles tensed. The crunch of ice beneath his military boots resonating sharply. Better than certain cowards. Last time Luo Yong slapped him, he didn't dare to utter a word. This remark evidently struck a nerve, causing Ma Liang to instinctively extend his 3-inch steel claws. Yet, just as he was about to strike, he abruptly halted, as a faint buzzing sound seemed to resonate in the air. He glanced skyward, the fierce wind mingling with the swirling snow, obscuring his view. Each to their own abilities. Ma Liang retracted his claws. Humph. Zhao Hu scoffed, swiftly vanishing into the swirling snow with his men. Did they truly believe Chen Xing was defenseless? Watching Zhao Hu's group disappear around the corner, Ma Liang squinted his eyes into narrow slits. Suddenly, a laugh emanated from his left. Ma Liang swiftly drew his dagger from his waist, but then relaxed upon realizing it was his subordinate, a Kuan. Boss, shall we give Zhao Hu a little surprise? A Kuan licked his canine teeth. That kid Chen Xing must have fortified his lair as if it were a fortress. I say. He tugged at his collar. Let us feed some false information to Chen Xing, let them engage in mutual destruction, and then we. Shut your mouth. Ma Liang's military boot crushed the ice beneath him with a thud. What are you thinking? When did I ever say we go to Chen Xing's lair? Huh. But what about Luo Laoda? Luo Laoda is insignificant. He embedded an informant within Chen Xing's gang, yet he never disclosed it to us until our departure. Who is that informant? He clearly does not trust me. If you alert Chen Xing's people now, what will happen if the informant finds out? Do not concern yourself with them. Let them fight to the death. As for us, we will go to another splendid location. A strange gleam flickered in Ma Liang's eyes. A Kuan was momentarily taken aback, then his face lit up with excitement. Where to? To the underground market at Yufu Guanshan High. Goodness, boss, you are brilliant. That's south an excellent place. I've heard that not only their community members, but also those from nearby communities are trading there now. There must be a wealth of treasures within. What are we waiting for, brothers? Let us proceed. Ma Liang removed his thermal mask, standing at the northern gate of Yufu Guanshan High, with the market entrance outside the community now within arm's reach. He raised his hand to signal the team to halt, as 5 speed-oriented mutants stealthily melted into the shadows. Zhao Hu should have arrived at building number 4 by now, right? At that moment, a sudden gunshot echoed from the direction of the main entrance of the Yufu Guanshan High community, accompanied by the sounds of a fierce struggle. Boss, the time has come. A Kun's voice quivered with barely contained excitement. Ma Liang's pupils constricted sharply. Several figures clad in down jackets were bustling in and out of the market kiosk, clearly oblivious to the turmoil unfolding in the courtyard. Damn it, this truly is a renowned affluent community. Even the kiosk security is adorned in down jackets. Chapter 241. He licked his lips, and the butterfly knife traced a silver arc. Rob everything and burn it down. leave no survivors. The roar of the QBS-09 interrupted his command. Lu Xiaowang suddenly burst forth from behind the gang, sending a solitary bullet crashing into the nearest Carlamus, propelling it backward by 5 meters. You bastards dare to cause trouble? Zhang Weiguo ignited a Molotov cocktail and hurled it towards the gang near Ma Liang. Flames instantly engulfed several Carlamus. Ma Liang's neck hair stood on end. His speed-based mutation allowed him to narrowly evade the hail of bullets aimed at his head. However, a ricochet still tore open a bloody gash on his left shoulder, forcing him to roll and take cover in a shop with open windows. Yet, he could hear the roar of engines approaching rapidly. How could Chen Xing possibly return? He screamed in frustration, smashing his communicator. But Luo Yong on the other end remained completely silent. Damn it, I've been betrayed. The muscles in Ma Liang's jaw tensed, a fierce glint flickering in his eyes. In just a month of this apocalypse, a band of desperate rogues had gathered around him, and Ma Liang was not one to be trifled with. Chen Xing, I'll fight you to the end. Like a gust of wind, Ma Liang surged out from the shop. In the blink of an eye, he reached Chen Xing, who had just disembarked from the vehicle. The massive rhinoceros in Chen Xing's hands let out a roar. Yet, Ma Liang was as swift as lightning, truly capable of dodging his bullets. In a heartbeat, he was already in front of Chen Xing, his blade gleaming ominously as it aimed for Chen Xing's throat. Chen Xing's pupils constricted. Indeed, Ma Liang was no ordinary speed-based mutant. Furthermore, he seemed to be the fastest one Chen Xing had ever encountered. However, despite Ma Liang's speed, Chen Xing was not to be underestimated. Wind control. The butterfly knife in Ma Liang's hand slowed mere centimeters from Chen Xing's throat. His pupils trembled in disbelief. How could this be? He felt as if his knife was ensnared by the very air around him. How could the air become so thick? Spatial movement. Even more astonishingly, a flash of white light caused Chen Xing to vanish before his eyes. Alarm bells rang in Ma Liang's mind as he abruptly crouched and executed a forward roll. Bang! A searing 44 bullet whizzed past his scalp. Had he hesitated by even half a second, his head would have been reduced to a pulp. Ma Liang slid along the ground, attempting to pivot and throw his butterfly knife, eager for Chen Xing to experience his flying blade. But as he turned, a shock coursed through him. Chen Xing was already 2 meters away, a bolt of blue plasma hurtling toward him. 100,000 volts of electricity effortlessly pierced through Ma Liang's leather jacket, and his scream mingled with the stench of charred flesh as he was hurled 3 meters back, crashing to the ground. Yet, in an instant, he sprang back up as if propelled by a spring. After just one exchange, he realized he was no match for Chen Xing. If he couldn't win, he had no choice but to flee. He was confident in his speed. However, just as he turned and lifted his gaze, a drone armed with a shotgun hovered ominously before him. The dark barrel pressed firmly against his face. Your speed is impressive. Is it? Chen Xing suddenly appeared before him, electricity coalescing into a sphere of blue and white light at his fingertips. But within 3 steps, I doubt you can truly outrun a bullet. The final image that Ma Liang beheld before his consciousness faded was a live projection of Akuan being reduced to mere fragments by Chen Xing's plasma fist. Chen Xing picked up the blood-stained butterfly knife, its hilt inscribed with delicate characters. Those who survive until the end are never the strongest. They are invariably the swiftest. Yet, in the end, you still failed to outpace the bullet. Chapter 242. The biting cold wind, laden with ice crystals, battered against Zhang Li's protective mask. Clutching his Remington 870, he observed the swirling frost raised by the convoy below. The beams of searchlights from 3 modified off-road vehicles crisscrossed, illuminating the entrance of the community with a dazzling brightness. The gang was infiltrating from the northeast corner. A warning crackled through the intercom from his subordinates. Damn, Zhang Lu cursed inwardly, realizing these ruffians were adept at diversion tactics. Just as he prepared to offer support, 5 Molotov cocktails were hurled into the courtyard, exploding with a violent force that toppled the barricades piled at the community's entrance. Zhao, who sat in the off-road vehicle, smirking as he pressed his earpiece. He had spared no effort for this deal, even bringing out the off-road vehicle he usually hesitated to use, when he had just parted ways with Ma Liang. The latter had been unaware of his possession of a car. Ma Liang understood that Yufu Guanshan Hai was a lucrative prize, and Zhao, who was equally cognizant of its value. Suddenly, 3 of his muscular, armored subordinates erupted into action, leaping from the vehicle to the community's wall, their sinewy fists smashing against the concrete surface. The concrete shattered instantly, the rebar twisting between their fingers, ultimately torn asunder. These subordinates, nourished on mutated pork, were his sharpest weapons. A thunderous blast from a shotgun resonated overhead, and one of his men collapsed. However, another quickly raised a heavy wooden shield to protect the group. Although the entrance was heavily guarded, the wall connecting Building 4 and Building 6 became Zhao Hu's prime target for a breach. He dispatched several subordinates to create a ruckus at the front gate, diverting attention from their defenses, while he and his trusted confidants launched a direct assault here. Unfortunately, it seemed they had been spotted from Building 4, as gunfire erupted in response. No matter, he had prepared dozens of shields for this very scenario. Thick wooden planks, reinforced with a layer of steel, would surely withstand the enemy's bullets. Push harder, brothers, charge in and seize the prize. Zhao Hu leaped atop the vehicle, raising his hand to unleash a flash of cold steel. A short spear struck the window from which gunfire had erupted, silencing the enemy's fire and boosting the morale of his gang. Soon, they smashed a gap in the wall, and over 30 bandits surged through, flooding into the community. Zhang Lu suddenly felt a sharp pain at his shoulder as an ice shard grazed his cervical spine before embedding itself in the wall. He instinctively fired back, taking down a bandit. Yet more figures clad in heavy military coats surged through the breach. Retreat. Prepare to fall back into the building and make a stand. Fang Shuo shouted, spraying bullets wildly. Although Chen Xing had left him several shotguns and Zhang Li's men were armed with various firearms, the ferocity of these bandits was overwhelming. Moreover, it appeared that several among them were mutants, each possessing immense strength. With their heavy wooden shields, the blast from their shotguns merely sparked against the barriers. However, they could not inflict any harm on the individuals behind the wooden shield, while the adversary's thrown axes struck down one of his comrades with each throw. Engaging them directly was undoubtedly disadvantageous. They intended to retreat into the building and await Chen Xing's return. The chilling wind howled past the side wall of Building 4. As Zhao Hu secured his grappling gun to his waist, his coarse fingers caressed the frozen metal trigger, a sinister grin curling at the corners of his mouth. Brother Hu, Zhang Li's crew is firing fiercely. The voice of his subordinate echoed through the earpiece, intermingled with the sounds of gunfire and the piercing whistle of crossbows slicing through the air. Chapter 243. Zhao Hu crushed the communicator into powder. This man, who had navigated the underworld for 2 decades before the apocalypse, now slithered along the exterior wall of Building 4 like a serpent. Having already spent over 10 years in the criminal underbelly prior to the collapse of civilization, he had never once been apprehended. To outsiders, he appeared merely as a brutish, loutish figure. Yet, in truth, his meticulous nature was akin to that of a master strategist. Otherwise, how could he have assembled a 50-member team within just a month of the apocalypse? Even someone as formidable as Boss Luo had to regard him with a measure of respect. Today's ambush involved a clever ruse. He directed his subordinates to engage the defensive firepower head-on, drawing attention away from his true objective, sneaking into Chen Xing's lair. This young man had garnered a formidable reputation in a mere month, attracting a loyal following and wielding a substantial arsenal. Zhao Hu was convinced that within Chen Xing's abode lay the secrets to his burgeoning prowess. After all, how else could one achieve such a level of mutation without succumbing to the beastly inclinations? If he could not unearth these secrets, it was certain that the resources within would still be plentiful. Any of these discoveries would suffice for his ascendance. Regrettably, he lamented the loss of his loyal subordinates, particularly a few core members he had nurtured with the flesh of mutated beasts. Don't blame me, brothers. I'm merely seeking a way out for us all. Perhaps within Chen Xing's dwelling lies the key to suppressing the mutation? Otherwise, how could he have mutated so profoundly without exhibiting any bestial tendencies? If I fail to uncover this method, our fate is sealed. Zhao Hu silently recited these thoughts as he finally ascended to the 32nd floor, shattering the protective window of the stairwell before leaping inside. Upon his gaze landing on the strikingly futuristic metallic door of room 3201, his throat tightened with anticipation, and his eyes glistened with bloodshot fervor. I knew it. Ha! Zhao Hu's face beamed with ecstatic delight. He reached for the door, but as his hand made contact, the defense system of the safe house activated with a mechanical whir. Beep beep. Unauthorized intruder detected, echoed a voice from the door's crevice. The surface of the nano-coated metal door shimmered as 2 shotgun barrels emerged from hidden compartments. Zhao Hu's pupils dilated in shock. In the split second that the barrels unleashed their deadly fire, he rolled into the corner, his helmet crashing heavily against the concrete wall. The dull ache radiating from his temple alerted him to the formidable challenge of breaching this stronghold. Damn this safe house, he seethed, shaking off the shards of tile that clung to him. Transform. Zhao Hu rose, unleashing a primal roar. As he did, his body swelled as if inflated, bursting through his coat, his towering frame expanding from 2 meters to a staggering 3. He reached for the shield strapped to his back and cautiously stepped around the corner. Bang, bang, bang. The shotgun ports unleashed a torrential barrage of bullets, yet Zhao Hu's shield absorbed the onslaught with steadfast resolve. Within mere seconds, He stood before the door, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Now it's my turn. With his right hand firmly gripping the waist-mounted cutting device. He was about to remove the gas cylinder from his back when the entire corridor was suddenly illuminated by a blood-red alarm light. Warning. Level 2 threat detected. Activating drone combat units. Accompanied by a piercing alarm, for drones armed with shotguns emerged from the ceiling crevices. Zhao Hu's expression shifted dramatically, with no time to flee. He found himself cornered by an overwhelming barrage of gunfire. The 18mm shotgun pellets detonated on the cement floor, creating radioactive fissures. A searing pain shot through his right shoulder, as even his mutated, rugged flesh could not withstand such a singularly lethal projectile. Chapter 244. Zhao Hu clenched his fist and raised his shield, simultaneously calculating the number of gunshots from the drones above. A shotgun could hold a maximum of 78 rounds, and the 4 drones could carry no more than 56 rounds. Once they depleted their ammunition, they would have to return to reload. Thus, if he could withstand this wave of assault, the moment for Chen Hu would finally arrive. Suddenly, intricate hexagonal patterns emerged on the surface of the nano-armored door. Zhao Hu's pupils constricted. Could it be that this damned safe house possessed a third layer of defense? He watched in disbelief as mechanical arms extended from the walls, their tips crackling with eerie blue arcs of electricity. Rather than mere mechanical appendages, they resembled electrified metal probes. The electromagnetic pulse emitter was beginning to charge. The mechanical voice abruptly shifted to a gentle female tone, and Zhao Hu's body went rigid. This was the safe house issuing its final ultimatum. Damn it, this was no ordinary safe house. It was a veritable fortress of steel. Who exactly was Chen Xing? That his hideout could be fortified to such an extent? As the blue-white arcs of electricity erupted in the corridor, Zhao Hu felt as though 1,000 icy needles pierced his very marrow. The reinforced bones of his mutated form emitted a disconcerting creaking sound. With a crash, Zhao Hu burst forth from the stairwell, diving through the window and plummeting downwards. With a thunderous crash, Zhao Hu's hefty frame smashed through the ceiling of the first-floor hall. He lay on the ground for a considerable time to recover before rising to his feet. The strength bestowed by his mutation not only granted him immense power, but also endowed him with a robust physique. He staggered outside, inhaling the crisp air deeply. A figure leaped across the icy protrusions of the building, darting between several structures. Before the snowflakes could descend upon him, they were whisked away by an inexplicable whirlwind. In an instant, the figure was before him, and Zhao Hu grinned savagely. Do you think you are the only one with a gun? He reached into his pocket, producing a sleek black handgun, aimed directly at Chen Xing. Bang, bang, bang. Zhao Hu's beast-like eyes searched fiercely, for the figure before him had morphed into a ghostly silhouette. It was Chen Xing's movement skill. At that moment, he appeared as 7 afterimages to Zhao Hu. 3 bullets whizzed past, narrowly missing him. Zhao Hu fired 3 more shots, but this time Chen Xing did not evade. The bullet struck his cyclone shield, causing sparks to erupt like a golden rain. Zhao Hu's face contorted in disbelief. How could this be possible? With a primal roar, Zhao Hu unleashed a beastly cry as his skin began to shed. The pressure of impending death compelled him to activate 3 rounds of genetic recombination at this critical juncture. His mutated form erupted in a blinding white light, the sound of his bones fracturing and reconfiguring akin to steel plates grinding against one another. Clumps of yellow and black fur burst forth from his body. A flicker of astonishment crossed Chen Xing's eyes. This guy was actually undergoing a transformation on the brink of death? And with this appearance, could it be that he had consumed mutated tiger flesh? Otherwise, how could he resemble an old tiger in this beastly form? However, he had decided not to continue playing with him any longer. Die! Zhao Hu, with his eyes wide open, swung his mutated claws towards Chen Xing's throat. Suddenly, Chen Xing's body appeared to lose all its weight. The gust generated by Zhao Hu's tiger paw sent Chen Xing drifting backward like a leaf caught in the wind. Zhao Hu's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets in disbelief. Is this even possible? The game ought to conclude. Chen Xing's voice echoed from all directions, and Zhao Hu was horrified to feel a lightness around his waist. The dagger, which he had cherished for slaying tigers, now hovered above his head. No. The flying knife began to spin rapidly, accelerating with each moment. Chapter 245. With a swift motion, a flash of white light pierced through his heart. Blood splattered against the wall behind him, yet peculiarly congealed into crystalline patterns upon the surface. Chen Xing gazed at the convulsing Zhao Hu across from him. Blood froth seeped from between Zhao Hu's teeth. You will never know. Before he could finish his sentence, a dagger interrupted him, penetrating his skull. Chen Xing reached out and caught the flying knife. Even in death, there was still so much to say. Are you all right, Chen Xing? Came Zhang Li's voice from behind. Just then, Chen Xing picked up the handgun that had fallen from Zhao Hu's grasp. Turning to the concerned face of Zhonglu, he tossed the gun to him. Gather your things. We must deliver a grand gift to Luo Yong. The ornate iron gate of the Sinna mansion slowly swung open before Chen Xing. The chilling wind carrying the scent of blood. The air was filled with a cacophony of screams, and Chen Xing exchanged a glance with Zhonglu. It appeared that the Sinna community was not at peace. The residents seemed to be rising against the Luo family in the midst of their internal turmoil. He stepped through the threshold, and suddenly, a figure darted out from the side, reaching for Chen Xing. Young man, are you Chen Xing? I know where Luo Yong is. Bang! The old man's head erupted in a spray of blood, his face a mask of confusion as he slowly collapsed onto the snow. Chen Xing, you. Zhonglu looked at him in disbelief. Although Lu Xiaoguang and the others behind Chen Xing also bore expressions of confusion, they did not question him. Chen Xing glanced at Zhonglu. You should venture out more often. Staying cooped up in the community will narrow your perspective. As he spoke, he approached the old man's corpse, and a gust of wind blew open the elderly man's bulky down jacket, revealing a meticulously bound array of explosives. Hiss! Zhonglu inhaled sharply. Everyone heightened their vigilance. Should any stranger approach without heeding the command, they would be met with lethal force. Zhang Wei was shouted a warning. All nodded in agreement. The group moved unobstructed towards the core villa of the Luo family. Chen Xing raised his gaze at the villa before him. Its floor-to-ceiling windows adorned with frost. The sound of a piano floated from within, creating a bizarre contrast with the screams echoing from below. Chen Xing's fingers, gripping the powerful handgun, turned slightly pale. He turned to Zhonglu. Be cautious. The group nodded. And the drones dispatched by the Phoenix faction began to enter the villa one after another. Without waiting for the feed to return, Chen Xing stepped inside. In the shadows cast by the crystal chandelier, a woman in an evening gown was slicing meat on a plate at the dining table. The bruises on her swan-like neck indicated she had suffered violence the previous night. You've arrived. A seemingly unremarkable man seated at the head of the table raised his glass of red wine towards Chen Xing. You came at just the right time. I just had someone prepare a dish of braised wolf meat. Mr. Chen, would you care to try it? Chen Xing shook his head. The man took a sip of the wine, his face contorting in distaste. I truly cannot comprehend why the wealthy enjoy this beverage. Ugh, it's so dreadful. With a dismissive gesture, he pushed aside the beautiful woman slicing meat and seized a plate to indulge in his feast. Have Ma Liang and Zhao Hu both met their demise? Chen Xing nodded. The man, satisfied, spat out a bone. Those two worthless fools. Even if you hadn't dealt with them, I would have eventually taken care of them myself. So my gratitude is in order, Luo Yong declared, raising his glass to Chen Xing once more, though this time, his cup was devoid of wine. How pretentious, Chen Xing thought, furrowing his brow. Chapter 246, The Villa at Sinna Mansion. Frost crept up the shattered glass windows, yet the fireplace within blazed with fervor. Chen Xing shook off the snow clinging to his coat and slowly drew the mighty rhinoceros from his waist, the barrel glimmering coldly in the frigid air. However, Luo Yong seemed oblivious, devouring the roasted meat from his plate with fervor. He lifted another hefty piece, the savory aroma of the grilled meat mingling with a metallic scent that pierced the nostrils. Behind him, two muscular mutant hounds emerged, settling quietly at his back. The shards of a toppled vase carved grotesque crimson trails across the carpet. Brother Chun, in this biting cold, why not indulge in a warm soup first? Luo Yong suggested, his chopsticks lifting a quivering slice of meat, the juices dripping and freezing into beads upon the table. Suddenly, the electronic voice of Phoenix erupted beside Chen Xing's ear. The muscle group on the right side of the target is exhibiting abnormal contractions. It is advised to retreat 2 meters. Yet, Chen Xing remained unmoved, steadfastly observing Luo Yong. The holographic map unfolded within his AI visor, detecting the heartbeat sources of 3 mutant hounds lying in wait behind the bar. Chen Xing's cheek twitched slightly. Brother Xing, why must we escalate this matter? We have harbored no grievances in the past, nor do we bear any animosity presently. This situation is merely a misunderstanding. Let us consider this incident resolved. Ma Liang and Zhao Hu have already fallen by your hand. I shall return thrice the value of what they took from you. After all, distant relatives are not as beneficial as close neighbors, especially in this harsh winter of the apocalypse. We humans ought to unite, Luo Yong continued, prodding the bloody ribs on his plate with a silver fork, grease trickling onto his fur collar. Will you not take a bite? In this bitter chill of -40 degrees, it would be better to sit and warm oneself. Damn it. Even at this moment, you still prattle on, pretending to be something you are not. A voice suddenly erupted from behind Chen Xing. He swiftly turned, raising his hand, the roar of the rhinoceros pistol shattering the chandelier. Luo Chang's chest bore a gaping wound, smoke rising from it, and his crossbow clattered to the ground. He stared at Chen Xing in disbelief. How? Did you know? Quite simple. Your surname is Luo, and so is his. Chen Xing flicked the blood droplets from the barrel, observing Luo Chang convulsing on the ground. The latter's lips frosted with congealed blood, his pupils dilating. Chen Xing, you discovered it long ago. You're insane. Luo Yang, regaining his composure after witnessing Luo Chang's demise, overturned the table in a fit of rage. His curses were abruptly interrupted by the electronic voice of Phoenix. A swarm of 6 silver drones shattered the glass, the barrel of a shotgun unleashing a torrent of bullets amidst the howling wind. 2 Doberman dogs sprang forth from behind Luo Yang, their fangs dripping with corrosive saliva, their claws carving charred grooves into the hardwood floor. Chen Xing rolled to evade the assault, witnessing the mutant hounds shatter a Roman column, concrete fragments cascading like crumbs. The Phoenix computational matrix flickered in his AI visor, dissecting the movement trajectories of the 2 mutant hounds into blue grits. Just as a drone equipped with a shotgun locked onto its target, the leading black dog lunged, shattering the floor tiles as it leapt into the air. The tempered glass window frame was smashed by the mutant hound's charge, and when the shotgun fired against the wall, it erupted in chaos. The second drone immediately opened fire, yet the creature unexpectedly maneuvered with a zigzag trajectory, propelled by its own rebound, lunging directly at Chen Xing. In an instant, the razor-sharp claws were mere inches from his throat. However, at that moment, the monstrous paw came to a halt. The thick, viscous air enveloped the claw, rendering it momentarily unable to advance or retreat. Chen Xing smirked, raising the massive rhinoceros gun in his hand. Bang! A shot shattered the mutated hound's eye. From the right, at the 3 o'clock position, the voice of Phoenix rang out, chillingly calm. The mutated hound's gaping maw stretched wide, poised to seize Chen Xing's head, but in that fleeting moment, it too came to an abrupt stop. Chapter 247. It also bit into a mouthful of air. The moment Chen Xing raised his hand, a drone swooped down, and the number 12 deer bullet shattered the mutated dog's spine into 2 pieces. Thick, green brain matter splattered as dozens of centipede-like parasites wriggled out of the skull. Chen Xing's pupils constricted violently. These insects reminded him of the giant toothless insects he had encountered at Yida Plaza. Was that Luo Yang, who controlled these mutated dogs using such methods? This was far more formidable than old Lu, who only relied on electric shock collars. Chen Xing rose, aiming his powerful rifle at Luo Yang, firing repeatedly. Yet, he found that the opponent's figure shimmered like rippling water, and the bullets pierced only through an afterimage. The thermal imaging indicated that the target's skin temperature was 2 degrees lower than the environment, with an unusual surface refractive index. Phoenix projected the data stream onto Chen Xing's AI goggles. The thermal imaging was ineffective. The target's body temperature was in sync with the environment. The alarm from Phoenix blared once more in Chen Xing's ears. A chill ran down his spine. Could it be that this fellow could turn invisible? Everyone get out. Wait for me outside. Chen Xing shouted back at the stunned Zhonglu, Lu Xiaowang, and the others. Everything had happened so swiftly, within less than a minute. They had barely had time to react before the battle had commenced. Now, only Chen Xing and Luo Yang, the 2 mutated beings, remained in the room. The others staying here would not only be of no assistance but would only hinder him. Zhonglu and the others understood Chen Xing's intent and wasted no words, hastily making their way outside the villa. As Chen Xing turned back, he suddenly felt a chill at the nape of his neck. He swiftly crouched down as a white light sliced through the void, grazing the major artery in his neck. The collar of his protective suit emitted a wisp of smoke. He retaliated with a punch, his electric shock gloves unleashing a surge of plasma, causing blue arcs to erupt from the villa's electrical circuit. A scream echoed from behind him, and when he turned, Luo Yang's presence remained elusive. This fellow could truly turn invisible. A shiver ran down Chen Xing's spine. Since entering this apocalyptic world, he had fought numerous battles against mutated beasts and beings. However, encountering one that could turn invisible was a first for him. Based on his understanding of mutated beings, it was evident that they must have consumed some kind of mutated beast meat to achieve such abilities. What kind of mutated beast had Luo Yang consumed to gain invisibility? Before he could ponder further, a loud, heavy breathing sound accompanied by a foul stench arose behind him. Turning around, he found the last mutated dog. It had just swallowed the glowing parasites that had emerged from the corpse of its companion. Its already massive form began to swell rapidly, growing to the size of a small calf. Bone spurs pierced through its fur, and the exposed muscle fibers twisted like cables. At that moment, it glared at Chen Xing, its fangs clicking ominously. Chen Xing raised his gun and fired. The bullets from his powerful rifle sparked against the mutated dog's hide. The 44 Magnum bullets were unable to penetrate its defenses. The Doberman had transformed into a frenzied beast. It leaped into the air, lunging towards him. Chen Xing kicked the dining table away with a swift motion, instinctively rolling to evade danger. He quickly rose and took a seat on the ground, positioning himself behind the table, unleashing a torrent of fire. In his hand, he wielded a shotgun. 3 shots rang out before he heard the low growl of a mutated dog echoing from the ceiling, as chunks of concrete rained down like a deluge. The beast dangled from the chandelier frame, its crimson eyes flickering like dancing specters. Chapter 248. A shiver ran down Chen Xing's spine. This beast. Not only does it possess muscle, but it seems to have also gained some intelligence. Chen Xing's gaze swept across the dining hall, landing on a small bar adjacent to the table he had overturned. Within the crystal goblet atop the bar rested a dark red liquid. Moments ago, those 3 dogs had been cowering behind this very bar. Besides being controlled by that Luo Yong with insects, could this crimson liquid also play a significant role? With a sudden surge, he sprang to his feet, activating his agility skill. The enhancement of this skill was fully realized at that moment. His speed and agility soared to their maximum potential, meaning he did not need to enter a frenzied state. By merely engaging his form, his speed and agility reached their peak. Although it consumed mana, it was far superior to entering a frenzy. In just 1 second, he darted to the front of the bar. As expected, the massive dog suspended from the ceiling leaped down, mouth agape, ready to bite. Its fangs glinted with a metallic sheen, and it crashed down, dislodging the chandelier above. Chen Xing delivered a powerful kick, sending the marble bar flying. The canine creature stood upright, smashing the airborne marble bar with a single claw. The dining hall erupted in a cloud of dust as the colossal hound charged through the chaos towards Chen Xing. Yet, at that moment, a peculiar smile crept across his face as he raised his hand. A large robotic sphere suddenly materialized in midair. The robot shot forth an electronic restraining cable, which instantly ensnared the monster's limbs with crackling blue arcs. The beast writhed violently, toppling a row of bookshelves, with hardcover tomes crashing to the ground. Phoenix. Chen Xing rolled to the corner as a swarm of drones surged through the window. Armed with shotguns, these mechanical creations formed a perfect triangular formation in the air. Thermal imaging locked on. Fire. The voice of Phoenix erupted in Chen Xing's earpiece. The sound of gunfire echoed as shells traced shining parabolas through the air. A torrential downpour of bullets raining upon the great hound. Even this formidable creature, known for its resilience, could not withstand the concentrated fire of 6 12-gauge shotgun rounds. Gur. The great hound staggered, as if intoxicated. After a brief struggle, it finally collapsed in the living room. Chen Xing leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as he noticed the enormous aquarium in the living room. 3 heaters flanked it, preventing it from freezing. Yet, through the glass, he spotted Luo Yong lurking in the shadows of the aquarium. At that moment, 6 slender biological neural strands extended from his back, connecting him to the aquarium, where dozens of nearly transparent jellyfish pulsed in synchrony. So it was jellyfish. Chen Xing's eyes widened in realization. No wonder this fellow could become invisible. However, as he lifted his gun, Luo Yong sensed his intent. With a sudden jerk, he severed the connection with the jellyfish, and his form vanished into thin air. Yet, Chen Xing did not hesitate. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 shots, the aquarium shattered with a resounding crash. The specially formulated liquid, along with the jellyfish, spilled across the floor, quickly freezing into a solid sheet of ice. Thermal imaging failed. The target's body temperature matched the ambient environment. The prompt from the Phoenix caused Chen Xing's pupils to constrict. Yet this time, he felt no trepidation. He held his breath and focused intently, patiently awaiting Luo Yong's move. He was certain that Luo Yong would not simply flee. He could not possibly resign himself to such a fate. A subtle shift in the air 3 meters to his right caught Chen Xing's attention, and a peculiar smile graced his lips. The wind mastery skill not only enabled him to manipulate the currents, but also heightened his sensitivity to the slightest changes within a 3-meter radius. Thus, even though the Phoenix was rendered helpless against the invisible foe, Chen Xing possessed his own means of countering the adversary. As long as the opponent ventured within his 3-meter domain and continued to breathe, he would be acutely aware of their presence. This was the essence of his method for unraveling the enigma of the opponent's invisibility. He pivoted to his left, raising the great rhino to fire. Chen Xing's heart surged with anticipation as Luo Yong, concealed to his right, experienced a flicker of delight. The moment Luo Yong's dagger emerged from the void, Chen Xing swiftly evaded. Chapter 249. The electric shock gloves emitted a bluish arc, striking him fiercely beneath the ribs. "You scoundrel, you betrayed me." In that moment of splattering slime, The cloaking disguise melted away like wax, revealing Luo Yong's grayish, mutated skin. His entire body was hurled backward. With a crash, Luo Yong's figure shattered the living room's floor-to-ceiling window, tumbling into the courtyard. Almost instantly, the sound of gunfire erupted like popping beans. Unmistakably the work of Zhang Lu and Lu Xiaoguang, who were stationed outside. Chen Xing rushed outside with incredible speed, exclaiming, "Where is he? This is truly bizarre." The moment that guy hit the ground, he turned transparent. Zhang Lu approached Chen Xing, his face etched with terror, while Lu Xiaoguang and the others wore solemn expressions. Although they were aware of his ability to become invisible, none had anticipated such a peculiar manifestation of his skill. Chen Xing arrived at the spot where Luo Yong had just fallen, detecting traces of mutated biological blood. Analyzing, Phoenix swiftly transmitted a holographic image to Chen Xing's AI visor. He observed glowing blood on the ground, without Phoenix's special spectral illumination. Ordinary vision would have failed to reveal any traces of mutated blood. The group followed the trail of blood until they reached a steaming spring. To their astonishment, the community housed a hot spring, a fountain no larger than a water tank. The spring extended into a waterway that flowed out of the community. With the Luo family gang's demise, some audacious residents stepped out of their homes, timidly gathering in the small square, gazing at Chen Xing and his companions. "Where does this water lead?" Chen Xing inquired of a passerby. "It flows into a river outside, then onward to the sea." Chen Xing furrowed his brow. Luo Yong must have escaped along the waterway. As he rose, he noticed an increasing number of people congregating in the small square, encircling them closely. "Are you people from Yufu Guanshanxi? Who is Chen Xing? Did you truly drive Luo Yong away? Is Ma Liang really dead? Did you witness it? Zhao Hu is dead. Heaven has eyes. Boo-hoo, we are safe." In the small square, there was a cacophony of cheers and wails. Chen Xing surveyed the densely packed crowd, feeling overwhelmed. There were at least 200 or 300 individuals, all ragged and emaciated. It was evident they had suffered under the oppression of the Luo family gang. With the gang now vanquished, these people were liberated. Before long, Lu Xiaoguang and his companions brought the supplies they had salvaged from Luo Yong's villa to the small square. Each person will receive a portion of the supplies. Please do not fight over them. Chen Xing was neither a bandit nor a tyrant, having expelled the Luo family gang. He felt it only right to distribute a share of the resources, for he could not bear to witness anyone freezing or starving. Instantly, cheers erupted from the crowd. Within half an hour, everyone had received their share. "Well, the supplies have been distributed. Now let us discuss your plans." Chen Xing gazed at the assembly and then at Zhang Lu. He was aware of Zhang Li's penchant for collecting, a trait inherited from old Lu. In recent times, they had taken in several hundred homeless individuals from nearby communities. Although this influx brought considerable pressure, it also solidified their resolve. In this apocalyptic world, they managed to maintain a compassionate and humane spirit. Naturally, Chen Xing was willing to lend them a hand. The crowd exchanged glances, and an elderly man with a head of white hair spoke up. "Actually, we intend to stay. We will allocate the supplies left by Luo Yong according to our needs. Furthermore, there is a hot spring here, which we could utilize for centralized heating. This would resolve our heating issues, and with such resources, we could sustain ourselves for at least 3 years. As the old man finished speaking, Chen Xing's eyes narrowed. Did this old fellow dare to scheme against me? To be so audacious in such dire times, he must surely have been a cadre before the apocalypse. Chapter 250. The biting cold wind lashed against the face, and within the central fountain of the Sina mansion floated 3 lifeless bodies, bound together by iron chains. Their eyes wide open in a frozen expression of terror beneath the ice. In the frigid air, Chen Xing stamped his feet, the sound of his military boots echoing sharply against the blood-stained marble floor. These individuals certainly displayed a ruthless disposition. In the distance, amidst the throng of people, an elderly man with hair as white as snow continued to passionately articulate visions of a prosperous future to the residents. This scoundrel must have been a bureaucrat before the apocalypse. Such eloquence is not found without experience. Moreover, it appeared he was intent on seizing the mantle of the Luo family gang. Once Chen Xing and his companions departed, he would undoubtedly seek to dominate this community. "Phoenix, investigate the background of this individual," Chen Xing commanded. "Received," came the prompt reply. The drone operated by Phoenix emitted an invisible infrared beam, scanning the facial features of the elderly man. It then connected to Phoenix's facial recognition system, initiating the activation and infiltration of the Sina Mansion's property management center server. Soon, a holographic projection materialized within Chen Xing's AI visor. It displayed photographs of the elderly man participating in various community activities, along with detailed information about his family background. Name: Li Xiaoquan. Age, 66, former leader of the finance department, retired. Chen Xing's pupils constricted. Indeed, his initial suspicions about the man's character during his speech had proven accurate. At that moment, the former leader, leaning on his silver-handled cane, turned to face Chen Xing. Chief Chen, I have good news. Lu Xiaowang came rushing from the direction of the villa area, his face aglow with excitement, his frost-covered mask betraying the chill. I just found another warehouse belonging to Luo Yong, containing 40 boxes of canned goods, 20 bags of rice, and gasoline. Chen Xing raised his hand to halt further reporting, but it was too late. The crowd on the opposite side stirred with unease. Lu Xiaowang sensed that the atmosphere had shifted. Upon glancing at the elderly man and the group behind him, he realized that his well-intentioned efforts had inadvertently caused trouble. Captain Chen, a frail voice called out from across the way. Li Shaoquan, leaning on his dragon-headed cane, revealed a dark red scarf peeking out from his overcoat. Chen Xing narrowed his eyes. This former finance leader, despite the frigid temperatures of -30 degrees, maintained impeccably styled white hair. Judging by his attire and demeanor, he appeared to have lived quite comfortably during the days when the Luo family gang had dominated the community. At that moment, 7 or 8 middle-aged individuals, clad in fur or masked attire, emerged behind the elderly man. Each was impeccably dressed, exuding an air of affluence. Among them, a portly man was idly cracking walnuts in his hands. Their refined appearances and demeanor starkly contrasted with the residents huddled in tattered cotton jackets. The hardships of apocalyptic life had left no trace upon them. Chen Xing's eyes narrowed to slits. Captain Chen, shouldn't these supplies be returned to their rightful owners? Li Shaoquan rapped his cane against the icy edge of the fountain. The possessions taken by the Luo family gang were the hard-earned resources of our community residents. Old Li spoke the truth. Suddenly, a portly man clad in mink raised his voice. Last month, they seized 2 boxes of Maudai from me and 5 boxes of canned beef from Mr. Wang's home. The crowd began to stir, and Chen Xing noticed a group of over a dozen young individuals subtly gravitating towards Li Shaoquan. They were similarly adorned in pristine down jackets, and their well-nourished appearances contrasted starkly with the gaunt, weary faces of the residents behind them. Most notably, these young individuals were all robust and carried bulging waists. The infrared scanner swept across the face hidden behind the old lamp, and moments later, a report crackled through the earpiece. Zhang Yong, Qin Ge, a total of 7 individuals, all members of the Danshan Chamber of Commerce, who had maintained a close relationship with Li Shaoquan even before the apocalypse. The infrared swept over the 12 young individuals who had approached. It detected an accelerated heart rate among them, with concealed weapons such as knives and axes at their waists, recommending a level 2 alert. Seeking supplies? Chen Xing suddenly let out a laugh, its sharpness echoing in the stillness of the community. He pulled out a bag of compressed biscuits and hurled it onto the icy surface. Here, is this sufficient? Damn it, when the Luo family gang occupied the community, why did you not dare to demand supplies from them? Chapter 251. Just as I have vanquished the Luo gang, you emerge. Do you truly believe you can ensnare me with mere words? Li Xiaoquan's countenance turned ashen, and the rotund man fiddling with the walnut was about to erupt but was restrained by the elder's hand. Young man, we must adhere to reason. He slowly removed his gold-rimmed spectacles to wipe them. The Luo gang has committed numerous atrocities, and we are grateful for your efforts to uphold justice. However, your desire to seize all these spoils bears no distinction from that of bandits in the Luo gang. Indeed, how much have our community members lost? You intend to take everything? Leave the supplies. Several women clad in fur echoed the sentiment. The most vociferous among them were relatives or mistresses of the influential merchants. The property server of the same mansion contained detailed records of these individuals. Chen Xing smirked in silence, while Zhang Lu suddenly drew his gun, causing an instant hush to fall over the crowd. Despite their differing attitudes towards the common folk, both men were united in their disdain for these provocateurs. When the Luo gang wielded its power, you chose not to intervene. Now that we have exterminated them, you seek to reap the rewards? Even the affable Zhang Lu found it increasingly intolerable. Look at those canned meats and compressed biscuits. How long has it been since you've had a proper meal? Do you think that by giving each of you a pack of supplies, I can simply dismiss you? Neighbors, those are our belongings. Will you truly stand idly by as they cart everything away? Li Shaoquan turned to the residents of the community and called out, inciting a stir among them. It must be said, this old man was indeed a master at rousing the masses. A cold glint flashed in Chen Xing's eyes. Ah, Xiaochun, we old comrades understand how to stabilize the hearts of the people. Look at these supplies. Li Shaoquan turned around, smiling at Chen Xing as if victory was assured. Chen Xing tightened his grip on the large revolver at his waist. If these people dared to come and seize the goods, he would not hesitate to slay a few as a sacrifice. Old man, spare me the charade. There's a ledger in Luo Yang's bedroom safe. Every sordid transaction you've conducted with him during this period is meticulously recorded. A voice suddenly resonated through the crowd, and Chen Xing's gaze shifted. He spotted a tall man clad in a black leather jacket, his expression grim and clearly not of good character, glaring fiercely at Li Shaoquan. Sensing Chen Xing's scrutiny, the man turned and flashed a smile, evidently attempting to convey goodwill. Qi Guang, the owner of Villa 203 in the same mansion, had been involved in the funeral industry before the apocalypse. Chen Xing raised an eyebrow. It was no wonder. Those who engaged in such a profession typically had a dark background. But what was this fellow's sudden goodwill supposed to signify? Qi Guang, do not speak recklessly. You are deliberately seeking retribution. Your resentment stems from our unit's disciplinary action against you before the apocalypse. Thus, you are now deliberately seeking vengeance. The sudden appearance of Qi Guang has disrupted the composure of the elderly Li Shaoquan. Qi Guang, with a chilling smile, fixates on the twitching corner of Li Shaoquan's eye. Last week, you sent a young lady named Zhao Xiaoyan to Luo Yong in exchange for 2 boxes of instant noodles. Xiaoyan, my granddaughter. Li Shaoquan, return my granddaughter. A wail erupted from the crowd as a frail old woman suddenly knelt down, her fingers clawing at the icy surface, leaving traces of blood. She is the grandmother of the missing girl, Zhao Xiaoyan. That is slander. Li Shaoquan's cane struck the ground heavily, clearly flustered. The crowd stirred once more. But this time, they began to distance themselves from Li Shaoquan. You have committed murder and are attempting to frame others. Fellow villagers, these outsiders seek to seize our old dog, perish. Qi Guang, like a specter, flashed behind the old man, and in an instant, the dagger precisely severed the carotid artery. A fountain of blood splattered against the floor-to-ceiling windows, creating a grotesque totem. The scene erupted into chaos. Chapter 252, A Farce. Swift in arrival and departure, the merchants who had just gathered around Chen Xing to seek justice were now scattering like birds and beasts as soon as their leader, Li Shaoquan, had his throat slit. The rotund man who had been cracking walnuts had already blended into the crowd. The women who had just been stirring up trouble in the underground were now lowering their eyes, too intimidated to speak. Chen Xing glanced at Qi Guang, who had inexplicably appeared before him. He shook the blood off his dagger. Boss Chen. Chen Xing narrowed his eyes. The fellow was clearly eager to pledge his allegiance. Beside him, Lu Xiaowang held his shotgun, eyeing Qi Guang with suspicion. Zhang Weiguo's expression was equally grim. It was evident that they recognized Qi Guang was not a benign presence and were not particularly fond of him either. Yet, Chen Xing smiled slightly at Qi Guang. Well done, he remarked, patting Qi Guang on the shoulder. But how did you know about Luo Yang's ledger? I didn't know. I was just speaking off the cuff, Qi Guang replied, tucking the dagger back into his waistband, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. However, I personally witnessed that old dog tricking Zhao Xiaoyan into being sent to Luo Yong. He lowered his voice suddenly. Moreover, that rotund walnut-cracking man had a grudge against me even before the apocalypse. He was the one who slipped Li Shaoquan a red envelope, prompting them to investigate my company. I incurred losses of several million because of him. Indeed, Chen Xing smirked. He lifted his gaze to the crowd across from him. The supplies have all been distributed. What are you still waiting for? Do you wish for more? The onlookers shuddered at the sight of Li Shaoquan lying in a pool of blood. One by one, they dispersed. And Chen Xing watched the retreating figures of the merchant leaders with a glint of cold light in his eyes. He seized Qi Guang by the collar. Did you see those few individuals? Qi Guang flashed a toothy grin, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Don't worry, boss. I know what to do. Chen Xing nodded in satisfaction and tossed a cigarette to Qi Guang. Make it clean. Qi Guang nodded solemnly. Leave it to me. As Qi Guang's figure disappeared into the distance, Lu Xiaowang approached Chen Xing. Boss Chen, are you really going to accept him? Zhang Le also looked at Chen Xing with concern. Chen Xing regarded Zhang Le. One good Samaritan is enough. The apocalypse does not require an abundance of saints. Lu Xiaowang and Zhang Weiguo understood Chen Xing's positioning of Qi Guang. It seemed that henceforth, the dirty work would be entrusted to this man. Chen Xing, we have made a significant discovery, Lu Jia exclaimed breathlessly as she rushed out from the villa. She and the others had stayed behind, rummaging through Luo Yang's villa. A soldier lay on the sandalwood bed in Luo Yang's villa, his military uniform tattered and stained. Blood seeping through the bandages had spread across the pristine white sheets. Chen Xing looked at the officer's identification that Lu Jia and her group had found on the soldier. Second Lieutenant Sun Chang of the Xianxian Mountain Naval Radar Station. The Xianxian Mountain Radar Station? Chen Xing recognized that place. The Seven Immortals Mountain refers to the 7 small hills near his home, which are adjacent to the sea. The city has planned a mountain park in that area. It boasts a picturesque environment, yet due to its remote location, it remains relatively obscure, with few individuals aware of its existence. Prior to the apocalyptic events, Chen Xing frequently visited this place for hiking on weekends. However, one of the small hills is off-limits to the public, marked by a sign indicating a military-restricted area, prohibiting any intrusion by tourists. The entire hill is encircled by barbed wire. Chapter 253. Every time Chen Xing passed by, he could see the radar station atop the mountain. Aware that it was a restricted area, he had never ventured inside. Yet, the young second lieutenant before him had indeed come from that very radar station. Lu Jia administered a dose of penicillin, salvaged from Luo Yang's residence, to the lieutenant. Being a soldier with a robust constitution, Sun Chong soon regained consciousness. Chen Xing had someone provide him with a bowl of meat soup, and the lieutenant's complexion noticeably improved. "Hello, Sun Chong, I am Chen Xing." Chen Xing initiated the conversation, elucidating the circumstances to Sun Chong. Upon learning that Chen Xing had eradicated the Luo family gang, particularly upon observing the corpses of numerous gang members outside, as well as the lifeless bodies of several Dobermans he had slain, Sun Chong visibly relaxed. After the apocalypse, we were ordered to secure the radar station. Not just us, an additional company was dispatched from above. Before long, a substantial amount of supplies began arriving at the base beneath the radar station. Subsequently, an expert team was sent to the base to conduct various experiments. Everyone appeared bewildered, and Chen Xing was particularly astonished. "Wait, are you saying there is a military base beneath Qixin Mountain?" "Indeed, right below the radar station. Originally, this was classified military information. But now," Sun Chong cast a wry smile towards Chen Xing. Chen Xing nodded. There had been local rumors about the military base beneath Qixin Mountain for quite some time. Villagers from nearby had mentioned that the mountain had long been hollowed out, concealing a secret military installation. However, having never witnessed it himself, he had always dismissed such tales with a smile. Now, learning from Sun Chong that there truly was a military base within the mountain, coupled with the mention of ongoing deliveries and the presence of an expert team conducting experiments, he surmised that it was likely similar to the situation encountered by Li Qingwan. It was evident that, prior to the apocalypse, the authorities had collected various mutated species and transported them to the military base, deploying an expert team for research. A month ago, we received our last directive from higher-ups, instructing us to hold the base. But then, sigh, Sun Chong sighed, and a somber air enveloped the group. Approximately a week prior, the villagers from Luo family village had unexpectedly appeared at the base entrance, bringing with them several injured individuals. As they frequently exchanged supplies with them, they were somewhat familiar. They claimed that the injured had sustained wounds while fishing at sea, but with no hospitals available outside, they sought assistance from the medical department at the base. Given their routine reliance on certain supplies from the villagers, they did not refuse their request. However, unexpectedly that very night, the diesel generator suddenly ceased operation. Sun Chong's voice turned sharp. "We heard something crawling in the ventilation ducts. It was the sound of nails scraping against metal." Fear was etched upon Sun Chong's face, and an unsettling chill gripped the others. That evening, the 7 brothers who were on duty with me were all slain by the creature, and I was brought here by Luo Yang. A sudden sound of a gun bolt being drawn echoed nearby. Chen Xing turned to Xizhang Lu, the valiant auxiliary police officer, gazing at him with a serious expression. Chen Xing thought, "I cannot stand idly by while the evildoers assault the military base and commit their nefarious deeds. Moreover, there are likely experts and confidential state secrets housed within that base. I refuse to remain passive." Chen Xing shook his head, and Zhang Lu huffed in response. "Very well, I shall take a few individuals with me, while I must trouble you to return with the others and the supplies to the community." Without another word, Zhang Lu turned and exited the villa, leaving Chen Xing astonished at his urgency. What could the situation at the base be that he would rush in without inquiry? Qi Guang appeared from the shadows, casually toying with a pair of walnuts previously handled by the stout man. "Captain Chen." Chen Xing raised a hand to signal him to refrain from speaking. "Follow Captain Zhang and ensure his safety. If he intends to storm the Qixianshan radar station, do not enter. I will come to find you in 3 hours." Chapter 254. The biting cold wind whipped the snowflakes against the thermal gear as Chen Xing's convoy arrived beneath Building 4 of the community. Feng Shuo, accompanied by the remaining members, streamed out, and upon seeing the rear compartment brimming with supplies, jubilant cheers erupted among the stay-behind members. Lu Xiaowang, his face alight with joy, leaped from the vehicle and lifted a corner of the thermal cover. It revealed neatly stacked cans of beef and boxes of self-heating hot pot, their metallic sheen glimmering coldly in the snow. "This will sustain us for 3 months," he exclaimed, patting a box of blue canned beef embossed with 10-year shelf life, his voice hoarse with excitement. Zhang Weigua knelt down to caress the graphene reflective layer within his high-end thermal suit. murmuring, "This thing can withstand -50 degrees. Those affluent folks at the Cinna Mansion truly know how to indulge. Their provisions are all top-notch." At that moment, Chen Xing also disembarked, casting a glance at the orderly array of beef cans in the trunk. Frost had formed into tiny droplets on his thermal mask. Though they had previously seized a considerable amount of supplies, this bounty still left everyone breathless. 20 full boxes of assorted meat cans, 3-meter-long cartons brimming with various flavors of self-heating hot pot, and 47 sets of down jackets equipped with graphene heating capabilities. At that instant, several students they had brought back from the Polytechnic University dashed out of the building, their faces beaming with excitement as they reported to him, "Brother Chun, we have modified 5 off-road vehicles. They now feature anti-slip chains and armor plating, and 2 motorcycles have been transformed into snowmobiles." Chen Xing nodded, his gaze sweeping over the mountain of supplies. He seized a dagger and tossed it to Lu Xiaoguang. "Tonight, let's have an extra meal, open tin cans." A wave of cheers erupted instantly. Suddenly, a holographic projection illuminated his AI goggles, and Professor Li Qingwan, clad in a lab coat, hovered before the lenses. This time, Li Qingwan had not accompanied the team but remained at his residence, continuously monitoring Cheng Lu and Guo Liang's condition in the medical pod. "Have they awakened?" Chen Xing inquired eagerly, and Li Qingwan provided the latest updates with a look of delight on his face. He hurriedly dashed up to the 32nd floor. Upon entering the safe house, Chen Xing stood frozen in place. Guo Liang was performing strength tests under Li Qingwan's guidance, effortlessly lifting a 50-kilogram barbell with one hand. This once frail young man, who struggled to carry a 30-pound backpack before his injury, now exhibited muscles as sculpted as those of an ancient Greek statue, glistening faintly as his Adam's apple moved. "Professor, what is happening?" Lu Xiaoguang and others who followed Chen Xing and stared in disbelief at Guo Liang. Before Li Qingwan could respond, in the living room, the silver-gray medical pod, the size of a capsule apartment, emanated a gentle blue glow, resembling a mysterious cradle of life. The pod door gradually opened, and Cheng Lu stepped out briskly, her body enveloped in a visibly flowing nanorepair liquid. The woman, who had only recently recovered from a ruptured spleen, now radiated a nacreous sheen beneath her skin. She slowly opened her eyes and gazed at the gathered crowd. "How did you all come to be here?" She pondered, recalling the final images before her unconsciousness, and abruptly turned her gaze towards her own body. "Am I completely restored?" she wondered. "Why do I feel an overwhelming surge of strength throughout my being?" Cheng Lu waved her arm, and to her astonishment, her once delicate and slender limbs now exhibited the contours of muscle. The pronounced biceps were certainly not something one would typically observe on a flight attendant. Cheng Lu, filled with delight, began to acclimate to her transformed physique. Meanwhile, the onlookers wore expressions of envy and curiosity, directing their attention towards Li Qingwan. This was partly due to the medical pod, which not only healed their bodies but also enhanced them. Additionally, the unique meat of the mutated beasts provided by Chen Xing contributed to this remarkable transformation, as it contained immense energy. Chapter 255, Professor Li Qingwan adjusted her glasses. Their cellular division rate now exceeded that of ordinary individuals by tenfold. Yet one must remain vigilant regarding the risk of genetic contamination. The beast meat I provided has undergone thorough purification. There is no cause for concern regarding genetic pollution. Chen Xing's words carried an air of undeniable authority. Lu Xiaoguang, Zhang Weiguo, and the others listened with eyes full of envy. They were well aware of Chen Xing's mysterious background and the treasures hidden within his family. However, they could scarcely fathom that his home concealed such an extraordinary medical pod. Cheng Lu and Guo Liang had sustained severe injuries, and they were all too familiar with this fact. One had a ruptured spleen, and the other a fractured rib, which would have necessitated at least 3 months of recovery prior to the apocalypse. Yet now, merely a day later, the two appeared revitalized before everyone. Guo Liang even seemed to have undergone a second maturation. Not only had he removed his glasses, but he had also grown taller and more robust. Such medical technology was something no one dared to envision before the end of the world. And now, their captain possessed it. What was the greatest fear in this apocalyptic reality? The greatest dread was, after all, the prospect of injury. In this harsh environment, sustaining an injury essentially signified death. However, with the advent of this medical pod, everyone's lives were now safeguarded. Not only were they assured of protection, but it also appeared to herald the commencement of an evolutionary journey. Moreover, regarding the mutated beast meat that Li Qingwan mentioned, everyone cast their gaze toward Chen Xing. He, noticing their eager expressions, chuckled softly. "Do not look so expectantly. Shortly, each of you shall receive an additional portion. 1 piece each." "Oh, long live Chief Chen. I told you, Chief Chen is absolutely capable and worthy of our allegiance." Cheers and flattery filled the air. Chen Xing merely smiled in silence. He had intended to distribute purified beast meat to each of his subordinates on the way back. The arrival of Zhao Hu and Ma Liang with those marauders had profoundly impacted him. Those strength and speed-oriented mutants, while merely disposable assets, were overwhelming even to Lu Xiaoguang and the others, despite their firearms. In this apocalyptic world, no matter how formidable he was alone, he could not rival a team composed entirely of mutants. Thus, he resolved to empower Lu Xiaoguang, Zhang Weigua, and the others. Furthermore, there was an additional advantage to this approach. Only he possessed the food synthesis furnace capable of purifying mutated beast meat. This purified meat would be pivotal in enhancing team loyalty and cohesion. This monopoly would become the iron chain binding the entire team together. After dispersing the crowd, Chen Xing stood before the gene purification and fusion furnace, gazing at the swirling polar bear gene solution within the liquid nitrogen pipeline. The countdown displayed on the holographic screen indicated 9 hours and 30 minutes remaining. Prior to this expedition, he had removed the head of the polar bear for purification and fusion. However, due to the bear's ascent to a 4th-tier mutant beast just before its demise, the purification process would take longer owing to its elevated rank. Yet, Chen Xing could hardly contain his anticipation to witness the manifestation of ice-type abilities. Forget it. 9 hours it is, he muttered. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie beside him crackled with static. Boss Chen, Qi Guang has returned. Chapter 256. Gazing at Zhang Lo, who was drenched in blood and receiving emergency treatment, Chen Xing turned to Qi Guang, his expression unusually grim. Brother Chen, as you are aware, the snowstorm today was quite severe, and I lost my way for a time. Upon reaching the Qixian Mountain radar station, I happened to witness Zhang Lu being pursued by a group of assailants. I could only muster the courage to rescue him. Qi Guang panted, his voice faltering. Unable to meet Chen Xing's intense gaze, the target's heartbeat remained steady, and there was no rapid increase in body temperature, indicating he was not lying. The Phoenix had reported this individual's physiological data. Chen Xing nodded, allowing Qi Guang to exhale in relief. A mere glance from Chen Xing had made him feel as though he were being scrutinized by a primordial beast. The hair on the back of his neck standing on end. The aura of this formidable figure was truly intimidating. He has awakened. Li Qingwan, her hands stained with blood, lifted her gaze towards Chen Xing. Chen Xing's attention shifted to Zhang Lu on the ground, the former auxiliary police officer, who bore 3 gaping wounds in his chest, clear evidence of gunfire. The injuries to his liver and lungs were critical. After administering 2 doses of adrenaline, he was now experiencing a brief resurgence of consciousness. Chen Xing's expression darkened. In a moment, give him a piece of beast meat and transport him to the medical chamber. His survival now hinges on luck. Li Qingwan sighed. There is no other option. As Chen Xing approached Zhang Lu, the latter abruptly sat up, gripping Chen Xing tightly. In fragmented utterances, he insisted, "We must go to the military base. There is." His words were abruptly cut short as his face paled, and he fainted once more. Chen Xing deployed the robotic arm of the rotting ball, which lifted Zhang Lu and secured him onto a stretcher. The journey continued upwards, transporting him to the upper floors. The front door on the first floor creaked open, and the biting wind, laden with snowflakes, swept inside. The onlookers turned to see old Lu, the veteran officer who had not been seen for some time, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Chen Xing. What about Zhang Lo? He has been taken for emergency treatment. In the conference room on the 3rd floor, the crackling fire filled the space with swirling smoke. Several men furrowed their brows, silently smoking. Old Lu's fingers glided over the tactical tablet, displaying a holographic projection of the Qixian Mountain radar station captured by a Phoenix drone. Beneath the radar station, the 2nd level housed an arsenal, where, in a certain year, 500 boxes of 7.62 ammunition had been stored. Old Lu's voice carried a hint of nostalgia. I heard that new equipment was brought in during last year's expansion, though I regrettably did not witness it firsthand. Hearing old Lu's remarks, Chen Xing, Lu Xiaoguang, and the others exchanged surprised glances. From your tone, it seems you are quite familiar with the base, Lu Xiaoguang observed. Curiosity etched across his face. Old Lu smiled in surprise. I served in the military in the year XX and retired in XX. Back then, I was stationed at this radar station. That's remarkable. Why didn't you mention this sooner? The atmosphere in the conference room gradually became more animated. Chen Xing also became intrigued and pulled out half a pack of cigarettes, placing it directly in Lao Lu's hand. Please elaborate on the situation regarding this radar station, he urged. The matter pertains to military secrets. Lao Lu gazed at the half-pack of Huazi, swallowing hard as he spoke. Chapter 257. To be or not to be. Chen Xing extended his hand, but Lao Lu was swifter. His gnarled, cracked claws swept through, swiftly depositing half a box of cigarettes into Chen Xing's pocket. With a satisfied grin, Lao Lu lit one for himself. Damn, you weren't this generous before. The wisps of smoke curled into the air as Lao Lu opened up. This base was once modest in scale but was later expanded, hollowing out the entire mountain. It is divided into 7 main sections. At the top lies the radar station, with the next tier housing the barracks and mess hall. While it appears that only a platoon is stationed here, in reality, there is a company inside, capable of accommodating a battalion at most. The 3rd level contains the armory, which, prior to a certain year, was used for storing munitions, but everything was subsequently removed. However, I heard before my retirement that a new batch was stored, though I am unaware of the specifics. At the base's lowest level, there is a repair center that used to service small vessels and radar systems. Whether it has since been expanded, I cannot say. There are also several warehouses underground, classified as high-security zones, which those of lower ranks cannot approach. What lies within is beyond my knowledge. Lao Lu poured forth his insights regarding the Qixin Mountain military base, providing everyone with a general understanding of its layout. Initially, Chen Xing had no intention of visiting this base. Despite Zhang Li's severe injuries, Zhang was not one of his team members, and Chen Xing had no desire to seek vengeance on his behalf. To him, the paramount concern was ensuring the safe extraction of his remaining squad from Danzhou. However, upon hearing Lao Lu mention that additional stock had been added to the armory, Chen Xing's thoughts began to stir. Although his light weapons manufacturing center could indeed produce firearms, ammunition proved to be a far more elusive commodity. Recently, having crafted around 20 shotguns, he had depleted the last of the gunpowder he had collected from fireworks. While a few members of his team had begun to embark on the path of mutation, their level of evolution still paled in comparison to the formidable impact that firearms could deliver. Thus, Chen Xing found himself in dire need of munitions, and now, a ready-made base lay before him. The silhouette of Qixin Mountain loomed amidst the swirling blizzard. As Chen Xing and his companions crouched within the cover of the trees, Chen Xing squinted at the radar dome atop the peak, where a microdrone, controlled by Phoenix, approached the base, skimming along the snow. Lao Lu observed the footage relayed by the drone, noting the military boots crushing the icy crust, leaving behind bloody footprints. This doesn't seem right. He pointed to the soldiers in the watchtower on the screen. Aren't those two supposed to salute when they change shifts? And look at their marching stance, it's all crooked. They hardly resemble soldiers. The group fell silent. The soldiers on the screen, clad in uniforms, exhibited postures and behaviors that were anything but martial. As the drone continued its advance, data streams flickered across Chen Xing's AI goggles, with Phoenix's electronic voice resonating in his ear. Infrared scans revealed that 13 heat sources in Zone B were exhibiting signs of intoxication. The intelligent glasses projected a holographic map, revealing the 7-layered mountain structure as though it were a dissected mechanical beast. Over there, one could see a smoker. Lu Xiaowang adjusted the counterfeit binoculars in his hands, his grip resembling that of a hoe rather than a firearm. Through the lenses, the sentry at the gate casually slung his Type 95 rifle over his shoulder, the barrel half embedded in the snow. His appearance bore no resemblance to that of a regular soldier. Drones swarmed along the ridge, silently infiltrating the camp moments later. However, the imagery relayed back rendered everyone breathless. Inside the barracks at the rear of the camp, a tattered military flag lay discarded on the ground, while an ammunition box had been converted into a gambling table, surrounded by several flushed individuals who were loudly engaged in a card game. Nearby, the floor still bore the remnants of dragged blood. Chapter 258. Cheng Lu suddenly pressed her hand against her throbbing temple. I can hear the sound of a woman weeping. Her ears twitched slightly, and after her evolution, she discovered that her hearing had become remarkably acute. Beside her, Guo Yang's muscular neck glistened with a cold sweat of excitement, as if some ancient hunting instinct was awakening within him. The footage captured by the drone left everyone astounded. In the adjacent barracks, a group of thugs was tearing the clothes off several women. A few scantily clad women huddled in a corner, trembling in fear. In the center of the room, several scoundrels took turns assaulting a woman. They were not legitimate soldiers. They were nothing more than a band of brigands. Old Lu, witnessing this scene, ground his teeth in fury. These individuals were mere imposters. The military base had been entirely overrun by the villagers of Luo family village. A wave of shock swept over the crowd. The situation was far more complex than they had anticipated. Before their departure, Chen Xing and his companions had entertained a flicker of optimism, believing that such a vast base could not be completely seized by the bandits of the Luo family. They had hoped that only part of it had fallen into their hands, leaving at least a portion under military control. Now, it was evident that their thoughts had been overly optimistic. The barbed wire fence of the Seven Immortals Mountain radar station shimmered coldly in the biting wind, and old Lu's knuckles turned white from clenching his fists. The atrocities committed by the Luo family thugs on the monitor drove him to the brink of madness. As a former soldier, witnessing the desecration of the radar station he had once defended filled him with a profound rage. The usually calm old Lu was now consumed by fury. Damn it, what are we waiting for, Chen Xing? We must charge in and eliminate these scoundrels. The veteran police officer drew his 92-style pistol from his waist. Chen Xing quickly grasped his trembling wrist as the mechanical voice of Phoenix echoed in his ears. Infrared scans indicate 32 personnel at the main entrance and 4 heavy machine guns. A direct assault is inadvisable. Do you think we can simply charge in like this? Chen Xing's fingers swept across the tactical tablet, revealing the lavish armaments in the hands of the thugs on the screen. Old Lu fell silent, realizing that with just their few firearms, an assault would be tantamount to suicide. Let me search for more information and see if there are any vulnerabilities in their defenses. Chen Xing's fingers danced rapidly across the tactical tablet. Suddenly, the floodlights of the military base flared to life, casting blinding white beams that traced eerie arcs across the pitch-black sea. Everyone instinctively crouched low, and Chen Xing was momentarily stunned. What was happening? Had they been discovered? The sudden illumination of the floodlights pierced through the curtain of snow, casting intricate shadows reminiscent of a spider's web on the drone's camera. Phoenix promptly adjusted the drone to fly close to the cliff's edge as the snowflakes stirred by the propellers formed a silver vortex beneath the floodlights. The Seven Immortals Mountain radar station was precariously perched on a small hill near the sea, with a sheer 90-degree cliff facing the ocean. From the summit of the cliff, the distance to the sea surface is approximately 20 meters. Suddenly, the footage transmitted by the drone began to shake violently. A sharp drop in temperature caused the lithium battery's efficiency to wane, prompting a recommendation to switch to thermal imaging mode. The alert from Phoenix sent a shiver down Chen Xing's spine. The difficulty of this mission was decidedly formidable. The surveillance feed abruptly shifted to the infrared spectrum. An astonishing sight emerged. Under the veil of night, a cave appeared on the seaward side of the cliff, nestled against the surface of the ocean. The steel gate at the cave's entrance glowed with an eerie orange-red hue in the thermal imaging, while the heat signatures of 2 armed guards flickered like dancing phantoms. As Chen Xing magnified the image, his pupils constricted in shock. Just within the gate, a hand chained and restrained was barely visible. Goodness! It seems the base has undergone an expansion. Old Lu gazed at the cave, equally astonished. There had previously been a cave here, but it served as a sewage outlet for the base. Judging by its current dimensions, it was evident that an expansion had taken place, allowing for the passage of small vessels. Chen Xing, distracted by old Lu's explanation, pondered deeply. Given the size of the cave entrance, it wasn't merely small boats that could navigate through. Submarines could also enter here. This entrance must typically remain concealed beneath the ocean's surface, but now, it was fully exposed due to the receding tide. Chapter 259. Chen Xing switched to the drone's perspective, observing the rocky area exposed by the receding tide, which was covered in dark green seaweed, confirming his suspicions. At that moment, the 2 armed guards opened the iron gate behind them. A line of ragged prisoners was released, dragging iron shackles and braving the biting cold of -40 degrees, herded like livestock towards the retreating tidal flats. The guards, rifles in hand, shouted harsh commands from behind. Move faster. If we don't meet today's quota, no one gets to eat. That was Zhang Lu's men. Old Lu's teeth chattered as he pointed at a man in tattered work clothes on the screen. The man, hunched over on the beach, had a metal hook deeply embedded in the wet sand. Their ankles were bound by coarse hemp ropes, bobbing with the waves like bait. Despite the frigid weather, they were driven out to scavenge the shore. Strangely, the sea was behaving differently. If it had been as cold as now in the past, the water would have frozen long ago. Yet, even with temperatures plummeting below -20 degrees, the sea remained unfrozen. The environmental changes had completely surpassed Chen Xing's comprehension. The defenses here are quite weak. We should take out those 2 guards and rescue the prisoners first, old Lu urged, unable to contain his impatience. But before Chen Xing could counsel him, the screen began to shake violently. The alarm from the Phoenix pierced the air, subsonic vibrations detected. The sea erupted into a frothy white spray as 3 serpent-like tentacles swiftly ensnared 2 prisoners. Barbed suckers instantly tore through their cotton clothing, causing old Lu's tactical tablet to nearly slip from his grasp. A monstrous head broke the surface, adorned with compound eyes, its armored scales glistening like oil under the moonlight. There were indeed monsters lurking in the depths. The 2 prisoners were torn to shreds, and the remaining captives, terrified, fled toward the cave, crying out for help. The guards, equally stunned by the horrific scene, did not attempt to stop them from rushing into the cave. However, upon their return, the guards secured everyone with iron chains and vanished into the darkness of the cave. Outside the radar station, a heavy silence enveloped Chen Xing and his companions. The monster that had just appeared had thoroughly extinguished old Lu's hopes of rescuing anyone. He turned to Chen Xing, a bitter smile on his face. I'm getting old, previously confined within the confines of the community. My understanding of this entirely new world outside is inadequate. From here on, I will leave the decision-making to you. Chen Xing nodded. Based on the information we currently possess, this base is not entirely devoid of value. Firstly, it still has electricity, indicating that the electronic systems within the base are operational. Phoenix, initiate an intrusion into the base as surveillance system. Chen Xing issued the first combat order. Received. Soon, a drone, swaying in the chilling wind, descended upon the most prominent radar dome of the station. The code of Phoenix flowed like silvery threads into the base's signal tower. The incursion commenced. The base's firewall was notably robust. Breaching it would take 3 minutes. Chen Xing nodded in acceptance. Phoenix dispatched another drone to venture into the recently discovered cave, seeking to uncover valuable information. The mechanical voice of Phoenix resonated within the tactical scope. Acknowledged. Executing. The camera swiftly advanced into the depths of the cliff's cave, and soon images began to stream back. Under infrared vision, more than 20 disheveled women huddled deep within the cave, amidst the shadows of a container on a ledge. One was scraping the wall with a rusted spoon, dark crimson stains trickling down the cement seams. These were the captives snatched from the fishing village. Lao Lu's voice trembled. Suddenly, the image jolted, and the distant sound of dragging chains echoed. A dozen strong men escorted 2 groups of individuals towards the shore, bearing dark red marks seared into their necks. Their skin glistened ominously under the flickering lights. Chapter 260. The firewall breach has been successfully executed. The voice of Phoenix resonated in Chen Xing's ears, lightening his heart. The surveillance feed shifted to the underground 4th level, where dozens of captives were laboriously scraping the ice from the frozen pipes. The guards' whips cracked mercilessly against the backs of the slow-moving individuals, as droplets of blood crystallized in the frigid air at 30 degrees below zero. In the 5th underground level, engineers clad in naval-style shirts were chained beside CNC machines, assembling firearm components with fingers ravaged by frostbite. The 6th level was the most spacious and expansive maintenance space, likely connected to the outside sea through a cavern. Chen Xing and his companions stared in astonishment at the screen. To their surprise, there was indeed a dry dock. They observed dozens of individuals bustling about on the dock, surrounding a vessel, engaged in frenetic activity. The glimmer of electric welding and the dripping of molten solder were evident on the ship. These people were constructing a peculiar ship, entirely enclosed on its deck. The scene shifted again to reveal a conference room, which appeared to be situated above the dry dock. Through the glass windows, one could clearly see the workers below. At the elongated table in the conference room, a bald man with a face full of flesh was bowing and scraping before a Caucasian. The moment the bald man turned, the distinctive gap in his right earlobe stood out starkly in the thermal imaging. It was him. Old Lu suddenly grasped Chen Xing's wrist. The 3 brothers of the Luo family were notorious, and this Luo Feng was someone I had personally incarcerated years ago. Chen Xing raised an eyebrow. Do you know him? I would recognize him even in ashes. His name is Luo Feng, the eldest of the Luo brothers. 23 years ago, when Luo Feng was a maritime tyrant in Luo village, he hung defiant fishermen from the masts of ships to feed the seagulls. Old Lu's frostbitten hand tightened around the grip of his .92 pistol. I personally placed the handcuffs on him. That scoundrel laughed like a venomous snake in the interrogation room, promising to send my family seafood gift boxes upon his release. Old Lu's throat bobbed. That rascal somehow managed to negotiate his way into a mere 3-year sentence, only to be granted medical parole. His voice suddenly dropped. Later on, even after his release, he remained unruly, seizing others' fish farms with his thugs, swiftly reclaiming his status as a maritime tyrant. As time went on, before the apocalypse, I heard that the city established a special task force to deal with him. Rumor has it his dealings had escalated to arms smuggling. Such a pity. Good people don't live long, while calamities endure for a millennium. The apocalypse saved him. Heaven truly has no eyes. Old Lu silently lamented. Chen Xing coldly smiled. Not only did it save him, but judging by his current demeanor, it has practically facilitated his endeavors. Now his business is flourishing beyond borders. On the screen, Luo Feng was grinning obsequiously at the white foreigner. Mr. Peter, 3 days is truly insufficient to construct this vessel properly. Suddenly, the pale-skinned foreigner, Peter, erupted from across the long table, forcefully embedding the letter opener he had been toying with into the surface of the mahogany table. Chen Xing and the others felt their pupils constrict violently. Such strength was far beyond that of an ordinary individual. This man is a mutant. Behind him stood 12 fully armed mercenaries, each readying their weapons. An eerie silence enveloped the conference room, as if one could hear the waves crashing against the cliffs outside. 3 days. Peter bellowed in stilted Chinese. You have only 3 days. Luo Feng's expression darkened ominously, as if he were brewing a tempest. The foreigner's aggression failed to intimidate him. Chapter 261. Peter, seated across from me, seemed to realize that he had just been a tad too fervent. He forced a stiff smile and said, Mr. Luo, the timeline we discussed remains unchanged, and we have already provided you with the gold. Therefore, this schedule cannot be postponed any further. Additionally, regarding warehouse number 7. Upon noticing that Peter had extended an olive branch, Luo Feng's formerly icy demeanor swiftly transformed into a cheerful expression. The speed of this transformation was so remarkable that Chen Xing couldn't help but admire it. Who says that our countrymen lack acting skills? In the pre-apocalyptic era, this fellow's ability to change expressions could have certainly earned him an Academy Award. Mr. Peter, it's not that we refuse to open warehouse number 7. It's simply that we are unable to do so. You have seen the combination lock. Without the password, even your experts are at a loss. Moreover, if we were to force our way in, it would trigger a self-destruction mechanism within. At that point, not only the contents would be lost, but the entire base would be obliterated. Surely, you wouldn't wish to witness such a catastrophic scene? As Luo Feng spoke, Peter's complexion shifted repeatedly. He struggled to articulate his thoughts, swallowing them back each time. At this moment, Chen Xing began to grasp the situation. There was undoubtedly a significant secret hidden within warehouse number 7, and Luo Feng clearly intended to keep it from these foreign devils. Mr. Luo, do not presume that we are unaware of your brother's actions in concealing the individual who knows the password. Peter managed to say, barely suppressing his anger. Chen Xing's heart raced as he recalled Sun Chang, whom they had rescued earlier. Damn it, this fellow had evidently not been forthcoming with them. Luo Feng chuckled, scratching his bald head. Mr. Peter, what are you talking about? I don't understand. He leaned back in his chair. Mr. Luo, let us dispense with the circumlocution. If you can facilitate access to that warehouse and provide us with its contents, while ensuring our safe return to Quanshan Port, I assure you that the supplies we previously promised will be doubled. The cargo of 1 ship will become that of 2, both of which are 10,000-ton vessels. Did you not desire Bradley tanks and a bullet production line? We shall provide those as well, in addition to a decommissioned A-10 fighter jet production line. 10 tons of food supplies will also be included. With these resources, you could easily dominate not just Dan Prefecture, but even Dan Province. Luo Feng's breathing grew heavy across the long table, clearly swayed by Peter's proposal. Outside the base, Chen Xing and Lao Lu observed the tense negotiation, their composure beginning to falter upon hearing the exchange. What on earth was Luo Feng planning? Quanshan Port? That was the largest military base of the M Army in the neighboring country. Peter's identity was now unmistakable. Furthermore, he was offering Bradley tanks and a bullet production line. Was he inciting a rebellion? Since Mr. Peter has said so. If I were to refuse, it would truly be an ungrateful act. Chen, instruct the younger ones to expedite their efforts and construct the vessel requested by Mr. Peter within 3 days. Additionally, have old Lu and his team devise a strategy to recruit more skilled cutters. If necessary, seek out individuals knowledgeable in demolition. I refuse to believe that I cannot gain access to warehouse number 7. Chapter 262 in the conference room. The atmosphere was so tense it felt as if one could wring water from it. Despite Luo Feng's performance, the foreigner opposite him appeared utterly unimpressed. Peter's lips curled into a smirk that was more mockery than amusement, while his eyes resembled the venomous gaze of a serpent, fixating intently on Luo Feng. Under such scrutiny, Luo Feng found himself shifting uncomfortably in his seat. Boss Luo, it's settled then. Please expedite the construction of our vessel, open warehouse number 7, retrieve the items, and ensure our return to Quanshan Port. Peter's voice was frigid, laced with an undeniable arrogance. Luo Feng plastered a disingenuous smile on his face, nodding repeatedly. Rest assured, Peter, I, Luo Feng, am a man of my word. I shall see to it promptly. Though he outwardly acquiesced, inwardly he berated Peter with the harshest of curses. Peter snorted derisively, you better mean it. A glint of cold malice flickered in his eyes as he regarded Luo Feng, reminiscent of a predator locking onto its prey. As long as you fulfill your promise, our supplies will be secure. However, should you fail, we can both elevate and annihilate you. There is no need for us to lift a finger. Merely leaking your sordid deeds would spell your doom. Peter wore a smirk, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. Luo Feng's expression darkened, his complexion shifting from ashen to livid, his clenched fists turning white at the knuckles. Yet, he ultimately gritted his teeth and suppressed his fury. Fear not, Peter. I, Boss Luo, am a man of my word. The echo of boots striking the floor reverberated through the corridor outside the conference room, as Luo Feng reclined in the leather chair, his fingers absent-mindedly tapping the table. His gaze fixated on the surveillance screen before him. Shipbuilding, Quanshan Port. He scoffed, producing half a cigar from his pocket and lighting it. The brothers of the Luo family were no mere dock workers. With a scowl, he spat in disdain. These bastards dare to threaten me. Once I obtain the goods from warehouse number 7, they will rue the day they crossed me. At that moment, a shorter figure emerged from the shadows, his chief strategist, Aiken. Boss, the people from Sakura Island just made an offer to intercept these foreigners and eliminate them. We would then deliver the desired goods to their vessel in international waters. They are prepared to provide us with 3 shipments of supplies, one of arms, one of fuel, and one of food and medicine. Luo Feng caressed the ivory grip of his pistol, a glint of avarice igniting in his eyes. Inform the folks from Sakura Island that to secure that batch, the price must be raised. All supplies must be doubled, plus an additional 2 shipments of diesel. Understood, I will notify them at once. Aiken turned to the computer and began typing. By the way, how is progress on warehouse number 7? Several military code experts have been captured and are currently working to crack the codes, but it will still take them half a day, Aiken replied. Luo Feng furrowed his brow, urging for a swift resolution. I am utterly intrigued by what secrets lie within warehouse number 7. Why are these foreign devils so insistent in their haste? With that, Luo Feng rose and exited the conference room. He wandered through the corridor, ultimately entering a chamber. When Chen Xing glanced at the screen, his eyes widened upon seeing Luo Yang, who was bedridden, his body riddled with tubes. To his astonishment, this fellow was still alive. What a resilient spirit he possessed. He was all too aware of the immense power behind that plasma punch. A staggering voltage of 200,000 volts would have reduced an ordinary person to mere char. Yet here lay Luo Yang, with only a singed patch on his chest. Observing the frail figure on the bed, Luo Feng's expression reflected a moment of inner conflict, but ultimately, he retrieved a vial from his pocket. He extracted a syringe filled with a chilling liquid that shimmered with a radiant blue glow. Chapter 263. This is the genetic serum I procured at a high price from experts in the land of cherry blossoms. Initially intended for my personal use. I shall administer it to you first. Lying on the bed, Luo Yang emitted indistinct sounds, uncertain whether he consented or not. Luo Feng's gaze flickered with a hint of determination as he regarded the syringe. Xiao Yang, bear with it. This injection might sting a bit. Just then, Luo Feng abruptly lifted his head, directing his attention towards the surveillance camera on the ceiling. A wave of inexplicable unease surged within Chen Xing's heart. Could this fellow have discovered something? Bang! Luo Feng shot the camera, shattering it. The screen of the tablet immediately went black. Indeed, Luo Feng's perception of danger was remarkably acute. He had sensed the issue with the camera. Old policeman Lu, standing nearby, murmured, Xiao Chen, what shall we do next? Furrowing his brow, Chen Xing pondered for a moment. The current situation at the base was exceedingly complex. We must proceed step by step. I intend to first investigate those foreigners, gauge their backgrounds, and ascertain their true identities. Lu responded, they are undoubtedly spies from Country M. Lu Xiaowang, looking incredulous, remarked, it seems the government of Country M is still operational. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Chen Xing's eyes. Regardless of their origins, we must infiltrate and deal with them to uncover the truth. We will split into 2 groups. I will lead Cheng Lu and Guo Liang to confront the Americans. Lu, you and Lu Xiaowang will stealthily enter the repair hall to plant explosives. Then, proceed to rescue the imprisoned captives. Once the battle commences, safeguard the cave's escape route and assist our retreat. Lu and Lu Xiaowang readily accepted Chen Xing's plan. The group arrived at the edge of a cliff and descended via ropes to the receding tide's muddy shore. However, none dared approach the water's surface as Chen Xing activated his swift movement skill. In the blink of an eye, he reached the cave's entrance. Phoenix maneuvered a drone into the cave. Within 10 seconds, Phoenix's voice echoed in the earpiece. The cave is secure. Chen Xing turned, signaling with his hand before resolutely entering the cave. Ahead, a synchronized cadence of footsteps resonated through the corridor. And Chen Xing's AI goggles displayed the patrol team of the Luo family gang. The infiltrators held their breath, with Lu Xiaowang tightening his grip on the shotgun. Zhang Weiguo watched Chen Xing intently, poised for the signal to strike. Cheng Lu resembled a leopard, her dagger clutched tightly. Yet, Chen Xing gestured for everyone to remain calm. Phoenix directed a drone to collide with the wall of an alternate corridor, producing a loud noise. The patrol team instantly halted, crouching low with their weapons drawn, stealthily advancing towards the other corridor. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Xing swiftly darted through that corridor, followed closely by the others. 10 minutes later, the group successfully infiltrated the repair hall on the first floor. At that moment, the hall was abuzz with activity, as most of the personnel were gathered around the dock, diligently constructing the peculiar vessel. Chen Xing and Lao Lu exchanged a gesture, prompting the group to divide into two paths. Under the guidance of Phoenix, Chen Xing swiftly arrived at the entrance of a chamber on the 4th underground level. Shortly thereafter, Phoenix transmitted the interior visuals directly to his AI goggles. Peter, having just concluded negotiations with Luo Feng, was currently on a phone call. Luo Feng is quite untrustworthy. We intend to eliminate him. Chen Xing inhaled sharply, realizing that indeed, none of these individuals were to be underestimated. Chapter 264. A deep voice resonated from the other end of the phone. Approval requested. Although the voice on the receiver was faint, Phoenix was able to accurately capture the essence of the message through the vibrations of sound waves, even thoughtfully providing Chinese subtitles on the AI eyepiece. Exercise utmost caution. Ensure the safe retrieval of the items from warehouse number 7. Understood. Peter hung up the phone and turned to the burly figures behind him. Each of these imposing individuals, clad in naval camouflage and smeared with war paint, prepared for the task ahead. Prepare yourselves. Shortly we shall go and eliminate Luo Feng. The group silently nodded, beginning to organize their weaponry. Some repeatedly cycled their gun bolts, while others inspected their magazines. Cheng Lu's ears twitched incessantly. Her hearing had become extraordinarily acute after her mutation. Even through the cabin door, she could hear the contents of the recent phone conversation. In a state of urgency, she turned to Chen Xing and asked, "What should we do?" Chen Xing's eyes darted thoughtfully. "Let us open fire first." Cheng Lu's eyes sparkled with realization. "Are you suggesting we sow discord?" Chen Xing smiled faintly, turning to Guoliang to inform Lao Lu that plans had changed. Guoliang nodded and retrieved the walkie-talkie. Suddenly, a sharp knock echoed at the door, causing every face in the room to freeze in shock. Peter, now donned in combat gear and organizing ammunition, signaled to the nearest burly man. The man approached the door slowly, while another companion stood guard with a weapon. "Who is it?" the man inquired, peering through the peephole. Bang! A bullet pierced through the peephole, entering the back of the man's head and sending a spray of blood. The man collapsed to the ground. Outside, Luo Feng's voice rang out. "Kill the foreign devils. Reward the women. Reward the canned goods." The voice modulator had perfectly replicated Luo Feng's timbre. Chen Xing quickly retreated, as the room filled with Peter's furious exclamations. "FCK, I knew that scoundrel Luo Feng was unreliable." Bang! 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 Bullets rained down, shattering the wooden door to splinters. Meanwhile, Chen Xing and Cheng Lu occasionally fired 2 shots towards the door to prevent the mercenaries inside from charging out. Soon, the two dashed into the maintenance hall below. Those in the maintenance hall, hearing the gunfire from above, dropped their tools and stared blankly at the few individuals rushing in, panic-stricken. The foreign devils are killing people. They aim to take down Big Brother Luo and eradicate the Luo gang. Leading the charge, Chen Xing feigned fear as he turned to fire 2 shots, shouting loudly. Behind him, a group of foreign devils emerged from the corridor, armed with carbines and moving in formation. "Damn it, brothers, grab your weapons." A brutish man, resembling a double-door refrigerator, saw Peter rushing out. He dropped the whip in his hand and swiftly drew a handgun, firing a shot. Soon, the carbines of the Luo gang reacted accordingly. Bullets flew through the air, cries of battle and screams of anguish intertwined, transforming the entire hall into a chaotic maelstrom. Fragments of concrete soared like rain amidst the shockwave, while Peter's tactical dagger plunged deeply into the throat of a member of the Luo family gang. Drops of blood trickled down the hilt, seeping into the collar of his combat uniform, releasing a metallic, briny scent that exploded in his nostrils. "Clear the path." Peter flicked the blood from the blade, and 12 shadowy figures glided along the walls like phantoms. Their tactical boots crushed the spent cartridges underfoot, and the eerie blue flames from their firearms flickered at the corridor's end. This was the elite squad of the M country's Navy SEAL Team 6, each member's iris shimmering with the cold light of genetic enhancement. To the left at 3 o'clock, Peter barked into his throat microphone, prompting 2 team members to immediately throw stun grenades. In the blinding flash of the explosion, he spotted a bald bandit wildly spraying bullets with a submachine gun. Chapter 265. The bullet struck the bulletproof shield held by the squad member in front, sparking a shower of embers. The M4's barrel rested against the shield's firing port, unleashing a tongue of flame. As the man fell backward, he still clutched the antique Type 56 rifle tightly in his grasp. Peter scoffed disdainfully. It was rather fitting that such antiquated weaponry from the previous century was still in use by the thuggish members of the Luo family gang, born of the fishing mafia. Chen Xing pressed against the wall, crouching as he navigated through the fierce battlefield. Soon, he found Lao Lu and several others hiding behind a cargo container in a corner of the skirmish. They were also watching the unfolding chaos. Upon noticing his arrival, Zhang Weiguo pointed towards the corridor marked with the number 6. We conducted reconnaissance. The captives are being held within the chambers of that corridor. Chen Xing nodded. Let us go rescue them. Lao Lu, guard the corridor entrance and ensure no one intrudes. Lao Lu nodded in agreement. Hurry. We have 30 minutes before our timed explosives detonate. In the corridor, a bandit sprinted toward the main hall, intent on aiding his comrades. However, as he turned a corner, a powerful arm shot out, ensnaring his neck like a serpent. A sickening crack echoed through the corridor as his bones shattered. The bandit crumpled to the ground, and before the next bandit could even scream, Cheng Lu's flying knife pierced his skull. Your strength is a bit excessive, Chen Xing teased, earning a roll of the eyes from Cheng Lu. The group soon arrived at a shipping container where Guo Liang delivered a swift kick that shattered the brittle iron chain. As the hatch swung open, a pungent stench assaulted their senses. Over 20 dazed faces turned toward them. Shoo! Chen Xing made a gesture for silence. We are here to rescue you. Please, do not make a sound. Just follow us shortly. The eyes of the captives gleamed with hope, nodding eagerly, refraining from speaking loudly. Lu Xiaowang and Zhang Weiguo opened another container, freeing an additional 27 individuals. Chen Xing provided them with some water to replenish their strength. And then the group quietly made their way toward the main hall. To escape this stronghold, they would have to traverse through the hall, heading toward the cave they had entered. Meanwhile, the battle in the hall was drawing to a close. With the bravado of the Luo family gang's thugs proving no match for the seasoned killing machines Peter had brought along, they were soon overwhelmed, collapsing under the onslaught. Hurry! Are we done yet? Peter's team had breached Zone B3, and Luo's elite guards were gathering in the hall. Lao Lu's anxious voice crackled through the intercom. We'll be out shortly. Just as Chen Xing finished his reply, the corridor suddenly shook violently. Everyone, be cautious. A profound sense of impending danger washed over Chen Xing. He sensed that something was amiss. Yet, he could only lead everyone towards the hall. As they entered, the stench of blood hit them like a wave. The 6-meter-tall concrete columns were laced with spiderweb-like cracks, and the ground was strewn with steaming shell casings and severed fingers. The thugs of the Luo family are retreating in disarray. A burly man, adorned with an anchor chain tattoo on his chest, had his knee shattered by an M4A1. He still struggled to lunge towards the opposing Marine, intent on plunging his shark knife into the throat of the Special Forces soldier. However, midway through his desperate attempt, he was met with a bullet that obliterated his head. Prepare to withdraw. Chen Xing's words had scarcely left his lips when the ceiling suddenly erupted in a thunderous explosion. Amidst the cascade of ice shards and steel reinforcements, an entity beyond human comprehension crashed heavily to the ground. Its body, enveloped in a bluish-gray exoskeleton, had 8 appendages deeply embedded in the concrete. The Marine across the way, astonished, raised his weapon and fired. The bullets from the M4 merely sparked against the creature's shell. As the monstrosity turned, it extended a formidable claw, precisely seizing the Marine by the waist. With a gentle exertion of force, it effortlessly bisected the Marine in two. Chapter 266. Chen Xing and his companions stood in stunned silence, gazing at the monstrous creature in the hall, its red shell resembling that of a tank, rampaging through the space. What in the world is this beast? Lu Xiaowang stammered, his voice trembling. Chen Xing's pupils constricted sharply as the spotlight on the ceiling swayed amidst the smoke, revealing a 3-meter-tall aberration. The mutated entity, with its pale red exoskeleton, plunged its pincers into the chest of a mercenary. Detecting an ancient, aberrant creature of the order of the Thysanura, the analysis came swiftly. Thysanura? Speak in plain language. Chen Xing cursed quietly. The Emperor Crab. Phoenix succinctly noted, prompting Chen Xing to pivot back to the hall. A chill ran down his spine. This was a living, breathing Emperor Crab. The metallic projectiles fired by the Marine soldiers erupted against its shell, creating a cascade of golden meteor showers. It's the general. The thugs of the Luo family screamed. The bandits, who had just scattered in panic, erupted into cheers. It turned out this aberration was the Mount of Luo Feng. The iron-armored general has arrived. There is hope. Everyone, return and avenge our brothers. The bandits, who had been hiding in the corners, re-emerged and began firing at Peter and his group. Indeed, the tenacity of these thugs exceeded Chen Xing's expectations. Suddenly, the so-called iron-armored general surged forward, its 6 limbs crushing a nearby support column. Damn it, everyone run! Chen Xing shouted as he felt the ground beneath him give way like melting asphalt. He plummeted downward along with the falling debris. In that moment of weightlessness, he glimpsed 3 blood-red spots reflected in the creature's compound eyes. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire coincided with the tearing of metal. Peter brandished his M4, unleashing a fiery orange tongue of flame. The high-temperature rounds seared black marks into the aberration-s shell. The creature turned, emitting a roar akin to a windbag. Its pincers suddenly redirecting towards the source of the gunfire, creating a gust that overturned an oil barrel 5 meters away. The thick bulletproof glass shattered, and Chen Xing found himself on the brink of falling into a pile of ammunition below. A cyclone formed beneath him, and with a graceful twist in midair, he landed smoothly. Thankfully, Peter had drawn the creature's attention. He inhaled the pungent smell of gunpowder and looked up, seeing Lu Xiaowang and the others peeking out from the hole in the upper level. Upon witnessing his safe landing, they all breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Chen Xing's eyes brightened. He had landed in the maintenance passage of the hall. This path led directly to the other side of the hall, allowing him to evade the battlefield outside where Peter and the Luo family thugs clashed. 5 minutes later, Chen Xing and his group emerged from the opposite end of the hall. Lu Xiaowang and Zhang Weigua, take these people and retreat first, Chen Xing instructed. What about you? I will wait a moment to cover your rear, to prevent them from pursuing you. Chen Xing concealed himself in the shadows of the cave, his gaze alertly fixed on the hall outside. Lu Xiaowang and Zhang Weigua exchanged a nod, refraining from further conversation as they turned to lead the captives into the depths of the cave. Chen Xing, along with Cheng Lu and a few others who remained to cover their retreat, shifted their attention to the tumultuous battle unfolding in the hall outside. The conflict had reached a fever pitch. Gene Serum, Peter, who had been knocked to the ground, coughed blood as he tore the sleeve of his left arm, retrieving a syringe from his pocket. The green liquid within the syringe glimmered with an eerie fluorescence. Upon injecting the serum into his veins, a disconcerting cracking sound emanated from his bones, while his nails elongated into sharp, curved blades. Chen Xing's pupils constricted sharply. The man had injected a genetic agent. He was about to undergo bestial transformation. A brief commotion erupted within Peter's squad, but it was swiftly quelled as 2 members tore open their tactical suits and produced their own gene syringes, plunging the injectors into their carotid arteries. Chen Xing observed as their pupils instantaneously morphed into amber, their cheekbones jutting forward, forming a wolf-like visage. Chapter 267. The claw of the mutated beast pierced through the skin, growing into a 30-centimeter-long, curved talon. What was most terrifying was their ability to maintain tactical formations. Even after their transformation, they could still convey commands in hoarse voices. The sound of tearing muscle fibers was excruciating, as the first werewolf to complete its mutation smashed the tiles beneath its paws. A foul, viscous saliva dripped from its fangs, and upon touching the ground, it released a plume of white smoke, causing Chen Xing to tense up. These mutated monsters possessed saliva that was surprisingly acidic. The pincers of the armored general swept through the air, shattering a row of load-bearing columns, and concrete debris rained down around Chen Xing's feet. 2 mutated werewolves leapt from the smoke, their silver-gray fur concealing rippling muscles beneath. Their pupils transformed into dangerous slits, and their claws sliced through the air with a sharp buzz. The armored general let out a thunderous roar, its pincers slicing towards the neck of the werewolf leader with a fierce gust of wind. The airborne werewolf, defying the laws of physics, twisted in midair, its bony protrusions accurately targeting the gaps in the armor. The sound of metal colliding with bone was deafening, causing Chen Xing's eardrums to throb painfully. Sparks flew, illuminating the dragon-shaped tattoo faintly visible on the werewolf's neck. It was Peter. The werewolf's claws sparked against the crab shell, leaving half-meter-long trails of fire, while the eyes of the mutated warrior retained a semblance of human clarity. Indeed, it was evident that military forces from various nations had long been studying genetic serums through these mutated creatures. Peter was clearly a biochemical soldier developed by the M-country military. Moreover, judging by his demeanor, he had retained his intellect and had not fully succumbed to beastly instincts. These foreign beastly warriors had evolved far more perfectly than the domestic test subjects. The crab-like mutant swung its massive pincers, sending a 2-ton blast door flying like a mere piece of paper towards the mercenaries. The werewolf warrior, however, leaped into the air with an impossible grace, its claws sparking against the shell. Chen Xing's heart raced. Could this truly be a werewolf? Or was it more akin to Wolverine? As his gaze shifted, he noticed that within the torn gaps of the shell, tendrils resembling those of coral were writhing, attempting to repair the wound. The crab-like mutant emitted a high-pitched shriek, which was a sound of agony. Chen Xing's pupils dilated. The creature's back had erupted with countless sharp spikes. Each of its legs ended in suction cups lined with serrated teeth. This monster had mutated a second time. The werewolf warrior's claws became ensnared in the gaps of the shell, corroded by a suddenly secreted black viscous fluid, sizzling ominously. Its pain tail flailed wildly, accidentally severing a nearby steel beam. The beam groaned as it twisted, crashing down onto the crab-like mutant's hardened back. With a resounding thud, the crab-like mutant staggered under the impact of the several-ton steel beam. Its pincers plunged into the ground, carving out a half-meter-deep trench. How could it still be alive? Chen Xing and the old Lu stood in stunned silence. The battle between these two mutated creatures had transcended human comprehension, surpassing even their understanding. Chen Xing, we have reached the summit of the radar station. You all need to evacuate. Lu Xiaowang's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. Old Lu swiftly turned to Chen Xing. There were merely 3 minutes remaining until the explosion. We must retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xing pivoted and sprinted through the cave. He had no desire to linger even a moment longer on the battlefield of the monstrous clash. Half a minute later, he grasped old Lu and, gasping for breath, they reached the summit. In the distance, the radar station lay quietly amidst the snow and wind, resembling a steadfast giant. It was impossible to discern that beneath it, a fierce battle among extraordinary beasts was unfolding. The countdown displayed 2 minutes and 17 seconds. Old Lu shouted loudly to Chen Xing. Chen Xing seized the collar of old Lu's garment and they dashed towards the distant off-road vehicle. The convoy sped away, the radar station receding further in the rearview mirror. 3 minutes later, a thunderous roar of collapsing structures echoed behind them. The group slowed down and turned back. In the distance, the 7 Immortals' mountain trembled violently. Fiery flames erupted from the fissures in the mountain and from the doors and windows of a barrack within the radar station. The anguished cries of certain creatures faintly reached their ears, lingering for a full 10 seconds before being engulfed by the explosion. Chapter 268. The biting cold wind swept across the newly modified armored truck's roof, while Chen Xing's fingers tapped absent-mindedly on the steering wheel. In the rearview mirror, over 20 rescued individuals huddled in the back of the truck, resembling a flock of trembling quails. A profound sense of impending crisis settled heavily in his mind. Chen Xing, well acquainted with this sensation, instinctively grasped the underlying urgency. He replayed the day's events in his mind. Everything had proceeded too smoothly. As the convoy ventured 3 kilometers away from the radar station, the thought suddenly struck him like a venomous serpent sinking its fangs into his heart. Chen Xing abruptly slammed the brakes, causing the truck to decelerate sharply. The old Lu, seated in the passenger seat, stumbled and quickly drew his 92-style handgun, looking up inquisitively. What have you discovered? Chen Xing halted the truck, exclaiming, this rescue is proceeding far too smoothly. Too smoothly? The gravity of the situation began to dawn on old Lu as Chen Xing exited the vehicle. The truck came to a stop at the foot of a bridge. Zhang Weiguo, driving another truck, gradually brought his vehicle to a halt behind Chen Xing's. Lu Xiaowang poked his head out of the cabin. Why have we stopped? The bridge ahead is a bit narrow. I wanted old Lu to take a look. It's a good opportunity for everyone to disembark and relieve themselves. You all prepare some hot soup for the others. Also, tend to any wounds to prevent frostbite on the way back. Lu Xiaowang and the others sensed the urgency in Chen Xing's demeanor and discreetly exited the vehicle. Cheng Lu called to the captives, instructing them to gather around and help set up a cooking area. Standing next to her was Guo Liang, his eyes sharp and vigilant, scanning the captives. Phoenix, assess the physiological indicators of these individuals. Chen Xing commanded as he stood by the stove. The AI optics emitted an invisible infrared beam, sweeping over the captives. Data on 37 individuals cascaded into his AI optics. Suddenly, a flashing red box locked onto a specific target. Phoenix's synthesized voice echoed in his ear. Level 2 threat detected at 12 o'clock. Chen Xing looked up to see a gaunt figure cautiously approaching the fire. It was a frail man who claimed to be a fisherman, his tattered cotton clothing concealing surprisingly intact skin, with a heart rate that was disturbingly flat. Disguise coefficient, 92. Immediate isolation recommended. Phoenix's warning sent a chill down Chen Xing's spine as the man approached the fire. With a swift motion, Chen Xing smiled and offered him a water bottle. The man hesitated, clearly taken aback by the unexpected gesture. Moments later, he raised his hand. And as their fingers touched the water bottle, the briny scent of seawater mingled with the stench of decaying seaweed engulfed Chen Xing. His pupils dilated sharply. The odor was identical to that of the hideout belonging to the Luo family gang. Chen Xing feigned concern. Brother, which village are you from? You appear quite famished. A flicker of panic crossed the man's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. I'm from the village next to Luo family village. Those bastards are utterly inhumane. Indeed, Chen Xing murmured in agreement, his hand stealthily finding the grip of his firearm. His fingertips brushing the textured safety on the trigger as he continued to engage in casual conversation. Drink plenty of warm water, and later have something to eat. We shall return to the camp. Ah, at last. Good days have arrived, and the nightmare has come to an end. The individual felt a surge of emotion welling up in his eyes. Suddenly, Chen Xing shifted the conversation. By the way, Luo Chang mentioned to me that he had seen you at the Luo family ancestral hall. The person responded nonchalantly. How could that be? Luo Chan is. You. The person's expression changed drastically. Upon looking up, he indeed saw the dark muzzle of Chen Xing's formidable rifle. Chapter 269, the gunshot pierced through the snowfall. The bullet striking true against the chest of the adversary. Yet, contrary to expectations, the chest did not erupt in a shower of blood. Instead, Chen Xing beheld a splatter of viscous, dark green slime. The tattered cotton clothing was suddenly torn apart, revealing a body covered in scales that swelled to twice its size, with 3 scorpion-like stingers protruding from its tail. Its hands transformed into colossal pincers capable of slicing through steel. This creature bore a striking resemblance to the crab-like mutant they had encountered at the radar station base. The detection system quickly identified it as an ancient aberrant species. A mutant, a subspecies. Was this yet another variant of the king crab? Chen Xing couldn't help but curse his misfortune. No, this time it was a giant lobster. Damn it. Chen Xing cursed fiercely, emptying the remaining bullets from his revolver. The bandits from the Luo family had gathered an army of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Scatter. Chen Xing rolled to evade the sweeping pincers. As the concrete pillars splintered like tofu under the force of the strike, 6 drones, controlled by Phoenix, ascended into the air, armed with 09 shotguns that wove a net of crossfire. However, the bullets ricocheted off the lobster mutant's shell, sparks illuminating the writhing parasitic tendrils within its maw. Chen Xing rolled away from the spear-like tendrils as bullets grazed the creature's shell, creating showers of sparks. Suddenly, Lao Lu's 92 pistol fired from the flank, striking one of the lobster's tendrils with precision. The resilient appendage snapped, and the formidable lobster mutant let out a roar, staggering in response. Lao Lu's eyes lit up. The weakness lies in the tendrils. The alert from Phoenix coincided with the lobster's furious cry, where the steel pincers swept. Pine trees the thickness of a bowl were severed effortlessly. Chen Xing observed the lobster mutant, its head thrashing uncontrollably. Those seemingly decorative tendrils were, in fact, its sensory nerves. It was unstable and unable to maintain balance. Everyone, focus fire and eliminate it. The old police officer roared, only to be forced back by a suddenly swung pincer. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Xing maneuvered around the sweeping claw, activating his agility skill. In the blink of an eye, he leaped to a position 3 meters in front of the creature, throwing forth a dark object that rapidly expanded against the wind, transforming within a second into a robot the size of a tire. Metal spheres unfolded into serrated flywheels, severing both tail stingers at their bases. The lobster mutant emitted a high-pitched shriek, its remaining tendrils retracting violently into its body. It staggered backward, on the verge of colliding with the bewildered captives. Yet, the giant claw seized a female soldier by the waist. The 6 drones, equipped with 09 shotguns, hovered ominously above the lobster mutant's head, their dark muzzles aimed at its cranium. Do not fire. Lao Lu shoved Chen Xing's weapon aside, the fire of stubbornness burning in the eyes of the veteran. She is still a living person. A flicker of helplessness crossed Chen Xing's gaze. Old Lu was admirable in many ways, but sometimes overly compassionate. Do not come any closer. Let me go. The lobster creature shouted loudly, its words barely escaping its lips. The mutated lobster forcefully propelled the female soldier forward. Be careful. Chen Xing instinctively reached out to catch her. Yet, the soldier unexpectedly twisted her body in an eerie manner, revealing Luo Yong's sinister face beneath her skin. A flash of lightning tore through the night sky. Chen, you are not the only one in this world who can wield electricity. Chapter 270, Beware. The old willow suddenly pounced. Chen Xing was hurled away, while Luo Yong's electric whip tore through the veil of night. Chen Xing rolled 5 meters before glancing back to see the old willow's upper body hanging from a branch, intestines spilling onto the snow, steaming. Go. The veteran's mangled hand squeezed the trigger, the sound of the 92 pistol ringing sharply. With his final breath, he shouted, Chen Xing, quickly retreat with everyone. Retreat? To where? Luo Yong's electric whip danced lightly in the night sky, and it was only then that Chen Xing discerned the truth. Those were tendrils resembling jellyfish sprouting from under his armpit. During their previous confrontation, this individual had relied solely on his invisibility skill. Yet now, he had also mastered the art of electricity. Suddenly, an image flashed in Chen Xing's mind, the last scene before Luo Feng injected Luo Yong with the serum. This transformation was undoubtedly linked to the injection. Clever of you. I had intended to follow you, infiltrate your lair, and ensnare you all. Yet, you discovered my plan. Chen Xing thought, as the tendrils under Luo Yong's arm writhed quietly in the night. Though his heart was ablaze with fury, he recognized the necessity of remaining composed. He forced himself to calm down, surveying the battlefield and contemplating a strategy. A warning from Phoenix echoed in his ears. A large-scale heat source has been detected to the northeast, 2 kilometers away, with an expected contact time of 4 minutes and 37 seconds. Chen Xing's pupils constricted. It was a trap. Reinforcements from the Luo family were on their way, which explained the earlier commotion at the base between Peter's group and the scattered rogues of the Luo family. Yet, Luo Feng had never appeared. That was the most perplexing aspect. Brothers, retreat. Chen Xing bellowed, but the mutated lobster behind Luo Yong had already blocked their path. The Phoenix command drones traced a deadly spiral in the air, unleashing a torrent of bullets, but only managing to spark flashes against the mutated lobster's shell. Ultimately, they found themselves cornered, and shortly thereafter, the reinforcements from the Luo family arrived. Armed with 191 rifles, the bandits shouted frantically as they joined the fray. Chen Xing could only direct his subordinates to take cover behind a few armed trucks and engage in fierce combat. Sheng Lu's figure left a trail in the snow, her military boots shattering the icy surface into spiderweb cracks. Her nails had evolved into steel-like claws, smashing the approaching fish monster's head directly into its chest cavity. 20 meters away, Guoliang was tearing apart the crab general's shell with his bare hands. The mutated muscle fibers intertwined like steel cables, forcibly extracting the ganglia hidden within the crab's exoskeleton. 3 o'clock breach. Lu Xiaowang's voice, hoarse from adrenaline, pierced through the chaos as the bald professor began to fire his shotgun with precision. The mutated beast meat Chen Xing had provided prior to their departure had enhanced his dynamic vision threefold, allowing each steel pellet to accurately penetrate the sea monster's eye socket. Zhang Weiguo led the assault team closely behind Chen Xing, forming a wedge formation. Amidst the thunderous roar of the 09 shotgun, the sharp snaps of the shrimp soldier's limbs echoed all around. In Chen Xing's hands, the formidable rhinoceros has been transformed into a fully automatic weapon. Whenever the magazine is depleted, he opens the chamber, and the cyclone effortlessly retrieves bullets from the belt around his waist, automatically reloading his firearm. The ingenious application of the wind mastery skill enables him to reload at a speed that surpasses even the swift exchange of magazines in a semi-automatic pistol. However, despite the ferocity of their firepower, Chen Xing finds himself increasingly alarmed. The Luo family gang, comprised of these nefarious villains, has an alarming abundance of mutated beings. Although not every individual resembles the previously encountered monstrous lobster or king crab, there is no shortage of various foul and wretched creatures, each proving to be particularly challenging adversaries. Once these mutations descend into madness, their strength is often astonishing. Chapter 271. Originally, a single shot could take down one creature, yet when confronted with these mutated beings, it often required multiple rounds to eliminate just one. This significantly heightened the pressure on the team, and even more daunting was the rapid consumption of their ammunition. Moreover, the non-mutated thugs among them would take cover from afar, unleashing surprise shots. Fortunately, above him hovered a drone controlled by Phoenix. Whenever a member of the Luo family's gang breached their defenses, a barrage of steel rain would descend from the heavens. Phoenix had even calculated the firing cycle of the Luo family's 191 rifles, launching dive attacks precisely during their reloading intervals, assisting in the elimination of numerous snipers. Yet, the relentless tide of mutated creatures continued to advance, the icy plains now stained with viscous blue blood and severed tentacles. With a bang, Chen Xing dispatched a fish-headed mutant. Suddenly, a blue glowing electric whip tore through the night sky, revealing the lurking figure of Luo Yong. This man was his greatest concern. Chen Xing did not evade as the electric whip aimed for his body. The excited visage of Luo Yong materialized against the night, only for his expression to stiffen abruptly. His tentacles seemed ensnared by a viscous air, halting a mere 30 centimeters from Chen Xing. Once again, this tactic, Luo Yong, seething with rage, began to unleash a surge of voltage, causing his tentacles to emit a blinding blue light. Chen Xing's wind shield quivered violently under the assault of Luo Yong's electric whip, each strike leaving scorched, leaf-like patterns across the surface. Suddenly, a lobster mutant emerged from behind Luo Yong, its remaining claw sweeping menacingly towards Chen Xing's waist. While it spewed corrosive liquid from its maw, the cyclone before Chen Xing twisted, repelling the caustic fluid, which splattered back onto the lobster's claw. The lobster soldier's remaining claw was instantly riddled with numerous holes. Recognizing the opponent's weakness, Chen Xing launched his attack. The alert from Phoenix coincided with the shriek of the drone. He swiftly tossed a flashbang, the intense light exposing the lobster's transparent neural core. Luo Yong and the lobster were momentarily blinded by the brilliant explosion, instinctively raising their hands to shield their eyes. A drone equipped with a shotgun hovered directly above the lobster's head. As a round from the QBS-09 shotgun penetrated its shell, the lobster's head was reduced to a mushy paste in that fleeting moment. From 3 meters away, Chen Xing seemed to hear a sound akin to waves receding from the shore. With a surge of agility, Chen Xing advanced, his speed unparalleled. Before Luo Yong's tentacles could strike him, Chen Xing had already closed the distance to the lobster soldier. His electric gauntlet struck forcefully at its exposed gills, the high-voltage plasma instantly carbonizing half of the lobster's body. The lobster fell into eternal slumber. Beware behind you. Phoenix's warning came a moment too late. Luo Yong's tentacle pierced through the windshield, and while Chen Xing narrowly evaded a fatal blow to his heart, his left shoulder was pierced. With a flash, Chen Xing darted out of Luo Yong's attack range. Xiao Gang. Luo Yong wailed upon witnessing the lobster soldier's head explode and its body charred, to the extent that he did not pursue Chen Xing any further. Chen Xing, who had already retreated 5 meters, knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. The recent consecutive use of skills had left him somewhat drained. He retrieved a piece of roasted crocodile meat from his bosom, disregarding the chill, and devoured it hungrily. Simultaneously, he activated his telekinesis to stimulate gastric juices, initiating rapid digestion to restore his energy. A tingling sensation coursed through his wound. Observing the gradually healing injury and glancing at the now lifeless lobster soldier across from him, he felt that this exchange of injury for life was indeed worthwhile. Chapter 272. Chen Xing gasped heavily, the acrid scent of his charred flesh permeating the air. The battlefield status map projected by his retina began to flicker ominously. Cheng Lu's temperature soared to 41 degrees, while Guo Liang's heart rate surged beyond 200 beats per minute. To the 6 o'clock position, shadows loomed in the biting wind. The vanguard of the second wave of reinforcements from the Luo family had emerged on the horizon. Chen Xing's heart plummeted into despair. Yet, in that fleeting moment of distraction, Luo Yong across from him suddenly lunged forward. With glistening blue tendrils, he swung violently towards Chen Xing's neck. In a critical instant, the half-crippled Lao Lu sprang from the heap of corpses. With his remaining arm, he clutched the creature's leg with all his might. Go! Amidst the metallic clatter of the grenade's safety pin being dislodged, Chen Xing saw Lao Lu's lips move, issuing his final command. The blast shockwave toppled 3 gunmen from the Luo family and tore a gap in the encirclement. Quick, retreat! Water trickled down Chen Xing's face, indistinguishable whether it was sweat or tears. Cheng Lu, disregarding her bleeding wound, pressed on, while Guo Liang's tendons groaned under the strain. Yet all followed Chen Xing toward the breach that Lao Lu had opened with his life. Whoosh! A shadow raced through the air, and Chen Xing abruptly halted, blocking the others. His large-caliber weapon roared to life, driving the shadow back. As the frigid wind whipped icy particles against their faces, Luo Feng stepped onto the armored back of a crab-like creature. The entire battlefield seemed to be paused in time. The leader of the Luo family, adorned with iridescent pearlescent scales on his back, briefly flashed before being concealed by his cloak. He twitched his fingers, and only then did they discern that the 5 fingers of his right hand had morphed into octopus-like tentacles. The tentacles quivered, clattering rhythmically, as Chen Xing's recently fired 6 rounds fell to the ground. Most terrifyingly, behind him, 5 or 6 double-eyed zombies were gnawing at the corpses on the ground. They were those werewolves. Cheng Lu gasped, clutching her bleeding ribs. A crab claw was embedded in her left leg. Wu Liang knelt beside her on the icy surface, panting, his right shoulder swollen to an alarming size. Zhang Weiguo was tightly constricting the artery at his severed arm with a belt, tearing open a first aid kit with his teeth and trembling as he sprinkled coagulant powder onto the wound. His left arm lay 5 meters away in the snow, being gnawed upon by a mutated fishman, producing sickening crunches. Chen Xing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The surface of his electric gloves flickered with unstable arcs. His tactical visor displayed grim statistics. Ammunition at 83, electric glove charge at 83. In stark contrast, Luo Feng's energy readings continued to escalate. On Chen Xing's AI visor, he glowed a menacing red. As his gaze shifted to the zombies, Chen Xing's pupils constricted in horror. It was the Peter Squad, now grotesquely transformed into werewolf zombies covered in bone spurs. Team Chen. Lu Xiaowang suddenly lunged from the side. His goggles shattered, and the barrel of his shotgun deformed from the heat. This once frail middle-aged teacher now bore muscles like twisted vines. The mutated beast flesh consumed before their departure was rewriting his genetic code. The recent fierce battle had fully activated his vital energy and blood flow. Now, his mutation is deepening continuously. In this battle, he is the only one who has turned misfortune into fortune. The injured Luo Yong approached Luo Feng's side. Upon seeing his younger brother wounded once more, A flash of anger crossed Luo Feng's face. The octopus's tentacles swayed in the frigid wind. Are you Chen Xing? Indeed. It is I. Chen Xing rose to his feet, standing resolutely before the others. What a man of guts you are. Did you slay Luo Chang? Indeed. I am the one who did it. I shall grind your bones into nourishment for coral reefs. Chapter 273. Luo Feng's countenance contorted in rage, his roar akin to the bellowing of a colossal beast, reverberating through the ice and causing it to fracture in layers. His tendrils abruptly split into 8, resembling the limbs of a giant octopus, ensnaring the battlefield. Just as Chen Xing prepared to evade, he suddenly realized that Luo Yong's luminescent whip had woven a brilliant electric net in the air, effectively sealing their escape route. The adversary was poised, ready to unleash their final strike at any moment. Phoenix, activate the ultimate protocol. Chen Xing wiped the blood obscuring his vision and adjusted the power of his electric gloves to overload. The AI fell silent for a brief moment before 6 drones abruptly abandoned their defensive formation and assembled into a suicide attack squadron. This was the only path to survival calculated through countless simulations by Phoenix. The success rate of the strike was a mere 23. Yet Chen Xing had no choice but to wager everything he possessed. Suddenly, a piercing sound erupted from his earpiece. The safe house had completed its upgrade, transforming into a mobile base, and the fire support system was online. Phoenix's electronic voice had never sounded so melodious. Amidst the wind, the distant roar of motors could be faintly heard, and within Chen Xing's AI visor, a red light was rapidly approaching the encirclement. The brilliance in Chen Xing's eyes surged as he bellowed across the battlefield. Everyone, cover your heads and lie down. Open your mouths. Luo Feng cackled madly, brandishing his octopus-like tendrils. Foolish tricks. Die. Luo Yong gritted his teeth and unleashed the gleaming blue death whip. Before his words faded, a thunderous engine roar emanated from beneath the ice. 300 meters away, a red armored vehicle emblazoned with firefighting colors burst through the snowstorm. The turret atop it glowed with an eerie blue light as the hexagonal honeycomb-structured high-energy fusion cannon began to aim and load. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze in time. Fire. Chen Xing's command synchronized perfectly with the mechanical sounds of the turret's rotation. The 82 caliber shells tore through the night sky, obliterating the zombie werewolves in a fraction of a second. As the first rainbow beam pierced the thick fog, Luo Yong's lightning tendrils ensnared Chen Xing's neck. At a staggering speed of 1,500 meters per second, the electric whip formed by the electric eel's discharge muscles fused with the sea mother's tendrils instantly vaporized. The transparent body of the mutated sea mother was swiftly penetrated, the scorching shell passing through and leaving a trail of blue plasma. Luo Feng reacted with astonishing speed, seizing 3 nearby crabs and stacking them into a flesh shield, positioning it in front of the 2 brothers. The third metallic projectile pierced through layers of carapace, propelling the brothers over 50 meters away. The severed limbs of the shrimp soldiers and crab generals vaporized in the intense heat. Luo Feng gazed in terror at the colossal machine before him. With a 15-meter-long chassis and a front reminiscent of Optimus Prime, it bore a welded ram plate. The windows were adorned with glimmering iron bars. Atop the rear compartment, a turret emitted an eerie blue glow. The turret emitted a low-frequency hum akin to that of a whale as it turned. Upon witnessing the cannon rotate once more, Luo Feng's pupils constricted sharply. 3 of the octopus tentacles severed, 5 remained, coiling around the unconscious Luo Yong. The entire figure shot upwards like a cannonball, vanishing into the vast night sky in the blink of an eye. Such agility is indeed advantageous. Fleeing is swifter than being pursued. With the leader's retreat, the minions of the Luo family instantly lost their resolve. Eliminate them. The mighty rhinoceros in Chen Xing's grasp began to roar with fervor. Each gunshot claimed a creature from the Luo family. The remaining subordinates, still able to move, frantically pulled the triggers, exerting their last ounce of strength in a desperate attempt to inflict harm upon the bandits. Meanwhile, Phoenix operated the drone remotely, exhausting the last of the ammunition in the payload. Do not let them escape. Cheng Lu struggled to pursue, yet stumbled into a pool of blood. Thus, the bloody battle came to a halt. Chapter 274. The cold wave lashed against the armored truck's exterior, and Chen Xing's grip on the steering wheel was numb to the bone. In the passenger seat, Cheng Lu was tightly binding Guo Liang's shoulder, where blood gushed from a bullet wound. The crimson stains rapidly froze on the floor of the vehicle, transforming into an eerie shade of pink. In the rearview mirror, Lu Xiaoguang pressed against his rib injury. This usually meticulous, bald man, who took pride in polishing his firearm, now appeared ghostly pale. The front of his combat uniform was smeared with large patches of frozen blood. Only 1 kilometer left. Hold on, Chen Xing shouted. As the electronic map flickered in his AI visor, a sudden thump came from the rear compartment, Zhang Weiguo was desperately pounding the wall with his remaining right hand. It hurts. Oh, it's killing me. With the battle concluded, the adrenaline ebbing away, this stalwart man could no longer endure the excruciating pain from his severed arm. The hemostatic gel at the wound had been dislodged by his violent movements, dark red fluid dripping from the edge of the stretcher, instantly freezing into bloody icicles in the frigid temperature of -40 degrees. Hold him down. Chen Xing jerked the steering wheel to avoid a pothole, catching a glimpse of old Lu's figure lunging in the rearview mirror. Lu Xiaoguang's pupils glimmered a ghostly blue in the darkness. His mutated, enhanced body had thickened fingers, firmly gripping the trembling veteran-s body. Old Zhang, hold on. We'll be home in 3 minutes. Please don't fall asleep. The armored truck rumbled over the icy speed bumps and finally plunged into the underground garage of the residential complex. Chen Xing yanked the door open and swiftly leaped out. Fang Shuo and the remaining personnel had been waiting for them. Fang Shuo, Lu Xiaoguang, Cheng Lu, you are responsible for screening the captured prisoners and arranging their accommodation. Li Qingwan, hurry over and check old Zhang's condition. Chen Xing hoisted old Zhang out of the vehicle, and Li Qingwan sprinted over to them. Under the blue light scan, the muscle tissue at Zhang Weiguo's severed arm was clearly visible, the broken nerve endings resembling frayed wires. Li Qingwan's gaze swept over the wound. Grade 3 open wound. Immediate limb reattachment surgery is advised. By the way, where's his arm? Chen Xing's expression darkened as he recalled the image of that mutated fishman feasting on old Zhang's severed limb. Alas, without the arm, this surgery would be exceedingly difficult. Li Qingwan seemed to have already guessed the fate of Zhang Weiguo's severed arm. Never mind. Let us take him upstairs to the medical chamber and see if we can save him. Li Qingwan felt helpless, but Chen Xing still had the medical chamber. They secured Zhang Weiguo onto the stretcher of the floating robot. 3 minutes later, they arrived at Chen Xing's residence. It was still a 3-story duplex mansion with a sci-fi base aesthetic, though it seemed to lack some vitality compared to before. Chen Xing knew well that this was because the soul of the base, the super-intelligent brain Phoenix, had already been transplanted into that sleek mobile base vehicle. However, Phoenix could still connect to the house's computer via fiber optics. Soon, the lights in the house illuminated, and Chen Xing placed Zhang Weiguo into the capsule-shaped medical chamber in the living room. The current medical pod is a level 1 unit, incapable of performing limb regeneration surgeries of level 3 or higher. Phoenix's tone remained unwavering, a fact that Chen Xing had anticipated upon his arrival. He had been informed that the medical pod, newly acquired, was still quite primitive and unable to conduct advanced procedures. However, upon receiving the outright rejection, a sense of disappointment washed over him. It was suggested to activate the Protective Gear Processing Center for the modification of a bionic prosthetic arm, with an estimated duration of 5 hours. Chen Xing was momentarily taken aback, his throat tightening. Are you implying that we can utilize the Protective Gear Processing Center to customize a mechanical arm for him? Phoenix's words illuminated Chen Xing's eyes with excitement. The Protective Gear Processing Center possesses this capability? This is a hidden feature, and it can only produce basic bionic prosthetics. Nevertheless, that is still a viable option. Chapter 275. Chen Xing pulled Zhang Weiguo out of the medical pod. Upon learning that he could receive a bionic prosthetic limb, Zhang Weiguo appeared invigorated, as if he had been administered a potent stimulant. Suddenly, he no longer cried out in pain or felt fatigued. The veteran, his eyes bloodshot, fixated intently on the LCD screen of the Protective Gear Processing Center. He beheld the 3-dimensional blueprint of the bionic mechanical arm, its titanium alloy framework deftly gesturing in the simulation. Zhang Weiguo swallowed hard, his throat constricting as his frostbitten eyelashes trembled gently. It was a feeling akin to serendipity arising from misfortune. Could this contraption accommodate a grenade launcher? Goodness, old fellow, what are you planning? Do you aspire to become a humanoid Gundam? Chen Xing jestingly chastised while assisting him in pressing the confirmation button. In truth, this was the sole option available, the rudimentary bionic mechanical arm. As for Zhang's other ambitions, he would have to resort to his own ingenuity. The construction of the mechanical arm would require 5 hours, and Zhang's wounds also needed tending. Chen Xing ultimately escorted him back into the medical pod. As the hydraulic door of the medical pod closed behind Chen Xing, he heard Cheng Lu retching in the corridor. The recently mutated flight attendant crouched in the hallway, her pale blue gastric fluids mingling with undigested chunks of mutated beast flesh splattered across the floor. The scales on the back of her neck were visibly proliferating at an alarming rate, a consequence of overexerting her abilities. Chen Xing approached her and offered a bottle of water. There's no need to be overly anxious. Not anxious. If I don't hurry, I might lose my life today, almost dragging you down with me. I suppose it's my weakness that's to blame. Cheng Lu replied with a bitter smile, leaving Chen Xing speechless. He had never realized how fiercely proud she was. Captain Chen, A howl echoed from the end of the corridor. Zhang Lu, who had just finished treatment, burst through the safety door. His gunshot wound. A potentially fatal injury for an ordinary doctor was merely a trivial matter for the medical pod. After being admitted, he would be rehabilitated in just 3 hours. The man, who had rushed over from Building 1, now resembled a wounded beast. His crimson eyes nearly bulging with rage. Old Lu has fallen. Chen Xing's hand instinctively froze at his waist. Memories surged back of the moment when Luo Yong ensnared Old Lu with his tentacles, the scene of Old Lu embracing Luo Yong in a final act of mutual destruction. He had sacrificed his life to secure a fleeting chance for survival. The veteran's last smile was forever etched in the swirling snow and fog, merging seamlessly with the glacial ground below. This is the handgun he left for you. Chen Xing retrieved Old Lu's 92 and handed it to Zhang Lu. Zhang Lu accepted the pistol, tears streaming down his face in silence. Chen Xing, I seek vengeance. I will annihilate the Luo family gang. Zhang Lu suddenly lifted his head, fiercely grasping Chen Xing by the collar. This cannot be rushed. We need to devise a plan. Chen Xing seized Zhang Li's fist as it swung towards him. The force was immense, causing his arm to ache. Goodness, this fellow has begun to evolve as well. Luo Feng could command a legion of zombies. And the Luo family gang was predominantly comprised of mutants. The defense at the radar station had already been stringent, and now, following the recent battle, it would undoubtedly be even more fortified. Then let us fill it with our lives. Zhang Lu broke free from Chen Xing's grasp, the wound on his chest splitting further apart. Blood seeped from the bandage, crystallizing swiftly in the air. Fill the void with lives? Whose lives? Cheng Lu and Guoliang are injured, and Zhang Weiguo has lost an arm. We are already gravely wounded. Who do you propose to sacrifice? Chen Xing's words deflated Zhang Lu like a punctured balloon, leaving him utterly diminished. Revenge is a necessity, yet this matter requires careful deliberation. Chen Xing patted Zhang Lu on the shoulder, suddenly recalling something. What about Sun Chong? Chapter 276 in the conference room on the 3rd floor. Chen Xing sat on one side of the long table, observing Sun Chong across from him. The man, who claimed to be a communications soldier and a second lieutenant, leaned on the table, coughing incessantly, with blood-soaked bandages visible beneath his tactical vest. However, after resting in the building for more than a day, his complexion appeared considerably improved. Upon noticing Chen Xing's gaze, a flicker of guilt crossed Sun Chong's eyes. Sun Chong, it seems there are many matters you have yet to share with us. With a snap of his fingers, Chen Xing ignited a flame at his fingertip, lighting the cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth. Upon witnessing this, Sun Chong's pupils constricted sharply. I apologize, Chen Xing. I have indeed concealed certain truths. Yet, I have my reasons. These matters pertain to national secrets, which I cannot disclose. With a resounding thud, Zhang Lu slammed his fist onto the table. What time is it now? What about the nation? Where is the nation? What else can you possibly keep from us? Sun Chong shot a glance at Zhang Lu, sighing deeply. Alas. Indeed. The world has changed to a point where I hardly recognize it. As for those secrets, whether they remain confidential or not, it seems of little consequence now. Last year, the object that struck the Earth was not an asteroid, but an alien spacecraft. The room fell into a profound silence. Although the fire crackled, the atmosphere was as frigid as winter. Chen Xing had been aware of this information for some time, but for Cheng Lu, Lu Xiaoguang, and Feng Shuo, this was their first revelation of such cosmic significance. A few days later, the Navy delivered a piece of wreckage from the extraterrestrial vessel to the base. This debris had fallen into the waters near Danzhou, and the military had expended considerable effort to locate it. Initially, it was meant to be sent to the capital for research. However, no one anticipated that an epidemic would soon erupt, resulting in the matter being postponed. Subsequently, the Navy also brought numerous mutated marine creatures. Both the military and the nation discovered that many organisms were beginning to undergo mutations. Authorities suspected that the pathogens brought by the alien spacecraft were responsible. Yet, before anyone could trace the source, the military learned that foreign forces were developing genetic weapons through the study of these mutated creatures. As Sun Chong recounted his narrative, an eerie stillness enveloped the conference room. The others gradually comprehended why so many life forms had suddenly begun to mutate. Consequently, we established multiple project teams to expedite research. An expert group was dispatched to our base, yet they had not yet produced any tangible results. Meanwhile, in Country M, several biological laboratories experienced catastrophic leaks, resulting in a sudden surge of mutated organisms. We were not spared either. Many regions in the south succumbed, particularly in towns where national control was relatively weak. Subsequently, many provincial capitals and second-tier cities fell, one after another. The nation had neither the strength nor the resources to maintain control over numerous cities. To concentrate resources, it was compelled to scale back its forces, thereby relinquishing several urban areas. Yet, remnants of arrangements remain in these cities. For instance, our base is one such example. Through Sun Chang's narration, everyone has come to a comprehensive understanding of how the world suddenly spiraled into chaos and the truth behind the abrupt disappearance of the higher organization. Do you recognize this, Peter? Chen Xing retrieved Peter's image and displayed it on the tablet. Sun Chang scrolled through the screen. This individual is an agent from SUAID, stationed at the H-country Quanshan base under the IM National Development Agency. He has previously infiltrated Danzhou multiple times and has been under our covert surveillance. What? He is the mastermind behind the surprise attack on the base orchestrated by the Luo family gang. Chapter 277. What? That scoundrel. I remarked that the villagers of Luo family must have consumed the hearts of bears and the courage of leopards. It turns out they have been inciting unrest from behind the scenes. Sun Chang's eyes widened in fury. This is disastrous. They must have discovered that the base harbors the remnants of an extraterrestrial spacecraft. Otherwise, they would not dare to so brazenly incite rebellion among the villagers of Luo family. However, fret not. Before the base fell, I had already reported the surprise attack via satellite communication. According to protocol, a patrol team will surely be dispatched within 7 days. Now, the team should arrive by today or at the latest tomorrow. They cannot escape. Sun Chang looked confidently at Chen Xing. The members of the Luo family gang have already slain Peter and his group of Americans. What? Furthermore, they have also colluded with individuals from the land of cherry blossoms. The subsequent news from Chen Xing was even more explosive. Sun Chang's pupils contracted sharply, and the aluminum water bottle he held clattered against the metal floor. People from the land of cherry blossoms? No, Chen Xing, you must stop them. Those ruffians are notoriously ruthless. To achieve their goals, they would do anything. The remnants of that spacecraft in warehouse number 7 must not fall into their hands. Sun Chang, already pale, now looked as white as a sheet. He looked up at Chen Xing with a pleading gaze. Seeing that Chen Xing did not immediately agree to take action, he continued. The warehouse contains not only the remnants of the alien spacecraft, but also a substantial amount of genetic materials extracted by our base's expert team while developing genetic weapons. These have been sourced from our own people. If these genetic materials were to fall into the hands of the individuals from the land of cherry blossoms, they could develop targeted genetic weapons specifically against us. Chen Xing's expression finally shifted. Targeted genetic weapons against us? Although he was not a heroic figure for the nation, he could not allow such an event to unfold under his very nose. I can take action, but the Xianshan base is already heavily fortified. The Luo brothers must have enhanced their defenses. Penetrating their stronghold will be exceedingly difficult. Chen Xing reclined on the sofa, rubbing his temples. The challenge of breaching military bases has always been a significant headache for him. I know of a secret passage that can lead you inside. As soon as Sun Chang's words fell, Chen Xing abruptly sat upright. Oh, do tell. He gestured, and Phoenix immediately projected a 3D image of the base before Sun Chang. During a previous covert infiltration of the base, Phoenix had already scanned and modeled the underground facility. Sun Chang stifled his astonishment as he reached out to manipulate the 3D image. The three-dimensional structure of the radar station slowly rotated in the holographic projection. Warehouse No. 13 lies 17 meters underground. He clicked on the location of one of the warehouses. Here lies the earliest nuclear shelter constructed in 1958, featuring a passageway. I can guide you through this entrance. All right, everyone, take a moment to recuperate. We shall embark in 3 hours. Chen Xing abruptly rose to his feet. Chapter 278. In room 3201, as the first rays of dawn pierced through the clouds, Chen Xing stood by the window, exhaling a sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to him, another night had passed, and there remained but an hour until departure. He should still have time. Turning, he made his way to the kitchen, where the gene purification fusion furnace glimmered with a cerulean light. This time, the purification fusion had finally reached completion. The fusion chamber sprung open, revealing a gene syringe emanating an icy chill as it rolled within its container. As Chen Xing reached out to touch it, he felt an overwhelming coldness. This was a level 3 gene syringe, boasting a purity of 85. The side effects included potential vomiting, diarrhea, and muscle soreness. Yet none of these were fatal. Having obtained the desired outcome, he swiftly plunged the needle into his vein, the frigid essence coursing down his spine. The roar of a polar bear suddenly detonated within his neural pathways. The excruciating pain forced Chen Xing to his knees, and he watched as his breath crystallized in the air. A diamond-like layer of frost rapidly enveloped his skin. Struggling to rise, the water pipes in the lounge erupted, and the gushing torrent froze mid-air, forming spears that pocked the cement walls with honeycomb-like indentations. The ice blade skill had been activated. The alarm of the Phoenix bathed the entire room in crimson hues. An environmental temperature drop of 42 degrees had been detected, advising an immediate cessation of ability release. Iceblade skill? Chen Xing gazed at his hands, watching the ice crystals formed from air's moisture dance at his fingertips. He felt as though an ancient presence was awakening within his veins. Clenching his fist in tremors, the ice spear embedded in the wall instantaneously vaporized. Amidst the rising white mist, he caught a glimpse of his eyes reflected in the frosted mirror. His irises transformed into a glacier-like pale blue, and capillaries beneath his skin wove a snowflake pattern. Level 1 skill Ice Blade grants you the ability to manipulate liquid temperatures. However, it can only control the temperature within the range of -40 to 10 degrees. Temperature manipulation, a transformation from -40 degrees to 10 degrees? Chen Xing was astounded as he touched the frost on the wall. The mutated polar bear's genes were indeed remarkably powerful. No wonder this creature was rated as a level 4 mutated being, rivaling the splendid avians he had encountered. Chen Xing approached the weapon rack by the window, and the moisture in the air swiftly crystallized in his palm. The ice crystals proliferated in his hand, coalescing into a long blade. As he tightened his grip on the hilt, the blade suddenly liquefied, seeping into his skin. In the next moment, it erupted from his fingertips, freezing a target 10 meters away into an ice sculpture. Was this the proper application of the level 1 skill Ice Blade? Chen Xing pulled up his attribute panel. Owner, Chen Xing. Physical quality, 2, 0. Strength, 3, 0. Skills, level 1 Swift Movement 50. Level 1 Fury 90. Level 1 Wind Mastery 90. Level 1 Ice Blade 50. Overall rating, 3, 0. Advanced Elite Human Goodness. A new skill, Ice Blade, has unexpectedly emerged. My physical quality has surged from 185 to a remarkable 2, 0. Strength has also ascended from 2, 6 to 3, 0. The enhancement bestowed upon him by the Arctic Bear is undeniably substantial. Team Leader Chen. A voice called out from outside, belonging to Cheng Lu, signaling that it was time to set forth. Observing the ice crystals merging into his arm, Chen Xing suddenly felt a surge of confidence regarding this mission. The biting cold wind whipped through the metal pipes, striking them with icy shards as Chen Xing followed Sun Chang through the metallic corridors, entering the base's warehouse number 13. Chapter 279. This place has been abandoned for a long time, and seldom does anyone come here. Sun Chang quietly introduced the condition of the warehouse. The Phoenix was monitoring the base, gathering information swiftly. Soon, a series of images were transmitted to Chen Xing's tablet. In the maintenance hall of the base, countless individuals surrounded a dry dock, bustling with activity. The image froze, and everyone was taken aback. Previously, there had been a strangely shaped vessel in that dry dock, but now it had been moved, revealing a submarine. Upon seeing the cherry blossom flag on the submarine, Sun Chang clenched his fists tightly. Their collusion with the Japanese had arrived. At that moment, Chen Xing also discerned that those entering and exiting the submarine were transporting supplies out. The images continued to flicker across the screen until they settled in a room. Inside, several Japanese individuals were engaged in conversation. The Phoenix translated their voices into Chinese in real time, each sentence striking like poisoned arrows into the hearts of the listeners. The genetic contamination effect of the third experimental subject exceeded expectations. Those Chinese believed it was merely a lapse in laboratory management. Our attack on Danzhou Institute of Technology was highly successful, thanks to my sister Rin. The Japanese agent in a white lab coat adjusted his glasses, then turned, gazing with obsession at the deformed creature sealed within a glass jar behind him. That grotesque being was observing him with its 8 compound eyes. And suddenly one eye turned towards the camera. Damn, so it was they who caused the laboratory leak at the Institute of Technology. Cheng Lu, usually polite, could not help but curse this time. It turned out they had mixed the mutated jellyfish genes into the experimental samples. Lu Xiaoguang gripped the wooden stock of his shotgun tightly, recalling Professor Cheng's self-detonation to halt the spread of the viral genes. Suddenly, the Phoenix zoomed in on the screen, revealing an image of a helicopter explosion on the Japanese man's tablet. Then appeared the wreckage of a transport aircraft, with burning wings prominently displaying a metal piece inscribed with RZ. Sun Chang reached out to pause the image and magnify it. What is going on? Chen Xing looked at Sun Chang, astonished. This is the identification number of the Japanese Self-Defense Force's micro-air defense missile. What? The aircraft of the expert team was shot down by them. A flash of realization struck Chen Xing. As if to corroborate his suspicions, the agent in the white coat suddenly erupted in laughter. These foolish individuals, they will never know how the plane fell. He seemed utterly pleased with his accomplishments. I finally understand why the epidemic in our country spiraled out of control so suddenly. Why the higher-ups abruptly went missing. Cheng Lu's nails dug deeply into her palm. At that moment, everyone's expression grew icy. Mr. Takahashi, Miss Rin is about to return. A balding middle-aged man beside the white-coated agent suddenly set down his walkie-talkie and approached him, saying, "Oh, have the items been brought back?" With the assistance of Luofeng, they finally breached the defenses of the Materialization Institute in the early hours of the morning. The items have been retrieved. Yoshi, what? Sun Chang's reaction was intense. He stared at the letters on the tablet, his eyes wide with shock, as if he had been choked while hastily consuming food. The Materialization Institute? What happened? Chen Xing turned to Sun Chang. He was aware that the Materialization Institute was a first-level research unit under the National Academy of Sciences. However, judging by Sun Chang's expression, this matter was undoubtedly serious. The Materialization Institute is one of only 2 bases the nation possesses in Danzhou, apart from us. But now, it has actually fallen. Chapter 280. Chen Xing furrowed his brows, sensing the complexity of the situation. Alas, there is indeed a base for the Materialization Institute. Clearly, these young rascals have uncovered something from the Institute. Knock, knock, knock. Someone rapped on the door where the young rascals were holed up. Who is it? The man in the white coat inquired in fluent Mandarin, devoid of any accent. Mr. Takahashi, Boss Luo has instructed me to inform you that we are prepared. Very well. We shall proceed immediately. The man in the white coat turned to the bald man beside him. Those foolish imbeciles are ready. Let us be on our way. With that, the 2 men, accompanied by a throng of underlings, streamed out of the room. The Phoenix remote camera followed suit. They soon traversed through the underground maintenance hall, arriving at the door of a room on the lower level. This is bad. They are attempting to force their way into warehouse number 7. Upon spotting the metallic door of the warehouse, Sun Chang's expression shifted dramatically. This is warehouse number 7. Chen Xing inquired, his brow knitted. Directly above us. Chen Xing, can you take me to warehouse number 7? There is a satellite communication system inside. I must urgently report the collusion between the Japanese invaders and the Luo family gang and summon reinforcements. The items in warehouse number 7 must not fall into their hands. Sun Chang gazed at Chen Xing with hopeful anticipation, inexplicably placing his trust in this man who seemed capable of anything. Chen Xing glanced up at the ceiling. Is it possible to blast through the floor and enter from below? The notion is commendable, but it may prove to be quite challenging. The floor is constructed with No. 130 cement, interspersed with metal shavings. The thickness of the floor is 20 centimeters, providing substantial resistance against GBU 57 bunker buster attacks. Chen Xing lacked a clear understanding of the floor's thickness, yet the Phoenix swiftly transmitted the GBU 57 data to his AI visor. Currently, the world's most powerful bunker buster, measuring 6.2 meters in length and weighing 13.2 tons, capable of penetrating 61 meters of standard concrete, hiss. After reviewing the data on the bunker buster, Chen Xing couldn't help but inhale sharply. What about the ventilation ducts? I am uncertain, but it is worth a try. Sun Chang responded, his eagerness palpable. Very well, Lao Lu and Guo Liang. Accompany Sun Chang to explore the possibility of entering warehouse number 7 through the ventilation ducts. Chen Lu and Zhang Lu, follow me. Let us cool down these scoundrels. Chen Xing secured the mighty rhino at his waist, his expression steely. Indeed, let us go and teach them a lesson. Zhang Lu shouted enthusiastically. On the lower level, before the door of warehouse number 7, Luo Feng observed Takahashi in his white coat. Takahashi-kun, it is not that we are shirking responsibility. Rather, this warehouse is exceedingly sturdy. We have attempted for several days, and without the password. Entering from the outside has proven to be a Herculean task. At this juncture, we have no alternative but to resort to such rudimentary methods. As he spoke, several underlings passed by him, making their way to the entrance of the warehouse. The grand door of warehouse number 7 was notably distinct from those of other warehouses. While other warehouses feature standard rolling doors, this particular warehouse boasts an entrance composed of riveted steel plates. A mere tap on its surface yields no echo, indicating the formidable thickness of the steel. Luo Yang's associates, armed with a cutting torch, approached the imposing door. They ignited the gas cylinder and commenced their cutting operation, filling the corridor with the cacophony of the torch's flame. However, after an extensive period of effort, despite the sparks flying from their labor, they had only managed to carve a few shallow grooves, showing no sign of actually penetrating the door. Chapter 281. Enough. You Chinese only know how to use brute force. The bald man beside Takahashi laughed boisterously. Sato. Takahashi called out in irritation, yet there was no hint of reproach in his tone. The members of the Luo family gang wore expressions of fury, and a sinister look flitted across Luo Feng's face. This is the demolition expert I brought along. His name is Sato Kojiro. Sato Kojiro? A look of astonishment crossed Luo Feng's face. The demolition wizard of Ginza? Indeed, that is I, the bald man exclaimed, pointing his thumb at his own nose. Not just Ginza, I was also responsible for the Hokkaido train derailment incident. At that moment, he was patting Luo Feng's shoulder and laughing heartily. This blast-proof door should be opened with my C4 artistry. However, there is a self-destruct mechanism inside. If there are no ifs, let him give it a try, Luo-san. Takahashi looked up at Luo Feng, who seemed to regard this man with great trepidation. Several times he opened his mouth to speak, only to swallow his words back, resigning himself to their handling of the situation. The man named Sato laughed maniacally as he approached the door of warehouse number 7. He shoved aside the welders from the Luo family gang and affixed octagonal explosives to the door seam. Do you know what focused shockwave technology is? He boasted, raising a circular detonator. This directional demolition can. Chen Xing's icy blade crystallized in his palm. In front of warehouse number 7, Chen Xing's frozen ice crystals quietly spread along the ventilation ducts. Storing detonators at -40°C causes nitroglycerin to crystallize. But if there is a sudden rise in temperature at the critical point, as Sato affixed the 6th piece of plastic explosive to the door frame, the white mist he exhaled crystallized in the frigid air. The countdown for the first detonation echoed at that moment. Pale blue ice patterns crawled up the wires, freezing the chemical fuse just 0.3 seconds before detonation. When the first muffled sound erupted, Sato's expression resembled that of a stunned catfish. Luo Feng's subordinates, holding smoking cutting torches, exchanged bewildered glances. The warehouse door remained intact. Baka. Sato's forehead throbbed with veins as he violently tore open his blast suit to inspect the fuse himself. Chen Xing, lurking in the shadows, smirked coldly as the second ice blade precisely pierced the metal pipe. A chilling current spread along the alloy door, refreezing the circuitry of the detonator. The raucous laughter of the Luo family gang transformed into chaos at the second misfire. Bakayuru, Sato, exasperated, stepped before the metal door and hastily removed all the explosives. He began to examine the wiring, the detonator. As Sato pressed the button for the 3rd time, a flicker of azure light flashed in Chen Xing's pupils, and he suddenly retracted his ability. In an instant, the thawed fuse erupted into a brilliant fireball at the fingertips of the Japanese man. The sudden surge of heat causing molecular chain distortion in the plastic explosives. The shockwave generated by the simultaneous combustion of 8 pieces of C4 created a vortex of death in the confined space. Sato's final scream was consumed by flames, and the flying metal shards rained down upon the members of the Luo family gang like a torrential downpour. The splintering shards of metal pierced the chests of the nearest 12 minions with the vengeance of avenging angels. The eye of a burly bald man was violently dislodged from its socket by the shockwave, hanging precariously from his cheekbone. Amidst the swirling smoke, the furious roar of Takahashi Haida reverberated. Inexplicably, 2 katana appeared in his hands, swiftly dispatching the 2 closest members of the Luo gang. The leader of this Japanese operative had finally cast aside his mask of hypocrisy. The game had commenced. Chen Xing hurled ice blades, pinning down 2 fleeing gangsters, while Cheng Lu's dagger had already slashed the throat of a 3rd adversary. Drones under Phoenix's command emerged from the ventilation ducts, equipped with 09 shotguns, unleashing a tempest of metal upon the rioters. Witness, you wretches, what true winter feels like. Chapter 282. The force of the blast sent several members of the Luo family gang flying, while Sato's bald head was pinned against a concrete wall 20 meters away, resembling a postmodern mural. Takahashi Haida wiped the blood from his face, brandishing his katana through the thick smoke. Chinese pig. Come out. Cheng Lu stepped onto the icy surface, her military boots gliding from cover as she blasted 2 thugs wielding steel pipes with her shotgun. Zhang Lu, holding a shotgun in one hand and a riot shield in the other, followed closely behind Cheng Lu. After firing 2 shots that felled 2 lackeys, a spear-like thrust propelled him forward. The mutated bicep of the creature behind Cheng Lu sent the preparing fishman crashing against the opposite concrete wall, resembling a flattened meat patty. Chen Xing leaped down from above, a cyclone swirling around him as he carved a bloody path through the crowd with his ice blade. The massive rhinoceros firearm in his hands roared ferociously, taking down one enemy after another, mercilessly harvesting lives. Should any adversaries remain standing after being shot, the drones above would ensure they were finished off. Soon, the trio carved a bloody path through the throngs of the Luo family gang, until they spotted Luo Feng emerging from the smoke before them. You little brat, last time you got lucky. This time, let me show you my complete form. Luo Feng's pupils suddenly split into compound eyes, his combat suit bursting apart under the swelling tentacles. 8 tentacles, adorned with suckers, coiled around a machete and a fire axe. Two additional tentacles wielding short spears nearly pierced Chen Xing's energy shield, leaving a bloody scratch on his left shoulder. Takahashi Hida's katana sparked against Cheng Lu's makeshift shield. Suddenly, Cheng Lu crouched low and executed a sliding tackle, her mutated legs exploding with cheetah-like speed as she closed in on Takahashi. As she raised her shotgun to fire, a hand gripping a Glock unexpectedly emerged from beneath his white robe. Cheng Lu's pupils dilated in shock. At such close range, there was no time to evade. The sound of gunfire echoed as Zhang Lu, his shield timely positioned in front of Cheng Lu, intervened. Damn it! Takahashi Hida frantically pulled the trigger, but the Glock jammed due to the rapid fire. In that fleeting half-second, Zhang Li's improvised bomb shield struck Takahashi's face with tremendous force. Takahashi's cheek twitched, eventually melding into a grotesque visage no longer resembling a human, but transformed into a cephalopod's grotesque beak covered in suckers. For tentacles erupted from beneath his coat, each wielding a different weapon, a katana, a Glock pistol, a crossbow dart, and a composite shield. It was a mutated squid, Cheng Lu exclaimed in horror. Zhang Li's eyes widened in shock as he raised his shield once more, aiming to smash it against that terrifying, hideous face. At the moment, ink gushed forth. Zhang Li's shield collided with the creature's chest. Takahashi Hida, or rather the squid monstrosity, cried out in pain as he stumbled back 3 meters. For sucker-covered arms emerged from beneath his trench coat. The left forearm gripped the Glock while the right wielded the katana. A foul-smelling ink seeped from the collar of his garment. The mutated squid was now fully revealed in its fearsome combat form. The clash of the katana and shield produced sparks as Takahashi Hida's forearms danced before Cheng Lu, leaving behind fleeting afterimages. Zhang Lu swung his shield, sending a crossbow bolt flying, only for a bullet from Glock to leave a dent on the surface of the shield. As black ink suddenly gushed forth, Cheng Lu, relying on her mutated enhanced dynamic vision, discerned the scaled protrusions swelling on the back of that individual. Yet, before she could take action, a thick cloud of ink suddenly enveloped her vision, and thus, Takahashi Hida vanished, lost within this dense murk. Chapter 283 Zhang Lu roared as he shattered the ink fog, disregarding the blood trickling from his forehead, which had been sliced by a katana. Cheng Lu leapt from the cement wall, the shotgun blasting apart the protective armor behind Takahashi, the splattered ink suddenly transforming into a vivid crimson. The aberration emitted an inhuman shriek. A shuriken hurled from one of its appendages, whistling straight towards Cheng Lu. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the corridor, Chen Xing's windshield had just deflected the enormous tentacle that Luo Feng had swung towards him. Although the serpentine appendage did not strike him, the shockwave dispersed the air shield before him, leaving him with a metallic taste in his mouth. The drone, controlled by Phoenix, swooped down to unleash a barrage, while Luo Feng's 3 appendages lifted a steel plate to block the attack. The other 2 tentacles brandished submachine guns, one firing wildly at Chen Feng, while the other targeted the drone above, unleashing a relentless hail of bullets. Cheng Lu and Zhang Lu found themselves confronted by an ink-spewing squid, while Chen Xing encountered the very essence of Luo Feng, an octopus monstrosity adorned with 8 tentacles. This aberrant octopus had surpassed Chen Xing's comprehension of biology. 2 of its tentacles wielded submachine guns, firing with reckless abandon, while another pair brandished makeshift shields crafted from metal plates. The remaining 4 grasped a chainsaw, a large blade, a fire axe, and a spear. Chen Xing was locked in a desperate struggle against this octopoid creature. The cyclone shield formed by his wind-based abilities deflected the incoming cleaver, entangling with the descending chainsaw. The electric gloves clashed with the opponent's fire axe, creating a dazzling arc of electricity. When the suction cups on Luo Feng's tentacles suddenly expelled a caustic venom, Chen Xing leaned back against the ground, which froze beneath him, allowing him to glide along the icy surface like a blade. Activating the ice blade skill, he instantaneously erected 3 glacial barriers behind him. The hissing of the acid corroding the ice melded with the sharp sounds of bullets from the submachine gun striking the ice shield. How much longer can your windshield endure? Luo Feng's voice dripped with a viscous tone as 2 tentacles abruptly unleashed high-pressure venom. Chen Xing rolled and leapt, a cyclone forming a brief floating platform beneath him as the spot he had occupied was corroded into a honeycomb of holes. Suddenly, Phoenix's voice resonated, "Lieutenant, there are fluids in the rooftop pipes that can be utilized." Chen Xing's eyes lit up, feigning a retreat to the corner under the pressure of the venom. When Luo Feng's chainsaw tentacle came crashing down, he forcefully pierced through the rooftop pipe, foul sewage gushing forth. In midair, it froze into lethal ice arrows, impaling the tentacle and pinning it to the wall. Well done. Chen Xing's eyes shone brightly as he swung his right fist, a bolt of electricity striking the tentacle. 100,000 volts of arc coursing through the creature's body. Amidst the octopus's agonized shrieks, Chen Xing's massive rhinoceros severed the tentacle wielding the gun. Yet, from the severed stump, flesh began to writhe uncontrollably, quickly regenerating a brand new appendage. Useless. Luo Feng spat blood and laughed maniacally. My cells can regenerate infinitely. The drone controlled by Phoenix surged from behind. The shotgun roared in the air, raining down a deadly storm of steel pellets. The back of the octopus monster was riddled with countless wounds. However, at the very moment a swarm of drones soared overhead. One of its tentacles raised a submachine gun and unleashed a furious barrage into the sky. In an instant, 3 drones transformed into blazing fireballs. Chen Xing felt as though his heart was bleeding. Your petty tricks are futile. You are doomed. Luo Feng roared, extending his primary tentacle. As the red dot sight on the Picatinny rail of the submachine gun locked onto the center of Chen Xing's forehead. Chapter 284. To the left. Zhang Lu shattered the incoming throwing dart with a single shot, simultaneously exerting force through his legs to propel himself forward. This aberrant, power-oriented mutant charged at Takahashi like a rampaging bear, yet missed his target. The ink ejected by Takahashi coalesced into a hemispherical black mist in midair, his form merging seamlessly with the darkness. Zhang Lu suddenly spun and unleashed a flying kick, her military boot striking a precise spot in the void. The sound of metal colliding echoed as Takahashi staggered into view, his katana carving a 3-meter-long fissure in the wall. His heartbeat quickened. Zhang Lu growled softly. Ever since her mutation began, not only had her physical attributes and explosive speed seen significant enhancement, but her hearing had also sharpened remarkably. His ink spray is limited. Zhang Lu and Chen Xing shouted, firing 3 shots in rapid succession while executing a roll. His ink pouch was nearly depleted. The bullets fired by Takahashi interrupted their exchange of experiences. Zhang Lu raised her shield to deflect the bullets. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Lu had circled behind Takahashi and shattered the arm that wielded the katana with a single shot. Takahashi raised his remaining hands, frantically firing his Glock. The bullets chipping away at Zhang Lu's shield like a spider's web. Meanwhile, a different scene unfolded on Chen Xing's side. The fully mutated Luo Feng resembled a Cthulhu-like creature emerging from the deep sea, with 8 metallic tentacles thrashing wildly in the air. Each tentacle seemed to possess a plethora of combat skills. Sever one, and another would immediately sprout in its place. Moreover, it could seamlessly switch between an array of different weaponry, from submachine guns spewing lethal flames to chainsaws that tore through the air. Even the suction cups on the tentacles wielding the riot shield occasionally sprayed deadly venom. This entity was utterly devoid of weaknesses. A chilling gale howled through the corridor, and a sharp pain warning shot through Chen Xing's neck. The electronic voice of Phoenix blared in his tactical visor. To the left, 7 o'clock. 3 metallic shields encased in ice shards hurtled toward him, and Chen Xing propelled himself upward from the frost-covered pipe. The wind control skill erupted beneath his boots, and he shot toward the ceiling like an arrow released from its bow. The shield crashed into the spot he had just occupied, fracturing the half-meter-thick concrete wall with spiderweb-like cracks. Ammunition remaining at 37. Initiating B7 tactical protocol is advised. The blue data stream of Phoenix flickered on the right side of his visor. Mid-air, Chen Xing twisted, the barrel of the great rhinoceros glimmering with searing light. 6. 44 magnum bullets were discharged in an instant, slicing through the frigid wind. Yet, before they could reach their target, they were suddenly engulfed by an unfurled flesh-colored membrane. That was not a shield, but rather the keratinized suction cup at the end of Luo Feng's tentacle. Damn! Chen Xing landed, frustrated, and slammed his fist into the ground. The octopus creature's true form emerged from the shadows, 2 tentacles crashing down upon Chen Xing like living battering rams. Chen Xing's pupils constricted as he clearly saw that one of the tentacles' ends was fused with a human remnant. The supposedly deceased Luo Yong grinned at him with his remaining eye. Did you truly believe you could kill me? The flesh tumor's face emitted a sinister dual voice. A 3rd tentacle suddenly split open, revealing the remains of Luo Yong, who should have perished under the fusion cannon. Wielding an electric whip that crackled ominously, it aimed directly at Chen Xing's throat, while the whip-like tendrils, enhanced by electric eel genes, unleashed blinding arcs of electricity. Chen Xing had no time for contemplation, instinctively delivering a plasma punch. The 2 bolts of electricity collided at a critical juncture, the acrid scent of charred flesh and mutated tissue pervading the air. One of Luo Feng's tentacles was reduced to charred remains. Yet, Luo Yong's upper body soon emerged from another tentacle. Chen Xing was propelled 3 meters backward, a vortex forming beneath his feet as he landed steadily. However, his thighs faltered, and he found himself half squatting on the ground. Goodness! Were these two akin to cockroaches? Chapter 285. How can it not be killed? Beware of the back. The phoenix suddenly triggered a crimson alert. Instinctively, Chen Xing lunged forward. As electric tendrils grazed his tactical vest, the acrid scent of scorched fabric reaching him. With a swift motion, he unleashed two shimmering ice blades that sliced through the pursuing appendages. Yet, instead of blood, a viscous, dark green corrosive fluid gushed from the severed ends. A sudden metallic rending echoed from above as three remaining swarm drones, armed with shotguns, dove downwards. The phoenix maneuvered the drones, unleashing a torrent of bullets that precisely enveloped the pillar where Luo Feng was concealed, severing his pursuit of Chen Xing. However, the octopus monster's tentacles unexpectedly split, sprouting dozens of slender appendages, each tipped with hardened bone spikes. Incredibly, the creature was launching bone arrows with its tentacles. Chen Xing rolled to evade the deluge of projectiles, though a glancing shot left a crimson mark on his shoulder. Ice crystals quickly formed at the wound, an innovative application of the ice blade skill, serving as a chilling safeguard. He glanced over at Cheng Lu, where the battle was fiercely contested, Takahashi's ninja shurikens sparking against Zhang Li's shield. Ruo Yang's electrifying tendrils transformed the entire area into a tempest of lightning. This situation was untenable. He had to devise a plan. Chen Xing feigned a misstep, stumbling to create an opening in his windshield. Luo Feng, sensing the opportunity, shot forth a bone spike. Chen Xing's left arm was struck, blood seeping from the wound. You're done for, Luo Feng exclaimed, elated, as five main tentacles coiled in like a constricting serpent. In a sudden move, Chen Xing gathered all his energy, propelling himself like a cannonball into the encirclement of tentacles. The ice blade skill surged into overdrive, causing the water molecules in the air to crystallize rapidly. The speed of the five tentacles drastically diminished, and at the center of the encirclement, an explosion of ice crystals erupted. The frigid temperatures caused the tentacles to slow their thrashing, and Luo Feng, in terror, realized that the suction cups on the appendages were beginning to freeze. Do you understand the principle of cryopreservation? Chen Xing's voice resonated within the circle. Once the intracellular fluid of living cells crystallizes, it can rupture the very cells themselves. No, Luo Feng exclaimed, horrified, as ice crystals erupted from the tentacle's surface. Summoning his remaining strength, he violently shook his wrist, attempting to mobilize his body. Just then, a small black sphere materialized out of nowhere. Chen Xing's hidden trump card, the rotting ball, activated suddenly. This seemingly innocuous spherical robot launched shimmering blue electronic chains, specifically designed to restrain mutated entities. As the chains ensnared the tentacles, a high-frequency current elicited an inhuman shriek from Luo Feng. In Chen Xing's palm, the ice blade coalesced into a 3-meter-long greatsword. The razor-sharp edge sliced through the base of a tentacle, freezing the viscous dark fluid into solid ice before it could even spill. Simultaneously, the drones focused their fire, bombarding the octopus monster into the debris of the load-bearing wall. Die! Chen Xing raised the energy-charged ice blade, poised to deliver the final strike. But suddenly, a cold glimmer flashed within the ruins. With his final 3 tentacles, Luo Feng injected himself with the scarlet serum. Death. Who is to say who shall perish? The octopus creature let out a sinister laugh as it rose from the ruins. The previously severed tentacle stumps began to proliferate wildly, giving rise to 12 newly formed tentacles adorned with bony armor, which writhed chaotically in the air. Each one was brimming with venomous barbs and suction cups. Chen Xing fought to suppress the metallic sweetness rising in his throat, a wave of dread coursing through his scalp. This scoundrel. He has unexpectedly undergone a transformation in the heat of battle. Chapter 286. The floor suddenly erupted, and 12 dark purple tentacles, adorned with suction cups, burst forth from the earth. Chen Xing lightly tapped his toes, and a cyclone manifested beneath his battle boots, lifting him into the air like a fallen leaf. 3 tentacles grazed the steel plates attached to his protective suit, leaving behind smoking corrosive marks on the wall. Taste this. The cyclone propelled Chen Xing into a mid-air spin as the great rhinoceros unleashed 6 bullets. The projectiles transformed into blazing white streaks under the acceleration of the wind. The body of the octopus monster emerged from the shadows, its face, a fusion of human and deep-sea creature traits, showing 8 compound eyes that simultaneously contracted. 3 alloy shields sprang from the tips of the tentacles, and the sparks from their collision illuminated Luo Feng's twisted smile. Chen Xing's pupils constricted. This creature was indeed more formidable. Phoenix. Calculate the attack trajectory. Yet, before Phoenix could complete its calculations, the 12 metallic glimmering tentacles pierced through the smoke, each tip splitting open into serrated maws, ejecting corrosive, dark green slime. Southeast, 35 degrees. Wind speed correction 2. Phoenix's synthesized female voice echoed in his ears. With a flick of his left hand, azure low-temperature particles coalesced into a 3-meter-long crystalline blade in the air. The wind shield on his right collided with the oncoming tentacles, dispersing the corrosive slime into a mist. The underground base resonated with the sounds of metal clashing, as Chen Xing's wind blade carved a 3-inch deep fissure into the alloy wall. Ice crystals rapidly spread along Luo Feng's viscous tentacles. The octopus monster suddenly emitted a high-pitched shriek, and the severed tentacles sprayed dark green blood mist. Chen Xing felt a burning sensation in his nostrils, as the tactical visor indicated a spike in airborne toxin concentration. Activate the circulation filter. He rolled to evade the piercing assault, and wherever the ice blade passed, 3 writhing tentacles instantly froze into statues of ice. At the opposite end of the battlefield, a blinding electric light flickered to life. Luo Yang's mangled body was parasitized atop the tentacles, and the electric eel gene-modified nerve tendrils lashed against the ground. Cheng Lu's shield was struck, sending sparks flying. Zhang Li's Remington bullets were deflected by the high-voltage arcs. Phoenix, deploy drones for support in Zone B. Before Chen Xing's words had fully escaped his lips, a sudden whistling sound sliced through the air behind him. 12 poisoned bone arrows shot forth in a fan shape. The activation of his wind control skill heightened Chen Xing's sensitivity to the air currents within a 3-meter radius around him. Therefore, without needing to look back, he propelled himself forward, shattering a wooden door in his path with the force of the incoming gust. A stinging pain from corrosion surged through his shoulder as he caught a glimpse of Luo Feng retreating, the 8 compound eyes glinting with cunning coldness. In the distance, Zhang Lu and Cheng Lu, with the aid of the drones, managed to stabilize their positions, locked in a fierce struggle with Takahashi Haida and Luo Yong. Meanwhile, the octopus monster, sporting a human head, ensnared the pipes on the ceiling with 6 tentacles. Luo Feng's body was embedded in the center of the ceiling, and sparks erupted from the severed ends of the tentacles, which astonishingly regenerated new serrated limbs within 10 seconds. You lowly creatures. The sound of metal grinding emanated from his abdomen. You fail to comprehend the exquisite nature of eternal evolution. Eternal life? Chen Xing scoffed, leaning back to evade a sweeping tentacle. The wind shield deflected the 3 incoming bone projectiles, creating charred craters upon the concrete wall. What significance is there in becoming a monster like you, cursed with immortality? The muzzle flared with a crimson glow as the bullet pierced through 3 writhing tendrils. Before the echoes of the gunfire faded, a furious roar erupted from the depths of the warehouse, belonging to Cheng Lu. The agonized cries of Takahashi Haida resonated from the flank. The Sakura Nation spy's grip on the katana tendril was abruptly shattered by a single shot from Zhang Lu. Luo Feng extended a tendril of the parasitic Luo Yong to aid Takahashi Haida, only to have it violently smashed to the ground by Cheng Lu's shield strike. Luo Yong's expression darkened instantaneously, while Luo Feng let out a pained howl, just as he intended to rush to aid. He was firmly held back by the relentless barrage of bullets sprayed by Chen Xing's rampaging rhinoceros. Suddenly, Takahashi Haida's neck twisted a full 180 degrees, and the last tendril shot forth, forcefully injecting a syringe into his temple. His white coat exploded into shreds, revealing a multitude of writhing tendrils beneath his skin. With a swift motion, one tendril reached out, ensnaring the tendril of Luo Yong and devouring it whole. Chapter 287. His skin rapidly became translucent, and Luo Yong was unexpectedly absorbed into his body, initiating a fusion. The phoenix emitted an alarm. Energy fluctuations detected. A dual heart structure was observed in the target's thoracic cavity, recommending immediate destruction. As his brother was on the verge of being devoured by Takahashi Haida, Luo Feng appeared almost deranged. No, Luo Feng's tendrils suddenly swelled, transforming into a deep violet hue. 12 tendrils, each adorned with bony spines, extended outward, their tips fracturing into flower-like orifices from which acidic liquid was expelled, crystallizing midair into an array of ice spikes aimed at Zhang Lu and Cheng Lu. Stop him, Zhang Lu shouted. With a furious surge, Chen Xing's pupils instantly turned a vivid crimson. The vital data on the AI visor began to fluctuate wildly, the world dissolving into a torrent of data on his retina. Power at 452 overload, speed breaking the sound barrier. The resulting shockwave toppled metal shelves 5 meters away. The pale blue wind shield that had encircled him solidified like glass. The ice blade in his hand expanded to 5 meters, accompanied by a tornado that cleaved through layers of defenses. Luo Feng's 3 tendrils were frozen into sculptures of ice, only to be shredded into a blizzard of metal by the storm. A swarm of drones controlled by Phoenix surged from the vents, unleashing a barrage that shattered Luo Feng's three compound eyes. Yet, with the sound of bones fracturing, three new tendrils, covered in bony spines, burst forth from his body once more. Behind Chen Xing, the swarm of drones, under Phoenix's command, timely interrupted the chaotic mutation process of Takahashi. While Zhang Lu had already hurled Cheng Lu into the air, 20 meters high, the female warrior, seizing the momentum of her descent, drew her twin daggers and executed a cross slash. Unbeknownst to the distracted Takahashi, who was busy waving his tendrils to fend off the drones, Cheng Lu descended upon him. As the dagger sliced through the skin of Takahashi's neck, the energy veins beneath the translucent surface suddenly blazed with brilliance. Takahashi's head exploded like a watermelon, the nascent electronic tendrils convulsing amidst the blood mist. Chen Xing's pupils constricted, fixated upon the three sweeping tendrils. This time, the tendrils lacked the terrifying orifices and could no longer expel venom. It seemed that despite their continuous regeneration, Luo Feng was not without vulnerabilities. Though he could revive perpetually, each time he did so, he emerged slightly weaker. Chen Xing propelled himself off the ground, executing a mid-air flip, the cyclone enabling him to dance gracefully between the gaps of the striking tendrils. Just as he appeared poised to be struck by one, a lateral gust of wind surged at his side, prompting him to perform a defiance of physical laws with a zigzag leap. The interference foil released by the drones behind him was shattered by the tendril, exploding into a shower of silver flakes. Ice blade, 1,000 layers. Chen Xing pressed his left hand to the ground, and instantly a forest of 1-meter-tall ice spikes erupted. Luo Feng's 4 tendrils were impaled upon the ice pillars, struggling as dark green blood vaporized into toxic mist upon contact with the cold. A prompt from Cheng Lu reached him. Attack his head, that is his weakness. The voice of Phoenix swiftly followed in his earpiece. Weak point above has been marked. Chen Xing's eyes gleamed with brilliance. The drone swarms swiftly reconfigured, their mounted shotguns blasting through the ceiling. Ice blades rained down from above, the attack mode that even the king of land tanks feared. Caught off guard, the head of the octopus monster was struck by an ice spike, instantly transforming into a frozen mass. The opportunity had arrived, taking advantage of your vulnerability. Chen Xing lunged forward. Shouts and the sound of footsteps echoed from the depths of the corridor. With a thunderous crash, a special forces soldier from the Japanese nation, donning a skull mask, burst through the wall. The leader, upon whom Chen Xing gazed in astonishment, bore an uncanny resemblance to Luo Feng. Brandishing a long knife, he severed the ice spike that ensnared Luo Feng's tentacles. Just 3 centimeters separated Chen Xing's ice blade from Luo Feng's heart, yet 12 tentacles, each brimming with venomous fangs, had sealed off all angles of his attack. Pleased to meet you, Captain Chen, the newly arrived Luo Feng proclaimed, lifting 2 submachine guns with his tentacles. I am Luo Feng, the Sharp One. Chapter 288. Chen Xing crouched low, gasping for breath as he gazed across the battlefield. Emerging from the smoke was a man who bore an uncanny resemblance to Luo Feng, shielding him from harm. The 3 brothers of the Luo family were said to be the reincarnation of sea creatures, and Chen Xing recalled old Lu's words about the Luo brothers. Initially, he believed that the trio consisted of Luo Feng, Luo Yong, and Luo Chang. It was only now that he realized his mistake. The actual brothers were Luo Feng, and Luo Yong. From behind Luo Feng stepped forth a woman clad in a form-fitting black leather outfit. She was petite, yet her attire accentuated her astonishing curves. Her features were strikingly beautiful, reminiscent of a Japanese actress, though Chen Xing could not recall her name. Yet, her expression bore no trace of the sweetness associated with actresses. Rather, it was perpetually cold. When her gaze swept over the severely injured Gao Qiao Ping Tai in the distance, her demeanor shifted sharply, her pupils narrowing to slits. Rin, I'm sorry. Despite his head being severely damaged, with fluid seeping out, Gao Qiao Ping Tai still clung to life, managing to utter fragmented words. However, this was merely a fleeting moment of defiance before he succumbed to his injuries. I want you all dead, the woman growled, her voice harsh. Before her body transformed into a blur, Gao Qiaorin's toes barely brushed the wall, her muscles coiling like springs beneath the leather. Cheng Lu's shield was torn apart as if it were mere paper, while Zhang Li's shotgun blasts went astray. The elusive shadow of the woman effortlessly navigated through the paths of the bullets, finding minute gaps in their trajectories. Sparks flew as her claws scraped against the concrete wall. And for the first time, Chen Xing's wind shield began to crack. This feline woman moved at a speed that defied biological norms, leaving afterimages on the retina with each advance. Even in his berserk state, Chen Xing found it impossible to lock onto her. Her peak speed reached 187 km/h, accompanied by the crackling alert of the Phoenix. This velocity rivaled that of a small cannon 4 o'clock. Chen Xing launched an ice blade in an attempt to intercept her, but only managed to sever a lock of her dark hair. In his frenzied state, his dynamic vision barely caught glimpses of her trajectory, yet his body lagged behind by a fraction. Gao Xiaorin's cat-like eyes glimmered with an eerie light as her claws suddenly extended by half a meter, leaving 5 fiery scratches on Chen Xing's shoulder guard. Brother, it hurts. The tendrils of Luo Yong, parasitic in nature, extricated themselves from Gao Xiao Pingtai's body. Third brother, Luo Feng, who was assessing Luo Feng's injuries, was seized by fury at the sight of Luo Yong's plight. Eldest brother, we can't wait any longer. Let us merge. Let us kill them. The half-destroyed Luo Feng shouted. Agreed. Luo Feng's black robe billowed dramatically as 12 tentacles lashed out. One struck Luo Feng with brutal force, while another pierced through the ailing Luo Yong. Instantly, their bodies withered, while Luo Feng's head began to swell. Moments later, 2 additional heads sprouted from either side of his cranium, embodying both Luo Feng and Luo Yong. Originally, there were 12 tentacles, but now they have astonishingly multiplied to 24. The merged form of the Roche brothers is nothing short of a nightmare. One head spews corrosive liquid while the other ejects a web of viscous substance crackling with electric arcs. Chen Xing's wind shield shatters completely, compelling him to quickly conjure another to protect Zhang Lu and Cheng Lu as they retreat. However, a glance reveals that his berserk mode has only 3 minutes left on the countdown. What shall Chen Xing do? He must think of a solution swiftly. Zhang Lu and Cheng Lu flank him, struggling to withstand the onslaught of the formidable leopard woman, Takahashi Rin. Meanwhile, Chen Xing faces the merged Roche brothers, resembling a mobile fortress, and finds himself in an equally precarious situation. Chapter 289 as the 3 individuals found themselves cornered, with no room for maneuver. A sudden sound of hydraulic activation echoed from behind them. The drone transmitted the scene behind to Chen Xing's AI visor. The door of warehouse number 7 swung open, revealing Sun Chong, frantically waving at them from the entrance. Come quickly, this way. In a swift motion, Takahashi Rin attempted to dash towards the warehouse door, only to be met with a barrage of gunfire from Lu Xiaoguang and Guo Liang, who emerged from behind Sun Chong. Chen Xing bellowed, all personnel retreat. Utilizing his skill with utmost precision, he dashed into the warehouse in a heartbeat. Just as the blast door descended, a torrential rain of bullets began to pummel against it from the outside. Leaning against an ammunition crate, Chen Xing gasped for breath, surveying the rows of neatly arranged green ammunition boxes within the warehouse. Countless shells and bullets of various calibers stood in perfect order along the walls. A surge of elation coursed through him. The depletion of ammunition had been a significant source of concern. With this replenishment, although he would still need to utilize the light weapon processing center to modify the calibers, it was undoubtedly better than having none at all. Alas, modifying the calibers would require time. Otherwise, he would have unleashed the mobile-based vehicle immediately to teach those ruffians a lesson. However, his gaze was quickly drawn to a battered Scorpion drone positioned in the center of the warehouse. What captured his attention was the blue-hued metallic shard lodged in its wing, its surface shimmering with a liquid sheen. The ethereal blue patterns flowing across the fragment suggested it was no ordinary piece of metal. As Chen Xing touched the drone's exterior, an unusual warmth radiated from it, reminiscent of a living creature. A quantum entanglement signal was detected. Suddenly, the holographic projection of the Phoenix materialized in Chen Xing's AI visor, with data streams flowing across the lens. The fragment originated from the core of the Raptor-class space reconnaissance ship, suggesting a connection. A wave of exhilaration washed over Chen Xing. A connection. The proposal was to merge the remnants of the Raptor's core with the Scorpion drone. Upon successful fusion, the drone could be integrated into the command hierarchy under the lieutenant. What was he waiting for? He immediately initiated the repair and fusion process. This drone had been dispatched to capture real-time footage near the location where the alien spacecraft had crashed into the ocean. Ironically, it was struck by debris from the alien vessel and had ended up here. Noticing Chen Xing's keen interest in the drone, Sun Chong approached him to elaborate on its background. Chen Xing nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, a series of high-frequency vibrations and the jarring sound of metal scraping echoed from outside the door. The Phoenix promptly transmitted the surveillance feed from the corridor to Chen Xing's tablet. The group gathered around to observe as a gang of thugs from the Luo family was relentlessly battering the door with a breaching tool. Meanwhile, the claws of the leopard woman were slicing through the reinforced door, yet conspicuously absent were the 3 Luo brothers. The integration percentage between the Raptor's core and the Scorpion was at a mere 2, with an estimated fusion time of 23 hours and 50 minutes. The Phoenix's projection flickered above the debris, advising them to hold their ground for 24 hours. However, the explosion-proof door had developed a bulge the size of a bowl, and Takahashi Rin's claws were slicing through the door seam. Chen Xing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The countdown to his berserk mode loomed over him like the sword of Damocles. They could not hold out for 24 hours. He surveyed the warehouse. Lu Xiaowang was using gel explosives to seal the door seam, while Zhang Lu continuously scanned for structural weaknesses in the warehouse. Sun Chong had made his way to the ventilation duct beneath, which they had infiltrated the warehouse. Chen Xing gazed at the ventilation duct at the top of the warehouse and suddenly realized that it was unnaturally quiet. A profound sense of crisis surged within him. But it was too late to issue a warning. Amidst the thunderous roar of concrete shattering, the tentacles of the octopus creature burst forth from the broken pipe. Chapter 290. The incessant sound of bursting ventilation pipes echoed from the warehouse roof, as 12 tentacles adorned with suction cups pierced through the conduits. Some brandished chainsaws, while others unleashed a frenzied barrage of gunfire. The tips of certain tentacles had split open into maws, revealing whirring alloy teeth within. Astonishingly, the thickest tentacle bore a half-formed visage of Luo Yong. This mutated appendage was covered in compound eyes, a sight never before encountered by Chen Xing. More alarmingly, the bullets he fired were predicted in their trajectory by these compound eyes. Suddenly, the face gaped open, spewing forth a torrent of corrosive venom. Chen Xing, activating his wind shield, retreated, realizing he had only 1 minute left in his berserk mode. The others seized their weapons and aimed at the writhing tentacles, firing with abandon. 3 o'clock, Sun Chong shouted, urging the group to strike the oncoming appendages, and he hurled a high-explosive grenade. The explosion sent half of a slimy tentacle soaring, its noxious dark green blood splattering onto the concrete floor with a hissing sound. The octopus creature, cunning in its nature, immediately withdrew its tentacles upon sensing the concentrated firepower. Right rear ventilation shaft, echoed Phoenix's electronic voice, reverberating in their eardrums. Chen Xing retaliated by launching a firebomb. 2 octopus tentacles writhed and curled amidst the flames, their slime dripping onto the steel framework with a sizzling sound. The overhead lights in warehouse number 7 flickered ominously, casting ghostly shadows on the ground littered with shell casings. Suddenly, 3 tentacles erupted from the ventilation pipe, splitting into hundreds of translucent phantoms in midair. Each phantom shimmered with a blue glow, reminiscent of Luo Yong's plasma whips. Be careful. Chen Xing summoned his remaining strength, raising a wind shield in front of the group. The shield began to crack under the relentless assault, while the ice blades he conjured froze 3 tentacles before being dissolved by the acidic spray. Phoenix's alarm blared. Energy core of the target has shifted to the base of the 7th tentacle. Upon hearing this, Chen Xing pivoted and soared upwards. Behind him unfurled a pair of invisible wings composed of swirling cyclones, each cyclone a miniature jump engine. The cyclones coalesced into a tornado of ice crystals, as the magnum bullets from the great rhino pistol spiraled along the tempestuous path. With a series of resounding bangs, 3 compound eyes on the robust tentacle were obliterated. The remaining 10 tentacles wove together to form a biofield, deflecting Chen Xing's lethal strike by a full 90 degrees. The last 3 magnum rounds narrowly grazed the energy core, leaving charred spiral patterns on the concrete wall. The octopus creature emitted a shrill cry, its offensive momentarily faltering. Cyclone energy remains at 19. It is advised to pause the use of wind manipulation skills. Berserk mode countdown, 57 seconds. Phoenix's voice remained composed. Chen Xing tumbled to the ground, kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath. That last strike had drained him of all his stamina. With a sharp hiss, the Japanese Special Forces used a gas torch to melt through the 30-centimeter thick protective door. The alloy gate suddenly erupted with a piercing tear, as the Catwoman's razor-sharp claws traced the molten breach, penetrating the 30-centimeter thick armor plate and commencing their cutting operation. Chen Xing leaned against the ammunition crate, his palm discreetly pressing the activation button concealed within the fold of his wristwatch. Everyone, draw near to me. The almost phantom-like silhouette of Catwoman burst through the door, closing in within 3 meters of Chen Xing. With a decisive press of his thumb, he activated the launch mechanism, and a 50-ton armored base vehicle materialized out of thin air. Its sharply defined composite armor collided with 3 load-bearing columns, shattering them effortlessly. Bang! Catwoman was sent flying like a severed kite, her leather-clad form crashing against the wall, leaving a spiderweb of cracks in her wake. The moment Chen Xing leaped into the cockpit, the dashboard illuminated with a brilliant blue light. Everyone, get on board. Chapter 291. 8 explosive tires crush a field of octopus remnants. Steady now, he bellowed at Chen Xing in the rearview mirror, sharply swerving the steering wheel to evade the advancing tentacles. The hydraulic whir of the rotating turret echoed ominously, akin to the sharpening stone of death. Luo Feng's face, covered in suction cups, suddenly froze as 12 tentacles retracted into the creature's body as if shocked. The pitch-black muzzle atop the armored vehicle was aimed squarely at his forehead. Fusion cannon. Scatter. The second brother among the trio shouted as he rolled to evade. He would never forget the terror that gripped him just a day prior when the white light pierced through them. The base vehicle rolled over the scattered wreckage. The explosion-proof tires reducing the mutated octopus remains to a pulpy mess. In the rearview mirror, Luo Yang's tentacles were reassembling, those grotesque flesh buds writhing like worms in a frenzy. Boom. The base vehicle seized the opportunity to crash through the precarious warehouse door, its headlights cutting through the darkness of the mountain passage. Sun Chang's knuckles turned white as he gripped the handrail. Turn left. The secret passage is behind the cold storage. The centrifugal force from the sharp turn sent everyone crashing against the left wall of the cabin. A suffocating scraping sound echoed from the roof as incendiary bombs dropped by drones exploded behind them, creating a wall of orange-red flames. Luo Feng's roar pierced the bulletproof glass. You cannot escape. Chen Xing caught a glimpse of the pursuers in the rearview mirror, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The Phoenix timely projected the ammunition inventory. High-energy fusion shells 024. The conventional ammunition discovered in the warehouse was now clattering within his foldable space. With slight modifications, these shells could be transformed into high-energy fusion projectiles. Alas, time was not on their side. The tires screeched against the concrete, producing a burnt odor as the vehicle's radar emitted a piercing alarm. As the front of the vehicle broke free from the mountainside, Chen Xing slammed on the brakes. Atop the mountain platform, as the incandescent lights of the radar station pierced the darkness, Chen Xing's heart nearly stopped. 37 concrete pillars loomed like the teeth of giants, each reinforced with steel rebar as thick as a thumb. The 3-meter-high steel barricades glistened coldly under the moonlight, and the maze of concrete pillars sealed off every escape route. The Phoenix displayed a three-dimensional model on his AI visor, the red warning box flashing incessantly. Passage probability 0. 03. Reverse. Quickly, reverse. Sun Chang's nails dug into the leather seat. In the rearview camera, 12 tentacles writhed in the inferno. Half of Luo Yang's body had already transformed into a colossal octopus, ink corroding the ground and releasing wisps of smoke. Aha! Luo Yang's tentacles slammed against the ground, closing in rapidly. This was originally prepared to thwart your frontal assault. It seemed unnecessary at the time, but now it appears to be a stroke of serendipity. 12 tentacles simultaneously ensnared the wheels, instantly covering the bulletproof glass in a foul, slimy residue. Chen Xing frantically pounded the weapon switch, only to remember that the vehicle's high-energy fusion cannon was out of shells. Sweat poured down his neck. All faces turned pale as the enormous octopus clambered atop the vehicle. Is this it? Just as the tentacles were about to overturn the vehicle, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the clouds. A wind swept past his ears, not a natural breeze, but a presence so sharp it seemed capable of slicing through the very air. Chen Xing looked up to see a fissure in the clouds, through which moonlight flowed like a river upon the silvery blade. In the instant that the cold light descended, a silver lightning bolt rent the night sky asunder. The 5 tentacles that were lunging forward were severed cleanly at the base, the cut so smooth it could reflect a silhouette. Was it a missile? Sun Chang trembled as he reached for the binoculars. Yet, Chen Xing remained fixated on the 3-foot-long azure blade embedded in the ground, where the yin-yang fish emblem on the hilt pulsated with a chilling radiance. The moonlight shattered into stars upon the edge of the flying sword, and the words "Exterminate Evil" on the hilt glimmered with a verdant hue. Chapter 292. The Call of the Crane. A clear, melodious cry of a crane resonated from the clouds above. Chen Xing looked up to see 2 red-crowned cranes, their wingspan exceeding 15 meters, diving downwards, their snow-white feathers creating a whirlwind that swept away all smoke. The sound of their calls caused fragments of stone to tumble. Suddenly, Sun Chang grasped Chen Xing's trembling wrist, tears glistening in the eyes of the seasoned soldier. It was the personnel from the 366th Bureau. Our reinforcements have arrived. Chen Lu abruptly seized Chen Xing's hand. The voice of the Phoenix echoed powerfully. Energy readings have surpassed the threshold. This is not modern technology. Before he could finish his sentence, a figure riding on the crane's back leaped gracefully into the air. The dark golden cloud patterns on the man's black uniform shimmered under the moonlight. As he raised his hand, Chen Xing distinctly saw a golden trajectory traced by the hairpin at the back of his head. Cheng Qian landed without bending his knees. the Tai Chi pattern on the soles of his military boots leaving scorched marks on the cement ground. He surveyed the damaged armor of the base vehicle, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. From the 366th Special Operations Division of the Military Intelligence Agency, it was Chen Xing. The badge with the golden-bordered character for Shu glinted painfully in Chen Xing's eyes as it spun at his fingertips. Descending with him from the crane was a long-haired beauty, donned in a similarly tailored uniform. Chen Xing's gaze swept over her face, a sense of familiarity washing over him. With a mere step forward, the sword Xia, embedded in the ground, swiftly returned to her embrace with a whoosh. The entire motion was fluid and seamless. On the ground, the parasitic tendrils of Luoyang were writhing incessantly, icy crystals forming at the incision points. In the distance, the split Luofeng brothers had their scales raised in alarm. Chen Xing could distinctly sense their consciousness retreating deeper into their bodies, a manifestation of fear towards the unknown power. Suddenly, Luofeng's 12 tendrils surged forth, each sucker ejecting a jet of dark green venom. Chen Xing did not even flinch. The golden hairpin behind him flew up, tracing perfect circles in the air. It was a beauty that transcended the laws of physics. Where the golden light passed, the tendrils severed as if cut by a hot knife through butter, the ink evaporating 3 inches away from his military attire. Chen Xing abruptly realized that the object was not merely a hairpin but a miniature flying sword. The sword's body was adorned with runes that absorbed the biological energy of the octopus monster. The sword's aura intertwined to form a net, and the mutated octopus, transformed by Luofeng, was instantaneously sliced into hundreds of neatly arranged pieces of flesh. Boredom. The golden light returned to Chen Xing's palm, transforming back into a hairpin as he flicked away the non-existent bloodstains. Turning to Sun Chong, he slightly furrowed his brows. Addressing him, "You are Sun Chong from the 106th Company of the XX Unit at the Xianxian Radar Defense Station? How did you fall into association with these mutants?" His gaze swept across Chen Xing and the others, a light snort escaping his nostrils. The sound reminded Chen Xing of the researchers in the laboratory, their eyes fixed on the cultivation tanks. Suddenly, Cheng Xiaoyi approached, the sword sheath on her back brushing past Chen Xing. He caught a whiff of the scent of cedar mixed with rust, suddenly recalling a newspaper he had exchanged in the underground market long ago. Yesterday, Cheng Xiaoyi collaborated with the 366 Bureau to jointly vanquish a colossal terrestrial creature. In the photograph accompanying that report, the bronze sword sheath cradled in the woman's arms now reflects the same intricate patterns under the moonlight. "It is she, Cheng Xiaoyi. Senior brother, the detector has reacted," she declared, lifting the black chip from the remnants of Luo foam, her voice as cold and sharp as the sound of a sword. Cheng raised his hand, grasping the air, and the chip disintegrated into powder in his palm. Yet another puppet chip from the United States. Luo Feng's anguished cries interrupted Chen Xing's thoughts. The other 2 brothers had fallen victim to headshots and dismemberment. Now, only his elder brother remained of the once formidable Luo clan trio. Chapter 293. At this moment, his octopus tentacles retracted entirely into his body, leaving behind only an octopus head, which was being kicked back and forth like a football by 2 red-crowned cranes. Cheng Qian did not even cast a glance at the dying beast. Instead, a golden little sword spun around his slender fingers like a beloved pet. "You reported an ambush on the base? A spy from Sakura Nation infiltrated?" Cheng Qian suddenly turned his head, and I noticed a golden light in the shape of a sword swirling deep within his pupils. Sun Chong stood at attention, his combat uniform still dripping with blood. "Report, Commander, the lowest level of warehouse number 7. "Incorrect," Cheng Qian interjected, raising his index finger. The little sword halted just 3 millimeters from Sun Chong's Adam's apple. "I demand to hear the unvarnished truth about your ambush, from beginning to end, and there shall be no concealment." Cold sweat trickled down Chen Xing's spine. How could this guy be so ruthless? Right from the start, he was settling accounts? Zhang Lu discreetly pressed down on his waist where a 92 pistol was holstered, only to find that the trigger had inexplicably frozen into a block of ice. Cheng Xiaoyi gently caressed the crown of the red-crowned crane as she approached, each step resonating with a peculiar rhythm, as if an invisible Bagua diagram unfurled beneath her feet. "Senior brother, enough. They didn't intend to cause harm. Let's first check the underground base. Remember, our mission, the genomic editing within the base, must not fall into the wrong hands." Yet, Cheng Qian disregarded her entirely and turned his attention to Zhang Lo. "No, we must clarify whether these individuals are friend or foe before we descend. Do not forget our code of conduct, which was forged through the blood and lives of our predecessors." His gaze lingered on the side of Zhang Li's neck, and Chen Xing distinctly felt the air vibrate. Sun Chong, equally helpless, lamented the presence of the leopard woman from Sakura Nation still lurking below. He only wished to return with reinforcements. However, it seemed these reinforcements did not trust them. Resigned. He recounted the process of the base's ambush and subsequent fall to the Luo family gang. Chen Xing listened quietly, betraying no sign of emotional fluctuation throughout. Once Sun Chang finished, he approached the last surviving brother of the Luo family, Luo Feng. By this point, the fellow's octopus head was riddled with wounds. Yet the mutated creature's vitality was astonishing. He still clung to life. I am wronged. I was forced into this. I was merely a fisherman nearby. Luo Feng exclaimed upon noticing Chen Xing's approach, immediately pleading for mercy. Oh, is that so? Then it seems I have wronged you, Chen Xing replied, squatting down. When suddenly a torrent of ink erupted, interrupting their dialogue. Luo Feng's last 12 tentacles shot out from beneath his head, self-destructing in a violent explosion, radiating toxic energy that transformed into a rain of arrows. Chen Xing instinctively activated a shield of energy, positioning himself before the others. But he witnessed Chen Xing absent-mindedly flicking his fingernail. The golden little sword instantaneously split into 36 sword shadows, forming a perfect spherical sword array. All toxic liquid vaporized into purple mist amidst the sword light. Even more terrifying was Qing Xiaoyi. Her sword-drawing posture resembled the unfurling of a long inkwash scroll. The Qing Wan sword sang clear and melodious like a phoenix's cry, its sword energy spanning 30 meters, directly pinning the remnants of Luo Feng's body to the iron frame of the radar station. As the struggling tentacles made contact with the sword's aura, they miraculously desiccated, transforming into specimens resembling mummified corpses. Record. Qing Xiaoyi raised her hand towards the approaching military vehicle, prompting the soldiers to promptly set up the radiation detectors. The monstrous octopus, a level 3 mutant, was confirmed for elimination. As she turned, her long sword was poised to pierce Luo Feng's brow. A beam of golden light intercepted her righteous strike. It was Chen Xing. Spare his life for now, for he still holds value. Chapter 294. The roar of military truck engines shattered the tranquility of the coastline. Chen Xing tightened his grip on the formidable weapon at his waist, acutely aware that an armored vehicle, stained with the blood of mutated beasts, was crushing the mutated vines encircling the perimeter of the base. With a resounding crash, it barreled through the gates of the radar station. When the vehicle's doors flew open, he felt the concrete beneath his feet tremble. Damn, this bumpy road is unbearable. A towering figure, standing at an impressive 2 meters and 3 centimeters, leaped from the truck, his camouflage vest straining against bulging muscles. He kicked aside a concrete block that obstructed his path, reducing it to dust. Fragments of stone whizzed past Chen Xing's ears, leaving a dent the size of a bowl on a nearby container. Is that a green giant? Zhang Lu murmured behind Chen Xing. The giant loomed like a moving iron tower, his muscles beneath the camouflage fabric gleaming with an unnatural bronze hue, each step leaving shallow impressions on the concrete. The military uniforms of the Cheng siblings glimmered in the faint morning light, yet Gao Zhen spat contemptuously in their direction. You still fly fast. This bumpy road is killing me. His words elicited laughter from the 20-some robust men behind him, all bearing shoulder insignias. Gao Zhen, you should have trained that mutated beast by now. Chen Xing shook his cloak, revealing his athletic physique. This young officer, known as the Sword Master, maintained a deliberate 3-meter distance from Gao Zhen, as if evading something unsavory. You have it, don't you? I've told you before, we should share a ride. But you refused. Gao Zhen's bell-like eyes suddenly shifted to Chen Xiaoyi. The contours of the female officer's combat attire accentuated her figure, causing the giant's Adam's apple to bob. His gaze brazenly roamed over Chen Xiaoyi, provoking her sword at her waist to emit a low hum. Gao Zhen, Chen Qian restrained his sister's trembling wrist. This is not the time for foolishness. The underground base remains unscoured. It is rumored to harbor a mutated leopard woman from Japan, along with biological samples we need to retrieve. Gao Zhen clearly regarded Chen Qian with considerable apprehension. He turned away with a scowl, the sound of gears grinding emanating from his neck. However, when his gaze landed on the base vehicle behind Chen Xing, his eyes suddenly lit up. Your vehicle? Gao Zhen's massive hand pressed down on the vehicle's roof, the bulletproof steel buckling under his grip, leaving 5 deep impressions. It's my vehicle. Gao Zhen turned to Chen Xing, who felt the weight of a mountain pressing down on his spine. The pressure was more terrifying than facing a mutated octopus, accompanied by a stench of decaying flesh. Gao Zhen leapt onto the roof of the vehicle, and Chen Xing heard the 50-ton base vehicle groan under the strain. It now belonged to the 3rd Special Operations Team. Why should it? Chen Xing instinctively stepped forward, a flash of plasma flickering on his electric gloves. This mobile base, which had been his greatest ally in escaping the onslaught of monsters, was his lifeline in this apocalyptic world. At that moment, Gao Zhen's words felt like an expropriation. Why should it be so? The air suddenly thickened with tension. Sun Chang suddenly grasped Chen Xing's shoulder, noticing that the veteran's tactical vest was still seeping blood. A flicker of panic crossed his gaze, revealing his deeper understanding of the secrets surrounding Gao Zhen and his associates. A flash of cold light sliced through the air, stripping a patch of paint from Chen Xing's helmet. A flying knife embedded itself deeply into the concrete wall behind him, while Gao Zhen maintained his throwing stance. His face a portrait of astonishment. "Oh, your helmet is quite impressive. Where is it manufactured? Let me take a look." Seeking death, Chen Xing unsheathed his large rhinoceros knife, while Lu Xiaowang, Cheng Lu, and Guoliang all raised their weapons, aiming at Gao Zhen. With a clatter, the 20 or so men behind Gao Zhen simultaneously drew their guns. Chapter 295, Silence. Cheng Xiaoi abruptly activated her magnetic barrier, drawing Chen Xing into the field of force. The female officer's sword, encased in its sheath, vibrated ominously. The radiation levels in the underground base were surging. The bandits below might have initiated a self-destruct sequence. How much longer will you continue this ruckus? If this persists, the base could very well be obliterated by the Japanese. Gao Zhen's grin was malevolent, sending chills down everyone's spine. He casually tore the antenna off the base vehicle, crumpling the metal in his bronze-hued palm as if it were mere scrap. The rookies were at the forefront. "You have 5 minutes to prepare, or..." He kicked the corpse of Luo Feng at his feet, the once formidable skull shattering like a crushed watermelon. "On what grounds?" Chen Xing demanded, his voice rising. A flash of golden light appeared. Cheng Qian's flying sword hovered before Chen Xing's eyes. "Mind your words, civilian. You have been urgently summoned." Chen Xing's eyes flared with anger. This was no official force. They were clearly a band of demons. His gun barrel raised slightly, but Sun Chang's hand pressed firmly upon his shoulder. A flicker of guilt crossed the veteran's eyes as he whispered, audible only to the two of them, "Don't fire. If it comes to blows, it will cost you your life." Gao Zhen whistled sharply, and suddenly, Cheng Lu and Lu Xiaowang were thrown to the ground by a shockwave. He stomped, shaking the half-ton concrete door, hurling it into the dim corridor as though it were a scrap of paper. You, and you." He pointed a finger through the crowd. "Become my vanguard." Wu Yang, young and impetuous, was about to speak when Gao Zhen's fist shattered the load-bearing column beside him. The groan of twisted steel echoed as concrete chunks rained down upon the crowd. "If you do not descend into the tunnel within 3 minutes, I will toss you into the sea to feed the beasts." The elevator leading underground was permeated with a foul stench. Sun Chang's hand trembled around his weapon. Those individuals were certainly not regular troops. They were ancient martial sects that had recently emerged. In a hushed tone, Sun Chang continued, his night vision goggles glowing green. From the depths of the tunnel came a slithering, sticky sound, prompting him to grip his shotgun tightly. The explosion of the alien spacecraft had unleashed energy that revitalized many ancient martial sections. Moreover, they could process the flesh of mutated beasts, which not only enhanced physical strength, but also accelerated their cultivation speed. They could even absorb the cores of these mutated beasts to augment their power. Yet not all ancient martial sects were benevolent. As Sun Chang hinted, Chen Xing grasped the implication. The explosion of the alien spacecraft, the dispersion of energy cubes, was akin to the revival of spiritual energy described in novels. Many martial arts techniques that had once been incomprehensible to these sects could now be practiced. However, the fact that they could process the flesh of mutated beasts astonished him. But how did they infiltrate the woven fabric of society? The nation needs them. To stabilize the situation, Cheng Xiaoi's voice suddenly echoed from behind. The young officer's flying sword hovered overhead, illuminating the myriad of claw marks on the wall. Although Chen Xing did not converse with her, she seemed to possess an innate understanding of his thoughts. Indeed, the world had grown increasingly chaotic. The authorities had already lost control over numerous cities due to gene leaks and the onslaught of mutated beasts. Now, with the sudden emergence of such a formidable force, it was only natural for them to unite as much as possible, whether to combat the mutated beasts or to exercise governance. These individuals represented a sharp blade. Chapter 296. The elevator came to a sudden halt. Chen Xing witnessed the sword box of Cheng Qian automatically unfold, as 12 flying swords formed a defensive formation. Last month, an elder from the Chen Xing sect publicly executed a mayor simply for the shortage of 3 mutated crystal cores allocated to them. Thus, it would be wise for you to suppress any insidious thoughts. As the roar of the oncoming tide surged, Chen Xing finally comprehended why they were designated as the vanguard. Over 20 mutated beings from the Luo family surged forth from the passage. Their claws scraped against the walls, producing sparks, while Gao Zhen's subordinates merely stood by with their arms crossed, watching the spectacle. "Conserve ammunition," Chen Xing shouted as he lifted the great rhino. blasting the skull of the first mutated being with a single shot. Zhang Li's Molotov cocktail exploded amidst the corpses, the thick flames releasing the aroma of roasted meat. Suddenly, Sun Chong groaned and collapsed, his calf torn open with 3 deep gashes exposing bone. With these treacherous individuals behind him, Chen Xing endeavored to conceal his true abilities. He refrained from utilizing his powers, particularly as he was still recovering from his berserk skills. Thus, he relied solely on the Great Rhino to address the situation, not even summoning the Phoenix or the drone. When he was cornered by 3 mutated beings, the sound of flying swords cleaving through the air erupted. As Cheng Xiao's sword shredded the mutant, Gao Zhan's maniacal laughter echoed through the tunnel. Now this feels right. Keep pushing forward. As the group stumbled down to the 7th subterranean level, Chen Xing's protective suit was already soaked in blood. Through the explosion-proof glass, he beheld the dark silhouette of a submarine slowly descending, the Sakura flag glaring under the searchlight. Blocked their path. Gao Zhan's roar shook the dust from the walls. Chen Xing stared into the unfathomable depths of the sea, his hand gripping the gun trembling for the first time. These bastards were clearly sending them to their doom. Cheng Xiao's Juxie flew forth, striking towards the observation chamber above the submarine. Gao Zhan seized 2 men in black behind him and hurled them towards the descending vessel. Block the drain. Continue onward. Gao Zhan delivered a kick to Chen Xing's side, slamming him against the railing of the bridge with a sharp crack. The skin of this ancient warrior gleamed with a bronze luster, resembling a cast iron statue. Do you think I'll award you medals? A flash of fierce light flickered in Chen Xing's eyes as he swallowed the mutated beast jerky hidden beneath his tongue. The weakness following his berserk state was dissipating. Yet his internal assessment showed his stamina had only recovered to 67. He deliberately lagged half a step behind, using his body to shield Cheng Xiao. The young officer was maneuvering her flying sword to obstruct the submarine's descent, although her Juxie was exceptionally sharp. It was equally true that the submarine's hull could withstand hundreds of atmospheres of pressure, proving to be as unyielding as iron. The flying sword struck repeatedly, her pale visage indicating her internal energy was nearing depletion, until finally, the sword shattered the glass of the submarine's observation chamber. The sea erupted in 5 geysers, and a graceful figure clad in a black bodysuit leapt into the air. At the critical moment, Chen Xing embraced Cheng Xiao and rolled to the right, the razor-sharp blade grazing past his ear and tearing 3 gashes in his protective suit. Warm blood dripped onto Cheng Xiao's neck, the source uncertain, whether from her own sword's backlash or his own wound. The excruciating pain radiating from his shoulder evoked memories of the agony he had endured from the mutant wolf's savage bite. Had it not been for the D3O polymer of his protective suit, which hardened instantaneously to shield his vital areas, he would have been utterly defenseless. At this moment, his spine lay shattered into 3 fragments. Be careful above. Sun Chong's shout was drowned out by the cacophony of metal clashing. Chen Xing glanced upward to witness a killer clad in a black bodysuit descending from the heavens. The woman's amber eyes narrowed into slits, and the alloy claws extending from her fingertips glimmered with an eerie blue light. Time seemed to decelerate as Chen Xing observed Cheng Qian's flying sword still revolving 10 meters away, while Gao Zhan appeared disinterested in turning around. Chapter 297. With a swift tug, he separated himself from Cheng Xiao, using his core strength to propel her toward a secure area. Simultaneously, with a fierce motion, Chen Xing surged forward like a cannonball, crashing into the embrace of the leopard woman. A searing pain shot through his back, causing the world before him to dim. The steel plates of his protective suit crumbled like parchment, and the metallic taste of blood flooded his mouth. Chen Xing retaliated with an electric punch. Baka! The female ninja cursed, her Kansai dialect thick. Seizing the momentum, Chen Xing lunged forward, even catching a glimpse of the old scar on the bridge of her nose beneath her leopard-patterned mask. Baka! The leopard-masked ninja shrieked once more, springing into action. Chen Xing forcibly activated his swift movement, disappearing in the blink of an eye to stand behind Gao Zhan. For a fleeting moment, bewilderment crossed Gao Zhan's eyes. But the leopard woman had already lunged at him. Her sharp claws sparked against his bronze skin. Suddenly, the dragon tattoo on the giant's chest shimmered with golden light, transforming him into a gilded statue reminiscent of a temple deity. For a moment, Chen Xing believed he was hallucinating. Gao Zhan's muscles bulged, straining against his combat attire, his skin shifting from bronze to dark gold. The vibrations of his steps twisted the steel beams of the bridge, while the leopard woman's lightning-quick strikes continued to create sparks against his gilded skin. The Takahashi mongrel still only knows how to ambush. Gao Zhan's fists moved with an eerie slowness, yet they effectively blocked all avenues of escape. Chen Xing could almost perceive the energy surging through his veins. the crimson light coalescing into a bell-shaped shield around his heart. The leopard woman's agile form suddenly stiffened when the golden fist collided with her crossed arms. The sound of shattering bones was painfully clear. She was sent flying like a severed kite crashing against the hull of a submarine. A mist of blood erupting in a bizarre shade of purple under the spotlight. Leave her alive. Cheng Xiaoyi's flying sword intercepted Gao Zhen's military boot as it descended toward the woman's head. Chen Xing's AI visor captured the chilling image of Gao Zhen grinning as he twisted the female ninja's ankle, reminiscent of a bear toying with its prey at a zoo. As the electronic lock penetrated her pisiform bone, the scream of Takahashi Rin sent ripples through the sea. Chen Xing tightened his grip on the ninja star he had retrieved, its poisoned barbs reflecting his serious expression. This woman was not merely a mutant. She was also a ninja. You'll be staying in our neighborhood tonight. Gao Zhen casually tossed aside the stolen katana, and the implication of his statement made Chen Xing's heart skip a beat. I've heard there are 6th-tier mutated beasts lurking near the cross-sea bridge. Chen Xing felt the hairs on his neck stand on end. The convoy rolled over the mutated vines along the coastal highway, and he absent-mindedly manipulated the steering wheel. In the rearview mirror, he could faintly see dark red energy coursing through the towering figure. From the back seat came Takahashi Rin's feeble groans, akin to a snake stripped of its bones. Thinking about the phoenix? Lu Xiaowang's voice came through the encrypted channel. He had also participated in the last battle at the bridge. Ultimately, it was that phoenix that had enabled them to vanquish the crocodiles, and curiously, the creature seemed to harbor no malice toward them. Meanwhile, Gao Zhen and Cheng Qian were clustered together in the back, speaking in hushed tones, and even with the slightest intuition, one could guess that their conversation was far from benevolent. With Lu Xiaowang's intellect, he has already surmised that the adversary is likely to target the phoenix. Chen Xing gave Lu Xiaowang a knowing glance, signaling him to remain silent. Even with the use of encrypted channels, he could not guarantee that Gao Zhen and his associates would not overhear. After all, these cultivators are truly formidable. Chapter 298. The cold wind whipped against the window panes. As Chen Xing stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of Conference Room 301. In the distance, Gao Zhen's subordinates dragged an elderly couple out from Building 8. The can of food clutched in the old man's arms fell into the snow, only to be seized by another burly man clad in camouflage combat attire. This building is now requisitioned, the man declared, kicking the old man down the steps, the sound of his military boots thudding heavily upon the snow. Chen Xing's fingers dug deeply into the window frame, splinters embedding into his palm, drawing forth blood. Who would have imagined that a trip to Xiantian would bring back such a band of ruffians? Though these men wore military uniforms, they bore no resemblance to the military of the pre-apocalyptic world. In fact, they were no better than Yu Yang and his ilk. Stay calm, Sun Chong urged, gripping Chen Xing's shoulder, his eyes glimmering with a crimson hue. Gao Zhen's organization, the Diamond Gate, fell under the jurisdiction of Bureau 333, wielding considerable power. Before he could finish, the sound of shattering glass rang from below. Lu Jia's panicked scream pierced through the cold wind, causing Chen Xing's pupils to constrict as he kicked through the shattered glass and leapt from the building. Outside the entrance of Building 4, fragrant broth splattered across the ground. 3 burly men in green were encircling Lu Jia, the leader reaching out to tear at the collar of her down jacket. Chen Xing crashed through the glass, his muscles, enhanced thrice over, tensed against the frigid air. As he landed, the icy surface shattered into a spiderweb of cracks. He seized a piece of rebar and hurled it at the assailant. Let her go? Chen Xing's voice chilled the air further. Wang Kuei caught the rebar with a swift motion, turning as the snow beneath his feet cracked under the pressure. A grin spread across his face, his gold teeth glinting. Interesting. Before he could finish, his fist, the size of a sand pot, was already aimed at Chen Xing's face. The wind from the punch causing Chen Xing's pupils to narrow. Chen Xing did not activate his skill. Instead, he relied on his thrice-augmented speed to create an afterimage in the snowfall. Wang Kuei was taken aback, astonished by the speed of this young man. He assumed a standard 8 extremes fist stance, channeling his martial prowess as his elbow descended like a battle axe. This time, Chen Xing chose not to evade but to test his opponent's capabilities, crossing his arms to intercept the blow. To his surprise, the impact produced the sound of metal clashing. The snow beneath them erupted into a shallow pit, 2 meters wide. As a flicker of surprise flashed in Wang Kuei's bear-like eyes. Ah, so you have some training? Wang Kuei mused, his perception altered by Chen Xing's extraordinary strength and speed. He began to gather his energy, his muscles taking on a bronze hue. When Chen Xing launched a whip kick at his side, it felt as though he were striking an ancient ironwood tree. The sensation was akin to hammering a forged steel ingot. Suddenly, his opponent shifted tactics, delivering a blow that sent Chen Xing flying 5 meters, crashing into a collapsed delivery cabinet. Is that all you've got? Wang Kuei taunted, tearing open his camouflage jacket to reveal a chest of bulging muscles that shimmered with an uncanny sheen. Today, I shall claim you. Chen Xing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and surged forward, his enhanced dynamic vision catching a fleeting opening beneath Wang Kuei's arm. Yet, Wang Kuei appeared to have anticipated this as he pressed down with his iron elbow, sealing off the trajectory of attack, while a fist the size of a cauldron thundered towards his temple. In midair, Chen Xing twisted and broke free, delivering a heavy blow with thrice the force into his Danzhong point. Wang Kuei staggered back 7 steps, crashing into a concrete flower bed, yet merely spat out blood flecked with gold dust. Just as he was about to capitalize on his advantage, a sudden sound pierced the air from afar. The warning from Phoenix erupted in his earpiece. It detected anomalous air currents fluctuating at a distance of 20 meters in the 3 o'clock direction. Chen Xing's pupils constricted sharply, his legs rooted to the ground, channeling strength through his waist and abdomen, forcibly halting his forward momentum. A gust of fist wind grazed the tip of his nose. In the distance, a delivery cabinet was sent flying by a powerful punch. Chen Xing turned to see Gao Zhen, his face set in frost. Observing him from 20 meters away, although he did not assume a fighting stance, the oppressive aura emanating from him rendered Chen Xing breathless. It felt as though he were being hunted by a fierce tiger. Gao Zhen raised his hand. Chen Xing's hair bristled, on the verge of unleashing his fury. Suddenly, a long sword sliced through the air, embedding itself in the snow between the two men. Chapter 299. The sword quivered, emitting a dragon's roar, while the accumulated snow instantaneously vaporized into a white mist. It was none other than Cheng Xiaoyi's evil-slaying sword. Are you done yet? Cheng Xiaoyi gracefully approached, her emerald-green military attire rustling in the wind and snow. Behind her, Cheng Qian was patting Gao Zhen's shoulder, attempting to mediate. The youth is spirited. Consider this a friendly spar. Gao Zhen shot a fierce glare at Chen Xing. Let's call it a day. Several disciples assisted Wang Kuei to his feet, following Gao Zhen towards building number 8. Cheng Xiaoyi stood before Chen Xing, her flying sword leisurely ascending back into its sheath. You, sigh. If you can leave tonight, then do so. With that, she turned and departed, leaving Chen Xing gazing at her retreating figure, his mind in disarray. Why did she say that? Later that night, in room 3201, the electronic voice of Phoenix resonated within Chen Xing's ear. The surveillance footage had begun. A holographic projection unfurled against the wall, revealing Gao Zhen on the top floor of building number 8, toying with a gleaming brass knuckle. How about an additional 10 tons of diesel for the betrothal gift? Sheng Qian's thumb glided over a golden hairpin as he smiled silently, taking a sip of the whiskey he had procured from somewhere. The satellite imagery of the Danzhou Cross-Sea Bridge. Gao Xiao must have acquired it by now, right? I heard that there are phoenixes nesting atop that bridge. In a month's time, my venerable father's centenary celebration will be upon us. If Gao Xiao wishes to propose, he ought to present a commendable gift on my father's birthday. I believe my father would not refuse. Suddenly, the living room door was kicked open with a resounding bang, and a stern-faced Cheng Xiaoyi entered, sword on her back. Junior sister. Cheng Qian was taken aback. Hadn't she mentioned she would be in seclusion for cultivation? Yet here she was. Gao Zhen, unfazed by her presence, raised his wine glass. Miss Cheng, would you care to join us for a drink? We are all family here sooner or later. However, Cheng Xiaoyi paid him no heed. As she passed by Gao Zhen, the evil-slaying sword buzzed ominously within its sheath. The instant she exited the living room, the chandelier above came crashing down. Gao Zhen was left in stunned silence, then swiftly turned to Cheng Qian. There's still a fiery steed, but I quite like it. Ha ha ha. Cheng Qian shook his head while watching Cheng Xiaoyi's silhouette. Girls can be temperamental at times. If Gao Xiao presents an adequate betrothal gift, once the master speaks, she will undoubtedly acquiesce. Ha ha ha, splendid. Then let us visit the Cross-Sea Bridge together tomorrow. With the Shushan swordplay combined with the indestructible body, capturing divine birds will be a mere formality. Gao Zhen's boisterous laughter sent ripples through the wine in his glass. Chen Xing's pupils constricted sharply. They were indeed planning to hunt the phoenix. A knock echoed at the door, startling Chen Xing. Upon opening the visual doorbell, he found it was Zhang Lu. Half an hour later, Chen Xing, Lu Xiaowang, Zhang Lu, Cheng Lu, Guoliang, and Zhang Weiguo, along with key members from the Yufu Guanshanhai, convened in the conference room located on the basement level. The room was filled with an air of despondency. This group of individuals, far from being soldiers, resembled nothing more than a band of bandits. Lu Xiaowang erupted in a torrent of invective. Indeed, these people were hardly superior to Yu Yang and his companions. Zhang Weiguo, who had just received his prosthetic limb, joined in the tirade. They have established checkpoints at the entrance and exit of the community, as well as in front of Building 4, solely to prevent our escape under the cover of night, Zhang Lu remarked with a sullen expression. Chen Xing's countenance was so dark it seemed capable of squeezing out water. They were set to embark on a mission to assassinate the Phoenix at the Cross-Sea Bridge tomorrow morning. What? I thought as much. They surely intend for us to serve as cannon fodder. Lu Xiaowang quickly grasped their intentions. The expressions of the others shifted in unison, and Zhang Lu turned to Sun Chong with a wry smile, inquiring, Squad Leader Sun, what on earth is going on with these fellows? Chapter 300 Second Lieutenant Sun Chong tugged at his collar and took a deep swig from the sorghum liquor in his hand. He cast a glance over the assembled crowd, his voice hoarse and laced with a cold mockery. The military today is no longer the same as it was before the apocalypse. Following the onset of the apocalypse, the number of mutated beasts surged, compounded by the frequent leaks from laboratories in various locales. In some cities, foreign spies colluded with local thugs to unleash poison everywhere. Amidst this chaos, the higher-ups dispatched numerous troops to suppress the turmoil, yet several cities suddenly succumbed to large-scale beast tides, resulting in heavy losses for the military, with entire units vanishing without a trace. The atmosphere in the conference room was exceedingly grave. It was the first time everyone realized the severity of the situation. Dan Province, being somewhat isolated within the country and with information tightly controlled, remained blissfully unaware of these developments. What? There was actually a beast tide in the south? Zhang Weiguo was left dumbfounded, his body stiffening as he recalled his intention to seek refuge with relatives in the southern region. Lu Xiaowang's legs trembled beneath the table. While even the usually composed Zhang Lu appeared momentarily dazed, the information they had just encountered was indeed overwhelming. Otherwise, why would so many important cities suddenly fall? Sun Chong gave a bitter smile and took another gulp of sorghum liquor. Just then, numerous ancient martial arts sects emerged in the world. These were individuals possessing extraordinary skills. And coincidentally, the military was facing a shortage of personnel. In a bid to stabilize the defense lines and maintain social order, the higher-ups had no choice but to court these sections. After all, if left unchecked, allowing them to infiltrate society or fall into the hands of others, even foreign powers, would yield unimaginable consequences. Thus, a Special Operations Bureau was established, integrating various sects into its ranks. The Shushan sect became the 366th Bureau, and Gao Zhun's King Kong sect was designated as the 333rd Bureau. The assembled individuals finally comprehended the origins of these newcomers. No wonder, these individuals, being inherently proud and unruly due to their exceptional skills, became even more difficult to manage in the current unique environment. The military could only turn a blind eye. Last month, at the Rongqing base, the Amei sect brutally killed 17 protesting refugees in broad daylight. The voice of the second lieutenant trembled slightly. The military's directive was labeled as Special Handling Authority during extraordinary times. This was alarming. If this continued, would we not be left at their mercy? Lu Xiaowang and others familiar with the internal workings understood all too well what this Special Handling Authority entailed. Zhang Li's expression darkened considerably. Zhang Weiguo's newly fitted prosthetic limb spun around 360 degrees in shock. This was dire. They would undoubtedly force us to serve as bait by tomorrow morning. Suddenly, the emergency lights in the basement flickered, their conversation interrupted by hurried footsteps. Xiao Zhao burst through the iron door, his voice muffled beneath a cold-weather mask. Fang Shuo has been killed by them. In the lobby of Building 4, Chen Xing brandished the formidable revolver and plunged into the biting snowstorm. Upon sighting Fang Shuo, he was met with the sight of the broad-faced man's lifeless body sprawled before the entrance, a shattered cervical vertebra piercing through the flesh. Blood droplets crystallized into red, coral-like ice in the frigid temperature of -40 degrees. Wang Kuei, accompanied by 3 fellow disciples, was mercilessly assaulting Guo Yang's ribs, their skin shimmering with metallic sheen, more pronounced than in the afternoon light. Stop! Chen Xing's roar startled the distant crows. Wang Kuei turned with a derisive smile, while the remaining 3 disciples continued to tug at Fang Shuo's wife's scarf. Kneel. Chen Xing's voice was colder than the biting wind. Wang Kuei turned back, revealing a sinister grin, yet froze in place the very next moment. The dark muzzle of the gun loomed merely 10 centimeters from his forehead. You think before the words could fully escape his lips, Chen Xing pulled the trigger. Enhanced vision allowed him to witness the bullet spiraling towards the target's right eye, only to be halted as it penetrated the cornea by the formidable energy defense. Chapter 301 Yet, the second bullet swiftly followed, striking with unerring accuracy in the same spot. The bald disciple, the first to turn, suddenly froze, a deformed bullet embedded in his temple. Gunfighting techniques. As Wang Kuei collapsed with a thunderous crash, the remaining 3 finally showed signs of fear. They arranged themselves in a triangular formation, preparing to launch an assault, while Chen Xing unleashed a wind shield to block the incoming fists. The Phoenix calculated the wind speed and the thermal expansion coefficient of the opponent's bodies, seeking the vulnerabilities in their martial arts. With the agility of a specter, Chen Xing circled to the side, pressing the gun's muzzle against the second disciple's temple and firing repeatedly. As Gao Zhan's roar echoed from the corridor's end, Chen Xing was pressing the last disciple's head against the load-bearing wall. Concrete fragments mixed with brain matter erupted, and he wiped the gun barrel on the twitching corpse. "You dare to kill my people." Gao Zhan's towering figure, radiating a bronze glow, charged forward with his indomitable body, shattering 3 layers of load-bearing walls. Yet, Cheng Xiaoyi's exorcising sword was swifter still. As the sword pierced the concrete, the 7 copper coins on its tassel jingled melodically, with Cheng Xiaoyi positioning herself between Gao Zhan and Chen Xing. "If you move against him, I shall retaliate." She had unexpectedly interrupted the clandestine conversation between Cheng Qian and Gao Zhan. She finally discerned that her senior brother was not merely selling himself, but also the dignity of their entire sect. Gao Zhan's pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks, his indomitable form emitting a furnace-like roar. Cheng Xiaoyi's long hair was whipped into a frenzy by the force, her ebony strands dancing wildly between the two. With a swift whoosh, the exorcising sword flew to Cheng Xiaoyi's ear, locking onto Gao Zhan's Adam's apple from afar. "Gao, there are significant operations tomorrow. There is no need for such tumult." Cheng Qian's voice echoed at the opportune moment from outside the door. Very well, very well." Gao Zhan suddenly laughed heartily, retreating as his combat boots left spiderweb cracks on the tiled floor. "The pretty boy that Cheng Xianzi wished to protect, I shall naturally give face to." As he turned, he deliberately knocked over Fang Shua's corpse, the sound of shattering skull echoing clearly in the dead hall. Gao Zhan's subordinates lifted the bodies of those slain by Chen Xing, casting vicious glares at Chen Xing and his companions as they departed. Chen Xing had no time to pay them heed. He bent down to close Fang Shua's wide-open eyes. This square-faced uncle, who spoke little but acted decisively, now lay like a rag doll amidst the melting pool of blood and ice. Lu Jia trembled, bundled in her torn-down jacket, while Guo Liang's eyes brimmed with tears. "Warning, they are in the garage, beginning to lay broadsword landmines at the significant entrances and exits of the community." The electronic voice of the Phoenix distorted slightly. "It is advisable to evacuate through the underground pipeline." Chen Xing's body stiffened momentarily. "Darn it, they are being too oppressive. Let us fight back." Cheng Lu behind him gritted her teeth. Zhang Wei was suddenly raised his mechanical arm, the hydraulic device emitting a mournful wail. "Let's fight back. We have so many guns. I refuse to believe they are invulnerable to blades and firearms." And then what? Sun Chong tore open his collar, revealing a crescent-shaped wound on his chest. 3 months ago, I escorted supplies to the looming mountain base. In the village depicted in the map, I witnessed the Gold King sect massacre the city. I stepped forward to stop them. What they received in return was a sonic assault that nearly shattered my innards. Meanwhile, the superiors opted for silence and endurance. Everyone was cast into gloom, unable to retaliate, and with no one to advocate for their grievances. Is it truly the case that this world must adhere to the ruthless law of the jungle, where the strong prey upon the weak? At that moment, Cheng Xiaoyi's whispered message penetrated Chen Xing's ear. "There exists a breach at the southeast corner of Building 6. He glanced up to see the military-clad girl standing on the rooftop of Building 3 behind them. Clearly, she was suggesting their escape. But to exit through Building 6? What would become of the supplies we painstakingly gathered? And what of the trucks we toiled to recover? Chapter 302. Departing now within the office of the underground market in Building Number 1, Zhang Li lifted the partition, revealing a deep tunnel. 2 months prior, I had ordered its excavation, extending 3 kilometers to the subway station. He suddenly lowered his voice, but each person could carry no more than 30 kilograms. Observing the hesitance etched on everyone's faces, Zhang Li couldn't help but fathom their thoughts. They were reluctant, still clinging to the supplies they had painstakingly gathered. Only Chen Xing's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the tunnel. "We're not leaving." "What?" Everyone's expressions were filled with astonishment. Chen Xing smiled and looked at the group. "If we are to leave, we must take all our belongings with us. How far can we go with just 30 kilograms of supplies?" Zhang Lu regarded Chen Xing with evident uncertainty. Chen Xing beamed back at him. "Since we are celebrating a birthday, we must ensure we have a splendid gift to offer. Lu Jia, accompany me. We shall make a trip to Yida Plaza." The following morning, in the lobby of Building Number 4, frost crystals seeped from the walls. Chen Xing added a handful of wood shavings to the stove. As the meat broth simmered in the iron pot above, bubbling gently, Lu Jia cautiously uncovered the steamer on another stove. And the aroma of egg mixture infused with fragrant oil filled the entire lobby. Dinner is served. Zhang Weigua tapped on a tin barrel, and Zhang Lu Xiaoguang, and others gathered around with their enamel bowls. Typically, they dined in their own homes, but today was an exceptional occasion. Suddenly, the iron door was violently kicked open, and 3 disciples of the Golden Buddha gang stormed in. Unlike yesterday, today they were armed to the teeth. The leader, a bald man, fixated his gaze on the steamer. Damn, do you still have eggs? Chen Xing shielded Lu Jia behind him, forcing a naive smile. Just joking. These are mutated quail eggs. The bald man, relying on his firearm, appeared to have completely forgotten Chen Xing's demeanor from the previous day, sneering dismissively. He lifted the lid of the pot, and the caramel-colored stewed meat wafted steam. Oh, there's meat too. Mind if I sample? He reached out to grab the meat. What are you doing? Guo Liang, youthful and impetuous, expressed his discontent. In response, he received a rifle butt to the shoulder. The sound of the bolt action echoing throughout the room. These ruffians had evidently changed their strategy. Realizing that they might not prevail in a fistfight against Chen Xing and resorted to using guns instead. The onlookers regarded the formidable 191 short submachine guns in their hands with a mix of anger and helplessness. The 3 bandits devoured the food ravenously, their cheeks bulging with steamed egg cakes, grease dripping onto their bulletproof vests. Take everything. As they made off with the pots, Cheng Lu's fingers tightened around the spoon, turning pale. However, once the group departed, a peculiar glimmer of joy flickered in the eyes of Chen Xing and his companions. Half an hour later, in the community square, Gao Zhen stood draped in a cloak atop the ice sculpture fountain. Beneath his feet lay the stolen steamer, now devoid of its contents. The steamed egg cakes having been completely consumed. He cast another glance at Chen Xing, observing his team in perfect order, and a sinister smile crept across his face. Clever of you, he remarked. Everyone, let us depart. Today we shall journey to the cross-sea bridge. The biting cold wind cut through the ground like a blade. As a group of silhouettes trudged slowly through the snowstorm. In front of them, a magnificent cross-sea bridge loomed, gradually becoming more apparent. The closer they approached the bridge, the more intense the sense of impending danger swelled within Chen Xing. Inform everyone to exercise caution, he commanded. Chapter 303, Arrival. After 5 minutes, they finally reached the military camp they had visited earlier. Crossing this encampment would lead them to the foot of the cross-sea bridge. Gao Zhen, leading the team, suddenly halted, observing Chen Xing and his group as they advanced ahead. You all ascend the bridge. If anyone dares to act slyly. Before he could finish, the ground trembled violently. 30 meters away, the snow-covered ground roiled as if boiling, and the concrete surface buckled into menacing mounds. With a thunderous roar, a gigantic head, 5 meters in diameter, burst forth from the earth, its dark purple scales glinting with a metallic sheen in the snowy light. The mutated giant lizard, the size of a truck, opened its cavernous maw, and viscous saliva dripped onto the ground, instantly corroding it into charred pits. Its barbed tail swept through the air, sending the lookout tower at the camp's entrance soaring like a mere toy. It's the one from Yida Square. Cheng Lu's voice quivered, realizing its transformation. Chen Xing shivered as he gazed at the newly formed bony protrusions on the lizard's forehead. Just last night, he had sneaked Lu Jia out of the camp to Yida Square. However, upon entering the square, they had hidden on the 2nd floor and dispatched a drone to scout the area. Reality did not disappoint. They discovered the lizard's nest in the underground supermarket, along with unhatched lizard eggs. Seizing the opportunity while the lizard was absent, they had remotely pilfered 3 eggs. It seemed their breakfast had been quite effective. This morning, they had specifically prepared steamed egg cakes using the lizard's eggs, and also utilized the unrefined DNA of the deceased lizard to make a broth. As they made their way toward the bridge, he had discreetly scattered crushed eggshells along the ground. Now, this mother beast, having caught the scent of her offspring, was driven into a frenzy by the aroma emanating from the disciples of the Iron Buddha. Yet, Chen Xing had not anticipated that the once car-sized mutated lizard had now grown to the proportions of Godzilla, its physique rivaling that of an 8x8 heavy truck. The camp erupted into chaos as the caught-off-guard disciples screamed and fled in all directions. Gao Zhen's furious roar pierced through the wind and snow. Form ranks. Stand your ground. Before he could finish his command, the lizard's massive forelimbs came crashing down, instantly obliterating 2 disciples who failed to evade. The stench of blood and severed limbs was swept toward Cheng Xiaoi, but before they could collide with her, they were shattered into fragments by a flash of purging white light. The female swordsman glanced at Chen Xing, a hint of a smile flickering in her eyes. evidently realizing that he was the architect of this scene. However, in an instant, she soared into the air, a white crane descending from above. With a swift motion, she mounted the crane and ascended into the heavens, indicating her disinclination to assist. Chen Xing urged the group, retreat towards the bridge pillars. He could feel the ground undulating beneath his feet, tremors caused by the lizard traversing underground. When the sharp crack of reinforced concrete echoed behind him, a cold smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. His plan had succeeded. The steamed egg cakes were not so easily delectable. They were 6th-level mutants. Chen Qian's face was etched with gravity as he suddenly leapt into the air, a golden hairpin swirling wildly at his fingertips. The massive lizard, with its spiny tail, swept across the ground, sending 2 disciples of the Golden Armor sect flying like rag dolls. They crashed into an ice sculpture, bursting forth with crimson splatters. The creature's barbed tongue ensnared a 3rd bandit, whose agonized screams echoed as half of his body vanished between the serrated teeth. Gao, in a fit of rage, underwent a transformation. His muscles swelled, tearing through his leather attire, and his bronze skin glimmered with a metallic sheen. He swung a road sign toward the giant lizard, only to be met with a claw that rendered it into scrap metal. An epic battle was inevitable. Chapter 304. The massive lizard with vertical pupils suddenly turned towards the crowd, having caught the scent of its offspring. The remnants of egg custard still clung to the whiskers at the corner of a disciple's mouth. The lizard's scales shimmered with a bluish-purple hue under the snow's light, a clear indication of the mutations induced by consuming nuclear radiation. It deliberately circled around Gaozhan, its sharp tail suddenly piercing through the chest of a disciple, flinging the lifeless body towards Gaozhan. It was evident that he sensed the extreme danger this creature posed. "Ah, who dares to kill me? Die!" Gaozhan roared, tearing apart his damaged combat uniform, his bronze skin revealing muscles that writhed like living entities. Golden patterns spread from his heart across his entire being, and when he opened his eyes again, his pupils had transformed into a molten gold hue. This was the secret technique of the Diamond Sect, the Wrathful Diamond, capable of enhancing physical strength to titanium alloy levels within half an hour. Beast. He propelled himself off the ground, his fist, the size of a bowl, enveloped in waves of energy, struck towards the lizard's head. The collision of scales and fist erupted in dazzling sparks, the shockwave instantly evaporating the snow within a 10-meter radius. The lizard howled in pain, its long, whip-like tail sweeping towards Gaozhan, but upon contact with his waist, it resonated with a metallic clang. Gaozhan's eyes glowed crimson, the spectral image of the Wrathful Diamond manifesting behind him. He shattered the ground beneath him and leapt 5 meters, his metallic fist crashing down towards the lizard's head. Yet, the monster seemed to anticipate his move, raising its forepaw to use the asphalt as a shield, the fragments exploding into a rain of black upon the impact of Gaozhan's fist. Gaozhan smashed the ground again, leaping 10 meters higher. The force of his punch accompanied by a sonic boom aimed at the lizard's head. This time, however, the beast suddenly burrowed underground. The spot where it had stood erupted into a 3-meter deep pit, the shockwave shattering the bulletproof glass of nearby vehicles. The lizard's forepaw suddenly emerged from the earth, causing the street to undulate like waves, 2 bandits tumbling into the suddenly formed chasm. Lu Jia clamped her mouth shut, watching in horror as the intermingled white, sharp teeth within the pit ground the living into mush. Chen Xing held his breath, realizing that the lizard had evolved to possess intelligence. It had not only grown in size but had also learned the skills of its cousin, the pangolin. Those claws, sharp as files, allowed it to navigate effortlessly underground. This was clearly a subterranean wanderer of extraordinary prowess. Yet, on the surface, Gaozhan, no matter how formidable, was utterly powerless against it. "Come out, come out!" Gaozhan bellowed at the vast black hole beneath him, unable to resist punching the ground. Cracks extended 7 or 8 meters from where his fist struck. Chen Qian hovered in midair, toying with a golden hairpin, his brows slightly raised. "Need help?" His words were barely out when his expression changed dramatically, the hairpin transforming into a streak of light and vanishing underground. Almost simultaneously, the ground beneath Gaozhan suddenly collapsed, a gaping maw emerging from below to snap at his legs. Clang! The flying sword collided with the sharp teeth, sending sparks flying, as Chen Qian's fingers trembled slightly. Poised in a sword gesture, the lizard, missing its target, retreated underground, causing several mounds of earth to rise and extend in different directions. This tactic of feigned attacks left the disciples of the Diamond Sect scrambling, many being swallowed by the suddenly appearing abyss. "If this continues, my people will perish. Chen Qian, what are you waiting for?" Gaozhan shouted at Chen Qian, wiping the blood from his nose. "We must force it out." Before Chen Qian could finish his words, he suddenly flicked his wrist, and the flying sword transformed into a golden dragon, burrowing into the crevice of the earth. A dull thud resonated from beneath, accompanied by the anguished roar of the giant lizard. The ground within 100 meters erupted violently, and amidst the swirling dust, the giant lizard emerged, revealing a gaping 2-foot-long wound on its abdomen. Seizing the opportunity, Gao Zhen leaped into the air, his golden fists raining down like a torrential storm. Veins bulged at his temples as he unleashed 7 consecutive punches, driving the giant lizard into the corner of the camp. Chapter 305. In the instant the fist made contact with the creature's armored scales, it abruptly curled into a ball, its scales standing upright like a chainsaw assaulting the container house behind it. The 5-meter-tall 2-story prefab container house collapsed with a thunderous crash, and amidst the swirling dust, the colossal lizard erupted from the ground, lunging toward Gao Zhen's throat. How dare these rodents? Gao Zhen swung his fist with ferocity, sending fragments of scales scattering. The giant lizard, in a frenzy, slashed with its claws, leaving 3 gashes across the chest of the formidable warrior. Yet, the creature showed no inclination to linger. After forcing Gao Zhen back, it suddenly pivoted and burrowed underground. Now is the moment. Chen Xing bit his tongue, letting blood spray onto his flying sword, which immediately surged with a brilliant 3-foot azure glow. In the direction of Sun, Chen Xing's sword, propelled by unseen forces, vibrated and emitted a dragon's roar. The golden hairpin abruptly twisted at a right angle and plunged into the earth. A piercing howl erupted from the giant lizard as it broke through the surface. Chen Xing's flying sword, its light akin to a venomous serpent's flicking tongue, transformed into a spiraling golden spike beneath the creature's abdomen. With a brittle crack, the sword penetrated the wound, wreaking havoc within the lizard's innards, causing foul entrails to spill forth. Seizing the opportunity, Gao Zhen leaped onto the beast's back, driving his fist imbued with thunderous energy into the gaping wound created by the sword, the shockwave shattering the monster's spine in two. Simultaneously, his arms swelled with muscle, and with a grip like a vice, he exerted force on the bony protrusions of the lizard's head. The sickening sound of bones fracturing echoed, and the creature's roar abruptly ceased. Its massive body collapsed to the ground. Watching Gao Zhen clutch the bloodied crystal core and stand beside the giant lizard's corpse, laughing maniacally, Chen Xing felt a chill run down his spine. This was clearly a level 6 mutated beast. Yet, it had succumbed in under 15 minutes at the hands of these two. However, he turned his gaze toward the direction of the bridge. He hoped that the battle here would capture the attention of the phoenix. May it venture as far as it can. Gao Zhen tore the giant lizard's heart from its chest and stuffed it into his backpack, the blood-stained bearskin cloak rustling in the wind. He surveyed the crowd, his gaze finally locking onto Chen Xing. You, go to the bridge. He tossed a rusted copper whistle, commanding, blow this when you see the phoenix, otherwise. A bloodied fist hovered ominously over Lu Xiaowang's head. Behind him, the remaining disciples of the Iron Gate raised their firearms. The dark muzzles were aimed menacingly at Lu Jia, Zhang Lu, and others. Chen Xing's heart sank. He had anticipated that this man would allow them all to cross the bridge together. Had that been the case, he had even prepared a contingency plan. In his space, there were 3 inflatable boats. Worst case, they could jump into the sea and escape upon reaching the bridge. But now, this scoundrel had taken Lu Xiaowang and the others as hostages to compel him to the bridge. Chen Xing looked toward the fog-shrouded cross-sea bridge, where ice crystals refracted an eerie purple light along the steel cables. He cast a desperate glance toward Chen Qian on the other side. Yet this young hero of the Shushan sect seemed oblivious to the turmoil behind him, leisurely trimming his nails, showing no intent to impede Gao Zhen. As he gazed upward at the heavens, Cheng Xiaoi, riding on the back of a crane, was oblivious to her whereabouts at that moment. Chen Xing tightened his grip on the frigid brass whistle, as his leather boots made contact with the icy surface of the bridge. A distant sound akin to the faint cry of a phoenix echoed through the air. It resembled the wailing of an infant, yet also bore the sharpness of a woman's laughter. Chen Xing's expression shifted slightly. Trouble loomed, for that foolish bird had not departed. Amidst the swirling mists, flickers of flame danced subtly, causing a flutter of apprehension in Chen Xing's heart. He understood that the true deadlock was only just beginning. Chapter 306. The biting cold wind lashed against Chen Xing's face, and he tightened his grip on the metallic knuckles of his electric gloves. The Danzhou Cross-Sea Bridge, once a vital thoroughfare for the citizens of Dan City before the apocalypse, now lay in ruin. Chen Xing had traversed this bridge countless times in the past, when its walkways were teeming with anglers. On sunny weekends, couples would stroll hand in hand across its expanse. Yet now, the 8-kilometer-long bridge resembled a dying giant python, its twisted cables hanging limply from fractured supports. A swarm of drones circled overhead, projecting three-dimensional scans onto his retina. Sea mist enveloped in ice crystals surged across the bridge's surface, each step crushing the frozen blood beneath the snow. He bent down to examine a severed finger nestled within tire tracks, its clean break resembling that of a laser cut. Suddenly, a mechanical voice from Phoenix crackled in his earpiece. Caution at 3 o'clock, fractured layer detected with skeletal phosphorescence. The spotlight on his helmet illuminated the warped railings, revealing a half-formed fish skeleton within the beam. The pale, white bones extended in undulating waves, with the spines of the tail piercing through the roof of a BMW X5. As Chen Xing approached, his boot unexpectedly slipped. The entire bridge surface was unexpectedly covered in fine fish scales, shimmering with a bluish glow in the frigid temperature of -20 degrees. 30 meters to his left, he noted a series of shark-like tooth marks, each measuring a depth of 12.7 centimeters. The electronic voice of Phoenix vibrated in his ears. Chen Xing kicked aside a frost-covered face mask, revealing grotesque indentations in the concrete railing. The grooves spiraled in a manner reminiscent of a colossal drill, as if it had emerged from the maw of some monstrous creature. Upon rounding the 147th bridge pier, the mingled scent of fish and decay assaulted his senses. 200-meter-high girders pierced through the thick fog, their cables adorned with icicles. While the heap of bones at the base caused Chen Xing's stomach to clench, human skulls were embedded among the fish spines, and a half-buried fire axe rested upon a bizarre fan-shaped skeleton. Most alarming was the mountainous accumulation of remains, highlighted by a 10-meter-long fish bone that stood out prominently. Its snout resembled a knight's lance, piercing through the concrete pillars, and its serrated edges glimmered even in the frigid temperature of -40 degrees. This was the mutated skeleton of a marlin subspecies. The Phoenix drones flitted through the mist, their red dot scanners projecting the skeletal remains onto Chen Xing's retina, while simultaneously calling up holographic comparison charts. A typical marlin measures no more than 3 meters. But judging by the serrated growth of its snout, this specimen was at least a level 5 mutation. Based on the degree of calcification, it was evident that it had once engaged in battle with some large marine beast. The projection cursor suddenly locked onto the tip of the fish's snout, detecting residual high-frequency vibrations and recommending sample collection. It suggested extracting both the snout and dorsal fin bones. The snout, once polished, could be fashioned into a bone sword, while the dorsal fin bones could be crafted into various types of ammunition, even armor-piercing rounds. Chen Xing was taken aback. Bullets made from fish bones? The density of the mutated marlin's bones surpassed that of a regular marlin by 27 times, comparable to tungsten alloy. Phoenix provided the answer. Chen Xing gazed at the fractured surface of the marlin bone, revealing a honeycomb energy-storing structure. This reminded him of the mutated shells capable of absorbing damage in life and death sniper. As he could not resist the urge, he reached out to touch the fish's kiss. The moment his fingertips grazed it, a burst of blue electricity erupted. The nanofiber gloves were instantly severed, and blood dripped from the gap of his thumb onto the snow-covered ground. Damn! He recoiled, shaking his hand. Is this thing electrified? It is not biological electricity. The Phoenix projected the scanning data onto the AI eyepiece. The surface of the bone spurs exhibited nanoscale pores, generating a static electric effect through friction with the air. When there is a temperature differential in the surroundings, the bone spurs can create wave vibrations. Chapter 307. What does that mean? Chen Xing gazed at the fishbone, which was embedded with numerous serrated spikes, each resembling a poisoned sewing needle. This implied that if a sword were to be crafted from this fish's beak, it could transform into a chainsaw upon nearing an enemy. How remarkable! Chen Xing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just as he was about to approach the fish's beak for cutting, he caught a glimpse of claw marks on the concrete bridge pier. 3 parallel grooves delved deep into the steel rebar, with the edges of the melted asphalt slowly dripping. Do not touch that viscous substance. The Phoenix suddenly raised its voice. Thermal imaging indicated signs of life at the top of the bridge tower, rapidly approaching. The hum of the steel cable interrupted his thoughts, and as the fierce wind swept away the thick fog, a shadow, cloaked in the scent of sulfur, plunged downwards. Instinctively, Chen Xing rolled to evade, feeling the iron claw graze his nape. However, a tearing sound resonated from his back as the claw pierced through the D30 hard shell. Dragged into the air, as the turbulent winds at 400 meters tore at his wounds, he discerned that the assailant was a fledgling with a wingspan of 5 meters, its tail feathers shimmering with an unnatural metallic blue. When Chen Xing was hurled onto the 200-meter-high reinforcement beam, the sensation of weightlessness lasted for 5 seconds before he crashed heavily into a pile of grass, emitting the stench of rotting flesh. He realized he had fallen into a gigantic bird's nest. In that instant of descent, Chen Xing reflexively raised a shield of air, the shell fragments crackling beneath him. while the shattered eggshells around him glimmered with a metallic sheen, and several colorful tail feathers quivered in the gaps of the rebar. Above the nest, a chick the size of a peacock circled, its height akin to the colorful pheasant he had encountered before, with golden-red feathers flickering with tiny flames. Do not move. This is the juvenile of the wanchong bird. Its stomach acid reaches temperatures exceeding 3,000 degrees Celsius. The phoenix's warning came half a second too late. The chick tilted its head and expelled a fireball, distorting and deforming the shield of air under the extreme heat. As familiar energy ripples emerged on the surface of the shield, the chick abruptly ceased its assault, its glass-like eyes fixed on Chen Xing. A feeling of familiarity washing over it as it sensed his control over the airflow. Chen Xing retrieved a chunk of mutated Bat King flesh from the folded space, which he had yet to purify. The chick's pupils suddenly transformed into vertical slits, a demeanor he recognized all too well. Tentatively, the fledgling pecked at the meat, the flames sizzling as the chunk was roasted. Upon consuming the first piece, the chick's eyes brightened. It immediately lunged forward to devour more, sparks flying onto the surface of Chen Xing's boots. It was evident that it was truly famished. Although Chen Xing felt a pang of sorrow for the unpurified body of the mutated Bat King, the prospect of gaining the chick's friendship made the loss worthwhile. The chick feasted joyfully, occasionally glancing up at Chen Xing, its eyes devoid of hostility. As Chen Xing cautiously reached out to caress the chick's neck feathers, it emitted a vibration akin to a cat's purr, the sparks from its tail feathers gradually extinguishing. Alert! The adult phoenix is returning. The tremor in the artificial intelligence's alert tone was unprecedented. A clear call resonated from high above, and the clouds suddenly parted to reveal a golden-red vortex. A colossal bird, with a wingspan surpassing that of a passenger aircraft, grasps a 10-meter-long flying fish as it approaches from afar. Its blazing tail feathers cast a hue of evening glow upon the clouds. Chapter 308. The frigid wind whipped through the reinforced beams. As Chen Xing's tactical gloves gripped tightly onto the rebar, he gazed upward at the golden giant shadow spiraling amidst the clouds. When the pair of wings, aflame with azure fire, parted the mist, a sudden searing pain surged through the area on his arm, where the genetic serum had been injected. It was this very phoenix, a fortnight ago, that bestowed upon him 2 feathers, granting him the power to command the winds. As the phoenix discerned the unwelcome visitor within its nest, the flames in its eyes momentarily froze. With a soft clamor, the phoenix folded its wings and gently descended toward its nest, its talons still clutching the floundering flying fish. Just as it was about to land, the colossal bird released its iron grip, allowing the fish to soar into the night sky. A young chick from the nest chirped and then flapped its wings, darting toward the flying fish. Ah, it is you. Chen Xing beheld the newly sprouted third eye upon its brow, shimmering with a molten glow. He could almost hear the heart's whisper of the divine bird. As the giant bird tilted its head, its cascading crowned feathers brushed against the youth's frostbitten face, the warmth dispelling the white frost from his brow. Chen Xing allowed the howling winds to lift the hem of his combat attire, an idea sparking within him. He extended his palm, covering the phoenix's neck where the lava-like patterns of its feathers flowed. The moment the mental link was established, the atmospheric pressure at 700 meters transformed into a torrent of data flooding into his consciousness. An unexpected encounter with a practitioner, and this practitioner was merciless. Cheng Qian and Gao Zhen had even plotted to hunt the phoenix. A cascade of information flowed like a data chain from Chen Xing's hand into the phoenix's mind. The golden-eyed bird's pupils constricted sharply, its tail feathers erupting in a tricolored blaze that ignited the cloud sea in a fiery hue. The aura of a 7th-level mutated beast caused the entire steel beam to tremble. The shrill cries of the chick severed the mental connection, and Chen Xing staggered, bracing himself against the edge of the nest. The drone controlled by the phoenix transmitted images to his AI visor. Several hundred meters away, Cheng Qian manipulated a golden net, ensnaring the young phoenix like a dumpling. Gao Zhen's bare torso shimmered with a bronze sheen, the protective aura causing the accumulated snow to cascade down. This is dire. Those 2 scoundrels have used the barely alive Luo Feng as bait, ensnaring the young divine bird. The phoenix's furious roar stirred the air, and in an instant, Chen Xing was lifted by its colossal claw. The gale thundered in his ears. In the blink of an eye, the phoenix soared with him toward the bridge. 100 meters above the ground, the phoenix suddenly released its grip, and Chen Xing plummeted like a meteor, the sensation of weightlessness churning his stomach. From below, the mocking laughter of Gao Zhen's disciples echoed, let him splatter into a pulp. The fierce winds tore at his protective suit, and as he fell, Chen Xing spread his arms wide, commanding the winds. The swirling cyclones converged in his palms, forming a translucent canopy. The spiraling currents cushioned his descent, cradling his body as he landed. Upon impact, The ice beneath him fractured like a spider's web, radiating cracks outward. 20 meters away, Gao Zhan's protective aura rippled under the phoenix's breath, and the scriptures of his sorcery were scorched to a charred black. "Seize that traitor," Chen Xing commanded, maneuvering his flying sword to fend off the phoenix, before turning to bellow at his disciples. The disciples of the Vajra sect rushed toward Chen Xing in a frenzied swarm. Chen Xing hurled 3 incendiary grenades, his figure flickering amidst the fireworks, as his plasma gauntlets pierced through the chests of 2 assailants. With a sudden burst of speed, he moved as if a racing car had engaged its nitrous boost. Ice blades crystallized in his palms, thrusting through the throats of 2 members of the 333 Bureau with lethal precision. Blood mist sprayed on his Zhang, jolting him awake as he instinctively seized the weapon of a fallen assailant nearby. "Be careful." Lu Xiaowang's muscles bulged, tearing through his cotton jacket as he caught a cleaver aimed at Qing Lu with his bare hands. "Ruffian should remain in the refuse." A disciple of the King Kong sect thrust a dagger into Lu Xiaowang's shoulder, yet it sparked upon meeting Zhang Weigua's titanium prosthetic. Chen Xing's cyclone blade grazed Zhang Weigua's spine, skillfully severing the tendons of 3 martial disciples. He flipped and landed on the face of an ambusher, the ice blade spreading from the sole of his military boot, entombing that distorted visage into the ground. Bang! Zhang fired, eliminating 1 ambusher, only to find himself encircled by 3 practitioners of the iron cloth technique. Bang! 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 Qing Lu and Lu Xiaowang simultaneously discharged the shotgun they had seized, causing the trio of martial artists to stagger backward. Chapter 309. Gao Zhan's tungsten steel finger tiger collided with the phoenix's claws, igniting sparks that set ablaze the snow covering the bridge. This martial artist, who had perfected the golden bell shield in the post-apocalyptic world, glowed crimson, his bare chest adorned with Sanskrit incantations. "Get down here," he bellowed, unleashing a gale force punch, which merely scattered a few drifting fire feathers. A melodious phoenix cry echoed from the clouds as 7 fiery rings descended from the heavens. Gao Zhan seized a nearby disciple of the Shushan sect, using him as a human shield. The unfortunate disciple's body was instantaneously vaporized. When the fire rings made contact with the golden bell shield's energy, they hissed as if sulfuric acid were corroding metal. Gao Zhan screamed in agony, rolling into the container behind him, his back emitting acrid white smoke. A cataclysmic explosion reverberated from above. Cheng Qian's golden hairpin sword transformed into a cascade of luminous streaks, yet it could not penetrate the swirling fire lotuses surrounding the phoenix. The mighty bird's wings stirred up a fiery whirlwind, turning the suspension bridge into a glowing inferno. Once more, the mournful cry of a celestial crane resonated in the skies. As Cheng Qian's mount, a red-crowned crane, lost half of its wings to the phoenix's onslaught. Meanwhile, his 12 flying swords, contained within their boxes, were reduced to molten iron under the azure flames spewed forth by the phoenix. With a thunderous crash, Gao Zhan smashed through the iron wall of the container, the golden bell shield cracking under the intense heat. "Now's the time." Divine movement. Chen Xing abruptly halted, pivoting with spectral swiftness, appearing before Gao Zhan. Wind control. A cyclone ensnared Gao Zhan's limbs. With a flick of his hand, Gao Zhan's pupils constricted sharply. Void space. A small black sphere suddenly materialized, expanding against the wind. In an instant, it swelled to the size of a tire, shooting forth an electronic restraining cable. Gao Zhan, grinning menacingly, smashed the alloy cord with a punch, only to witness the youth opposite him unleash a plasma burst that illuminated the night sky. Gao Zhan's face twisted in horror as he attempted to evade, but icy crystals rapidly spread up his legs. With a sudden tremor, he seemed to suffer a cerebral embolism. Swish, swish, swish. 3 drones controlled by the Phoenix soared through the air. Simultaneously, 3 9-style shotguns discharged, showering the golden bell shield with a deluge of steel pellets, causing Gao Zhan's head to explode like a watermelon. Yet the headless corpse continued its advance, crashing into the remnants of a burning truck ahead. Gao Zhan's headless form suddenly leapt from the burning wreckage, the new flesh at his neck writhing uncontrollably. "You little bastard." He formed a hand seal, causing concrete spikes to erupt from the ground. The moment Chen Xing's wind shield shattered, the electronic restraining cable ensnared Gao Zhan's ankle, while the thunderous roar of the 9-style shotgun shattered the ice covering the bridge. However, what spattered was not brain matter, but a viscous black liquid. Gao Zhan's headless body stood firm, a thunderous laughter emanating from his chest cavity. The techniques of cultivators are beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. The newly formed head emerged from his neck, with green veins writhing beneath the skin like earthworms. He exhaled a toxic mist, instantly corroding all iron within a 10-meter radius. Chen Xing executed a series of backflips to evade the corrosive zone, his boots igniting sparks against the icy surface. "I am immortal and indestructible," Gao Zhen's roar reverberated, shaking the very foundations of the bridge tower. His charred body began to swell, as countless bone spurs erupted from his flesh, completing the final metamorphosis of a sinister technique. Chen Xing's eyes gleamed with a cold light. How unfortunate. It seemed that at every critical moment, this fellow was destined to unleash his hidden power once more. He surged forward, his powerful earth-shattering palm aimed at the crown of the adversary's head. Suddenly, the phoenix behind him dove down, unleashing its primal flames. The trapped fledgling broke free from its restraints and grasped Chen Xing, soaring into the heavens. At the instant the Samadhi true fire met the essence of the primal flames, the entire cross-sea bridge transformed into a column of incandescent fire, scorching the distorted cultivator until he was entirely blackened. Seizing this fleeting moment, Chen Xing infused his right fist with electric energy, piercing through Gao Zhen's chest with a brilliant blue plasma, while an icy blade followed closely. Plunging into the depths of his qi.